Liu Genlai was slammed by a dump truck straight into rural China in 1959. Was he really going to drag the whole village, sprinting toward prosperity? Don't be ridiculous. Liu Genlai's young shoulders couldn't bear that kind of burden. All he wanted was for his family to have enough food to eat, clothes to wear, work to do, money to earn, smiles on their faces, and hope in their hearts, and for himself, the freedom to live exactly as he pleased, carefree, unhurried, and unbothered. If he didn't feel like doing something, then he simply wouldn't do it. Chapter 1. Warmth. Genlai. Genlai, wake up and take your medicine. Through a haze of drowsiness, Liu Genlai heard a girl's voice calling him. Her voice seemed magical. The first call echoed distantly, like from the edge of the sky. The second was suddenly right beside him, sharp and clear. His drifting consciousness, which had been slowly scattering, snapped back together as if pulled by an invisible thread. Where am I? The orphanage must be. Only people there ever called him Genlai. Even getting flattened by a dump truck didn't kill me. Guess my luck really is hard as steel. Too bad about that new car had scrimped and saved for barely 2 months into driving for ride-hailing before it got crushed into a metal pancake trapped inside. Even if rescued alive, had surely be crippled. How would he repay the loan? What kind of life awaited him now? Genlai, hurry up and drink your medicine. Grandma went to the temple today and brought back blessed incense ash. With the Bodhisattva watching over you, you'll recover soon. The girl's voice rang in his ears again, bright, hopeful, full of anticipation. Grandma? He was an orphan since when did he have a grandma? Incense ash? You're supposed to drink that? And Bodhisattva's blessing? If he swallowed it, would he poop out a coil of mosquito repellent? This had to be those little brats messing with him again. They'd even hired some girl. He didn't know how long had it been since he left the orphanage. Were they already itching for another beating? You little rascals better wash your butts clean and wait. Once I'm healed, they'll settle accounts with each of you. The shaking of his arm grew more insistent. With great effort, Liu Genlai pried open his heavy eyelids. After a moment of disorientation, his eyes flew wide open. Above him loomed several blackened roof beams, crooked, unplanned, still covered in bark and knotholes. They'd only been treated with crude smoke curing, clearly thrown together in haste. The walls were worse, a rough mix of yellow and black mud mixed with chopped straw, dark, pitted, uneven, and crumbling. He suspected a firm poke would send chunks falling off. In a heavy rainstorm, the whole thing might just collapse on him. He turned his head slightly. He was lying flat on a traditional earthen Kong heated brick bed, covered by a patched, threadbare quilt. Sitting sideways on the Kang's edge was a girl in equally ragged clothes, holding a dark earthenware bowl in one hand and gently shaking his arm with the other. Her eyes shone with eager concern. This wasn't the orphanage. Where the hell am I? As he stared blankly at this unfamiliar, malnourished girl, her hair dry and yellow, her face pale and fine, a sudden buzz erupted in his skull. A tidal wave of foreign memories crashed into him, drowning his thoughts. Had transmigrated. His life hadn't been that tough. After all, the dump truck hadn't killed him. It had hurled him 60 years into the past, straight into the body of another boy also named Liu Genlai. This kid's fate was just as grim. His birth parents were soldiers. Shortly after his birth, to escape enemy forces during wartime, they'd left him with a peasant family. In those chaotic years, his foster parents fled famine and war until finally settling down before liberation in Lingxian village at the foot of a mountain on the outskirts of Beijing. He had 2 older sisters. The eldest, 21, had married 2 years ago. The second, 19, was the very girl now sitting by his bedside, waiting to feed him medicine. His foster parents were both under 40. Back then, early marriage was common. His foster mother had given birth to her first daughter at 16. Repeated pregnancies without proper recovery had shattered her health, and for years afterward, she couldn't conceive again. Desperate for a son and pressured by grandparents longing for a male heir to carry on the Liu family name, feed welcomed baby Genlai with open arms when his biological parents entrusted him to them. They even named him Genlai, root has come. In the early years after the founding of New China, life was stable and prosperous. The Liu family thrived. His foster mother regained her strength and soon bore 3 more children, 2 sons and a daughter. Even after having their own biological children, the foster parents never treated Genlai as an outsider. They scolded him, beat him, hugged him, and loved him just like their own. Genlai always knew he wasn't their blood son. Though he never said it aloud, deep down, he vowed to repay their kindness. At 15, right after finishing primary school, he joined the production team. Though classified as only a half laborer, he insisted on doing full adult work just to earn extra work points for the family. No one could talk him out of it, but his frail body couldn't handle it. One rainy day, while hauling manure to the fields, he sweated heavily, then got drenched in a downpour and collapsed. Had been bedridden for over 3 months, from late summer to early winter. No matter how much medicine he took, he didn't improve. When the dump truck hit him in his original timeline, this version of Liu Genlai had likely just died. 1959 production team, The Great Famine. After the flood of memories receded, these words kept circling in his mind. Rural China during the 3 years of natural disasters was a death sentence by starvation. Why did I have to transmigrate into this era? Can I go back? My original body was probably pulp under that truck. Could they even piece him back together? And what about that damn loan? Gurgle. His stomach growled loudly, cutting through his thoughts. A wave of extreme hunger surged through him so intense it felt like his chest and back were glued together, grinding, squeezing, churning. It was agony. You're hungry, aren't you? Drink your medicine first. Then I'll get you a bowl of food. Once you've eaten and slept well, you'll feel better soon. His second sister brought the medicine bowl to his lips. A strong herbal scent filled the air. His hunger spiked even more. Almost instinctively, he snatched the bowl and drained it in one gulp. Bitter? Not when you're starving. Anything edible is a delicacy. Incense ash? At this point, he'd eat it even if it made him crap out an entire incense burner. The warm medicinal broth flowed down his throat. He could feel the heat spreading through his limbs, soaking every cell indescribably soothing. Good boy, Genlai. Wait here, he'll get your food. Seeing him finish the medicine so eagerly, his sister Lu Min happily took the bowl and hopped off the Kong, her steps noticeably lighter than usual. He drank it? Came the tired voice of his foster mother, Li Lanxiang, from the kitchen hearth. Yes, all by himself. He even held the bowl's got strength again. Wash the bowl quick and bring him a big bowl of food. He hasn't eaten properly in days, she must be starving. Don't bother washing it. There's still medicine residue, just pour the food right in. Your grandma worked hard to get that prescription from the temple. Don't waste a drop. His foster mother was thrifty to the bone, every scrap counted. That shed kept the whole family from starving was largely thanks to her careful management. Ow, it's burning me. Suddenly, a yelp came from the kitchen. Pinch your earlobes quickly. His mother scolded. You clumsy girl, how old are you? Still so careless. Be gentle feeding your big brother. He's just starting to recover and still weak. If you scald him, he'll pinch you till you cry. I know. He'll put the bowl on the windowsill to cool. Once it's not hot anymore, he'll feed him. The first part of her reply came from the doorway, the rest drifted in through the window shed, already rushed outside with the bowl. A warmth bloomed in Liu Genlai's chest. In his past life, had been an orphan who'd never known family. Now, barely moments after arriving in this new life, he was wrapped in thick, genuine affection. It felt wonderful. Suddenly, he didn't miss his old life so much. Gathering a bit of strength, he decided to get up and see his new home. As he rolled over, something slid from his chest. He weakly reached under the quilt and pulled it out. It was a golden lock, about the size of a baby's palm, heavy, easily 2 or 3 tails, its surface dulled with age. Clearly an antique. A Changming Suoa, traditional longevity, lock hand, solid gold at that. As he turned it over in his hands, his vision blurred. Suddenly, without warning, an image flashed into his mind. Chapter 2, This Lies Home. It was a rectangular space about half the size of a football field, enclosed by 8-meter-high walls. Bright lamps at each corner bathed the entire area in daylight-like illumination. Above stretched infinite darkness like a bottomless abyss. Liu Genlai quickly scanned the space with his mind and soon spotted something new. Against one wall stood a lever taller than a man, shaped exactly like a dump truck's gear shift, only magnified dozens of times. Beneath it, gear positions were clearly marked, first through reverse. What do these gears do? Curious, he mentally shifted the lever into first gear. Instantly, a row of red rectangular lights appeared on the ground, outlining roughly 1/6 of the space. Seeing nothing unusual, he tried the other gears one by one. Each gear lit up a different rectangular section, but otherwise, the space remained unchanged. What's the point of this? He was puzzled. But one thing became clear. This entire space was essentially a massively enlarged dump truck cargo bed. If it was a spatial storage system, it should hold items, right? He focused, and the quilt covering him instantly vanished, reappearing inside the space. It works. He tested again and realized only objects physically touching his body could be stored. Telekinesis or remote retrieval wasn't possible yet. Pretty useless, he thought, disappointed. But then he shrugged inwardly. Better than nothing. Used wisely, this might just help me survive even Thrivian, this famine-stricken era. Genlai, time to eat. His sister Lu Min's voice snapped him back. He quickly withdrew his consciousness from the space and tucked the golden lock back against his chest. Check if it's too hot. Min carefully placed the same dark earthenware bowl on the Kang's edge. It was filled with a black, sticky gruel emitting an indescribable odor. Do you want to eat by yourself? Or should second sister feed you? She asked politely, but her eyes sparkled with hope. I'll eat myself, Liu Genlai said softly, reading her expression. He pushed himself upright with trembling arms. Slowly, slowly, Min hurriedly tucked the quilt around his legs, then gently propped his back against the wall. His body had wasted away over 4 months of illness, almost no strength left. But to spare his caring sister disappointment, he sat straight and even managed a weak smile. Here, take this. Eat slowly. She handed him a crudely carved wooden spoon and brought the bowl close, her eyes fixed on him with unwavering encouragement. Liu Genlai glanced at the handmade spoon, but instead of using it, he leaned forward, pressed his lips to the rim, gathered his strength, and slurped down a large mouthful. Gulp. Oh, slow down, was it too hot? Min quickly pulled the bowl away, worried. Just right, he smiled again, then noticed her thin clothing. A pang of Shinking heartache struck him. It was actually a bit cool. She couldn't tell because she was half frozen, especially her hands, several fingers swollen red from frostbite. Anything mildly warm would feel scalding to her. If it's not hot, eat up. Have more. Relieved, Min brought the bowl back to his lips. Another mouthful. Food in his stomach eased the weakness. What is this? He asked after 2 swallows. He couldn't identify itonly that it tasted bitter, astringent, yet strangely slippery and tender. It's sweet potato leaves boiled with dried sweet potato slices. Delicious, right? Eat more. If you're still hungry, they'll get you another bowl. She pushed the bowl closer. Delicious? This was pig feed. How could she call it delicious? Just how poor was this family? He said nothing more. Letting her feed him, he quietly finished every last drop. When she offered a second bowl, he refused. After she left, though he now had a bit more energy, he decided not to explore the space just yet. Instead, he wanted to see his new home. He reached for the trousers warming on the Kong and began pulling them on. Pants in this era had no waistbands, just loose, wide openings. You'd pull them up, overlap the sides, twist them shut, and tie with a cloth strip. Hence, they were called twist crotch pants. The cuffs were extremely narrow, barely wide enough for a straight foot to slip through. Saving fabric was one reason, but more importantly, wind protection. There were no thermal underwear, wool pants, or long johns. Under these trousers, nothing but bare legs. In winter, if the cuffs weren't tight, icy wind would shoot straight up your pants. Guaranteed to freeze your everything. Next, he put on a thin padded jacket. Shuffling to the Kang's edge, he spotted his shoes below. They were made from recycled tires inner tubes for the upper, outer treads for the sole, glued with rubber cement and stitched tightly. Tough as nails, wearable year-round in rain, snow, mud, or dust. Locals proudly called them Droughtan Flood Hero shoes. Durable, yes, but they had one fatal flaw. They stank. Especially after a sweaty day's work, your feet would ferment inside the airtight rubber, emerging pale and steaming. If everyone in a room wore them, the stench could rival a chemical weapon. But Liu Genlai's shoes weren't that smelly, not because his feet were special, but because had been bedridden for over 3 months and barely worn them. He pulled out socks sewn from scrap cloth from under his mattress, slipped them on, then stepped into the shoes. Inside, dried grass had been stuffed for insulation, not cold, but far from comfortable. He looked around. The house had 4 rooms, 3 for sleeping, 1 for cooking. The innermost room had belonged to his 2 sisters. After the eldest married, their 3-year-old youngest sister moved in. Next door was the boys' room, 3 brothers crammed onto 1 small Kong. Any more, and they'd have to sleep head-to-toe. Beyond that was his foster parents' room, slightly larger, but cluttered with household goods. The outermost room was the kitchen. Its stove flew past through all 3 Kong beds before exiting via the chimney. Every bit of heat from cooking was conserved. Still dizzy from lying down so long, Liu Genlai steadied himself against the doorframe, walked through his parents' room, and entered the kitchen. You child, why did you get up by yourself? Need the outhouse? Why didn't you call your sister to help? You might fall again. Minzi, come quick, help your big brother. At the sight of him, his foster motherly Lanxiang cried out in alarm. She started toward him but glanced back at the bubbling pot on the stove and quickly pulled her foot back, grabbing a wooden paddle to stir furiously. That pot held the family's only meal. Not a grain could be wasted in these times. Coming. Big brother, why didn't you call me if you needed the outhouse? Min rushed in, wiping wet hands on her clothes, and hurried to support him. She had just finished helping him eat and had gone straight to laundry. Her frostbitten hands were now even colder. Liu Genlai didn't move. His gaze fell on the pot and the meager food inside, and he froze, lost in thought. Chapter 3:2 Mice. The pot atop the hearth was not the iron vessel he had envisioned, but rather a dark, cumbersome earthenware jar. The food bubbling within, emitting soft sounds, bore little resemblance to the bowl he had just consumed. Why was there no iron pot? A brief contemplation led Liu Genlai to the realization that it was not a matter of choice, but rather a lack of availability. The Great Leap Forward had confiscated nearly all iron implements from the countryside, leaving behind no remnants of door rings, handles, or locks, including every household's iron pots and knives. Following this, communal dining emerged, rendering individual families unnecessary for purchasing pots or knives. However, the collapse of the communal dining system brought with it natural disasters, leaving families impoverished to the point of barely affording enough food, let alone the means to buy an iron pot. The food within the earthen jar was not only darker than what he had eaten, but also considerably thinner, evidently having been served a hearty portion before being diluted with some sweet potato leaves. Was this truly the meal for a family of 6? Even pigs might turn up their noses at it. What, then, could be deemed delicious by his sister? Not satisfied, would his sister serve him another bowl? Liu Genlai's dazed expression led Lu Min to misinterpret his feelings. His foster mother said little, simply picking up a bowl and wiping it on her patchwork apron. Preparing to serve him rice, Liu Genlai hastily intervened. No need, mother. I have been hungry for so many days. I cannot eat too much at once, lest I harm my stomach. This was the sustenance for a family of 6. For every extra bite he took, a family member would go hungry. In these lean times, even a single mouthful less could spell disaster. In this life and the next, it was the first time Liu Genlai called someone mother, and he found it surprisingly unawkward, uttering the word with only a moment's hesitation, as if it flowed naturally. If the eldest son had claimed to be unhungry or offered another excuse, Li Lanxiang would undoubtedly have served him more, but his concern about overindulging halted her hand. The eldest son had only just begun to recover. He must not be allowed to jeopardize his health again. Sister, you may carry on with your tasks. I will take a stroll. Liu Genlai smiled at his sister. Are you sure you can manage on your own? Don't fall into the latrine again and call for me to rescue you. Lu Min, filled with joy, teased him, noting his newfound vitality. You silly girl, what nonsense are you spouting? I'll give you a good thrashing. Li Lanxiang brandished a fire poker, feigning anger. Yet her face radiated a long-lost smile. Lu Min laughed and darted into the courtyard, looking back at Liu Genlai with eyes filled with encouragement and expectation, akin to those of a parent watching a child take their first wobbly steps. Liu Genlai was determined not to disappoint his sister. He reveled in this profound familial affection, truly feeling like a child as he crossed the threshold and stepped into the courtyard. I can walk now. Won't you praise me, sister? Lu Min burst into laughter. Be careful. Avoid the slippery areas, or you might fall. Observing Liu Genlai's steady gait, she offered her advice before turning back to her laundry, casting occasional glances towards him, ready to rush to his side should he falter. Early winter had already bestowed the first snowfall, which had melted and refrozen, leaving patches of ice scattered throughout the yard. Liu Genlai was no longer a child. Upon his arrival in this world, he was already in his 20s, significantly older than the original inhabitant of this body. Given his frailty, how could he possibly tread upon treacherous ground? However, if one's physique were to become robust, one could unexpectedly slip away at any moment. A man remains a boy until death. Moreover, the original owner was merely a 15-year-old youth. The courtyard lay desolate. A clothesline slanted from the door to the wall, spanning nearly half the yard, with a few tattered garments fluttering in the breeze like flags of various nations. The yard itself was not small, approximately 2 mu in size. Yet aside from a pile of firewood by the left wall and a latrine at the far end on the right, the rest of the space was utterly vacant. The family was on the brink of starvation. Why not cultivate some grains or vegetables? It was not a matter of desire, but of fear. As soon as one planted anything, they would be treated as a burden and might even have their rations deducted by the team. Without rations, starvation would become an inevitable fate. Genlai, why are you out? Quickly return and lie down, lest you freeze. Liu Genlai was pondering how to ensure his family had enough to eat when his adoptive father, Liu Xuanzhu, returned, accompanied by his 2 younger brothers, a sister, and a man over 60. Liu Xuanzhu, resembling a little old man, clasped his hands behind his back, while a large empty sack swung behind him. 10-year-old Liu Genlai and 8-year-old Liu Genlai each grasped a rope, collectively dragging a bundle of firewood that stood taller than themselves, while their 5-year-old sister, Liu Caixia, pushed from behind. Why not sit on it and let your brothers pull you? How could that be possible? In these times, no ounce of strength could be squandered. If she dared to sit, Li Lanxiang would surely reprimand her. After tiring from lying down, Liu Genlai responded to Liu Xuanzhu while his gaze drifted to the old man behind them. The elder, surnamed Wang, wore a tattered felt hat and filthy clothes. Yet he strode forward with a demeanor akin to a victorious general, 2 dead rats dangling from the grass rope at his waist, swaying with each step. Ah, Grandpa Wang, have you been hunting in the mountains? Liu Genlai jested with the old man. Elder Wang, a lifelong bachelor, lived next door. In his old age, unable to perform heavy labor and with no ties, the production team assigned him the task of tending livestock. He typically ate and slept in the dilapidated houses of the production team and would only return home to swap dirty clothes for clean ones, leaving the soiled garments with Li Lanxiang. Could the old man not wash clothes? Of course, he could. Asking Li Lanxiang to do the laundry merely provided an excuse for their family's sustenance. Without the old Wang's assistance, they would have perished from starvation long ago. Ah, Xuanzhu, your eldest son has recovered from his illness, and his wits have sharpened. He can now banter with an old man like me, Elder Wang chuckled, pulling out the 2 rats he had tucked at his waist and tossing them to Liu Genlai. Here, lad, have some meat to nourish yourself. Once you regain your strength, let your mind be a bit sharper. Do not remain as foolish as before, oblivious to your own worth. After tossing the rats, Elder Wang turned to leave. Li Lanxiang hurried out after him. Uncle Wang, please return for a meal before you go. You haven't taken your clothes yet. Elder Wang waved his hand without looking back, striding purposefully toward the production team. How could they ever express their gratitude? Li Lanxiang wiped away her tears. Old Wang has always been generous to them, and now that he has some meat, he even made a special trip to deliver it. In the future, I shall ensure he is well taken care of. Liu Jin handed over 2 rats to his 2 younger brothers, who were busy stacking firewood, and without hesitation commanded them to clean up. The 2 brothers joyfully picked them up, squatting to start a fire while preparing the rats. One rat was frozen stiff, while the other was still soft, evidently having died not long ago. The old man must have thought that one was too few and decided to bring both. This was a gesture of kindness. Big brother, with the 2 rats, you can have one, while our parents, sister, and younger sister can share the other. How about we each take a tail? Second brother Liu Jin's face flushed with excitement. Though he was clearly ravenous, he still thought of the family. Third brother Liu Genlai said nothing, his eyes scanning the surroundings until he suddenly dashed out to pick up a stick as thick as his arm, quickly returning to aimlessly strike at the rat's tail. What are you doing? You almost hit my hand. Liu Jin grumbled in annoyance, pushing his brother away. You didn't get hit, so why are you being so fierce? Liu Genlai stood up, dusting off his backside and raising the stick again. The rat's tail is too thin. I want to bruise it so we can have more meat. Liu Jin's eyes lit up at his brother's words, clearly resonating with him. You silly boy, Liu Jin approached and ruffled his younger brother's hair. If you bruise it, it will just be blood and water when cooked, and there will be nothing left. The light in the eyes of the 2 younger brothers dimmed. They never doubted their eldest brother's words. In their hearts, the brother who could earn labor points for the family was already an adult. If you want to eat meat, in the future, I will get it for you. With the ability to procure meat, Liu Jin felt confident. Big brother, I want to eat meat, big meat. Upon hearing about the prospect of meat, Liu Caixia, the younger sister who was helping the second sister fetch water, exclaimed in excitement, nearly spilling a ladle of water. The 5-year-old girl returned home and immediately helped her sister without needing an adult's command. In these times, girls must prove their worth, for when hardship strikes, they are often the first to be sacrificed. You are just a little child, only thinking about meat. Do you even have the fortune to eat it? Liu Xuanzhu sat down on a burlap sack at the threshold, mockingly scolding his daughter while pulling out his pipe and lighting it with a piece of burning firewood. Tobacco leaves? Impossible. With barely enough to eat, how could one afford to plant tobacco? Buying it at the market? Even less likely. The family was so impoverished that they had to stretch every penny. There was no money for tobacco leaves. If one wanted to smoke, they could only make do with whatever leaves they could find. Watching the smoke rise from the pipe, Liu Jin felt a craving stir within him. He considered asking his adoptive father for a puff, but quickly dismissed the thought upon recalling his own age. Never mind, when I have money, I will buy some to smoke. What's being said at home? What do they say in the team? As Li Lanxiang set the table and served the meal, she inquired of Lu Xuanzhu. It's still the same old story. Lu Xuanzhu tapped his pipe. The tobacco made from decayed leaves was consumed in just a couple of puffs, hardly quenching his thirst, merely offering a fleeting sense of satisfaction. He carried a sack to borrow grain from the production team, for his family was on the brink of starvation, with no food left. They would soon have to resort to begging. Yet, even that seemed a distant hope, as there were individuals at the commune keeping watch at the village entrance. The moment one attempted to seek alms, they would be swiftly bound and brought back. Was it not evident? During the autumn harvest when sweet potatoes were dried, I distinctly remembered counting. Surely, not all had been distributed, and the production team's granary must contain at least 200 to 300 pounds. The accountant had opened the warehouse for me to inspect, yet it was indeed empty. Lu Xuanzhu puffed on his pipe once more. These scoundrels must have secretly divided it, not fearing the consequences of their greed. Li Lanxiang exclaimed angrily, her eyes reddening once again. Without grain, how could the family survive? Heaven does not allow the blind magpie to perish. There must be a way. Lu Xuanzhu remained optimistic. Shizi, tidy up the rats and take one to your grandmother. She has often helped us, and we must not forget her kindness now that we have meat. Upon hearing about sending meat to others, Lu Genshi and Lu Genwang felt a pang of reluctance, yet they said nothing, merely slowing their pace in preparing the rats. Both children had been well educated, knowing gratitude even at such a tender age. Li Lanxiang sighed inwardly. Casting a discreet glance at Liu Genlai, her lips parted as if to speak, but she swallowed her words, weakly uttering 3 words. Let's eat. Like the pressing of a magical button, Lu Genshi, Lu Genwang, and the youngest, Lu Kaixia, immediately abandoned their tasks, racing eagerly toward the dining table. If one were to select the most significant 3 words of this era, let's eat, would undoubtedly take the lead without contest. Not only the 3 children, but even Lu Min swiftly stood up, wiping her reddened hands as she hurried toward the table. Having worked so hard that she felt as if her stomach were glued to her back, the only one maintaining a semblance of restraint was Lu Xuanzhu. Only after his wife and children were settled around the table did he leisurely rise. Yet, Liu Genlai could clearly sense that Lu Xuanzhu was smoking with greater urgency than before. Genlai, come eat. Why are you still standing there? Lu Xuanzhu called to his eldest son, who had just sat down. I've already eaten, you all go ahead. I'm going for a walk. Liu Genlai was still hungry. At his age, he was the kind of boy who could devour his father's earnings. How could a small bowl of sweet potato leaves mixed with porridge suffice to fill him? But he could no longer eat. There was only so much food. And for every bite he took, a family member would have to forego theirs. He needed to devise a plan to procure some food for the family. Not wanting to delay even a moment, Liu Genlai hurried out of the courtyard toward the small river at the village entrance. In the depth of winter, it was impossible to acquire grain in the village, and with his frail body unable to venture far, the only idea that came to him was fishing. Fishing hooks, bait, and line. With no space to spare, none of these were necessary. The small river at the village entrance had little water to begin with, and during the dry season, it had run completely dry, leaving behind only a few scattered puddles of varying sizes. This winter has been rather frigid. Even at the onset of early winter, a thin layer of ice has formed upon the pond. Liu Genlai strolled leisurely along the riverbank until he halted at the largest puddle. He first placed his hand upon the ice's surface, intending to draw all the water from the pond into his space and subsequently extract the fish within. However, after several attempts, his palm became chilled to the bone, yet the pond remained unresponsive. After some contemplation, Liu Genlai picked up a stone and hurled it into the pond, shattering a considerable section of the ice. Observing the water's depth, he ventured into the nearby grove, laboriously breaking off a tree branch approximately 5 to 6 meters long, resembling a large broom. He plunged it into the icy void and focused his thoughts, attentively sensing his surroundings. Before long, the branch made contact with a small fish, and Liu Genlai's heart quickened as he swiftly drew the fish into his space. Success! Excitement surged within him. During cold weather, fish tend to seek refuge in deeper waters, and this branch was nearly long enough to reach the pond center, even if the deepest areas were not centrally located. Traversing the pond's perimeter would allow him to reach any spot. As long as a fish was touched by the branch, it could be summoned into his space. With this thought in mind, Liu Genlai proceeded accordingly, and by the time he had circled the pond, he had accumulated 7 or 8 pounds of fish in his space. The puddle was small, and the fish were modest in size, the largest weighing just over half a pound, while the smallest were less than an ounce. Predominantly comprising crucian carp, with only a handful of the more nutritious golden crucian carp. Turning his gaze towards several nearby ponds, Liu Genlai let out a quiet sigh. It was not that he wished to procure more fish, but rather that his body simply could not endure it. After toiling for about half an hour, he was left panting and swaying, having exhausted the energy from the bowl of porridge he had just consumed. Casting one last glance at his catch, his spirits lifted. 7 or 8 pounds of small fish should suffice for a hearty meal for his family. Exchanging his single bowl of rice for a feast for all was an astute bargain. Releasing the fish from his space, he broke off a branch and threaded them onto it through their gills. Once he had strung them up, he stood, only to be momentarily disoriented by stars flashing before his eyes, nearly toppling over. After regaining his composure, he grasped the fish and, bathed in the waning light of sunset, made his way home. Chapter 5. Exchanging for grain. As he entered the village, he encountered a young man in his 20s. Dressed in a shabby hat, a coarse cotton coat, and baggy trousers, he epitomized the rural attire. The only incongruity lay in his footwear, thick, warm northeastern cotton shoes, rather than the durable, versatile footwear typical for laborers. These shoes, while not overly expensive, likely costing only a few coins, were beyond the means of an ordinary farmer. This was Sun Baojian, the captain of Liu's production team. The illness that had befallen Liu Genlai was partly due to his own foolishness and partly the fault of this fellow. Despite knowing that rain was imminent, he had insisted Liu Genlai deliver manure, claiming that if a young lad desired to earn the same credits as seasoned laborers, he must work harder than others, otherwise he should content himself with half the credits. From a distance, upon spotting the fish in Liu Genlai's hands, Sun Baojian's eyes brightened, and he strode forward with purpose, fixated solely on the string of fish, hardly sparing a glance at Liu. "Where did you catch so many fish?" he inquired. "From the river at the village entrance," Liu Genlai casually responded, his footsteps unceasing as he attempted to bypass Sun Baojian. However, Sun Baojian firmly grasped Liu Genlai's shoulder, urging him to wait. "Do you have something to discuss?" Liu Genlai felt a momentary unsteadiness beneath him, nearly toppling over, which ignited a flicker of annoyance within him. "Did you truly catch these fish from the river at the village entrance?" At last, Sun Baojian diverted his gaze from the fish to regard Liu Genlai. "Isn't that an obvious question? If I didn't catch them, would the fish leap ashore on their own?" Liu Genlai irritably brushed Sun Baojian's hand aside. "As long as they were caught from the river at the village entrance, that's sufficient." Sun Baojian, taking advantage of the moment, clasped his hands behind his back and strutted a few steps forward. "The river belongs to the collective, and thus the fish within it are communal as well. If you have caught fish from the collective, you must submit them for public use. Hand over the fish, and I shall take them for you." Good grief. You, a mere leader of a production team, not even a village official, are trying to assert authority. Liu Genlai thought to insult this fellow further, but then reconsidered the plight of his family and suppressed his anger. "Brother Sun, do you desire these fish?" "Nonsense. I am merely assisting you in submitting them to the team. How could that be construed as me wanting them?" Sun Baojian was taken aback by Liu Genlai's directness, momentarily at a loss for words. "If you want them, you must trade for them with grain. Grain is currently more valuable than fish. I shan't ask much. These fish weigh approximately 8 pounds. I will only require 4 pounds of cornmeal from you." "That is fair, is it not?" The cornmeal, referred to as bangzigman, is a mixture of corn and its husk, containing less than half pure corn. While 4 pounds of cornmeal might be excessive, 4 pounds of bangzigman is quite reasonable. The rationale behind the exchange of 8 pounds of fish for 4 pounds of cornmeal is straightforward. 8 pounds of fish would be consumed in a single meal, whereas 4 pounds of cornmeal, combined with other ingredients, could sustain a family for 3 to 4 days. What does it matter if it's 8 or 4? These fish belong to the collective and must be submitted directly. Do you wish to barter with communal fish for personal gain? Are you trying to take advantage of the collective? Sun Baojian, regaining his composure, donned a metaphorical cap of authority. "Enough of this nonsense. Just tell me if you will trade or not." Liu Genlai had no desire to engage in further banter. "If you are reluctant to part with 4 pounds of cornmeal, I would accept 10 pounds of sweet potato slices as well. The sweet potato slices are far cheaper than cornmeal and do not satiate hunger effectively. They are quickly consumed and expelled, and though Liu Genlai was not particularly interested in them, he had little choice. His household was nearly out of food, and anything edible was considered a treasure. Sun Baojin stood momentarily stunned, staring at Liu Genlai as if he were a stranger. This lad, having recovered from a serious illness, seems to have undergone a transformation in temperament. In the past, he would have cowered under such intimidation, yet now he remains composed, hardly resembling a mere 15-year-old. Brother Sun, if you are going to agree, do it swiftly. If not, I shall take my leave. Liu Genlai leaned closer to Sun Baogin's ear, adding urgency to his words. Everyone is currently dining, and the street is deserted. If you dawdle any longer, it is likely that others will emerge after their meals. And these fish may no longer belong to you. In Lingxian village, with over 200 households and 700 to 800 individuals, the desire for fish, coupled with the willingness to trade grain, undoubtedly extended beyond just Sun Baojin. It is now 1959, the first year of the 3-year natural disaster. And we have not yet reached the most difficult times. Not everyone is starving. The Liu family's poverty primarily stems from their patriarch's illness, which lasted over 3 months and depleted their savings. I have little cornmeal to spare, at most 2 pounds, along with 3 pounds of sweet potato chips. Sun Baojin has abandoned the notion of taking advantage of Liu Genlai, no longer treating him as a child to be easily fooled. 5 pounds of sweet potato chips? You dare to ask for so much? At most 4 pounds. Very well, but I want to keep those few golden crucian carp for myself. You truly refuse to incur any loss. Observing the limited number of golden crucian carp, Sun Baojin acquiesced, raising his opinion of Liu Genlai a notch. Has illness sharpened your wits? Such a rarity. Good heavens, where did you procure these fish? After finishing her meal and while washing clothes, Liu Genlai's second sister was astonished to see him returning home with 7 or 8 gleaming golden crucian carp, exclaiming in surprise, "Wow, so many fish. Brother, you're amazing. Fish. Fish, I want to eat fish." Liu Genshi, who was chopping firewood, and Liu Caixia, who was picking up scattered sticks, were equally astonished by the fish Liu Genlai had brought back, eagerly gathering around him. "Let us prepare them. We shall make fish soup." Liu Genlai handed the fish to Liu Genshi. "I want to help too." "Brother, you are incredible. You caught so many fish in such a short time." Liu Genwang rushed out from the latrine, shouting louder than anyone, oblivious to whether he had finished his business. Hearing the commotion, Liu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang arrived in the courtyard, and upon seeing the fish Liu Genlai had brought back, were even more astonished than their children. "Who gave these to you?" Liu Xuanzhu clearly did not believe that his son could catch fish in such a brief time. His immediate reaction was to suspect that someone had gifted them. "Hurry up and return them. Our family has already accumulated enough debts of gratitude. We cannot afford to owe more." Li Lanxiang was even more direct, uncharacteristically frowning at Liu Genlai. Liu Genshi and Liu Genwang paused their preparations, glancing between their parents, their elder brother, and the fish, their expressions fraught with conflict. "Fish, fish, I want to eat fish." The youngest sister, Liu Caixia, oblivious to the unfolding situation, continued to clamor for fish. "These fish were caught by me in the river at the village entrance. They were not given to me by anyone. So you can rest assured and eat freely." As Liu Genlai explained, he pulled over a wooden stool to sit down, placing the tattered bag containing cornmeal and sweet potato chips at his feet. The back and forth had worn him out considerably. If he did not sit down soon, he might struggle to remain upright. "You're just boasting. If you caught them, why not say the fish leapt onto the shore for you to collect?" His second sister did not believe a word of Liu Genlai's claims. She knew precisely how capable her brother was. Liu Genlai smiled faintly, contemplating what excuse to concoct, when Li Lanxiang suddenly inquired, "Genlai, what is that you placed beside you?" Chapter 6. Preparations to enter the mountains just moments ago. The family's attention had been wholly captivated by the few golden crucian carp until Liu Genlai sat down and placed the tattered bag at his feet, drawing their attention to the other items he had brought back. 2 pounds of cornmeal and 4 pounds of sweet potato chips. Please pour me a cup of hot water." Liu Genlai stated nonchalantly, leaving the entire family in a state of astonishment. Even Liu Genwang, who had rushed a few steps to fetch him water, halted and turned to gaze at that tattered bag. It contained food. 2 pounds of cornmeal combined with 4 pounds of sweet potato chips would sustain the family for several days. "Where on earth did you procure such an abundance of grain?" Liu Xuanzhu stammered in disbelief. "I traded fish for it," Liu Genlai revealed, recounting the exchange he had made with Sun Baojin. Liu Xuanzhu stared vacantly at his son, his gaze filled with a complex mixture of emotions. He had made countless trips to the production team, employing all manner of persuasion, yet returned empty-handed. While his son had ventured out for a mere moment, and not only returned with several fish, but also exchanged them for this substantial amount of food. How had his son suddenly matured, surpassing him, the father? Should he feel joy or shame? You child, who permitted you to go into the water? Li Lanxiang rushed over, first patting Liu Genlai on the arm, then squatting down to grasp his pant leg and touch his sleeve. Discovering that his clothes were dry and his hands and feet were not cold, allowing her to finally relax. Her eldest son had just begun to recover, and now, in such frigid weather, he had gone fishing. What if the cold water aggravated his condition? If he fell ill again, it would be dire. Mother, I didn't go into the water. There was a drying water channel, so I just opened a hole, let the water out, and stood on the stones to catch the fish. My shoes didn't even get wet. Liu Genlai's excuse was far from perfect. A glance at the riverbank would reveal the truth of his deception. Yet, to reassure his adoptive mother, he had no choice but to say so. Li Lanxiang felt relieved. But the minds of Liu Jin and Liu Jianwang were already buzzing with plans. Upon seeing the eager expressions on the faces of the two brothers, Liu Genlai immediately sensed their intentions, and his expression turned stern. What do you two intend to do? Don't say I didn't warn you. If you dare to go to the riverbank, I'll give you a good beating. The moment the two brothers heard this, they immediately wilted. The younger brother's fear of his elder was instinctive. Look at you being so boastful. Perhaps I should give you a taste of your own medicine? Lumen approached, holding a bowl of hot water and casting a fierce glare, filled with warning. Hey, I can't take a beating. If you knock me down, you'll still have to wait on me. Liu Genlai chuckled, his smile disarming the tension. Lu Min's demeanor was more oppressive than that of blood relations. Yet he accepted the bowl with a grin and drank it in one go. The water you poured is truly delightful, Liu Genlai exclaimed, causing Lu Min to chuckle and even Li Lanxiang to join in the laughter. Fish, I want to eat fish. Lu Caixia, who had been waiting patiently at the side, suddenly cried out, having only consumed a bowl of thin porridge made from sweet potato leaves and chips for dinner. She was still hungry. Just as Li Lanxiang was about to scold her younger daughter, Liu Genlai preempted her. Mother, let's do the fish. I'm hungry too. He truly was famished, feeling as though his stomach was pressing against his back, and if this continued, he feared he would soon experience the discomfort he had felt earlier. Then let us do 2 or 3 for you. You need nourishment to regain your strength. Li Lanxiang was quite generous towards Liu Genlai, her eldest son. If it were any other child, wishing for fish would result in a slap instead. However, with just a few small fish, it seemed pointless to stew them separately, as it wouldn't even justify the firewood used. Furthermore, Shizi and Wangzi, along with Caixia, were at a stage of growth where they couldn't survive on mere gruel. They needed some nourishment. Liu Genlai could never indulge himself in fish, while the rest of the family merely looked on. After a moment's hesitation, Li Lanxiang nodded. I will stew it. Lu Min had been waiting for Li Lanxiang's agreement. The instant she nodded, she dashed towards the few fish. The fish had already been prepared by the two young boys. Scaling, gutting, and removing the insides? That was out of the question. The scales and entrails were also meat. Both valuable. The boys simply squeezed the fish to expel the innards, considering it sufficient. Any accidentally expelled entrails wouldn't be wasted. Rinsed with water, they could still be consumed. A clay pot was filled with water, the fish placed inside, and a few grains of salt added. That was the extent of their culinary effort. What onions, ginger, garlic, oil, soy sauce, vinegar, peppercorns, or star anise could they possibly have at home? Even the salt was coarse and yellow, broken into chunks and tossed into the pot. When hunger struck, who could afford to be picky about flavor? This is for you. Li Lanxiang lifted a tattered bag filled with cornmeal and sweet potato chips and casually handed Liu Genlai a paper packet. Upon opening it, Liu Genlai discovered 4 unfamiliar pastries, each the size of a thumb, layered and slightly yellowed. These were given by your grandma Zhang when Wangzi took her some mice. Li Lanxiang sighed. Alas, the debts of gratitude keep piling up. How will we ever repay them? Liu Genlai remained silent, pinching a piece of pastry and savoring it meticulously. The pastries had long since lost their freshness. They were somewhat greasy, and he had no idea how long they had been stored. Presumably, they were a gift from the son of the police chief at the commune, who could afford such delicacies while they, in contrast, could not. After tasting a piece, Liu Genlai wrapped the pastries back up, not returning them to Li Lanxiang, but instead pocketing them. He had no intention of sharing these 4 pastries with his siblings. It wasn't a matter of greed, but rather of utility. Casting a resolute glance towards the back of the village, Liu Genlai's determination shone through. The village of Lingxian derived its name from the towering mountains that lay beyond. To ensure his family was well fed, mere trifling measures would not suffice. He needed to hunt for larger game. To catch larger prey, he had to venture deep into the mountains, which required considerable physical strength. Initially, he had hesitated about entering the mountains, concerned that his frail body might fail him before he could reach the depths. However, he now made up his mind. These 4 sweet pastries would serve as his source of energy. In his past life, they would have represented his ride-sharing fare, the initial capital for a better life. Surely, there wouldn't be any dump trucks in this life. Suddenly, Liu Genlai chuckled. The fish soup was quite pungent, bordering on unpalatable. Yet he polished off the 2 small fish and a large bowl of fish soup that his second sister had served him. Not for any reason other than the scant protein contained in the fish. Protein serves as the wellspring of strength. Without the nourishment provided by those 2 fish, he might not even be able to scale a mountain. After savoring the fish soup and soaking the remnants, Liu Genlai retired to bed. In preparation for his foray into the mountains for hunting, he could not afford to squander even a morsel of energy and needed to conserve his vitality as much as possible. The following day, having consumed a porridge made from cornmeal and peanut shells, Liu Genlai set out with 4 pieces of pastries and a box of matches. He told his parents and elder sister that he was merely going for a stroll, for he dared not mention his intent to venture into the mountains. Otherwise, they would not only disapprove, but would likely prevent him from leaving the house altogether. Casting a glance back to ensure his family was oblivious to his departure, Liu Genlai altered his course, making his way toward the towering mountains behind the village. Chapter 7. Bringing home the wild chicken. The mountains behind the village rose in majestic layers, with 5 small peaks stretching for 4 or 5 miles, each only 200 or 300 meters high, collectively known by the villagers as the 5 ridges. Only after traversing these ridges could one be deemed to have entered the depths of the mountains. The 5 ridges offered little in the way of game. Any creatures that might have been there had long been captured by hungry villagers. Liu Genlai did not linger in the 5 ridges, instead following the winding path deeper into the mountains. Few villagers dared to penetrate the heart of the wilderness, not only due to the limitations of their stamina, but also because of the cold, and more importantly, the presence of wolves and bears lurking in the shadows. Starving and shivering, should one encounter a pack of wolves or a bear, even a group of 10 or 20 would surely find themselves at the mercy of these predators. In the years prior, when wolves had stolen pigs from the village, the villagers merely drove the wolves back into the mountains, never daring to pursue them into the depths. Liu Genlai felt the chill acutely. The thin layer of cotton clothing he wore offered little protection against the biting mountain winds. He quickened his pace, seeking shelter along the base of the mountain to shield himself from the cold. The meager porridge he had consumed that morning provided scant energy, and the 2 small fish from the previous night did little to bolster his strength. It was only after devouring 2 pieces of pastry that he managed to cross the 5 ridges before exhaustion set in. Finding a large stone out of the wind, he sat down to rest for a moment, finishing the last 2 pieces of pastry to regain some energy. After a brief respite of several minutes, Liu Genlai resumed his journey. His goal for the day was to hunt a wild chicken. Capturing a wild boar? That was laughable. He felt like a feeble chick. Should he encounter a wild boar, his only recourse would be to flee. Digging traps? He did not even possess a spade. Would he dig with his hands? Even if he had a gun, he would not know how to use it. Patience is key, while a wild boar was his ultimate aspiration. The path to success must be traversed step by step. Catching a wild chicken posed little challenge for him. Along the way, he had practiced a few techniques, using trees as a medium, and at that moment, his space contained several nests of small birds. If he could capture birds, then wild chickens were within his grasp. When a wild chicken flew to a tree, it was akin to flying into his spatial domain. The back mountain was serene and profound, occasionally interrupted by the calls of unknown birds. After a brief walk, Liu Genlai discovered numerous animal tracks in the snow, some belonging to wild boars, others to deer, and the most abundant were the tracks of wild chickens. It is not merely that wild chickens are more numerous than other animals. Rather, other creatures each possess their own paths, typically avoiding unfamiliar routes, particularly the wild hare. This creature is singularly stubborn, and if one were to fashion a snare from wire and place it along a rabbit trail, it would invariably plunge headfirst into the trap, tightening its struggles with each frantic attempt to escape. Alas, wire has become a rarity in these times, not just in his household, but throughout the entirety of Lingqian village. One would be hard-pressed to find even a few strands. Thus, the capture of wild hares must be postponed until another opportunity arises. Wild chickens, on the other hand, flit about chaotically, descending wherever food may be found. Though their movements may seem erratic, they are, in fact, quite predictable. One need only focus on the fruit-bearing trees and verdant grasses to locate them. In this regard, Liu Genlai possesses considerable experience. Having grown up in an orphanage, where the meals were rather meager, he learned to devise his own methods to procure meat. From the tender age of 10, he traversed the surrounding mountains, capturing countless wild chickens and hares, earning himself the reputation of a seasoned hunter. After a brief search, Liu Genlai discovered a wild fruit tree, its bare branches swaying gently in the wind, beneath which lay numerous tracks of wild chickens. Approaching the tree, he scanned the area and soon spotted 2 wild chickens perched on a nearby large tree, likely a male and a female. Unfortunately, it was not the breeding season for wild chickens, otherwise he might have been rewarded with a nest of eggs. As Liu Genlai gazed at the chickens, they tilted their heads in curiosity, perhaps deeming themselves safe among the branches. They remained still as he cautiously approached and steadied himself against the trunk. "You are mine," he murmured, a smile gracing his lips. With a mere thought, the 2 wild chickens entered his spatial realm. On his way here, Liu Genlai had conducted experiments revealing his ability to manipulate this space with his mind. Under his control, one of the wild chickens was swiftly plucked and cleaned with remarkable efficiency. Gathering some dry twigs, he quickly ignited a fire and placed the chicken over the flames, occasionally sprinkling a bit of salt water derived from coarse salt atop it. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air. How delightful! Liu Genlai swallowed hard, restraining himself from snatching the roasted chicken and taking a hearty bite, opting instead to wait patiently. After approximately half an hour, the wild chicken was finally cooked to perfection. Liu Genlai took a substantial bite, exhaling softly as he savored each morsel. It was utterly divine. The simplicity of the salted wild chicken transported him back to the sumptuous barbecues of his past life. Nay, it surpassed even those memories. The satisfaction he derived from this meal eclipsed any previous culinary delight. In less than 10 minutes, the entire wild chicken had vanished into his stomach, dispelling the gnawing hunger that had plagued him. In truth, he had only consumed enough to feel adequately sated. If he had truly indulged, the second wild chicken would have met the same fate. Yet, he refrained from overindulgence, aware that after such a prolonged period of hunger, his body might struggle to adjust to an excess of meat. With his hunger quelled and energy restored, Liu Genlai extinguished the fire and resumed his search for more wild chickens. Perhaps due to the abundant resources and the scarcity of human presence, there were indeed plenty of wild chickens in the area. By the time the sun began its descent in the west, Liu Genlai had amassed over 20 wild chickens in his spatial realm. With his bountiful harvest in tow, he began his journey back. As Liu Genlai retraced his steps, he jogged lightly, spurred by the evening chill in the air and his desire to enhance his physical fitness. In his previous life, he boasted a well-muscled physique, yet this body resembled a mere wisp of a stick. Should danger arise, the formidable skills acquired through countless brawls in his past would be futile in a frail form. However, one must not rush the process of physical training. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Liu Genlai maintained a moderate pace, balancing between perspiration and composure, testing the limits of his endurance. Upon ascending Wudao Ridge and arriving at the village, the sun had just dipped below the horizon. He ceased his run, regulated his breathing, and ambled into the village. At this hour, the villagers were busy preparing dinner, with smoke rising from chimneys, and the streets were largely deserted. Concerned about encountering any peculiar characters like Sun Baojian, he only retrieved a male and female wild chicken from his space once he reached his doorstep. "Where on earth have you been, my heavens, and where did these wild chickens come from?" As he entered the house, he unexpectedly bumped into Lu Min, who had come out to search for him. Upon spotting the wild chickens he carried, she gasped and quickly covered her mouth, glancing around furtively. Once she confirmed that no one was paying them any mind, she seized Liu Genlai's arm and pulled him inside. "Look, everyone, Big Brother has brought something back." Upon entering the house, Lu Min exclaimed triumphantly to Li Lanxiang, who was busy cooking, and Lu Xuanju, who was leisurely smoking a pipe, without needing her to speak. Both Li Xuanju and Li Lanxiang had already noticed, but they stood in stunned silence, struggling to believe their eyes. "Dear, pinch me. Am I dreaming?" Is it truly 2 wild chickens that our eldest son is carrying? Li Lanxiang nudged Li Xuanzhu, her gaze fixated on the chickens, her eyes wide with disbelief. Even neglecting the bubbling pot of water nearby, Liu Genlai hurriedly set down the wild chickens and grabbed a wooden stick from the counter, swiftly stirring the contents of the pot to prevent it from overflowing. Indeed, they are wild chickens, real wild chickens. Mother, feel them. Lu Min lifted one of the now frozen chickens and presented it to Li Lanxiang, her face aglow with joy, exclaiming that her brother had indeed brought back 2 wild chickens. They are truly plump wild chickens. Li Lanxiang examined the fowl, her previously dazed expression transforming into a smile as she inspected them closely. Lu Xuanzhu regained his composure, though he did not look at the chickens. Instead, he fixed Liu Genlai with a serious gaze. Where did you acquire these wild chickens? With nothing better to do, I took a stroll around Wudao Ridge. By chance, I stumbled upon these 2 wild chickens ensnared in a net, and I brought them back. Liu Genlai dared not reveal that he had ventured deep into the mountains. Judging by Lu Xuanzhu's expression, were he to learn of his foray into the wilderness, he would surely deliver a sound reprimand to instill some caution in him. Is it so easy to enter the deep mountains? You could lose your life. But they were trapped in a net. Li Lanxiang pondered, torn at the thought that the net belonged to someone else. The wild chickens, ensnared by another, were not truly his to claim. Yet, the thought of returning them was simply unbearable. However, if we do not return it, and others find out, the reputation of the Li family will be tarnished. Mother, rest assured, that net has been laid for many years. It is utterly decrepit and surely abandoned. These 2 foolish wild chickens were merely a stroke of luck for me. Liu Genlai discerned Li Lanxiang's inner turmoil and offered a comforting smile. Really? Li Lanxiang still found it hard to believe. Mother, you know who Genlai is. He has never lied since childhood. Lu Min interjected, moreover, news cannot be hidden in the village. If someone had been catching wild chickens, it would have spread like wildfire, and we would surely know about it. During the day, all the laborers in the village were toiling in the fields, their mouths never idle, gossiping about trivial matters, and if anything significant occurred, especially concerning food, it would quickly become common knowledge. If the family had labored all day without hearing any rumors about someone netting chickens, then it simply did not happen. Was it truly a tattered net? Lu Xuanzhu's attention was piqued. It is in shambles, utterly unrecognizable. The ropes have frayed, and they snap at a mere tug. It might have been laid before the liberation. The person who said it has either perished or fled in search of food. Liu Genlai fabricated a tale with feigned seriousness. The matter of hunting would eventually come to light among family members, but certainly not at this moment. To speak of it now would mean that every family member would forbid him from venturing into the deep mountains again. That is good, that is good. Lu Xuanzhu sighed in relief, casually picking up his pipe and lighting a cigarette, exclaiming, you lad are truly fortunate. While others struggle to find even a feather on the mountain, you casually stroll around and return with 2 wild chickens. Fortune, indeed, Liu Genlai chuckled inwardly. Without my space, I would be as feeble as a chick, unable to gather even a feather or a droppings. The mountains are perilous. I must not go there again. What if I encounter wolves descending from the mountain in search of food? Li Lanxiang was suddenly reminded of her eldest son's safety. It was not that she lacked concern. It was just that with Liu Genlai right in front of her, her focus was entirely on those 2 wild chickens. It is quite cold up there. You weren't freezing, were you? Lu Min was more concerned about Liu Genlai's well-being. She touched his hand and found it warmer than her own, which relieved her anxiety. Child's mother, serve the rice and boil some water. I will pluck the feathers from the chickens. I will chop the hen in half to give 1 portion to your grandparents and the neighbor Aunt Zhang's family. The rooster will be stewed for Uncle Wang. Lu Xuanzhu commanded while knocking his pipe. With meat in the house, his first thought was to return the favor. Those who have good fortune always support them, and if they were to indulge secretly, it would surely sadden others. No matter how difficult times were, he could never bring himself to feast alone. Li Lanxiang nodded in agreement without a hint of reluctance. Kindness is reciprocal, especially in hard times. One must not forget the favors of others. Lu Min assisted Li Lanxiang in serving the rice and boiling the water. After the water boiled, Lu Xuanzhu was busy plucking the chicken feathers when Liu Genxi, Liu Genwang, and Liu Caixia, the 3 siblings, returned. Just as before, 2 were pulling while 1 was pushing, bringing back a large bundle of firewood. As Liu Xuanzhu busied himself with the wild chicken, the trio erupted into a cacophony of exuberant exclamations. What a remarkable elder brother. Truly impressive. I crave meat. Each voice grew more animated than the last. Liu Genlai sat beside Li Lanxiang, observing the jubilant family, feeling a warm glow within. The essence of home was truly delightful. While stewing the wild chicken, he also added the rat that old Wang had brought the previous day. The pot of soup, seasoned solely with salt, bore an indescribable fishy aroma that Liu Genlai found difficult to consume. He forced himself to down a bowl with great reluctance. The others, however, were quite the opposite. Each sip of chicken soup was savored as if it were a gourmet delicacy. Particularly animated were Genshi and Jin Wang, their chewing of the bones producing loud cracking sounds. And they licked the bowls clean, leaving no trace of the chicken broth. Young Caixia, still too small to gnaw on bones, received pieces of chicken from Lu Xuanzhu's bowl. Once she finished her morsels, he proceeded to chew the leftover bones, echoing the sounds of his two sons. The soup made from one chicken and a rat was insufficient to satiate the appetites of 7, yet the family dined with great satisfaction, having gone half a year without meat. Their last meal of flesh had been the frogs caught by Genshi and Jin Wang, which had earned them a thorough scolding. Could one casually venture to the riverside? What if they fell in? The next morning, after a breakfast of porridge made from cornmeal and sweet potato leaves, Liu Genlai set out again. This time, he did not venture into the mountains, but walked the entire way to the city of Sijio. He intended to sell the wild chickens. Lingqian village was over 30 miles from Sijio, and by the time he arrived, it was nearly noon. In 1959, Sijio was far from prosperous and even bore a hint of decay, yet the spirit of its inhabitants was a stark contrast to that of the villagers from Lingqian. This was Liu Genlai's most immediate impression. One was vibrant and optimistic, while the other appeared weary and downtrodden. As he inquired along the way, Liu Genlai eventually located a supply and marketing cooperative. In the era of planned economy, commodities could not be freely traded. To sell wild chickens, one had to resort to procurement points designated for such items, with the cooperative being the most reliable state-run entity with purchasing authority. He sought a secluded alley near the cooperative, ensuring no one was nearby before he had a sudden thought and retrieved a large burlap sack from his space. The sack contained a total of 20 wild chickens, weighing between 4 and 5 pounds each. Liu Genlai exerted considerable effort to hoist it onto his shoulder, pushed open the door to the cooperative, and stepped inside. Chapter 9. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Upon entering, Liu Genlai could not help but smile. A row of conspicuous characters on the wall behind the counter proclaimed, "No unjustified assault on customers." Indeed, the characteristics of this era were vividly distinct, just as depicted in novels from a previous life. The cooperative was modest in size, merely 30 or 40 square meters. Behind the counter, a woman in her 30s was knitting a sweater. Upon noticing a customer, she glanced up momentarily before lowering her head to continue her work, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Liu Genlai sighed, wiping the sweat from his brow, and finally spoke, "Excuse me, ma'am, do you purchase mountain goods here? This is a supply and marketing cooperative. We only sell goods. If you wish to sell mountain products, you need to find a procurement station. We do not buy here," the woman replied without lifting her head. Not buying. Unbeknownst to him, Liu Genlai found himself inwardly amused, while outwardly murmuring in a tone audible to women nearby, "I've wandered into the wrong place. I must carry this sack of wild chickens to the collection station." As he feigned an attempt to lift the heavy sack, a woman suddenly let out a piercing scream. "You have wild chickens in that sack?" "Indeed, there are 20 of them." Liu Genlai pretended to lift the sack once more. "Wait, we'll take them." The woman hastily set aside her yarn, rushing from behind the counter, as if fearing Liu Genlai might flee, and seized the sack with a firm grip. "What are you doing? Are you trying to rob me?" Liu Genlai nearly burst into laughter. Ignoring his jest, the woman quickly opened the sack's mouth to peek inside. Upon seeing the vibrant array of wild chickens, her face lit up with joy. "We'll take all these wild chickens. Director, someone is here to sell wild chickens. You must come and see." Her voice, nearly breaking with excitement, called out to the office behind the counter. "Auntie, didn't you just say you wouldn't accept mountain goods?" Liu Genlai could no longer contain his mirth and asked with a mischievous grin, "You little rascal, teasing your auntie." The woman, now in on the joke, laughed in return. "With a large sack in your hands, I thought it was filled with mushrooms or wild vegetables. We don't accept those, but wild chickens are different. That's meat. If I were to turn away meat sellers, the director would surely have me for dinner." In the winter of '59, meat had already begun to be rationed. a family received only a few ounces of meat tickets each month, and the meat factory often had none to sell. Many had gone half a year without even catching a whiff of meat, and when they did encounter it, it was akin to reuniting with a long-lost relative. Everyone would seize the opportunity without hesitation. Am I a wolf? Do I eat people? A balding middle-aged man in his 40s emerged from the office behind the counter, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, uniform trousers, and polished leather shoes, an embodiment of a bureaucrat. Director, come quickly. This sack is filled with wild chickens, and they're still fresh. The woman, too preoccupied with the wild chickens to engage in banter with the director, was solely focused on the prize. Oh, so many? The middle-aged man's playful demeanor faded as he swiftly approached the sack, pulling open its mouth to peer inside. Upon confirming the bounty of wild chickens, his excitement was unmistakable. Xiao Zhu, go to the state-run restaurant across the street and fetch Xiaojia, he instructed the woman. She acknowledged with a nod and was about to step outside when he called her back. Just bring Xiaojia back. Don't say too much, understand? I know. I'm not foolish. The woman darted out the door like a gust of wind. With only 3 people at the supply and marketing cooperative and the state-run restaurant consisting of a chef and a few waitstaff, along with the director, there were just 4 individuals in total. If they learned about the wild chickens here, even 20 wouldn't suffice to share. Young man, my surname is Yu, and I am the director of the supply and marketing cooperative. I will take all these wild chickens. By the way, how should I address you? Director Yu smiled warmly at Liu Genlai. Hello, Director. My surname is Liu. You may call me Xiao Liu, Liu Genlai replied with a smile. You haven't mentioned the price yet, and you're already saying you'll take them all. Aren't you afraid I'll find the price unsatisfactory? Rest assured, the price will certainly please you. Director Yu pondered for a moment. Would you prefer to sell them by the piece or by weight? What does selling by piece entail? And how does selling by weight work? Liu Genlai countered with a question. Selling by the pound, I offer you 2 yuan per gene. If sold by the piece, a rooster costs 6 yuan, while a hen is priced at 4 yuan. Such exorbitant prices? Liu Genlai was somewhat taken aback. The pork at the butcher shop is less than 1 yuan per gene, and wild chicken certainly lacks the richness of pork. Director Yu assured him of his satisfaction, as he had initially thought he would be fortunate to receive 1 yuan per gene, but was surprised when Director Yu quoted 2. As for selling by the piece, wild chickens are slightly smaller than domesticated ones. Roosters typically weigh around 3 gene, while hens generally weigh less than 2 gene. However, hens contain more fat, thus commanding a relatively higher price. Overall, the price offered by Director Yu was quite reasonable. Noticing Liu Genlai's silence, Director Yu presumed he found the price unsatisfactory and explained. Young Liu, you must frequently hunt if you can bring in such a quantity of wild chickens. You should be well aware of the prices in various regions. The price I have offered is not low. The purchasing station's current rate is merely 1 yuan 50 cents. If we procure from there, it would only amount to 1 yuan 80 cents, but the purchasing station may not even have wild chickens available, and even if they do, not in such abundance. Hence, my offer exceeds the purchasing station's price by 2 dimes. Regarding that place, Director Yu paused before continuing. The prices there might be slightly higher than mine, but selling there entails risks. Should you encounter difficulties, not only would you earn nothing, but you might also incur fines. If you attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals, it could potentially cost you your life. Director Yu's words were quite heartfelt. Had Liu Genlai been older, he would not have shared so much. Does he perceive me as a child? Liu Genlai mused silently. Yet recognizing the sincerity in Director Yu's words, he felt compelled to appreciate the goodwill. Director Yu, you misunderstand. I am not dissatisfied with the price, but rather concerned that such a high offer may not be advantageous for you. Indeed, it is somewhat elevated. But considering the quantity of wild chickens you have brought, were it only 1 or 2, I would certainly not offer you this rate. Director Yu chuckled. I also seek convenience. Then I thank you, Director Yu. Liu Genlai contemplated for a moment before adding, let us proceed with selling by weight. These wild chickens vary in size, and your price is already quite fair. I would not want you to incur any losses by selling them individually. Upon hearing Liu Genlai's words, Director Yu regarded him with renewed interest. He had encountered many individuals at the supply and marketing cooperative, typically anxious about selling too cheaply and incurring losses. Meeting someone like Liu Genlai, who negotiated for a better deal, was a first for him. You may be young, but you possess a commendable sense of integrity. Very well, we shall sell by weight. At that moment, a woman hurried back with a young man in his 20s. Upon seeing the abundance of wild chickens, The young man's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without waiting for Director Yu's instruction, he began unloading the wild chickens from the sack, inspecting them one by one. Young man, have a glass of water. You look exhausted and drenched in sweat. The woman poured a cup of warm water for Liu Genlai, her face beaming with warmth. Thank you, Sister Zhu. After a long trek of over 30 li, Liu Genlai felt both weary and thirsty. Thus he did not hesitate to accept the drink. I'm over 30. My child is about your age, so please call me Aunt Zhu. Though the woman expressed this to Liu Genlai, she inwardly rejoiced. Regardless of the time, women always relish appearing youthful in the eyes of others. Thank you, Aunt Zhu. Liu Genlai promptly changed his tone and addressed Director Yu, saying, Director Yu, I don't merely wish to sell these chickens for money. I desire to exchange them for other items as well. Feel free to express your wishes. As long as I have it here, you may exchange whatever you like. Director Yu responded with a grand wave of his hand. His words were precisely what Liu Genlai had been hoping for, which was why he had chosen to head directly to the supply and marketing cooperative instead of the procurement station. Chapter 10. The bridge between men. There are quite a few items I wish to exchange. It would be best to write them down, as I fear I might overlook something. Liu Genlai scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It seemed as though he was intent on taking full advantage of the cooperative's offerings, aiming to seize as much as he could in one go. The journey to the capital city required over 30 miles on foot, so it was preferable to acquire everything needed in a single trip. Making multiple trips would be exhausting and time-consuming. Come to my office to write it down. Director Yu led the way, but just as Liu Genlai was about to follow, Aunt Zhu called out to him. Aren't you afraid of your weight being short if you don't wait for us to finish weighing? Liu Genlai responded with flattery. How could someone as kind as Aunt Zhu possibly shortchange me? Aunt Zhu beamed at his compliment. Her spirits lifted. What is your name? Where are you from? And how old are you? Go on, go on. Young Liu has important matters to attend to. We can chat later. Director Yu waved his hand dismissively, guiding Liu Genlai toward the counter. My name is Liu Genlai, from Lingqian village in Daling commune. Liu Genlai replied to Aunt Zhu before entering the office with Director Yu, taking the paper and pen offered to him and swiftly beginning to write. Director Yu watched him from the side, growing increasingly curious, and couldn't he help but ask, what on earth do you need such a hodgepodge of items for? At this point, Liu Genlai had nearly finished his list and began explaining each item to Director Yu. As you know, I am a hunter. The shovels and spades are for digging traps to catch wild boars. You've helped me so much. Once I catch a wild boar, I will surely bring it to you. Nowadays, it's hard to fill our stomachs, and many people hunt. The wild boars near the mountains have almost been hunted out, so to catch them, one must venture deep into the mountains. The roads in the deep mountains are long and treacherous, making it difficult to return in a day. In this frigid weather, sleeping in the wilderness can be deadly. Therefore, I also need to build a wooden cabin, saws, axes, nails, wire, and ropes. All these miscellaneous items are necessary for constructing the cabin. Moreover, spending several days in the mountains solely on dry rations will not suffice. I require pots, bowls, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and various seasonings for cooking. There are many uncultivated lands in the deep mountains, which is a waste. I wish to cultivate some of it, planting corn, wheat, rice, sweet potatoes, peanuts, and soybeans. I only need a little of each. It's just for seeds. Once the grain is harvested, it must be stored in burlap sacks. And when the grain is ground into flour, it needs to be kept in flour bags. If they tear, they must be mended, so I will need burlap sacks, flour bags, and needles and thread. Now that I have explained this to you, do you understand? Liu Genlai smiled brightly at Director Yu. Liu Genlai spoke at length. Yet Director Yu's interest was solely piqued by two words, wild boar. However, out of goodwill, he offered some words of comfort. The deep mountains are not so easily traversed. Although times are tough now, with a bit of ingenuity, one can always find a way to endure. You are still young. Do not risk your life for mere sustenance. It's nothing to worry about. I'm not venturing into the mountains alone. Our village has a militia unit, and every expedition is organized by the militia captain. The items I need were suggested by him as well. Liu Genlai had long prepared his response. A militia unit? Your village is quite significant then. There must be many hunters and consequently an abundance of game. Indeed, Liu Genlai affirmed, and this was precisely the sentiment that Director Yu relished. He nodded and glanced once more at the list Liu Genlai had provided. I have all these items you listed, except for the seeds. For seeds, you must visit the seed station. It's just a 2-station walk to the right. You should inquire there shortly. Director Yu, Uncle Yu. Would you kindly assist me in checking whether the seed station has the seeds I desire? Liu Genlai retrieved the largest and most robust wild rooster from behind his waist, seemingly from thin air, placing it on Director Yu's desk. To procure seeds, one must possess an introduction letter from the village. Without it, not a single seed can be purchased. Lacking such a letter, he had no choice but to seek Director Yu's assistance. He was not trying to inconvenience him. After all, the directors of state-run establishments like the supply and marketing cooperative, state-owned restaurants, and seed stations were generally acquaintances. The seeds he sought were not numerous, and if he could not acquire them, it would merely take a word from Director Yu. You rascal, Director Yu chuckled. Very well. I shall have Xiao Jiao run an errand for you. You can sit here and enjoy some tea while I prepare what you need. Though he held the title of director and earned a substantial salary, he too yearned for meat, and the prospect of exchanging a trip for such a sizable wild chicken was indeed enticing. Please, be busy. Liu Genlai refrained from being overly polite. Having traveled over 30 miles, he was indeed fatigued and welcomed the chance to rest while sipping tea. Before long, Director Yu returned with the list, seated himself behind the desk, and began to methodically tally figures on an abacus. A shovel costs 2 yuan and 20 cents. A spade costs 1 yuan and 80 cents. 2 jin of salt cost 2 yuan and 40 cents. 5 jin of soy sauce cost 3 yuan. 10 jin of peanut oil costs 8 yuan and 90 cents. After meticulously calculating 3 times, Director Yu took out a key, unlocked a drawer, and retrieved a stack of cash. Counting as he spoke, your 20 chickens weigh a total of 46.5 jin. At 2 yuan per jin, that amounts to 93 yuan. The total for these items is 33 yuan and 70 cents, so I owe you 49 yuan and 30 cents. Purchasing such an array of goods for merely 30-odd yuan truly demonstrated the value of money in these times. Liu Genlai mused inwardly, while outwardly he remarked, Director Yu, many of these items will require receipts, and you haven't accounted for the receipt money yet. What are you calling me, Director? It's Uncle Yu. Director Yu placed the counted money before Liu Genlai, saying, Did I not buy your wild rooster without a receipt as well? We are even. The phrase wild boar lingers in Director Yu's mind as he contemplates fostering a good relationship with Liu Genlai by extending a modicum of goodwill. Should their village's militia successfully hunt, how could he possibly overlook his esteemed elder? Must I truly address him as Elder Yu? Liu Genlai, unable to suppress a glance at Director Yu's bald head, pondered the impossibility of styling such a crown, wondering if this Elder Yu indulged in tobacco or spirits. I am grateful, Elder Yu. May our mutual goodwill flourish. In the future, any game I procure, I shall ensure it finds its way to you. Liu Genlai seized the stack of money without counting it, tucking it directly into his pocket. Director Yu, observing this, felt his impression of Liu Genlai improve slightly. He produced a cigarette, ignited it, and with a smile, addressed Liu Genlai. I have had Aunt Zhu prepare your items. They are waiting outside. I sent Xiao Jia to the seed station. You may sit here and enjoy some tea while you wait for his return. The aroma of the smoke wafting from across the table ignited Liu Genlai's craving for tobacco. Scratching his head, he sheepishly inquired, Elder Yu, I lack cigarette coupons. Would you be willing to sell me a couple of packs? Do you still smoke? Director Yu expressed mild surprise, hesitating briefly before offering Liu Genlai a cigarette. Liu Genlai accepted it, expertly placing it between his lips, retrieving matches from his pocket to ignite it. He inhaled deeply, savoring the moment with an air of satisfaction. You little rascal, yet an old smoker at heart, Director Yu teased. What sort of cigarettes do you desire? Cigarettes serve as a bridge between men, and as they shared 2 cigarettes, their bond inevitably strengthened. Chapter 11. 5-star review. Is there any Zhonghua? Director Yu smoked a Dakianman, which, while decent, did not suit Liu Genlai's taste for unfiltered cigarettes, which he found harsh. Why purchase such expensive cigarettes if you have money to burn? Director Yu assumed the role of a concerned elder, admonishing Liu Genlai as if he were a profligate child. My craving is modest. I smoke merely for enjoyment and do not spend excessively. Furthermore, when conducting business, presenting Zhonghua cigarettes can facilitate smoother conversations. Liu Genlai was not ungrateful. He recognized the kindness extended to him. Director Yu, swayed by Liu Genlai's reasoning, opened his drawer and handed him 2 first-class cigarette coupons. I happen to have 2 here that I do not require. Consider them yours. Very well, next time I acquire something of value, I shall ensure it is delivered to you first. Having sold 20 wild chickens, Liu Genlai felt no need to be overly formal with Director Yu. Good lad. I shall remember your words. I eagerly await your next generous offering. Director Yu replied, keen to ensure Liu Genlai's promise did not fade into oblivion. With a chuckle, Liu Genlai scratched his head, but suddenly, his stomach growled audibly. After a morning of running and having consumed only a bit of porridge, hunger gnawed at him fiercely. Are you hungry? Did you skip breakfast? Director Yu remarked, having heard Liu Genlai's stomach protest. Liu Genlai, initially hesitant to speak, found himself prompted by Director Yu's inquiry. I did not eat enough and have been feeling the pangs of hunger. I wish to dine at the state-run restaurant across the street, but I lack grain coupons. Elder Yu, do you have any? I exchanged money, not much, just enough for a meal. As for you, my dear sir, I have nothing but an abundance of meal vouchers. The Director, Yu, opened his drawer and handed Liu Genlai a pound of grain coupons, saying, take this for your meal. What are you exchanging? You've already called me sir. Can a gentleman accept your game hen for free? Liu Genlai, feeling no need for formality, replied, I shall not impose any further. I'll return after my meal. He accepted the grain vouchers and exited the director's office. A person of Director Yu's stature surely possesses ample coupons. But bestowing them upon someone is a matter of personal connection, a kindness he shall remember. As Liu Genlai emerged, he was met by Aunt Zhu, who was knitting and greeted him with a warm smile. You're leaving already? Let me see you off. Liu Genlai paused, saying, I won't be leaving just yet. I'm heading to the restaurant across the street for a meal. Could you assist me in getting 2 boxes of Zhonghua cigarettes? He placed the 2 high-value cigarette vouchers and 2 yuan on the counter. How can a young lad such as yourself smoke such expensive cigarettes? Aunt Zhu chided him gently. Liu Genlai, recognizing her goodwill, recounted the director's earlier words. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhu retrieved 2 grade B cigarette vouchers from her pocket and placed them in the drawer for collecting payments. Then produced 2 packs of Zhonghua and 2 packs of Dakiamin for Liu Genlai. Keep the Zhonghua for gifting, while you can smoke the Dakiamin yourself. Noticing Liu Genlai's hesitation, Aunt Zhu's expression turned serious. My husband doesn't smoke. These grade B vouchers were meant as a gift as well. Don't be polite with Aunt Zhu. When you come across something good in the future, think of me. With her insistence, Liu Genlai had no choice but to accept. Zhonghua cigarettes cost 82 cents a pack, while Dakiamin were 38 cents. Liu Genlai produced 40 cents. Go enjoy your meal. I'll keep an eye on your things. Rest assured they will be safe. Aunt Zhu smiled again, turning back to her knitting. The items he purchased were placed at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, divided into 2 burlap sacks, with shovels resting atop them. Liu Genlai felt a touch of gratitude. In truth, 1 sack sufficed for those items. But Aunt Zhu likely divided them knowing his journey was long, wanting to ease his burden with the shovels. Who says the service at the cooperative is poor? With service like Aunt Zhu's, it deserves a 5-star review. The state-run restaurant was merely 100 meters or so across from the cooperative, and Liu Genlai arrived in no time. Just as he was about to enter, the door swung open, revealing Xiao Jia from the cooperative. Little Liu? You're here for a meal? Seeing Liu Genlai surprised him. Yes, Liu Genlai nodded. He pondered why the director had sent him to buy seeds. Yet he found himself at the state-run restaurant. Xiao Jia called back into the restaurant. Xiao Li, the young hunter I mentioned earlier, has come to dine. Please attend to him well. Xiao Li. Liu Genlai suddenly recalled an infomercial from his past about a cordless phone. Unfortunately, the name alone, without the preceding hello or the trailing o, seemed devoid of spirit. Just tell Xiao Li what you wish to eat. I will fetch you seeds. Little Jia, ever the familiar one, patted Liu Genlai on the shoulder before mounting the bicycle parked by the roadside and riding off like a gust of wind. As Liu Genlai stepped through the entrance of the restaurant, a girl of about 18 or 19 approached him. She had a fine figure and a pretty face, which explained why little Jia frequented this place. Are you the young hunter who delivered 20 wild chickens to the supply and marketing cooperative? The girl scrutinized Liu Genlai from head to toe. Her voice was soft, yet the mention of 20 wild chickens captured the attention of 2 tables of diners nearby. If no one else delivered them, then it must be me, Liu Genlai replied with a smile. You're quite impressive, at such a young age. You can catch that many wild chickens. The girl complimented him while leading him to an empty table. It's nothing much, just a stroke of luck, Liu Genlai humbly stated as he took a seat. What would you like to eat? She inquired, but before he could respond, she continued, never mind. There are only 2 dishes today. One is cabbage, the other is potatoes. Just wait here. I'll have the chef prepare something special for you. Without waiting for Liu Genlai's reply, she turned and headed in the direction of the kitchen. The girl had a lively personality, quite well matched with little Jia. Before long, she emerged again, accompanied by a stout man around 40. Is it really necessary for the chef to come out just to stir-fry a dish? Liu Genlai pondered. The girl pointed at him and whispered something into the man's ear. Noticing Liu Genlai looking their way, the man nodded and smiled but did not approach. Instead, he headed straight for the supply and marketing cooperative. Is he off to buy seasonings? That seems unusual. When does a chef go out to buy ingredients while cooking? Liu Genlai occasionally glanced out the window, eager to see when the chef would return. Soon after, Xiaoli came over with 2 plates of food. Your dishes are ready. I specifically asked the chef to use aged Shaanxi vinegar in the sweet and sour shredded potatoes. And he sprinkled some green onions on the cabbage just as it came off the stove. Do try it. And by the way, how many steamed buns would you like? Would 2 be enough? Liu Genlai was somewhat taken aback. That person wasn't he the chef? He mused. How many grain tickets for 1 bun? He glanced at the mixed flour buns in the bowl, noting their substantial size, almost as big as 2 of his fists. In his previous life, he could hardly finish 1 in a meal, but now he felt confident he could easily devour 2. 2 tickets, he replied. Then I'll have 5, please. Since I'm here, I might as well use a whole pound of grain tickets. Any leftovers can be taken home. Just a moment, I'll get them for you. Xiaoli said without further inquiry, returning shortly with 5 large buns. They smell wonderful, Liu Genlai exclaimed, taking a bite and marveling at how enticing the aroma of the blended flour and cornmeal was, paired with the refreshing sweet and sour shredded potatoes and crisp stir-fried cabbage. He unknowingly finished 1 large bun. Just as he reached for a second, the door of the state-run restaurant swung open, and the stout man returned, carrying a bag. Director He, is there a wild chicken in that bag? Could you spare one for our table? A diner, engrossed in his meal, shouted at a middle-aged man, Go away. Why are you everywhere? The portly fellow waved dismissively at the man and swiftly retreated to the kitchen. After a brief commotion, it turned out that the individual was the director of the state-run restaurant, and the diner had mistakenly assumed him to be a mere cook. Fortunately, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, lest he make a fool of himself. Liu Genlai chuckled and continued with his meal. Before long, Director He emerged, carrying a teapot and 2 teacups, and approached Liu Genlai's table directly. Young man, may I sit down? He inquired. You are too courteous, Liu Genlai replied, rising to his feet. You are the director. This entire establishment is under your command. Surely, you may sit wherever you please. The politeness extended was a reminder that Director He had his own intentions in mind. Ha ha ha. Director He laughed heartily as he took a seat, gesturing for Liu Genlai to do the same. You may be young, but your words are quite amusing. While it is true that I am the director, I am also here to serve the people. I cannot simply do as I please. Liu Genlai chuckled and then asked, Director He, did you bring back some wild pheasants? Don't even mention it. Just thinking about it makes me furious. When others inquire, Director He might remain tight-lipped, but when Liu Genlai asked, he opened up. That miser. Director You. I had to plead with him and even offer a bottle of wine before he agreed to part with 4 wild pheasants. Can you believe that my years of friendship barely equate to a few birds? It's infuriating. Perhaps he hasn't had meat in a long time. He knew he couldn't speak ill of Director Yu, as he had been good to him. Nonsense. Director He huffed, no matter how many wild pheasants he leaves behind. I can only take home 1 or 2. The rest are for favors. Does he have connections, and I do not? Director He, you have sparked my interest. Liu Genlai mused. Next time I catch something, may I bring it to you first? Rest assured, I shall not offer it for free. Just come by, and I will have the chef prepare a couple of dishes for you. You can enjoy as many buns as you like. If you have any fine meat you fear you cannot cook well, feel free to bring it to me, and I shall ensure the chef prepares it exquisitely for you. I guarantee that after your first visit, you will crave a second. Director He, noticing Liu Genlai's gaunt appearance, sought to entice him with the promise of food, convinced that he must be hungry. Unfortunately, his words seemed to fall on deaf ears, as Liu Genlai was lost in thought, his mind elsewhere. Seeing Liu Genlai silent, Director He assumed he had been persuaded and leisurely sipped his tea. After finishing his meal, Liu Genlai drained the tea that Director He had poured for him, smiled, and stood up. Director, I wish to discuss something with you. Would it be convenient to sit in your office? Of course, it is quite convenient. Come along. Director He responded, believing Liu Genlai wished to talk about selling his catch. Cheerfully, he picked up the teapot and cups and led Liu Genlai to his office. Once seated, Liu Genlai produced a Chinese cigarette and offered it to Director He. The director, momentarily taken aback, smiled and accepted it. You young man have good taste, indulging in such fine cigarettes. Just for fun, Liu Genlai replied. Liu Genlai skillfully struck a match, igniting both for himself and another. Director He remained silent, leisurely pouring another cup of tea for Liu Genlai. He awaited Liu Genlai to speak first. He had conveyed his intentions clearly enough. Further elaboration would seem somewhat demeaning. As the esteemed director of a state-owned restaurant, significantly older than Liu Genlai, could he not maintain his composure better than a mere child? Yet, when Liu Genlai finally spoke, Director He was taken aback. Is your state-owned restaurant in need of staff? Liu Genlai pondered his sister Liu Min, realizing that the girl named Shaoli was of a similar age. If she could work as a waitress, why could his sister not do the same? You wish to join us at our state-owned restaurant? Director He regained his composure, incredulous. How old are you? Not even 16, I presume? It's not for me. It's for my sister. She's 19 this year. I'm only 15 and not in a rush to find work. I still wish to enjoy 2 more years of freedom, Liu Genlai replied with a smile. Oh, Director He nodded, contemplating. You must have noticed during your meal that this is a new establishment, and patrons are scarce. We have only been allocated 4 positions. 1 waitress, 1 chef, 1 apprentice. And myself. It would be challenging to add more staff at this point. If it were anyone else, Director He would have outright rejected the notion, but Liu Genlai, being a mere child, elicited a different response. Dreaming of securing a position at a state-owned restaurant? If it were that easy to get in, there would be a frenzy. He thought, what if I were to trade wild boar meat? Liu Genlai boldly proposed. How many pounds of wild boar meat would be worth a job position? Even wild pheasants can be used for favors. Wild boar, with its rich fat, is certainly more enticing in these times when everyone craves a bit of indulgence. Do you truly have wild boar? Director He's eyes widened in astonishment. Not at the moment, but I've been eyeing a sounder of wild boar for quite some time. I'll have some soon. Liu Genlai continued to raise the stakes. Is that so? Director He tapped his knee thoughtfully. If you can procure wild boar, securing a job shouldn't be too difficult. Meat is in high demand nowadays. 100 to 200 pounds of wild boar meat could potentially secure a position anywhere. However, I must reiterate that our establishment is new, and it's not easy to add staff at this juncture. If you wish for your sister to work elsewhere, I can assist in making some connections. Finding no way to bring Liu Genlai's sister into the restaurant while still wanting to keep the wild boar meat, Director He sought a compromise. Will increasing the number of diners at your restaurant lead to the addition of a waitress? Liu Genlai sought confirmation from Director He. Indeed, if the number of diners increases, 1 waitress alone, Zhang Li, would certainly be overwhelmed. Director He sighed with a wry smile. However, with the current economic situation and the sparse population in the vicinity, where would we find sufficient patrons? Fewer diners perhaps, but what about those who crave meat? Liu Genlai raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting Director He's mind began to race? Upon striking a wild boar, I shall promptly deliver it to you. And you can instruct the chef to prepare a delectable dish. With the current scarcity of meat, even in the meat processing plants, if there were a steady supply of meat available here, one must wonder, would many patrons frequent your establishment to purchase it? To achieve the outcome you envision, one would need no less than 200 to 300 pounds of meat weekly. Do you truly believe you can procure such a number of wild boars? Director He is no fool. He understands that as long as there is meat, customers will follow. However, grandiose claims are easily made. The crux lies in the execution. Our village boasts more than just myself as a hunter. There exists a militia unit as well. Liu Genlai reiterated his argument to Director He, stating, aside from me, have you ever encountered someone capable of selling 20 wild chickens in one go? Indeed, Director He nodded in agreement, acknowledging that if it weren't for the substantial number of fresh wild chickens you brought, given your age, I would not have believed a word you uttered. Very well. It is settled then, a month will suffice. If you can deliver 1,000 pounds of wild boar meat within that time frame, I assure you, I will ensure your sister's employment at our state-run restaurant. I express my gratitude in advance, Director He. Rising, Liu Genlai extended his right hand towards him. Director He chuckled, shaking Liu Genlai's hand, remarking on the youthful exuberance of this child engaging in adult matters. In this era, a chuckle is merely a laugh, devoid of any sarcastic undertones that would emerge in later times. Liu Genlai harbored no concerns regarding Director He's reliability. After all, the meat would not be provided without compensation. Even if Director He could not facilitate his sister's employment, he would not suffer a loss. After bidding farewell to Director He, Liu Genlai proceeded to the supply and marketing cooperative. Xiao Jia had returned, bringing with him all the seeds he had requested from the seed station: wheat, rice, corn, soybeans, and peanuts in equal measure, and 5 pounds each of sweet potatoes and potatoes. The funds for the seeds had already been set aside by Director Yu. Just as Liu Genlai was packing the seeds into a sack, Xiao Jia eagerly presented several paper packets. Enthusiastically elaborating, "I noticed a variety of other seeds at the station. So I grabbed a handful for you: sesame, chili peppers, cucumbers, and tomatoes. Oh, and cotton seeds. Nowadays, cotton is hard to come by. With the cotton produced from these seeds, your family should be able to make a set of cotton clothing for each member. Given how thin your cotton garment is, I feel cold just looking at it. Thank you, Brother Jia." Liu Genlai felt a surge of gratitude, and after securing the seeds, he withdrew a box of Dakium cigarettes and handed it to him. "What is this for? I can't possibly accept your cigarettes for such a trivial matter," Xiao Jia protested, waving his hands. Liu Genlai, undeterred, directly tucked the cigarettes into his pocket, stating, "If you consider me a brother, I cannot be stingy. Should you find Dakium unsuitable, I shall procure a pack of Zhonghua for you." With Liu Genlai's insistence, Xiao Jia had no choice but to accept. "Very well. I acknowledge you as a brother. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek out Brother Jia. I shall be more than willing to help. You child, always wasting things. Who are you to indulge in such fine cigarettes? 9 fun for the basic production is already quite commendable," interjected Aunt Zhu with a laugh. "Aunt Zhu, are you not concerned that next time your son comes, I might teach him a lesson?" Xiao Jia turned, playfully threatening Aunt Zhu. "Should you dare to strike my son, I shall reveal all your embarrassing incidents to Xiaoli, and then we shall see how you maintain your arrogance in her presence." Aunt Zhu remains utterly unperturbed. No, I was in the wrong. Please, say whatever you wish about me. I promise not to retort." Xiao Jia quickly surrenders, raising his hands in capitulation. The banter ceases between them, and with no amusement left to witness, Liu Genlai picks up 2 burlap sacks with a shovel in hand, bids them farewell, and departs from the supply and marketing cooperative under their watchful gaze. The atmosphere at the cooperative is quite pleasant. Yet it is evident that someone is needed. Persuading the second sister to work there would be far easier than securing a position at the state-run restaurant. However, from the outset, Liu Genlai has held the cooperative in disdain, and the reason is singular. The cooperative does not provide meals. In contrast, the state-run restaurant offers at least 2 meals a day, and even the leftovers from guests are far superior to the fare at home. The second sister is exceedingly thin, severely lacking in nutrition. Her complexion is waxy, and her hair resembles dried grass, hardly befitting a 19-year-old girl. The girl named Zhongli appears to be of a similar age to the second sister, yet she radiates vitality, embodying the essence of youth that one expects at that age. The second sister possesses a good foundation. Once her nutrition is improved and her body develops, her complexion brightens, and her hair darkens, she will undoubtedly surpass Xiaoli in beauty. At that point, suitors vying for her hand will far outnumber Xiao Jia. His urgency in securing employment for the second sister is primarily due to her reaching a marriageable age. Memories from his previous life reveal that many matchmakers have already come to propose. Had it not been for the need to care for his gravely ill brother, the second sister might have already had her marriage arranged. Even if an arrangement were made, it would be with someone from the countryside, where no family enjoys a prosperous existence. Given the kindness the second sister has shown him, he cannot bear the thought of her suffering in such a marriage. It is not just about the second sister. With the space he possesses, the entire family deserves to live well. It must begin with her. Turning into a secluded alley, Liu Genlai emerges empty-handed, having stored everything in his space. Upon exiting the Fourth Nine City, he begins to jog, his stomach full and body invigorated. He runs with renewed speed, enhancing the benefits of his exercise. The return to Lingxian village will take at least 2 hours. Such time cannot be squandered. So Liu Genlai begins to contemplate his space. The land within the space remains idle, perfect for planting seeds. However, he is perplexed by the varying tiers and their significance. Fearing waste, he dares not plant excessively, opting to sow 3 seeds of each type across the 6 spaces. Concerned about potential spoilage, he places 3 grains within each seed. Most seeds are straightforward, yet potatoes, sweet potatoes, and rice present challenges. Potatoes must be cut, with the sprouted side facing upwards, while sweet potatoes require sprouting before transplantation. A single sweet potato can produce many sprouts, akin to chives, which can be harvested in succession, thus burying them directly would be a waste. Rice is even more complicated. It must be submerged in water and requires seedling cultivation, a condition absent in his space, leaving him with no choice but to bury the rice seeds directly in the soil, leaving their growth to fate. It is indeed remarkable that, despite the absence of water in this realm, the entire expanse of land remains moist, as if thoroughly drenched, allowing for the planting of seeds without the need for additional watering. As for fertilizer, it seems implausible that such a wondrous space would require it for crops to flourish. Liu Genlai could only ponder this. Having sown the seeds, he began to explore other areas of the space. What is this? In previous instances, his attention had been focused on the gears and the land, neglecting the towering walls surrounding him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a circular button on the wall adjacent to the gears. The button, no larger than a fingertip and blending in with the wall's color, was difficult to discern without careful observation. What function could this button serve? With a fleeting thought, Liu Genlai pressed the button. Chapter 14, Navigation Map. In an instant, the entire wall illuminated, revealing a massive screen before Liu Genlai's eyes. This was a navigation map. Having previously driven for a ride-hailing service, he was well acquainted with navigation maps, relying on them daily. In one corner of the screen, the map scale was displayed, currently at 1 to 100, with a small red indicating his location. It appeared the navigation map was capable of zooming. With another thought, he adjusted the scale to 1 to 1000, unveiling the cooperative supply store and the state-run restaurant he had just visited, depicted in 3 dimensions, akin to a satellite map. This was quite entertaining. With another mental command, he set the scale to 1 to 10,000, revealing Lingxian Village, Wudao Ridge, and even the deep mountains where he had caught wild chickens. With this navigation map, it would be much easier to avoid getting lost, allowing him to venture further into the mountains for hunting. Liu Genlai mused. He wondered what his parents and second sister were doing. With a thought, he navigated the map to Lingxian Village, recalling the fields of the production team, and magnified the map to 1 to 100, quickly spotting numerous small blue dots. Continuing to enlarge the map, once the scale reached 1 to 10, further magnification was no longer possible. At this point, the blue dots transformed into human figures. Though somewhat blurred, Liu Genlai swiftly recognized his familiar family. They were all engaged in digging the abundant harvest ditch with the team, with Liu Xuanzhu wielding a pickaxe to break the ground. Dressed in a single layer despite the frigid weather, undoubtedly drenched in sweat at that moment. Behind Liu Xuanzhu, Li Lanxiang was using a shovel to transfer the loosened soil into a nearby small cart, which was being pushed by the second sister, responsible for transporting the excess soil to the edge of the fields, where it would be loaded onto an ox cart for composting. In a few months, once the manure had decomposed, it would be spread across the fields. Liu Genlai was all too familiar with this entire process, having once been part of it. Thinking of his parents and second sister toiling away for such meager sustenance, Liu Genlai felt a pang of anxiety, prompting him to quicken his pace. Within less than 2 hours, he returned to Lingxian Village, but instead of going home, he veered towards Wudao Ridge. The body is too frail to bear the weight of this household for the time being. Thus, it is imperative for him to enhance his physical training and swiftly cultivate strength. Running merely develops endurance and does little to fortify the body. What Liu Genlai seeks is comprehensive improvement. The body serves as the foundation. Only through robust health can one undertake greater endeavors. He meticulously crafted a regimen that included squats, push-ups, sit-ups, and pull-ups using a branch, encompassing every conceivable method of exercise. He initially tested the limits of his physical capabilities, documenting the number of each exercise he could perform, and subsequently devised a plan based on these limits, committing to at least 5 sets of each exercise daily. As his physical fitness improved and his limits expanded, he would gradually increase the intensity. He estimated that within a month, his physique would undergo a remarkable transformation. The beginning proved to be the most challenging. After enduring the day's 5 sets, Liu Genlai trudged home, his weary body feeling akin to that of an ailing individual. On his way, he encountered several returning laborers who inquired about his health. Liu Genlai had no need to feign. Having just completed his workout, he appeared as frail as ever, thus sparing him much conversation. Upon returning home, he discovered that his parents and elder sister had yet to arrive. While his younger brothers were back, their makeshift burlap backpacks resting on the calm. They were likely out collecting firewood. As for his younger sister, still attending classes, she was probably trailing after her brothers. Contemplating this, Liu Genlai retrieved 3 large steamed buns he had brought from the state-run restaurant and fetched a bamboo basket from the cupboard. This basket, intended for staple foods like buns, pancakes, and sweet potatoes, had accumulated dust, indicating that the family had not enjoyed staple foods for at least 6 months. Their meals consisted solely of various types of porridge. He wiped the basket clean, placed the 3 buns within, and returned it to the cupboard beside the stack of ceramic bowls used daily by the family. Next, Liu Genlai ventured into the courtyard, locating a basket woven from cottonwood twigs, into which he placed the few small birds he had caught yesterday. The wild pheasants had already been sold, leaving only these diminutive birds as a source of meat. Despite their small size, when combined, they would amount to half a wild pheasant, providing some much-needed nourishment for his family. Having accomplished these tasks, Liu Genlai lay down on the kong. He was utterly exhausted from the day's exertions and needed to rest. Just as he began to drift into slumber, Lu Xuanzhu, Li Lanxiang, and Lu Min returned. The trio first washed their hands and faces in the yard, brushing off the dirt before engaging in their respective chores. Lu Xuanzhu chopped firewood. Li Lanxiang prepared the meal, while Lu Min carried 2 wooden buckets on a yoke to fetch water. In the village, there was no running water, and the river at the village's entrance was too polluted. Many had fallen ill from drinking it. A few years prior, the villagers had pooled their resources to dig 4 wells in the cardinal directions, from which they sourced water for cooking and washing. Each wooden bucket could hold 50 pounds of water, and together the 2 buckets weighed 100 pounds. Liu Genlai's elder sister moved with remarkable agility while fetching water. It was astounding how her seemingly frail body possessed such strength. Liu Genlai was lost in thought when he suddenly heard Liu Shanju's voice. "Hey, go check if the eldest son has returned. I saw him leave the village this morning, just as he was starting to feel better, wandering about without a care. It's quite concerning." As I went to add some water to the pot, Li Lanxiang responded, but suddenly let out a gasp. "Oh my heavens! Come quickly and see what this is." Such alarm was unwarranted, especially for someone of her age. What could possibly frighten you at this stage in life? Liu Shanju's tone betrayed a hint of impatience, yet the sound of chopping would cease. Moments later, Liu Genlai heard another exclamation, this time from Liu Shanju, as he exclaimed, "Goodness gracious, such large buns! 3 of them! Am I dreaming? What dream? The buns are still warm. They must have been brought back by the eldest son. I need to see if he is around." Li Lanxiang, having regained her composure, hurried to Liu Genlai's room. Liu Genlai feigned waking up, sitting up on the kong just in time to meet Li Lanxiang's gaze. "The buns in the cupboard, did you bring them back?" Li Lanxiang asked directly. "Yes." Liu Genlai nodded. "Where did you get them?" "I went to the capital and traded some captured birds at the state-run restaurant." Before Liu Genlai finished speaking, Liu Shanju entered. Frowning as he inquired, "You went to the capital? How did you catch the birds?" "I made a net from dried grass and used crushed sweet potato as bait. The birds are currently short of food, making them easy to catch. I caught over 10. Half were exchanged for 5 buns, and the rest are in the basket outside." Did you not notice while chopping wood? It wasn't that he wanted to lie. The fantastical nature of his journey and the existence of a spatial anomaly was too extraordinary to share, even with those closest to him. He had to continue weaving his tale. Chapter 15. A bunyu, my child, just recovered and have already traveled such a distance. What if you collapse along the way? Tears welled up in Li Lanxiang's eyes. "Mother, I was hungry on the road and ate 2 buns. You wouldn't hold that against me, would you?" Eager to prevent Li Lanxiang from crying, Liu Genlai quickly shifted the subject. "What are you saying? The buns were exchanged by you, and even if you ate them, it is only right." His words had the opposite effect, and Li Lanxiang's tears flowed anew. "You even thought to bring food home. How thoughtful you are. Mother, why are you crying again?" Liu Genlai wiped away her tears. "I'm not so young anymore. Isn't it only natural to bring something home for the family? Natural? You are only 15, still just a young lad." Li Lanxiang's tears continued to fall, prompting Liu Genlai to seek Liu Shanju's assistance. "Father, please talk to my mother. If she keeps crying, my sister's water will go to waste." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Lanxiang chuckled. "Genlai," Liu Shanju said with a serious expression, "from now on, you must stay home and recuperate. No more wandering about. If anything were to happen to you, how would your mother and I explain it to your biological parents?" In front of Liu Genlai, Liu Shanju had never mentioned his biological parents. The gravity of the situation compelled him to address it now, as he was genuinely fearful. Liu Genlai had been seriously ill for over 3 months, and it was only after great effort that he had begun to regain some strength. However, should another misfortune befall him, how would the Liu family explain it to his parents when they arrived? Father, today I made a special trip to the capital to visit an esteemed traditional Chinese doctor. He assured me that my illness has improved, and to recover fully, I must engage in more physical activity and refrain from lying on the bed as I used to, or else I will deteriorate. Knowing he could not convince Liu Xuanzhu solely on his own, Liu Genlai fabricated a fictional old doctor. In these times, people still held great faith in the words of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Indeed, Liu Xuanzhu's demeanor immediately shifted. Did the old doctor truly say that? If you doubt me, come with me to Tongrentang in the capital and ask him directly. Liu Genlai met Liu Xuanzhu's gaze unwaveringly. This is what the old doctor from Tongrentang said. It must be true. I have heard that the doctors at Tongrentang possess remarkable skills. If Genlai had sought their treatment, he might have recovered long ago. Upon hearing her eldest son proclaim his health, Li Lanxiang's eyes sparkled with joy. Then let us heed the old doctor's advice. Liu Xuanzhu returned to chopping firewood, guilt etched on his face as he turned to leave. He was well aware of the high costs associated with seeking treatment at Tongrentang, a sum that their family could scarcely afford. Even the money for his eldest son's medicine had been borrowed from the collective, amounting to over 30 yuan, a debt that would take years to repay. Alas, it is my incompetence that has caused my children to endure such suffering. Dinner consisted of sweet potato slices mixed with an assortment of wild vegetables in a porridge. An odd flavor that Liu Genlai found difficult to swallow after just one sip, while the rest of the family devoured it with gusto. It was understandable. Who wouldn't feel ravenous after consuming a bowl of porridge in the morning and laboring all day long? Not to mention that even a broth made solely from wild vegetables could leave one with an empty bowl. When Li Lanxiang brought out steamed buns, Lu Min, Liu Genxi, Liu Jinwang, and Liu Caixia's eyes widened in astonishment, even forgetting to swallow the vegetable mush in their mouths. Accustomed to frugality, Li Lanxiang only retrieved one bun, carefully slicing it into 8 pieces with a hatchet, distributing 2 to Liu Genlai and 1 to each of the others. The leftover crumbs were swept into her palm and placed into a clay jar, mixed thoroughly. Not a morsel was wasted. After traveling such a long distance and exercising extensively, the hearty meal they had consumed at noon had long since been digested, and Liu Genlai was indeed hungry. Yet, he still offered the 2 pieces of bun to Liu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang, for compared to them, he had already eaten enough. How could he possibly take food from their mouths? Mother, I told you, I ate 2 buns on my way back. I am not hungry now. A bowl of porridge will suffice. You and father have worked hard all day. You should eat something substantial to sustain yourselves. Fearing that Liu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang might return the bun pieces to him, Liu Genlai pinched his nose and drank the porridge in one gulp before retreating to his room. Li Lanxiang's eyes were once again tinged with tears. Eat, my child. You are thoughtful and respectful, Liu Xuanzhu remarked, yet he handed the piece of steamed bun given to him by Liu Genlai to his eldest daughter. You are the only one who knows how to speak. Li Lanxiang wiped a tear from her cheek and divided the piece of steamed bun Liu Genlai had given her into 3 portions, one for her second daughter, second son, and third son. Mother, I don't want it. This piece is enough for me. I am satisfied as well. Though Liu Genxi and Liu Jinwang were still young, they displayed remarkable understanding. Even the youngest, Liu Caixia, after glancing at the 2 pieces of steamed bun in her hand, hesitated for a moment before offering the larger one to Li Lanxiang. You little girl, I have spoiled you for nothing. Your eyes only see your mother. Liu Xuanzhu chuckled from the side. Lu Min said nothing. Her head lowered as she consumed the wild vegetable porridge, and she did not take another bite of the steamed bun until the meal was finished. Once the family had completed their meal, they each busied themselves again. Liu Xuanzhu sat on the threshold, smoking his pipe, while Li Lanxiang tidied up the house. The 3 younger children arranged the firewood they had just gathered, and Lu Min quietly entered the room of her 3 younger brothers, gently waking the drowsy Liu Genlai. You must still be hungry. Get up and eat a bit more. Lu Min placed her saved pieces of steamed bun before Liu Genlai, one small piece given to her by Li Lanxiang and a larger piece, of which she had only taken a bite, was hers. Oh, second sister, after a whole day of travel, I am completely exhausted. Let me sleep a little longer. Liu Genlai mumbled. Sleep? Get up quickly and eat. Lu Min pushed him again. You silly second sister, do you think I am as foolish as you? If I were truly hungry, would I not eat? Liu Genlai remained unmoved. You are the foolish one, you little simpleton. Let yourself starve then. Lu Min huffed. turning to leave, but Liu Genlai suddenly opened his eyes wide and called out to her. Second sister, wait a moment. Has anyone been introduced to you by a matchmaker lately? Why do you ask this? You little brat are quite nosy. I am your brother, a member of your family. If I do not care for you, who will? Second sister, heed my words. No matter who introduces you to a suitor, they must first pass my scrutiny. Liu Genlai was preemptively setting a safeguard to ensure that, having just resolved her work affairs, she would not inadvertently marry someone without clarity. Look at how capable you think you are. Why don't you just fly away? Though she said this, Lu Min could not help but smile as she turned away. Her elder brother had grown up under her watchful eye, and without her realizing it. The infant had transformed into a young adult who now sought to exert authority over her. Chapter 16. Harvest. Liu Genlai, on the verge of sleep, was roused by his second sister's incessant chatter. After tossing and turning for a considerable time and unable to fall back asleep, he decided to abandon sleep altogether and, with a flicker of thought, entered the space. Upon entering, Liu Genlai was nearly startled upright. The seeds planted in the corresponding area of the fifth section had all matured, and from a distance, a vast expanse of lush greenery greeted the eye. Upon closer inspection, the corn had soared to over 2 meters in height, with each of the 3 stalks bearing 2 ears of corn, each measuring a foot long. Their kernels plump and swollen. The 3 stalks of rice were bent under the weight of their elongated ears, while the 3 wheat plants stood upright, their ears measuring over 10 centimeters, at least double the size of those grown in the village. The 3 potato plants flourished, their roots causing the soil beneath to swell. The 3 sweet potato vines were particularly extravagant, their tangled tendrils sprawling 5 to 6 meters, completely carpeting the ground in a lush green. Cucumbers, pumpkins, and tomatoes, along with other seeds that had been sown, had all matured, bearing fruit that was still somewhat immature. The cucumbers were only finger-sized, the pumpkins akin to fists, and the tomatoes resembled clusters of green grapes. This transformation had occurred within a single day. Would the harvest not be ready by early tomorrow? The prospect of reaping the rewards of crops sown in just one day was tantalizing, especially given that this area spanned 2 to 3 acres, suggesting that food scarcity would no longer be a concern for his family. Liu Genlai pondered excitedly, surveying the other plots. In the corresponding 4th plot, the crops had only reached half the height of those in the 5th plot, indicating a growth period twice as long, 2 days for a harvest. That was still a short span. The 3rd plot seeds had only just germinated, making it impossible to determine how long they would take to mature. The 1st and 2nd plots, along with the reverse plot, showed no signs of change at all, rendering any predictions futile. Nevertheless, with 4 to 5 acres in the 5th and 4th plots, he felt sufficiently satisfied. Liu Genlai was not greedy. What good would it do to sell excess crops? In this day and age, where food was scarce everywhere, selling 10 or 8 pounds of grain might go unnoticed. But daring to sell over 100 pounds would surely draw attention. If he attracted the gaze of unscrupulous individuals, he would be the only one in trouble. But if he caught the eye of local authorities, the entire Liu family would bear the brunt of it. Until he had adequate means of self-protection, Liu Genlai was unwilling to take such risks. After some contemplation, he uprooted the 3 sweet potatoes and pinched the tips of each vine, replanting them in the soil. Sweet potatoes thrive when their roots and sprouts are buried. Merely planting one would yield little. Once he had tended to the sweet potatoes, Liu Genlai retrieved all the seeds, mentally tilling the soil and sowing them as if he were part of a production team. With over 10 pounds of seeds, he nearly filled the 5th and 4th plots. And now all that remained was to await the harvest. With a heart full of joy, Liu Genlai exited the space, soon succumbing to a wave of drowsiness and drifting into slumber. Upon waking the next day, his first action was to enter the space and check on his crops. As he had anticipated, the plants in the 5th plot had begun to yellow, suggesting they would be ready for harvest by noon. The seeds sown in the 4th plot the previous afternoon had grown to a size comparable to those newly planted in the 5th plot, indicating a maturation period half that of the latter. By tonight, he would be able to reap his first harvest, with the second wave expected the following evening. Breakfast was similar to usual, consisting of porridge made from grains and wild vegetables, though this time, Li Lanxiang had also sliced a bun. The family did not eat lunch, as they needed to labor throughout the day, making breakfast the most significant meal. Given Li Lanxiang's temperament, she ought not to have consumed the steamed bun last night. Her decision to do so likely stemmed from an overwhelming sense of surprise and excitement. After indulging, she might find herself regretting it. Mother, what happened to the birds I caught? Why weren't they prepared? Liu Genlai stirred the congee in his bowl with chopsticks, and to his dismay, there was neither bird meat nor even a single feather present. Lu Caixia lifted her head, her large eyes sparkling as she gazed at Li Lanxiang. Equally curious about the fate of the little birds they had helped tidy up for the two young men the previous night. Liu Genshi and Liu Jianwang, the two brothers, remained engrossed in their porridge, resembling little piglets, gulping it down without a glance upwards. Their curiosity was not lacking. They simply anticipated Li Lanxiang's explanation. I have already salted them. We shall consume them during the new year. We had meat yesterday, so we must refrain today, Li Lanxiang asserted with an air of finality. Liu Genlai refrained from further comment and promptly stuffed the piece of bun allocated to him into his mouth. He knew his mother's disposition all too well. Words were futile unless there was an abundance of meat in the household. Observing Liu Genlai finish his bun, Lu Min finally took a small bite of her own piece. Perhaps having learned from the previous night's lesson, Li Lanxiang had meticulously sliced the steamed buns this morning, ensuring that the 7 pieces were of nearly uniform size, with no variance whatsoever. With 7 individuals sharing one bun, each was left with merely a small fragment, just sufficient to fill the gaps between their teeth. Even so, Lu Min hesitated to finish hers in one go. She reserved the larger half along with 2 pieces saved from last night, intending to save them as provisions for lunch. The hardest times had yet to arrive, as not every family struggled to afford provisions. After toiling for an entire morning, fatigued and famished, they would sit together to rest while others ate, leaving their own family to merely watch, an indescribable discomfort settling in. Once breakfast concluded, the family dispersed to attend to their respective tasks, and Liu Genlai ventured into the mountains. Along the way, he collected numerous slender twigs, intending to construct a support for the cucumbers and tomatoes. Cucumbers and tomatoes growing close to the ground would not thrive well. He also planned to sell some to the state-owned restaurant, knowing that if they appeared unmarketable, they would fetch a low price. To sell vegetables to the state-owned restaurant, the source of the produce must be established beforehand. Without a credible explanation, he could easily corner him with the question, where did you procure such fresh vegetables? Plastic greenhouses? Such a thing did not exist in this era. The plastic film was made of polyethylene, a scarce material, making large-scale production of plastic films impossible. Country folk could not possibly acquire it. What could be done? As Liu Genlai pondered, he activated the navigation map in his spatial realm with his thoughts. He initially intended to find a shortcut into the deep mountains, but as his mind shifted, he reduced the map scale. When it reached a 100-to-1 ratio, a marked location caught his eye, the military camp. Approximately 7 to 8 kilometers from Lingxian village, at the foot of the mountain, a regiment was stationed. He could assert that the vegetables were provided by this military unit. Why would the military supply him with vegetables? Certainly, it was because he had delivered meat to them. This rationale was quite sound. Even if he were to harbor doubts, he would have no means to verify them. Could one simply enter a military encampment? It is forbidden to even inquire about the military base, let alone gather information, for in these times, spies are rampant. Should one inadvertently ask the wrong questions and catch the attention of a discerning individual, they could very well be suspected of being an enemy agent. Delivering meat to the troops might not be out of the question. He could easily play the role convincingly. Liu Genlai's eyes brightened at the thought, and his pace quickened. Chapter 17. Joy and pride, he ran to the spot where he had previously caught wild chickens, feeling somewhat exhausted yet elated. After 2 days of exercise, he had already begun to see results. His physical condition had improved significantly. When he first arrived, he could not have run such a distance even under duress. After resting for about 10 minutes and regaining some strength, Liu Genlai followed the footprints left by wild boars in the snow, searching for them. Setting traps? That was not feasible at the moment. His stamina was insufficient, and he lacked bait. Wild boars are not foolish. Without enticing food, it is unlikely they would jump into a trap willingly. These creatures, short-legged and stout, do not venture up the mountains but forage in the valleys. Following the boar tracks along the valley, he made his way through the forest. After about half an hour, he faintly heard the grunting of wild boars ahead. He climbed to a higher vantage point, cautiously approaching, peeking out from behind a large rock. In the valley below, several dozen meters away, a group of wild boars was foraging in the snow. Upon closer inspection, Liu Genlai counted 6 boars, 2 large ones and 4 smaller ones, likely a family unit. The male boar appeared to weigh around 150 pounds, while the female was slightly smaller, perhaps just over 100 pounds. The 4 piglets were around 30 to 40 pounds each. What a bounty! Liu Genlai wiped his mouth and withdrew his head, marking the 6 wild boars on his map. He then crouched low and circled around to position himself in front of the boars, at a distance of about 100 meters from them. He fashioned a large semicircle with grass ropes tied to tree roots, a foot off the ground. Half of what he had told Lu Xuanzhu was true. He had indeed twisted the grass ropes, but instead of weaving a net to catch birds, he had stored them in his space. The previous afternoon, during breaks in his exercise, he had twisted 200 or 300 meters of grass rope. The rope was slender, about the thickness of a pinky finger, loosely twisted. It might not even be able to bind a bundle of firewood, yet it was sufficient for capturing wild boars. Concealed behind a stone several dozen meters away, he held one end of the grass rope, ready to draw in any boar that brushed against it. Now he was left to wait. The semicircle formed by the grass rope extended over 100 meters, and he was not concerned about the boars straying off course. Unless they turned back, they would inevitably encounter the rope. Liu Genlai did not merely wait idly. His focus remained on the 6 boars marked with blue dots, while his body continued to exercise. Fearing that any noise might startle the boars, he restricted himself to doing sit-ups and push-ups. After reaching his limit in one set, he would rest briefly, regain some strength, and continue to the next set, not daring to relax for even a moment. By the time he reached the 3rd set, the herd of wild boars was drawing closer. Having strayed about 40 to 50 meters from his anticipated line, yet still within the confines of the semicircle formed by the grass rope, Liu Genlai leaned against the rock, intently focused on the blue dot on the map, gripping the grass rope tightly. Leading the way was a boar weighing around 150 pounds. Its long snout rooting in the snow, tusks prying up and down. The moment the wild boar's tusks brushed against the grass rope, a surge of thought struck Liu Genlai, and the boar appeared in his space. The remaining wild boars were utterly oblivious to what had transpired, continuing their foraging without a hint that the boar had vanished. 2 playful piglets, not content to forage properly, scampered a few steps forward, inadvertently getting caught by the grass rope. And Liu Genlai's space was suddenly filled with 2 motionless piglets. Before long, 3 more wild boars bumped into the grass rope and were drawn into the space. The entire family intact and orderly. Liu Genlai exhaled deeply, emerging from behind the stone, and with a light-hearted stride. He stowed the grass rope and kindled a fire on the spot. He was aware that the newly purchased iron pot required seasoning before use. But he paid little heed to such details, quickly utilizing his space to clean the pot, applying a layer of peanut oil, and heating it to completion. The 2 pounds of sliced pig meat entered the pot, and soon, an irresistible aroma wafted through the air. Once the meat was golden on both sides, he sprinkled a bit of salt, added some soy sauce, and casually tossed in a few spices. Liu Genlai could hardly contain his eagerness as he popped a piece into his mouth. It was absolutely delicious. Liu Genlai's face radiated satisfaction. In less than 10 minutes, he devoured the 2 pounds of wild boar meat, yet he only felt half full. He refrained from eating more, knowing that excess would hinder his physical activity. He still needed to exercise. After putting away the iron pot, Liu Genlai strolled leisurely towards the mountain, returning to Wudao Ridge around noon. Meanwhile, the production team also welcomed their lunch break. Those who had worked hard throughout the morning gathered on a sunlit dirt slope, sipping the thin porridge brought by the team's feeder, resting while engaging in casual conversation. Some individuals with provisions took out their supplies to enjoy with the porridge, while many without food turned their heads away, the chatter dwindling significantly. It was disheartening to watch. Everyone was hungry. Those eating provisions only intensified the frustration of those with merely porridge. The Liu family was also gathered together. Liu Xuanzhu sat on a bundle of hay, wrapped in a coat, puffing on a pipe, while Li Lanxiang chatted casually with a few nearby women. Lu Min glanced around and quietly retrieved a paper package from her pocket. After finishing a bag of tobacco, Liu Xuanzhu was tapping his pipe when he suddenly felt someone tap his shoulder. Instinctively turning his head, he was taken aback to see Lu Min offering a piece of steamed bun. Staring at his daughter and then at the bun, Liu Xuanzhu couldn't help but ask, "Where did you get this?" "It was given to me last night and this morning. I couldn't bear to eat it," Lu Min explained. "You silly girl," Liu Xuanzhu said, feeling a lump in his throat as he reached out to pat his daughter's head. "If I don't eat, you should." Upon first laying eyes on the steamed bun, Liu Xuanzhu mistakenly believed that Lu Min had taken it from the leftover bun at home, ready to explode in anger. However, Upon hearing Lu Min's explanation, all of Lu Xuanzhu's fury instantly transformed into guilt and compassion. Li Lanxiang, having heard the commotion behind her, turned her head and, like Lu Xuanzhu, was momentarily taken aback. Lu Min exhibited no favoritism, distributing 3 pieces of the bun, giving Lu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang each a substantial piece, while keeping the smallest for herself. "Your family is doing quite well, bringing buns as provisions," exclaimed a sharp-eyed woman, instantly drawing the attention of the crowd. No one can resist the allure of the word bun. "These pieces of bun were brought back by my family from the 49 city for medical treatment. He couldn't bear to eat them and save them for us." Li Lanxiang hurriedly clarified, "Your family can even bring food back." Another woman exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, my family understands." Li Lanxiang beamed with pride. As soon as he recovered from his illness, he knew to find food for the family. Just a few days ago, he brought home some fish, then 2 wild chickens, and yesterday, 2 large buns. I feel like I'm dreaming. I still can't believe it. Chapter 18. Grandma arrives. Your family is quite capable. My little rascal is even a year older than him and only knows how to eat, one woman chimed in. I've always thought that this child would succeed. By the way, Lu Xuanzhu, shouldn't Lu Jin come to marry soon? I have a niece who's quite nice, and I'd like to introduce them. Another woman added, My Liu Jin is still young. He will only be 16 after the new year. He still has a few years before marriage, Li Lanxiang replied. 16 is not too young. You can at least arrange an engagement and let them get to know each other. When the time is right, they can wed. This matter must be decided by Liu Jin himself. As his foster mother, I cannot take charge, she replied, feeling a surge of indignation. When Liu Jin was ill, no one paid him any mind. But now that he has recovered and is able to procure food, everyone wants to bask in his success. What a joke. Liu Jin is still young, but your second daughter must be of marrying age by now. Another woman approached. My nephew is 20 this year. Around the same age as your second daughter. How about we set a date for them to meet? Li Lanxiang felt a flicker of interest. In their village, girls typically married by 19. Recently, while Liu Jin was ill, the second daughter had been busy caring for him and hadn't thought about marriage. Now that Liu Jin had recovered, it was time for her to consider finding a husband. Noticing Li Lanxiang's growing interest, Lu Min recalled Liu Jin's words and quickly added, Liu Jin has said that he will take charge of my marriage. I will heed his wishes. I say, Lu Xuanzhu, your son is aiming for the stars. How old is he? And he is already trying to make decisions for the family. Don't you want to give him a good talking to when he gets home? A man listening and jested at Liu Jin. If your eldest son could bring home that much food, would you dare to scold him? Lu Xuanzhu chuckled, puffing on his pipe with a smile. If my rascal could bring home food, I would worship him like a deity. The crowd erupted in laughter. Lu Min joined in the merriment, glancing back towards home. Feeling inexplicably reassured, having indulged in a hearty feast of meat, Liu Genlai resolved to intensify his exercise regimen, increasing his sets from 5 to 10. As he trudged home, weary from his exertions, the sky was already dimming, with wisps of smoke rising from the chimneys of every household. Upon reaching his doorstep, a sudden thought struck him, and a burlap sack materialized upon his shoulder. Within it lay a small wild boar, weighing over 30 pounds. He had dispatched the creature in the confines of his space, lest its cries disturb the entire village. The courtyard was more animated than usual, with not only his family present, but also 2 elderly women. Liu Genlai pondered briefly before greeting them. Grandma, Zhang Grandma. The frail old woman was his grandmother, while the slightly plumper one was the neighbor, Grandma Zhang. They had likely come to see him. At his grandmother's feet lay a small cloth bag, and Grandma Zhang had a paper parcel resting on her lap. Genlai's back. What have you got there? Is it heavy? You just recovered from your illness, and you're already working hard. What if you tire yourself out? And you? What kind of father are you, not looking after him? Grandma rushed over, eager to take the sack from her grandson's shoulder. Liu Genlai quickly stepped aside. Grandma? It's quite heavy. Please don't strain your back. I can manage, really. Look at how much your grandma cares for you. You must take it easy. Don't make her worry, Grandma Zhang chimed in with a smile. Liu Genlai dropped the sack to the ground and tugged at its corner with force, causing the wild boar to roll out, instantly capturing everyone's attention. My goodness, how did you bring back a wild boar? You really are something, Grandma Zhang exclaimed, the first to regain her composure. Child, can you really catch a wild boar? Why must you cause us such concern? His grandmother fretted, her primary worry being whether her grandson was hurt. She thoroughly inspected Liu Genlai, only relaxing once she confirmed he was unscathed. Genlai, did you venture deep into the mountains? Lu Xuan, his father, asked sternly. No, I didn't. Liu Genlai quickly refuted. I caught this wild boar in a trap at Wudao Ridge. It was quite spirited in the trap. I dared not approach too closely. I only struck it down with a stick once it was too exhausted to move. Otherwise, I would have returned home much earlier. Good call on keeping your distance. Wild boars can be fierce. Don't be deceived by its size. If it were to charge, it could overpower several people. Li Lanxiang, who was busy cooking, interjected, inadvertently provoking Grandma's ire. Are you praising him? Is this how you parent? Are you only happy when he goes deep into the mountains? It was no surprise that the old woman was upset. She had always considered Liu Genlai her own grandson, and his parents had allowed him to exhaust himself to the point of illness, leaving him bedridden for months. In times past, she would have punished them, but such measures were no longer acceptable, and all she could do now was scold to release her frustration. As the old woman expressed her displeasure, Li Lanxiang immediately fell silent. In these times, a mother-in-law could often be a daughter-in-law's greatest adversary, and few daughters-in-law were unafraid of their mothers-in-law. To speak back after a reprimand could invite the scorn of the entire village. Liu Genlai refrained from intervening in the matters between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. He turned to Lu Min and said, Second sister, shortly, please boil a bit more water. My father and I will slaughter the pig, tonight. We shall feast on braised meat. Meat? I crave meat, an abundance of it. Upon hearing the promise of meat, the younger sister Liu Caixia leaped with joy. Liu Genshi and Liu Genwang, the younger brothers, shared the same eager expression, their eyes fixated on the wild boar, saliva pooling in their mouths. Be a bit more cautious next time, Lu Xuanzhu remarked with an air of authority, turning to grasp the hatchet, ready to slay the pig. Granny Zhang, witnessing this, chuckled and said, You intend to use that hatchet to butcher a pig? Spare us. That blade is so dull it wouldn't even serve for scraping the pig's back. Just wait, I shall fetch you a proper kitchen knife. Granny Zhang was not lacking in culinary tools, courtesy of her dutiful son who served as the precinct chief. Rising, she pressed the paper bundle into Liu Genlai's hands and headed home. Moments later, she returned wielding a kitchen knife. Liu Genlai handed the paper bundle to Li Lanxiang and rolled up his sleeves, eager to assist in the butchering, only to be halted by his grandmother. You need not lift a finger. You must be weary from carrying the wild boar home. Sit and rest while Shizi and Wangzi lend your father a hand. Just sit quietly and do not create chaos. Lu Xuanzhu echoed his mother's sentiment. Thus, with both his grandmother and father issuing orders, Liu Genlai had no choice but to comply. He moved a stool next to Granny Zhang and settled in to watch Lu Xuanzhu butcher the pig. The kitchen knife proved swifter than the hatchet. In no time, the pig's head was severed. Although skinning the animal was somewhat laborious, it was infinitely easier than with the hatchet. Liu Genlai possessed an entire set of kitchen tools in his space, and his new kitchen knife would have surpassed Granny Zhang's in efficiency, yet the moment was not right to reveal them, for he could not articulate a reason. Once the skin was removed and the entrails mostly dealt with by the two younger brothers, Liu Genlai called out to Lu Xuanzhu, Father, please cut some meat for Granny and Grandma Zhang. Granny Zhang did not object. It was only fitting for her grandson to offer her a portion of the pig. However, she waved her hands repeatedly. I do not need it. Our household cannot finish what we have. Uncle Yu often brings me gifts. If you refuse, then I shall not accept your pastries, and I will cease visiting your home. This tactic worked wonders with the elderly lady, and it was appropriate for the young lad to voice such sentiments. Upon hearing this, Granny Zhang dared not decline further. Grasping Lu Min's hand and incessantly praising Liu Genlai. Grandmothers cherish flattery about their grandchildren. Rather than being modest, she joined in the praise. The two elderly ladies harmonized their compliments, and even with Liu Genlai's thick skin, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. As Chapter 19, Old Wang, unfolded. When the two grandmothers departed, each carried away a piece of the choicest pork belly, weighing 2 to 3 pounds. Liu Genlai also gifted Granny Zhang the pig's heart and liver, requesting she prepare them as a delicacy for grandfather. Liu Genlai recalled his grandfather often indulging in liquor during his youth. Though times had changed, he surmised there might still be provisions. With an entire pig at home, Li Lanxiang generously sliced off a hefty 3 or 4 pounds of meat, combining it with the pig's intestines and lungs, and brewed a large pot of stew filled to the brim. The aroma of stewed meat wafted through several streets, enticing many to emerge from their homes in search of its source. Before long, The tale of Liu Genlai retrieving a wild boar with a trap spread throughout the village. Precisely as he had hoped. A large pot of meat left a family thoroughly satiated, their faces aglow with smiles long forgotten. I've never eaten so well in my life. And all this meat feels like a dream. Brother, you are truly remarkable, Liu Genlai exclaimed, sprawled on the kong, rubbing his distended belly with a sense of wonder. You're just a little brat. What do you know about life? You seem to have a penchant for trouble, Liu Genlai teased back, equally reclined. If I could have this much meat at every meal, I wouldn't mind getting beaten every day. With such large portions, wouldn't you just end up sick? Liu Genwang chimed in from the other side, also patting his belly. Even if I did get sick, I'd still eat it. After all, it's meat. Can you be any more revolting, you little rascal? Liu Genlai playfully slapped Liu Genwang's forehead. Brother, you haven't hit me in ages. I'm truly happy to see you well again, Liu Genwang replied, rolling over to gaze up at Liu Genlai. You have no idea, just a few days ago, I thought you were on the brink of death. I feared I would lose my brother and found myself crying in secret. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. Look at your foolish expression, Liu Genlai said, affectionately ruffling his younger brother's hair. Your brother is indeed alive, but the person you see now is transformed. However, I will treat you just as your brother would. Brother, once I'm on break, will you take me hunting? Liu Genlai asked, excitement sparkling in his eyes. Before Liu Genlai could respond, Li Lanxiang entered, exclaiming, hunting? If you dare go into the mountains, I'll break your legs. Children around the age of 10 are often the most mischievous, daring to cause trouble regardless of the consequences. Mom, I'm not going into the mountains. I was just joking, Liu Genlai replied, shrinking back in fear. In those times, parents were not merely threatening. They were known to wield sticks and chase their children throughout the village. Knowing fear is a good start, Li Lanxiang shot Liu Genlai another glare. Get up and take a bowl of meat to Grandpa Wang. I'll go. She is stuffed and shouldn't move, Liu Genlai said as he rose from the kong, picking up a large bowl of meat that had been placed on the stove before heading out. Old Wang and the Liu family were part of the same production team, stationed near the river at the western edge of the village. This location was strategic for raising large livestock and the 2 pigs assigned as tasks each year. Proximity to the river eased the watering of the animals while being close to the village ensured safety. In case of theft, a distant location would delay the villagers' arrival, even if the alarm was raised. Upon reaching the production team, Liu Genlai saw Old Wang feeding the livestock, the lantern in his hand swaying gently. Old Wang. Liu Genlai called out from the doorway of Old Wang's sleeping quarters. Coming, Old Wang replied, adding a handful of fodder to the cow before approaching with the flickering lantern. These animals have worked hard all day and must be well fed. If they fall ill, the labor will fall on us. Who do you think you are, you little rascal? What did you just call me? You have no respect, Old Wang grumbled as he kicked Liu Genlai in the rear when the light from the lantern illuminated his face. Stop fooling around. I'm holding meat here. If I drop the bowl, let's see if you will cry. Liu Genlai nimbly jumped aside with a grin. You little scamp. After recovering from your illness, you seem like a different person. In the past, you wouldn't dare speak to me this way, Old Wang lamented. Am I better now? Or was I better before? Liu Genlai asked with a cheerful smile. Old Wang did not respond, but stepped forward to snatch the bowl from Liu Genlai's hands. Hand it over. I've heard you've caught a wild boar, and I haven't had dinner, waiting for you to bring me some meat. Take it easy. Don't actually drop the bowl. Even if I dropped it on the ground or in cow dung, I would still eat it. This is pork, Old Wang exclaimed, savoring a piece, his face radiating bliss as if he were indulging in a feast of exquisite delicacies. Are you even chewing? Or are you just mashing it? Surely, your teeth haven't all fallen out, Liu Genlai teased Old Wang. What do you know? One must first savor the juices of the meat before swallowing. This way, each bite brings double the pleasure. Old Wang continued to revel in his feast. Is it really that exaggerated? Liu Genlai chuckled, choosing not to interrupt Old Wang's enjoyment as he stepped into the room. This room, a storage for farming tools, was larger than the typical 4-room house. In one corner lay a kong, which was Old Wang's sleeping area. The rest of the space was cluttered with various farming implements, with hand carts taking up the most room, each cart featuring a single wheel and 2 baskets, a dozen lined up, consuming nearly half the room. Every morning before work, the production team would come here to collect the tools, returning them at the end of the day, a routine Liu Genlai had participated in for nearly half a year. Why don't you heat the kong? It's nearly freezing in here, he remarked, noticing the temperature inside was hardly warmer than outside, devoid of any warmth or signs of habitation. Are you going to gather firewood for me? Old Wang replied gruffly. You can't just tough it out. While the work here may seem easy, it involves a myriad of trivial matters binding people to this place. A normal person couldn't endure it. At this age, what difference does it make? Freezing to death would be the end of it. Old Wang settled on the Kong, forgoing chopsticks, using his hands to devour piece after piece of meat. I have a suggestion for you, Liu Genlai said mischievously as he perched on the edge of the Kong. You should tie the pig to the Kong and sleep with it. It would keep you warm. You wouldn't need to heat the Kong or even bother with blankets. Let us stick to business. If you have nothing to say, be off. I see you're just here to annoy an old man. Old Wang shot back, rolling his eyes at Liu Genlai. Hee. Liu Genlai chuckled awkwardly. I actually do have something to discuss. I'd like to borrow a handcart from you. I'll return it this time tomorrow. What do you need the cart for? Old Wang inquired. To transport the wild boar, of course. Carrying it down the mountain today nearly exhausted me. If I catch another one tomorrow, I certainly want to carry it. Using the cart would save me a lot of effort, Liu Genlai replied earnestly. Look at you, thinking you can catch wild boars every day. Who do you think you are? Old Wang rolled his eyes once more. Consuming my flesh, yet looking down upon me. You should bring forth the meat. Liu Genlai feigned an attempt to seize it, while Old Wang, with a surprising agility for a man nearing 70, swiftly slipped into the warmth of the Kong. Chapter 20. Delivering wild boars to the troops. Liu Genlai entertained the old man for a while before departing. Despite Old Wang's grumbling, he generously lent Liu his handcart. The larger livestock, such as oxen and horses, required the old man's personal attention, as he collected their droppings and transported them to the manure pile using the cart. With the cart borrowed by Liu Genlai, Old Wang would have to rely on a dung basket for his tasks the following day. Upon leaving the production team and finding himself alone, Liu Genlai concealed the handcart in his space, cleaned it, and then retrieved it, with the pungent odor of excrement completely eradicated. Satisfied with his inspection, he returned the cart to his space and strolled leisurely home. After indulging in a hot foot soak, Liu Genlai climbed into bed. Not soaking his feet would be intolerable. After several days in his unyielding shoes, his feet had become as foul as his brother's. Without a thorough soak, their shared room would become a veritable gas chamber. Both of his younger siblings had already turned in for the night. In those days, entertainment was scarce, and no family could afford to keep an oil lamp burning through the winter chill, where nothing could compare to the comfort of a warm bed. Perhaps still regarding him as an invalid, his brothers willingly left the warmest spot on the Kong for him. Liu Genlai shed his clothes and nestled into the cozy blankets, his consciousness immediately drifting into the realm of his space. The crops he had sown in the 5th-tier area the previous night had now matured. After a series of tasks, he harvested over 200 pounds of flour, 200 pounds of rice, more than 100 pounds of soybeans, 5 to 6 dozen pounds of cornmeal, and dozens to hundreds of other miscellaneous items. Although he had not planted many sweet potatoes, their high yield meant he still gathered around 200 to 300 pounds. Regrettably, he could not share such a bounty with his family just yet, though he anticipated that would change come tomorrow. As he contemplated his plans, Liu Genlai unknowingly drifted into slumber. The next day, after breakfast, Liu Genlai ambled out of the village towards the military encampment marked on his navigation map. With a rhythm of starts and stops, he exercised his body, arriving near the troop station after approximately an hour. At this point, he had loaded the handcart, which now bore a wild boar in each basket. Each side of the cart's handle featured a thumb-sized iron ring, from which a wide rope, equipped with hooks on either end, was secured. As he placed the rope over his shoulder, the only strain came from his shoulders while his hands effortlessly guided the cart's direction. Having engaged in this labor for over half a year, he had developed muscle memory. Compared to a cart full of dung, the 200 pounds of boar felt light, and Liu Genlai adapted quickly, becoming adept at handling it. Within mere meters of the camp gate, a sentinel halted him, instructing him to remain outside the security line. "Good fellow, do you require assistance?" the sentinel inquired, maintaining a serious yet polite demeanor. "I caught 2 boars in my traps and wish to inquire if our troops have any need for them." Liu Genlai refrained from mentioning anything about military honors, as such sentiments seemed disingenuous for someone of his tender years. A more forthright approach would suffice. Selling wild boars? The sentinel scrutinized Liu Genlai with several inquisitive glances, posing a series of questions. "What is your surname? What is your given name? How old are you? Where are you from? Do you possess a letter of introduction? Do you still require a letter of introduction?" "I have none. I merely perceive that the people here are numerous and would not deceive the common folk. I thought I might try my luck, Liu Genlai muttered, his voice dwindling as if intimidated. If you do not require my services, I shall take my leave. With that, he began to turn his vehicle around. Wait. I mean no offense. I simply need to clarify matters for reporting to my superiors, the sentinel hastily interjected, preventing his departure. This was a significant opportunity involving 2 large wild boars, and should his superiors learn that the seller had been frightened away, he would surely face severe reprimand. Oh, I see, Liu Genlai feigned a sigh of relief. I am Liu Genlai, 15 years old, from Lingqian village in Daling Commune. Please wait here and do not leave. I will report this, the sentinel instructed earnestly before swiftly making his way to the duty room, gesturing towards Liu Genlai as he spoke to those inside. Before long, a soldier emerged from the duty room and made his way to the military camp. The sentinel returned to his post, standing rigidly while occasionally glancing at Liu Genlai. As though fearful he might flee, Liu Genlai couldn't suppress a smirk. He had wagered correctly. The military may not lack for grain, but they certainly yearned for meat. 2 wild boars, totaling over 200 pounds, were not to be overlooked. However, the procurement procedures within the military were undoubtedly stringent. Every morsel consumed must be scrutinized, for any error could lead to grave consequences, and no one could shoulder that responsibility. Before purchasing his meat, they would undoubtedly investigate his background thoroughly. Thus, Liu Genlai had deliberately spread word of his capture of the wild boars in the village the night prior, ensuring that the military would come to inquire, thereby resolving any concerns regarding the provenance of the boars. As for his identity, what issue could possibly arise concerning a mere lad who had been ill for over 3 months? He was hardly a figure of suspicion. Approximately 10 minutes later, the soldier who had gone to report returned and approached Liu Genlai directly. You are Liu Genlai, are you not? We are grateful for your contribution of wild boars to our military. Please accompany me. The logistics passage is on the other side, and our logistics chief, Minister Wu, is awaiting your arrival. Thank you for your assistance, Liu Genlai replied, preparing to push his cart. However, the soldier swiftly stepped in front of him. Allow me to assist you. No, I can manage on my own. With soldiers like us around, there is no need for the common folk to toil. The soldier, exhibiting considerable strength, easily maneuvered the cart, leaving Liu Genlai to follow behind. The soldier guided the cart along a narrow path adjacent to the outer wall of the military encampment for about 400 to 500 meters until they arrived at another gate, where a major officer awaited. You must be Liu Genlai. The major extended his right hand toward Liu Genlai, his face radiating warmth. I am Wu, the logistics chief of our regiment. Greetings, Minister Wu. Liu Genlai instinctively stood at attention. Ha! Minister Wu chuckled. You are quite an amusing young man. Come, let us proceed to my office for a cup of tea. Minister Wu turned to the soldier and instructed, take the pigs directly to the kitchen. Yes, sir. The soldier replied, pushing the 2 pigs away. Liu Genlai said nothing, quietly following Minister Wu. Upon reaching the office, Minister Wu poured a cup of tea for Liu Genlai and remarked with a smile, you truly possess remarkable composure. Are you not afraid I might keep the pigs for myself? Of course not. Our military has always been scrupulous in dealing with the public, especially concerning 2 sizable wild boars, Liu Genlai replied. Well said. Rest assured, we will not shortchange you on the weight of those pigs, Minister Wu said, taking a sip of tea and casually inquiring. Those 2 pigs are rather small. How did you manage to catch them? Thus began the exchange. Liu Genlai recognized that Minister Wu was probing for information and answered honestly, I caught them using traps. Oh, where did you dig the traps? Minister Wu probed further. In the deep mountains behind our village, there are wolves and bears. The villagers dare not venture there, but there are many wild boars. I dug the traps just 2 days ago and managed to catch 3 wild boars, 2 large and 1 small, likely from the same litter. It took a great deal of effort to drag them out. We consumed the smaller one yesterday, and I hid the 2 larger ones in a ravine, which I brought to you this morning to earn some money for my family. They borrowed a lot to cover my medical expenses. Liu Genlai tried to make his words resemble those of a 15-year-old boy. Chapter 21. The new function of space. Others do not dare enter the deep mountains. How do you have the courage? Minister Wu inquired with interest. Liu Genlai's expression darkened. I fell gravely ill, lying in bed for over 3 months, nearly succumbing to the illness. Many things became clear to me. I consider myself reborn, no longer fearing anything. Surviving great adversity often leads to future blessings. Your fortunate days are yet to come, Minister Wu encouraged, patting Liu Genlai on the shoulder. At such a young age, you managed to catch such large wild boars. What other boy could achieve that? I was just lucky, Liu Genlai said, scratching his head and smiling shyly. You are quite modest. Humility fosters progress. You will surely have a bright future, Minister Wu praised, his gaze reflecting approval. Can you share how you fell ill? I was foolish and thought I could work harder to earn more for my family. Liu Genlai recounted the circumstances of his illness. The military would undoubtedly investigate these matters in the village. The clearer he articulated his story, the more trust he would earn from them. Minister Wu nodded as he listened. And once Liu Genlai finished, he asked a crucial question. What made you think of bringing the wild boars to us? Your number of personnel means you are bound to purchase 2 large wild boars, and you would not exploit the common people, Liu Genlai replied confidently. And what else? Minister Wu inquired, maintaining his composure. Also, the distance is short, Liu Genlai scratched his head. You are less than 20 miles from our village. I could manage to push the pigs here. If I had to take them to Beijing, I would surely exhaust myself. Then why not have your father bring them? Minister Wu asked again. I did not dare to inform my father that I had ventured into the deep mountains. If he were to learn of it, he would undoubtedly forbid me from returning. Liu Genlai scratched his head, as his family remained oblivious to the fact that I had captured 2 large wild boars. You may be young, yet you possess quite a bit of ingenuity, Minister Wu remarked with a smile. I am already 15, and once the new year arrives, I will be 16, considered an adult, capable of making my own decisions, Liu Genlai declared, patting his chest in an adult-like manner. Minister Wu chuckled at Liu Genlai's earnest demeanor. At that moment, a knock echoed from the doorway, and the soldier returned, standing at attention to salute and report loudly. Report to Minister Wu. Both wild boars have been weighed, totaling 256 and 3 tails. Understood. You may return to your duties, Minister Wu replied. Once the soldier departed, Minister Wu turned to Liu Genlai with a serious expression, saying, Comrade Liu Genlai, let us discuss the matter of your 2 wild boars. The procurement price within the military is strictly regulated. Regardless of prevailing prices elsewhere, I can only offer 6 mao and 5 fan per jin. If you find this unsatisfactory, you may take the pigs away now. That is not bad at all. In our village, we sell task pigs for only 6 mao per jin. You're offering 5 fan more. Liu Genlai beamed with delight. You foolish boy, Minister Wu chuckled, ruffling Liu Genlai's hair. Do you realize that if these 2 pigs were sold on the black market, they could fetch at least 2 yuan per jin? I wouldn't dare venture into the black market, Liu Genlai shivered. I've heard it's perilous. As a child with 2 large wild boars, should I attract the attention of nefarious individuals, not only would the pigs be seized, but my life could also be in jeopardy. Haha. And yet you claim to be an adult now? Minister Wu laughed as he stood up. Wait here, I shall fetch your payment. Once Minister Wu departed, Liu Genlai let out a discreet sigh of relief. This is indeed a success. With the military's backing, everything will be easier. As for the minor loss in profit, I can continuously hunt wild boars, making that negligible. Minister Wu took a considerable amount of time, returning nearly an hour later, carrying a large burlap sack. This is the payment for the 2 wild boars, totaling 151 yuan and 8 fan. Please verify the amount, he said, handing Liu Genlai a stack of cash. Liu Genlai accepted the money without counting it, promptly stashing it in his pocket. Minister Wu smiled and placed the burlap sack at Liu Genlai's feet. Your gesture of providing us with pork to enhance the soldiers' rations is commendable. We cannot allow you to suffer a loss. The contents of this sack are a token from me on behalf of the military. This is too generous, Liu Genlai began to protest, but Minister Wu waved his hand, interrupting him. Enough, enough, no need for further discussion. This is an order from my superiors, and I am merely fulfilling it. As he spoke, Minister Wu lifted the burlap sack once more. Come, I shall escort you. I have matters to attend to and cannot accompany you further. Do return home promptly, so as not to cause your family undue worry. Then I must express my gratitude to the leadership, Liu Genlai replied, adding, and thank you as well, Minister Wu. You rascal, off you go? Minister Wu chuckled, carrying the burlap sack as he exited. The handcart was placed at the entrance, and Minister Wu saw Liu Genlai to the cart before waving goodbye and turning away. As Liu Genlai walked halfway, noticing the absence of others around him, he discreetly stowed the handcart and the large burlap sack into his spatial realm. With a mere thought, he discerned the contents of the sack, a collection of winter apparel including a cotton hat, cotton coat, cotton trousers, cotton shoes, cotton socks, cotton gloves, a leather belt, and even a complete cotton overcoat. Such opulence was indeed befitting of the military. If he were to purchase these items in the market, the money from selling his 2 pigs on the black market might not suffice, let alone the fact that he had received payment for them. This was a significant gain. Reflecting on this, Liu Genlai willed his own clothing into the spatial realm, and in the blink of an eye, donned the cotton attire. Should anyone have witnessed this transformation, they would surely have thought themselves delusional. The quality of military garments was unparalleled. The sensation of the new clothing was remarkably different from his tattered rags. Not only was the thickness of the cotton coat more than double that of his previous attire, but the cold wind barely penetrated it. Although he felt somewhat unclean, it was a pity to tarnish such a new outfit. This body had not bathed for several months, leading to a few areas becoming quite rough. Suddenly, an idea illuminated his mind. If the spatial realm could cleanse the handcart, could it also cleanse his body? He decided to test this hypothesis. With a focused thought, he felt a wave of relief as the spatial realm thoroughly eliminated all grime from his body, even refreshing his sweaty feet. Ha! Liu Genlai could not suppress his laughter. An onlooker might have mistaken him for a lunatic. With a revitalized physique, he found renewed vigor for his exercise, returning home in a time 10 minutes shorter than his outward journey. As he approached the village, the burlap sack reappeared in his grasp. Now brimming with an assortment of grains and vegetables, Liu Genlai hoisted the sack onto his shoulder and strode purposefully towards home. Chapter 22. Let your father teach you a lesson. At this moment, it was the midday break for the production team, and most villagers were congregated on the sunlit hillside, basking in the warmth and engaging in idle chatter. Those who could not afford a midday meal stood with their backs to the dining crowd, swallowing their saliva. Some villagers sought to take advantage of the break to return home and rest on their warm kong, a traditional heated bed. As Liu Genlai entered the village with the burlap sack, he encountered one such individual seeking respite. This man, named Wu Jiefeng, was a year older than Liu Genlai, the son of the production team leader of the second team, and his family was considerably better off than Liu Genlai's. At noon, he could not only lie down to rest, but also enjoy a warm meal. From a distance, seeing a soldier carrying a large sack approaching, Wu Jiefeng took a closer look. Initially, he failed to recognize him, but as Liu Genlai drew near and his identity became clear, Wu Jiefeng's eyes widened in astonishment. What the heck, Liu Genlai? How did you come by that outfit? What do you think? Pretty dashing, right? Liu Genlai raised an eyebrow at him. They were quite familiar, having played together since childhood, but as their family circumstances diverged, their interactions had diminished. What did you say? In those days, the term handsome had not yet emerged. People described someone as good-looking using the word Jin, leaving Wu Jiefeng puzzled by Liu Genlai's comment. As Liu Genlai played a tune on his instrument, he felt disinclined to engage further with the individual before him. Yet, the man took a few steps closer and seized him by the arm. Is that outfit of yours not stolen? What do you have in that sack? Show me. Liu Genlai's impoverished home life was well known to Wu Jiefeng. It was a struggle even to procure a fresh pair of trousers, let alone an entirely new cotton military uniform. Hence, it was evident that Liu Genlai's attire was pilfered, and the contents of the sack were undoubtedly stolen as well. How absurd. Remove your filthy hands, Liu Genlai retorted, pushing the man away. No one relishes being accused of theft. Having trained in recent days, Liu Genlai had gained considerable strength, catching Wu Jiefeng off guard, who stumbled and fell to the ground. Liu Genlai chose to ignore him, shouldering the sack as he continued towards home. How audacious of you, Liu Genlai. Not only have you stolen, but you also strike others. Just wait. I shall inform your father so he can teach you a lesson. Wu Jiefeng scrambled to his feet and, without returning home, dashed towards the agricultural team's fields. Despite their childhood camaraderie, Wu Jiefeng held back. If he reported Liu Genlai's alleged theft to the militia commander, the latter would surely face dire consequences for his actions. A group of individuals resting on the sunny hillside noticed Liu Genlai from a distance, but they failed to recognize him, including members of his own family. Which soldier has returned? He looks unfamiliar. Are there any soldiers from our village? Surely not from our village. Why would someone from outside come here? Could he be a son-in-law from another family? As they speculated, Lu Min scrutinized the figure, growing increasingly convinced of his identity. Minzi, is that not Genlai? She nudged Li Lanxiang beside her. Li Lanxiang shared her sentiment, but hesitated to confirm. It was understandable that they struggled to recognize him, for Liu Genlai, burdened with the sack, walked in a manner entirely distinct from his usual stride. Minzi, I suspect you have a soft spot for him. It wouldn't be bad to marry a soldier. Why not rush over and see if he might take a liking to you? Teased an older woman nearby, eliciting laughter from several others. Sanani, how vexatious. Lu Min blushed furiously. At that moment, Wu Jiefeng hurriedly approached, shouting from afar, Uncle, you must hurry home. Genlai has stolen a military uniform and a sack full of goods. Lu Xuanzhu, puffing on his pipe, had overheard the gossip but dismissed it. However, Wu Jiefeng's shout startled him into action. What did you say? Goodness, Uncle, you still have time to chat with me? Hurry home. Just now he threatened to hit me. He is in quite the temper. You must give him a stern talking to. Wu Xingli chimed in, embellishing the tale. With a clatter, the pipe dropped from Lu Xuanzhu's hands, and without a second thought, he dashed home. Li Lanxiang, unable to sit idly by, quickly followed in his wake. If what Wu Jiefeng claimed were true, Liu Genlai was in serious trouble and needed to be reprimanded. In contrast, Lu Min remained far more composed than Lu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang, unable to believe that her considerate brother could ever be a thief. She was certain there was a misunderstanding at play. She picked up the smoking pipe and dashed after Li Lanxiang. Upon returning home, Liu Genlai set the burlap sack aside. It was merely a prop, as he intended to store the household items within the space. He needed to contemplate what could be taken out and what must remain. Cornmeal and bean flour were undoubtedly acceptable, so he extracted 10 jin, placing it in a cloth bag and into the burlap sack. Rice should also pose little issue. Yet it was precious, hence, he decided on 5 jin. Liu Genlai glanced at the large ceramic jar hanging above the stove. The pot in the space was too small, and he could not accommodate it on the stove. He resolved to purchase a larger one during his next visit to the supply store. Although the ceramic jar was unsuitable for steaming buns, it would suffice for making dumpling soup or noodles, so he placed 5 jin of flour in as well. As for the kitchen knife and utensils, he deemed it best to forego them this time. It was improbable that the army would provide such items. After some contemplation, Liu Genlai added over a dozen cucumbers, tomatoes, several chili peppers, 2 pumpkins weighing over 10 jin each, and more than 10 jin of potatoes into the burlap sack. That should be sufficient. Nodding to himself, Liu Genlai was about to sip some hot water when Lu Xuanzhu burst through the door, panting heavily. Genlai, did you really steal something? Lu Xuanzhu gasped, bent over with his hands on his knees, his back hunched. His eyes fixed on Liu Genlai's new military uniform and the burlap sack beside him, his heart sinking gradually. Having barely grasped the world for a few days, he had already landed himself in such trouble. How could that be? Who says I stole anything? All these items were provided by the army. Liu Genlai tugged at his clothes, proudly presenting them. Brand new? Aren't they lovely? Nonsense. If you're going to fabricate a story, at least make it believable. Why would the army give you so many things, simply because of your good looks? Lu Xuanzhu nearly roared, genuinely alarmed. They certainly would not give them away freely. I traded for all this with a wild boar. What? A wild boar? Lu Xuanzhu was momentarily stunned. Liu Genlai fetched a stool and placed it in front of Lu Xuanzhu, pouring him a bowl of hot water. Father, sit and catch your breath. Have some hot water to steady yourself. When mother and my second sister return, I will explain everything. Wu Jiefeng had gone to report, and if Lu Xuanzhu was anxious, Li Lanxiang and Lu Min would surely be as well. Once Lu Xuanzhu returned, Li Lanxiang and Lu Min were bound to follow. As anticipated, shortly thereafter, a breathless Li Lanxiang and Lu Min rushed back home. Before they could inquire, Liu Genlai gestured for them to hold their questions, offered them stools, poured them bowls of hot water, and began recounting the events. Chapter 23. Resolving the issue of entering the mountains. Father, mother, second sister. Do you remember the little wild boar I brought home yesterday? I didn't catch just one wild boar. I caught 3. The one I brought home was the smallest. I sent the 2 larger ones to the army in exchange for these items. Liu Genlai pointed at the burlap sack and then at his uniform. My goodness, you caught 3 wild boars at once. How did you manage that? Li Lanxiang exclaimed in astonishment. You ventured into the depths of the mountains? Lu Xuanzhu furrowed his brow. Li Lanxiang and Lu Min also turned their gazes toward Liu Genlai. Liu Genlai did not respond. Instead, he withdrew a stack of money from his pocket and placed it into Liu Xuanzhu's hands. The 2 wild boars weighed over 200 pounds, and in addition to this, the army had provided 151 yuan and 8 jiao from the sale of the pigs, all of which were right here. Liu Xuanzhu alternated his gaze between Liu Genlai and the money in his hands, his eyes somewhat glazed over, clearly overwhelmed by the sheer amount. 151 yuan and 8 jiao. Such a sum elicited a gasp from Li Lanxiang, who had never beheld so much money in her life. Her head spinning, just like Lu Xuanju's. Lu Min did not exclaim in surprise. She merely observed Liu Genlai silently, as if she did not recognize her brother. Oh, there's more. Liu Genlai turned and entered his room, retrieving a military coat from his space, and returned to the kitchen to hand it to Lu Xuanju. This is the military coat issued by the army. Wear it. Lu Xuanju, who toiled daily in the most strenuous tasks of digging the abundant harvest trench, was drenched in sweat and dressed too lightly. In such cold weather, a gust of wind could easily lead to illness. I won't wear it. It would be a waste to give such a fine coat to me. Lu Xuanju attempted to push it away, but with one hand clutching the money and the other holding water, he lacked the strength, and the cotton coat was draped over him by Liu Genlai. Mother, do you think my father looks good in the military coat? Liu Genlai smiled. You silly child, keep it for yourself. Why give it to your father? He has clothes of his own, Li Lanxiang replied, tears streaming down her face once more. I have my own thick cotton coat, Liu Genlai insisted, tugging at the hem of his coat. It is indeed thick. The army's provisions are top-notch. Li Lanxiang wiped her tears, pinching the fabric's thickness in wonder. What's in the burlap sacks? Lu Min was the first to think of the burlap, setting down her bowl and approaching to open the sack, immediately letting out a cry of astonishment. Wow, so much food. As bags of rice and flour were pulled from the burlap, the family's eyes widened in disbelief. This is white flour, so pristine. I haven't seen such white flour in ages. Mother, look. This is cornmeal, genuine cornmeal, golden yellow, not mixed with other grains. And there's rice too. Rice makes for delicious porridge. When the vegetables were finally laid out before them, the family could hardly believe their eyes. In the depths of winter, how can there be such fresh vegetables? Li Lanxiang felt as if she were dreaming. It's from the army's own cultivation. There are many skilled hands in the army. What vegetables can't they grow? Liu Genlai had already planned to attribute the source of the fresh vegetables to the military. No one dared to pry into the army's affairs. Even if someone suspected, they could only keep their thoughts to themselves. Indeed, there are remarkable individuals in the army. Genlai, when you are old enough, would you consider joining? Li Lanxiang harbored not a shred of doubt regarding Liu Genlai's words. In the hearts of the common folk, the soldiers of the people were seen as capable of anything, having even driven away foreign invaders. What was so strange about winter vegetable cultivation? This foreign tomato is truly sweet, with a sandy texture, Lu Min exclaimed, taking a bite and then offering it to Li Lanxiang. Mother, you must try this. You foolish girl, don't waste things. One tomato could suffice for a pot of soup. Li Lanxiang's thrifty nature resurfaced, and she raised her hand as if to scold Lu Min. So many of them. What is there to fear in eating one? Lu Min laughed and dashed away, her face beaming with joy. In that moment, she resembled a 19-year-old girl. At that time, Lu Xuanju suddenly recalled something and turned to Liu Genlai, asking, You haven't answered me yet. Did you venture into the deep mountains? Yes, Liu Genlai nodded. If I don't go into the deep mountains, how could I hunt wild boars? After contemplating for a long while, he finally revealed the truth. You little rascal, can one just casually enter the deep mountains? Dare to go back in, and I'll give you a good thrashing. Lu Xuanju immediately became serious. Li Lanxiang and Lu Min also ceased their playfulness, looking at Liu Genlai with equal severity. Yet Liu Genlai, with a mischievous grin, extended his hand towards Lu Xuanju, saying, Return my money and my coat. Both were exchanged for the wild boar I caught in the deep mountains. If you don't allow me to hunt there, I want to give you back your coat or money. You little rascal, wanting back what I've given you? How audacious. Lu Xuanju was momentarily taken aback, almost losing his composure. Hee, then you can't prevent me from hunting in the mountains, Liu Genlai replied with a cheeky smile. Genlai, listen to your father. It's best not to venture into the deep mountains. They are fraught with danger. What if something were to happen? Li Lanxiang grasped Liu Genlai's hand. I'm not foolish. If there's danger, I want to run into it. Mom, don't worry, Liu Genlai assured with a smile. How many hunters end well? Those who are stubborn end up suffering, and those who are poor swimmers drown. Li Lanxiang continued to persuade him. I'm not going to be a hunter for life. I'm just taking advantage of this time to hunt a bit and trade for some goods to make life easier at home. It's because your parents lack ability that you, at such a young age, have to shoulder this family. Tears streamed down Li Lanxiang's face again. Father, mother, if you don't let me hunt, should I go push a cart for the production team instead? Liu Genlai pretended to ask seriously. You dare? Absolutely not. Lu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang immediately grew anxious. Having been bitten by a snake, one fears the rope for 10 years. Their eldest son had fallen ill from the labor of pushing a cart in the production team, and having just recovered. They could not possibly allow him to return to such work. If I don't work in the production team, then I'll have no choice but to hunt in the mountains, Liu Genlai laughed. Rest assured, I value my life. I won't put myself in danger. That near-death experience was too unbearable. I never wished to face it again. With the conversation reaching this point, knowing their eldest son was resolutely determined to hunt in the deep mountains, the couple ceased their attempts to dissuade him. Be mindful of yourself. Don't make your mother and me worry, Liu Xuanzhu admonished his eldest son, slipping money into Li Lanxiang's hand, bending down to pick up a cucumber, and exited with his hands behind his back. You useless thing. All you know is to eat, Li Lanxiang muttered. Going inside to hide the money and repack the grains and vegetables into a large sack, placing some into a jar meant for sweet potato slices before hurrying out. Mom, I want to eat noodles tonight, with sauce, Liu Genlai called out to Li Lanxiang, who was already at the courtyard gate. Got it. I'll make it for you when I return tonight, Li Lanxiang responded loudly. With Lu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang gone, only Liu Genlai and Lu Min remained in the house. Lu Min grasped Liu Genlai's face firmly, exclaiming, You little rascal have become increasingly capable. Even your parents heed your words. Will your second sister no longer be able to manage you? Liu Genlai retorted, Second sister, your hands are so cold. As he pushed her hand away and stepped back, his face displaying clear disdain. Still daring to evade? Just watch me give you a good thrashing. Lu Min raised her hand, feigning a strike. Liu Genlai quickly surrendered. I will listen to you. I promise to heed your words from now on. Since childhood, his second sister had always favored him, often scolding him more than anyone else. It felt less like familial affection and more like an oppressive force. Now that's more like it. Lu Min beamed with a victorious smile, turning to exit with a lightness in her step, as if she might take flight. Earlier, her younger brother had asserted dominance over her marriage arrangements, which she had brushed off, but now she resolved to allow him to dictate her matrimonial fate. Chapter 24. What is his father's name? After Lu Xuanzhu, Li Lanxiang, and Lu Min departed, Liu Genlai also made his way to Wudao Ridge. He did not venture deep into the mountains, as it was getting late. Entering the depths would mean he likely wouldn't return before nightfall. Finding a sheltered spot, Liu Genlai set up an iron pot, cooking a pot of rice. He diced some meat, added chili and potatoes, and once it was cooked, mixed in some soy sauce, releasing a delightful aroma that brought a satisfied smile to his face. With the issue of hunger resolved, he recognized the necessity of intensifying his physical training. His frail frame resembled that of a mere bean sprout, and he needed to strengthen himself promptly. When Liu Xuanzhu, clad in a military coat and carrying cucumbers, returned to the sunlit hillside, everyone's gaze was transfixed. Xuanzhu, where did you get that military coat? Exclaimed one. Goodness, Xuanzhu uncle. Is that a cucumber in your hand? Liu Xuanzhu strode into the crowd, raising his head high and calling out in a voice audible to all. The military uniform Liu Genlai wore, the coat, and the sack of goods were all acquired through trading wild boars with the local troops. This rascal had silently captured 2 large wild boars. With a resounding crunch, Liu Xuanzhu bit into a cucumber, chewing heartily. The crowd fell silent, the only sound on the hillside being the rhythmic crunching of his munching. In the next moment, the crowd erupted once more. My goodness, how has your Genlai become so formidable? Xuanzhu, what has Genlai brought back for you? I say, Zhuzi, don't just stand there. Come over and have a proper chat with your Uncle Liu. When Li Lanxiang and Lu Min returned, they too were surrounded by a throng of women. During Liu Genlai's illness, fearing that the Liu family would seek to borrow grain or money, they had kept their distance. But now they were eager to draw the Liu family closer to their own. Eager to benefit from the association, they sought connections, with marriage being the most direct path to kinship. Liu Genlai was still young, several years away from marriage, yet many had their eyes set on Lu Min. Given Liu Genlai's filial piety and Lu Min's kindness towards him, he would surely be generous with her. In the military camp, within the commander's office, Minister Wu entered. Commander, we have thoroughly investigated Liu Genlai's background. So soon? The commander gestured toward the chair in front of his desk, inviting Minister Wu to take a seat. After Minister Wu took his seat, he remarked, Liu Genlai's background is quite simple. There is no need for extensive investigation. He is merely a 15-year-old lad who toiled immensely within the production team. Exhausted, He fell ill for 3 months, having brushed against the threshold of death. Upon recovering, he developed a newfound perspective on life and death, venturing alone into the deep mountains behind their village to hunt, believing we would not deceive him. He successfully hunted a wild boar and immediately thought of us, bringing it to us. The commander nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "Has he had any recent contact with suspicious individuals?" "No," replied Wu. "He was bedridden due to illness, remaining at home and only interacting with a few family members." "And how did he recover from his illness?" The minister continued, "I have heard it was due to the sacred ash his grandmother obtained from the temple. I find that to be a baseless tale. It must be attributed to the diligent care of his family and his youth, which gave him the resilience to overcome it." Minister Wu chuckled. "Sacred ash?" The commander laughed lightly. "And what about his family relations?" "Equally straightforward," Minister Wu answered. "The Liu family fled from the western county of Northern Province in March of 1949. His grandfather, Liu Taidan, along with his wife, brought along a son and 2 daughters, with the daughters marrying men from neighboring villages. The men are simple farmers, devoid of any intricate social ties. Their son, Liu Xuanzhu, and daughter-in-law, Li Lanxiang, raised 6 children, with Liu Genlai being the 3rd and the eldest son. Oh, and by the way, Liu Genlai is not their biological son. He is an adopted child. The Liu family did not conceal this from him, though the specifics of his adoption remain unclear even to the villagers. Would you like me to investigate further?" "Wait a moment," the commander suddenly recalled. "What is the name of Liu Genlai's adoptive father?" "Liu Xuanzhu." "Is there a problem?" Minister Wu asked, momentarily taken aback. "From where did they flee?" The commander pressed further. "From the western county of Northern Province," Wu replied. "Liu Xuanzhu from the western county of Northern Province," the commander muttered to himself, opening a drawer and retrieving a notebook. As he flipped to the last page, his eyes brightened with surprise. What a remarkable coincidence. Curious, Minister Wu leaned over to take a look, equally astonished. The notebook clearly displayed the words Northern Province, Western County, Liu Xuanzhu. "Commander, do you know this Liu Xuanzhu?" Minister Wu could not help but ask. The commander closed the notebook, donned his coat, and headed for the door. "He is a person the former commander asked me to keep an eye on." "The former commander?" Minister Wu was even more perplexed. Seeing the commander about to leave, he hurriedly followed up with a report. "Commander, the meat from those 2 pigs has already been tested on dogs. Since they showed no adverse effects, it should be safe. Should we provide the soldiers with an extra meal tonight?" "Not so fast. Until I return, no one is to touch that meat." The commander hastily boarded a jeep, heading straight to the city of Sijio. After more than an hour, the commander arrived at the office of the deputy director of the Sijio City Public Security Bureau, waiting nearly another hour before finally meeting the deputy director. "Xiaoma, look at me. I am so busy I can hardly keep my feet on the ground. You come to see me, and I hardly have time for you," the deputy director said, bustling about, clearly having squeezed out a moment to meet Commander Ma. "Greetings, former commander." Commander Ma stood at attention, saluting. "No need for formality with me." The deputy director waved his hand, settled into his chair, poured himself a glass of water, and stated matters plainly. If there was nothing pressing, he urged to return quickly, as he had been quite busy lately and had no time for idle chatter. Once his obligations were fulfilled, they could sit down for a proper conversation. "Old Commander, I believe I have located that Liu Xuanzhu you asked me to find," reported Commander Ma directly. "Are you certain?" The deputy director's expression remained unchanged. The name Liu Xuanzhu was far too common, with many sharing it. He had searched for over a decade, only to be disappointed repeatedly. The few Liu Xuanzhus he had found were not the one he sought. It should be correct. Commander Ma straightened his posture. "This Liu Xuanzhu hails from Xixian in the Northern Province, has a 15-year-old adopted son, and 2 daughters older than the adopted son. All this information aligns." "Oh," the deputy director's interest piqued. "Do you know his father's name?" "Let me think," Commander Ma recalled. "I believe it was Liu Taidan." With a resounding clap on the table, the deputy director startled Commander Ma. That's it. That's it. Finally, it matches," the deputy director exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands together and pacing back and forth. "This Liu Xuanzhu must be the one who adopted my old partner's son all those years ago. After more than a decade, I have finally found him. I can finally provide my old partner with some closure." After a few laps around the room, the deputy director abruptly halted. "What has become of that child?" "Recently, he fell gravely ill, lying on the Kong for over 3 months. However, he has recovered and has since demonstrated remarkable skills. Today, he brought 2 wild boars to our regiment, Commander Ma reported. Ha! The deputy director laughed heartily. What a fine lad. He possesses a bit of his father's former spirit. Old Commander, shall I bring him here to you? Commander Ma inquired. No need. The deputy director waved his hand dismissively. During the breakout in Central Plains, my old partner sacrificed himself to protect me. That boy is his only bloodline left in this world. I must personally bring him back. Then I shall make the arrangements, Commander Ma said, touched. Let us not rush. The deputy director gestured again. His ability to hunt wild boar and sell them indicates that he is managing well. Do not disturb him for now. I will retrieve him once I have completed my current tasks. Is there anything I can assist with? Commander Ma, being seasoned and prudent, refrained from inquiring about the deputy director's busy schedule and instead asked how he could help. Just apprehending a few spies. There's no need to mobilize the military for that. Do you think my subordinates are merely idle? The deputy director took a sip from his teacup, finishing it in one go. All right, you may leave now. This is a critical moment, and the higher-ups are placing great emphasis on this case. I, as the overseeing deputy director, must personally oversee it. Upon returning to the regiment, Commander Ma summoned Minister Wu to his office. Slaughter those 2 pigs. Let us provide some extra rations for the soldiers. Should we wait a bit longer? I can further investigate Liu Genlai's connections and background, Minister Zheng suggested, becoming more cautious. No need, do not disturb him. The wild boar meat is safe to consume. If anything goes wrong, I will take responsibility, Commander Ma decisively stated. As Liu Genlai trudged home, weary from his endeavors, he found his household bustling with activity. Lu Xuanzhu was sharpening a cleaver in the courtyard, the sound echoing like an endless reserve of energy within him. His military coat lay neatly folded on a bench beside him. Inside the kitchen, Li Lanxiang was rolling out dough at the dining table. The wooden board, which had lain unused for over 6 months, finally found its purpose. With each roll of the rolling pin, the table creaked under the pressure. Lu Min was preparing the sauce for the noodles, the flames licking at the bubbling contents of a large earthen pot. Occasionally, she stirred the mixture of chopped meat, peppers, tomatoes, and potatoes with a stick. Lu Genshi, Lu Genwang, and Lu Kaixia gathered around the stove, gazing at the pot full of meat and vegetables, their mouths watering at the enticing aroma. Upon seeing Liu Genlai return, the 3 children rushed to greet him in unison. Lu Genshi, leading the charge, exclaimed with sparkling eyes, "Big brother, your outfit looks magnificent. Can I wear your hat, just for a moment?" Hot on his heels, Lu Genwang nearly slipped and collided with him, eagerly inquiring, "Big brother, how large were the wild boars? Were they this big?" As he spoke, he gestured with his arms, creating a wide circle before stopping and looking intently at Liu Genlai, awaiting his response. Liu Genlai removed his cotton hat and placed it on Lu Genshi's head, then affectionately patted Lu Genwang's head, chuckling, "Not as large as you've imagined. They were about the size of the pigs your grandfather raises." "How heavy were they?" Lu Genwang pressed, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "About 100 pounds each." "What does 100 pounds mean?" Lu Genwang pondered, lacking a clear understanding of the weight. "Roughly twice your combined weight with your second brother." Lu Genshi and Lu Genwang, aged 10 and 8 respectively, were both as thin as reeds, and together they probably weighed around 70 or 80 pounds. "Wow, that is so heavy." Lu Genwang finally expressed his satisfaction. "And me? Don't forget me. I am heavy too." Lu Kaixia, who had been waiting for her turn to speak, jumped up in excitement. "My little sister is the heaviest." Liu Genlai bent down to lift her up. She was just as slender, weighing only about 20 pounds. As Lu Kaixia was lifted, she quickly turned her gaze towards Li Lanxiang, who had repeatedly told her not to cling to her older brother, nor to allow him to carry her. "Just indulge her." Li Lanxiang chuckled, refraining from scolding her youngest daughter. Previously, she had restricted her from bothering Liu Genlai due to his illness and frailty. But now that he was well, she felt no need to curb her daughter's affection. "She is my little sister, and I'll spoil her. Wouldn't you agree, little one?" Liu Genlai playfully tapped Lu Kaixia's nose. Lu Kaixia, a bit bewildered, nodded and clung to Liu Genlai's neck, cooing, "Big brother is so nice. You're so strong. I want you to carry me every day. If you want me to carry you every day, then you must give me a kiss," Liu Genlai teased, pointing to his cheek. The little girl wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a big kiss on his cheek. "So sweet," Liu Genlai exclaimed. "Let me kiss you too." He pressed his lips to her icy little face, causing her to giggle with delight. "Big brother, do I look imposing?" Liu Genlai approached, his small head adorned with a large cotton hat that obscured his eyes when he looked up, yet he was solely focused on smiling. Second brother, could I wear it for a while? Liu Genlai gazed enviously. I haven't worn it enough. Liu Genlai refused to part with it. You just said to wear it for a moment. Liu Genlai reminded him of his earlier words. I haven't finished wearing it yet, Liu Genlai retorted confidently. Elder brother, after second brother is done, may I wear it too? Liu Genlai implored Liu Genlai. Liu Genlai seized the cotton hat and placed it on his head, declaring there was no need for contention, as he would buy each of them a hat in a couple of days. Really? Both little ones exclaimed with delight. When has elder brother ever deceived you? Liu Genlai flattered. Stop boasting. If there's something delicious, you'll have it all to yourself, Liu Genlai candidly countered. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll hit you, Liu Genlai shot back, flustered. What nonsense am I speaking? That day you found one. Before Liu Genlai could finish, Liu Genlai covered his mouth. Stealing a glance at Liu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang to ensure they weren't watching, he lowered his voice. Don't say anything. Next time I find someone dropped food, I'll share it with you. You promise? When have I ever deceived you? Liu Genlai nearly burst into laughter. It was no wonder people often said the eldest was foolish, the second crafty, and with a troublesome third brother, the Liu family's three siblings fit the mold perfectly. At dinner, the family indulged to their heart's content. Lacking an iron pot, they couldn't make pancakes or steamed buns with white flour, aside from noodles. The only thing they could prepare was a kind of soup, which paled in comparison to the versatility of cornmeal. Li Lanxiang generously made a large bowl of noodles. The hearty hand-pulled noodles paired with a fragrant savory sauce left the family thoroughly satisfied, even as they wore only thin clothing. Beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads and noses. Liu Genlai experienced a different kind of satisfaction. The improvement in their lives due to his presence made him feel that all his efforts were worthwhile. This feeling was truly delightful. Chapter 26. Do you want to eat the palm fruit? After dinner, Liu Genlai lay down on the kong to rest, his consciousness entering a space to harvest crops. Liu Genlai and Liu Genlai sprawled beside him, boasting about how full they were and how delicious everything had been. The two brothers had reconciled yet again, oblivious to when the rift had occurred. In the adjacent room, Li Lanxiang lit a kerosene lamp, meticulously dismantling a set of cotton clothes that Liu Genlai no longer wore. With Liu Min assisting her, Liu Caixia also attempted to lend a hand but only caused trouble, receiving a few scoldings from Li Lanxiang, which led her to obediently remain by her sister's side, watching. Li Lanxiang intended to use the cotton from Liu Genlai's clothing to make a set for Liu Min. In a family of 7, only Liu Genlai possessed a complete set of cotton clothes. Even the family's mainstay, Liu Xuanzhu, had only a single cotton coat, while the others endured the winter clad in mere thin clothing. Liu Genlai and Liu Genlai are both attending elementary school, while Liu Caixia is in the preschool class. The school is equipped with a stove, ensuring that as long as they refrain from running about, they will not be cold. Li Lanxiang's heart aches most for her second daughter, Liu Min, who toils alongside them in the fields each day, clad only in a thin garment. Her hands as cold as carrots, yet she never utters a word of complaint. Liu Min is unwilling to let Li Lanxiang make a cotton coat solely for her. Li Lanxiang herself wears a single layer. After much persuasion, with tears in her eyes, she finally agrees to make each of them a cotton coat. However, while stuffing the cotton, Li Lanxiang secretly adds an extra handful into her daughter's coat. Unbeknownst to her, Liu Min discreetly takes a handful of cotton from her own coat and puts it into Li Lanxiang's. After a brief rest, Liu Jin rises from the kong, intending to return Old Wang's wheelbarrow. The wheelbarrow had been lent to him, leaving Old Wang to collect manure with only a basket today. Unsure if his weary limbs can endure it, Liu Xuanzhu is stoking the fire in the stove. The little firewood they have is hardly sufficient to warm the 3 kong beds. In this cold weather, with thin blankets, the family can only sleep soundly if the kong is sufficiently heated. Are you heading to the restroom? Liu Xuanzhu casually asks as Liu Jin is about to leave. Liu Jin, feeling mischievous, replies, I'm going into the deep mountains to check if the traps I set have caught any wild boars. He had intended to scare Liu Xuanzhu, but to his surprise, Liu Xuanzhu doesn't even look up. Go ahead, bring back a few more. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Liu Jin grins and says, Dad, why didn't I scare you? The response he receives is a branch that Liu Xuanzhu swats at him with. You little rascal. Do you think your father is a fool? You're getting more and more disrespectful. I think you need a good beating. It won't hurt. My cotton pants are thick, Liu Jin laughs as he jumps aside. You've eaten too much. I'm going out for a stroll to digest, he adds. Look at you, so pleased with yourself, as if others don't know you've had your fill, Liu Xuanzhu scolds. Then continues, let me tell you something. The food you brought back, we're keeping half for our family, and half of the remaining half is sent to your grandparents. The other half goes to your grandma Zhang, and the rest stays here. Liu Xuanzhu retrieves a small bag from beside the stove, saying, since you're going out for a stroll, take this to Grandpa Wang. Dad, the food I brought home isn't much. We barely have enough to eat ourselves. Are you really willing to send so much away? Liu Jin looks at the small bag, realizing that although it contains little, it is a significant gift in times of hunger. Though I haven't received formal education, I understand some principles. When we were in dire straits, others helped us. Now that we are better off, the first thought should be to repay their kindness. Only by doing so can we ensure that those who helped us won't feel disheartened. If we face difficulties again, they may still lend us a hand. This wisdom was imparted to me by your grandfather, and now I pass it on to you. Remember, you must never forget those who have helped us. Gratitude paves the way for greater opportunities. Liu Xuanzhu earnestly educates his son. All right, I'll remember, Liu Jin replies, nodding seriously as he picks up the small bag and steps out the door. It is no wonder that his parents entrusted him to the Liu family. With such a family ethos, the Lius would undoubtedly treat their children well. Indeed, the only set of cotton clothing in the household was worn by him. Had he not been as stubborn as a mule, he would have been well cared for and would never have brought harm upon himself. Upon arriving at the production team, Liu Genlai immediately spotted the oil lamp hanging in the cattle shed. Under the dim glow of the lamp, old Wang was squatting beside the feeding trough, puffing on his pipe while watching the old cow graze. Old Wang, are you competing with the cow for its food? Liu Genlai chuckled as he set down his handcart. Where did you manage to gather so much firewood, you little rascal? Old Wang was about to scold him when he was taken aback by the sight of the cart overflowing with firewood. To prevent you from freezing. I gathered it while exercising, Liu Genlai replied nonchalantly. He had experimented a few times and discovered that dead trees could be stored in his space. From there, it was a simple matter of collecting a few dead trees and chopping them into a substantial pile of firewood. Stop worrying, old man. I'm tough as nails. After all these years of turmoil, if heaven hasn't taken me yet, what is there to fear from the cold? He said, though old Wang's eyes betrayed a hint of moisture. Enough chatter. Where shall I put it? Liu Genlai looked around, not waiting for an answer before pointing to a clear spot inside the cow shed. Let us place it here. The roof will shield it from rain and snow. Don't move. You'll tear your new clothes. Seeing Liu Genlai about to unload the wood, old Wang quickly tucked his pipe into the grass rope at his waist, pushing Liu Genlai aside to begin unloading the firewood. There was indeed a considerable amount of wood. On top rested 2 large bundles of thin branches, each over 2 meters long and requiring 2 adults to carry, while beneath were neatly stacked dead tree trunks. Altogether, it weighed around 300 jin, heavier than 2 wild boars. Liu Genlai, not keen on working, lit a cigarette and stood by with a small bag, watching old Wang busily at work. How did you chop and carry back so much wood? You little rascal, do you not know your own strength? You've only just recovered from illness. If you overexert yourself and fall ill again, what will become of you? Old Wang scolded as he stacked the firewood. Liu Genlai remained silent, waiting for old Wang to finish before pulling out a Chinese cigarette and tossing it to him. Try this and see how it compares to your old leaves. You still smoke? Aren't you afraid your father will beat you? Old Wang shot a glance at Liu Genlai, bringing the cigarette near the lamp to light it. Suddenly noticing the writing on the cigarette, he exclaimed, Chinese. Where did you get such fine tobacco? You can read? Liu Genlai was surprised, not expecting the old man who tended to livestock to be literate. I can read, but I wonder if you recognize what this is? Old Wang took a deep, satisfied puff from the cigarette and raised his hand toward Liu Genlai. That's a slap, also known as a slap fruit, a common tactic rural parents use on greedy children. Would you like some slap fruit? Chapter 27. Obtaining a gun license if you intend to hit me. This is for the cow to eat, Liu Genlai said, grinning, as he dangled the small bag over the feeding trough. As the grazing cattle were unexpectedly nudged by a horn, they lifted their heads, instinctively reaching out with their tongues. Old Wang, like a spring coiled tightly, dashed forward, seizing the bag and cradling it as if it were a prized possession. You wastrel! How could you allow such a fine item to be sullied by a cow? Just wait until I crack your head with my pipe, he exclaimed. Do you even know where you are? Liu Genlai chuckled at the old man's antics. With your father's show-off demeanor. Everyone in the neighboring county is bound to know about your little escapades. Old Wang rummaged through the bag, retrieving a cucumber and taking a crisp bite. Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth? Liu Genlai teased. Here, hold this. I'll fetch you something better. Old Wang shoved the bag into Liu Genlai's arms. Holding a cigarette in his mouth, a lantern in one hand, and the cucumber in the other, as he veered toward a nearby animal feed shed. What could this old man possibly have that is worthwhile? It better not be some antique, Liu Genlai pondered as he speculated. Soon, Old Wang returned, clutching a long cloth package, ignoring Liu Genlai as he bypassed him and strode directly to his sleeping quarters. Liu Genlai followed closely, curiosity piqued, without uttering a word. At the door, Old Wang gestured for Liu Genlai to enter first, then remained outside to scrutinize the surroundings, ensuring no one was hiding nearby before he stepped inside and securely shut the door. This peculiar behavior only heightened Liu Genlai's intrigue. When Old Wang placed the cloth package on the cool Kong and unveiled it, Liu Genlai's eyes widened in astonishment. There lay a long rifle, its barrel gleaming with evident care and maintenance. Do you recognize it? Old Wang inquired, patting the rifle. Not at all, Liu Genlai replied, shaking his head honestly. In his past life, firearms were prohibited, and he had never laid eyes on a real gun. His only familiarity was through images on television and in films. This is a Type 38 rifle, a piece from the Japanese, Old Wang boasted. It's hardly been used. At least 90% new. Not at all comparable to the old Hanyang rifles wielded by our village militia. Where did you get it? Liu Genlai asked, intrigued. Why all the questions? Old Wang scoffed. If you intend to hunt in the mountains, relying solely on traps won't suffice. I'm giving you this rifle. Though the ammunition is scarce, so use it sparingly. From his pocket, Old Wang produced a magazine containing over 30 rounds, loading the bullets into the magazine and attaching it to the rifle in front of Liu Genlai. He then instructed him on how to chamber a round, aim, and fire. Liu Genlai felt slightly dazed. At that moment, Old Wang bore no resemblance to a mere livestock caretaker. He was clearly a seasoned veteran, an old soldier. Yet he remained in a rural production team as a caretaker. Old Wang was a man with stories to tell. Have you grasped it? Old Wang concluded, taking another bite of the cucumber. Is it really that simple? Liu Genlai remarked, glancing at Old Wang. I expected you to advise me against venturing deep into the mountains. Would you even heed such advice? Old Wang retorted with a grunt. Liu Genlai chuckled softly. In his past life, he was quite stubborn. Had he been willing to listen, he wouldn't have nearly worked himself to death. Old Wang had certainly learned the ways of life. All right, take the rifle and be off. I haven't prepared dinner yet. You've kept me waiting for ages. Are you trying to starve this old man? Old Wang took a cucumber and placed it in his mouth, then opened the bag, from which he first retrieved a small cloth package. Rice. My boy, you've done well. I am truly fortunate, for tonight I shall enjoy rice porridge. Liu Gen had only brought home 5 kilograms of rice, and the small handful he gave to the old man brought him such joy. Liu Gen found himself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. In the following days, Liu Gen ventured into the deep mountains twice, using grass ropes to trap 2 litters of wild boars. The largest boar weighed around 170 to 80 pounds, while the other was slightly smaller at 150 to 60. The 2 sows weighed approximately 120 to 30 pounds each. The piglets were distinctly varied in size, with the largest 3 weighing around 70 to 80 pounds, and the smallest 6 only 40 to 50 pounds. Altogether, the 2 litters amounted to just over 1,000 pounds. It was time to deliver the pigs to the state-run restaurant. But 2 matters needed resolving first, the handcart and the gun. While the handcart might not be necessary for delivering to the restaurant, it would be essential for the military. Liu Gen couldn't keep borrowing Old Wang's cart, as it would hinder his work and raise suspicions about why the cart always returned without the smell of manure. As for the gun, he needed to obtain a gun license. One could not always expect solitude in the mountains. And if someone saw him fire the weapon without a license, it could lead to significant trouble. To acquire the gun license, he would need to visit the police station. But as a mere 15-year-old boy, he doubted they would take him seriously, and he risked having the gun confiscated. The only way to secure a gun license was through a familiar connection. Fortunately, his neighbor, Grandma Zhang's son, Li Taiping, was the head of the commune police station. At the commune agricultural machinery station, Liu Gen slipped the vendor 2 large potatoes and successfully purchased a handcart for 14 yuan and 50 cents, leaving the vendor so pleased that he didn't even ask for a letter of introduction from the village. Upon arriving at the commune police station, The personnel, noticing Liu Jin in military attire and carrying a burlap sack, did not inquire further, but directly escorted him to the head's office. Li Taiping was engrossed in writing when he saw Liu Jin. He set down his pen, leaned back in his chair, and scrutinized the boy. "Why are you looking at me like that, Uncle Li?" "You are making me feel self-conscious," Liu Jin remarked, dropping the burlap sack and boldly taking a seat. "I see you've grown some wings, sending wild boars to the army now," Li Taiping replied, his expression serious. "You know about this?" Liu Jin feigned surprise. But he understood that if the army sought to investigate him, it would inevitably go through the police station. Li Taiping recognized how normal this was. "Consider yourself fortunate. The army contacted me directly, and since I know you well, I was able to smooth things over. Otherwise, you would have been in serious trouble." Liu Jin sheepishly smiled. "Thank you, Uncle Li." Li Taiping scoffed, then admonished, "What kind of place is the army? You can't just send things to them casually. If something goes wrong, they could haul you off for target practice." "I'm doing just fine, aren't I?" Liu Jin replied, tugging at his cotton military uniform. "They even gave me this warm outfit. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson. Should I give you a good thrashing to help you remember?" Li Taiping had watched him grow up since childhood and had often assisted his family. Thus he had every right to reprimand him. No, I acknowledge my mistake. I shan't dare again." Liu Genlai quickly raised his hands in surrender. "Do you wish for a next time?" Li Taiping glared at him. "No, there won't be a next time." Liu Genlai's demeanor was one of utmost sincerity. "Humph." Li Taiping huffed again, catching his breath, and deemed the matter settled. "Now, what brings you to me?" "I acquired a firearm in the black market and wish to obtain a gun permit from you," Liu Genlai revealed, pulling out a Type 38 rifle from the sack. "You dare to venture into the black market?" Li Taiping's voice rose in astonishment. Chapter 28, Still a Director. Truly coarse in speech, Uncle Li. Let's discuss the black market later. Shall we focus on the gun permit for now? Liu Genlai hastily shifted the topic. Li Taiping shot him a glare, paused in contemplation, and then asked, "Does your father know about your gun purchase?" "I haven't told him yet. That's why I came to you first," Liu Genlai explained. "My father has already consented to my hunting in the mountains, so I thought it prudent to acquire a firearm for protection in case of danger." "Your father truly agreed to your mountain expedition? You can verify that. Would I lie about such a matter? Besides, I doubt you would dare to," Li Taiping mused. After a moment's thought, he concluded, "If you're going to hunt in the mountains, you indeed ought to have a hunting rifle. However, remember this, you are only permitted to carry this gun when hunting. If you dare to cause trouble outside, I will be the first to deal with you." "Uncle Li, you overestimate me. With my frail physique, who would I dare provoke?" Liu Genlai remarked, measuring his scrawny arms. "All right, wait here. I'll arrange your permit," Li Taiping said as he stepped away from the desk, taking the rifle with him. In less than 10 minutes, he returned with the gun permit and tossed it into Liu Genlai's arms. "What are your future plans? You don't intend to hunt perpetually, do you? Who knows what the future holds? For now, I need to figure out how to fill my belly," Liu Genlai replied, carefully stowing the permit and accepting the rifle from Li Taiping. "Indeed, you are merely 15. Let us set other matters aside for a couple of years." Li Taiping resumed his seat at the desk, picked up a pen, and was about to write something but then set it down again. "By the way, if you encounter wolves or bears in the mountains, run immediately. Don't think that wielding a firewood stick will make you invincible." "Understood. I am not foolish," Liu Genlai assured him. "All right, be off with you. I still have work to do." Li Taiping waved his hand dismissively, picking up the pen once more. Still a director, yet so coarse in speech, Liu Genlai muttered under his breath. "What did you say?" Li Taiping glared at him. "I said, Uncle Li, the way you hold your pen is quite impressive, reminiscent of a learned scholar," Liu Genlai jested. "You've recovered from your illness. Yet you've transformed into a different person. You never dared to speak so wittily before." Li Taiping scrutinized Liu Genlai. "If I didn't know you since childhood, I might think someone had taken your place. Isn't that precisely what happened?" Liu Genlai chuckled inwardly. "Why are you still here? What are you waiting for? To be reprimanded?" Li Taiping scolded. "Uncle Li, are you not curious about what I've brought for you?" Liu Genlai nudged the sack at his feet. "Take it away. You want me to handle some matters for you, and yet demand something in return? Are you hoping to provoke your grandmother to give me a beating?" Li Taiping remarked without even glancing at the burlap sack. "If that is the case, I shall take this wild boar." Liu Genlai hoisted the sack onto his shoulder. "Put that down," Li Taiping exclaimed, suddenly agitated. While he could forego other items, the wild boar was essential. It was meat. The entire precinct had not seen meat for nearly half a year. He was finding it challenging to fulfill his role as the station chief. In a few strides, Li Taiping approached the sack, opened its mouth to glance inside, and weighed it in his hands. He patted Liu Genlai on the shoulder and smiled. Good lad. Uncle Li has not neglected you. With meat in hand, you have not forgotten your Uncle Li. The wild boar must weigh around 40 to 50 pounds. After removing the head and entrails, there would be at least 30 pounds of meat, allowing each person in the precinct to get a share, which would be a tremendous help to him. Xiao Zhao, Xiao Zhao. Li Taiping called for a police officer and commanded, "Go weigh the pig and inform me of its weight. Then arrange for it to be slaughtered. Today we shall distribute pork in the precinct, and everyone must receive their share. No one is to be left out." "Pork? Chief, you are truly remarkable," Xiao Zhao exclaimed, both astonished and elated as he hurriedly took the sack away. Soon, the entire precinct buzzed with excitement. "Genlai, this pig cannot come free to Uncle Li," Li Taiping said, patting Liu Genlai's shoulder. "You've been to the black market, so you should know the prices. Uncle Li shall not take advantage of you. Let us settle on the black market price. I'll give you 2 yuan per pound." The price of meat on the black market has risen again, Liu Genlai thought. He had never been to the black market. He had only heard about the price of pork from Director Zhao in the military, which was 2 yuan per pound. Just a few days had passed, and it had already increased by 20 cents. Noticing Liu Genlai's silence, Li Taiping assumed he felt the price was too low and added, "Genlai, it's not easy being your Uncle Li as the station chief. If the price of pork is too high, even if the people in the precinct receive meat, they won't think favorably of me. Uncle, the price from the military was 650 grams. Why not match that price?" Liu Genlai chuckled. Li Taiping was momentarily taken aback before realizing he had overthought the situation. He laughed and scolded, "It's just 2 yuan per pound. Do you expect me to also provide you with a set of cotton clothing? Not a chance." Upon leaving the precinct, Liu Genlai found an additional 108 yuan in his pocket from selling the military's pork to his family, alongside the 49 yuan and 3 cents from selling wild chickens. He had purchased cigarettes and a handcart, spending 17 yuan, leaving him with 32 yuan and 3 cents. All in all, he now possessed 140 yuan and 3 cents. While this sum seemed substantial, it was still far from sufficient for his aspirations. Tomorrow, he would sell the wild boar at the state-run restaurant. Liu Genlai resolved firmly and headed to Wudailing for training. After days of exercise, he had noticeably increased his strength and agility, enabling him to employ some of the underhanded tactics he had learned in his past life. If he encountered any troublemakers, he was confident he could handle a couple of them with a series of swift moves. Early the next day, after enjoying a hearty bowl of thick soup, Liu Genlai made his way straight to the state-run restaurant. Upon his arrival, Director He greeted him with a smile. "It's been over a week. I thought you might not return. What is this? Are you craving wild boar meat?" Liu Genlai tossed a Chinese cigarette over and remarked with a smile, "Given your physique, it doesn't seem like you're lacking nourishment. Get lost, you little brat. How dare you tease me?" Lacking respect, He Director mockingly scolded while lighting the cigarette. "Did you manage to catch any wild boars? What business is it of yours whether I caught any wild boars? You've told me to leave, yet you still desire a wild boar? Not even a strand of pig hair will I grant you." Liu Genlai was unwilling to concede. "My dear ancestor, have I offended you? Say whatever you wish. Calling me He Fatty is perfectly fine, as long as you have some wild boar meat." He Director discerned the underlying meaning in Liu Genlai's words and quickly changed his tone. "My second sister still has to work under you. How could I call you He Fatty?" He Director yielded, and Liu Genlai took advantage of the moment. "Arrange for someone to take a vehicle with me. Did you not bring the wild boar?" He Director inquired. "Isn't that obvious? If I were to parade a cart full of wild boars through the streets, do you think I could even reach the state-run restaurant?" Liu Genlai shot He Director a piercing glance. "Indeed," He Director nodded. "By the time we reached halfway, all would be snatched away. These days, every organization is short on meat and would never let a chance slip by." Chapter 29. Uncle Yu's idea. The state-run restaurant had a tricycle, and He Director arranged for the head chef's young apprentice to accompany Liu Genlai to fetch the wild boars. The young apprentice, a lad in his 20s, rode the tricycle with remarkable speed, and soon they reached the outskirts of the city. Liu Genlai instructed him to stop by the edge of a forest and ventured inside alone, releasing 2 large and 3 small wild boars from his space. Before calling the apprentice in, "Are you not worried about someone stealing the wild boars if we leave them here?" The apprentice exclaimed in awe at the sight of so many wild boars. "If someone is watching, I prefer not to be seen," Liu Genlai casually replied. and together they struggled to load the 5 wild boars onto the tricycle, covering them with roadside weeds. The return journey was slow. The combined weight of the 5 wild boars was around 400 to 500 pounds, and any slight bump in the road required the apprentice to stand up and pedal. Liu Genlai preferred not to be cramped with the boars, so he leisurely followed behind, smoking a cigarette. Upon returning to the state-run restaurant, the apprentice rode the tricycle to the back door where he director was already waiting. From a distance, he director stretched his neck and stood on tiptoe. Peering in their direction, Liu Genlai feared his weight might crush his toes. When the apprentice halted the tricycle and revealed the wild boars, he director, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together. He director, we agreed beforehand. Not all 5 wild boars belong to you. One must be reserved for director you of the supply and marketing cooperative. Given the proximity of the supply and marketing cooperative to the state-run restaurant, and since Xiao Jia from the cooperative was courting Xiao Li from the restaurant, it was impossible for director you not to catch wind of the wild boar's arrival. Without a prior agreement to reserve one for director you, he director would undoubtedly claim them all, leading to an awkward confrontation when director you came calling, especially since director you had treated him well. This bald you. Why is he always around? He director lamented, begrudgingly realizing that one of the wild boars must be shared. Although reluctant, he knew they belonged to Liu Genlai. And if Liu Genlai wished to share, he could only acquiesce. Yet, after a moment's thought, he director smiled again. 5 wild boars were brought forth, with only one designated for Baldy Yu. The remaining 4 were undeniably his. It is evident that Baldy Yu must be enduring greater distress. As the saying goes, a generous heart begets a robust physique. Thus, it is no wonder that director he has managed to gain a substantial figure in these times. Come, come. Let us retreat to my office for some tea. Director, he beckoned Liu Genlai, instructing his young apprentice to summon his master for the weighing of the boars. Upon arriving at the office, director he retrieved a small pouch of tea leaves from his drawer and smiled at Liu Genlai. Your cigarettes surpass mine. Therefore, I shall forego offering you any. Pray, sample my tea instead. With 3 fingers, he delicately placed a dozen leaves into the teapot, carefully stowing the paper pouch before accepting the cigarette offered by Liu Genlai, exclaiming, I truly did not anticipate your generous delivery of such an abundance of wild boars. I shall be quite occupied in the coming month. Feel free to sell at your own pace. Should you acquire more wild boars, I shall gladly accept your offerings. Liu Genlai had 7 or 8 more wild boars at his disposal, ready for delivery at any moment. With your unwavering support of my endeavors, I assure you shall not suffer any loss. The price of wild boars will align with the black market. Is that agreeable? Director, he inquired. Liu Genlai pondered briefly before responding. The black market prices seem rather steep. Pork at the butcher sells for mere dimes per pound. And if the state-run restaurants set their prices too high, it may not bode well for you. Such implications are inconsequential. The restaurant is state-operated, regardless of their prices. None will find their way into my pocket. The butcher's meat is indeed cheap, yet is there any meat to sell? The last time our local butcher had pork was over a month ago, with a limit of merely 2 tails per household, hardly sufficient to fill one's teeth. You need not fret about high prices leading to unsold stock. Everything requires tickets nowadays. The populace possesses money but struggles to spend it. While the restaurant's meat may be pricier, it requires no tickets and is not subject to purchase limits. Those yearning for meat will surely scramble to procure it. Director, he rambled on extensively, akin to a modern-day rant. Does this imply my sister's prospects have brightened? Liu Genlai chuckled. With this meat, the issue is essentially resolved. Director, he gestured upwards. The higher-ups are also in need of meat. I shall deliver a sizable one to them and convey your requests. It's merely a matter of meeting a work quota, and they will undoubtedly comply. Director, he shifted his tone, however, to be prudent in a few days. You must continue delivering several more boars. Let us execute this matter flawlessly, ensuring that those who relish nitpicking find no faults. Only then can your sister's position be secure. Certainly, with wild boars at my disposal, I shall deliver. Liu Genlai nodded in agreement. Come, sample this tea. Director, he poured a cup of the brewed tea for Liu Genlai, the liquid of vibrant green, exuding a delightful aroma. Huangshan Malfoam. With such exquisite tea, you should have invited me, you gluttonous he. A voice bellowed from the office entrance, and Director Yu strode in, his expression dark. Ah, Mr. Yu, you have arrived. Liu Genlai rose and offered a cigarette. Director Yu declined, his frown unwavering. You deliver wild boars to he, yet forget about me, your Uncle Yu. Why the delay? You do this injustice to young Liu. Director, he chuckled as he poured tea for Director Yu. When the wild boars were delivered, I specifically mentioned that one was reserved for you. Director Yu was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Director He and then at Liu Genlai. His stern expression instantly transformed into a warm smile. I knew you wouldn't forget your elder, he said. I misunderstood you. Surely, you won't hold it against me, will you? Liu Genlai was left astonished. How could Director Yu's demeanor shift so dramatically, as if he were a mere child? It was baffling. This is our first meeting, and yet you have already aided me significantly. I am profoundly grateful. Liu Genlai nudged the cigarette forward once more. Director Yu accepted it with a smile. I knew I could trust you. After lighting the cigarette, he turned to Director He. If you can spare me one of those 5 wild boars, the remaining 4 will be yours. Do you think you can consume so much? You are unaware, my friend. Director He replied with a smirk. Xiao Lu wishes for her sister to work as a waitress at the state-run restaurant. Not just these 4 boars, there will be more to follow. Director He felt confident that Director Yu would not uncover the truth. After a moment's reflection, Director Yu grasped the situation and addressed Liu Genlai again. The supply and marketing cooperative is in need of personnel. It is far less troublesome than the state-run restaurant. Hand over those 4 wild boars, and I will secure a job placement for your sister by tomorrow. Do you think Xiao Lu is foolish? Director He scoffed. The state-run restaurant provides 2 meals a day. Does your cooperative offer meals? Director Yu was momentarily at a loss. The advantage of the state-run restaurant in providing meals was indeed unmatched by the cooperative. Yet he remained undeterred. After a brief contemplation, a new idea dawned on him. Your home isn't close to the city, is it? Your sister must traverse a long distance to and from work daily, which is neither convenient nor safe. Shouldn't she find accommodation nearby? Your sister is still unmarried, correct? As a young woman living alone, you must be concerned for her safety. I propose this. I will reserve a position at the cooperative for you, and you can arrange for a suitable person to work alongside your sister, providing her companionship in the evenings. Wouldn't that resolve all the issues? What do you think of my suggestion? Chapter 30. Engaging with the astute Director Yu's words resonated with Liu Genlai. He shared the same sentiments. However, he had yet to determine who would be the most suitable companion for his sister. Li Lanxiang was certainly not an option, and Gunshi, Jin Wang, and Cai Xiao were still quite young, in need of their mother. Lu Xuanzhu was exhausted from daily labor, and it was unrealistic to expect him to fulfill both paternal and maternal roles. Their grandparents were aging and could not consistently care for 3 children. Nor could Liu Genlai allow Lu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang to be separated for an extended period. Such circumstances would not constitute a proper family life. The ideal solution would involve simultaneously addressing the employment of Lu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang, allowing them to bring their 3 children into the city. This would require a gradual approach. Liu Genlai's most fitting candidate in mind was his elder sister, Liu Fang. However, she was already married, with a daughter over a year old requiring her attention. The household was further complicated by the presence of her in-laws, sister-in-law, and brother-in-law, making it uncertain whether she could take on a job. In the 2 years since her marriage, Liu Genlai had only visited his sister twice, once for her wedding and once for the birth of her child. She had only returned home once, shortly after his illness, bringing with her merely 2 pounds of cornmeal, leaving without even having a meal. Liu Genlai surmised that his elder sister was not living well. After all, she had insisted on marrying a city dweller, and having chosen her own path, she must now endure the consequences alone. Mr. Yu, your suggestion is quite commendable. Please allow me a few days to ponder over who might be suitable. Liu Genlai resolved to visit his sister's home first. There's no rush. The work quota for the state-run restaurant won't be finalized anytime soon. Take your time and consult me once you've made a decision. Director Yu remarked leisurely as he sipped his tea, appreciating its quality far more than his usual brew. Xiaohe, please fetch me some to take home. Don't even think about it. I'm merely borrowing this from my second uncle. Director, he rolled his eyes. Liu Genlai mused to himself, recognizing the authority of Director He's uncle, which explained his boldness in speech. In these times, even the act of enjoying tea was dictated by rank. Without sufficient status, one could not procure fine tea, no matter the wealth. I shall come over frequently to enjoy your tea since our homes are not far apart, Director Yu. With his shameless demeanor, elicited another eye roll from Director He. Just then, a middle-aged man, clearly a chef by his attire, entered Director He's office. The pigs have been weighed. 5 pigs total 460 pounds. I need to inspect them and select the largest. Director Yu immediately stood and headed outside. Dream on. Even securing a smaller one would be a feat. Director, he hurriedly followed, fearing that Director, you might claim the biggest wild boar. Liu Genlai did not follow. Even if the two directors engaged in a fierce dispute, he would gain nothing, preferring to avoid the commotion. The chef, however, remained behind. Seizing the teapot from Director He's desk and gulping down several generous swigs. You must be the chef from the state-run restaurant, he said, producing a fine Zhonghua cigarette and offering it. Ah, such fine tobacco. You have a generous spirit. No wonder you catch so many wild boars. The chef wiped his hands before accepting the cigarette, tucking it behind his ear. Liu Genlai found humor in the connection, or lack thereof, between the two matters. The two dishes you prepared last time were truly delightful. I haven't had the chance to thank you. The chef was unreserved in his reply. I rely on my culinary skills for a living. If I can't cook well, the state-run restaurant wouldn't employ me. Liu Genlai smiled and inquired. May I ask your surname? No need for formality. My surname is Niu. If you hold me in regard, simply call me Chef Niu, the chef replied. His demeanor refreshingly straightforward. Chef Niu, I wish to prepare some braised meat for myself, but I can never quite get the flavor right. Do you have any tips? Liu Genlai asked. It's not difficult at all. Wait here, and I'll prepare some seasoning packets for you. They will be delectable. Chef Niu declared with a grand gesture before exiting Director He's office. Before long, Chef Niu returned, handing Liu Genlai a large paper bag. Inside are 5 seasoning packets. One packet is sufficient for 10 pounds of meat. Just add some salt to adjust the flavor, and you need not add anything else. Thank you, Chef Niu. Liu Genlai responded, retrieving 2 cucumbers and 2 ripe tomatoes from his pocket, which was actually from his space. To find such fresh vegetables at this time of year is quite a feat. You have a talent for it. Chef Niu accepted them without hesitation, stuffing the cucumbers and tomatoes into his pockets, unwilling to squander such fine ingredients, intending to take them home for his children. As he stepped out, Master Niu turned back and remarked, you should eat to your heart's content, and once you have finished, feel free to ask for more. No need for formalities. If you are no longer formal with me, why should I be? I wonder if Director He will be so informal with you. It is unclear how Director Yu and Director He conferred, but ultimately, Director Yu departed with a wild boar weighing over 120 pounds. I am uncertain whether Director Liu's generous delivery of such a quantity of wild boars has left Director He short on funds, as he instructed Liu to wait while he sent the pigs to the higher-ups first. Given that Director He is unlikely to return soon, Liu casually produced the remaining half of a smaller pig from his reserves and requested Master Niu to assist in marinating it before he strolled over to the supply and marketing cooperative. Upon entering the cooperative, Aunt Zhu praised him, saying, I heard from our director that you delivered 5 wild boars at once. How do you manage such feats? My son is about your age, and he only knows how to eat. It's not solely my doing. Aunt Zhu, please continue with your work. I shall return shortly. Unable to endure Aunt Zhu's excessive flattery, Liu placed 2 cucumbers and 2 tomatoes on the counter and swiftly retreated to Director Yu's office. Director Yu had already calculated the funds and awaited his arrival. The payment for the wild boars matches what is owed to Director He, 2 yuan and 20 cents per pound. My pig weighed 126 pounds, which totals 277 yuan and 20 cents. Please verify. What for? If it's more, consider it a gift from you to me, replied Liu, accepting the money and promptly pocketing it. What if it's less? Inquired Director Yu with a smile. Then I shall consider it a treat for your drinks, Liu replied with a chuckle. Though I did not enjoy your drinks, I certainly have received your kindness. You are quite the clever one, Director Yu laughed, opening his drawer to reveal a stack of premium cigarette vouchers, which he offered to Liu. Here are the premium vouchers I acquired over the past few days. They are all yours. How did you know I was out of cigarettes? Liu, showing no hesitation, grasped the vouchers and tucked them into his pocket, then casually retrieved the 2 cucumbers and 4 tomatoes from his reserves. Where did you procure these at this time of year? Director Yu's eyes widened in surprise. I grew them myself. Do you believe me? Liu chuckled. I believe whatever you say, Director Yu casually replied, his curiosity having waned with age. Liu relished interactions with such astute individuals, as they saved him considerable effort in conversation. Upon exiting the cooperative, Liu's reserves had notably increased. In addition to several boxes of Zhonghua cigarettes, he acquired an entire set of kitchen utensils. This was for his household, as he could no longer tolerate cooking in clay pots, chopping vegetables with a hatchet, or using those dark, heavy clay bowls. In his recollection, those bowls were disposable, shattered after a single use, never to be reused. Opening the navigation map, Liu swiftly located his sister's home, leisurely making his way there as directed. Chapter 31. A clean sweep. His sister's residence was neither particularly close nor far from the cooperative. According to the navigation map, walking would take over 50 minutes. Cycling would suffice in about 10, while taking the bus involved 5 stops and a somewhat roundabout route, taking nearly 20 minutes. Liu, preferring to avoid the crowded bus, opted to walk, arriving at his sister's home. In a courtyard nestled within a narrow alley, the elder sister resided in a compound consisting of 3 sections, home to over 20 families. Liu Genlai recalled that the elder sister's abode was situated in the eastern wing of the central courtyard, comprising 3 small rooms where her in-laws, a younger sister-in-law, 2 younger brothers-in-law, and her own family of 4 lived. 8 individuals crowded into 3 modest chambers, making it even more cramped than his own home. As noon approached, mealtime was at hand, and while many residents were bustling about, few were engaged in cooking. This was quite typical. Job opportunities in the city were scarce, with most families fortunate to have a single formal worker. Those who managed to be dual-income households were the envy of their neighbors. At this hour, most of the homebound individuals were idle. The notion of them expecting 3 hearty meals was mere folly, even if they wished for it. Their homes might not possess sufficient provisions. As Liu Genlai passed through the front courtyard, several middle-aged women peered out from their windows, noting his military uniform and deeming him harmless, thus losing interest. Upon crossing the threshold between the front and central courtyards, he immediately spotted his elder sister, Liu Fang. Underneath the central courtyard's faucet, she was diligently washing clothes, with a basin of rinsed garments beside her and a mound of unwashed items piled nearby. She donned an old, dark gray cotton jacket that appeared thinner than his previous attire. Observing her figure, it was evident that after 2 years of city life, she had not thrived, but rather lost considerable weight. A rope was tied around her waist, the other end tethered to a small child, who had likely just begun to walk, exploring the world with curious feet, yet seated quietly on a bench, playing with a dried leaf of unknown origin. As she sensed someone approaching, Liu Fang instinctively glanced up, only to quickly avert her gaze and resume her task. Clearly, she did not recognize Liu Genlai. "Sister," Liu Genlai called out as he approached. Liu Fang looked up in surprise, scrutinizing him intently before her eyes brightened with recognition. "Genlai, what brings you here? You're well again. Where did you procure that uniform? I almost didn't recognize you." Straightening her back, she reached out to touch Liu Genlai's face, but halfway there, she withdrew her hand, hastily wiping it on her clothing, her face illuminated with joy. "Your hands are cold. Don't let them freeze. It's chilly outside. Come inside to warm up." Liu Genlai remained still, his gaze fixed on her hands, which, like RGS, were red from the cold. The timid child, noticing a stranger conversing with her mother, scampered over and clutched Liu Fang's leg, wide-eyed with curiosity as he regarded Liu Genlai. "Zhaodi, this is your uncle. Call him uncle," Liu Fang encouraged, crouching down to teach the child. However, the little one merely stared in silence, clearly apprehensive. "Liu Fang, who are you speaking with?" A woman in her 40s peered through a crack in the window of the middle room in the eastern wing, curiously assessing Liu Genlai. "Mother, this is my younger brother. Come to visit," Liu Fang replied. At that moment, another head poked out of the window. It was a girl of about 18 or 19, seemingly of a similar age to the second sister. Her gaze fell upon Liu Genlai's empty hands. Upon noticing that he bore nothing, she quickly withdrew her head, and a sharp voice echoed from the window. "How shameless to visit relatives empty-handed. You must be here to take advantage." Her voice was loud enough for Liu Genlai to hear. Liu Genlai reacted with indifference, while Liu Fang felt a pang of anxiety and hurriedly explained, "That's my sister-in-law. She didn't find a match yesterday and is in a rather foul mood." Liu Genlai had no desire to hear his elder sister's explanation. He was merely an unwilling participant, and her emotional state was of no consequence to him. He bent down, picked up little Zhaodi, and retrieved a handful of colorful candies from his pocket to entertain her. "Call me uncle. I'll give you some sweets." The little girl's eyes widened, fixated on the candies, yet she remained silent. Liu Genlai chuckled and directly placed a piece in her mouth, then deposited the remaining candies into her small hands. The little girl instinctively clenched the sweets and turned to look at Liu Fang. "They're from your uncle. Just enjoy them." Liu Fang's smile seemed somewhat forced. Only then did the little girl begin to move her mouth, savoring the candy, seemingly delighted, and her fear dissipated as she suddenly exclaimed, "Uncle, such a good girl." Liu Genlai said, planting a kiss on her cheek, which made her giggle joyfully. Come on, Genlai, it's chilly outside. Let us head indoors, Lu Fong called to him. All right, Liu Genlai replied, cradling the little girl as he followed Lu Fong into the room. By the side of the room, a stove was set up, with a pot on top, steaming and filling the air with the aroma of food. Lu Fong busily poured hot water for Liu Genlai, but before he could sit down, the voice of his sister-in-law echoed from the other room. Lu Fong, is the food ready? If so, bring the pot in. My sister and I will eat in here. Bring the pot in? Is that to prevent me from mooching? Liu Genlai sat down silently. Genlai, warm yourself with some water. My sister will prepare a meal for you shortly, Lu Fong said, her smile somewhat stiff, clearly lacking confidence. Indeed, scarcely had she finished speaking when her mother-in-law's voice rang out again. What are you cooking? There's hardly any grain left in the house. Lu Fong's smile froze, leaving her at a loss. Her mother-in-law continued, bring the food in, and then wash the clothes. If you want to eat, you must work. The Qian family doesn't support idlers. Liu Genlai could barely contain himself. Sister, is this truly how you live? What is wrong with this? Isn't it quite good? Lu Fong replied, brushing back her disheveled bangs as she turned to fetch the pot. These days, everyone struggles. You're still young. You'll understand when you grow up. Is this what you call good? Liu Genlai's frustration began to boil over. As long as her family remained, they dared to treat his sister this way. He could only imagine how they would mistreat her in his absence. We'll talk about this later, Lu Fong said, carrying the pot in one hand and 2 sets of chopsticks in the other. Why did you leave it there? You'll dirty the bed. Oh, go on. Let me do it. You're so clumsy. The voice of the elder sister and the sister-in-law emerged, sharp as their mothers. Lu Fong remained silent, seemingly enduring in silence. After a short while, she stepped out, offering a sheepish smile to Liu Gen. Is the water finished? Let me pour you some more. Liu Gen glanced at the cup in his hand. In this household, the only authority the elder sister possessed seemed to be over the hot water. Mama, candy sweet. The little girl in Liu Gen's arms suddenly turned around, raising a piece of candy high. Mama doesn't want it. Xiaodi can have it herself. Lu Fong gently stroked the little girl's head. Lu Fong, what candy did you give Xiaodi? Came the inquiry from the elder sister's mother-in-law from the inner room, clearly having overheard the little girl's words. The candy given by my uncle, Lu Fong replied. How many did you give? Her mother-in-law pressed. Not many, just a few. Lu Fong's voice dwindled. Save some for Monsong and Mangu. What does a worthless child need with candy? Her mother-in-law's voice rose several decibels. Liu Gen's anger flared abruptly. He barely restrained himself from storming in to give the elder sister's mother-in-law a thorough thrashing. Little girl, listen closely. The candy is from your uncle and is meant only for you. No one else is allowed to have it. The name Xiaodi was too unappealing for Liu Gen to utter aloud. The little girl seemed unfazed, but the elder sister and sister-in-law's sharp voices soon followed, their tone dripping with scorn that Liu Gen could easily envision on their disdainful faces. A countryside child, daring to meddle in the affairs of city folk. Sister-in-law, your brother is quite something. Come with me. Liu Gen suddenly stood up. He could no longer endure the atmosphere of the elder sister's household. He feared that if he stayed any longer, he might lose control and unleash his fury upon the mother and daughter in the inner room. Where to? Lu Fong did not move. I'll take you out for a meal. I have something to discuss with you. He reminded himself to remain composed. Impulsiveness would not resolve the issues at hand. He was there to assist his sister, not to add to her troubles. What meal? I'm not hungry. And don't waste money. The family is already in substantial debt from your medical expenses. After a while, once your sister finishes making porridge, you can eat and then return home. Even a clay figure has its limits. Lu Fong, having endured the ill treatment from her mother-in-law and sister-in-law towards her younger brother during his rare visit, decided to take a stand. Even if her husband, Qian Daji, returned home to reprimand her, she would still prepare a meal for her brother. Are you coming with me? If you don't, I want to come back again. Liu Gen looked at Lu Fong, his expression serious. Pity for the unfortunate, anger for the powerless, if she does not stand tall. Even if a job is arranged for her, she will be bled dry by the Qian family. Liu Gen, please don't make things difficult for your sister. It's not easy for her to have endured until now. Lu Fong's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Mama, mama, mama. Seeing her mother on the verge of tears, the little girl grew anxious, twisting her small body in a plea for her mother to hold her, tears brimming in her eyes. Lu Fong quickly scooped her up, softly soothing her. Mama is fine. Xiaodi must be good and obedient, all right? The little girl nodded, a bit bewildered. Alas, Liu Genlai let out a heavy sigh, seizing Lu Fang's arm and dragging her outside. Lu Fang had already confined herself. Believing that reasoning was futile, it was necessary to shatter her self-imposed restraints completely. What are you doing? Lu Fang protested, attempting to break free, only to discover that Liu Genlai's grip was alarmingly strong, like a vice, rendering her attempts futile as she stumbled along in his wake. The two individuals inside the room paid no mind to Lu Fang and Liu Genlai. To them, Liu Genlai was merely posturing, desperately clinging to his meager pride. A poor country boy, hoping to dine in a city restaurant? Did he possess the means? Did he have food stamps? They were already contemplating how to humiliate Lu Fang upon her return, tail between her legs. Dazed, Lu Fang was pulled onto a bus by Liu Genlai and confusedly disembarked until the words state-run restaurant brought her back to reality. Genlai, why have you brought me here? The food is too expensive, we cannot afford it. Let us go. Liu Genlai, uninterested in explanations, simply dragged Lu Fang into the state-run restaurant. Oh, little Genlai, you've returned. Is this your second sister? The waitress, Shadowy, greeted them with a beaming smile, her service deserving of a 5-star rating. Liu Genlai had previously delivered 4 wild boars, ensuring she received a generous portion of meat, and her warmth towards him was akin to that of a long-lost relative. How could she not be enthusiastic? This is my eldest sister, Liu Genlai said, guiding her to an empty table. I thought so. She doesn't look 19, Shadowy remarked with a chuckle. What would you like to eat? I can have the chef prepare something for you. Liu Genlai retrieved 2 cucumbers and 2 persimmons from his cotton coat pocket. A stir-fry with cucumbers and eggs, and persimmons with sugar. Also, check if Master Nyo's braised meat is ready. If it is, please cut more. I see where the cucumbers and persimmons came from. You provided them. Shao's eyes sparkled. You have some as well? Liu Genlai produced another pair of cucumbers and persimmons. Then I must thank you, Shaoly replied without hesitation. She set aside her own vegetables and took Liu Genlai's to the kitchen before dashing out of the restaurant towards the supply and marketing cooperative. The state-run restaurant lacked eggs and sugar. While others might have desired those dishes, Shaoly wouldn't have bothered, but for Liu Genlai, she hurried off to procure them. Lu Fang stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the scene before her, staring at Liu Genlai as if he were a stranger. Liu Genlai remained silent, lighting a cigarette and waiting for Lu Fang to regain her composure. After a while, Lu Fang finally managed to collect her thoughts, wanting to ask something. Yet her mind was still muddled, unsure of where to begin. I took the medicine that Grandma obtained from the temple, and I am better now. I caught a few wild boars behind our village and got my second sister a job here. In a few days, she will start working. There is also another job opportunity at the supply and marketing cooperative. I came to ask if you would be interested in it, Liu Genlai stated succinctly. What? The impact of this revelation hit Lu Fang even harder than before. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. Until Shaoly served up stir-fried cucumbers with eggs, tomatoes mixed with sugar, and a generous platter of braised meat, Lu Fang remained in a daze. The little girl squirmed in Lu Fang's embrace, eager to eat. At such a tender age, children know only the joy of food. And with such a delightful spread before her, how could she possibly resist? Liu Genlai lifted her onto his lap and offered her a piece of tomato dipped in sugar. Is it delicious? Yes, yes. I want more. With only a few teeth, the little girl found the soft tomato easy to swallow after a few bites. She clamored for more. Genlai, is what you said true? Lu Fang finally regained her senses. If it were false, where would all this food come from? Nothing speaks louder than the truth itself. Gazing at the 3 dishes she had never dared to imagine, Lu Fang needed no further persuasion from Liu Genlai. She was convinced. Genlai, how did you become so capable? It feels like a dream, she said, tears welling in her eyes. Lu Fang's disposition resembled that of Lu Xuanzhu, honest and earnest, while her propensity to cry was inherited from Li Lanxiang. Mommy, mommy, mommy. The little girl, frightened by her mother's tears, began to weep as well, calling out for her. It's all right. Mommy is happy, Liu Genlai reassured her, pinching off a piece of mixed flour bun, dipping it in the braise, and offering it to the little girl. Whether she understood Liu Genlai's words or was simply enchanted by the aroma, the little girl soon quieted down, savoring the bun. Liu Genlai then offered a bun to Lu Fang. Sister, eat first. Let us converse while we dine. All right. Lu Fang replied, accepting the bun. After just a few bites, she covered her face and wept again. I never imagined you would be so successful. Sister, please don't cry. Just enjoy your meal. Having grown accustomed to Li Lanxiang's tears at home, Liu Genlai wished to see his sister smile instead. Yes, yes. I want to cry. You are so accomplished. I should be happy. Lu Fang wiped her tears and turned to the little girl. Come here. Let your uncle feed you well. Enough. Liu Genlai waved his hand. You eat. I'll take care of her. You look so thin, nearly unrecognizable. With the family's food supply scarce, Lu Fang sought to explain, but Liu Genlai was not inclined to listen, focusing instead on feeding the little girl. The child's stomach was small, and soon she had had her fill. After finishing her meal, she reached for her mother. Liu Genlai did not resist and handed her back to Lu Fang, taking a bun for himself. Silence enveloped the siblings as they ate. Before long, Liu Genlai finished his meal, lit a cigarette, and waited for Lu Fang to finish. Perhaps it had been too long since she had eaten to her heart's content. When Lu Fang finally set down her chopsticks, the stir-fried cucumbers and sugar-coated tomatoes were entirely gone, the plate clean of remnants. And only the bottom of the braised meat platter remained. Sister, our home is far from the capital. I work long hours at the state-run restaurant, and I worry about our second sister walking home alone at night. I thought to find her a place to stay in the capital. Assigned to work at the supply and marketing cooperative, the intention was for you to care for her. Yet, if you cannot even look after yourself, how can I trust you to tend to my second sister? I am perfectly capable of caring for Xiaomin. Lu Fang is still holding on to her pride. Do you think I am deaf or blind? Have I not heard or seen how your mother-in-law and sister-in-law treat you? Liu Jin sighed softly. His elder sister's temperament was exasperating. They blame me for not providing a son for your brother-in-law. Once I bear a son, they will not treat me this way. Lu Fang continued to deceive herself. Do you truly believe that? Liu Jin was somewhat speechless. What can I do? I am just a rural girl without a job. Without rations, everything I require depends on them. There are 8 people in the household, and only my father-in-law and your brother-in-law are employed. If I, as the daughter-in-law, do not economize, how can we make ends meet? Lu Fang persisted, her words more for convincing herself than for Liu General. They eat while you can only watch. In this frigid weather, they stay warm indoors while you are outside, juggling the child and washing clothes for the entire family. When your younger brother visits, they treat him like a thief. You wish to prepare a meal for me, but they do not permit it. Is this the life you envision, elder sister? Liu Jin's words struck a chord. Please, stop talking, Lu Fang cried, covering her face. Liu Jin sighed and lit a cigarette. Elder sister, if you do not stand firm, I cannot secure this job for you. If I do, not only will you fail to care for the second sister, but you will also unwittingly benefit that group of ingrates. Upon hearing this, Lu Fang became anxious. I can do it, I can. They bully me because I do not earn money and lack provisions. Once I have a job, I can earn and secure rations. They will not dare treat me this way. What if they continue to treat you like this? Liu Jin inquired. Then I will confront them. Very well. Let us put it to the test. Liu Jin rose to his feet. Elder sister, follow me. Where to? Lu Fang was momentarily taken aback. Just come with me. Liu Jin did not elaborate, leading Lu Fang out of the state-run restaurant into the supply and marketing cooperative across the street. Xiao Lu, you're here again. Did you forget to buy something? Aunt Zhu greeted with a smile, placing down her knitting. Lu Fang felt bewildered. She had been to the cooperative before and had only encountered cold faces. When did the staff become so warm? I am here to see Director Yu. Is he in? Liu Jin responded with a smile. What perfect timing. He just returned, Aunt Zhu said, her eyes curiously surveying Lu Fang, who was observing the cooperative. Is this where I will be working in the future? It's wonderful. As Liu Jin entered the office, Director Yu was leisurely sipping tea and humming a tune. When he delivered that pig, the leaders were overjoyed, praising him endlessly. Even the higher-ups gifted him 2 taels of fine tea. No less exquisite than he Fatsi S. Huangshan Maofeng. Oh, Xiao Lu, why are you here again? Did you receive too much money and need to return some? Director Yu joked. Uncle Yu, I have come to inquire about the quantity of wild boar meat required for a work quota. Liu Genlai wasted no time and went straight to the point. Director Yu glanced at Lu Fang, who followed Liu Genlai, and immediately understood. You already delivered one this morning. And the leaders were quite pleased. Another boar of similar size should suffice. The 2 pigs together should weigh around 250 to 60 pounds. Ample enough to secure a work quota from the supply and marketing cooperative. Lend me the tricycle. Liu Genlai stated plainly. As someone from the village informed me that they have hunted another pig weighing over 100 pounds, which is on its way over, I shall go to greet it. So soon? Director Yu expressed surprise. If you find it too swift, I shall instruct them to deliver it to another unit, Liu Genlai joked. You dare. Should you send it to another unit, I shall bar you from entering my office henceforth. Director Yu laughed while tossing the tricycle keys to Liu Genlai. Uncle Yu, this is my elder sister. Let her sit here for a while. I will return shortly. After briefing Director Yu, Liu Genlai hurriedly exited the supply and marketing cooperative and rode off on the tricycle. He did not foolishly venture outside the city, but instead sought an empty alley, turned in, and emerged with a hefty wild boar weighing over 170 pounds in the tricycle S-cart. Riding leisurely back to the cooperative, Director Yu was already waiting for him at the entrance. This boar was even larger than the one delivered earlier. Director Yu was somewhat exhilarated. With this pig, the work quota matter was secure. Wait for me. I shall return shortly. Director Yu mounted the tricycle and sped off, moving with an agility that belied his age of 4 to 5 decades. Is my work matter settled? Lu Fang found it hard to believe. What we deem exceedingly difficult is merely a matter of a few words for some. Liu Genlai chuckled. More than an hour later, Director Yu returned with the work quota. Liu Genlai took it, tucked it into his pocket, and said to Lu Fang, "Let us return to your home together." The work quota bore no name. Whoever possessed it claimed it as theirs. Liu Genlai was curious to see if, with employment, Lu Fang could truly stand tall. If she could, the work quota would be hers. If not, he would have to consider other candidates. For the sake of this family, Liu Genlai was willing to do anything. But he would not play the fool. Chapter 34. Strengthen the elder sister. They took a bus back to the elder sister's home. In the courtyard, under the faucet, the clothes remaining unwashed by the elder sister lay unattended, while the two individuals inside the house made no move. The basin of half-washed laundry had already frozen. Liu Genlai held the little girl, intentionally lagging a few steps behind Lu Fang. Lu Fang was not foolish. She understood that her younger brother was testing her. If she could not assert herself, the work quota tucked in his pocket would undoubtedly not be given to her. Arriving at the doorstep, Lu Fang paused, took a few deep breaths, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. Liu Genlai quietly followed her, holding the little girl. "Oh, back from a meal, are we? What delicious food did you have? Share it with me, I'm curious." As the three entered, the mocking voice of the elder sister's sister-in-law echoed from within. Before Lu Fang could respond, her mother-in-law's comments followed closely behind. Having satisfied their hunger, it was time to resume work. "Come in and clear the dishes. Then wash your clothes. If you cannot finish the laundry, you shall forego dinner tonight." Lu Jin remained silent, curious to see how Lu Fang would respond. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fang finally spoke. "You should clean up your own dishes and wash your own clothes. I am a wife brought into this family, not your servant." The first half of her statement was composed, but the latter half was nearly a shout. Lu Fang's mother-in-law immediately erupted in anger. "Lu Fang, you barren hen, unable to bear a son, how dare you speak to me like that?" The voice of Lu Fang's sister-in-law followed closely. "Sister-in-law, what kind of nonsense has your boastful brother filled your head with? Have you forgotten your own surname? Just wait until my brother returns. I will tell him and see if he doesn't punish you. You think you can escape punishment?" A glint of coldness flickered in Liu Gen's eyes. He had intended to observe whether Lu Fang could stand her ground before returning, but now it seemed he would have to wait a little longer. "Why should he punish me? I am the only one working while you and mother do nothing at all. All the household chores fall upon me. Yet you eat more than I do and dress more warmly. What gives you the right?" Lu Fang erupted, her voice tinged with desperation. "What has this become?" The door creaked open, and an irate woman in her 40s burst forth. "What did you just say? Say it again, and I shall tear your mouth apart." A girl, no more than 18 or 19, followed closely behind, her youthful beauty marred by the same scowl as Lu Fang's mother-in-law. Lu Fang instinctively took 2 steps back. Having long harbored resentment, she had finally unleashed it, but her resolve dwindled as she faced the 2 bullies who had tormented her for so long. The little girl in Liu Gen's arms was frightened into tears, squirming to find her mother. "You little burden, why are you crying? If you cry again, I'll lock you outside." Lu Fang's mother-in-law spat viciously. The girl, terrified, ceased her cries but continued to sniffle. Clearly, Lu Fang's mother-in-law had employed such tactics before. "Where's the candy? Bring it out immediately. If you dare eat it yourself, you will be punished with a day without food." The sister-in-law echoed the cruel tone. As a protective mother, seeing her daughter treated so harshly, Lu Fang erupted once more. "You call her a burden, but you are women yourselves. Money is abundant. If you ever have a daughter, Would you want your in-laws to call her a burden? You wretched burden, dare to curse my daughter? I'll tear your mouth apart. Lu Fang's mother-in-law lunged at her. Lu Jin could not bear to watch his sister being attacked. He swiftly pulled her aside, and in the rush, Lu Fang's mother-in-law stumbled forward, losing her balance and crashing into the pile of unwashed clothes. Oh dear, what a scandal. The daughter-in-law has conspired with a country bumpkin to assault an elder. Come and see. Cushioned by a pile of clothing, Grandma Lu Fang was not actually hurt, yet. She chose to sit on the ground, beating her thighs and wailing. How dare you strike my mother? You, a mere country bumpkin, await your reckoning. I shall have the neighborhood watch apprehend you. Her younger sister menaced fiercely. Lu Fang, now gripped by fear, clutched Liu Genlai's arm and urgently inquired, Genlai, what should we do? Perhaps you should flee quickly. If the neighborhood watch arrives, they will surely seize you. Flee. Why would I run? Liu Genlai replied with a smile. You are my elder sister. With you by my side, what do I have to fear? If trouble arises, will you not protect me? The swiftest way to embolden the meek is to place them in a position of reliance, to become the pillar of strength and responsibility. Am I capable of that? Lu Fang hesitated. She had always been the weak one, perpetually bullied, never contemplating the possibility of safeguarding others. If you cannot, then I shall be taken by the neighborhood watch, Liu Genlai shrugged. If they seek to apprehend you, I shall fight them tooth and nail. Lu Fang suddenly found her resolve. This was a surge of overconfidence, and Liu Genlai chuckled inwardly. An honest person, when enraged, can become quite uncontrollable. No need for violence. Simply reason with them. After all, we have done nothing wrong, Liu Genlai encouraged with a smile. Sister, you can surely manage this. Soon, the courtyard was teeming with onlookers, young maidens, married women, and the elderly, all drawn from the neighborhood, numbering over a dozen. The swelling crowd only fueled Grandma Lu Fang's indignation. Let us settle this matter. Lu Fang, that wretched creature, unable to bear a son, neglects her chores and refuses to wash dishes. As her mother-in-law, I merely ask her to do a little work, and she dares to incite her brother against me. Is there no justice left? She even insults my mother and me, calling us worthless. Her sister-in-law added fuel to the fire. The crowd began to murmur among themselves, and soon, a woman in her 50s stepped forward. Aunt Qian, your daughter-in-law is not like this, is she? In the 2 years since her marriage, we have all observed her diligence and politeness. She has never quarreled with anyone. What could have provoked her to speak so harshly? Has she suffered some injustice? Ah, there is still a voice of reason. Liu Genlai regarded this woman with newfound respect. You speak nonsense. Are you blind? Do you not see that I was thrown out? Why do you defend her and not me? What has that wretched girl done for you? Is there some illicit affair with your son? Grandma Lu Fang lashed out like a rabid dog. The woman, regretting her intervention, withdrew hastily, feeling sullied by the encounter. That country bumpkin brother of hers did indeed assault my mother, throwing her from the house. The sister-in-law testified on Grandma Lu Fang's behalf. The crowd turned their attention to Liu Genlai, whispering and shaking their heads. Lu Fang's brother was merely a boy of 15 or 16. Could his frail frame truly have hurled someone as hefty as Grandma Lu Fang that far? It was utterly unbelievable. Chapter 35. Captured by the security team, Liu Genlai remained silent, deliberately positioning himself behind Lu Fang, adopting an expression that suggested he required her protection. Lu Fang, in turn, refrained from speaking, her mind preoccupied with how to reason with the security personnel to safeguard her brother, completely oblivious to the fact that no one had yet reported to the security team. To the onlookers, the siblings appeared as one taciturn and the other submissive, further disbelieving that they would have harmed Lu Fang's mother-in-law. Seeing that no one would engage with her, the sister-in-law, in a fit of indignation, produced a dime and shouted, "Whoever helps me report to the security team will receive this dime." "I will," exclaimed a child who had come along with the adults to witness the commotion, snatching the dime and sprinting away. "Just wait. How dare you hit my mother? When the security team arrives, you will all be taken away," the sister-in-law threatened, including Lu Fang in her accusation. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, Lu Fang instinctively grasped Liu Genlai's arm. He gently patted her hand and nodded reassuringly. Lu Fang, summoning her courage, decided that some comforting words were necessary. Liu Genlai's calm demeanor had an uplifting effect on her, instilling in her an inexplicable sense of confidence. She turned to him and said, "Do not fear. The security personnel are coming. I will protect you." Before long, several members of the security team arrived in the courtyard, following the child. Who reported to the security team? The leader inquired. It was me. The sister-in-law raised her hand, pointing accusingly at Liu Fang and Liu Genlai. They beat my mother and called us worthless. You must take them away at once. Did you both strike someone? The leader scrutinized Liu Fang and Liu Genlai. Liu Genlai remained silent, while Liu Fang stepped forward, asserting, "We did not hit my mother-in-law. It was she who attempted to strike me, and my brother pulled me away, causing her to fall and injure herself." You're lying. How could someone fall from the house to the middle of the courtyard? Liu Fang's mother-in-law shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at her. You ungrateful wretch. Have you fed your conscience to the dogs? Just wait until my son returns. I will ensure he divorces you and sends you back to the countryside. Though the mother-in-law's words were harsh, the security team quickly grasped the situation and turned to scold the sister-in-law with somber expressions. Is this the trivial matter that warrants a report to the security team? Do you think this place is your family's property? If you dare to file a frivolous complaint again, I will arrest you first. The sister-in-law, a quintessential bully at home, became flustered and could hardly articulate a response under the security team's intimidating gaze. As the security personnel prepared to leave, the mother-in-law grew frantic, pointing at Liu Genlai and shouting, I report him for theft. He is a country bumpkin, so poor he can hardly afford food. This new military uniform must surely be stolen. Everyone turned their gaze toward Liu Genlai. Initially, they had not thought anything amiss about the child's new uniform, but the mother-in-law's accusation now seemed plausible. Where did you get your new military uniform? The leader asked, scrutinizing Liu Genlai from head to toe. I delivered wild boar to the army, and they gave it to me, Liu Genlai replied truthfully. Which unit? The leader pressed further. Delivered wild boar to the army? Do you think the army would casually accept food of unknown origin? Fabricating a tale, albeit an implausible one, is hardly commendable. Initially, he merely posed a casual inquiry. However, Liu Genlai's elaborate explanation only served to sow doubt in his mind. The garrison stationed at Daling Commune provided me with my military attire through their logistics chief, Minister Wu. Liu Genlai continued to speak candidly, stating, accompany us for a while. We shall ascertain the truth of your claims through investigation. The leader of the group was utterly incredulous. He presumed that this young man had merely heard rumors regarding a Minister Wu associated with the Daling Commune's garrison, fabricating a story to intimidate. A regiment was stationed at Daling Commune, and it was unlikely that a logistics minister of at least deputy regiment rank would recognize a mere rural child. This was preposterous. I advise you to clarify matters before making any decisions. Apprehending me for the security team is simple, yet securing my release will prove challenging, Liu Genlai asserted. Unwilling to squander time with the security team. If you choose not to leave, you may remain at the security team indefinitely. The leader was unfazed by this tactic. Believing that mere threats could intimidate him, such individuals were not unfamiliar to him. When the personnel from the security team appeared poised to detain her brother, Liu Fang became frantic. On what grounds do you arrest my brother? Is there no reasoning left? She recalled Liu Genlai's earlier advice to reason with the security team. However, the current circumstances were starkly different, as the security team paid her no heed. Sister, it's all right. Stay home and wait for me. I shall return shortly. Liu Genlai reassured Liu Fang. Being taken to the security team was inconsequential. Once they conducted their investigation, the truth would emerge. As for his youthful bravado, what could it matter? Once the facts were established, he would be free. Who would dare ridicule a child? Released? You wait and see. For thievery, he shall surely be sent to labor reform. Liu Fang's stepmother, no longer seated on the ground, rose indignantly and berated Liu Fang. You worthless child. Why do you stand there idly? Hurry and do the laundry. If you cannot finish, you shall go without dinner tonight. The wicked stepmother resumed her belittlement of her daughter-in-law. The onlookers regarded Liu Fang with sympathy, having grown accustomed to such behavior. Otherwise, they would have intervened on behalf of the mother and daughter. Yet today, Liu Fang was unlike her usual self. She pondered her brother's words and remained fixated on the work quota. Whose clothes are whose? You all have hands and feet. Why must I wash your clothes? Very well, you worthless child. Await my son's return. Then you shall see how he deals with you. With so many witnesses present, the stepmother refrained from publicly striking Liu Fang, leaving with a menacing remark before retreating indoors to warm herself. Liu Fang, recalling Liu Genlai's words to wait at home, carried her frightened daughter into the house. At the security team, upon Liu Genlai's arrival, he was unceremoniously thrust against the window bars, ignored by all. Outside, An aide inquired of the leader, "Shall we not interrogate him?" The leader scoffed, "What for? Strip him of his clothing, lock him up for the night, and let him depart at dawn." Clearly, this individual had taken a liking to Liu Genlai's new military uniform. The members of the security team are all temporary personnel, managing merely 2 meals a day, earning a meager 9 yuan each month. They don worn-out military uniforms discarded by the army, which pale in comparison to Liu Genlai's pristine attire. Perhaps we should investigate. What if his uniform was indeed bestowed upon him by Minister Wu? Suggested an underling. Look at you, in such a sorry state. I was initially inclined to give you his hat, but now I want tea. The leader shot a sidelong glance at his subordinate. Do you know Minister Wu better than I do? To inquire about such a trivial matter from a deputy regiment commander? Do you wish to invite scorn upon yourself? Don't drag me into it. Come on, I could use a cotton hat. I'll just take his clothes. The subordinate smirked as he entered the room where Liu Genlai was restrained. Chapter 36. Release him immediately, you little rascal, daring to steal a military uniform. You possess quite the audacity. If you were sent to the police station, you would face at least 10 to 8 years in prison, and they would dispatch you to a labor camp in the remote northwest, where it is cold and desolate, surrounded by barren deserts. No one would even bury you there. Upon entering, the subordinate sought to intimidate Liu Genlai. This tactic was familiar to them. First, a slap, followed by a sweet promise, typically resulting in the victim yielding to their demands. You appear young and may be a first-time offender. Thus, I shall grant you a chance. Surrender your clothing voluntarily, and you may return home. Liu Genlai scoffed inwardly, recognizing their desire for his cotton military uniform. You believe a time traveler like myself could be bullied by a mere shrimp like you? That would render my journey pointless. If I relinquish my clothes, will you let me go? Liu Genlai feigned a frightened demeanor. You cannot leave immediately. You must remain here for the night. After all, you were apprehended, and we must adhere to protocol, the subordinate replied, barely suppressing his glee. Ultimately, he is just a child, a little fright, and he will crumble. Fine then. Unlock my handcuffs, and I shall remove my clothes for you. His hand was still resting on the window railing, making it impossible to disrobe. The subordinate had already prepared the key, and with a few deft movements, he unlocked the cuffs and stepped back, creating some distance from Liu Genlai. Liu Genlai flexed his wrist. It had grown somewhat numb during the brief duration. The subordinate was in no rush. They had already caught their prey and could afford to wait a moment longer. Once Liu Genlai felt his wrist had regained enough mobility, he began to unbutton his uniform. He started with the top button, the tightest of them all, and after considerable effort, he could not manage to loosen it. My hand is still a bit numb. I can't muster any strength. Could you assist me with the button? Foolish, unable to unfasten a single button, the subordinate remarked, approaching Liu Genlai to help. As he raised his arms, Liu Genlai suddenly struck, swinging his fist with force against the man's vulnerable ribcage. The subordinate crumpled to the ground, crying out in pain. The door burst open, and the leader rushed in, instantly shouting at the sight before him. Call for reinforcements, quickly. He had expected his subordinate to retrieve the cotton clothing, but was taken aback by the sight of him incapacitated. Sensing that Liu Genlai would be formidable and deciding against confronting him directly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed as 5 or 6 security team members stormed in. 2 of them brandishing firearms, their dark barrels aimed squarely at Liu Genlai. For the first time, confronted by the muzzle of a gun, it would be disingenuous to claim a lack of anxiety. Liu Genlai maintained a facade of composure. I wish to see your captain. I have vital intelligence to report. He discerned that these individuals had no intention of escalating the matter or investigating the provenance of his uniform. Their sole aim was to strip him of his military attire and dismiss him. Without amplifying the situation, he was certain he would suffer a loss today. Do not attempt to intimidate me. What significant intelligence could you possibly possess, you little brat? The leader expressed his skepticism. Liu Genlai, eager to provoke, retorted loudly. If you do not believe me, I could disclose it right now. If it leaks, it is no longer my concern. The leader hesitated but ultimately instructed one of his subordinates to summon the captain. He dared not gamble. If this boy truly had critical intelligence, his position as a security officer would be jeopardized. Coming from a rural background, he was accustomed to meager meals and a monthly income of merely 9 yuan, which made him the envy of his entire village, with relatives nearly trampling his doorstep. Moments later, a middle-aged man in military attire entered. Are you the security captain? Liu Genlai sought to confirm his identity. Who are you? The middle-aged man scrutinized Liu Genlai from head to toe. Captain, He is merely a thief of military uniforms and has just assaulted our men, the leader hastily reported. There was no need for further confirmation. The leader had unwittingly provided the information Liu Genlai sought. I am not a thief. This uniform was bestowed upon me by Minister Wu of the logistics department stationed at Daling Commune. I urged him to investigate. Yet he refused and instead sought to strip me of my clothing. Liu Genlai pointed at the leader and then at the subordinate who had just risen from the ground. Addressing the middle-aged man, "Is this how your security team serves the people?" The security captain, witnessing such calmness under the threat of a firearm and the coherence in Liu Genlai's speech, began to entertain a degree of belief in his words. "I shall inquire with Minister Wu. If you speak the truth, I will officially apologize on behalf of the security team. If you are lying, I shall hand you over to them." With that declaration, the middle-aged man turned to leave. Liu Genlai exhaled quietly, relieved. The security team members refrained from making hasty moves, while the leader and his subordinates glared menacingly at Liu Genlai, already plotting how to deal with him once the captain exposed his alleged deceit. At the garrison headquarters, Minister Wu was engaged in a meeting with the regiment commander when a duty soldier entered. "Minister Wu, Captain Zhou from the Northern Street Security Team is on the line for you. The call has been forwarded to your office." "Captain Zhou from the Northern Street Security Team? I am unfamiliar with this individual. What could he possibly want?" Minister Wu muttered, preparing to depart, but the regiment commander called him back, instructing the duty soldier, "Redirect the call to my office." Recalling the old commander's ongoing tasks, Wu speculated whether Captain Zhou had encountered difficulties that required the garrison's assistance in apprehending spies. Shortly thereafter, the call was connected, and Minister Wu answered, with the regiment commander listening attentively. "I am Wu Sankai. May I ask who is speaking?" "Greetings, Minister Wu. I am Zhou Qiming, the captain of the public security team of Beijia Street. We have apprehended an individual named Liu Genlai, who claims that the new military uniform he possesses was provided by you. I wish to confirm the veracity of his statement." In these times, public security captains are typically active duty soldiers, often holding the rank of company officer, and even in the presence of someone of your stature, Minister Wu, they must maintain a demeanor of utmost respect. Just as Minister Wu was about to respond, the phone was abruptly taken over by Commander Ma. "I am Aiha, the garrison commander. Please repeat the name of the person you have detained." "Greetings, Commander Ma," Zhou reported loudly. "His name is Liu Genlai. A lad of about 15 or 16. What offense has he committed?" Commander Ma's tone was somewhat urgent. "Well, he hasn't committed any offense per se. Our team simply suspects that the source of his new military uniform is dubious, so we brought him in for questioning," Zhou cautiously replied, sensing the commander's displeasure. "Utter nonsense," Commander Ma exclaimed, rising from his seat in indignation. "Who granted you the authority to detain someone arbitrarily? That uniform was provided by me. Release him immediately. If he suffers even a scratch, you shall no longer serve as a public security captain." Zhou was taken aback by the vehement response. He had merely sought confirmation from Minister Wu regarding the uniform's origin, never anticipating that it would incite Commander Ma's wrath. Although not his direct superior, Commander Ma could easily dismiss him with a mere phone call. What a grave misstep Zhou had made. In a cold sweat, Zhou ended the call and swiftly rushed towards the room where Liu Genlai was being held. Chapter 37. A severe reckoning with the brother-in-law. Seeing that Liu Genlai had not been subjected to a beating, Zhou's anxiety began to dissipate. The individuals in charge hastily approached him upon his return. Upon seeing these two, Zhou's anger flared, and he reprimanded them sternly. "You two imbeciles, go stand at the entrance of my office immediately." Turning to Liu Genlai, Zhou's demeanor transformed as he flashed a warm smile and took the young man's hand in his own. "Young Liu, I apologize for the unfair treatment you have endured. I am Zhou, the captain of the public security team. Come, let us proceed to my office where I can properly extend my apologies." Liu Genlai was bewildered. What had Minister Wu mentioned to him? He had no significant connection to Minister Wu. He had merely sold a wild boar once. And now it seemed the minister wished to take him as a son-in-law? Confused, Liu followed Zhou into his office, still in a daze, until Zhou poured him a cup of freshly brewed tea. "Young Liu, what is your relationship with Commander Ma of the garrison?" Captain Zhou inquired cautiously. Had Liu been an adult, he would not have posed the question so directly. However, with a child, he felt free to be straightforward. How did Commander Ma come into this? Liu was even more perplexed. He was unaware of the garrison commander's surname, let alone any acquaintance with him. Noticing Liu's silence, Zhou assumed he was reluctant to speak and quickly reassured him, I was merely asking casually. If it's inconvenient to discuss, then disregard my question. I would like to clarify, but I must know how to articulate it, Liu replied, opting for continued silence instead. Young Liu, this is merely a misunderstanding. They are only fulfilling their duties and do not intend to target you personally. You may be unaware that the most despised individuals at present are thieves. In a time when many struggle to put food on the table, these miscreants continue to pilfer from others. When apprehended, our immediate response is to deliver a sound thrashing, stripping them of all they possess before handing them over to the authorities. If they have not laid a finger on you and your attire remains intact, it is best to refrain from lowering oneself to their level. Captain Zhou appears to be advocating for those two rascals, while Liu Genlai remains taciturn. The members of the neighborhood watch endure great hardship, patrolling through the night without formal employment status and earning meager wages, which deters city dwellers from joining their ranks. Most of them hail from rural backgrounds, and as someone from the countryside, you should comprehend the significance of 2 meals a day and a mere 9 yuan for a rural family. Should they be sent back, it would feel as if the sky had fallen upon them. Captain Zhou continues to plead for leniency, and Liu Genlai's opinion of him improves. Such a notable shift in demeanor indicates considerable pressure from Colonel Ma of the station troops. At this moment, the captain's desire to protect his subordinates speaks volumes of his character. Had he been self-serving, he would have certainly dismissed those 2 scoundrels without a second thought. Captain Zhou, you are of a similar age to my father. May I call you Uncle Zhou? Liu Genlai finally spoke. Of course, I would be delighted to have a nephew like you, Captain Zhou replied, smiling broadly. Since you have addressed me as uncle, I shall not stoop to their level. But this matter cannot simply be overlooked. Indeed, it cannot. How could I allow my dear nephew to suffer unjustly? Captain Zhou encouraged, urging Liu Genlai to express his demands, assuring him he would do his utmost to fulfill them. Captain Zhou is quite the character, and Liu Genlai feels at ease addressing him as a nephew. Now that you have called me your dear nephew, how could I possibly put you in a difficult position? Liu Genlai chuckled, producing his firearm license. I possess a gun, though I lack adequate ammunition. Hunting in the mountains is rather unpredictable. I wonder if you might have some spare rounds to lend me. With Colonel Ma backing you, do you really think I would lack ammunition? Captain Zhou, initially skeptical, examined the firearm license and quickly grasped the situation. 38 caliber rounds. I have those. How many would suffice? Would 200 rounds be adequate? The garrison had long since transitioned to more modern weaponry, making 38 caliber rounds a relic only found in the possession of neighborhood watch units that collect discarded arms. That will be sufficient, Liu Genlai stated, not wishing to be greedy, as 200 rounds would serve him for an extended period. I will fetch them for you now. Once you have used them up, feel free to ask for more. No need for formality with Uncle Zhou. Captain Zhou rose to leave, pausing at the door to inquire, shall I bring those 2 scoundrels in to apologize to you? No need. I am not so petty. Liu Genlai waved his hand dismissively, genuinely disinterested in seeing them again. As soon as Captain Zhou stepped outside, the sound of his reprimanding voice could be heard. Do you 2 rascals comprehend the magnitude of the trouble you have caused? Comrade Liu is magnanimous and has chosen not to hold this against you. Otherwise, you would be packing your bags and leaving. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Comrade Liu. The 2 men stammered, already terrified, as they had anticipated dismissal and a severe beating upon returning home. Never expecting that Liu Genlai would let them off the hook so easily. No dismissal, yet leniency is not an option. From this day forth, you 2 rascals shall patrol through the night for an entire month, so you may learn a valuable lesson. Now be gone. This was directed at me. Liu Genlai chuckled softly. After a few minutes, Captain Zhou returned, bearing not only 200 rounds of ammunition, but also 2 sets of old military uniforms. They intend to strip you of a uniform, yet I shall return to you too, albeit not of cotton, and certainly not as new as yours. You won't mind, will you? Mind. In this day and age, military uniforms are indeed fine garments. Only a fool would complain. The clothing of Gunshi and Jin Wang had long been in tatters. Should they venture out to beg, a mere broken bowl would suffice to label them as beggars. These 2 military uniforms are just right, one for each of them, and the leftover fabric can be fashioned into a small outfit for Caixia. Accepting the uniforms and ammunition, Liu Genlai tossed Captain Zhou a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes before ambling towards his sister's home. Unbeknownst to him, Captain Zhou, noticing Liu Genlai's preference for Zhonghua cigarettes, began to perceive his identity as rather extraordinary. By this time, Work hours had concluded, and employees from various units were gradually making their way home. Upon arriving at his sister's residence, Liu Genlai entered the courtyard only to hear his sister's piercing screams. "You hit me. You dare strike me, and I shall divorce you." Liu Genlai hastened his steps, kicking open the door to the Qian family home. Inside, Lu Fong sat on a stool, cradling a terrified little girl who was wailing loudly. Their mother-in-law, younger sister-in-law, and brother-in-law Qian Daji surrounded her. Qian Daji's father-in-law sat smoking on the threshold of the inner room, while two younger brothers, only slightly older than Genshi and Jin Wang, squeezed behind the elderly man, watching the scene unfold. Just as Liu Genlai burst through the door, Qian Daji had raised his hand, and Lu Fong, tears streaming down her face, defiantly locked eyes with him. "How dare you strike my sister?" Liu Genlai charged forward, delivering a swift kick to Qian Daji's waist. The Qian family was taken aback by Liu Genlai's swift release, and even more so by his immediate aggression. By the time they gathered their wits, Liu Genlai was already atop Qian Daji, raining slaps upon him. Liu Genlai held a strong disdain for men who abused their wives. If one did not care for their own spouse, why assist others in tormenting her? Did they truly think no one would stand up for his sister? Chapter 38. 3 Conditions. Qian Daji was a straightforward worker, having never engaged in a fight since childhood. Despite his robust physique, he was unable to harness his strength. Liu Genlai, however, was a different story. Having grown up in an orphanage, he had mastered the art of combat, often employing cunning tactics. Were it not for the fact that Qian Daji was his brother-in-law, Liu Genlai could have easily incapacitated him with a well-placed kick. Nonetheless, the relentless onslaught of Liu Genlai's tactics soon had Qian Daji begging for mercy. As her son was being struck, Lu Fong's mother-in-law charged forward, intent on tearing Liu Genlai apart. Liu Genlai retaliated with a swift slap, sending Lu Fong's mother-in-law spinning like a top before tumbling out the door. The younger sister-in-law, typically brash, stood frozen in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Lu Fong's father-in-law attempted to interject, but Liu Genlai raised a finger, commanding, "Silence. Speak another word, and you shall receive a blow as well." Lu Fong's father-in-law was notably docile, having spent his entire life beneath the thumb of his wife, never daring to assert himself. When Liu Genlai berated him, he bowed his head in submission, not even daring to let out a sound. The father, having succumbed to cowardice, rendered his 2 young children even more timid, too frightened to witness the uproar. Liu Genlai dealt several harsh slaps to Qian Daji, feeling the fatigue in his arms before finally relenting. "Help! We are under attack. Come quickly, our family is being assaulted," cried Lu Fong's mother-in-law from the courtyard. Many gathered to see the commotion, yet no one dared to assist, well aware of Lu Fong's mother-in-law's notorious reputation. "Sister, why do you still wish to remain with such a man? Divorce him. I will take you away," Liu Genlai insisted, grasping Lu Fong's arm and attempting to pull her away. Lu Fong, momentarily taken aback, could hardly believe the ferocity of her younger brother, whom she had watched grow up. Just as she stumbled a few steps forward, her leg was suddenly ensnared. "Lu Fong, please don't leave. I will not divorce you. I would rather die than part ways." Qian Daji, with a swollen face resembling that of a pig, clung tightly to Lu Fong, refusing to let go. Though he was simple-minded, he was not foolish. He understood that their family could not function without Lu Fong. His father was dull and ineffectual, while his mother was overbearing and indolent, and his sister was unreasonable, leading to their family's tarnished reputation spreading far and wide. When it was time for him to marry, matchmakers shunned him, and city girls kept their distance upon hearing of his family's circumstances. How could a family with 2 laborers possibly find him a rural bride? After Lu Fong married into the family, she diligently tended to the elderly and cared for the young, enduring both mistreatment and verbal abuse without ever uttering a complaint. Her departure would spell disaster for the household. Seeing Qian Daji's pitiful state softened Lu Fong's heart. She had never truly wished for a divorce, merely intending to frighten him. However, witnessing Liu Genlai's determination to act, she hesitated. Liu Genlai sighed, realizing that Lu Fong's disposition was beyond redemption. Yet, ultimately, the decision to divorce lay with her. He could not impose his will upon her. He understood Lu Fong's predicament. Times had changed. In the future, divorce would be as simple as drinking water, devoid of shame and even regarded with pride. Yet, in this era, a divorce would expose one to scorn from those around them. "Do you truly not wish to divorce?" Liu Genlai inquired, gazing at Lu Fong. "Shadowy is still young. She cannot be without a father, Lu Fang replied, lowering her eyes to avoid his gaze. The mention of Zhaodi ignited Liu Genlai's anger. Daji, you do not wish to divorce my sister, do you? No. I will treat her well from now on. I will never strike her again, Daji quickly assured, fully aware of the consequences of his actions, understanding that his sister's suffering justified his punishment at the hands of his brother-in-law. Very well. If you do not wish to part ways, then heed my words. You will do as I say, Liu Genlai asserted. Despite his youth, he held authority as Lu Fang's elder brother. All right. I will listen to you. Daji replied eagerly, nodding vigorously. Stand up before you speak, Liu Genlai instructed. Daji remained on his knees, clinging to Lu Fang's legs, terrified that she might flee. Let go, and I shall not leave, he implored. Lu Fang pried his hands away, and only then did Daji sheepishly rise, forcing a smile towards Liu Genlai. First, change that dreadful name, Zhaodi. Regardless of whether my sister bears a son or a daughter in the future, should you dare to bestow such a name upon the child again, I shall not hesitate to confront you. Liu Genlai, disinterested in the nuances of who determines the gender of a child, simply required a firm hand. I shall change it. I too find that name unappealing. It was Zhaodi's grandmother who insisted on it. Daji quickly acquiesced. Second, you must move out of this house, establish your own household, and live separately with my sister. None of your family members are permitted to follow. It was essential to eradicate the roots of the problem. Remaining in this chaotic environment would inevitably lead to further troubles. Liu Genlai knew he could not always be there to clean up the mess, so a decisive action was necessary. Daji hesitated. But where will I live? My salary goes to my mother. I have no money to rent a place. I shall cover the cost of the housing. You need only find a suitable place, ideally one that is spacious, as my second sister will be staying for a while. And we must ensure she has a room. Daji, being simple and dull-witted, found some solace in the idea that his assertive second sister would not allow him to be bullied. But how will I support my family? My salary is entirely given to my mother, he continued to waver. The money you earn is yours to allocate as you wish. My sister does not require your support. Liu Genlai retrieved the work allocation document from his pocket, stating, I have already secured a job for my sister as a sales clerk at the supply and marketing cooperative. The Qian family was left astounded, each member staring blankly at the document in disbelief. Lu Fang had become a sales clerk at the cooperative, an esteemed position coveted by many urban dwellers, yet Lu Fang, a rural woman, had achieved it. Jealousy twisted the features of his aunt, who, had Liu Genlai not been present, would have rushed to seize the opportunity. Is what you say true? Daji stammered, his heart filled with trepidation. Previously, he had asserted his dominance over Lu Fang, confident in his ability to provide. Now, with Lu Fang capable of earning her own income, he questioned whether she would continue to stay with him. Do not be misled into thinking that my sister cannot thrive without you. Should you mistreat her again, I can ensure her departure from you at any moment. With a position as a sales clerk, what manner of man could she not attract? Liu Genlai saw through Daji's thoughts, each word piercing his heart. I will treat her well, Daji hastily promised. Third, you must manage your family. From now on, if anyone dares to bully my sister, I will not only confront the one who harms her, but I shall also hold you accountable. I will not. I swear I will not. Liu Genlai did not trust Daji's assurances. While he might lack the courage to strike Lu Fang again, he could not control his family, particularly his mother. Disregarding Daji, Liu Genlai turned to Lu Fang, saying, Sister, I must return home now. If I arrive late, our parents will worry. I will hold on to the work allocation for the time being, and will give it to you once you have moved out. All right, make sure to return early. I shall see you off, Lu Fang replied. Lu Fang had never felt as triumphant as she did today. Her brother's arrangements filled her with a sense of optimism for the days ahead. Chapter 39. The scapegoat. Not long after departing from Lu Fang's home, Liu Genlai encountered several patrolling security officers, two of whom immediately turned back upon seeing him. A smile crept across Liu Genlai's face. These were the same individuals who had attempted to strip him of his military uniform, just as he contemplated calling out to them for a bit of playful banter. The sound of bicycle bells echoed behind him. Xiaolu, what a coincidence. Where are you headed? Captain Zhou, riding his bicycle, caught up with him. I'm off to take care of a few matters. Uncle Zhou, are you done for the day? Liu Genlai replied with a smile, offering him a cigarette. Yes, Captain Zhou said cheerfully as he lit the cigarette, patting the back of his bicycle. I won TB a freeloader. Let me give you a ride. No need. I can walk from here, Liu Genlai protested. Don't be so polite. Hop on. I'm not busy. After a moment's consideration, Liu Genlai climbed onto the bicycle and provided the address of the state-run restaurant. He intended to procure money from Director He and pick up some marinated meat from Master Niu. The restaurant was not particularly close, and walking would take about 50 minutes. Given the rush hour, public transportation would likely be crowded, and if he arrived late, he might find the restaurant closed, necessitating another trip to the city tomorrow. Isn't that fortunate? My home is nearby. It's on the way. Captain Zhou pedaled swiftly, which made Liu Genlai's heart flutter with a desire for a bicycle of his own. Uncle Zhou, do you know where I might find the pigeon market? He inquired. Knowing neither Director Yu nor Director, he would have tickets for bicycles. If he wanted to buy one, it would be a matter of chance at the market. They're everywhere. In such a vast city, there are at least 8 or 10 pigeon markets. Which one do you wish to visit? The one closest to my home. Your family lives north of the city, right? There's a pigeon market just 2 streets north of the state-run restaurant. It should be the nearest one to your home. Captain Zhou refrained from asking Liu Genlai the purpose of his visit to the market. It was a grave mistake to pry into shallow acquaintances. Especially considering Liu Genlai's formidable background, he wished to avoid any potential troubles. In less than 10 minutes, Captain Zhou delivered Liu Genlai to the state-run restaurant. And as soon as Liu Genlai dismounted, he rode away. He presumed Liu Genlai was dining with someone and pondered if he would be invited to join. Perhaps it was better not to stir trouble, as their friendship was not yet deep enough. Liu Genlai, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. He regarded Captain Zhou as a decent fellow and hoped to cultivate a closer relationship in the future. The restaurant was bustling with activity, so Liu Genlai refrained from lingering. He promptly collected the money from Director He and the marinated meat from Master Niu, then hurried home. Despite his haste, the 30-plus miles felt prolonged, and by the time he arrived home, night had fully descended. Typically, the house would be enveloped in darkness, for Li Lanxiang would never waste a drop of kerosene. Yet tonight, the oil lamp flickered with light. Lu Xuanzhu sat on the doorstep, puffing on his pipe, while the others huddled around the stove, warming themselves. No one had gone to bed, not even the little girl, who sat on Li Lanxiang's lap. Her wide eyes fixed on Lu Min as she added wood to the fire. Evidently, the entire family was awaiting his return. As Liu Genlai stepped through the courtyard gate, Lu Min dashed out, playfully slapping him on the shoulder. Where have you been? Why did you take so long to come back? Didn't you realize we were worried sick about you? Second sister, be gentle. If you drop the sack, you'll be the one to face the consequences. Liu Genlai chuckled, instinctively shifting the large sack of hemp he was carrying onto Lu Min's arms. Oh my, what on earth is so heavy? Lu Min nearly lost her grip, using her knee to stabilize it before finally placing the sack on the ground. Where did you go? Liu Xuanzhu approached, his expression dark. I made a trip to the capital and took the opportunity to visit elder sister, Liu Genlai replied, while he felt comfortable teasing Lu Min. He dared not jest with Liu Xuanzhu, knowing that the latter could easily resort to his smoking pipe if provoked. You want to see your elder sister? Li Lanxiang emerged, cradling Lu Caixiao in her arms. That stubborn girl didn't even think to ask you to return sooner, making us all fret over your absence. Just wait until she comes back. I'll make sure to give her a piece of my mind. Liu Genlai didn't need to elaborate further. Li Lanxiang had already placed the blame squarely on Lu Fang. Is your elder sister doing well? Liu Xuanzhu's demeanor softened immediately. Yes, all right. She and her husband are planning to move out on their own. He has been looking for a house these past few days, Liu Genlai replied, half-jokingly. Liu Genshi and Liu Genwang had initially feared that their elder brother would be reprimanded and thus refrained from coming out, wary that Liu Xuanzhu might vent his anger on them. However, upon hearing their brother's words, they realized they were in the clear and hurried to fetch hot water for him. It was high time they moved out, living with the in-laws, along with younger sisters and brothers, would inevitably lead to complications. Since getting married, Lu Fang had only returned home once, and that visit was brief. Li Lanxiang had no idea how her daughter was faring. Elder brother, here is some water, Liu Genshi said, approaching slowly with a bowl. While the exuberant Liu Genwang spotted the hefty sack before Lu Min and excitedly exclaimed, Elder brother, what did you bring back? Liu Genlai quickly downed the water, handing the bowl back to Liu Genshi, then affectionately ruffled Liu Genwang's hair, lifting the sack once more. Come on, let us go inside. I'll show you everything one by one. Put it down. I'll carry it, Liu Xuanzhu said, noticing Liu Genlai was dripping with sweat. and he swiftly snatched the sack from him, almost straining his back in the process. What on earth is in here that makes it so heavy? You'll find out once we get inside, Liu Genlai replied with a grin. Father, I told you it was heavy. Why were you so careless? Lu Min tugged at a corner of the sack, joining Lu Xuanju in lifting it into the kitchen. You little rascal, carrying such a heavy sack home. Aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself? You mustn't do this again. As Lu Xuanju contemplated how Liu Genlai had managed to bear such a heavy load all the way from the capital, he felt both concern and guilt. Little did he know that Liu Genlai had only shouldered the sack upon arriving at the door. The sweat on his brow was merely from running. It's fine. I'm in good health. Liu Genlai laughed as he untied the sack, pulling out one item after another with enthusiasm. At first, the family exhibited little reaction. But as Liu Genlai produced more and more items, their expressions grew increasingly animated. A bag of white flour, a bag of cornmeal, a bag of rice, a barrel of peanut oil, a large bag of fine salt, and a sizable bottle of soy sauce. When Liu Genlai finally extracted a large iron pot from the burlap sack, the family was rendered speechless. For a full 2 or 3 minutes, they stood in stunned silence before one of them finally broke the spell. Where on earth did you acquire all this? Lu Shanju's voice was somewhat hoarse. I exchanged it for a wild boar at the state-run supply and marketing cooperative in the city, Liu Genlai replied, plopping down onto a bench. Mom, I'm famished. Is there anything to eat? Indeed, indeed. His mother exclaimed, rushing to serve him. Li Lanxiang went to fetch a bowl, and the family sprang into action, setting the table and searching for chairs. Lu Min retrieved a dark, large ceramic jar from behind the stove, filled to the brim with cornmeal and wild vegetable porridge. Not only was Liu Genlai hungry, but the entire family had yet to eat, all waiting for him. Chapter 40. Fried oil cakes. Mom, I crave fried oil cakes. After a day of running about, Liu Genlai was both exhausted and ravenous, and he did not wish to subsist solely on cornmeal and wild vegetable porridge. In the past, the family had cooked with ceramic pots, and aside from dumpling soup and noodles, white flour had little other purpose. Now that they possessed an iron pot, the first thought that crossed Liu Genlai's mind was to make fried oil cakes. Aromatic and dripping with oil, just the thought of it made his mouth water. What do you mean fried oil cakes? The pot won't be ready until tomorrow. Tonight we'll have cornmeal and vegetable soup. Lu Shanju was already seated at the dining table, awaiting Li Lanxiang to serve him the porridge. An iron pot does not simply get placed on the stove. It requires height adjustments, and the edges need sealing with clay, a process that cannot be rushed. Why the delay until tomorrow? Go and seal the pot now. The son wishes for some fried oil cakes, and you are still hesitating. Did you bring home the flour? Li Lanxiang almost handed over the bowl of porridge but pulled back, scolding him instead. All right, I'll seal the pot now. But let me have a sip of porridge first. I'm starving after a day's work. Lu Shanju had one redeeming quality. He never quarreled with his wife. That's more like it. Drink your porridge and then get to work. I'll prepare the dough, and by the time you finish with the pot, the dough will be ready as well. Li Lanxiang handed the porridge back to him. Lu Shanju quickly finished a bowl of porridge, grabbed a hatchet and a wooden basin, and stepped outside. The sealing clay was found only in a small area by the river at the village entrance. If it weren't for his son, Lu Shanju would not brave the cold to venture so far. Li Lanxiang took out a wooden basin and scooped a bowl of white flour from the bag, preparing to add water for the dough. Let us make more. We can fry a lot of cakes for the whole family to enjoy. Upon seeing this, Liu Genlai realized that Li Lanxiang intended to make only one cake for herself, and he was unwilling to acquiesce. Just make one for yourself, with 7 mouths to feed. How could we afford to let everyone indulge? We must be frugal. Even though the grain his elder brother had brought back seemed plentiful, it amounted to only 30 or 40 pounds, and if they weren't careful, it would be gone in a few days. If it's not enough, I'll fetch more, Mom. Rest assured, from now on, our family will never go hungry again. Is there ever enough grain? He had already sown several crops in his space. Apart from the area designated for rotation, the other sections had yielded a considerable harvest, amounting to several thousand, sufficient to sustain a family for many years. With such an abundance of grain, he could not possibly retrieve it all at once. However, he could easily take it out gradually, ensuring that his family's supply remained uninterrupted. Before Li Lanxiang could utter another word, Liu Genlai seized a bag of flour and began pouring it into the basin, stopping only after emptying nearly half the bag. That's too much. My dear child, why are you so careless with your resources? Li Lanxiang lamented, her lips twitching in concern. Liu Genlai remained silent, scooping a ladle of water from the tank to pour into the basin. Don't pour it. Stop. Li Lanxiang hastily intervened, reminding him that hot water was needed for making the dough for the pancakes. The Liu family had enjoyed a few prosperous years, and Li Lanxiang was well aware of how to prepare delicious pancakes. After all, it was a rare treat to have pancakes, and she would feel remorseful if they were carelessly made. Then let me boil some hot water, she suggested. Liu Genlai was unaware of the proper method for preparing pancake dough. He only knew that fried pancakes were delightful, with their flaky layers, which in later times would be referred to as thousand-layer pancakes. I'll boil the water. I'll fetch the firewood. Upon hearing that pancakes would be served, Liu Jin and Liu Jinwang were elated, eagerly waiting with water and firewood even before Liu Min had finished ladling the cornmeal and wild vegetable porridge from the clay pot. Liu Caixia, still young and lacking memories of fried pancakes, nonetheless ran around excitedly behind her two older brothers. Once the clay pot was hung above the stove, the two boys squatted before it, fervently adding firewood. Never before had they anticipated the water boiling so eagerly. You two little fools. Adding too much wood will extinguish the flame. If you want the water to boil faster, you must add the wood slowly, Liu Min chided with a laugh. Giggling, Liu Caixia chimed in. Second brother and third brother are little fools, her cheeks aglow from the stove's firelight. Liu Genlai sat on the bench, reveling in the lively family atmosphere, instinctively lighting a cigarette. You still smoke? Liu Min turned around casually and gasped upon seeing Liu Genlai with a cigarette in his mouth, quickly pinching his ear. When did you learn to do this? Be gentle, you'll make my ear fall off. Liu Genlai recoiled, once again under Liu Min's control. You really are wasteful. Cigarettes are expensive. With that money, you could buy some loose tobacco instead. Li Lanxiang did not find Liu Genlai's smoking particularly shocking, though she was concerned about the expense. In rural areas at that time, it was uncommon for men not to smoke, and at 15, Liu Genlai's smoking was not unusual. Second sister, look, even mom doesn't mind my smoking. Why do you? Liu Genlai countered, challenging Liu Min. What is this? Have you grown wings and can't be controlled by your second sister anymore? Liu Min released her grip on Liu Genlai's ear, but continued to poke his forehead. All right, if you want to, you can supervise me for life, Liu Genlai quickly conceded. Now that's more like it, Liu Min replied, a victorious smile gracing her face. Liu Genlai finally found a moment to respond to Li Lanxiang. Mom, I primarily buy cigarettes for social occasions. I don't smoke much myself. I'll go to the market later and buy some loose tobacco for Dad. Let us not have him smoking leaves anymore. Why squander money? Your father is fortunate enough to have leaves to smoke, yet he still desires to smoke dry tobacco. How absurd. Despite such words, a smile graces Li Lanxiang's face. Her eldest son is both capable and filial. The Li family must have accrued virtues over generations to be blessed with such a fine son. Mother, do we still have potatoes and peppers at home? Liu Genlai was not keen on eating greasy pancakes alone. Paired with stir-fried dishes, that would truly be delightful. Yes. We haven't consumed much. There are quite a few left. Both the peppers and potatoes can be stored for a long time, and Li Lanxiang would never allow them to be devoured all at once. Second sister, bring out all the peppers and 5 or 6 large potatoes. Chop the peppers into pieces, slice the potatoes, and cut some more meat. Let us prepare a stir-fry of peppers and potato slices with meat. Liu Genlai recalled he hadn't taken out many peppers, but he did have a fair amount of potatoes. The ratio of all the peppers to the 5 or 6 large potatoes should be about right. Can peppers be stir-fried with potatoes? Where did you learn that? Both Li Lanxiang and Liu Min were hearing of such a dish for the first time. From a state-run restaurant, Liu Genlai replied confidently. I saw it when I passed by the entrance. It smelled so good. Li Lanxiang pondered for a moment and said, then let us make it. We shall have a taste. The peppers had been stored for quite some time and had become somewhat shriveled, while many of the potatoes had sprouted. Since they were having greasy pancakes today, they might as well prepare everything, fulfilling her eldest son's wishes. With a rhythmic chopping sound, Liu Min sliced the peppers, potatoes, and meat. The new kitchen knife her brother had purchased was notably different from a chopping knife, making her feel empowered while cooking. Is this how you make greasy pancakes? When the two younger brothers had boiled the water and taken down the earthen pot, Liu Genlai picked up the iron wok and placed it on the stove. As anticipated, the large 6-blade iron wok fit perfectly on the stove. Sealing it with yellow clay would suffice for use. Second sister, slice some fatty meat for me. Liu Genlai instructed as he filled the wok with water, addressing Liu Min. What do you need fatty meat for? Liu Min inquired, puzzled. To season the wok. What does that mean? Lu Min was still confused. However, Li Lanxiang understood what Liu Genlai intended to do and chuckled. To season it simply requires washing it several times with water. There's no need to use fatty meat. What a waste it would be, my child. You truly lack life skills. Our household has enough meat. We do not lack for this little bit. Without fat to season it, the rust surely will not be cleaned properly, leading to an odd taste in the dishes and making the wok prone to rust. In truth, Liu Genlai was uncertain of the precise method for seasoning a wok. In his previous life, he had watched a few videos on selling iron woks, but he had only glanced at them and not memorized the details. He only knew that seasoning a wok required oil and fatty meat. Li Lanxiang was reluctant to part with even a bit of fatty meat. If he dared to pour oil into the wok and then dispose of it, she would surely scold him fiercely. Thus, he opted to skip that step altogether, as he was unsure how to proceed anyway. After heating the water, Liu Genlai scrubbed the iron wok vigorously 4 or 5 times with a broom. Once the wok was hot, he held a slice of fatty meat and rubbed it all over the surface. Upon contact with the hot wok, the fatty meat sizzled and released oil, filling the air with an enticing aroma that made his siblings, Gunshi, Jin Wang, and Kai Xia, salivate with anticipation. Brother, once you're done, can I have the meat? Liu Genwang was nearly drooling. Brother, I want some too. Liu Genshi, being 2 years older than Liu Genwang, was equally tempted but hesitated to voice his desire. However, Liu Genwang spoke first, prompting him to eagerly request meat as well. I want to eat meat. I want to eat the good meat. Liu Caixia, more exuberant than her 2 brothers, clung to Liu Genlai's leg, tiptoeing and stretching her neck to peer into the pot. You 3 little fools. Do you think this meat is still edible? Liu Genlai displayed the greasy piece of meat he had wiped clean, revealing that the originally pristine white fat had turned black, charred and burnt, stained with rusty filth, and emitting a foul odor. Why can't we eat it? It smells so good. Liu Genshi reached out to grab it, but Liu Genlai swiftly tossed the chunk into the fire. The 3 little ones immediately squatted down, gazing at the meat in the flames with a look of sorrow. Oh dear, why are you so wasteful? Exclaimed Li Lanxiang, who was kneading dough, nearly rushing over. Had her hands not been covered in flour, she would have salvaged that large piece of fat from the fire. Such a significant chunk of meat, so carelessly discarded, with a good wash, it could still be consumed. Mother, please don't fret. We have plenty of meat at home. We won't miss this bit. Liu Genlai beckoned to Lu Min. Sister, cut me another slice. Cut again? Lu Min felt a pang of regret, believing they had more than enough, and that they shouldn't be so wasteful. If you don't cut it, I'll take the whole piece. Which would be even more wasteful. To Li Lanxiang, Liu Genlai offered explanations, but with Lu Min, he resorted to threats. Just see what you're capable of. If you dare to waste the whole piece, I'll make you wipe the pot with it. Despite his words, Lu Min still cut a piece for him, though it was considerably smaller than the previous one. Cut it larger. This little bit is hardly enough for me to hold. Liu Genlai chuckled in exasperation. You step aside. I'll handle it. Lu Min set down the knife, attempting to use that piece of fat, barely larger than her pinky nail, to wipe the pot. Liu Genlai quickly pulled her aside and cut a larger piece himself. Lu Min's hands were still cold. If she got burned by the iron pot, it would surely be disastrous. The entire family could do nothing but watch Liu Genlai waste another chunk of fat, each feeling a pang of regret. The pot was ready, and the dough had risen sufficiently, so Li Lanxiang began to fry pancakes. Upon seeing her method, Liu Genlai felt something was amiss. Li Lanxiang did not roll the dough balls thin, drizzle them with oil, and then roll them into pancakes. Instead, she simply flattened them and placed them directly into the pot. What left Liu Genlai speechless was her dipping a chopstick in oil and drizzling it into the pot, while counting 1, 2, 3. As soon as she uttered the last word, she hurriedly returned the chopstick to the oil bowl. Mother, are you making oil pancakes? Liu Genlai could not help but ask. What's wrong? Is it not what you expected? Li Lanxiang detected the discontent in his tone. 3 drops of oil is all it takes to fry oil pancakes? 3 drops is plenty. The pot is already greased with the fat from the meat. Li Lanxiang instructed her eldest son, emphasizing the need for diligence in daily life and caution against indulging in good things without restraint. If they consumed everything, they would ultimately face hunger and poverty. Mother, you take a break. I will handle the pancakes. Liu Genlai wished to cease the frivolous banter with Li Lanxiang, for their minds resided on entirely disparate wavelengths. Do you still know how to make fried flatbreads? Li Lanxiang inquired, astonished. When I purchased flour, I fortuitously encountered a chef from a state-run restaurant, and we exchanged a few words. I expressed my desire to savor fried flatbreads, and he graciously imparted the method to me, Liu Genlai replied, while rolling out the dough with a certain lack of finesse, revealing it was evidently his first attempt. Observing Liu Genlai's clumsy efforts, Li Lanxiang chuckled. Well then, let us see how your fried flatbreads turn out, and ascertain what wisdom the state chef bestowed upon you. Not only was Li Lanxiang intrigued, but Lu Min, Genshi, Jinwang, and Cai Xia also gathered around, eager to witness Liu Genlai's culinary endeavor. Soon, Li Lanxiang felt a pang of regret, and Lu Min silently gasped in astonishment. While the three little ones remained in a state of wide-eyed curiosity, Liu Genlai, wielding a brand-new ceramic spoon, ladled a generous scoop of oil and poured it over the flattened dough, folding it several times to ensure an even distribution before rolling it into a serpentine form and pressing it into a flatbread. Next, he poured another ample spoonful of oil into the pan, placed the flatbread within, spread the oil, and swiftly flipped it, ensuring both sides were well coated. Before long, the delightful aroma of sizzling oil and fried flatbreads wafted throughout the kitchen. "Brother, your fried flatbreads smell divine. They must be utterly delicious," exclaimed Lu Genshi, his head nearly dipping into the pan, having been elbowed aside by Liu Genwang. Any previous shyness had vanished, as he now solely contemplated the forthcoming feast of fried flatbreads. Unable to push past Liu Genshi, Liu Genwang resorted to his own clever tactics. He squatted down, filling the stove with firewood, while simultaneously reporting to Liu Genlai, "Brother, please tell second brother to step aside. He is encroaching on my space while I tend to the fire. Both of you, get away from me. If you press closer, I shall ensure that no morsel of fried flatbread shall be yours when they are ready," he retorted, fearing for the safety of the two greedy children. At this juncture, Li Lanxiang and Lu Min had already retreated to the inner room. The thought of Liu Genlai pouring so much oil into the flatbreads made Li Lanxiang's heart ache, prompting her to hide from the scene. Lu Min, though slightly more resilient, did not last much longer. As Liu Genlai placed the second flatbread and poured the second scoop of oil, she too took Liu Caixiao and sought refuge in the inner room. Moments later, the first batch of 3 fried flatbreads was ready. Just then, Lu Xuanzhu returned with a basin of yellow clay. "What is that delightful aroma?" he remarked, having caught the scent as he entered the courtyard. Upon stepping inside and discovering Liu Genlai at the stove, he expressed surprise. "Why are you cooking? Where are your mother and sister?" Before Liu Genlai could respond, Li Lanxiang rushed out from the inner room, seizing Lu Xuanzhu and pulling him inside. "What are you doing? Slow down, you might drop the basin," Lu Xuanzhu exclaimed, barely managing to keep hold of the basin of yellow clay as he was tugged along. "You must control your eldest son. You have no idea how much oil he has added to the flatbreads. It pains my heart. How can one waste resources so carelessly in this life?" Li Lanxiang pressed her hand against her heart, feeling a pang of sorrow. Unwilling to speak of her eldest son, she let Lu Xuanzhu voice her thoughts. "You're in such a hurry over this matter?" Lu Xuanzhu set down the clay basin, seated himself on the edge of the Kong, and lit his pipe. "Is this still a trivial matter? With the way he squanders resources, no matter how much grain we have at home, it won't suffice. Sooner or later, we'll go hungry." Li Lanxiang shot him an irritated glance. "What is wrong with being hungry? We've endured hunger before. You seem to have a carefree attitude about it," Lu Xuanzhu retorted. "I was just like you, on my way to dig yellow clay, and the cold wind blew through, making me realize things." He took a puff from his pipe and continued. "The food we brought back was originally a windfall. Let him eat as he pleases. As parents, we should not forget our own surname. And as long as we manage our grain properly, our children won't go hungry." "That does seem to make sense," Li Lanxiang conceded, her heart easing, and she sighed. "You know, how can our son be so capable? These past few days feel like a dream. You've repeated that so many times, my ears are nearly calloused." Lu Xuanzhu chuckled, tapping his pipe. "What's wrong? Are you tired of hearing it? I'll keep saying it regardless." Li Lanxiang rolled her eyes at him. "I love hearing it. I could listen to you say it forever." Lu Xuanzhu hurriedly replied. "Uft." Lu Min, who had been eavesdropping from the innermost room, couldn't he help but chuckle. Dinner's ready, dinner's ready." The two younger brothers, Genshi and Jinwang, bounced into the room, calling for their parents, elder sister, and little sister. When the family gathered around the stove, the dishes were already laid out on the table. A full basket of golden, glistening fried pancakes and 2 large plates of fragrant, spicy stir-fried potatoes with meat awaited them. The family partook of the meal in silence, savoring the delectable flavors. The pancakes, when bitten into, paired exquisitely with the spicy, meaty potato slices, a combination so delightful it felt as if they could swallow their tongues whole. The entire basket of fried pancakes and both plates of stir-fried potatoes with meat were devoured, leaving no remnants, not even a trace on the plates that required washing. After the meal, Liu Gen came not to lie down immediately, but took a stool and sat before the stove, observing Lu Xuanzhu, who was using yellow clay to seal the pot's seams. He took out a cigarette, placed it between his lips, lit it with the firewood from the stove, and then stuffed the remaining cigarettes into Lu Xuanzhu's pocket. "When did you learn to smoke?" Liu Xuanzhu asked, wiping his hands with clay as he glanced at the cigarette, noticing it had a filter. This must be quite expensive. He had only seen such filtered cigarettes once. When the commune officials accompanied county leaders for inspections, the commune folks smoked unfiltered ones. "It's fine, I don't smoke much, just a little for social occasions." Liu Jin replied ambiguously, not daring to disclose the price of the cigarettes to Liu Xuanzhu. 82 cents and a premium cigarette ticket would buy a pack. If Liu Xuanzhu knew, he would certainly be upset and might even give him a beating. For socializing, one ought to smoke something decent, otherwise, people might look down on you. Although Liu Xuanzhu may not articulate the eloquent phrase "respect the garment before the person," he comprehends the underlying wisdom. Regarding Liu Genlai's newfound habit of smoking, he exhibited little reaction, akin to Li Lanxiang, for he believed it was inevitable. "Genlai, you have grown up now and are sensible. The matters you undertake outside are beyond your father's assistance. I merely wish to impart one piece of advice. Engage in any endeavor you choose, but never commit wrongdoing, and associate with whomever you wish. But never become a bad person." Liu Xuanzhu spoke earnestly. "I understand." Liu Genlai nodded initially, then smirked. "Father, listening to your words, it feels as though you are eager to send me away. Have I erred? If so, just tell me, and I shall amend my ways. You mischievous rascal. I believe you are in need of a good thrashing." Liu Xuanzhu raised his mud-stained right hand, feigning a strike, prompting Liu Genlai to leap up and scamper back to his room with laughter. "That little rascal," Liu Xuanzhu chuckled, using his now clean left hand to retrieve a cigarette case, flipping it back and forth, already contemplating how to display it at work the following day. The next day, after breakfast, Liu Xuanzhu, Li Lanxiang, and Lu Min set off for work, while Lu Genxi, Lu Genwang, and Lu Kaixia headed to school. Noticing that they had not brought any provisions, Liu Genlai turned to Li Lanxiang, saying, "Mother, please prepare some snacks for us to take. We have sufficient food at home." "What snacks?" "There will be porridge for lunch at the team, and your siblings need not work. Just endure until then. If we all bring snacks, we will deplete our supplies in a few days. It is worse to be full and then go hungry." Li Lanxiang had already made her calculations. Liu Xuanzhu and the others exhibited little reaction, clearly moved by Li Lanxiang's words. The food they brought home was still insufficient. Knowing Li Lanxiang's nature, Liu Genlai chose not to press further. "Father, mother, and second sister, I must visit the fourth nine city today and check on eldest sister, as they are searching for housing. I shall see if I can be of assistance. If it gets too late, I will not return home tonight, so do not wait for me." Liu Genlai planned to visit the pigeon market, which operates at night, and he certainly would not return that evening. He could not openly state his destination, as the villagers were aware of the pigeon market in Fourth Nine City. Though few had ventured there, and much gossip circulated about its dangers, tales of thefts and near-death experiences. If he declared his intention to go to the pigeon market, his parents and second sister would undoubtedly object. "Then take some provisions with you. One should never visit relatives empty-handed, lest one be looked down upon." Despite her verbal reprimands of Lu Feng, Li Lanxiang remained deeply concerned for her eldest daughter, who had married into Fourth Nine City, with food provided by neighbors. How could she, as a mother, forget her daughter? "No need, I already sent some yesterday." Sending provisions to eldest sister? With her mother-in-law and sister-in-law's disposition, no amount of food would reach eldest sister's mouth before the division of property. Even post-division, with her husband's ineffectuality, their food supplies would likely be squandered by her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Liu Genlai did not wish to meddle in this matter, nor could he. Eldest sister must navigate her own life, and her circumstances depended on her own efforts. He, as the younger brother, cannot merely follow his elder sister around with a piece of paper, cleaning up after her, can he? Chapter 43. Pigeon City. Liu Genlai did not head directly to Suzhou City. Instead, he ventured into the deep mountains to hone his physique, capturing a few wild chickens along the way. After relishing a meal of roasted chicken at noon, he leisurely made his way to Suzhou City, heading straight to the North Street Public Security Bureau. Xiaolu, what brings you here at this hour? Is there something you need? Zhou Qiming was nearly ready to return home for dinner when he saw Liu Genlai enter and greeted him warmly. Zhou Qiming, being straightforward, did not beat around the bush. Liu Genlai placed a wild chicken on his desk and said, I do have a bit of a matter to trouble Uncle Zhou with. Presenting such a hefty gift. Your request must be significant. You ought to clarify it. Otherwise, I cannot accept this wild chicken. In these times, a wild chicken is considered a substantial gift, as it represents meat. Although a wild chicken might only cost a few coins, it holds great value for Zhou Qiming, primarily because it is not readily available. It's a trivial matter, really. I am simply looking to rent a house. I am unfamiliar with Suzhou City and lack connections. I thought since you were the head of the Public Security Bureau, no one knows this area better than you, so I came to seek your assistance. Liu Genlai offered him a cigarette. After leaving his elder sister's home yesterday, Liu Genlai pondered deeply, feeling certain that given the character of his sister-in-law and younger sister, they would not allow Qian Daji to move out smoothly. Relying on him to find a house could take ages, so he decided to find them a suitable residence directly. If that is all, then I shall gladly accept this wild chicken, Zhou Qiming replied, relieved. What kind of house are you looking to rent? He was responsible for the security in the North Street area and patrolled daily, thus was well acquainted with the available houses. Liu Genlai thought for a moment and said, it need not be too large. 3 rooms would suffice, and ideally, the yard should not be too messy to avoid future troubles. 3 rooms for just one person? It is not for me. It is for my elder sister. My second sister will also be moving in for a while, and I might occasionally stay over. All things considered, 3 rooms would be necessary, Liu Genlai explained. With a brother like you, your elder sister will surely be blessed in the future. After Liu Genlai left yesterday, Zhou Qiming had summoned the couple for a detailed inquiry about the situation at Lu Fang's home and had learned about their circumstances. Then, this matter falls to you, Uncle Zhou, Liu Genlai said politely. There's no trouble at all. It's a simple task. Tomorrow, I will look for a house. And the day after, when you have time, come back, and I will take you to see it. Zhou Qiming poured Liu Genlai a cup of tea. You arrive in Suzhou City so late. Are you intending to visit Pigeon City? I wish to take a stroll, Liu Genlai did not deny it. Then I must remind you of something, Zhou Qiming said solemnly. Unless absolutely necessary, do not fire your weapon. This is Suzhou City, and gunfire is no trivial matter. Unless you possess extraordinary means, no one can protect you. He had intended to say this yesterday, but it was not pertinent at the time, so he refrained. Today, with Liu Genlai's visit, their relationship had grown closer, making it essential to offer this caution. Uncle, do I appear to be a fool? Liu Genlai chuckled as he looked at Zhou Qiming. Do you really believe I would stroll through the pigeon market carrying a long rifle? Ha! Zhou Qiming burst into laughter. Realizing he had overthought the situation, I assumed you had a handgun. It was understandable that he had such suspicions. Liu Genlai possessed a long rifle and had connections with the formidable Ma Tuanzhang, so it was only natural to think he would have a more conveniently portable handgun. Zhou Qiming's comment, however, prompted Liu Genlai to consider the practicality of a handgun in case of danger, leading him to resolve to procure one. After parting ways with Zhou Qiming, Liu Genlai did not visit his elder sister's house, but leisurely made his way toward the state-run restaurant. Upon arriving near the restaurant, he noticed that the workers had long since finished their shifts. He did not enter the establishment, but merely cast a glance at the long queue forming outside. Seeing the line, he turned towards the pigeon market. It seemed that the meat was being sold. Director he had proven to be quite reliable, and he would send a few wild boars in a couple of days. Following the navigation map's guidance, Liu Genlai walked for over half an hour until he reached the pigeon market. By this time, the sky had not yet darkened completely, and the market was desolate. There were no stalls set up, nor were there any visitors. After some contemplation, he located a nearby state-run supply store, where he purchased a flashlight and a handkerchief. The shop attendant's demeanor was far from pleasant. Despite Liu Genlai purchasing household appliances, she remained cold and indifferent, making him reminisce about Aunt Zhu. After meandering out of the city, he found a sheltered spot, took out his stove from his belongings, and prepared a dish of spicy sour shredded potatoes. Accompanying it was some marinated meat, which he enjoyed with fried flatbread, satisfying his hunger. The flatbread was made during his training in the deep mountains. Although last night's was greasy and fragrant, and his family had enjoyed it, Liu Genlai deemed it a failure. It lacked the layers he had experienced in his previous life, where the flaky thousand-layered pancake was incomparable. He resolved to practice more. This batch of flatbread was slightly better than the previous night's, showing some layers, though the outer crust was a bit tough, causing him some dismay. He truly needed to seek guidance from a master chef. With his hunger satiated, Liu Genlai returned to the pigeon market. By now, the sky was fully dark, and the market had come alive with the twinkling lights of flashlights and a steady flow of people. At the entrance of the pigeon market, a table was set up, with one person seated and another standing. Liu Genlai noticed that many entering the market placed some money on the table. Such audacity in openly collecting fees? Upon reflection, he understood those who managed the pigeon market undoubtedly had some influence. If their background were insufficient, the market would have long been shut down. The more brazenly they collected money, the more reassured the merchants felt about conducting business. When it was Liu Genlai's turn, the standing individual leaned in and quietly asked, "Are you buying or selling?" Confused, Liu Genlai inquired, "What's the difference? Selling requires a fee of 5 cents. Buying does not." After pondering, Liu Genlai placed 5 cents on the table. It was his first visit, and he was uncertain about the market's dynamics. He didn't necessarily have to sell anything, but he could afford the 5 cents regardless. Entering the pigeon market, Liu Genlai covered his face with a handkerchief and switched on his flashlight, inspecting the various stalls one by one. Perhaps due to its remote location, this pigeon market was rather modest, spanning merely 100 meters along a single street. As Liu Genlai meandered through, he noticed a plethora of goods being sold, a chaotic assortment of items. However, most vendors preferred to barter for food rather than accept money. In this market, food was a sweet delicacy, while money had become a burdensome weight. Having gleaned a general understanding of the market's dynamics, Liu Genlai turned back and approached a stall selling tickets. The vendor, like his counterparts, had his face obscured, yet this particular individual left a lasting impression on Liu Genlai. Unlike the others who squatted or sat on small stools, this vendor had the audacity to lounge on a reclining chair. To be so brazen in the pigeon market suggested either remarkable skill or a lack of common sense. Dismissing the latter, Liu Genlai concluded that the vendor must possess considerable prowess. Chapter 44. Bargaining. What can I assist you with, young brother? As Liu Genlai squatted down, the vendor greeted him with enthusiasm, his customer service far superior to that of the previous seller. How do you know I am younger than you? Liu Genlai pointed to the handkerchief covering his face. My good sir, what is it that you desire? The vendor promptly adjusted his tone, though inwardly he mused that, given Liu Genlai's stature and his light-footed gait, it was evident to anyone with functioning eyesight that he was merely a youth. What do you have available? Liu Genlai could hardly suppress a chuckle. We have everything. Cigarette tickets, liquor tickets, leather shoe tickets, meat tickets, grain tickets, milk candy tickets, oil tickets, vegetable tickets, cotton tickets, cloth tickets, bath tickets, towel tickets. Whatever you can think of, I have it all. The vendor recited a rhythmic spiel. With such a silver tongue, why not pursue a career in comedic storytelling? Liu Genlai laughed. How do you know I am not a storyteller? The vendor shot back. You are impressive. Liu Genlai gave a thumbs up. Do you truly have every ticket? If I don't have it here, you needn't waste your time at other stalls. Then I would like a motorcycle ticket, please. How about a tank ticket instead? Would you like that? The vendor shot Liu Genlai a glare, incredulous. With your attire, I assumed you were somewhat informed, yet it seems you know nothing at all. Can a mere individual purchase a motor vehicle? Such items are reserved for institutions, not individuals. Off you go, don't linger here any longer. Feeling belittled, Liu Genlai's face flushed with embarrassment. Truth be told, it was not entirely his fault. Having come from a rural background, he was unfamiliar with such matters, particularly after recently transitioning from another era. How could he be expected to understand the customs of this time? He couldn't even make a jest without being rebuffed. Do you have a bicycle ticket? I would like one. Liu Genlai was not one to concede easily. 61 units. Payment up front, the vendor stated decisively, then regarded Liu Genlai with a smile that suggested he doubted the young man's ability to produce such a sum. Am I to be treated as a fool? At most, I'll offer you 30. Liu Genlai, unaware of the bicycle ticket's true value, was irked by the vendor's skepticism and promptly halved the offer. Huh? Are you here to cause trouble? Not 30, but 50 per ticket. I'll take as many as you can provide. 40. Liu Genlai remained unfazed. The vendor sighed. You little rascal, I'm at a loss with you. 2 tickets for 58 yuan, cash in hand, ticket in hand. 35. Liu Genlai retorted. Are you really bargaining with me? The vendor nearly thought he misheard. If you don't provide me with a reasonable offer, I can only respond like this. Liu Genlai shrugged his shoulders. Forget it. I've conceded to you. This bicycle ticket is 55 yuan, and I won't make a single penny off it. I'll give it to you at cost. No need to haggle further. If you wish to buy, then buy. If not, then leave. With a dismissive wave, the vendor reclined onto his chair, ignoring Liu Genlai. Why doesn't this fellow follow the usual script? Liu Genlai pondered, feeling somewhat vexed. In the mindless novels I read in my past life, the antagonist always looked down on the protagonist, only for the protagonist to seize the opportunity at a bargain. Why is it that this tactic fails with me? After a moment's reflection, Liu Genlai pulled out 55 yuan from his pocket, tapping it in his hand. Here's the money. Where's the ticket? Do you truly have the means to purchase? The vendor sat up, surprised at the stack of large black notes in Liu Genlai's hand. Then why were you haggling with me? Liu Genlai smirked. You see, in business, one cannot solely rely on appearances. Even if a beggar comes, you must treat him like a wealthy patron. The vendor retrieved a bicycle ticket from his bag and handed it to Liu Genlai. No wonder this fellow managed to establish the largest ticket booth in Pigeon City. He indeed had his own methodologies. With the transaction settled, the vendor inquired, Is there any other ticket you desire? I have motorcycle tickets available. Liu Genlai chuckled. Show me. I'll keep what I need. Having purchased a bicycle ticket, Liu Genlai was regarded as a significant customer, prompting the vendor to generously offer a stack of tickets from his bag. Liu Genlai examined each one, keeping the ones he wanted and returning the rest. By the time he finished, he held a thick wad of tickets in his hand. I'll take all of these. Calculate the total. Just to be clear, I will frequent this Pigeon City often. If you dare treat me like a cash cow, I assure you, you will regret it. Rest assured, if I were that kind of person, I would have been out of business long ago. The vendor promptly categorized the tickets, calculating them one by one. 25 first-class cigarette tickets at 2 jiao each, 13 first-class liquor tickets at 8 jiao each, 27 second-class liquor tickets at 4 jiao each, 26 fabric tickets at 2 jiao per foot. In total, these tickets amount to 57 yuan and 8 jiao. The vendor quickly settled the calculations. Liu Genlai paid without hesitation, pocketing a significant number of tickets, which were actually stored in his space. When his hand emerged again, it grasped a handful of roasted peanuts. As he munched on them, crunching audibly, he declared, Save the first-class cigarette tickets, first-class liquor tickets, and second-class liquor tickets for me. I'll return in a few days, however many you have. I'll take. All right, I'll gather some more. You're a good sport, and I enjoy doing business with someone like you. The vendor gave Liu Genlai a thumbs up. With a dismissive roll of his eyes, Liu Genlai scoffed. What makes you think that trading notes qualifies as a business venture? Just as the vendor was about to retort, Liu Genlai casually tossed him a cigarette and sauntered away. This lad named Zhonghua piqued his curiosity. He wondered from which prestigious family he hailed, as it seemed he was merely here to amuse himself at Liu Genlai's expense. As Liu Genlai munched on peanuts and surveyed his surroundings, he had scarcely taken a few steps when he heard someone call out from behind, young man, wait a moment." Turning around, he spotted an elderly woman squatting by the roadside, gazing at him intently. Before her lay a basket, and beside her stood a frail child of 7 or 8 years. The elderly woman's hair was a mottled gray, her tattered clothing obscuring its original hue, while the child appeared gaunt, with disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest, rendering it impossible to discern whether the child was a boy or a girl. "Are you calling me?" Liu Genlai inquired, pointing to himself. Yes, young man. I have a hen that lays eggs. Would you be interested?" The elderly woman attempted to rise, but, after several unsuccessful attempts, was unable to stand due to fatigue. It was only when the child lent her a hand that she managed to avoid collapsing onto the ground. "Why did you call me out of all these people?" Liu Genlai approached the elderly woman. "I saw you exchanging so many notes with that man and thought, given your apparent wealth, you might have some food," she replied. Clearly exhausted, the elderly woman settled back down onto the ground. "You wish to exchange this hen for grain?" Liu Genlai glanced at the hen in the basket. Indeed. The elderly woman nodded eagerly. "But I have asked many people, and they all want to buy with money instead of trading. How much grain do you seek?" Liu Genlai inquired with a measured tone. 10 pounds of cornmeal. If you cannot manage that, 8 pounds would suffice." Liu Genlai chuckled. "You can afford to feed a laying hen, yet you lack this modest amount of grain? Be honest with me, I detest being deceived." The elderly woman's demeanor was pitiful. Had she offered a wild hen in exchange for 10 pounds of grain, Liu Genlai might have considered the trade. However, she presented a laying hen, an animal that could yield an egg daily. The notion of trading such a hen for a mere handful of grain seemed dubious. In his previous life, Liu Genlai had been swindled out of his scant savings by a weeping middle-aged man at a bus station, a memory that still embarrassed him. Having traversed into another realm, encountering yet another dubious elderly woman seeking to deceive him for a few pounds of cornmeal felt trivial, yet it was indeed vexing. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. This hen originally belonged to my family, but was later turned over to the collective for raising. My husband hurt his back while digging a drainage ditch and can no longer earn work points. Our food supply is dwindling. I went to the production team to borrow grain, but they had none. The team leader returned my hen to me and gave me 5 cents, advising me to come to the market to exchange for food. The doctor at the commune said my husband's back would take a month to heal before he could work again. 10 pounds of cornmeal, mixed with some peanut shells and wild vegetables, would suffice for my family for a month. The elderly woman rambled on, recounting her plight. Is this your grandson? Liu Genlai asked, noticing a discrepancy. Where is your son? Does he not care for you? Upon hearing his words, the elderly lady was moved to tears. My son was tragically killed by falling rocks while working in the mountains 2 years ago, and my daughter-in-law has since remarried. Now, it is just my husband and I, along with our grandson. Which village do you hail from? Liu Gen inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. Yindun village in Daling commune. My husband's name is Wang Yukai. The elderly lady replied. What a coincidence to encounter someone from the commune, Liu Gen remarked, casting a glance at her. Yindun village was merely 5 miles from Lingxian village. He had played there as a child. The leader of your production team is named Zhang Defa, correct? Liu Gen asked. How do you know that? The elderly lady was taken aback. I have relatives in Yindun village. I can easily verify the truth of what you say, Liu Gen replied, testing her sincerity. In truth, when she mentioned Yindun village, he had already begun to believe that she was being honest. His own family had faced hardships, having once been unable to borrow grain from the production team. On the very day he had traversed here, Lu Xuanzhu had returned with an empty sack. It's true. Every word I say is true. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask around, the elderly lady insisted, a hint of urgency in her voice. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Gen gestured for her to follow. Bring your old hen and come with me. He resolved to assist her, as their shared experiences stirred his compassion. Without hesitation, the elderly lady rose from the ground, one hand grasping her basket and the other holding her grandson's hand, and followed Liu General upon exiting the pigeon market. Liu Gen continued walking towards the outskirts of the city. The elderly lady trailed behind, suddenly feeling a pang of fear. She halted, clutching her grandson tightly. Young man, where are you taking us? You are not a trickster, are you? With her son gone. The elderly couple relied solely on their grandson for survival. If he were to be deceived, it would mean the end for them. My grain is stored just outside the city, Liu Gen explained. Moreover, if I were to give you the grain now, would you dare to take it? The elderly lady was not foolish. After a moment's thought, she chose to follow Liu General. 10 pounds of cornmeal was no small amount. And with so many people around the pigeon market, a frail elderly lady with a child in tow would be vulnerable to the predatory gaze of ill-intentioned individuals. Once outside the city, Liu Gen led her toward the direction of Daling commune. After walking a short distance, they came upon a grove of trees. Pointing to the thicket, Liu Gen said, My grain is just beyond that grove. You wait here, I will call for you once I retrieve it. And by the way, please hand me your old hen. Are you comfortable with that? Of course, of course. Take it. The elderly lady handed her basket to Liu Gen. Having come this far into the wilderness, if this young man were a villain, there was no way for the two of them to safeguard the old hen. Just wait a moment. It won't take long, Liu Gen smiled, taking the basket into the grove. When he emerged, the basket had vanished into his storage space, replaced by a long stick, 2 wild chickens, and 2 bags of flour. He placed the items by the roadside and returned to the elderly lady and her grandson. I have matters to attend to back in the city. I've left the grain by the roadside. Please take it and hurry home. Avoid attracting the attention of any unsavory characters. Thank you, young brother. The elderly lady exclaimed, her gratitude palpable. The elderly woman hurriedly expressed her gratitude, leading her grandson toward the pile of items. As they approached, the previously silent child suddenly exclaimed, Grandma, why are there 2 bags and 2 wild chickens? The old woman, intrigued, quickly examined the scene. In the dim light, visibility was poor, and she could only rely on touch and scent. Once she discerned the contents of the two bags, her hands began to tremble. One bag contained cornmeal, while the other held rice, each weighing over 20 pounds. What a stroke of luck. We have encountered kind-hearted souls, she murmured, wiping away her tears as she gazed in the direction Liu Genlai had departed, though he had long since vanished from sight. Quickly, Dog Dan, bow to our benefactor. Grandmother is of advanced age. Bowing to him might shorten his life. In truth, Liu Genlai had not wandered far. He had concealed himself nearby, marking the grandmother and grandson on his navigation map. He observed them as they distanced themselves from the city, ensuring their safety before removing their marker. Though the elderly woman appeared aged, she was not overly so. At most, she was 50. For rural women of that age, carrying a burden of 40 pounds was not a daunting task. The 20 pounds of cornmeal were for their own consumption, while the 20 pounds of rice were intended for barter with their production team for coarse grains. Provided the old woman was astute, the rice exchanged for coarse grains, along with the cornmeal, would sustain the three of them until spring. After bidding farewell to the duo, Liu Genlai meandered back toward the city. Prior to his arrival, he had resolved that after visiting the pigeon market, he would seek a lodging for the night. Returning home was out of the question. It was likely around 9 or 10 o'clock, and making the journey home would mean arriving near midnight. Should his parents inquire, there would be no plausible excuse he could fabricate. Did he require a letter of introduction to stay at a guest house? Such a request was for others. As someone from another world, he certainly would not let a mere letter impede him. He located the nearest state-run guest house on his navigation map and strolled over. Chapter 46. The guest house. The lights were on in the state-run guest house. Upon entering, Liu Genlai found a woman in her 30s dozing at the front desk, her head bobbing in and out of slumber. The sound of the door startled her awake, and she inquired in a routine manner, "Checking in? Do you have a letter of introduction?" In response, Liu Genlai presented her with a wild chicken. "Madam, I've come from the pigeon market, and it's quite late. My home is far, and it's cold outside. Returning now is rather inconvenient. I hadn't planned on staying, so I didn't bring a letter. Could you possibly make an exception and allow me to stay for the night?" The attendant glanced at the chicken, then back at Liu Genlai, hesitating before asking, "How old are you, and where are you from?" "Madam, I am 15 years old, from Lingqian village in the Daling commune," Liu Genlai replied. Seeing that he was still a child, the attendant pondered for a moment, then retrieved a registration book. "Considering your circumstances, I will allow you to stay for one night. But this cannot be a regular occurrence. Oh, and by the way, the lodging fee is 1 yuan and 60 fun. Do you have it?" Yes. Thank you. "Madam, you are truly kind. Without a place to stay, I would surely freeze." Liu Genlai extracted some money and handed it to the attendant. "You are quite charming with your words," the attendant remarked as she accepted the payment and recorded it. She pointed to 2 thermoses by the wall and said, "You are in room 203. Here is your key. Please help yourself to a bottle of water." Liu Genlai expressed his gratitude once more, took a bottle of water, and ascended the stairs to his room. The room was modest in size, furnished simply with a bed, a set of tables and chairs, and a coat rack standing in the corner. The sheets were rather clean, and the temperature within the room was pleasantly warm, much to Liu Genlai's satisfaction. After undressing, he climbed into bed and soon fell asleep. In the early hours of the morning, Zhou Qiming, accompanied by a squad of patrol officers, strolled to the entrance of the guest house. "You all proceed. I will step in for a glass of water," he instructed. One of the patrol officers teased, "Captain, it's only been a short while since we last saw each other, and you're already missing your wife? Get lost. I see you're keen on patrolling through the night." Zhou Qiming retorted with a laugh as he entered the guest house. He made his way directly to the duty room, took the attendant's cup, and gulped down some hot water. "The pheasant has been stewed too long, and my throat feels dry. Is there anyone suspicious around?" The attendant rolled her eyes at Zhou Qiming, replying, "With your lack of discernment, you treat every pheasant as if it's a long-lost relative. The children have had more to eat than you." She then pushed the registration book towards him and added, "There's nothing suspicious, except for a child who didn't bring an introduction letter. I felt sorry for him, so I let him stay." Zhou Qiming chided her gently. "After all these years with me, you still lack vigilance. A child staying at a guest house is inherently suspicious." He glanced at the registration book and was taken aback. "What's wrong?" the attendant inquired. "What a coincidence." Zhou Qiming pointed to a line in the book. "This Liu Genlai is the very child who provided me with the pheasant." "That is quite a coincidence indeed," the attendant replied, retrieving a pheasant from beneath the table. He even gave me another one. Zhou Qiming mused. How could you allow someone without an introduction letter to stay? I suppose it's the pheasant's doing. He lifted the pheasant, weighing it in his hands. This boy is truly generous. He brings pheasants wherever he goes. Do you think this child is suspicious? The attendant inquired. Do you believe the esteemed regimental commander is blind? If he were an enemy agent, would Major Ma be so protective of him? That's a valid point. The attendant conceded with a nod. Zhou Qiming pondered for a moment, realizing he needed to expedite the arrangements for housing. One night's stay accompanied by a pheasant was hardly sufficient compensation. After a comfortable night's rest, Liu Genlai rose with the sun high in the sky. After tidying himself up, he descended the stairs, intending to have a meal, when the female attendant from the previous night called out to him. Little Liu, wait a moment. I need to speak with you. What is it? Liu Genlai asked, somewhat surprised by her cheerful demeanor as she emerged from the duty room. Shouldn't you be resting during the day after working the night shift? Is the state-run guest house more exploitative than private enterprises? My husband mentioned that if you have time this afternoon, you should visit the security team. He can arrange your accommodation today. Liu Genlai paused, realization dawning upon him. You are Zhou Auntie? He asked, taken aback by the coincidence. I never expected to encounter someone familiar while staying at a guest house. You are quite the charmer. It's no wonder Uncle Zhou adores you so. Aunt Zhou beamed with joy. Did you sleep well last night? Liu Genlai replied. I haven't slept so soundly in ages. I even got up late. This was an unembellished truth. In their cramped abode, with three brothers sharing a small kong, it was hardly surprising that he found comfort elusive, especially with Rinxi and Renwang tossing about in their sleep. Whenever you have the time, feel free to stay over. No need for an introduction letter, Aunt Zhou chuckled, adding. And you needn't bring anything. Liu Genlai scratched his head, grinning. At this hour, breakfast stalls had long since closed, and the state-run restaurant had yet to open its doors. Although he could not procure breakfast, hunger was not a concern. He had a large bag of roasted peanuts stowed away in his space. He grabbed a handful of peanuts and tucked them into his pocket, then took out a cucumber. Alternating between a few peanuts and bites of cucumber, he discovered that the combination was surprisingly delightful. Opening his navigation app, Liu Genlai set his sights on the department store, as he intended to purchase a bicycle. Lingxian village lay far too distant from the city, over 30 miles away. Running would take more than 2 hours, and aside from the exhaustion, he did not wish to attract unwanted stares from those who might mistake him for a madman. A bicycle would certainly prove more convenient. The sales clerks at the department store were no more amiable than those at the supply and marketing cooperative, treating him with indifference, as if he owed them money. Only when he placed a handful of peanuts on the counter did the clerk crack a smile. Naturally, he sought to purchase a sturdy 28-inch bicycle. Liu Genlai was not short on funds. He produced a wad of 190 yuan and acquired the most expensive Phoenix model. Once he had the bicycle in hand, it dawned on him that he had jumped the gun, for there were still many other items on his shopping list. With such a sizable bicycle, it would be imprudent to store it publicly in his space, so he pushed it through the department store, becoming the center of attention. Clad in his new military uniform and pushing a brand new Phoenix bicycle, he was the most striking figure in the store, unable to endure the prying eyes any longer. Liu Genlai exited the department store, seeking refuge in a deserted alley where he stored the bicycle in his space. After taking a moment to smoke a cigarette, he leisurely returned to the department store, where he found himself free from scrutiny and thus felt more at ease. A philosopher from a past life once remarked that life is defined by the essentials of food and clothing, with no worries about sustenance. As he had over 100 pounds of cotton in his space and had just acquired a substantial amount of fabric coupons, Liu Genlai resolved to purchase some fabric to make a few quilts and additional winter clothing for his family. The fabric available was limited in variety and color, but it was remarkably durable, something that would be hard to come by in later times. Approaching the fabric counter, just as he was about to touch the material to gauge its texture, the indifferent sales clerk suddenly exclaimed, "If you're not buying, don't touch. Can you afford to pay for any damage?" Taken aback, Liu Genlai felt a surge of energy. Chapter 47. Dining with Uncle Zhou. He pulled out several large black tins and a stack of fabric coupons, slamming them onto the counter. He looked up at the clerk and declared loudly, "Who do you think you're looking down on? I'll take 20 feet of this fabric." His voice was loud enough to attract the attention of several other clerks, as well as onlookers among the shoppers. "You young rascal, have you pilfered money from your home to flaunt it here?" That attendant was utterly amused by Liu Genlai's antics. "Why do you concern yourself with whether I stole it? You claim I cannot afford it, yet I shall prove you wrong. Liu Genlai tilted his head, exuding an air of audacious arrogance. Enough, enough, let us be on our way. Why does a mere child display such bravado? A woman in her 30s approached, gesturing dismissively at Liu Genlai. Had he been an adult, they would have berated him, perhaps even resorted to physical confrontation, but being just a child, the saleswomen chose to ignore him. You are selling goods. I am purchasing. I am paying with my money, and you are providing me with fabric. What is amiss? She insists I have stolen it and accuses me of showing off. This lady appears to be a reasonable person. Please adjudicate this matter for me. Is her conduct appropriate? Liu Genlai shouted at the newly arrived saleswoman. Very well, I shall sell to you, you ungrateful child. The original attendant, now irate, grabbed a ruler and scissors, ready to cut the fabric. Just as her hand brushed against the cloth, Liu Genlai yelled, Do not touch it. If you do, I shall not buy it. Before she could react, he snatched the money left on the counter and turned to leave. The attendant was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Laughter erupted from a group of nearby attendants who had witnessed the entire scene. This child is quite entertaining. Shao Kai, he is retaliating against you. This little rascal. Haha. The female attendant soon regained her composure, a mixture of anger and amusement washing over her, and she too began to chuckle. Naturally, the one most delighted was Liu Genlai. In his previous life, he had encountered a similar joke online, and having traversed into this world devoid of entertainment, he found that the attendant's remarks reminded him of that jest, prompting a desire for personal experience. The thrill of flaunting and then fleeing was exhilarating. However, having vexed the sales staff, he knew he could not return to the department store for fabric. Yet, this did not deter Liu Genlai. He opened his navigation app and soon located a state-run fabric shop a few stops away. Though 4 or 5 stops was no small distance, walking would take nearly an hour. Liu Genlai had recently joined the ranks of car owners, did he not? He sought out a secluded alley, retrieved a bicycle from his spatial storage, and swiftly made his way to the state-run fabric shop. In just 10 minutes, he arrived and promptly purchased over 20 yards of fabric. He bought 20 yards of patterned cloth and 6 yards of blue fabric, sufficient to create 3 quilts and 2 outfits. As for the specifics of how Li Lanxiang would arrange it, he felt neither inclined nor capable to manage that. He merely needed to ensure that his sister Lu Min had a quilt and a new outfit. Her current clothing was a patchwork of rags, utterly tattered. She couldn't possibly go to the state-run hotel looking like a beggar, nor could she remain without a proper quilt while living with the eldest sister's family. As for Gunshi, Jin Wang, and Cai Xia, did not Uncle Zhou provide him with 2 sets of old military uniforms? Upon returning home today, he would retrieve them and ask Li Lanxiang to tailor them into new garments for the 3 of them. As for crafting garments for them from new cloth, it is a futile endeavor. Children grow so rapidly that the clothes would soon become unwearable. In this day and age, which child does not struggle to wear clothes that are too large? Given Li Lanxiang's disposition, she might not even consider repurposing old military uniforms for their new attire. After purchasing the fabric, Liu Genlai rode his bicycle around several nearby supply cooperatives, exchanging top-tier cigarette coupons for Zhonghua cigarettes and premium alcohol tickets for Mount Ai liquor. He also procured 2 pounds of sugar cubes, 5 pounds of white rabbit creamy candy, and a large assortment of various snacks, along with other miscellaneous items, effectively exhausting the coupons he had acquired at the pigeon market the previous night. Surveying the pile of goods in his space, Liu Genlai felt a sense of satisfaction as he mounted his bicycle, heading straight for the neighborhood security team on North Street. Zhou Qiming was having lunch when Liu Genlai entered the office. Zhou Qiming put down his chopsticks and donned his coat. Come, I will take you to see the house. There is only one that meets your requirements. The others are too small. If you like it, we can register it at the street office. If not, I will find you another. Uncle Zhou, there's no rush. I haven't eaten yet. Liu Genlai glanced at the meal on Zhou Qiming's desk. A bowl of insipid stewed cabbage and 2 dark, unappealing steamed buns. Liu Genlai did not find Zhou Qiming's meal lacking. The mere sight of those buns would make most people, including city dwellers, envious. After all, many could only afford watery porridge, often enhanced with a medley of wild greens. In these times, anyone who could indulge in a bowl of pure cornmeal mush would surely spark envy among neighbors. What's the matter? Do you wish to eat this? Zhou Qiming chuckled upon noticing Liu Genlai's gaze. But you are too late. The food has all been distributed, and the kitchen is bare. Even the water for washing the pots has been shared by those rascals. If you don't mind, you may join me. and I will share a steamed bun with you. That bun is better saved for home. Let us eat what we have here. Liu Genlai took a seat across from Zhou Qiming, pulling 2 assorted steamed buns from his right pocket and a lunchbox from his left. You came here bearing food? Zhou Qiming did not hesitate to open the lunchbox, greedily inhaling the aroma of the spicy sour potato shreds within. This flavor is authentic. Don't rush, there's more. Liu Genlai shifted in his seat and retrieved another lunchbox from behind him. What's this? Braised meat. Where did you acquire this, you rascal? Zhou Qiming exclaimed upon seeing the contents. Sampling a succulent slice of meat, he remarked, "Why does this taste reminiscent of Master Nio's culinary skills at the state-run restaurant?" You guessed correctly. This braised meat was prepared by him for me. Liu Genlai laughed as he produced a bottle of liquor from his coat. Maodai. Zhou Qiming's eyes widened in surprise. You truly are generous. This is for Uncle Zhou to enjoy. Who cares about generosity or not? Liu Genlai then retrieved a generous handful of peanuts from the pocket where he had kept the buns. I also brought some peanuts to accompany the drink. You little rascal. How do you manage to carry so much, like a miniature warehouse? Zhou Qiming was astonished once more. That is all there is, it is all here. Liu Genlai rubbed his hands together. Do you have chopsticks? Yes, just a moment. Zhou Qiming turned to leave, but upon reaching the door, he remembered he still held a bottle of matai in his hand. With a sheepish smile, he turned back to set it down before hastily exiting. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a pair of chopsticks, damp and clearly just washed. The kitchen was devoid of any remnants, save for the chopsticks. Liu Gen came to take the chopsticks, offering Zhou Qiming a steamed bun while grabbing another for himself, taking a hearty bite before picking up a piece of braised meat to chew voraciously. Chapter 48. Purchasing a home. Unlike Liu Gen, Zhou Qiming did not indulge in the meal. He placed the bun down and instead picked up a cornbread, deciding to take the bun home for his child, asserting that he would suffice with this. Uncle Zhou, both you and Aunt Zhou have jobs. Is it truly necessary to be so frugal? Liu Gen queried, puzzled. You can't fathom the situation. Aunt Zhou has given birth to 5 boys over 10 years of marriage, each one a voracious eater, consuming an unending amount of food. Zhou Qiming replied, casting another glance at the matai bottle. It has been years since I dared to savor such fine liquor. Liu Gen could not contain his laughter. In these times, with little entertainment at night, what else are couples to do but procreate? While they are busy creating life, there lies a multitude of children awaiting their fill. Uncle Zhou and Aunt Zhou must embody the essence of both pain and joy. Such nonsense. You, a mere child, know nothing. Zhou Qiming chided with a mouthful of cornbread. Do not mock me. You will understand once you marry. I am still a child. Do not lead me astray, Liu Gen retorted, stifling his laughter. He reached for the matai to pour Zhou Qiming a glass, but Zhou Qiming stopped him. Perhaps it is best to refrain. We are to view houses soon and visit the neighborhood office, and I cannot appear reeking of alcohol. Nonsense. As the captain of the security team, surely you can shield me from any repercussions? Liu Gen grasped Zhou Qiming's intent, but still poured half a cup of liquor into his teacup. Those seeking to rent would undoubtedly aim for a high price, and if they saw potential tenants drinking at noon, the rental cost would be harder to negotiate. Yet Liu Gen, having traversed time, was unfazed by such concerns. Anything solvable with money is not a problem. If funds are lacking, then I shall simply hunt a few wild boars. You rascal, Zhou Qiming chuckled, shaking his head. Aren't you going to partake? I have no craving for alcohol. Liu Gen replied, showing little interest in drinking. Among the trifecta of tobacco, alcohol, and tea, he was most attached to smoking. As for liquor, he had no intention of ever consuming it. The copious amounts of matai he had acquired were primarily for social gatherings and family enjoyment, but also for collection. Though matai was currently inexpensive, preserving it for future generations could yield an astronomical return, functioning as a veritable liquid bank. Then I suppose it is my good fortune. Zhou Qiming lifted his teacup to take a sizable sip, relishing the exquisite aroma of the matai. Accompanied by a few dishes, he consumed half the bottle, carefully locking the remaining portion in his office drawer. Once the meal concluded, every dish had been devoured, and Zhou Qiming polished the lunchbox with cornbread, effectively eliminating the need for washing. After their repast, the two stepped out of the office, and Zhou Qiming pointed to a bicycle, asking, "Is that a new purchase?" "Indeed." Liu Gen nodded, having acquired it the previous night at the pigeon market. Zhou Qiming pushed his bicycle out and suddenly inquired, "I was just wondering, is it true that the wild boar from the state-run restaurant, marinated by Master Nio, was delivered by you?" Uncle Zhou, you are far too talented to merely be a security chief. You ought to aspire to be the head of the police station, Liu Genlai chuckled. If I were to become the head of the police station, you would be the first to be recruited, Zhou Qiming replied, mounting his bicycle. With your ability to procure such a vast quantity of wild boar, any workplace you desire would be clamoring for you. What job? I'm only 15. I want to play for another 2 years. Liu Genlai followed Zhou Qiming. Indeed, Zhou Qiming smiled. If you hadn't mentioned your age, I would have almost forgotten you were still a child. Despite being so young, you handle affairs like an adult, with connections as formidable as Colonel Ma's. This young man's future is boundless. The residence Zhou Qiming found for him was a 3-room main house within a courtyard. The side rooms on either side were occupied. The elderly lady in the eastern room was in her 50s or 60s, kind-faced, and smiled at Liu Genlai as they entered. In the western room lived a couple with 3 children. Both were in their 30s, with the husband employed at a factory and the wife staying at home to care for their school-aged children. As Zhou Qiming and Liu Genlai entered the courtyard, the western side room was locked, while the elderly lady mentioned that her daughter-in-law had gone out of town to forage for wild vegetables. The landlord, an elderly man in his 60s, was short and thin, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with a fountain pen tucked into his breast pocket. When introducing the property, the old man explained that he was a retired primary school teacher, with both sons employed in Shanghai, and he wished to join them for his retirement. The entire courtyard belonged to him, and the 2 families in the side rooms were his tenants. Liu Genlai was quite satisfied with the 3 main rooms and, after hearing the old man's story, pulled Zhou Qiming aside. Uncle Zhou, I wish to purchase this courtyard. Could you inquire if he would agree to sell? This courtyard is certainly not inexpensive. Do you have sufficient funds? Zhou Qiming asked. You need not worry about the money. Simply ask him if he is willing to sell. Liu Genlai insisted. He has over 600 in cash, and if that is insufficient, he has 7 wild boars that he can deliver to the state-run restaurant at any time. He is likely inclined to sell. At his age, collecting rent from Shanghai to Beijing is impractical. However, there is a current policy that prohibits arbitrary property transactions. Zhou Qiming expressed his concern. Everything can be negotiated. The elderly gentleman has dedicated his life to education and served the people for many years. As he ages, he wishes to find comfort with his sons and enjoy a few days of familial bliss. Surely, he should not be burdened with the hassle of annual trips between Shanghai and Beijing for such a trivial matter of rent, Liu Genlai reasoned. What if something were to happen to him on the way? By purchasing his property, I would be alleviating his difficulties and also assisting the community, which surely cannot object. You have a way with words, but this matter is beyond my authority. My opinion holds no weight. Zhou Qiming chuckled, shaking his head. Then who does have the final say? Director Sun of the street office. If you wish to buy this courtyard, her approval is essential. This matter is quite straightforward. Liu Genlai chuckled and said, Uncle Zhou, why not inquire with Director Sun? If I were to deliver a wild boar weighing around 70 to 80 pounds to their street office, would she agree? You still have wild boars. Zhou Qiming's eyes widened in astonishment. I've hidden one just outside the city. If Director Sun doesn't want it, I shall offer it to the state-run restaurant instead. Of course she'd want it. Which establishment would refuse freshly acquired meat? Zhou Qiming laughed, clapping Liu Genlai on the shoulder. You truly have a knack for using meat to pave your way. Just wait here. I'll check with the landlord first. As anticipated, upon hearing that Liu Genlai wished to purchase his property, the old man beamed with joy, shaking Liu Genlai's hand repeatedly in gratitude, claiming he had alleviated a significant burden. Liu Genlai felt a tad embarrassed by the old man's enthusiasm. The asking price was also modest, merely 600 yuan, which Liu Genlai had readily available in his storage. Having settled matters with the landlord, Liu Genlai instructed Zhou Qiming to accompany the landlord to the street office to meet Director Sun while he rode his bicycle out of the city. Upon reaching an isolated spot just beyond the city limits, Liu Genlai retrieved a wild boar weighing 70 to 80 pounds from his storage, placed it into a sack, secured it to the rear of his bicycle, and returned to the street office at Beijia. Chapter 49. Have you not committed enough errors? From a distance, Liu Genlai spotted Zhou Qiming conversing with a woman in her 40s at the entrance of the street office. Upon noticing the large sack tied to the back of Liu Genlai's bicycle, the two exchanged glances, and the woman broke into a smile. As Liu Genlai approached and dismounted from his bicycle, Zhou Qiming introduced him to the middle-aged woman, saying, Director Sun, this is the Liu Genlai I mentioned. Little Liu, this is our street office's Director Sunday. Hello, Director Sun, Liu Genlai greeted hastily. No need for formalities. Please call me Aunt Sun, she replied with a warm smile. Little Liu, not only have you helped our retired teachers with their concerns regarding pension arrangements in different locales, but you have also provided nourishment for our street office staff, enhancing their enthusiasm and efficiency at work. On behalf of the Beijia Street office, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. Indeed, as a leader, her eloquence was commendable. Liu Genlai was at a loss for words and could only scratch his head, smiling shyly as he said, Aunt Sun, your kind words make me feel quite bashful. The trio erupted into laughter, and Zhou Qiming took hold of the bicycle, patting Liu Genlai on the back. All right, hand over the bicycle to me. You can accompany Director Sun to her office. The landlord is waiting for you there. Come along, little Liu, let us have a cup of tea in Aunt Sun's office. She warmly invited. In Director Sun's office, the landlord paced anxiously, clearly agitated. Upon Liu Genlai's entrance with Director Sun, the old man's eyes lit up, visibly relieved. You've returned. The journey took a bit longer than expected. I hope you weren't too impatient? Liu Genlai thought to himself, suppressing a smile. The old man was evidently worried that Liu Genlai might abandon the deal, jeopardizing the sale of his property. If only he knew that this property would be worth millions decades later, perhaps he would regret his decision. However, given his age, it was unlikely he would have the opportunity to find out. Have you come to an agreement? Director Sun inquired with the elderly landlord and Liu Genlai. Well, Director Sun, please assist us with the formalities. The landlord immediately interjected, not allowing Liu Genlai a chance to speak, as if fearing that any delay might lead Liu Genlai to reconsider. Director Sun picked up 2 copies of the agreement from her desk and stated, according to regulations, private transactions of real estate are prohibited. However, Teacher Gao, your situation is exceptional, and you are indeed facing genuine difficulties. The street office cannot simply turn a blind eye. Therefore, I have devised a compromise. She handed 1 copy of the agreement to the landlord, proposing that he first sell the courtyard in the name of the street office and then sell it to Comrade Liu in the same manner. This approach would facilitate the sale without breaching any regulations. What do you think, Teacher Gao? Excellent, excellent. Director Sun has truly considered everything. The landlord nodded repeatedly. Following Director Sun's guidance, he signed the agreement and affixed his seal. Regardless of the era, there are always policies and countermeasures. Liu Genlai observed quietly from the side. Once the landlord completed the signing and stamping, Director Sun stamped the document with the official seal. Without needing to be prompted, Liu Genlai placed 600 yuan on Director Sun's desk. Director Sun smiled at Liu Genlai, gesturing towards the stack of money and addressing the landlord. The money is here. Please count it. If everything is in order, that courtyard will belong to the street office. The landlord meticulously counted twice, confirming the amount was correct. Cautiously, he tucked the money into his pocket, expressed his gratitude to Director Sun, and shook Liu Genlai's hand firmly, offering his thanks with a beaming smile before departing. Let us go with Aunt Sun to complete the formalities. Liu Genlai's earlier demeanor had further improved Director Sun's impression of him, and her attitude became increasingly cordial. Upon arriving at the office for the formalities, they found it surprisingly empty. Liu Genlai pondered the situation, and Director Sun humorously scolded, "These old women," upon seeing the pork. "Forget everything. Just wait until I scold them later." Liu Genlai couldn't help but chuckle. After all the commotion, the staff had gone off to wait for their share of the pork. Director Sun did not make Liu Genlai wait for long. She personally handled the paperwork, then brought him back to her office. "All right, that courtyard is now yours." She handed him the brand new property deed, reminding him not to forget to pay the street office an annual management fee of 2 yuan. This fee was akin to modern property management fees, and for such a large courtyard, merely paying 2 yuan a year indicated that Director Sun was indeed looking out for him. "Thank you, Director Sun." Liu Genlai placed a handful of white rabbit candies on her desk, and then produced a wild chicken from behind him. "You child, even after gifting me such a large wild boar, Aunt Sun is already grateful to you. Why do you bring me these as well? Take them back. I don't want them." Director Sun's expression turned serious. "The wild boar is a gift for the street office. These are for you," Liu Genlai replied with a smile. "I can't just call you Aunt Sun without offering something in return." Director Sun chuckled. "You truly handle matters like an adult. No wonder Captain Zhou is so supportive of you." The items were graciously accepted by Aunt Sun, yet not without reciprocity. "Your bicycle, I presume, has yet to be registered. Let us then place it under the auspices of our neighborhood office. Should anyone inquire, Simply state that you delivered a wild boar to the neighborhood office, and the bicycle ticket is a reward from them. Remarkable. Director Sun has executed this matter splendidly, rendering it impossible for anyone to refuse or feel ungrateful. His bicycle was most vulnerable to scrutiny, and without a clear provenance for the bicycle ticket, it would undoubtedly be confiscated. With Director Sun's arrangements, the ticket now possesses a legitimate origin, granting him the freedom to ride it anywhere. Aunt Sun, your kindness overwhelms me. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Gratitude? I've already stated that you cannot call me Aunt Sun without a reason. Director Sun waved his hand. Let us discuss the price of that boar. No need for discussion. The boar is a gift to our neighborhood office. With so much assistance from Director Sun, he felt it was inappropriate to accept any remuneration. That is not correct, Director Sun admonished. You are an individual. While the neighborhood office is a collective cannot take advantage of an individual. Would you have me air? Have you not aired enough already? Liu Genlai nearly faltered. Aunt Sun, whatever you say, I shall heed. Now that is more agreeable, Director Sun smiled again. At your tender age, capturing a wild boar is no small feat. The neighborhood office will not take advantage of you, but as the director, I cannot allow the office to incur losses. Let us agree upon a price of $1.50 per pound. How does that sound? Aunt Sun, that seems rather high. The task boars in our village sell for only 60 cents per pound. Shall we settle on that price? Liu Genlai was astonished by the generous offer, nearly rivaling the black market. Hi, do you think I am unaware? At this price, you are already at a disadvantage. Aunt Sun's demeanor turned serious. If you regard me as your Aunt Sun, you shall proceed as I say. Very well, I shall comply, he replied. Director Sun's smile returned. Chapter 50. The nature of one's essence. The wild boar weighed precisely 80 pounds, resulting in an unexpected sum of $120 for Liu Genlai. After purchasing a courtyard, his finances had been nearly depleted, but with this newfound amount, he felt a surge of confidence. As Liu Genlai exited the neighborhood office, he spotted Zhou Qiming waiting at the entrance, flanked by 2 bicycles, one of which bore a piece of pork weighing nearly 2 pounds. Upon seeing Liu Genlai, Zhou Qiming approached him. Here is your bicycle certificate. I have successfully registered your bicycle with the neighborhood office. Uncle Zhou, your assistance leaves me speechless. I hardly know how to thank you. Liu Genlai spoke sincerely. He had only recently met Zhou Qiming, and their acquaintance had yet to blossom into true camaraderie. His initial approach for help in securing housing felt somewhat presumptuous, yet he had relied on the innocence of his 15 years, unburdened by hesitation. However, Zhou Qiming not only found him suitable accommodation, but also facilitated the dealings with the neighborhood office, ensuring a smooth purchase process. Without Zhou Qiming's connections, would Director Sun even recognize him? It was inconceivable that he would exert effort to navigate policy loopholes on his behalf. The path of wild boar meat lay ahead. Stop joking. In this day and age, while the scarcity of meat is a reality, no organization dares to accept wild boars of dubious origin. If any issues arise, who would be held accountable? A shrewd individual like Director Sun would never jeopardize his reputation for a mere morsel. Not only did he assist in establishing connections with the street office, but Zhou Qiming also helped him secure a bicycle permit. The embossed seal on the pedal is not something that can be easily obtained. If the origins are unclear, the police station might confiscate it without hesitation. The fact that Zhou Qiming managed to accomplish this so smoothly indicates that he likely called in a favor, having aided him so significantly. Director Sun is now deeply indebted to Zhou Qiming, a debt that he cannot repay immediately, but will have to fulfill gradually when opportunities arise. If you truly wish to thank me, why not join me at the Public Security Bureau? Zhou Qiming jested, only half serious. Uncle Zhou, I do want to express my gratitude, but I certainly don't intend to risk my life for you, Liu Genlai replied, a pained expression on his face. Join the Public Security Bureau? Are you kidding? 9 yuan a month for 2 steamed buns and a plate of wilted greens, plus all-night patrols? I've traversed through time. If I ended up at the Public Security Bureau, I might as well dash headlong into traffic. Look at you, with that pitiful demeanor, even if you wanted to join. I might not want you. Zhou Qiming retorted with a laugh. Hey, Uncle Zhou, did you drop 2 packs of cigarettes? Liu Genlai suddenly pointed behind him. Zhou Qiming instinctively turned around, and to his astonishment, he found not a single cigarette but left behind. However, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the rear seat of his bicycle, where 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes lay. A glance at Liu Genlai revealed that he had already pedaled away. This rascal. Zhou Qiming chuckled as he picked up the cigarettes. inhaling their scent before tucking them into his pocket. Liu Genlai proceeded to his elder sister's residence. As the workday was nearing its end, Liu Genlai wished to inform his sister and brother-in-law about the new living arrangements, urging them to move out promptly. He did not store his bicycle in the space, but instead pushed it toward the courtyard where his sister lived. The news of Qian Daji being beaten by his brother-in-law had already spread throughout the compound. Many recognized Liu Genlai. His new military uniform alone was enough to turn heads. And with a brand new bicycle in tow, he instantly became the center of attention among the local aunties. What exactly does this young man do? He appears quite young, yet possesses remarkable capabilities. Lu Fang now has a reliable ally. The Qian family likely no longer dares to bully her. By the courtyard faucet, several aunties were washing clothes and chatting, but Lu Fang was not among them. "Young man, are you looking for your sister?" one of the familiar aunties inquired. Having met Liu Genlai before and holding a favorable impression of him. "Yes, is my sister at home?" Liu Genlai parked his bicycle and asked with a smile. "She went to buy groceries. She should be back soon," one of the aunties replied. "What do you do, young man?" Another curious auntie inquired. "Me? I'm a militia member from our village," Liu Genlai replied casually, then asked, "Auntie, does my sister still need to buy groceries?" "Why wouldn't she? She has to buy groceries, cook, wash clothes, and tidy up the house. She handles all the household chores." The elderly woman who first greeted Liu Genlai glanced at the Qian family's door while speaking, then tilted her body toward Liu Genlai and lowered her voice, saying, "What a typical matron. The Qian family treats your sister like a servant from the old days. Is it the same these past few days?" Liu Genlai handed her a handful of peanuts. "You child, why are you giving me food?" The woman feigned refusal, yet her hands were honest, pocketing the peanuts. "These should not be wasted. When hunger strikes, a handful will suffice. It's slightly better than before, but not by much. At least they don't make me wash their clothes anymore. I still handle all the other chores," she continued. "Do they still do nothing at all?" Liu Genlai inquired further. "What can they do? Those lazy women would prefer someone to feed them, and they expect me to do their work? Just the other day, one of them wanted me to find a suitor for her daughter. How ridiculous. If I really did that, I'd be scolded viciously." Another elderly woman approached, her face a mask of indignation. Liu Genlai generously offered her a handful of peanuts as well. The remaining two aunts, seeing this, gathered around, chattering animatedly about the Qian family's affairs. Although Liu Genlai had little interest in their gossip, he could not resist their enthusiasm and patiently listened, offering them each a handful of peanuts. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Lu Fang returned from grocery shopping, carrying a large net bag filled with radishes as thick as her arms. The sleeping Zhaodi was nestled in the backpack behind her. "Genlai, what brings you here at this hour?" Lu Fang's face lit up with surprise at seeing her brother. "Why didn't you come earlier? I could have bought more vegetables." "I'm not here to eat your food. I came to discuss something with you and brother-in-law. I found a place for you to move into, so you should leave soon. A leopard can't change its spots. The longer my sister stays here, the more suffering she endures." "You found a place so quickly," Lu Fang exclaimed, surprised. "Brother-in-law said it would be hard to find a house before the new year and planned to wait until after. I knew it would turn out this way." Liu Genlai thought, relieved that he had anticipated the situation. Qian Daji certainly wouldn't want to move out easily. The first attempt would likely happen after the new year, and the second was uncertain. "Tomorrow, I will help you move. If brother-in-law doesn't want to go, you should just move by yourself." Liu Genlai felt compelled to take charge, as his elder sister was too soft-hearted. "Move by myself? That wouldn't be appropriate." Lu Fang hesitated. "Sister, let me ask you directly, do you want to go to work?" Liu Genlai struck decisively. "The supply and marketing cooperative needs people. They won't wait for you indefinitely. If you don't move soon to start working, that job opportunity will disappear." I'll move. Isn't that enough?" Lu Fang's resolve stemmed from the job opportunity. Having work meant earning money, which would truly make her a city dweller. The moment she heard her brother mention that the job could be lost, she became anxious. "Then get your things together. I'll come by tomorrow afternoon." After giving his sister instructions, Liu Genlai mounted his bicycle and departed. It was that time of day when work had concluded, and Qian Daji was on his way home. Liu Genlai, however, wished to avoid him, fearing he might be unable to restrain himself from delivering another beating. Chapter 51. Entangled as Liu Genlai departed. A group of aunties quickly encircled Lu Fang. "Lu Fang, your brother is right. You should have moved out long ago. You didn't have the opportunity before. But now that you do, why are you still hesitating? Living independently would be delightful. No more enduring grievances, no more burdens, and no more worries about scolding or insufficient meals. Lu Fong, did your brother truly secure you a position as a sales clerk? What does he do that he possesses such capability? The aunties chattered animatedly, overwhelming Lu Fong, who was at a loss for words. Just then, the door to the Qian household swung open, and Lu Fong's mother-in-law emerged. She shot several fierce glances at the aunties before turning her attention to Lu Fong, her face transforming into a beaming smile as she grasped Lu Fong's hand. Was it your brother who visited? How could you let him leave without inviting him for a meal? Is this how an elder sister behaves? If one were unaware, they might think your in-laws were miserly. Her words almost made Lu Fong believe them. The aunties, indifferent to Lu Fong's mother-in-law, dispersed as soon as she appeared, returning home to prepare meals. Lu Fong stood there in a daze, unable to recall the last time her mother-in-law had smiled at her. Come, let us return home. It is cold outside, and we shall be warm indoors, her mother-in-law affectionately urged, leading Lu Fong back. At that moment, Zhao Di awakened, quiet and observant, peering over the edge of the backpack, gazing at her grandmother as if she were a stranger. Once inside, the door closed, and Lu Fong's mother-in-law fetched a chair, insisting Lu Fong sit down. The sudden jolt caused Zhao Di, perched in the backpack, to nearly tumble out. Lu Fong hastily unfastened the backpack and lifted Zhao Di into her arms. Mother, what brings you here? Lu Fong, though gentle in nature, was not naive. Sensing her mother-in-law's demeanor, she understood there was surely a request at hand, and it was likely significant, causing her heart to flutter with apprehension. Oh, it is nothing of great consequence, her mother-in-law replied, maintaining her cheerful facade. You and Daji wish to move out and live independently. I have no objections. No one can reside with their parents for a lifetime. When Daji returns, I shall speak with him. If he disagrees, I shall insist he leave. Whether he wishes to move or not, he must go. Lu Fong's anxiety deepened. Had her mother-in-law taken leave of her senses? Just yesterday, she had vehemently opposed Daji moving out. How had her stance changed today? Moreover, even if her mother-in-law consented to her and Daji moving, there was no need to adopt such a beseeching demeanor. What was her true intent? Unable to decipher her mother-in-law's thoughts, Lu Fong remained silent, cradling her daughter as she awaited further words. Lu Fong, her mother-in-law finally broached the main topic. Did your brother truly secure a position for you as a sales clerk in a supply and marketing cooperative? He mentioned it, though I did not scrutinize the details. Lu Fong replied, if he claimed it, then it must be true. Your brother is still young. Yet he carries himself with remarkable maturity and cannot possibly jest regarding such a significant matter. Lu Fong's mother-in-law paused momentarily, her smile blossoming further. Lu Fong, I wish to discuss something with you. As you are raising a daughter, it is certain that you will need to bear more sons for our family to carry on our lineage. With another pregnancy and the responsibilities of caring for children, how will you find the time to work? Being a sales clerk is no easy task. It involves heavy lifting and meticulous bookkeeping. Given that you have not received formal education and are illiterate, should any mishap occur, or if you make an error in accounts, resulting in losses for the cooperative, not only would you face financial penalties, but you might also lose your job. What I am suggesting is, could you possibly relinquish this job opportunity to your sister? I have inquired and discovered that there is no name attached to the job quota. Whoever registers, it claims the position, and it would spare your brother from further trouble. What do you think? After all this, you're just waiting here for me. Lu Fong's temper flared at her mother-in-law's words. Yet she lacked the courage to rebuke her or engage in a confrontation. She endured the rising frustration and replied, I cannot make that decision. Tomorrow, when my brother arrives, you may ask him directly. The smile vanished from Lu Fong's mother-in-law's face, and just as she was about to persuade her further, the door to the inner room was abruptly pushed open, revealing her sister-in-law, who had been eavesdropping. Mother, there is no need to plead with her. I want to see how she manages to work at the cooperative while caring for that little burden. The moment she starts, she should just expect to be dismissed. With a resounding slam, the sister-in-law closed the door. The sister-in-law's words sent a jolt through Lu Fong, causing her to instinctively clutch her little daughter, Zhao Di, tighter. This was a dilemma she had not considered. The sister-in-law was correct. If she took a position at the cooperative, who would look after Zhao Di? Surely, she could not rely on a mother-in-law who referred to her grandchild as a burden. Lu Fong's mother-in-law observed the shift in her expression and stoked the flames further. Though your sister's words may be harsh, they hold truth. Presently, it is manageable with only Zhao Di, but when you become pregnant again, Can you truly endure the burden of a growing belly while also carrying another child to work as a sales clerk? The cooperative would undoubtedly refuse you. Lu Fong remained silent, tightening her hold on her daughter. Sensing that she had applied enough pressure, Lu Fong's mother-in-law ceased her insistence. Think carefully. I only wish what is best for you. With that, she retreated into the inner room, closing the door behind her. Lu Fong was left in a state of turmoil. Her thoughts tangled like a knotted thread until her father-in-law and husband returned home from work, reminding her that she had yet to prepare dinner. With the convenience of a bicycle, Lu Jin made the 30-mile journey back to Lingxian village in less than an hour, even before dusk fell. Upon reaching the village outskirts, he stowed the bicycle away, wishing to keep it a secret from the villagers for the time being. Lingxian village had yet to see a bicycle, and he was the first to possess one. If word got out and others came seeking to borrow it, he would face complications. What if Zhang San or Li Si asked to borrow it? With so many residents, some of whom are rather brazen, lending it out would mean he could no longer use it himself, essentially gifting it to the entire village. Moreover, if someone were to become envious and report him, it would lead to a host of troublesome situations. He had no desire to bring trouble to his family or to invite discomfort upon himself. The production team had already wrapped up for the day. As Lu Jin came into the yard carrying a large burlap sack, Lu Xuanzhu was sitting on the threshold, smoking his pipe. Behind him, in the kitchen, Li Lanxiang was busy preparing dinner. The yoke and wooden bucket that usually hung on the wall were nowhere to be seen. Lu Min must have gone to fetch water. Zhen Shi, Zhen Wang, and Kai Xiao were also absent, likely out gathering firewood. The family remained unchanged, unaffected by the few days of hearty meals they had enjoyed. What have you brought back this time? Lu Xuanzhu glanced at the large sack on Lu Jin's shoulder without even lifting himself from the threshold. He had grown accustomed to his eldest son bringing home items in quick succession. Have you glued yourself to the threshold? Can't you see Jin is carrying something? Aren't you afraid of tiring him out? Li Lanxiang scolded Lu Xuanzhu. Are you blind? Can't you see how lightly he walks? That sack is so light you could lift it with a single finger, Lu Xuanzhu retorted. Hee. Lu Jin chuckled, relishing the banter between his parents. He delighted in their playful exchanges. After all, their spirited arguments were a sign that their bellies were full. When hunger struck, not only would they cease their banter, but they would hardly find the energy to speak. Why are you grinning like an idiot? Looking for a fight? Lu Xuanzhu raised his pipe. Pretending to strike Lu General in reality, they were still quite far apart, and Lu Xuanzhu could not reach him. Lu Jin, however, instinctively shrank back and turned to Li Lanxiang. Mom, my dad wants to hit me. Aren't you going to do something about it? I can't help you with your father. If he wants to strike you, go find your grandfather and let him deal with it, Li Lanxiang replied. Her face lit up with laughter. Dad, if I tell Grandpa you want to hit me, do you think he would be scared? Lu Jin teased, a smug expression on his face. Lu Xuanzhu shook his head, digging at the ashes in his pipe. When did you become so witty? You weren't like this before. I wasn't nearly dead back then. Lu Jin raised the burlap sack to divert the conversation. Mom, do you want to see what's inside? Without waiting for Li Lanxiang's response, Lu Jin strode into the house. Mom, come take a look. What is it? Why do I have to see? Li Lanxiang added more firewood to the stove and followed Lu Jin into the inner room. The iron pot was significantly larger than the previous clay pot. While a pot of porridge would boil over in the clay vessel, it wouldn't in the iron one, thus alleviating her need to monitor it constantly. Lu Jin entered the bedroom where Lu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang slept, opened the burlap sack, and first pulled out a package of snacks, placing it in Li Lanxiang's hands. As she began to unwrap the paper, he retrieved a length of cloth measuring over 20 feet. Just as Li Lanxiang looked up from the snacks, he produced a large bundle of cotton. Where on earth did you get so much cotton? Li Lanxiang gasped, nearly dropping the snacks. She was not surprised that her son had brought back some treats, given the abundance of grain he had already gathered. However, cotton was different. While food could be cultivated in various places, though scarce, there were always means to procure it. Cotton could not be grown just anywhere, with their food supply already insufficient. Who would bother to plant such a crop? The limited cultivation resulted in even less available for sale, and she had no idea where one could even purchase cotton. The fact that her son had managed to bring home such a significant quantity left her utterly astounded. Cotton? So much of it. Where did you get it? Subsequently, Lu Xuanzhu was taken aback by the large bag of cotton. He lifted the bag and estimated it to weigh at least 10 pounds, combined. The cotton at home could not match its quantity. I went to the pigeon market, Liu Genlai succinctly stated. You went to the pigeon market? Li Xiang was initially startled, then playfully slapped Liu Genlai on the shoulder. How can you be so reckless? Is such a place suitable for casual visits? What if you encounter a bad person? As she spoke, her eyes reddened once more. Mother, it's nothing to worry about. Don't listen to the village gossip. The pigeon market isn't that dangerous. If it were so easy to run into trouble, it would have shut down long ago. Do you think the people of the 49 city are fools? Liu Genlai had anticipated Li Xiang's reaction. Yet he resolved to share his visit to the pigeon market. He would undoubtedly frequent it in the future. He couldn't keep sneaking around every time. It was better to address it openly, sparing himself the need to concoct excuses each time. But you still shouldn't go. It's better to be safe than sorry. Lu Xuanzhu's expression turned serious. Did you forget what I told you? If something were to happen, how would you have me explain it to your parents? There won't be any trouble, Liu Genlai smiled. Are you worried that I might encounter danger while returning from 49 City at night? You understand danger? Lu Xuanzhu shot him a glare. Speak properly. Li Xiang pushed Lu Xuanzhu aside. Genlai, 49 City is over 30 miles from our village. If you were targeted by ill-intentioned individuals, you wouldn't be able to escape back home. Take your mother's advice. We should avoid the pigeon market from now on. I've found a new home for my elder sister. She'll be moving tomorrow. If I need to go to the pigeon market, I'll stay at her place at night. Liu Genlai replied with a smile. Now you needn't worry. What? Both Lu Xuanzhu and Li Xiang were momentarily taken aback. Just 2 days ago, their eldest son mentioned that their elder daughter and son-in-law wanted to move out, and today they found a place? Oh, and there's something else I forgot to tell you. Liu Genlai continued, diverting their attention. My sister found a job as a sales clerk at the state-run supply and marketing cooperative. How about that? Isn't it a fine position? Your sister found a job? Li Xiang was so surprised that she momentarily forgot her tears. Is that true? Lu Xuanzhu was equally astonished by the news. Hasn't she always wanted to be a city dweller? Now she has a formal job. She truly becomes a city person. You have no idea. She's been so elated these past few days that she can hardly contain herself. He decided to keep the matter of helping his sister find a job from his parents for now. Once he arranged the employment for his second sister, he would inform them. There was no rush. They had already received enough surprises in recent days. Any more might overwhelm them, so it was better to take things slowly. This is wonderful, simply wonderful. Li Xiang was so elated that her words became jumbled, and her tears flowed once again. That silly girl, such significant news. And she didn't even mention it upon returning home. She made you relay it. She truly needs a good scolding. Lu Xuanzhu was not as emotionally stirred as Li Xiang. He gazed at his beaming eldest son, lost in thought. Mother, this is a joyous occasion. Why are you crying again? Let us take a look at the cotton and the cloth. Liu Genlai pointed at the cotton and the fabric as he spoke. Sister is already 19. It's time for her to marry, and we haven't prepared her dowry yet, have we? I was thinking of making her a set of bedding and a new outfit first. As for the rest, you can decide as you wish. What do you think, mother? Of course, why wouldn't he at work? You brought back the cotton and cloth. It's entirely up to you. I will follow your lead, replied Li Xiang, wiping her tears. If your sister knew how much you cared for her, she would be overjoyed. Sister has always been so good to me. I should think of her. He replied. Oh, by the way, don't cook for me tonight. I'll go to Grandma and Grandpa's for dinner. Having arranged for sister's bedding and new clothes, Liu Genlai intended to visit his grandparents. It had been over 10 days since he had crossed over, yet he had never visited them, not for lack of desire, but due to inconvenience. In the countryside, idleness is not tolerated. Everyone who can work must toil in the fields to earn rations. His grandparents were no exception, laboring daily at tasks within their capabilities. After a long day of work, they still had to prepare meals. If Liu Genlai were to visit, he would disrupt their rest and consume their food, which would not be filial. Go ahead, take some cornmeal and a pumpkin. Let your grandmother make you some pumpkin cornbread. Lu Xuanzhu suggested. Liu Genlai nodded. I'll go get it. Li Xiang wiped her tears and began preparing things for him. Before long, Liu Genlai stepped outside with a small bag in hand. Chapter 53. Dare to pursue my sister? Let us see if you can take a beating. As soon as Liu Genlai stepped out of the courtyard, he heard Lu Min scolding someone and saw two figures grappling with each other in the distance. Just as he was about to investigate, upon overhearing Lu Min's words, he retreated and hid behind a haystack. Go Wonkai, how can you be so shameless? I told you I don't need your help fetching water, yet you insist. Look, half the water has spilled. Now I have to fetch another load. It's fine. I'll help you carry it. Even if you need to fetch 100 loads, I'm here for you. Liu Genlai immediately understood the situation. This fellow named Go Wankai was attempting to woo his sister. The name Go Wankai was unfortunate enough, and coupled with that dreadful surname, Liu Genlai would never agree to his sister marrying him. Put it down. I don't need your help. Go Wankai, if you keep pestering me, I'll have my father beat you up. Your father wouldn't dare touch me. Lu Min, I'm fond of you. If you agree to be with me, just nod your head, and tomorrow I'll have my father bring food to propose to your family. Go Wankai, you're so shameless. Who said you could be fond of me? Don't be hasty. Hear me out. If we become husband and wife, my father can transfer your family to the third team. I'll have him arrange light tasks for your whole family, and you will earn more rations while working less. That way, your family will have enough to eat. How can your father do that? What else does he want? My father is the leader of the third team. Assigning work is just a matter of a word. By the way, what about your brother? Doesn't he want to earn rations as a strong laborer? Having entered into marriage, he is now my brother-in-law. How could I possibly neglect him? In due time, I shall assign him ordinary physical labor, allowing him to earn the labor points designated for strong workers, thus alleviating your concerns about his health deteriorating due to overexertion. Lu Min fell silent. The last remark from Go Wankai struck a chord with her. Typically, a laborer could earn 10 points in a day, a feat usually reserved for men, while women like herself and Li Lanxiang could only manage 8. A robust laborer could earn up to 12 points, but it necessitated arduous tasks such as digging and cart pushing. Liu Genlai's fatigue and illness stemmed from his desire to secure those 12 points. If the whole family were to join Team 3, Go Wangsai's father, Go Youfu, could indeed assign Liu Genlai a lighter task, while still allowing him to earn 12 points in a day. In that case, marrying Go Wankai would not be an unthinkable proposition. Lu Min, do you agree? That is splendid. Tomorrow, I shall send my father to propose to your family. Seeing Lu Min's silence, Go Wankai mistakenly took it as consent, nearly dropping the burden on his shoulder in his excitement. If you dare come to my home, I shall break your legs. Liu Genlai emerged from behind a haystack. Oh, Genlai, you've arrived just in time. I have news to share. Your sister has agreed to marry me. Tomorrow, I shall propose to your family, and soon, you shall be my brother-in-law. You ought to treat your brother-in-law with kindness. Go Wankai beamed with pride. Second sister, have you truly accepted him? Liu Genlai asked Lu Min. I have not. Lu Min hastily shook her head. He has been pestering me for days, like a stubborn adhesive plaster. It's utterly exhausting. Liu Genlai's presence brought Lu Min a moment of clarity. Her brother was no longer the same. He no longer needed to toil for 12 points a day to obtain food. Did you hear that? Liu Genlai shot a glance at Go Wankai. Get lost. Should you dare to persist in bothering my sister, I will make it a point to confront you every time we meet. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I am only looking out for your family's interests. How can you be so ungrateful? Go Wankai sulkily set down his burden, preparing to lecture Liu Genlai. Just as he took a few steps, Liu Genlai swiftly approached and delivered a swift kick. Ah! The scream escaped Lu Min's lips, her eyes wide in disbelief as she witnessed Liu Genlai's unexpected prowess. Liu Genlai, slight and slender like a bean sprout, faced off against the towering Go Wankai, who was a head taller, yet Liu Genlai managed to topple him with a single kick. When did he become so adept at fighting? Watching Go Wankai clutch his groin and gasp in pain was almost painful for her to observe. Consider this a lesson. But if I find you harassing my sister again, it will not be so simple. Liu Genlai was fully aware of Go Wangsai's ulterior motives. His affection for Lu Min was merely a facade. During her 3 months of illness when she could not rise from bed, he showed no interest. Now that she was well, capable of hunting and providing food and clothing for the family, he suddenly remembered her. His affection was not truly for Lu Min, but for the spoils of his hunts. In a village so populated, not everyone feared venturing into the depths of the mountains. Some would risk their lives to fill their stomachs, and he was the only one to return with a wild boar. In recent years, there have indeed been instances where individuals have managed to hunt wild boars, yet the spoils invariably ended up benefiting the local commune, as those who succeeded wielded the commune's firearms. The guns belonged to the commune. The ammunition was also theirs, and naturally, any boars taken down with these weapons were claimed by the commune. After being thwarted by the commune several times, no one dared to venture into the mountains for hunting anymore. Currently, the villagers are enduring hunger, and Liu Genlai's ability to bring back wild boars without paying tribute to the commune has undoubtedly incited envy among many in the village. Countless individuals, eager to seize an opportunity, are likely plotting against him, not just Go Wankai. He contemplates making an example of someone to serve as a warning. Who dares to harbor ill intentions towards my elder sister? They should first assess their own resilience. Genlai, are you all right? Lu Min nervously grasped Liu Genlai's arm. I won't die, Liu Genlai chuckled. Sister, if anyone bothers you again, just let me know, and I'll deal with them. He was aware of the force behind the kick he delivered to Go Wankai. It would merely cause him temporary discomfort. This body remains too frail. Even if he wished to inflict severe harm upon Go Wankai, he lacked the strength. If only it were like in his past life. Where are you going? Lu Min inquired hastily as Liu Genlai prepared to leave. Liu Genlai raised the small bag in his hand. I'm heading to Grandpa and Grandma's. This little rascal, causing trouble and then disappearing, Lu Min muttered, casting a glance at the now sitting Go Wankai, before lifting her shoulder pole and returning home. Having a younger brother as support is truly wonderful. The distance to his grandparents' home was not far, separated by a few scattered rows of houses, in under 5 minutes. Liu Genlai arrived. Like his own home, his grandparents' abode was dilapidated, with the yard containing little more than firewood, a clothesline, and a toilet. The firewood had been chopped by Lu Xuanzhu during his work breaks, and unlike the trivial skirmishes of Gunshi and Jin Wang, Lu Xuanzhu would toil for an entire day, accumulating enough firewood to last his grandparents for several months. Upon entering, Liu Genlai found his grandmother sitting by the stove, adding firewood for the bathhouse. Upon hearing movement in the yard, she turned her head, her face lighting up with a smile that creased the wrinkles. My eldest grandson has come. Come, let me see if you've gained some weight. Grandma, please sit, Liu Genlai urged, hastening to assist her as she attempted to rise. Who is there? Is it Genlai? His grandfather's robust voice resonated from inside. As the door swung open, his grandfather emerged, clad in a coat and rugged shoes. Despite nearing 60, the old man stood tall and upright, exuding vitality. Apart from being somewhat thin, he bore no other ailments. Grandpa, you needn't have come out. Don't strain yourself, Liu Genlai expressed, holding deep respect for the grandfather who had always shown him affection since childhood. Let me see where you found the strength to hunt wild boars, his grandfather said, gripping Liu Genlai's arm and giving it a squeeze. Liu Genlai flexed his biceps in response. Not bad, not bad, his grandfather chuckled, his face creasing into a smile reminiscent of his own youthful days. Do not flatter yourself too much. When you were young, when did you ever catch a wild boar? Grandmother bluntly dismantled the pretense. I may not have captured a wild boar, but I have slain Japanese soldiers. Are they not inferior to wild boars? Old Liu retorted, somewhat indignant. Such trivial matters. And you have droned on about them for a lifetime, unafraid of your grandson's mockery. Grandmother scolded with a smile. Ah, you do not understand. Had I not killed those soldiers, would they have entrusted their precious child to me? Old Liu's assertion indeed held merit. The parents of his former life were members of the troop, and if old Liu were untrustworthy, they would never have entrusted their only son to him amidst the siege. Well then, enjoy your good fortune. With such a wonderful grandson, the ancestral graves of the Liu family must surely be smoking with pride. Grandmother spared him no semblance of respect. Huh, my grandson is not your grandson. Old Liu chuckled awkwardly, pulling Liu Genlai towards the inner room. Grandpa, wait. I have not given Grandma what I brought. Grandma, I wish to eat pumpkin cornmeal pancakes. Liu Genlai handed the bag to grandmother. Very well, my dear grandson desires it. So I shall prepare it for you. Grandmother took the bag and began her work. Oh, Genlai, what is this? Grandmother retrieved 2 food containers from the bag. This is braised meat and peanuts, which I brought for Grandpa to enjoy with his drink. As he spoke, Liu Genlai pulled out a bottle of Maotai liquor from his pocket and handed it to Grandpa. Grandpa, do taste this wine and tell me how it is. Maotai. A fine liquor indeed. I have heard of it, but never tasted it. Today, I shall indulge alongside my grandson. Old Liu accepted the Maotai, perched himself on the Kong, and examined it closely. Liu Genlai took the 2 food containers from grandmother, moved the small table for eating to the Kong, opened the containers, and set them before Grandpa. Grandpa, please sample this braised meat. I had the chef from the state-run restaurant prepare it. It is exceptionally fragrant. You child, always speaking the plain truth. Is there any meat that is not fragrant? Old Liu pinched a piece of pig's head meat, nodding as he ate. Indeed, this braised meat is quite delightful. Even better than what I had over a decade ago. You remember the flavor of meat you ate over a decade ago? Liu Genlai chuckled. Your grandfather has only tasted braised meat once in his life. How could he forget? Grandmother entered with bowls and chopsticks. Genlai, go sit inside. Later, Accompany your grandfather for a drink. MHM, Liu Genlai complied, removing his shoes and sitting cross-legged next to old Liu. He opened the liquor bottle, poured a bowl for him, and a smaller one for himself. This wine is truly fragrant. It smells delightful. Old Liu inhaled deeply, and before Liu Genlai could toast him, he raised the bowl and took a generous sip. Not bad at all, enjoying such fine wine, savoring braised meat accompanied by peanuts. This life is akin to that of a celestial being. Grandpa, if you enjoy this wine, I will procure more for you later. Liu Genlai also raised his bowl and took a sip. He is not fond of liquor and cannot discern its quality, but he found the wine to possess a particularly pleasant aroma, and drinking it was quite enjoyable. You might as well stop. Such fine liquor, dear grandfather, is best savored by you alone. If you truly wish to honor me, bring some loose spirits during your next visit. I have heard that the erguo from the 49 city is quite potent. Do bring some for me to taste on your next trip. It is well understood that this drink was exchanged for wild boar by my eldest grandson. So how could Liu Laotu risk his grandson's safety merely for a sip of good wine? I shall bring it next time. Understanding the old man's intent, Liu Genlai refrained from further discussion, resolutely deciding to return with both Maotai and erguo, allowing the old man to indulge in his preferences. Could I, a mere ne'er-do-well, not afford a bottle of Maotai for an elder? Grandson, first have some porridge to settle your stomach. Your grandmother is preparing pancakes for you. They will be ready soon. Grandmother again brought a bowl of porridge and a dish of pickles. The porridge was made from cornmeal, enriched with sweet potato slices, while the pickles contained a piece of salted radish. Grandmother, I haven't yet inquired, how do we still possess an iron pot? Liu Genlai observed the large iron pot resting on the stove, a rarity in contemporary rural settings. You should ask your grandfather. Grandmother gestured towards Liu Laotu, who was busy with the pickled radish. Those little rascals sought to take our pot and knife to smelt iron. I stood at the door with a kitchen knife, daring anyone to attempt to take my pot, and I would fight fiercely. Liu Laotu took a bite of the pickled radish and sipped his wine, speaking nonchalantly. Grandfather, outdated thinking is detrimental, Liu Genlai jested. I am far from foolish. Their thoughts may be progressive, yet what is the outcome? The pots and knives at home have turned into useless iron scraps, while we now cook in cans and chop vegetables with firewood knives. To this day, none are envious of them, yet they covet what I possess. Leaning against the wall, Liu Laotu wore a contented expression. Indeed, you are impressive, Liu Genlai praised him. Then inquired, with both braised meat and peanuts available, why do you still eat pickled radish with your wine? The pickled radish is a treasure. In the past, when my family fled from famine, we could scarcely afford a meal, let alone salt. Yet, without salt, one lacks strength. It is not merely about carrying items, but even walking becomes impossible. It was precisely the pickled radish I brought from our hometown that granted us the strength to settle in Lingxian village. Liu Laotu reminisced, emphasizing the importance of not forgetting one's roots. Liu Genlai nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude for the lesson. After sipping some more wine, Liu Laotu suddenly rose from the kong. Ah, dear grandson, you often venture into the mountains for hunting. Allow me to provide you with something for self-defense. He entered the adjacent room and returned with an old wooden box. Upon opening it, Liu Genlai discovered a pistol and a bayonet inside. The pistol resembled the box guns commonly seen in television dramas from Liu Genlai's past, typically wielded by officials, with an endless supply of ammunition, exuding a sense of authority. The bayonet was a standard type, gleaming with polish, clearly well-maintained, featuring a blood groove on the blade and a grip at the rear. This was used by your grandfather during my time as a militia member, defending against the invaders. Once the enemy was repelled, I kept it safe until now. Since I have no further need for it, I shall pass it on to you. Old Liu placed the wooden box beside Liu Genlai, climbed onto the kong, and resumed his drinking. Liu Genlai picked up the carbine and the bayonet, examining them. The bayonet was still usable, but the condition of the carbine was questionable. With such an old firearm, a malfunction at a critical moment could lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, since it was a gift from his grandfather, he accepted it, cherishing it as a memento. Chapter 55. I just want to see where your third cigarette goes. Grandfather, you were a militia member and fought against the Japanese. Why didn't you send my father to join the army? If he had gone with them, he might have become a high-ranking official by now. During the years of the War of Resistance, Liu Xuanzhu was already in his teens or 20s. Given that his grandfather served as a militia member, it was hard to believe he would allow his son to remain at home as a civilian. Well, he did wish to, old Liu grunted, but he had no sons. Only 2 daughters. He wanted to ensure that the Liu family had a legacy to pass on. I cannot let the Liu lineage die with me. Were you not afraid my father would blame you? He dares. Old Liu's eyes widened. I beat him to death. Do you think those who followed the army all became officials? How many from our hometown who went to war survived to return? Your father had a hard life. But at least he lived, and through him, we have you. Root joy, root prosperity, and colorful clouds. The Liu family is thriving, and better days lie ahead. That's true. Liu Genlai nodded, then continued. Grandfather, I've always wanted to ask you how you named your grandchildren. Better days lie ahead. The propaganda these days is impressive. Even a stubborn old man like me has learned to dream. Oh, that's simple. Old Liu perked up, counting on his fingers. You are the eldest, with your arrival. The Liu family's roots were established. Root joy was an unexpected delight. Your mother surprised us after all those years by giving birth to another grandchild. So we named him Root Joy. Root prosperity was even simpler. With 3 grandsons, the Liu family is undoubtedly flourishing. So we named him Root Prosperity. And colorful clouds? Liu Genlai inquired further. Colorful clouds was named by a teacher from the commune. He said that the name symbolizes beauty and hope. I didn't understand. But the teacher said it was good, so we went with it. So that was the story. Liu Genlai had always felt that Colorful Cloud's name did not quite fit with the others, unaware it had such a meaningful origin. As the grandfather and grandson chatted, Grandma finished making the pancakes. The cornmeal pancakes mixed with pumpkin were fragrant, soft, and sweet, and Liu Genlai devoured several. His grandparents ate little, and knowing they were reluctant to indulge, he refrained from urging them. After the meal, Grandma presented a protective talisman. Grandson, this is a talisman I prayed for at the temple. Keep it with you, and it will protect you from illness and turn misfortune into good fortune. I shall take good care of it, Liu Genlai promised, placing it close to him. Feudal superstition? Others might say so, but as someone who had traversed time, he felt he had no right to dismiss it. Oh, by the way, Liu Genlai remarked as he playfully tugged at his clothing. Suddenly, old Liu said, make sure you wear that longevity lock. Do not misplace it. It was left to you by your biological parents, and in the future, should they come looking for you, it will serve as the only token. Liu Genlai nodded in understanding. It dawned on him that the longevity lock was a gift from his true parents. Could his ability to traverse time and space be linked to them in some way? With his grandparents needing to work the next day and the kerosene lamp running low, Liu Genlai did not linger long. After finishing his meal, he returned home shortly thereafter. Before departing, he requested a key from his grandparents. Their reluctance to eat stemmed from a shortage of grain, so he resolved to provide them with more sustenance. At their age, it would be too late for regrets if they were not allowed to enjoy some comforts. Upon returning home, Liu Genlai found his family already asleep. He did not wish to disturb them, so he quietly climbed onto the bed and soon drifted off himself. The following morning, as his family busied themselves with their respective tasks, Liu Genlai set out for his grandparents' home. He retrieved the key, unlocked the door, and located the large jar where they stored grain. He added a bag of white flour, a bag of cornmeal, and a bag of rice, each weighing over 20 pounds, ample provisions for the elderly couple for some time. After securing the door, Liu Genlai visited the village committee to procure a letter of introduction for Liu Fong. Although Liu Fong had married and moved to the 49 city, her household registration remained in the village. The head of the village production team, Zheng Laodan, was in his 40s, strong and astute, and bore a rather unique name, 59. This name had a simple origin. He was born when his grandfather was precisely 59 years old. It is unclear if there was any significance to this, but his family decided to name him after his grandfather's age. Liu Fong had been married for over 2 years, and the villagers had long regarded her as a city dweller. Zheng Laodan was not surprised that she found work and did not inquire further before issuing the letter of introduction. Stowing the letter in his space, Liu Genlai mounted his bicycle and leisurely pedaled towards 49 City. Upon arriving at the state-run restaurant, Liu Genlai found the staff just beginning their shifts. Zhongli, busy wiping tables, complained as soon as she saw him. Little Genlai, you've finally arrived. Quickly get your second sister to come to work. I'm nearly exhausted from the past few days. The restaurant had prepared several large pots of braised pork, with Chef Nio and his apprentice handling the cooking, while Zhongli was left to sell the meat single-handedly. Juggling sales, cash collection, and cleaning duties proved overwhelming for someone accustomed to a leisurely pace, leaving her too fatigued even to meet with Xiao Jia. Isn't this perfect? Let Jia Gu give you a leg massage. You want tea, even need to find an excuse. Liu Genlai teased with a sly grin. You little rascal, do you want a beating? Zhang Li's face turned crimson as she tossed her rag at him. Liu Genlai dodged with a playful twist, still jesting. I dare not accept. If Jiago finds out, he would surely give me a thrashing. Before Zhang Li could comprehend the situation, Chef Niu, seated nearby sipping tea, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, who uses a rag as a ball? What a creative thought. Zhang Li finally came to her senses, picked up a rag, and playfully scolded Liu Genlai. You little rascal, so young yet already thinking about finding a wife. Truly a small person with a big ambition. After sharing a laugh for a while, Liu Genlai inquired, has Director He arrived? Director He has gone to meet with the leaders. He won't be back until noon, Master Niu replied, gesturing towards the chair opposite him. Come, sit for a while and have some tea. Liu Genlai tossed a cigarette over to him, seated himself across from Master Niu, and took a sip of the strong tea he had poured. What is Director He doing with the leaders? Isn't it to take care of your matters? Master Niu stated matter-of-factly. My matters? Liu Genlai was taken aback. He had merely asked out of curiosity, not realizing it concerned him. The restaurant needs more staff. Merely talking won't suffice. The leaders must come to see how busy we are for your sister's work quota to be approved. Master Niu casually tucked a Chinese cigarette behind his ear. Director He is genuinely treating your affairs as important. Liu Genlai glanced at the cigarette tucked behind Master Niu's ear and retrieved another to offer him. Master Niu paused, pointed at his ear, and said, already have one. Liu Genlai remained silent, nudging the cigarette closer. You little rascal, Master Niu chuckled, accepting the cigarette and placing it behind the other ear. Just as he lowered his hand, Liu Genlai offered a third cigarette. What are you up to? Trying to show off how many cigarettes you have? Master Niu laughed, playfully chiding him. I'm not so wasteful. This is a Chinese cigarette. I merely wanted to see where you'd put your third one, Liu Genlai replied with a mischievous grin. Suddenly, Zhang Li burst into laughter beside them. Little Genlai, don't bother. No matter how many you give him, Master Niu won't smoke them. He has to save them for when there are more people around to show off. Who says I won't smoke? Master Niu retorted, lighting up the cigarette he had just received. You little rascal, don't worry. When your sister arrives, I'll look out for her. Liu Genlai was slightly taken aback. He merely intended to tease Master Niu, but unexpectedly found a pleasant surprise. Master Niu was indeed a straightforward person. Chapter 56. Her name is Pampan, with Director He absent. Liu Genlai didn't linger, leaving the state-run restaurant and heading directly to Lu Fang's home. Entering the courtyard with his bicycle, he didn't see Lu Fang, but spotted her grandmother. Sitting on a small stool at the door, Lu Fang's grandmother seemed to be waiting for him. Upon seeing him, her face lit up with a broad smile. I've been waiting for you, my dear nephew. You must be tired. Come in, come in. Let your sister Duo pour you a cup of tea. My dear nephew? From where does that come? He thought to himself. Sister Duo? Can I even drink the tea she pours? Externally, he maintained his composure, parked his bicycle, and followed Lu Fang's grandmother inside. In the kitchen, Lu Fang sat dazedly holding Xiaodi. Upon noticing Liu Genlai enter, she merely glanced at him without saying a word. Brother, have a cup of tea. His sister-in-law Qian Duo said, approaching him with a cup, her face also adorned with a wide smile. Liu Genlai disregarded her, walking straight up to Lu Fang. Sister, are you ready? Where is brother-in-law? Brother-in-law has gone to work, Lu Fang's grandmother answered hurriedly. Be quiet, did I ask you? Liu Genlai shot back. Liu Genlai erupted with a roar, his anger surging within him. Sister, what on earth is going on? Lu Fang's grandmother trembled slightly, refraining from uttering another word. Qian Duo was so frightened that she nearly dropped her teacup. The lingering fear from Liu Genlai's previous beating of Qian Daji still loomed over them. How could they dare to provoke him? Sister, I wish to transfer this work quota to Duo, Lu Fang weakly spoke. Why? Despite having anticipated Lu Fang's response, hearing it articulated from her lips still elicited a heavy sigh from Liu Genlai. This elder sister was simply beyond redemption. What will happen to Zhao Di if I go to work? She's barely over a year old. Who will look after her? Besides, I need to bear a son for your brother-in-law. How can I work with a heavy belly? If anything goes wrong and I get fired, wouldn't all your hard work for that quota go to waste? Is that the reason? Liu Genlai nearly laughed out of frustration. How could Lu Fang be so gullible? Easily swayed by a few casual words? I fear that having a job and then losing it would make life even harder. Lu Fang's tears began to flow once more. Mommy dear, don't cry. Zhao Di isn't crying. She's such a good girl. Little Zhao Di stretched out her tiny hands to wipe Lu Fang's tears. Sister, you are even less mature than a child, Liu Genlai sighed heavily. Have you considered how many supply and marketing cooperatives there are in the city? And how many female salespersons? Do they not have children or care for them? If everyone were like you, there wouldn't be a single female salesperson left in the cooperatives. Moreover, if you transfer the work quota to your sister-in-law, will she not marry, have children, and care for them? If she can be a salesperson, why can't you? Her child will be cared for by my mother-in-law. My child can only be taken care of by me. Lu Fang's voice grew increasingly faint as she instinctively held little Zhao Di closer. She wants to even take care of your child, so why are you serving her? Liu Genlai nearly shouted in exasperation. Lu Fang jolted, momentarily forgetting her tears. Have you gathered your things? Liu Genlai forced himself to suppress his anger. I've packed mine and Zhao Di's, but I haven't finished my brother-in-law's things. My mother-in-law is stopping me, Lu Fang spoke through tear-filled eyes. Liu Genlai exhaled a long sigh. This elder sister still retained some sense, knowing to pack her belongings, which offered a glimmer of hope. Take your things and come with me. I will take you to our new home. If your brother-in-law doesn't want to move, let him stay with his mother. Liu Genlai lifted little Zhao Di from Lu Fang's arms. The little girl, still seeking her mother, was easily appeased with a piece of candy, settling obediently in her uncle's embrace. Lu Fang entered the inner room and quickly emerged, holding 2 small bundles that probably weighed less than 10 pounds combined. This was all she had brought with her after 2 years of marriage to the Qian family. Let us go? Liu Genlai spoke decisively, taking the 2 small packages from Lu Fang's hands, passing Zhao Di back to her, and turning to leave. Wiping her tears, Lu Fang followed closely behind. Mom, what should we do? My sister-in-law is really leaving. Upon witnessing Lu Fang exit with Liu Genlai, her sister-in-law grew alarmed. How about we report this to the authorities and claim my sister-in-law has been abducted? What purpose does the local police brigade serve? Last time, they apprehended him. Yet he was released swiftly, wasn't he? What should we do now? The sister-in-law grew increasingly anxious. You follow them and observe where they go. I will fetch your father and brother, urging them to bring more people. I refuse to believe that a mere country bumpkin could overturn the situation, Grandma Lu spat vehemently. With 2 bags hanging from the bicycle and Lu Fang seated in the back, cradling a child, Liu Genlai dared not ride too swiftly. After cycling for a short distance, he inadvertently glanced back while turning and noticed his sister-in-law stealthily trailing behind. A mischievous impulse surged within Liu Genlai, prompting him to pedal vigorously, accelerating the bicycle. The house he purchased was a good 4 to 5 stops away from Lu Fang's home, nearly 10 miles. By the time he arrived, his sister-in-law was nearly exhausted from the chase. That insufferable country bumpkin, she inwardly cursed Liu Genlai, contemplating the arduous journey back. Her legs weakened, and she nearly collapsed onto the ground. Gritting her teeth, she spent a dime to hail a tricycle. You country bumpkin, just wait and see how I deal with you. You must be the new landlord of this house, the elderly woman remarked as Liu Genlai and Lu Fang entered the courtyard. Landlord? This house belongs to the street office. It merely bears my name, Liu Genlai replied with a smile. The term landlord was best avoided. It might not pose an issue now, but could lead to complications when the wind picked up. Oh, I see. The elderly woman, perceptive, chose not to dwell on the matter further. So, how shall we settle the rent? This was her primary concern. As for the rent, it will remain the same as before. If you find yourself short on funds, you may delay payment without issue, Liu Genlai smiled, gesturing towards Lu Fang. This is my elder sister. She will be residing here. As she is unfamiliar with the area, I would appreciate your assistance in looking after her. Of course, it's only natural to help out neighbors, the elderly woman replied, rolling up her sleeves. Since you've just arrived, your home likely remains in disarray. Let me assist you in tidying up. There's no rush, Liu Genlai interjected. We have some matters to attend to, and we'll be leaving shortly. Lu Fang's relocation was not merely a matter of moving. She needed to transfer her household registration and obtain a grain book. Only with these 2 documents would she truly settle into her new home. I'll wait for your return to help with the tidying, the elderly woman said, smiling as she playfully teased the little girl in Lu Fang's arms. What a lovely child. Can you tell your grandmother your name? Before the little one could respond, Liu Genlai spoke up. Her name is Pampan, symbolizing the hope for a beautiful tomorrow. Lu Fang was momentarily taken aback, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chapter 57. Lu Fang starts work upon opening the door to the 3 main rooms. Liu Genlai placed the 2 bags on the Kong in the inner room, preparing to depart with Lu Fang. However, she did not move, cradling the child, now named Pan. She surveyed her surroundings. In just one glance, she found herself enamored with this new home. Facing south, and with its spacious and luminous ambience, the place far surpasses her previous residence in countless ways. The landlord, an individual of discernment, ensured that the apartment was impeccably tidy before departing, requiring almost no further preparation for habitation. Let us go. There are still numerous matters to attend to. This will be your home from now on. And once you settle in, you may arrange it as you wish, Lu Jin urged Lu Fang. With a sigh, Lu Fang acquiesced, turning back as she exited, her gaze lingering on the room. The state-owned supply and marketing cooperative was conveniently close, merely a 10-minute walk away, and a brief bike ride would get them there in an instant. Upon entering the cooperative, Lu Jin and Lu Fang were greeted with a warm smile from Aunt Zhu. She glanced at Lu Fang, cradling a child, and then directed her inquiry towards Lu Jin, her curiosity nearly spilling over. Aunt Zhu, this is my elder sister Lu Fang, who will be working here from now on. Sister, this is Aunt Zhu, a genuinely kind person, Lu Jin cheerfully introduced them, while placing a handful of white rabbit milk candies on the counter. Aunt Zhu, my sister is new here and knows nothing. Please take good care of her. You mischievous child, giving away sweets so indiscriminately. She is your sister and my colleague. Even if you didn't say anything, I would naturally look after her. Aunt Zhu replied with a mock frown. As she spoke, she picked up a piece of candy, stepped out from behind the counter, unwrapped it, and offered it to the little girl with a smile. What a darling. Come, have some candy, and tell Annie your name. The little girl gazed at the candy and then at Lu Fang, remaining silent and not reaching for it, displaying remarkable understanding. Aunt Zhu, her name is Pan. Lu Fang answered. Not Lu General. The moment she uttered the name Pan, her eyes suddenly glistened with tears, and her heart felt considerably lighter, as if some invisible shackles had been released. The little girl, still somewhat bewildered, was accustomed to being called Zhao Di by adults and had yet to grasp who Pan was. Pan is so well behaved. Pan, have some candy, Aunt Zhu encouraged, bringing the candy closer. When Pan glanced at her mother and saw her nod, she opened her mouth. At just over a year old, the child was still unaware of much, but knew that candy was delightful. The instant she tasted the sweet flavor, a smile blossomed on her face. Her words a delightful mix. Auntie, good, candy sweet. Aunt Zhu, utterly charmed by the little girl, took her from Lu Fang's arms, adoring her immensely. Where's Brother Jia? Lu Jin inquired during a lull. Little Jia has gone to restock. He won't be back for a while, Aunt Zhu replied. I thought he might have gone to the state-run restaurant again, Lu Jin chuckled. If he were to linger at the state-run restaurant daily without attending to his duties, our supervisor would have reported him long ago for reassignment, Aunt Zhu remarked. Poor Brother Jia, with his little braid in the hands of Supervisor Yu. Must heed every word she utters, Lu Jin continued. Although one cannot be dismissed lightly these days, insubordinate individuals can be reassigned to the most obscure corners, leaving them with no place to lament. Is someone speaking ill of me? Supervisor Yu, holding a teacup, emerged from the office with a smile, glancing briefly at Lu Jin before fixing her gaze on Lu Fang, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Lu Fang felt somewhat anxious, her hands unsure of where to rest. Uncle Yu, your ears are quite sharp. It seems a waste for you to be merely the director of the supply and marketing cooperative. You ought to join the intelligence department, specializing in intercepting enemy signals, where you would undoubtedly excel. Liu Genlai chuckled as he handed over a cigarette. Is this your elder sister? Director Yu disregarded Liu Genlai's comment, reaching for the cigarette instead. This is my beloved elder sister, Lu Fang. From now on, she will be one of your subordinates. Please take good care of her. Liu Genlai struck a match to light the cigarette for Director Yu, who inhaled deeply before exhaling slowly. Please bring the introduction letter and work indicators. I will assist your sister with her employment. Wait here and do not leave. Once I have completed the paperwork, you can accompany her to the street office to settle her household registration and grain allocation. To ensure Liu Genlai understood, Director Yu added a reminder. Yes, I understand, Liu Genlai replied, handing over the introduction letter and work indicators. Director Yu glanced over the documents, nodded in acknowledgement, and then addressed Lu Fang. Little Lu, you are fortunate to have such a caring brother. You may not realize the sacrifices he has made for this opportunity. I hope you will work diligently and not let his efforts go to waste. What have I sacrificed? Just a couple of wild boars, right? Liu Genlai chuckled quietly at first, then couldn't help but admire Director Yu's eloquence. With just a few seemingly ordinary words, he asserted his authority, extended goodwill, and offered a subtle warning to Lu Feng, all in one stroke. Yes, I understand. Director, Lu Feng nodded obediently. Director Yu said no more, patted Liu Genlai on the shoulder, and left on his bicycle. Little Liu, there's no need to be nervous. Our director is quite amiable. The job of a sales clerk isn't difficult. It merely involves organizing goods, selling items, and keeping accounts. If any trouble arises, just reprimand them, Zhu Ai said after Director Yu departed, eagerly introducing herself. Oh, by the way, can you read? Are you good at arithmetic? Zhu Ai's enthusiasm eased Lu Feng's tension considerably. I haven't attended school, so I can't read. But my grandfather taught me arithmetic, and I can manage that. As long as you can do arithmetic, reading isn't necessary, Zhu Ai smiled. I can't read either. And I'm doing just fine. You can't read? How do you keep accounts? Lu Feng asked in surprise. Recalling her mother-in-law's words about how not being able to read was a primary reason for wanting to pass the job to her sister-in-law. The director will handle the accounts. That's not our concern. What about the child? Since I'm working here, who will take care of them? Can I bring them with me? Lu Feng inquired further. Bring a child with you? That would be quite troublesome. Our supply and marketing cooperative has a nursery. You can drop them off before work and pick them up afterward. It won't interfere with anything. Oh, Lu Feng was taken aback. She never imagined that the two significant concerns troubling her would be resolved so effortlessly. A wave of apprehension washed over her. She had nearly been deceived by her mother-in-law and sister-in-law, but thankfully, her brother had stood up for her. By the way, where did my brother go? Lu Feng turned her head to look around. Soon, she spotted her brother's figure through the window, and her eyes grew moist. Engrossed in conversation with Zhu Ai, Liu Genlai chose not to interrupt them and strolled leisurely towards the state-run restaurant. Upon learning that braised pork was available for sale today, a long queue had already formed outside the state-run restaurant, even before noon. From a distance, Liu Genlai spotted the prominent sign declaring the price of the braised pork, 4 yuan per half kilogram, with no meat rationing required and a limit of 1 kilogram per person. In these times, many people possessed money that they could not spend, making the braised pork, free from meat coupons, particularly enticing for the common folk. Furthermore, at 4 yuan, the price was relatively reasonable, suggesting that the restaurant was merely breaking even. However, with the state-run label attached, considerations of profit were not something Director he needed to ponder. After all, it was about serving the people. Liu Genlai mused to himself as he strolled into the state-run restaurant. Chapter 58. This lad has quite the taste. With Director he absent, Master Niu and his young apprentice were busy in the kitchen, leaving only Li sitting alone at the counter. As Liu Genlai entered, Zhang was propping her head up with one hand, idly playing with a pencil. What's wrong? Sister Li, is your leg hurting? Should I call Brother Jia to give you a massage? Liu Genlai teased with a smile. Get lost. Zhang Li threw a cloth from the table at him, then slumped over the counter, exclaiming, Little Genlai, when is your sister coming to work? I'm so busy I could die. Should I go call Brother Jia right now? Liu Genlai pretended to leave. Come back here. Zhang Li sat up abruptly. Are you trying to annoy me? After exchanging a few playful jests, Liu Genlai shifted to a more serious tone. Sister Li, how many days of pork do we have left for sale? We still have 2 pigs. At this rate, we can sell for at least 3 more days. Zhang Li pouted, looking utterly disheartened. If we can sell for 3 more days, then there's no rush. Liu Genlai casually found a chair to sit in and lit a cigarette. He contemplated whether he should bring a few wild boars from his storage to the state-run restaurant tomorrow. But now it seemed that waiting a couple of days would not hinder anything. Zhang Li glanced at Liu Genlai, her eyes suddenly brightening. Oh, how could I forget you? Don't leave, and when the meat is ready, you can help me sell it. I'd like to, but I'm afraid Brother Jia might hit me. Liu Genlai chuckled mischievously. He wouldn't dare. Zhang Li placed her hands on her hips, but then immediately realized, laughing as she scolded, You little rascal. What do you know? Just blabbering nonsense. With a cheeky grin, Liu Genlai replied, Trying to recruit me for work? Not happening. Just as he finished his cigarette, the restaurant door swung open, and Director he entered, accompanied by a man in his 50s. The old gentleman, impeccably dressed in a Zhongshan suit and polished black shoes, had neatly combed hair and a pen tucked into his upper pocket, exuding a presence that overshadowed Director he. Upon entering, Director he was engaged in a low conversation with the gentleman, but upon catching sight of Liu Genlai, his eyes lit up and he loudly introduced Director Jean. This is Liu Genlai, the young comrade who delivers wild boars to our state-run restaurant. Oh, Director Jean scrutinized Liu Genlai for a moment, striding towards him with outstretched hands from a distance. Comrade Xiao Liu, you have indeed rendered a tremendous service to our state-run restaurant. In these times of meat scarcity, the wild boar meat you provided not only enables our establishment to better serve the populace, but also invigorates the working class, indirectly supporting national production. I extend my gratitude on behalf of the supply and marketing cooperative. As I utter these words, I can't shake the feeling of elation. Liu Genlai, with his hands shaking, exhibited the modesty befitting his age, insisting, I haven't done much. The jovial Director Jean chuckled, releasing one of his hands to pat Liu Genlai on the shoulder. Such humility will surely lead to further progress. At that moment, he chimed in, Director Jean, as you can see, there is a long queue outside. And it has been like this for the past few days. If Comrade Xiao Liu continues to supply wild boar, our restaurant will remain quite busy. However, with only Zhang Li as our waitress, we are a bit overwhelmed. I propose the addition of another staff position. What do you think? I see no issue with that. Director Jean replied, loosening his grip on Liu Genlai's hand. He gestured towards Liu and said to Director He, Comrade Xiao Liu has made such significant contributions to our state-run restaurant. Once the work quota is established, I believe it should be awarded to him. It is evident that as a leader, he skillfully navigates the situation, though I cannot help but doubt he is unaware that this work quota was originally meant for me. Thank you, Director Jean, thank you. Liu Genlai feigned astonishment. If anyone should be thanking, it is I who ought to express my gratitude. Director Jean patted Liu Genlai's shoulder again. Comrade Xiao Liu, I hope you will continue your efforts and contribute further to our state-run restaurant. It seems he still wishes to obtain more wild boar meat. Absolutely no problem. Once I manage to hunt some wild boar, I will deliver it to the state-run restaurant. Liu Genlai declared confidently, striking his chest with bravado. His youthful demeanor elicited laughter from both Director Jean and Director Niu. Director Jin's visit to the state-run restaurant was merely a formality, and after exchanging a few more words with Liu Genlai, he prepared to depart. As Director Niu escorted him out, he turned back to Liu and said, Don't leave. Wait for my return. This indicates that Liu Min's work quota is about to be finalized. Today truly brings double joy. Liu Genlai initially came to the state-run restaurant to avoid Lu Feng, hoping she could engage in meaningful conversation with Aunt Zhu without his presence inhibiting her. He did not anticipate that he would return early with Director Jean. Nor did he foresee the smooth resolution of his sister's work quota situation. He had thought he would need to deliver wild boar several more times. Upon reflection, he understood the dynamics at play. Director He's uncle is a leader at the supply and marketing cooperative, likely of equal standing to Director Jean. When it comes to work quotas, they are inconsequential matters for them, not worth holding on to stubbornly. Furthermore, Director Jean has certainly reaped some benefits from the arrangement, likely receiving a generous share of wild boar meat, with the opportunity to gain an advantage while doing a favor without incurring any loss. Only a fool would choose to offend others. Finally, someone has come to my aid. Xiao Genlai, you must act swiftly to bring your sister here sooner. Just moments ago, while Director Jean was present, Zhang Li sat upright, but now that he has departed, she has slumped back onto the table. Sister Xiaoli, when my second sister arrives, you must take good care of her. Liu Genlai approached, grabbed a handful of white rabbit milk candies, and placed them beside her head. Zhang Li, with her keen sense of smell, immediately detected the fragrant aroma of the candies. Without hesitation, she unwrapped a piece and popped it into her mouth, assuring him, Rest assured, I will take excellent care of your second sister. Liu Genlai responded, I appreciate it, Sister Xiaoli. He was unconcerned that Zhang Li would make Lu Min do the chores. The tasks she undertook were far lighter than those in the production team, and Lu Min would manage them effortlessly. Moreover, Lu Min was not one to be easily taken advantage of. Her personality was entirely different from that of her elder sister, Lu Feng. She was spirited, outgoing, and rather assertive, making her well-liked wherever she went. Before long, the braised pork was ready. Chef Niu peeked his head out from the kitchen window, intending to call for Zhang Li. Upon seeing Liu Genlai, he waved and handed him a food container. Do taste my culinary skills. Liu Genlai replied, I shall savor it thoroughly. He accepted the container and tossed a handful of white rabbit candies through the kitchen window. These are truly delightful. Chef Niu beamed, pocketing the candies without treating himself to even one. Turning around, Liu Genlai placed the food container on the scale at the counter. Sister Shaoli, would you kindly weigh this for me? Exactly 2 pounds. What are you up to? Liu Genlai said little more, pulling out 8 yuan and placing it on the counter, along with 4 large steamed buns, waving them at Chef Nio as he exited the state-run restaurant. Keep it. The chef chuckled, lighting a cigarette as he leaned against the kitchen window. Chapter 59. Cultivating vegetables by the hot springs. Upon arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative, Xiao Jia had already returned. Lu Fong was assisting with unloading the goods while Aunt Zhu organized them on the shelves. Xiao Panpan sat quietly on a stool, playing with candy wrappers. Liu Genlai placed the food container on the counter, stacking the 4 large steamed buns atop it. He cheerfully remarked to the busy Xiao Jia, "Brother Jia, Sister Shaoli said she misses you and asked when you would visit her. If you're idle, come help me with the goods instead of rambling on." Xiao Jia wiped the sweat from his forehead, exclaiming, "Every day is exhausting. Thankfully, your elder sister has come to lend a hand. Lu Jia, take it slow. That jar of wine is heavy. Don't spill it. Let me handle it." Lu Fong, newly arrived, was eager to contribute, but she overestimated her strength. The jar of wine must have weighed at least 50 pounds, and despite her efforts, she struggled to lift it and nearly toppled from the tricycle. "Brother Jia, you needn't move it. Just leave it there, and I'll take it later." Noticing the large red paper labeled Erguo 2 on the jar, Liu Genlai thought of his grandfather and decided to purchase it. "Why are you buying so much wine?" Lu Fong straightened up, trying to ease her embarrassment. "For Grandpa," Liu Genlai replied succinctly. "Oh," Lu Fong nodded. "How are Grandpa and Grandma?" "They're well. Once you have a stable job, find some time to visit. They miss you." Lu Fong responded softly, her eyes reddening. It had been over 2 years since she married, and she hadn't found the time to visit her grandparents. It would be a lie to say she felt no guilt. "Aunt Zhu, has Director Yu returned?" Liu Genlai turned to inquire of Aunt Zhu. "Not yet, but it should be soon. After all, there's no lunch prepared for him," Aunt Zhu remarked as she arranged items on the shelf. "Then we must eat quickly. If we delay, we'll have to share with Director Yu." Liu Genlai smiled as he opened the lunchbox, and an enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air. Braised pork. Today, Aunt Zhu was indeed in for a treat. Clapping her hands with a smile, she beckoned Xiao Jia and Lu Fong. "Let us eat first. We can work after lunch." "You're quite generous," Xiao Jia exclaimed, scampering over to grab a piece of braised pork and pop it into his mouth. Master Nio's culinary skills are truly commendable. "Shu, go find your Shaoli. There's no meat for you here." Aunt Zhu waved him off like shooing away a fly. "Who is Shaoli?" Xiao Jia blinked, feigning ignorance. Yet his hands were still busy snatching another piece of braised pork. "Huh." Aunt Zhu chuckled. "Oh, you little rascal, forgetting Shaoli for a piece of meat. Just wait. I'll have a word with her." "Oh, you meant her. I thought you were referring to someone else." Xiao Jia pretended to have an epiphany, while his hands continued to seize another piece of braised pork. This time, both Liu Genlai and Lu Fong were amused by Xiao Jia's antics. Though they spoke of indulgence, neither Aunt Zhu nor Xiao Jia ate much. They still had their respective provisions warming by the stove. Liu Genlai, not one for pleasantries, handed each of them a large steamed bun, leaving the remaining 2 for himself and Lu Fong. Gathered around the stove, they enjoyed their simple meal. Yet the atmosphere was delightful. The happiest among them was little Panpan, as they took turns feeding her, teasing her, and praising her. For the first time in her life, she relished the sensation of being the center of attention, her laughter ringing out joyously. As they were eating, Director Yu returned. Upon entering, he caught the savory scent of meat. "Braised pork. How nice. You didn't wait for me, did you?" Xiao Genlai. "Do you still expect your sister to work for me?" Hearing this, Liu Genlai felt reassured that Lu Fong's job was secured. Stuffing the last piece of bun into his mouth, Liu Genlai stood up, clapping his hands to make room for Director Yu. "Consider yourself fortunate. I hadn't intended to leave you any. Had I known you'd return so soon, I would have finished it all." "You rascal," Director Yu chuckled, handing Liu Genlai an envelope as he settled into the seat Liu Genlai vacated, opening his own lunchbox. In the supply and marketing cooperative, there was but a single stove. How could Aunt Zhu forget her director? Director Yu's lunch was not much different from Aunt Zhu and Xiao Jia's steamed buns accompanied by pickles. In these times, everything was scarce, though Director Yu earned significantly more than the 2. Having money and tickets did not guarantee access to vegetables. "Is this what you eat as a director?" Liu Genlai muttered. "What is wrong with that? Directors can't conjure food out of thin air. You, young man, don't just talk in the dead of winter. If you're capable, Bring me some vegetables, and let us see if I eat them. Director Yu took a bite of his bun, tasted the pickles, and, like Xiao Jia, pinched a piece of braised pork between 2 fingers, savoring it with evident delight. Vegetables. I have plenty in my space, more than I can consume. Fine. In a couple of days, I shall bring you some vegetables. Despite your jesting, I shall procure whatever you require, and I assure you, the price will be to your satisfaction. Director Yu merely regarded Liu Genlai as a child with a playful spirit, prone to boasting and exaggeration. He chose not to expose him, treating it as mere amusement. Little Genlai, in the depths of winter, from whence do you acquire your vegetables? You aren't merely burying the seeds I provided and waiting for them to sprout, are you? Little Jia teased. Do you think little Genlai is foolish? In this frigid weather, the ground is frozen solid. How could he possibly plant vegetables? Even tilling the earth would be a Herculean task, Aunt Zhu chimed in. Their remarks sparked a thought in Liu Genlai, and he exclaimed, I actually did plant them. Wait, you truly planted them? Little Jia's eyes widened in astonishment. Be careful not to bulge your eyes too much. You might dislodge them. And then Sister Xiaoli would have to guide you across the street. Liu Genlai laughed. Oh, go away, you little brat, Little Jia retorted with disdain. Ignoring him, Liu Genlai continued leisurely. While hunting in the mountains, I stumbled upon a hot spring. The grass surrounding the spring is lush and robust, so I uprooted it and planted vegetables in its place. Really? The entire room turned their gaze towards Liu Genlai. Is that true? In a couple of days, when I bring the vegetables, you'll know for certain. Planting vegetables by the hot spring, what a clever excuse. Not only can I sell them to the supply and marketing cooperative, but I can also bring them home without any qualms, Director Yu mused. To find a hot spring while hunting in the mountains, your luck is extraordinary, he added with a sigh. Director, is it truly possible to grow vegetables beside a hot spring in this frigid weather? Little Jia still appeared skeptical. You have yet to witness a hot spring. Once you do, you'll understand. The soil near a hot spring is not only moist, but also rich in nutrients. It requires no watering or fertilization throughout the year. And the crops flourish better than in other regions, Director Yu asserted, displaying an air of worldly wisdom. Thus, Liu Genlai needed not elaborate further. As Director Yu elucidated on his behalf, Little Genlai, what vegetables have you planted? Aunt Zhu inquired with keen curiosity, and the others perked up their ears. Just the seeds that Brother Jia gave me. Cucumbers, tomatoes, peppers, and pumpkins. I wished to plant others, but I lacked the seeds. Liu Genlai listed the various vegetables he had cultivated, which had yielded a considerable harvest. Very well, bring them all to me. Director Yu waved his hand and turned to Little Jia, instructing, you must make another trip to the seed station and acquire a sample of every vegetable seed they have. If Old Ding inquires why you need so many seeds, merely inform him they are for me. Do not divulge anything further. Understood? Rest assured. Little Jia was eager to participate, already plotting to visit multiple seed stations should the first one lack variety. Who wouldn't desire an abundance of fresh vegetables in the depths of winter? Not to mention, bringing them to his mother-in-law's house would certainly reflect well upon him, wouldn't it? After dining, Liu Genlai took Lu Fang to the street office. Along the way, Lu Fang asked, did you truly find a hot spring in the mountains? Her skepticism was understandable. Having resided in Lingxian village for 7 or 8 years, she had never heard of a hot spring hidden deep within the mountains behind the village. I pursued the wild boar and discovered the hidden hot spring, so well concealed that without the boar's guidance, no one could have found it, Liu Genlai remarked with great seriousness. Oh, you're indeed fortunate, Lu Fang replied, believing him. She then cautioned Liu Genlai not to venture too deep into the mountains, for they could be perilous. What if he encountered wolves or bears? At that moment, she somewhat assumed the role of an elder sister. Liu Genlai readily agreed, leaving Lu Fang momentarily taken aback. She expected him to argue, boasting about his prowess and assuring her not to worry. As she contemplated how to persuade him to heed her words, she was astonished that he simply acquiesced. You must not take your sister lightly. You are the lifeblood of our grandparents and parents. If anything were to happen to you, how would they endure? After a brief pause, Lu Fang reiterated her warning. Rest assured, sister, I value my life and would never risk it recklessly. That is my good brother, Lu Fang nodded and smiled. Having been married for merely 2 years, she realized her brother had matured and become her support. A thought that felt almost dreamlike. Upon arriving at the neighborhood office, Liu Genlai led Lu Fang directly to Director's son, who, after hearing their intent, lavished praise on Liu Genlai to the point of his embarrassment. Director's son arranged for someone to escort Lu Fong to the neighborhood police station to register her household, while he personally facilitated her food supply registration. He also advised Liu Genlai to visit the neighborhood office whenever possible. Liu Genlai understood the implication. He was being encouraged to bring back more wild boar. With the household registration and food supply documents in hand, Lu Fong repeatedly examined them, tears of joy streaming down her face. In that moment, she felt she had truly become a city dweller. Genlai, can you check if the name Qian Pompon is correct? Lu Fong handed the household registration to Liu Genlai. When registering her child's name at the police station, she had repeatedly emphasized that the child's name was Qian Pampan, fearing the officials might record it incorrectly as Qian Zhaodi. Indeed, it is correct, Liu Genlai confirmed with a glance at the household registration. From this moment forth, his niece officially bore the name Qian Pampan. The name Zhaodi could be banished. Upon returning Lu Fong to the courtyard he had purchased, Liu Genlai was taken aback by the scene before him. He had anticipated a collective confrontation from the Qian family, ready for a tumultuous scene, but instead found only his brother-in-law, Qian Daji, standing alone, looking rather forlorn. A bundle of belongings lay beside him, his cheeks flushed, and mud stains adorned his knees. Upon seeing Liu Genlai return with Lu Fong, Qian Daji immediately greeted them with a broad smile, first acknowledging Liu Genlai and then addressing Lu Fong, wife. I have moved in as well. From now on, we shall live independently, and I promise to treat you well. What does that mean? Liu Genlai pondered, perplexed. When an elderly woman from the East Wing emerged and pulled Liu Genlai aside to explain the situation. Indeed, Lu Fong's sister-in-law had summoned the entire Qian family. In addition to them, some of Lu Fong's father-in-law's colleagues were also present, and Lu Fong's mother-in-law was prepared for a significant uproar, intending to coerce Lu Fong into relinquishing her work quota. At the critical moment, Qian Daji, whether out of a sudden pang of conscience or a newfound clarity, knelt before Grandma Lu Fong in public, tearfully pleading with her not to make things difficult for his wife. He made promises to diligently honor her in the future. Infuriated, Grandma Lu slapped him several times, yet with so many witnesses present, she, as a mother, could not be too harsh on her son. After berating Qian Daji, she stormed away in a huff. Was this the end of the matter? It was unexpectedly pleasant. Liu Jin glanced at the eager Qian Daji, who was following closely behind Grandma Lu. At that moment, Qian Daji was holding his daughter, affectionately calling her Pampan, showing no signs of displeasure over her name change. One can only hope that this is not mere pretense. However, even if it is, it matters little. If he dares to cause trouble, he shall learn his lesson. With the formalities concluded, Liu Jin chose not to intrude upon the intimate world of Lu Fong and Qian Daji any longer. He bid them farewell and returned to the state-run restaurant. Director he had already returned and received Lu Min's work quota. Liu Jin did not linger at the restaurant. He promised Director He that he would deliver several wild boars in a couple of days, and then went to the supply and marketing cooperative to collect a large bag of vegetable seeds that Xiao Jia had arranged for him. Subsequently, he departed from the city and returned to Lingqian village, where he sought out the production team leader, Zheng Laodan. Uncle 59. My elder sister has found my second sister a job. I need to trouble you for another letter of introduction for her. When did Lu Fong become so capable? Zheng Laodan stared at Lu Min's work quota, momentarily lost in thought. A mix of envy and astonishment washed over him. The Liu family seemed to have turned their fortunes around. Just a few days ago, the eldest son had been gravely ill, the family was burdened with debt, and they were on the brink of starvation. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the eldest son had recovered, was able to hunt, and could bring food home. The eldest daughter's achievements were even more remarkable. Not only had she become a saleswoman at the supply cooperative, but she had also secured her younger sister a position as a server at the state-run restaurant. How could it seem so surreal? These were prestigious jobs that many city dwellers could only dream of, yet the Liu family's daughters had attained them on the same day. Was Lu Fong truly that capable? My elder sister has always been impressive, hasn't she? She was the first person from our village to go to the city, Liu Jin said with a smile, handing Zheng Laodan a stick of Zhonghua cigarettes. Humph. Zheng Laodan secretly scoffed. Did he not know Lu Fong's true nature? What could a rural girl marrying into the city possibly achieve? As long as she wasn't mistreated, that was already commendable. And what of being a city dweller? Did she have a city household registration before today? Despite his skepticism, Zheng Laodan could not resist the allure of the Zhonghua cigarette and accepted it with a smile. That day, when your father boasted that this cigarette was from you, I didn't believe it, thinking he had found it somewhere. It seems it truly was a gift from you. When did you learn to catch wild boars? I knew nothing of it. There are many things you don't know. Would you like me to tell you about my spatial abilities? Liu Jin chuckled inwardly. Chapter 61. The proposal from the Go family despite his doubts. Zheng Laodan still wrote the letter of introduction for Lu Min unless there was a deep-seated enmity between the two families. No team leader would make things difficult in such matters. After Liu Genlai departed, old Zheng pondered for a long time, increasingly convinced that Lu Feng lacked the requisite abilities. Who else could it be but Lu Feng? Could it possibly be Liu Genlai? Yet he was merely a boy of not yet 16. Could he truly possess such remarkable talents? The hour was still early, and Liu Genlai had yet to return home. Exiting the accounting office of the production team, he made his way to the Wudao Ridge behind the village, adhering to his training regimen. By the time he completed his daily workout and returned to the village, dusk was approaching, and the production team had long since wrapped up their work, with smoke rising from the chimneys of every household. There were claims that the production team would not cease work until nightfall, and while this held some truth, it pertained to the times following the period of hardship. In the current climate, how many families in the countryside could afford to cook by the light of a kerosene lamp each day? If the team leader dared to delay work until night, he would surely face the ire of the villagers. As Liu Genlai made his way home, he found Li Lanxiang preparing dinner, but Lu Xuanzhu was nowhere to be seen. The yoke and wooden bucket hung on the wall. Lu Min had not gone to fetch water. It was quite normal for Genshi, Jin Wang, and Cai Xia to be absent, as they must have gone to gather firewood once more. Mother, what is for dinner? Where are father and my second sister? Liu Genlai inquired casually. Your uncle Yofu has come. Your father is inside conversing with them. And your second sister is in her room, Li Lanxiang explained, stepping closer to Liu Genlai and lowering her voice. Your uncle Yofu has brought Wang Kai to propose to your second sister. I asked her, and she said she is aware. How dare Go Wang Kai come to propose? He truly has a short memory, Liu Genlai declared, striding toward the room. Li Lanxiang hurried after him, grabbing his arm and softly warning, even if you refuse, do not speak carelessly. Go Yofu is the team leader of the third production team. We cannot afford to offend him. I understand, Liu Genlai replied with a smile. Entering the inner room. Inside, a kerosene lamp flickered on the windowsill, casting a small glow that illuminated the room, yet amplified the shadows. Lu Xuanzhu sat at the edge of the Kong, facing the door, his pipe glowing intermittently. Go Yofu lounged with one leg draped over the edge of the Kong, turned away from the door, while Go Wang Kai stood behind him. Upon entering, Liu Genlai sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Typically, the suitor's family would adopt a humble demeanor when making a proposal, at the very least wearing smiles, while the family of the proposed bride would maintain a slightly elevated stance, not to appear overly haughty, but at least to uphold some dignity. Otherwise, their daughter would surely be perceived as lesser. Yet the current scene diverged from this norm. Go Yofu exuded an air of superiority, as if he had already secured the Liu family's approval, while Go Wang Kai carried himself with an arrogant swagger, seemingly dismissive of the Liu family altogether. Lu Xuanzhu, on the other hand, hunched over, preoccupied with his pipe, thus completely abandoning the expected poise of the bride's family. Genlai has returned. You must be hungry. Dinner will be ready shortly. Lu Xuanzhu spoke first upon seeing his eldest son, his once stooped posture straightening slightly, as if he had found a source of strength. Liu Genlai sighed inwardly. His father, at critical moments, simply could not assert himself, and his elder sister Lu Feng's lack of resolve was undoubtedly inherited from him. Upon encountering Liu Genlai as he entered the room, Go Wang Kai instinctively recoiled, his previously splayed legs now drawn together, seemingly apprehensive that Liu Genlai might deliver another kick to his groin. In stark contrast, Go Yofu acted as if he were oblivious to Wang Sai's presence. Inhaling deeply from the cigarette held between his fingers and addressing Lu Xuanzhu. Xuanzhu, I have conveyed all that I needed to say. I have numerous matters to attend to in my team. Whether you agree or not, I would appreciate a decisive answer. Agree to what? Liu Genlai queried as he extracted a Chinese cigarette and offered it to Lu Xuanzhu. Father, isn't this what I wanted you to smoke? Why are you still indulging in those leaves? What about the box of cigarettes I gave you? Liu Genlai immediately discerned that Go Yofu was indeed smoking the Chinese brand. Undoubtedly a gift from Lu Xuanzhu. How could he justify smoking such fine tobacco himself, while offering lesser quality to others? Initially, Lu Xuanzhu felt inclined to refuse. Yet upon meeting Liu Genlai's gaze, he smiled and accepted the tobacco pouch, taking the cigarette. Xuanzhu, you are quite the father. Your son is practically dictating to you. Go Youfu chuckled. If my rascal of a son dared to speak to me in such a manner, I would have given him a good smack. While Go Youfu's words were laced with humor, they were also tinged with mockery, and Liu Genlai showed him no leniency. Uncle Youfu, your son is fortunate to have such fine cigarettes. With this remark, Liu Xuanzhu straightened up, exuding newfound confidence. Go Youfu awkwardly chuckled. At least he isn't pilfering my cigarettes. Liu Genlai's words had struck a sensitive chord. His son could not hold a candle to Liu Genlai. Exactly, Liu Genlai remarked, lighting his own cigarette without an inkling of sharing with Go Youfu. Uncle Youfu, what did you discuss with my father? Do enlighten me. I spoke with your father about the engagement between my Wang Kai and your second sister. What business do you have interjecting? Go Youfu's demeanor shifted as his pride was wounded. Seizing the opportunity to reprimand Liu Genlai. My second sister has long informed me that she wishes for me to take charge of her marriage. If you have nothing further to say, you are welcome to leave. Our meal will soon be ready, and we cannot keep you. In these times, food was scarce for every household. Liu Genlai's words, though blunt, were not without merit. If they were preparing a meal, lingering was a breach of etiquette. How dare you speak to adults in such a manner? Go Youfu's composure faltered. Liu Genlai remained silent, merely puffing on his cigarette with a smile as he regarded him. Xuanzhu, is it truly your eldest son who is in charge of your second daughter's marriage? Pressured by the circumstances, Go Youfu had no choice but to direct his inquiry at Liu Xuanzhu. Given their close relationship, I, as their father, have little say in the matter. Although Liu Xuanzhu might appear somewhat ineffectual, he was certainly no fool. With his eldest son stepping up to advocate for his sister, he would not undermine his son's position in front of others. Very well, Genlai, I shall reiterate my point. Finding a way out of the conversation, Go Youfu conceded gracefully. My family's dog, Wang Kai, has taken a liking to your second sister, and I have brought him here to propose. The hardships your family faces are well known throughout the village, and thus, if you consent, I assure you that you shall not be at a loss. I plan to offer a bride price of 5 yuan, which is quite generous given the current circumstances. Few can afford such a sum for a bride. Furthermore, once your second sister marries, I will endeavor to transfer your family to the third team. I have a decent relationship with son Baojian, and brother Liu will likely not oppose me. Given the right opportunity, moving your family should pose no significant challenge. As the captain of the third team, I will look after you, alleviating the burdens you currently bear. Your work points will not diminish. In fact, I may even provide you with additional points. With less labor and more earnings, by year's end, you will receive a substantial amount of grain, ensuring your family's prosperity surpasses that of others. Chapter 62. The resounding slap to the face. It is no wonder they felt confident about the Liu family. It seems Go Youfu has spun quite an enticing tale. Uncle Youfu, have you finished speaking? Liu Genlai inquired with a smile, gazing at Go Youfu. Yes, I have, Go Youfu replied, flicking the spent cigarette butt to the ground, his face beaming with satisfaction. My offer is quite generous, don't you think? Inquire around the commune. Which family can match my terms? It is only because Wang Kai has taken a fancy to your sister that I have agreed after much persuasion. That makes sense, Liu Genlai nodded, retrieving 5 large 10 yuan notes from his pocket and presenting them to Liu Xuanzhu. Father, this is the remaining 50 yuan from selling wild boar at the supply and marketing cooperative in Suzhou City. Please take it. What? 50 yuan? And this is what remains? Go Youfu's smile faltered, while Wang Kai stared blankly at the 5 10 yuan notes, as if paralyzed. The shock of 50 yuan was already overwhelming. But Liu Xuanzhu's subsequent words were a bombshell. How can there be another 50? Did you not give me the 150 from the wild boar sale? 150 from the wild boar sale? Liu Genlai made over 200. Their family hadn't earned that much in several years. Reflecting on his earlier tone when mentioning the 5 yuan bride price, Go Youfu wished he could vanish underground. Liu Genlai, you may excel at hunting, but your family cannot rely solely on that for sustenance. Moreover, even if you possess wealth, it does not guarantee a steady supply of grain. You might still find yourselves hungry. After a couple of minutes, Go Wang Kai, regaining his composure, remained undeterred. The more Liu Genlai earned, the more he desired to marry Liu Min. Establishing a connection with Liu Genlai could lead to opportunities during hunting trips, allowing him to earn abundantly as well. During those months you were ill, your second sister cared for you, right? Can you bear the thought of her laboring in the fields? Rest assured, once she is with me, I will ensure my father arranges a lighter workload for her, allowing her to thrive without hardship. You speak true. I indeed cannot bear to see my sister toil in the fields. Liu Genlai smiled at Go Wangkai, and then produced several sheets of paper, offering them to Liu Xuanzhu. Father, this is the introduction letter issued by the brigade for my second sister, along with her work assignment. With these 2 documents in hand, she can become a waitress at the state-run restaurant in the capital city. Not only has Gui Youfu been blessed, but also Liu Xuanzhu stood up suddenly, his face filled with astonishment. Is this really true? Liu Xuanzhu stammered in disbelief. Is it genuine? Just take a look and you'll know. Liu Genlai pointed at the papers. They all bear the official seal. Other things can be forged, but can the official seal be faked? Oh, by the way, Uncle Youfu, as the production team leader, you must have seen our brigade's official seal before. Could you help my father verify its authenticity? Gui Youfu's lips twitched slightly. Although Liu Genlai spoke politely, his words stung like slaps to the face. Yet, he too was curious whether Lu Min's work assignment was authentic, and he wanted to take a closer look. Liu Xuanzhu pushed him aside and brought the papers closer to the kerosene lamp. He was not foolish. These documents pertained to his daughter's future. If Gui Youfu had malicious intentions and burned them, his daughter's prospects would be ruined. Having attended a few years of private schooling in his youth, Liu Xuanzhu recognized many characters and could understand the introduction letter and work assignment. He scrutinized the papers under the dim light several times, trembling hands slipping the documents into his pocket. After a moment's thought, he took them out again and handed them to Liu Genlai. You should hold on to them. Father fears losing them. All right, Liu Genlai smiled, accepting them and placing them in his own pocket. Liu Xuanzhu straightened his back, clasped his hands behind him, and turned to Gui Youfu, preparing to speak. But Gui Youfu interrupted him. Enough, Xuanzhu. Your daughter Lu Min has become a city dweller. Our Wangkai cannot aspire to such heights. Let this matter rest. It's getting late, and there are many tasks for the production team. I must attend to them. Without waiting for Liu Xuanzhu to respond, he turned and left. When a simple man becomes boastful, it can be quite a sight. If he lingered any longer, he would only invite a slap in the face. Uncle Youfu, why are you leaving? The meal will be ready soon. Let us eat together. Li Lanxiang's voice called out from the kitchen. No, I have things to attend to. Gui Youfu's first sentence came from the kitchen, while the latter half was already in the courtyard. He was quick to depart. Liu Genlai chuckled to himself. Father, why don't you fight for it a bit more? Lu Min has become a city dweller, and the Liu family still has relatives in the village. Aren't we in a position to negotiate? Gui Wangkai still held on to hope. You know nothing. I see you have lost your mind. In your eagerness to bask in the Liu family's glory, you've forgotten your own surname. Gui Youfu scolded fiercely. I don't wish to become Liu Genlai's brother-in-law. Can that fellow take me hunting? Gui Wangkai mumbled. I refuse to believe you don't want to earn money or enjoy meat. Can a living person die from holding their urine? Are you wearing a contraption for carrying dung around your neck? Gui Youfu shot his son a glare. You cannot follow him. He can enter the mountains, but you cannot? Must you marry his sister? Aren't there wolves and bears in the mountains? I've never been to the mountains. What if I encounter them? Look at you. You're as clumsy as a pig. Liu Genlai is thinner and smaller than you. Even if you do encounter them, can you outrun a wolf, outrun a bear, or outrun him? Indeed. Gui Wangcai's eyes lit up. Tomorrow, I shall keep a close watch on him. As he ascends the mountain, so shall I. I refuse to believe that I cannot capture a wild boar before him. Moreover, Go Youfu glanced around to ensure no one was present and lowered his voice, saying, spread the word about old Liu's family possessing over 200 coins. If they dare to flaunt their wealth before me, I shall have the entire village come to you seeking loans. We shall see if you are willing to lend. In the room, as Go Youfu and his son Go Wangcai departed, Lu Min hurriedly emerged from the inner room and seized Liu Genlai by the arm. Genlai, have you truly found a job for second sister? See for yourself. Liu Genlai produced several papers and handed them to Lu Min. Unlike Lu Fang's blind naivety, Lu Min had attended primary school, recognizing more characters than Liu Xuanzhu, making her one of the more educated individuals in the village. Yet, her reaction upon reading the papers surprised Liu Genlai. Instead of leaping with joy or shedding tears of excitement, she silently sat on the edge of the Kong, holding the papers. Second sister, what is the matter? Liu Xuanzhu asked, puzzled. Indeed, Minzi, what is troubling you? It seemed strange to them that this was such wonderful news. Yet their daughter appeared utterly unenthused. Genlai, I cannot go. Our parents are growing older and are increasingly unable to perform hard labor. My younger siblings are still growing and will require more food. Without my labor, how will we manage the household's provisions? Lu Min handed the papers back to Liu Genlai, insisting, "You should go instead. You are far more suited for this position." The smile on Lu Xuanzhu's face gradually faded as he retrieved his smoking pipe, methodically picking at the tobacco. Just then, Li Lanxiang, who had just entered, opened her mouth as if to speak but closed it again, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Oh, my foolish second sister, do you not see that I am here?" Liu Genlai chuckled softly. "I can still hunt and trade the game for food. What else can you do apart from working in the fields? Besides, they are seeking female attendants at the state-run restaurant. How could I, a man, possibly fill such a role? Shall I simply cut myself?" Chapter 63. Worries resolved. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Lanxiang smacked Liu Genlai on the shoulder, and Lu Min pinched him as well. Liu Xuanzhu had already lifted his smoking pipe, but upon seeing that Liu Genlai had been reprimanded, he finally set it down. The notion of self-mutilation was merely a trivial jest in modern times, but in this era, it held grave implications. The fall of the Qing dynasty was but a few decades past, and eunuchs still existed. To speak of such things was considered highly inauspicious. Liu Genlai, unaware of this significance, found himself bewildered by the family's intense reaction. Such remarks should no longer be made, perhaps feeling she had been too harsh. Li Lanxiang began to massage Liu Genlai's shoulder. I merely spoke without thinking. How could I truly mean it?" Liu Genlai scratched his head. Even casual remarks are not permissible. Lu Min shot him a disapproving glance, deeming it highly unlucky. Very well, I shall not speak of it again." Liu Genlai conceded. "Minzi, your mother believes Genlai's words have merit," Li Lanxiang said, taking Lu Min's hand. "As for the household, your brother suffices. Your presence is no longer essential. Furthermore, you are already 19. It is time for you to consider marriage. Even if you were to remain at home, how long could you truly assist? This job opportunity is exceedingly rare. Countless individuals yearn for it, yet cannot attain it. If it is squandered, it may cost you a lifetime. Mother cannot simply stand by and watch you act foolishly. Indeed, the meager earnings you accumulate from laboring in the fields over these few days barely compare to what you could earn in a decade within the production team. With our family's support, what is there to worry about?" Liu Xuanzhu also encouraged his daughter. Lu Min fell silent. Initially, her instinct was to relinquish the job to her younger brother, but now, with her parents' words, she began to feel that it would be more beneficial for her brother to stay home rather than herself. Yet upon further reflection, doubt crept in. Mother, this job is truly a rare find, but it does not suit me. Our village is over 30 miles from the capital. Just the journey takes 2 to 3 hours. With patrons dining at the restaurant, I would certainly finish late. In this darkness, I would have to walk 2 or 3 hours home every night. Can you truly rest easy about that? Father works so hard every day. He cannot be expected to traverse 5 or 6 hours nightly to fetch me from the capital. That is indeed a valid point." Li Lanxiang sighed, realizing in her joy she had overlooked this issue. Liu Xuanzhu opened his mouth to speak, but then closed it again. His daughter was right. He was utterly exhausted from work each day. If he had to walk back and forth for 5 or 6 hours to pick her up, over time, his body would surely suffer. Yet, how could a father feel at ease allowing his daughter to traverse such a long, lonely road at night? Hee, Liu Genlai chuckled. "Father, mother, sister, there is something I forgot to mention. Eldest sister has found a place to stay. It is a spacious 3-room house, with 1 room reserved for you. Second sister." What? The entire family turned to Liu Genlai, their faces glowing with surprise. With a place to stay? Second sister would no longer need to return home every night. She could stay at eldest sister's house after work. Moreover, eldest sister's workplace at the state-operated supply and marketing cooperative is directly opposite the state-run restaurant where second sister works, allowing them to commute together and even share accommodations at night. "Now, you need not worry any longer," Liu Genlai smiled. "Really, this is simply wonderful," Li Lanxiang exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. Liu Xuanzhu ignited his pipe, his countenance transformed into one of profound relief. "You little rascal. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Were you trying to tease your sister?" Lu Min playfully pinched Liu Genlai before embracing him and weeping openly. Her brother not only found her a job, but also alleviated her concerns. The depth of her gratitude as an older sister was boundless. All right, second sister, stop crying. You're going to dirty my clothes with your tears, and then it will be your task to fetch water. Oh, by the way, second sister, have you not fetched water today? Fetch water? You little rascal, are you looking for a fight?" Lu Min laughed through her tears, giving Liu Genlai another pinch. "Mother, will you not intervene? She is pinching me," Liu Genlai exclaimed, dodging as he complained loudly. "Do not involve me in your sibling squabbles. I will not intervene," Li Lanxiang replied, wiping her tears while smiling. Mother Lu Min embraced Li Lanxiang once more, tears falling freely. This time, it was out of reluctance to part. Residing in the bustling city is indeed convenient, yet one cannot ascertain how long it will be before she returns home again. Having grown up, this marks her first departure from the familial abode. "Enough, enough, silly girl, this is a tremendous blessing. Why are you crying?" Though she spoke these words, Li Lanxiang wiped away her own tears. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the hearth, as Genshi, Jinwang, and Saixiao returned after gathering firewood. Witnessing their elder sister embracing their mother in tears left them momentarily bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired. Lu Saixiao, in particular, rushed over, clinging to Li Lanxiang's leg, her tear-filled eyes gazing up in confusion. "Brother, what is wrong?" Lu Genshi, being the eldest, inquired with concern. "Our second sister has found a job and is so overjoyed that she has lost her bearings," teased Liu Genlai, as he produced a handful of white rabbit milk candies from his pocket, distributing them among his younger siblings. Upon receiving the candy, Liu Jinwang exclaimed in surprise, "You scared me. I thought something dreadful had happened to our family. Brother, is this really candy? You little rascal, you seem to be asking for a thrashing." Lu Xuanzhu raised his pipe, causing Liu Jinwang to flee in fright. Lu Caixia unwrapped a piece of candy, her expression brightening instantly as she joyfully exclaimed, "Brother, brother, it's sweet, so delicious. You little imp, all you think of is food." Li Lanxiang chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. Suddenly, she remembered, "Oh dear, I forgot to serve the rice. The fire is still beneath the pot. We mustn't let it scorch." She gently pushed Lu Min aside and dashed towards the hearth, with Lu Min following her, wiping her tears and giving Liu Genlai a playful pinch as she exited. Li Lanxiang's concerns were unwarranted. The cornmeal and wild vegetable soup, having been cooked with ample water, could hardly burn. Even if a few extra handfuls of rice had been added, it was merely a tad thicker than usual, far from scorched. Although the household grain supply had increased slightly, Li Lanxiang, accustomed to frugality, was reluctant to prepare more than necessary, managing each meal to strike a balance between hunger and satiety, a skill in itself. After dinner, as the family rested, Li Lanxiang and Lu Min busied themselves once more. They were intent on crafting a set of bedding for Lu Min. If it were for Lu Min's dowry, there would be no rush. However, since Lu Min was to stay with Lu Feng, urgency was paramount. Cotton was not readily available, and no family could afford to be generous with bedding. It was unreasonable to expect Lu Feng to provide both shelter and bedding. Whether Lu Feng would oblige was uncertain. The priority was to maintain a good standing with her mother-in-law. Chapter 64. Sibling dialogue. The following day, upon rising, Liu Genlai discovered that Lu Min's luggage had already been prepared. The mother and daughter had toiled until the early hours, finally completing Lu Min's new bedding. Adorned with a blue background and white floral patterns, weighing a substantial 5 pounds, thick and warm, Li Lanxiang wished to craft a new outfit for Lu Min. But Lu Min declined, citing time constraints as a reason. Even a single outfit could not be finished by dawn, and moreover, she was content with the new bedding. Having a fresh set of bedding was sufficient. There was no need for new attire, as she was not yet marrying. She was still clad in that old outfit, patched upon patched, the original color long faded from countless washes. On her feet were a pair of worn shoes, similarly adorned with several patches, which, if tossed onto the street, would go unclaimed. Yet, Lu Min remained unfazed. Despite the raggedness of her clothes and shoes, she presented herself with meticulous care. Her hair was neatly arranged into 2 braids, secured with red ribbons she had long cherished. During a casual conversation the previous night, she had heard Liu Jin mention that the state-run restaurant provided 2 meals a day, so she decided to forego breakfast, mindful of their modest means. Every bit saved counted. "Child, can't your family at least provide you with 1 meal?" Li Lanxiang, with reddened eyes, pulled Lu Min to the dining table. "Do you think just because you've become a city dweller, your mother can no longer care for you? If you misbehave, I will still discipline you." A pot of corn porridge, simmered with peanut shells and wild vegetables, was served to Lu Min, the thickest portion, standing upright with the chopsticks. "Mother, I can't eat this." Lu Min smiled, pushing a few spoonfuls around before distributing the remainder to Genshi, Jinwang, and Saixia. Lu Jin also reached for the bowl, but Lu Min nudged him aside. You, as the elder brother, are competing for food with your younger siblings? Do you seek a beating? Don't think that just because you found me a job. I once hit you. If you misbehave, I'll treat you just as I would. Thus, he was once again subdued by his sister. Lu Jin was not truly there for the food. He cherished the familial atmosphere and simply wished to partake in the warmth. At the dining table, Li Lanxiang fervently advised Lu Min on the importance of diligent work and proper conduct, embodying the timeless concern of a mother for her child embarking on a journey. Lu Xuanzhu, throughout the exchange, remained reticent. Yet as Lu Min accompanied Lu Jin out of the village, he carried her luggage and bid her farewell repeatedly. All right, father. You should return now. My sister is only going to the city, a mere 30 miles away. She can return whenever she wishes. You are making it seem as though she is departing for distant lands, Lu Jin teased, nearly slipping up and suggesting it felt like a heart-wrenching farewell. Had he voiced that thought, Lu Min's two-finger salute and Lu Xuanzhu's pipe would have surely met with his jest. Lu Min joined in the persuasion, seizing the luggage, and only then did Lu Xuanzhu agree to accompany her to the crossroads before returning home. Lu Jin, having been an orphan in his past life, did not comprehend the depth of paternal affection, yet Lu Xuanzhu's actions profoundly moved him. A father need not be affluent. Perhaps he cannot provide much, but he will give his utmost, reserving the best for his child. Upon reaching the crossroads, he continued to watch Lu Min until she was out of sight before quietly turning away. Lu Min wept, clutching her luggage while wiping her tears. Although she was not getting married, she understood that the 30 miles separating Lingqian village from the city was akin to a chasm, severing her from her family. No longer could she return home every night, and in a year, she might not return even a few times. Sister, if you're so reluctant to leave home, why don't we forego this job? Lu Jin jested. Go away. Lu Min playfully punched Lu Jin on the shoulder. This job is mine, even if you regret it. I shan't relinquish it to you. After speaking, she reminded him, in my absence, you will be the eldest child at home. Please assist our parents more and take good care of your younger siblings. Do not let me worry while I am away. Liu Genlai playfully rolled up his sleeves and made a show, which amused Lu Min. As they walked through a grove, Liu Genlai asked Lu Min to wait outside while he ventured in alone. When he emerged, he had a bicycle slung over his shoulder. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is a simple feat, yet moving from luxury back to frugality proves to be a challenge. With over 20 miles left to travel, he truly wished to avoid the walk, thus retrieving the bicycle from his space. Where did you acquire that bicycle? Lu Min exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. I bought it, of course, Liu Genlai replied, placing the bicycle before her. He climbed on and patted the rear seat. Come on, hop on. I'll take you along. Can you ride it? Lu Min hesitated, not moving. What is difficult about it? You simply mount it, and you'll know how, Liu Genlai chuckled. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. Lu Min remained silent, gazing at him for a while before finally sitting sideways on the rear seat, one hand clutching her luggage and the other gripping Liu Genlai's shirt. With a push, Liu Genlai propelled the bicycle forward, quickly finding his balance despite the initial wobble. Lu Min remained wordless, her grip on his shirt tightening. Sister, what's wrong? Why have you fallen silent? Liu Genlai took a moment to light a cigarette, balancing the bike with one hand while attempting to reach for Lu Min's luggage with the other. After a couple of unsuccessful attempts, the bike swerved, nearly causing him to topple. Genlai, Lu Min finally spoke. You were the one who found eldest sister's job, right? Last night, while Lu Lanxiang and Lu Min were making bedding, the family had gathered for a long discussion. Liu Genlai had mentioned that he had traded a wild boar for his sister's job, and everyone was aware of his recent successful hunts. Now, seeing Liu Genlai with a new bicycle and recalling eldest sister's sudden employment and housing change, Lu Min pondered and deduced that this too must be connected to Liu Genlai. As for why he and T brought the bicycle home, it dawned on her that he was concerned for her well-being in Beijing and wanted eldest sister to keep him company. Once she spoke to Lu Feng, all would be revealed, leaving no need for concealment on Liu Genlai's part. Genlai, why are you so good to me? Lu Min's eyes welled with tears. When I was ill, did you not take care of me? You are my brother. It is only right that I look after you, he replied. You are my second sister. It is only fitting that I treat you well as well. You little rascal, why do you echo everything I say? Are you looking to be reprimanded again? Hey, don't tease me. I'm not the best at riding this bike, so if you fall, it's not my fault. Lu Min responded with a moment of seriousness before suddenly punching Liu Genlai in the back. She quickly grasped his shirt again. You little rascal. Did you already secure my job without telling me? You mentioned you would oversee eldest sister's marriage. Are you worried I might carelessly marry a rural man and squander such a great opportunity? Sister, your reaction is quite swift. How do you uncover everything? If I wish to deceive you in the future, what will I do? Liu Genlai laughed. Still want to trick me? You've got it all wrong. Lu Min struck Liu Genlai once more, asserting, do not presume that just because you secured a job for me, I will overlook your transgressions. Should you dare deceive me again, I shall not hesitate to reprimand you. It was evident that the two, mother and daughter, shared a bond that allowed Lu Min to swiftly adopt a domineering demeanor reminiscent of Li Lanxiang, wielding her authority without regard for his resistance. This unfortunate familial dynamic weighed heavily upon them. Chapter 65. Liu Genlai. Upon arriving in the bustling metropolis of Shijiazhuang, Lu Min was awestruck by the novelty of her surroundings. Her eyes feasted upon the vastness of the wide roads, the orderly rows of buildings, the billowing smoke from factories, and the throngs of people. Even the sporadic buses that passed by captivated her attention for an extended duration. All right, dear sister, you are now a resident of Shijiazhuang. You may gaze upon these sights for as long as you desire, Liu Genlai chuckled. Who asked for your opinion? Lu Min retorted with a huff, only to suddenly exclaim, Genlai, look at that towering building. How tall it is. Is it really that impressive? It's merely 7 or 8 stories high and quite drab. In the future, it would surely be demolished for marring the cityscape, Liu Genlai mused quietly, amused by her innocence. In that moment, Lu Min epitomized the essence of a sheltered young girl. Indeed, though she was 19 and approaching 20, her experiences had been limited. Aside from fleeing hardship in her youth, the furthest she had ventured was to the commune, never even reaching the county seat. Her naivety was unmistakable. However, with his arrival, everything was destined to transform, ushering Lu Min into a completely new existence. And this was merely the beginning. As Liu Genlai led Lu Min to the courtyard he had recently acquired, the wife of a worker in the west wing was absent, while an elderly woman in the east wing basked in the sun against the wall. She possessed an astute awareness of all who passed through the alley, reminiscent of the vigilant community members of later times. Ah, little Lu has arrived. Is this your partner? The elderly woman inquired, her eyes scrutinizing Lu Min as she smiled in greeting. Grandma Su, this is my second sister. I am hardly old enough for a partner, Liu Genlai laughed, adding. My sister, however, remains single. If you happen to know of a suitable match, I would appreciate your assistance. Liu Genlai had learned that the elderly woman, surnamed Su, had lost her husband before the liberation and had raised her 2 children alone. Her son served as a police officer at the station, while her daughter worked in a textile factory. Their lives were relatively stable, despite her children's filial piety. The elderly woman was reluctant to part with the home she had inhabited for decades, choosing instead to continue her solitary residence. Initially unfazed by the elderly lady's assumption that Lu Min was Liu Genlai's partner, she felt a sudden flush of embarrassment upon his suggestion for an introduction. With a sharp twist of his arm, she scolded him. Ah? Liu Genlai cried out, nearly losing his balance on his bicycle. Sister, why are you pinching me? Feeling somewhat awkward in this unfamiliar environment, Lu Min's discomfort intensified with Liu Genlai's outburst. Had they been in their village, she would have playfully chased him for his antics. But in this moment, she merely clutched her bundle, her cheeks aflame, rendered speechless. This is your second sister, is it? Look at her expression, Grandma Su remarked, grasping Lu Min's hand with a smile. Tell me, dear girl, how old are you? What do you do? Lu Min's face reddened further. Her shyness rendered her unable to respond, and she could only cast a fierce glare at Liu Genlai. Liu Genlai appeared as if he had not noticed his second sister's gaze, halting his bicycle while responding on her behalf. My second sister is 19 and will soon be working as a waitress at the state-run restaurant over there. A waitress at a state-run restaurant. This is indeed a commendable position. Initially, old lady Su had merely inquired casually, yet upon learning of Lu Min's promising job, her spirits lifted. She turned to her grandmother, eager to inquire further and assist in selecting a suitable match. By the way, my dear, what is your name? Such enthusiasm from her prompted Lu Min to respond, blushing, Su grandma, my name is Lu Min. Where are you from? Have you attended school for several years? Have you ever had a relationship? Old lady Su transformed into a matchmaker, relentlessly questioning Lu Min were it Lu Feng in her place. She would undoubtedly feel bashful and respond demurely. However, Lu Min was different. She possessed a strong character and her own aspirations. Sue Grandma. I have just arrived in the capital and haven't started working yet. As for relationships, I shall consider them once I am more settled. Don't mind what my second sister says. If there are suitable candidates, please introduce them to her. Sister, you will be 20 after the new year, and you will soon be considered an old maid. If you don't act quickly, all the good young men will be taken, and then you will have no place to lament. Liu Genlai chuckled as he observed the embarrassed Lu Min. Such a display was rare for her. You little rascal. It seems you are getting a bit too cheeky, Lu Min retorted, her face flushed as she playfully chased after Liu Genlai. You can't catch me, you can't catch me. It will drive you mad. Liu Genlai circled around the bicycle, teasing Lu Min. In a moment of urgency, she tossed her luggage roll at him, which he caught deftly before swiftly unlocking the door. Only then did Lu Min settle down. Old Lady Sue watched the playful siblings with a smile, reminiscing about her own children. They would be coming home this weekend, and she had saved the large white rabbit candies Liu Genlai had brought her for them. The thought of her grandchildren enjoying those sweet treats made her even happier. Sister, you wait here. I will go find eldest sister and return shortly. Liu Genlai casually placed Lu Min's luggage roll on a nearby bed before stepping outside. Officially, this was eldest sister's home, and how to arrange for second sister's stay required her input. Lu Min nodded, her eyes wandering around, still somewhat incredulous that such a splendid house was to be her future residence. In just a few minutes, Liu Genlai arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative. Little Jia was absent, his whereabouts unknown, while Aunt Ju sat in her usual spot knitting, and Lu Fong stood before the shelves, familiarizing herself with the goods, occasionally asking Aunt Ju questions. Little Genlai is here, Aunt Ju exclaimed, spotting him as he entered. In the past, she had addressed Liu Genlai as Little Lu, but now, with Lu Fong having matured, he was affectionately referred to as Little General. Aunt Ju was busy, so Liu Genlai casually grabbed a few pieces of candy and placed them on the counter, calling out to Lu Fong, who had just turned around, eldest sister. My second sister has arrived. Please request some time off from Director Yu for her. Lu Min has come. Where is she? Lu Fong asked, her face lighting up with surprise. She is at your place. Please help her get settled, and once everything is in order, I will take her to work. Feeling a sense of urgency, Lu Fong decided to seek permission from Director Yu. Is half a day sufficient? She inquired as she made her way to the office. I believe a full day is necessary. There are quite a few matters to attend to, Liu Genlai responded. Indeed, if you are going to request time off, you might as well ask for a day. Xiao Lu, did you not mention that you have not seen your sister in quite a while? It's the perfect opportunity for a reunion, Aunt Ju chimed in with a smile. However, Lu Fong hesitated about her responsibilities at the shop. You need not worry about the store. I shall manage, Aunt Ju reassured her. If I find myself overwhelmed, there is always Xiao Jia to assist. Lu Fong acknowledged this and stepped into Director Yu's office. Having only recently joined, she was still getting acquainted with the personnel at the supply and marketing cooperative. Thus she approached her tasks with a degree of caution. Liu Genlai, on the other hand, was less encumbered by such reservations. He pointed to a pair of women's cloth shoes on the shelf and said to Aunt Ju, Aunt Ju, may I see that pair? Do you have any in size 37? Just to clarify, I don't have any shoe coupons. Dear child, why would you need shoe coupons to buy shoes? The director has plenty. Simply ask him for some, Aunt Ju replied, setting down her yarn and retrieving a pair of size 37 shoes for Liu Genlai. Take them back for your second sister to try on. If they don't fit, you can exchange them. I shan't be modest. I have quite a few items to gather, Liu Genlai replied, taking advantage of the situation. Feel free to ask for anything. Aunt Ju will assist you, she assured him without hesitation. Lu Mingguang collected a complete set of bedding along with several changes of clothes, yet he noticed a lack of essential daily items. Liu Genlai aimed to procure everything in one go: basins, towels, soap, toothbrushes, toothpaste, cups, combs, mirrors, scissors, and needles. These seemingly trivial, yet indispensable items filled his basket until the last basin was included. In total, he spent a little over 10 yuan. When Lu Fong emerged from her leave request, she helped carry some items. As Aunt Ju counted the money, Lu Fong stood by, visibly pained at the expense, which amounted to half a month's salary for her. Being a newly hired employee at level 10 with a monthly wage of 27 yuan and 50 cents, this sum weighed heavily on her. Director Yu also exited his office, watching with a smile as Liu Genlai offered him a cigarette, jokingly saying, Old Yu, I am here to take advantage of your generosity once more. As long as you acknowledge it, Director Yu replied, taking a puff. Next time, should you encounter any extraordinary finds, Do not forget about your old friend Yu. I have had my fill of wild boar meat. I am yearning for something different. Liu Genlai chuckled inwardly, assuring Director Yu that should anything novel arise, he would be the first to receive it. Upon leaving the cooperative, Liu Genlai mounted his bicycle, with Lu Fang clutching the basin as she took a seat on the rear. The two swiftly made their way back to the small courtyard. Inside, old lady Su was engaged in conversation with Lu Ming. As soon as Lu Fang dismounted, she hurriedly carried the basin into the room. Lu Ming, she called out. And with that, her eyes welled with tears as she set down the basin and grasped Lu Ming's hand. Calculating the time, it had been but once since her marriage that the sisters had met, and that was during Liu Genlai's illness, where their exchange was brief and hurried. Elder sister, Lu Ming said with a hint of shyness, quickly rising to her feet. Having grown up together, Lu Min was well aware of her sister's temperament and quickly deduced the reason for her shyness. She promptly exclaimed, "Isn't this house splendid? It was purchased by Genlai for us sisters to reside in. You can choose whichever room you prefer." Lu Min was both bold and generous. Her reticence surely stemmed from the belief that she was merely borrowing space in Lu Min's home. Indeed, upon hearing Lu Fang's declaration, Lu Min's shyness transformed into astonishment. This house was bought by him. What? Hasn't he mentioned it to you? Lu Fang turned to glance at Liu Genlai, who had just entered. What could he possibly say? His mouth is as tightly sealed as if it were caked with mud, keeping everything under wraps, Lu Min retorted. Her cheeks puffed in mock indignation as she approached Liu Genlai to twist his ear. In a hurry, Liu Genlai grabbed a basin and thrust it into Lu Min's hands, saying, "Here, take this. If you drop it, I want you to take responsibility. Don't run away. I just want to twist your ears a couple of times to vent my frustration." Lu Min chased him a few steps, but Liu Genlai had already dashed into the courtyard, playfully sticking out his tongue at her. "That little rascal, who knows how many secrets he has still hiding from me." Lu Min laughed and scolded, but her gaze fell upon the basin filled with daily necessities, and her heart swelled with emotion, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. Her brother had been so considerate of her needs. How could he be so wonderful? Liu Genlai lit a cigarette and sauntered out of the courtyard towards a deserted alley. When he returned, he was carrying a bag of flour. By the time he reappeared, Lu Min had already spread out her bedding. Lu Fang had assigned her to the room on the west side, while she and Qian Daji occupied the eastern room, separated by a kitchen area converted from the main hall. The kitchenette flue connected to the Kong in the eastern room, allowing the cooking fire to warm it. In the west room, there was a Kong with a Kong hole underneath, providing warmth with cold during winter, ensuring Lu Min wouldn't be cold. The northern wall of the kitchen area also featured a Kong, with a Kong hole beneath it as well. When neighbors visited, this Kong served as a sofa, and if anyone stayed overnight, it could accommodate them comfortably. When Liu Genlai had first come to view the house, he immediately set his sights on this very Kong, envisioning it as his refuge for nights when he could not return home. At present, the Kong was bare, lacking even a mat, but that was of no consequence. In just a few days, he would transform it entirely. "Genlai, come see if your second sister's new shoes and socks are beautiful." Lu Fang called to him from the west room. Turning around, she noticed the bag Liu Genlai was carrying. 20 pounds of white flour, which I found at Pigeon Market. Liu Genlai casually remarked, realizing he had not crafted his tale convincingly enough. So he added, "I arranged for it to be delivered at this time." "Well, that person certainly has a sense of propriety," Lu Fang replied as she accepted the bag. Despite having lived in the capital for over 2 years, she, like Lu Min, had never been to Pigeon Market and was thus unaware of what it entailed. Liu Genlai's word was enough for her. Lu Min, however, was not so easily deceived. Though at this moment her thoughts were consumed with the allure of her new shoes and socks, leaving no room for other considerations. "Genlai, do they look good?" Lu Min asked, sitting on the Kong and twirling her feet back and forth, growing increasingly enamored with the new shoes on her feet, especially the 2 embroidered flowers adorning the shoe's surface, which seemed to have stitched themselves into her heart. Liu Genlai did not respond. He stepped forward, picked up the drought and flood hero shoes that Lu Min had discarded, and sniffed them, instantly making a retching gesture. "Ugh, second sister, why do your feet smell so awful? Have you washed them before slipping into new shoes?" After saying this, Liu Genlai turned and ran away. "You little rascal. Stop right there." Lu Min, infuriated, took off her shoes and was about to throw them at him. She lifted the shoes, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately could not bring herself to throw them away. Dusting off non-existent dirt from the shoes, she carefully put them back on, a smile unconsciously creeping onto her lips. At that moment, Lu Fang had finished arranging the dough and walked out from the eastern room. Liu Genlai pulled out 10 yuan and handed it to her. Eldest sister, please take second sister to a decent bathhouse for a wash, and afterwards, buy her a few sets of undergarments. In this day and age, even though the siblings were close, it was inappropriate for Liu Genlai to buy intimate apparel for his sister, so he had to rely on his eldest sister to assist. You truly are considerate, Lu Fang said, a hint of embarrassment as she accepted the money. Her discomfort stemmed not from her brother purchasing undergarments for his sister, but rather from the fact that as an elder sister, she had not a single cent to contribute to her sister's needs. Upon stepping outside, Liu Genlai discarded the pair of drought and flood hero shoes. His earlier reaction was not merely theatrical. Second sister's feet truly reeked. It was not that she lacked cleanliness. Even the most fastidious individual would find their feet odorous after wearing such non-breathable rubber shoes for an extended period. Farewell, Liu Genlai waved at the trash bin. Let second sister's new life commence from the ground up. Chapter 67. Lu Min goes to work opening the navigation map. Liu Genlai found the nearest coal yard, spending 12 yuan to purchase 2 tons of coal. He then hired 4 carts for 1 yuan and 20 cents to transport the coal back to the courtyard. This had been meticulously planned. He had already procured the coal tickets while wandering through the pigeon market. When the coal was delivered, Lu Fang and Lu Min had yet to return. Liu Genlai set aside 1,000 jin, stacking it in the corner, while the remaining 3,000 jin he stored in his space. Subsequently, he began cooking, stir-frying spicy shredded potatoes and meat with chili, and sliced a generous plate of marinated meat from his space. Unfortunately, he lacked eggs. Otherwise, he could have made a delightful tomato and egg soup. The old hen he had brought back from the pigeon market that evening was still in his space, and he had yet to find a suitable opportunity to take it home. In his space, aside from the 6 corresponding areas, everything else was static. The hen remained unchanged from the moment it was placed inside, with no eggs laid. Liu Genlai dared not place the hen into the accelerated space, unsure whether it would produce a clutch of eggs or rapidly transform into a mere skeleton. He would never resort to the act of killing the hen for eggs. Not long after he finished cooking, Lu Fang and Lu Min returned, chatting and laughing. Whether it was due to excitement or the refreshing nature of their recent bath, the sisters' faces were flushed and they appeared considerably more invigorated. Wow, so much delicious food. Lu Min, already famished, dashed into the room at the sight of the dishes on the table, grabbing a piece of marinated meat and chewing on it with delight. So fragrant. She skipped breakfast that morning, believing Liu Genlai would take her directly to the state-run restaurant to work, where she could enjoy lunch. To her surprise, Liu Genlai brought her to his elder sister's house instead. Lu Fang was considerably more reserved than Lu Min. She glanced at the dishes on the table and then at Liu Genlai, inquiring with a tone of uncertainty, "Did you buy these dishes from the state-run restaurant?" Before Liu Genlai could respond, Lu Min interjected, "What are you talking about?" "Of course, Genlai made them himself. You don't know, but he is quite the cook." "Is that so? Then I must savor it thoroughly," Lu Fang said, picking up her chopsticks to sample each dish, nodding in approval. "Indeed, this is delightful. Far surpassing my sister-in-law's culinary skills. You should be willing to use more oil and seasoning like I do. The dishes you cook would surely be tastier than mine." The ingredients he used were sourced from his space, and after cooking, he returned them. It wasn't that he was reluctant to leave some for his sister-in-law, but rather he was unsure of his brother-in-law's temperament. If Qian Daji were to take all the good things to Lu Fang's mother-in-law, wouldn't he be the one at a loss? To this day, Qian Daji still handed over his salary each month. "Genlai, did you buy the coal outside?" Lu Fang inquired, setting her chopsticks down. "Yes," Liu Genlai nodded. "This coal is primarily for the second sister to heat the kong. She works late, so I asked my brother-in-law to help her. The excess coal can also be used by you." "No need. The bedding is thick enough that I won't get cold. Just take the coal back home for your family." Lu Min quickly shook her head, not wanting her brother to spend any more money on her. "Second sister, if you want me to take a beating, just say it," Liu Genlai retorted with a smirk. "I brought you to the city. If you freeze, do you think our parents won't scold me?" Lu Min was about to say more, but Liu Genlai preempted her. "Don't think you're the only one being filial. I've already bought the coal for home, and it will be delivered soon. By the time you remember, the yellow flowers will have wilted." "You little rascal, are you asking for a beating?" Lu Min threatened, rolling up her sleeves. "Sister, the second sister wants to hit me." "Won't you intervene?" Liu Genlai swiftly hid behind Lu Fang. All right, all right, let us listen to Genlai. It gets quite cold in the city at night. You're used to sleeping on a warm Kong at home, so it's essential to heat it. Fine then, Lu Min relented. I'll manage the heating myself. Brother-in-law must be tired from a day's work. Why should I trouble him? You don't need to worry. Just let him do it, Lu Fong insisted. It's only fair that he does some work for staying in such a nice house. If he is unwilling, let him move back. Oh, after just 2 days of work, sister is already standing firm, Lu Min teased. Who says money gives men courage? Women are the same. The main dish for lunch was the fried oil pancakes Liu Genlai had practiced making several times, though he still hadn't made much progress. They either didn't rise well, or the texture was too tough. Nonetheless, the two sisters relished the meal. After lunch, Liu Genlai intended to let Lu Min rest for the afternoon, planning to take her to the state-run restaurant for work the next morning. However, Lu Min was unwilling to waste an afternoon idly. Having grown accustomed to being busy at home, she thought that starting work earlier would allow her to earn money sooner. Unable to persuade her otherwise, Liu Genlai reluctantly acquiesced. Today, the state-run restaurant is serving braised meat. As the three siblings arrived, a long queue still lingered at the entrance. Zhang Li, exhausted from weighing meat and collecting payments, wore an expression devoid of cheer. Oh, sisterly, what wrong? Has Brother Jia been giving you a hard time? Do you need me to teach him a lesson? Liu Genlai joked as he approached from the crowd. Upon seeing Liu Genlai, Zhang Li's eyes sparkled. Ah, Genlai. You're here. Your second sister is coming, right? Hurry and bring her to help. I'm nearly worn out. There were no secrets between the supply and marketing cooperative and the state-run restaurant. News of Liu Genlai's sister's arrival had already been relayed by Xiao Jia. Zhang Li had been eagerly awaiting Lu Min's arrival. After a prolonged wait, she seized Lu Min without hesitation, regardless of whether she had officially reported in. Lu Min was somewhat taken aback, uncertain if she should assist. Liu Genlai flashed her a reassuring smile, encouraging her, go on, let us get to work. I'll find Director He to help you report in. Lu Min nodded and rolled up her sleeves to stand beside Zhang Li. You weigh the meat, and I'll handle the payments. You know how to use the scale, right? Zhang Li instructed Lu Min directly. Of course. This scale is just like the one at our cooperative, Lu Min replied, promptly getting to work. Lu Min was naturally adept, and weighing meat was a trivial task for her. Initially, she fumbled a bit, but soon she performed the task with confidence. Observing Lu Min at work, Lu Fong returned to the supply and marketing cooperative, while Liu Genlai headed to Director He's office. Director He smiled as he accepted the cigarette Liu Genlai offered, but his gaze drifted behind him. Why are you here alone? Where's your second sister? She's outside helping Sister Li, Liu Genlai replied, striking a match. Your sister's quite impressive. She's already working hard before officially reporting in, Director He remarked, lighting his cigarette with a grin. She just wants to make a good impression on the leadership, Liu Genlai said as he poured himself a cup of tea. He downed it in one gulp. With you around, she needn't worry about a thing, Director He said, pouring another cup of tea for Liu Genlai. Such fine tea deserves to be savored. Drinking it like that, what can you truly appreciate? Huangshan Malfoam. No wonder it smells so delightful. Liu Genlai exaggeratedly exclaimed. Oh, spare me the theatrics. What would a young lad like you know about good tea? You're wasting it, Director He chided with a laugh. Then why do you keep pouring it for me? Are you afraid of shortchanging the bald fellow? Director He took a sip of tea, chuckling to himself. That old fellow is quite crafty. He always arrives just as I brew the tea. I suspect he can smell it. Next time you brew tea, try a different time. Don't do it right after a meal, Liu Genlai suggested with a smile. I see. No wonder. Director He slapped his forehead. I'm just used to brewing a cup after meals. I've unwittingly established a pattern for that bald fellow. Old Master Yu is cleverer than you. When have you seen him brew tea right after eating? Liu Genlai added. You're quite astute. I've often wondered why I never catch him brewing tea. Director He chuckled. You are destined for great endeavors. Why concern yourself with trivial details? Liu Genlai chuckled as he placed Lu Min's introduction letter and work objectives on Director He's desk. Director He burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, given your flattering remarks, I shall promptly ensure your sister's employment is secured. With that, he seized the papers and exited the office. Liu Genlai paused momentarily, then shook his head and smiled. Have I perhaps overstepped my bounds? He pondered. This fellow is quite astute. How could he not discern Director Yu's subtle intentions? Surely, he had intentionally brewed tea, anticipating Director Yu's arrival. Nevertheless, I shan't dwell on such thoughts. He seems quite pleased, and that suffices. When Director He returned, The braised meat had all been sold. With Lu Min's assistance, Zhang Li felt no fatigue today, chattering away with Lu Min incessantly. The two, of similar age and buoyant disposition, found common ground in conversation. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they were likely to forge a close friendship. Director, he not only brought back Lu Min's work ID, but also a complete set of uniforms for service staff, including an apron, sleeves, and a hat. Put these on. Your current attire is far too tattered. Come, I shall escort you to the director's office. Zhang Li urged, pulling Lu Min, who clutched the new clothes, backward. After a few steps, she suddenly turned around and exclaimed, Lu Min must change. Director, you cannot enter the office. Begone, you impudent child. Director, he retorted with a laugh. Lu Min blushed deeply and playfully punched Zhang Li. Oh, don't be shy. Zhang Li teased. I wonder, Lu Min, do you have a penchant for chubby fellows? Shall I find you one? You dare. I'll have your mouth torn asunder. Lu Min playfully retaliated, chasing after Zhang Li. The two frolicked into Director He's office. Your sister possesses a delightful character. The state-run restaurant shall soon be lively. Director, he remarked, accepting the cigarette Liu Genlai offered. You must ensure she is well looked after and not bullied, Liu Genlai replied smoothly. You little rascal, always fretting over adult matters. Director, he chided with a chuckle. Fear not. We are the Elite Eight. We only bully others, and no one dares to bully us. Quite the boast, indeed. Liu Genlai cast a sidelong glance at the slogan affixed to the wall. What are you staring at? You seem to be asking for a beating. Director, he glared. I have read little and do not recognize a few characters. Perhaps you could enlighten me? Liu Genlai jested. Come, let me teach you, Director, he responded. Turning to pick up the broom Zhang Li had used for cleaning, Liu Genlai swiftly darted out. Moments later, Lu Min emerged, clad in her work uniform. Her cheeks slightly flushed and her eyes sparkling. She had lost count of the years without donning new clothes, despite it being merely a work uniform. She was exhilarated beyond measure. How do I look? She asked, fiddling with the hem of her attire. The uniform clearly hung loosely on her. She had yet to fill it out. If you like it, you may wear it on your wedding day, Liu Genlai quipped with a mischievous grin. Indeed. How did I not think of that? Lu Min nodded, then abruptly stepped forward, tightly grasping Liu Genlai's arm and giving it a playful twist. I'll teach you to speak nonsense. Liu Genlai winced as pain shot through the corner of his mouth. His second sister had become quite the strategist, leaving him defenseless against her antics. After a playful scuffle, Liu Genlai led Lu Min to the street office, where they found Director Sunday. Upon hearing Liu Genlai's purpose, Director Sun stared at him in astonishment for quite some time. Just a few days ago, I helped your elder sister secure a splendid job, and now I am assisting your second sister in finding an equally commendable position. Were it not for your youthful visage, I might suspect you were not truly 15. My own son, who is several years your senior, spends his days idly. How is it that you possess such remarkable capabilities? Son auntie, if you continue to praise me, my pride will soar to the heavens, Liu Genlai chuckled, placing a handful of milk candies on Director Sun's desk. She picked one up, gently shaking it by its wrapper. Look at you, always arriving with gifts. Regardless of their value, it is the thought that counts. With your commendable attitude, who wouldn't he want to assist you? Why not consider joining our street office? With your talents, achieving the next work target should pose no challenge. But son auntie, I am still young. There's no rush for work. I wish to play for another 2 years, perhaps go hunting and grow some vegetables. Liu Genlai was keenly aware of Director Sun's subtle hints. Her invitation was one aspect, but she was cleverly reminding him not to forget to bring her some pork. You're still growing vegetables? Director Sun immediately seized upon this detail. While hunting, I discovered a hot spring hidden in the mountains. It was pleasantly warm on either side. Just the other day, I planted some vegetable seeds there. Once they are ready, I shall certainly bring you some to taste. Is that so? I must savor them. Fresh vegetables in the dead of winter are a rarity. I've been fretting over what to prepare for the new year. It seems we are always stuck with radishes and cabbages, and I've grown weary of them, she lamented. Now her intentions were unmistakably clear, and Liu Genlai chuckled to himself. Rest assured, I shall take care of your New Year vegetables. Then I shall eagerly await your harvest, Sun Ani smiled. With her assistance, Lu Min's household registration and grain book were processed without a hitch. When Lu Min held the household registration and grain book in her hands, her reaction mirrored that of Lu Feng's almost perfectly. The difference lay in Lu Feng's illiteracy. She merely looked over the documents aimlessly, while Lu Min had nearly memorized every word. It felt surreal. Just yesterday, she was digging irrigation ditches with the production team, and today she had a job. A grain book, and a city household registration. She had become a city dweller. Ow! Liu Genlai gasped again. Sister, why are you pinching me? Hee. I'm checking to see if I'm dreaming. Lu Min giggled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Then pinch yourself. Why pinch me? Pinching myself hurts too much. Do you think I'm foolish? Lu Min huffed. How unfortunate I am, Liu Genlai muttered. What did you say? Lu Min glared at him. I said, dear sister. You are truly wonderful. There is no other sister as remarkable as you in the world. Now that is more like it. Lu Min beamed with the triumphant smile of a victor. After escorting Lu Min back to the state-run restaurant and exchanging a few words with Lu Feng, Liu Genlai mounted his bicycle and departed from Sijio City, returning to Lingqian Village. This time, he did not return the bicycle to the storage space, but rode it directly into the village, just in time to catch the production team finishing their work. Those who saw him widened their eyes in astonishment. In the city of Sijio, bicycles are not a rarity. However, in Lingqian Village, a bicycle is akin to a supercar in later times, capturing attention in abundance. Many individuals did not even return home, instead following Liu Genlai towards the Liu residence. Chapter 69. Borrowing money at the door. As Liu Genlai turned his bicycle around a narrow alley, he approached his home, just 3 courtyards ahead. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed a hunchbacked old man loitering not far from his doorstep. The old man heard the sound of the bicycle, turned to glance, and upon recognizing Liu Genlai, appeared visibly surprised. He opened his mouth as if to speak, only to shut it again, his furrowed brow displaying a mix of confusion. Master Iron Bull, what troubles you? The old man, known as Feng Tiniu, resided next to Granny Zhang and was somewhat of a neighbor to the Liu family, though their interactions were infrequent and their relationship distant. It is said that in his youth, he was robust and strong, able to haul heavy loads for the landlord as if he were an ox, hence the name Iron Bull. Now, in his old age, his health had deteriorated, leaving him incapable of performing strenuous tasks. He could only earn half a labor point in the production team, living in harsher conditions than even the Liu family. How am I to approach this? Feng Tiniu stammered, sighing deeply, his posture becoming even more hunched. Is there something troubling you, Master Iron Bull? Do not hesitate to speak. We are neighbors, and I will certainly lend a hand, Liu Genlai responded, propping his bicycle as he halted beside Feng Tiniu. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the Liu courtyard, several voices overlapping and rising in volume, creating a cacophony that rendered their conversation unclear. Liu Genlai frowned and addressed Feng Tiniu again. Master Iron Bull, it seems there is an issue at home. I must return promptly. If you have something to say, please do so without hesitation. Feng Tiniu replied, seemingly gathering all his courage before finally uttering. Genlai, could you lend me 2 yuan? My eldest grandson has a fever. He is burning up, and we have exhausted all home remedies to no avail. Our team leader says if we do not take him to the hospital for an injection to reduce the fever, the child could suffer lasting damage. But I have no money. I asked the team leader to lend me some, yet he has none. He mentioned you had earned quite a bit from hunting these past few days and suggested I come to you for help. But when you were unwell, I was unable to assist. Now my grandson is ill. How can I ask you for help? Here, take this and hurry to get Dogwa treated. Without waiting for Feng Tiniu to finish, Liu Genlai pulled out 2 yuan and pressed it into his hand before pedaling swiftly into his own courtyard. Emergency aid, not long-term support, he thought, recognizing that regardless of their distant relationship, he could not simply stand by and watch as Feng Tiniu's grandson suffered. Moreover, Feng Tiniu's grandson, Dogwa, was a spirited child who always called him Big Brother, and Liu Genlai had a fondness for him. How can this be? Feng Tiniu was taken aback by Liu Genlai's willingness to so readily provide the money, nervously muttering as he stared at the 2 yuan in his hand. As Liu Genlai entered the courtyard, I wanted to express my gratitude to him. I glanced up and saw him arrive. Feng Tiniu wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, stooping over as he hurried towards his son's home, repeatedly murmuring in his heart, "What a good person! May heaven protect this child, Genlai, and grant him safety, blessings, and longevity." Those who followed Liu Genlai into the courtyard witnessed him discreetly handing money to Feng Tiniu, causing their eyes to redden and hearts to race as they rushed into the Liu family's gate. The courtyard was filled with more than 10 people, some seated, others standing, gathering in small groups by the entrance to the kitchen. Through the crowd, Liu Genlai spotted Liu Xuanju sitting on the threshold, head lowered, gloomily puffing on his pipe. Why are there so many of you here? Aren't you cooking? Aren't you hungry? Liu Genlai called out loudly as he entered the yard, ringing the bicycle bell in a cacophony. He did not dismount, but rode directly to the entrance of the kitchen. Two individuals, caught off guard, barely avoided being knocked over. But Liu Genlai acted as if he hadn't seen them. He lifted the rear of the bicycle, swung his leg off, and positioned the bicycle in front of Liu Xuanzhu, patting the seat and smiling at him. Father, I bought a bicycle. What do you think? Liu Xuanzhu, holding his pipe, glanced between the bicycle and Liu Genlai, remaining silent for quite some time. The onlookers shared a similar expression, their eyes fixed on the brand new bicycle as if they were wolves staring at prey. I say, Xuanzhu, look at you. Your family has bought a bicycle. What is the harm in lending me that 10 yuan? Don't pretend to be poor. I know you have it. A woman in her 40s was the first to break the silence, immediately shouting at Liu Xuanzhu. Right. I've injured my leg and can't do heavy work. I just want to buy a pig's leg to supplement my needs. We're from the same village. What is the big deal in lending me 10 yuan? Another man of similar age chimed in. As soon as these two spoke, others began clamoring for loans as well, each presenting varied reasons, their voices blending into a chaotic din reminiscent of 1,000 squawking ducks. Liu Xuanzhu looked at Liu Genlai, opened his mouth, then closed it again, revealing his spineless nature in such moments. Liu Genlai tossed him a cigarette and, mounting the rear of the bicycle, lit one for himself, silently observing the bustling crowd with a gentle smile. Liu Genlai's demeanor quickly calmed the crowd, and one man stepped forward. Genlai, what kind of cigarette are you smoking? Is it Zhonghua? Let me have a taste. Me too. I want to know what this filter-tipped cigarette is like. Count me in. Genlai, why don't you just share the cigarettes with everyone? Such fine tobacco. How can you keep it to yourself? With someone leading the charge. 7 or 8 people swarmed around Liu Genlai, all clamoring for cigarettes, one even attempting to reach into Liu Genlai's pocket. Liu Genlai seized the wrist of that individual and twisted it forcefully in the opposite direction. Ah! The man yelped, his body contorting from the pressure. Why are you hitting people? A robust fellow shouted at Liu Genlai. This man, Han Dahu, was 2 years older than Liu Genlai and had taken pleasure in bullying him since childhood, relying on his height and strength. Are you blind? Did you not see him reaching into my pocket? This is called robbery, do you understand? If I report it to the police, he could face 2 or 3 years in prison at the very least. Liu Genlai released his grip, but remained perched on the back of the bicycle. Yet his words silenced the group, leaving no one daring to stir. Stop your nonsense. He merely wanted a pack of cigarettes, didn't he? 2 or 3 years. Why not just suggest execution? Han Dahu scoffed, his disdain evident. Do you have any idea how much a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes costs? Liu Genlai replied with a smile. Even with the cigarettes and the ticket, it wouldn't be enough for a single yuan. Go ahead. Try to rob for a yuan and see if the police don't catch you and prosecute you. Are those cigarettes really that expensive? Indeed, a yuan is considered insufficient. On the black market, a premium cigarette ticket can cost several dimes, and it might not even be available. Goodness gracious, over a yuan for a pack of cigarettes? He is not smoking. He is clearly smoking money. The crowd began to murmur, their gazes towards Liu Genlai transformed. Liu Xuanzhu instinctively straightened his back, feeling the smoke in his lungs invigorate him. Those who sought to borrow money from the Liu family were now wide-eyed. Initially, they were uncertain, but now they were all determined to secure loans from Liu's family. Chapter 70. It stood up, Xuanzhu. Whether my eldest son can find a wife hinges on whether you lend me 10 yuan. If you refuse, I shan't leave. The woman requesting 10 yuan plopped down on the ground. Her name is Tian Hohat, notoriously headstrong and unreasonable, while other women in the village are called by their husbands' names. Like Li Lanxiang, who is referred to as Xuanzhu's wife, only she is known by her name, Tian Hohat. Liu Genlai cannot even recall her husband's name. Liu Xuanzhu felt inwardly frustrated, unable to hold his ground during critical moments. Tian Hohat's husband was a quintessential weakling. So am I. Whether my leg can heal, whether I can earn work points, depends on whether you lend me 10 yuan to buy pig legs for nourishment. The man who had previously claimed to be injured did not sit on the ground, but settled next to Liu Xuanzhu, clearly indicating that he would not leave without money. His name is Su Tiding, known in Lingxian village as the laziest man. Nearing 40, he is yet to marry, and his family is impoverished, with villagers mockingly referring to him as Su Guangding. As these two made a scene, the others fell silent, eager to see if Liu Xuanzhu would lend them money. If not, they would devise a different plan, but if he did, they would all rush forward. Why should they be denied while these two received assistance? Lu Xuanzhu's previously straightened back sagged again, lowering his head to smoke, remaining silent. He certainly did not wish to lend money, yet he was too intimidated to offend so many, leaving him with no choice but to remain mute. You've come to the wrong person seeking money from my father, Liu Genlai remarked, patting the bicycle seat. My father's money was spent on purchasing this bicycle. His pockets are now emptier than his face. The reason Liu Genlai rode the bicycle back to the village was to prevent this very scenario. If Go Youfu had his pride wounded, he would certainly not let it go easily. In front of him, he handed Lu Xuanzhu 50 yuan, who, in turn, boasted about the 150 he had already received. Given Go Youfu's temperament, it was only natural that he would stir up some trouble. Liu Genlai could easily deduce that this group of loan seekers was incited by Go Youfu. Your father has no money, and even if you do, it amounts to the same. Tian Hohot pointed her accusations at Liu Genlai. You've already bought a bicycle and smoked such expensive cigarettes. Borrowing 10 yuan from Aunt Hohot is not too much, is it? And as for me, I won't even ask for cigarettes. Just lend me 10 yuan. Su Guangding chimed in. As if he feared losing out if he didn't speak up quickly. No hurry, one at a time, Liu Genlai replied with a smile, looking at Tian Hohot. Aunt Hohot, why do you need to borrow 10 yuan? Well, my brother Dawa has recently found a bride, but her family insists on a 10 yuan betrothal gift. Or else they want to marry her off. What can I do? I heard your family has money, so I had to come here to borrow. If you don't lend it, Dawa want to get married, and he has quite the temper. If he gets upset, he might take it out on you. And Aunt Hohot certainly can't protect you. Is that a threat? Liu Genlai scoffed inwardly. Aunt Hohot, what kind of bride has Dawa found that requires a 10 yuan betrothal gift? Just a few days ago, when Uncle Youfu from your production team came to propose, he only asked for 5 yuan. He claimed this was already a generous offer within the entire Daling commune. What is going on? Is Dawa's bride adorned with gold trim, making her so costly? The crowd erupted in laughter. I don't care. If you don't lend me 10 yuan today, I'm not leaving, Tian Hohot stubbornly insisted. Liu Genlai ignored her and turned to Su Guangding. Uncle Tai Ding, with your leg injured, you insist on eating pig legs for nourishment. I see your mind isn't functioning properly. Shall I fetch you some pig brains for a boost? You little rascal. How dare you speak to your elders like that? You're asking for a beating, Su Guangding retorted, rising to his feet. Suddenly recalling his current persona as a cripple, he hurriedly sat back down, shouting at Lu Xuanzhu. Xuanzhu, look at how disrespectful Genlai is. Are you going to let this slide? If not, I will step in. You dare. Lu Xuanzhu stood up abruptly. Su Guangding, I'm warning you. If you lay a finger on Genlai, I will fight you to the end. In other matters, he might tolerate disrespect, but Liu Genlai was a different story. Anyone who dared to harm him would provoke the anger of a patient man. I was just saying it to see how you would react. Lu Xuanzhu softened, and Su Guangding immediately backed down. Father, please sit down. I can handle this. If I can't resolve it, then you can step in. Liu Genlai grasped Lu Xuanzhu's arm, feeling a swell of emotion. Lu Xuanzhu was a quintessential coward. Yet for his children, he would risk everything. Humph. Lu Xuanzhu grunted, sulking back into his seat. Liu Genlai surveyed the crowd. So, you all have come here to borrow money, haven't you? Indeed. Yes. Just tell me if you're borrowing or not. The crowd responded in unison. With so many of you coming to my home to borrow money, even if I had some, I wouldn't be able to lend it. As soon as Liu Genlai finished speaking, someone jumped out and exclaimed, Did you think we didn't see you? You just lent 2 coins to Feng Tinio. Another voice chimed in. Indeed, we're all from the same village. Why is it that you can lend him money, but not me? I don't need much. Just as much as Tinio. Feng Tinio borrowed money because his grandson had a high fever, and if he didn't take him to the hospital for treatment soon, his health would deteriorate. And what about you? I am stating this clearly. If anyone in your family falls ill and needs emergency funds, feel free to approach me. I will lend you money without hesitation. As for other matters, I apologize, but I am only here to assist in emergencies, not to alleviate poverty. Isn't such a straightforward principle something a child shouldn't have to teach you? Liu Genlai surveyed the crowd, and no one dared to meet his gaze. After a few seconds of silence, a voice suddenly erupted from behind him, that of Su Guangding. Well said, Genlai. My leg injury is an emergency. Lend me 10 coins so I can visit the hospital. All right, I will lend you, Liu Genlai replied, turning around and reaching into his pocket. Just as he was about to pull out the money, his expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, Snake. A triangular-headed venomous snake. It's right behind you, it's reared up. Uncle Tai Ding, run. Liu Genlai's scream was so piercing that Su Guangding felt a chill run down his spine. He jumped up and dashed away several paces. When he turned back, there was no snake in sight. After a moment of confusion, he realized it was winter. Where would a snake come from? Liu Genlai was tricking him. But the boy's expression had been so genuine, it didn't seem like a jest at all. That little rascal is too cunning, Su Guangding thought resentfully. At that moment, the crowd began to react, bursting into laughter. Uncle Tai Ding, I see your leg is not in bad shape after all. Liu Genlai had pulled out a large black coin, waved it in the air, and then smilingly tucked it back into his pocket, declaring, I won't lend it to you now. The crowd erupted into laughter once more. Chapter 71. The mountain god is involved. What are you laughing at? Aren't you all here to take advantage of the situation? How dare you mock me? Su Guangding felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. No one contradicted him, nor did anyone dare to. The crowd fell silent. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that life has not been easy for you, Liu Genlai continued. Originally, we were all living in modest means, and there was no need for comparisons. However, my family has suddenly come into some wealth, and our situation has improved. I can comprehend that many of you wish to benefit from this, hoping to enhance your own circumstances, and I do not hold it against you. Liu Genlai changed his tone, but my family is not wealthy enough to sustain such demands. I have a way to ensure you can enjoy meat, and with a bit of luck, lead a better life. Would you like to hear it? Are you suggesting we go hunting in the mountains? If we could enter the deep mountains, would we still need you? Someone in the crowd, quick-witted like Liu Genlai, guessed his intention. Exactly. If we can barely fill our stomachs, how can we muster the strength to venture into the deep mountains? Another voice added, we don't even have a warm coat. In this frigid weather, we would freeze before we even set off. And wild boars are not so easily captured, cold and famished. Even if we were to encounter a wild boar, we would be unable to capture it. Moreover, the mountains harbor wolves and bears. Should we cross paths with them, it would surely spell our demise. The crowd lamented in unison. Can individuals not venture into the mountains? If a collective cannot, what hope is there? Liu Genlai pointed to his head, urging them to think. If the land can belong to the collective, why can't we organize a hunting party? We could pool our rations and warm clothing, and gather a few experienced hunters to venture into the mountains. Even under the most unfortunate circumstances, we could surely capture a few wild boars. Is it as easy as you say? Do you think we lack organization? In this frigid weather, the ground is frozen solid. Digging a trap could exhaust a person entirely. Even if we managed to excavate a few, capturing a wild boar would remain improbable. To hunt wild boars, one requires a gun, but both guns and ammunition belong to the commune. Any boars we manage to kill would be confiscated by those incompetent fools in the commune. Anyone who engages in such fruitless labor is a fool, someone grumbled. Can a living person be suffocated by their own urine? Liu Genlai shot a glance at the complainer. Guns and ammunition are not solely the property of the commune. If one wishes to buy, where is it unattainable? You mean the black market? We have been there too. A simple rifle costs dozens of coins. We cannot afford that, another chimed in. Why must we immediately target wild boars? Why not start by catching wild chickens or rabbits? After securing those, we could trade for a gun in the black market. Right now, meat is scarce everywhere. Meat is more valuable than money in the black market. We have tried that as well and managed to catch a few wild chickens and rabbits. Someone huffed, but gluttony prevailed. As soon as we brought them back, they were divided among us, leaving not a single one to spare. Liu Genlai found himself at a loss for words. He had initially intended to propose the villagers hunt for themselves, but the combination of laziness, greed, and short-sightedness among some individuals dampened enthusiasm, leading everyone to resign to inaction. Such matters could not be resolved from above, let alone by Liu Genlai himself. By the way, Genlai, how did you manage to catch so many wild boars? At last, someone posed this question, and all eyes turned to Liu Genlai. May I disclose my secret? Liu Genlai pondered for a moment before replying. It was merely fortune. I stumbled upon a wild boar den where all the boars had been killed. One was half eaten, and the rest fell into my lap. A whole den of wild boars killed? It must have been the work of a bear. What you found was not a boar den, but rather a bear's winter den. A bear awakened from hibernation is the most perilous encounter. Fortunately, the wild boars paved the way for you, or it would have been your end. An elderly man with hunting experience remarked with a sigh. Genlai, did you not encounter any bears? Someone inquired. Are you foolish? If Genlai had encountered a bear, would he still be standing here speaking with you? The elder continued. That bear must have relocated its den to avoid attracting wolves with the scent of blood. And wolves as well. Genlai, your luck is extraordinary, someone lamented. I doubt it was a bear. A bear would not kill an entire den of wild boars. Only one creature could accomplish such a feat. Another experienced elder shook his head in disbelief. Are you suggesting it was the mountain deity? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. It is likely that the mountain deity has encountered prey. Typically, he does not leave any survivors. Even if he cannot consume it, he will ensure that it is dead. My goodness, there is a mountain deity in the mountains. You, Genlai, must be exceptionally fortunate. Liu Genlai was taken aback. He had merely spun a tale. Yet this group had swiftly connected it to the mountain deity. The mountain deity is akin to a tiger, and in these times, people harbor an inherent reverence for tigers. He had intended to ponder how he would respond if someone inquired about the wild boar den, but now, having mentioned the mountain deity, no one dared to ask. What good would it do to know? Who would have the audacity to venture forth? Enough, enough, let us disperse. Genlai has had a hard day, and he has surely exhausted his luck, so let no one harbor envy. Someone called out first to leave. The others soon followed suit. Although Tian Ho-Hat and Su Guangding were reluctant, seeing Liu Genlai's demeanor, they understood he would not lend them money, and thus they departed in disappointment. You frail little thing. Merely fortunate. Next time you venture deep into the mountains, you shall surely become a meal for the mountain deity, leaving you rich yet unwilling to share. Tian Ho-Hat muttered curses. Su Guangding remained silent, his eyes darting about, lost in thought. As the crowd dispersed, the courtyard fell silent. Lu Xuanzhu was about to inquire with Liu Genlai about the wild boar den when Li Lanxiang hurried in with old Liu, fearing the commotion might overwhelm her husband. She went to fetch old Liu. Genlai, when did you return? Where are those people? Li Lanxiang first asked, then noticed the bicycle. Whose bicycle is this? Genlai, did you borrow it? You must return it promptly tomorrow. Such a precious item. What if it gets damaged? Grandpa, you've arrived. Liu Genlai greeted old Liu, then turned to Li Lanxiang with a smile. Mother, this bicycle is ours. I bought it. What do you think? Isn't your son impressive? Before Li Lanxiang could respond, old Liu interjected, impressive indeed. My eldest grandson is truly capable. Well, with old Liu saying that, Li Lanxiang had no choice but to swallow her words. Old Liu approached the bicycle, examining it closely. Grandson, did you send those people away? How did you know it was me? Liu Genlai chuckled. Here. It's just you and your father. How could I not know what sort of offspring I have? You cower at the slightest challenge. 100 kicks wouldn't even produce a sound. Relying on you to drive those people away is akin to hoping for a bolt of lightning to strike them all dead. Old Liu scolded his son without reservation. Then taking hold of the handlebars, he pushed the bicycle. Grandson, let me take this bike for a spin to show off. You can ride? Liu Genlai exclaimed in surprise. When I learned to ride, your father was still in diapers. Old Liu mounted the bicycle and rode off with the ease of a seasoned veteran, leaving Liu Genlai and his family in astonishment. Chapter 72. Are eggs delicious? Dad, when did Grandpa learn to ride a bicycle? Liu Genlai could not contain his curiosity. Your grandfather was a patrol officer for a brief time in his youth, Liu Xuanzhu succinctly replied. Oh, Liu Genlai nodded in understanding. When patrolling, it is not always necessary for an officer to ride in a vehicle, yet a police station invariably possesses bicycles. Given my grandfather's disposition, borrowing a bike should pose no challenge. It appears that old Liu is indeed a man of stories. Pray tell, what is the tale behind the wild boar's den? Liu Xuanzhu recalled the question he had neglected to ask earlier. I was merely deceiving them. How could you possibly believe it? Liu Genlai chuckled. Your son has quite the talent for fabrication. Deceiving them? Liu Xuanzhu was taken aback. Then how did you capture the wild boar? With traps, of course. How else? But why couldn't they catch anything? They're just foolish. Liu Genlai scoffed, a smug expression on his face. They insist on digging traps where there are wild boar tracks. Those areas have already been foraged, so how could they possibly return? The traps must be placed in areas devoid of tracks to have any chance of success. Then why not speak the truth? Liu Xuanzhu, unfamiliar with the mountains and unacquainted with hunting, readily believed Liu Genlai's casual remarks. I simply did not wish to bring trouble to our family, Liu Genlai explained. Father, think about it. If I were to speak candidly, the villagers would all rush to dig traps. If they were to go hungry and something unfortunate occurred in the mountains, would they not blame me? If I encountered a reasonable individual, that would be fine, but if I faced an unreasonable one, our family could end up losing everything. Liu Genlai was indeed speaking the truth. The mountains are vast, and with his space at hand, he had little to fear regarding others claiming his prey. His concern lay solely with the potential for complications. Given today's circumstances, if he incited the villagers to dig traps for wild boars and something went awry, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame. As the head of the family, Liu Genlai said wisely, "Our household is just beginning to stabilize. We cannot afford any trouble." Li Lanxiang nodded in agreement. Do I not know that Liu Genlai speaks wisely? As the crowd dispersed, Liu Shanju straightened his back. You hasten to prepare the meal. I shall check on father. It is quite cold, and the roads are slippery. What if he were to fall? With hands clasped behind his back, Liu Shanju strode outside. Look at you, aspiring to learn cycling from father. Just admit it instead of making excuses, Li Lanxiang muttered, casting a disapproving glance at Liu Shanju. Liu Shanju, seemingly oblivious to her words, walked steadily away. Mother, I'm just going for a stroll. Liu Genlai chuckled to himself as he stepped out. Having brought the bicycle home, he also had a hen in his space, so he decided to take both back home. Upon leaving the house, the father and son went their separate ways. Liu Shanju followed the tracks to find old Liu, while Liu Genlai ambled toward the back of the village. Not far from the village, before reaching Wudaling, he encountered a few small figures, children gathering firewood from the back mountain. Among them were Liu Genxi, Liu Genwang, and Liu Caixia. The three of them were hauling a bundle of firewood, two pulling and one pushing. Gliding down a slick slope toward home, Liu Genlai approached the roadside, feigning to retrieve the basket containing the hen from the ditch, and met them. Big brother, what do you have there? Liu Genxi asked, having managed to drag the bundle down the slick incline, stepping on it to stabilize himself while turning to question Liu Genlai. Liu Genxi and Liu Caixia slid down the ice, sitting atop it. Big brother, am I not impressive? Liu Caixia laughed heartily as Liu Genwang dashed to Liu Genlai's side, immediately spotting the hen nestled in the basket. Wow, brother, did you catch this wild chicken? Wild chicken? This is a hen that lays eggs. Liu Genlai chuckled, ruffling his head. If you dare sit and slide around, you'll end up dirtying your pants, and we'll have to face the music at home. It's fine. I won't dirty my pants. The ground is slippery. Liu Genwang insisted, his gaze fixated on the hen. Brother, does this hen really lay eggs? Are eggs delicious? Liu Caixia joined them, her curious eyes wide as she stared at the hen. Delicious. Once the hen lays eggs, I'll have mother cook one for you. Liu Genlai picked up Liu Caixia, his heart aching. She had never had an egg in her life. Brother, I want to eat too. Liu Genwang looked up at Liu Genlai, his eyes sparkling with desire. All you think about is food. Here, take this rope. Liu Genxi playfully kicked him, handing over a piece of rope. Second brother, you kick me again. If my pants get dirty, I'll tell mother it was you who did it, and she'll punish you. With his older brother around, the boy was full of bravado. Liu Genlai smiled, handing the basket to Liu Genxi and setting Liu Caixia down. He then grasped the rope binding the firewood and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Brother, you're so strong. When will I be like you? Liu Genwang gazed up at him, eyes filled with admiration. Why do you want to be like me? Do you want to hit me? Liu Genxi saw right through his intentions. You foolish boy, we both grow, but I will always be your second brother, and my strength will always surpass yours. You may be stronger, but I can still carry firewood better than you. Liu Genxi retorted, his words sharp. What is so great about being strong? I'm not even upset. Then why the long face? What is it to you? I can do as I please. Liu Genlai watched the two brothers bicker with a smile, showing no inclination to intervene. Liu Caixia had long been accustomed to their antics, her little mind occupied with thoughts of what eggs taste like. Mother, look. Brother brought home a hen. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Liu Genwang snatched the basket from Liu Genxi and proudly ran toward Li Lanxiang. Along the way, it was Liu Genxi who had carried the basket. Yet it was Liu Genwang who basked in the glory. Liu Genlai couldn't help but recall an old saying. You child, how did you manage to bring back the firewood? Aren't you worried about tiring yourself out? Next time, let the three of them carry it home. Li Lanxiang noticed Liu Genlai first and ignored Liu Genxi. Mother, it's nothing. The firewood isn't heavy. Liu Genlai set down the firewood. How heavy could the wood the three children could carry be? Perhaps 30 or 40 pounds. In the past, it would have been a struggle, but after training for a while, his physique had transformed. Carrying this amount of wood was no challenge at all. Is this truly a hen? Genlai, where did you get it? Li Lanxiang finally spotted the hen in the basket. Someone was trading goods at the supply and marketing cooperative, and I happened to see it, so I bought it. Liu Genlai casually spun a tale, careful not to disclose that he had acquired it in Pigeon City. for the timing did not align. How much did you pay? 5 yuan, Liu Genlai estimated the price. So expensive? Li Lanxiang's face contorted with pain. It needed to be well fed, for if it laid no eggs in a day, it would be a significant loss. Expensive? I sell wild chickens for more than 5 yuan each. Can a laying hen be compared to a wild chicken meant solely for meat? Liu Genlai had anticipated Li Lanxiang's praise, yet he was met with her reproach instead. What a predicament. Chapter 73. What bicycle do you need? Mother. This chicken won't be taken by the production team, will it? Liu Genlai suddenly recalled that, in this era, farmers were not permitted to raise chickens privately. Any chickens raised had to be surrendered to the collective for communal care. If they wanted to take it, they would have to part with 5 yuan first. Li Lanxiang was far sturdier than Lu Xuanzhu, yet upon remembering Lu Xuanzhu's spineless demeanor, she felt disheartened. With your father's feeble character, he truly cannot protect this chicken. What if I send it to your grandparents for safekeeping? Liu Genlai recognized the merit in this suggestion. It was indeed a viable plan. No one would dare to steal from his grandparents. But did they have sufficient grain to feed the chicken? Li Lanxiang hesitated. Feeding a chicken with staple grains was unthinkable. Yet even bran and wheat husks were considered food for humans in these times. What could they possibly use to nourish the chicken? If the chicken wasn't properly fed, it would not lay eggs. Mother, you need not worry about grain. I will manage. The food in his space was more than ample. Raising a single chicken was trivial, let alone establishing a poultry farm. After considering her son's recent ventures, Li Lanxiang hesitated but eventually nodded. Then wait until dark, and you can take it to your grandparents. I will deliver it, Liu Genlai suddenly declared. I will go too, Liu Genlai quickly added. These two boys, who had been gathering firewood, appeared industrious but had been eavesdropping intently. Upon hearing that the laying hen did not need to be surrendered to the production team, they were filled with excitement. You two behave yourselves, Li Lanxiang warned with a glare. Such a precious hen could not be entrusted to 2 children. What if some unscrupulous person tricked them? The boys, frightened by Li Lanxiang's stern gaze, immediately settled down. Lu Caixia, still young and unable to fully grasp the adult's conversation, was also intimidated by Li Lanxiang's glare and busied herself alongside her brothers. The tiny figure of Lu Caixia, clutching a small stick of firewood, tiptoeing and reaching up to place it on the woodpile, was utterly adorable. Liu Genlai could not resist scooping her into his arms and planting a kiss on her cheek. Lu Caixia, momentarily stunned, quickly recovered and erupted into laughter. Here, eat. Liu Genlai pulled a handful of roasted peanuts from his pocket and placed them in her palm. The enticing aroma of the peanuts instantly captured the attention of Liu Genlai and Liu Genwang, to whom he also offered a small handful. Where did you get these peanuts? Li Lanxiang's expression turned pained. Peanuts could be pressed for oil, far more precious than cornmeal or white flour. Yet her eldest son had the audacity to give them as treats to his 3 younger siblings. What a prodigal! Having sent my second sister to the state-run restaurant. It was the chef there who prepared the meal for me. Liu Genlai's baseless chatter flowed freely. What you receive, keep for yourself. Why give it to them? Your health is still not fully restored. Li Lanxiang reproached Liu Genlai, adding that no other snacks should be given to him. I've saved the milk candies you gave them last time for the new year. Liu Genlai did not retort, merely shaking his head silently. Li Lanxiang's disposition was unlikely to change anytime soon, unless the household was overflowing with food. Liu Genlai and Liu Genwang, too, remained silent, stuffing their mouths with peanuts, chewing noisily like little hamsters, fearful that they might lose their share to Li Lanxiang. Look at you two. All you know is to eat. Li Lanxiang scolded, instructing them to bring the firewood to the stove, as she intended to cook. Liu Genlai lit a cigarette, sitting on a bench and observing his family bustling about. Before he could finish his smoke, Liu Xuanzhu returned, pushing a bicycle. Father, why did you come back alone? Where's Grandpa? Liu Genlai rose, offering him a cigarette and taking the bicycle. Your grandfather went home. I invited him for a meal, but he said your grandmother had already prepared food and refused to come. Liu Xuanzhu lit the cigarette and, in a conspiratorial tone, asked Liu Genlai, can you guess where Grandpa just went? Where? Wasn't he just showing off his bicycle all over the village? Liu Xuanzhu's question hinted that it was not merely for show. Then what did Grandpa do that was so mysterious? Liu Genlai pondered, suddenly coming to a realization. Did my grandfather go to Uncle Yofu's house? Liu Xuanzhu burst into laughter. You clever boy. You should have seen it. Grandpa berated Go Yofu like a grandson. And that old man dared not retort. What a relief, truly a relief. Liu Genlai chuckled in agreement. Indeed, Liu Laotu was capable of such actions. It was apparent to anyone that Go Youfu had been scheming today, and if Lu Xuanzhu confronted him, Go Youfu would likely deny it and perhaps even retaliate. However, when Liu Laotu sought him out, it was a different matter entirely. To protect a mere iron pot, Liu Laotu would not hesitate to wield a knife. Would a production team leader, comfortably well off, really confront a 60-year-old man? Unless Go Youfu had lost his wits. You still have the audacity to laugh. If only you had half your grandfather's prowess, those people would not dare to approach. Li Lanxiang laughed as well, though it did not prevent her from expressing disdain for Lu Xuanzhu. I have my father above me and my son below. What more prowess do I need? Lu Xuanzhu paid no heed to Li Lanxiang's disdain. This is all you amount to in your lifetime. As long as my son achieves something, that's enough. At my age, what more do I need? Liu Genlai suddenly laughed, as Lu Xuanzhu's words reminded him of a saying from his past life. What more bicycle do you need? Lu Xuanzhu seemed to have come to terms with life. After finishing their meal, Liu Genlai took an old hen and headed to his grandparents' house. His grandparents had long since finished eating and, anticipating his arrival, had not gone to bed, each sitting on a stool by the stove, warming themselves by the fire. Upon the entrance of his eldest grandson, the grandmother, with a hand on her knee, rose to her feet and swiftly approached Liu Genlai, grasping him firmly as she lowered her voice to inquire, "Grandson, did you bring all this grain? Need you even ask? Who else possesses the capability to procure such an abundance of grain but you, my grandson?" Old Liu, remaining undisturbed, leisurely puffed on his pipe. "You old fool. Keep your voice down, lest someone overhear." The grandmother chided softly. "Look at your cowardice," Liu old man retorted disdainfully. "You have the audacity to scold others at your age. Are you not afraid of provoking them to retaliate?" Him? He wouldn't dare. At that moment, Liu Genlai had fully entered, placing down his basket with a smile as he observed the playful banter between the elderly couple. However, the grandmother paid no further heed to Liu old man, and instead took hold of Liu Genlai's hand. "Grandson, where did you obtain so much grain?" "Where else? I traded wild boar for it at the pigeon market." Without Liu Genlai needing to concoct a tale, Liu old man provided the most splendid explanation. "Be quiet. Am I speaking to you?" The grandmother scolded, playfully slapping Liu old man's back before noticing the basket Liu Genlai had brought. "Grandson, what's in here? I hope it's not more food." In chapter 74, what does it mean to seize? My grandson honors me. To conceal the old hen in the basket from prying eyes, Liu Genlai had wrapped it tightly with a piece of tattered burlap provided by Li Lanxiang before leaving. Without waiting for the grandmother to intervene, he lifted the burlap, and the long-concealed hen immediately poked its head out. "Is this an old hen?" The grandmother, illuminated by the glow from the stove, was taken aback to see the old hen Liu Genlai had brought. "My mother dared not keep it, fearing my father would not protect it, so she sent it to you," Liu Genlai explained. "Splendid, splendid. My grandson is truly capable, managing to acquire an old hen." The grandmother beamed with delight, praising Liu Genlai. "Tomorrow, I shall have your grandfather make a chicken coop so I can care for it well. We will save the eggs to nourish you, for you are looking quite thin." The old lady did not even question where the hen had come from. "Grandmother, I do not need the eggs. Once the hen lays, they shall be for you and grandfather." "What nonsense. We are both of a certain age, still competing for food with our grandson. What will people say about our dignity?" Liu old man interjected, his eyes wide, surprisingly admonishing his grandson. "This is my tribute to you. Even if the villagers know, they will only commend my grandson." Liu Genlai's flattery flowed effortlessly, tinged with a hint of audacity. "Huh? You little rascal, do you truly boast about yourself so?" Liu old man chuckled, giving Liu Genlai a light swat on the back of his head. "If you're feeling restless, find a wall to scratch against. Dare to strike my grandson again, and I shall have your claws removed." The grandmother retorted defiantly. "Indeed, it is grandmother who treats me well." Liu Genlai immediately showered her with praise. Truly, one thing balances another. Despite Liu old man's assertiveness outside, he was firmly subdued at home by his wife. "You little rascal, a few kind words from grandmother makes you forget grandfather altogether. Return what grandfather has given you." The old man, feeling a touch of jealousy, exhibited a hint of childlike petulance. "Grandfather, wait a moment. I have good things for you as well." Liu Genlai rose and stepped out. How could he bear to watch his grandfather eat in such a manner? He must be comforted. Shortly thereafter, Liu Genlai returned, cradling a large jar and carrying a hefty bag. "What have you brought?" Upon seeing Liu Genlai struggle, his grandparents hurried to greet him. Grandmother took the large bag from Liu Genlai's hands, allowing him to relax his grip, while grandfather attempted to take the jar, but Liu Genlai refused. "This jar is quite heavy. I shall carry it myself. You mustn't strain your old back any further, or you'll have to rely on grandmother to massage it." With a smile, Liu Genlai maneuvered around the old man and entered the house, gently placing the jar in front of the stove. "Is this all erguo? A whole jar?" The flames flickering in the stove illuminated the red paper on the jar, revealing the words erguo in bright letters, leaving grandfather astonished. "A full 50 pounds. That should keep you satisfied for quite some time," Liu Genlai chuckled, patting the wine jar and offering his grandfather a cigarette. "Bring it here." Grandfather did not accept the gesture. Instead, he snatched the remaining half a box of cigarettes from Liu Genlai, extracting one and lighting it with great satisfaction. "Stealing your grandson's cigarettes. How can you still have any decency?" Grandmother teased with a laugh. "What do you mean by stealing?" "This is my eldest grandson honoring me," grandfather replied with an air of entitlement. "You heard him say he brought me something good. You weren't deaf, were you, my dear grandson?" Indeed. "It is my honor to pay my respects to you," Liu Genlai nodded, feigning reluctance while delighting internally at his grandfather's childlike demeanor. "Oh, what is this? Bran? Is the entire bag filled with it?" Grandmother exclaimed, pulling a handful from the bag and bringing it closer to the stove, her mouth agape in surprise. "I brought this to feed the chickens," Liu Genlai replied nonchalantly. "You silly child, wasting food like this. This is something that people cannot even eat. Yet you choose to feed it to the chickens?" Grandmother's expression was one of sorrow. Indeed, she was not mistaken. In these times, even corn cobs, peanut shells, and sweet potato vines were ground into flour for sustenance, let alone bran. Bran, by definition, is the outer layer of wheat. Modern flour processes remove this layer. And even flour is meticulously categorized into first, second, and third grades, with first-grade flour being the whitest and third grade being the darkest. The fluffy white buns typically steamed at home are made from first-grade flour. Nowadays, flour is not so finely classified, and only in urban grain stores might bran be removed for those in need. The average citizen is fortunate to have any flour at all, regardless of its color. "This is quite rare for us. There's plenty in the capital," Liu Genlai fibbed. The abundance he referred to was not in the capital, but rather in his own space. Liu Genlai certainly had no desire for dark buns. He had already removed the bran from his flour, and his stockpile was substantial. As for whether his lie would be uncovered, he was unconcerned. Not to mention whether his grandparents would even venture to the capital. Even if they did, they would not specifically visit the grain store to verify his claims. "But you cannot feed this to chickens," grandmother lamented, suggesting that a few handfuls could be used in the wild vegetable porridge, which would be superior to peanut shells or cornmeal. "Grandmother, we won't be eating those things anymore. I have brought fine grains for you and grandfather to enjoy. Once you finish, I shall bring you more. Do not dare to take any more." Grandmother quickly waved her hand. "The grains you brought are sufficient for me and your grandfather for several years." "Several years? Just those few dozen pounds of grain?" Liu Genlai was somewhat speechless. It appeared that he had indeed brought too little. Next time, he would provide a greater quantity. "Accept what your eldest grandson has brought," interjected grandfather Liu. "Do not heed your grandmother's words. Whenever there is grain, it should be sent to your grandparents' home. No matter the amount, we shall accept it. You are quite cunning." Grandmother shot a fierce glare at grandfather Liu, but chose not to say more. The old couple had spent a lifetime together. Grandfather Liu's slightest movement signaled his intentions to grandmother. He was not merely requesting grain from their eldest grandson. He was concerned that the boy might squander it and wished to help him store it for times of scarcity. "Very well, I shall heed grandfather's advice." Liu Genlai understood grandfather Liu's intentions perfectly, and it coincided with his own wishes. "I will fill your granary to the brim. Let us see if you can consume it all. Come, my grandson, help your grandfather with the wine." Grandfather Liu was most concerned about the jar of wine, puffing on his cigarette and strolling contentedly into the inner room. "Do not trouble yourself. Let him carry it himself. He is not so old that he cannot move." Grandmother chided while casting a disapproving glance at grandfather Liu's retreating figure. Grandfather Liu feigned ignorance, even humming a little tune. "Oh, it's nothing. I can manage." Liu Genlai chuckled as he lifted the jar of wine, following grandfather Liu. He found their playful banter to be thoroughly entertaining. Chapter 75. The hunting team grandfather Liu instructed Liu Genlai to place the wine jar in the gap beside the wooden cabinet in front of the calm, covering it with a sack and placing various odds and ends atop it, ensuring that no one would discern the hidden jar of wine beneath. Once the jar was securely stowed, grandfather Liu eagerly broke the seal, scooped out a bit of wine, tasted it, and nodded in approval. "Have you ever tasted this wine?" Liu Genlai inquired. "When I first arrived in Lingxian village, I had a sip. That was 10 years ago. Since then, I have only consumed sweet potato liquor, which pales in comparison," grandfather Liu reminisced, downing the remaining wine in his bowl and savoring the flavor. "Even if you enjoy it, moderation is key. 1 bowl at most per meal. Otherwise, I shall inform grandmother to prevent you from drinking." Liu Genlai worried that the old man might indulge excessively and jeopardize his health. The ceramic bowl he held could accommodate 3 to 4 taels, which meant that, given grandfather's capacity, 1 bowl per meal was certainly manageable. "Very well. I shall listen to my grandson," grandfather Liu readily agreed. Yet Liu Genlai sensed the insincerity behind his words. Just as he was about to report to grandmother, grandfather Liu caught his arm. "How is your second sister faring at work?" A change of topic? "Very well, I concede. As a grandson, I must grant my grandfather this small favor." "Quite well. She has quickly made friends at the restaurant." Grandfather Liu nodded. "That girl has a temperament like mine. She will not suffer anywhere. My greatest concern lies with your eldest sister. Fang, like her father, proves to be ineffectual in critical moments, rendering her susceptible to mistreatment in her marital home. My elder sister is commendable. She now serves as a sales clerk at the supply and marketing cooperative, demonstrating equal merit to my second sister. Liu Genlai dares not divulge the troubling matters of my sister's household to old Liu, for given old Liu's temperament, it could provoke a most unfortunate reaction. Do not attempt to deceive me. If she were indeed thriving, after more than 2 years of marriage, could she return home only once? That solitary visit was so fleeting that she scarcely had time to see me, her grandfather. Truly, grandfather possesses a clarity of mind and a profound understanding of human affairs. Liu Genlai fell silent. The truth lay bare before him, no matter how artfully spun the lies. They could not obscure reality. Sighing, old Liu reiterated an age-old adage. Grandchildren possess their own fortunes. Do not toil for them as beasts of burden. Initially, it was my sister's own choice to marry a city dweller, a rural girl venturing to the city to become someone's wife. How could she not be subjected to hardship? The path she chose was hers alone. Should her feet blister, she must endure it herself, for no one can assist her. That was then. My sister is quite different now. Having secured a job and established residency, she has truly become a city dweller, impervious to bullying. Liu Genlai endeavored to console old Liu. Your assistance in securing her job was instrumental, was it not? Old Liu regarded Liu Genlai, warning him not to speak nonsense. Liu Genlai found himself unable to refute this statement and merely nodded in acknowledgement. "I knew it was you," old Liu said, patting Liu Genlai on the shoulder. "Fang is your elder sister. Assisting her is your duty, but moderation is key. Do not meddle excessively in her affairs. If you cannot bear it any longer, then lend a hand, but be mindful of your own capabilities. Do not jeopardize yourself in the process." "Is your eldest grandson truly so inept?" Liu Genlai chuckled playfully. "You little rascal, how can you not discern good from ill?" Old Liu raised his smoking pipe, feigning to strike. Liu Genlai hastily fled to inform his grandmother. "Grandmother, grandfather has had a few drinks and is acting drunkenly. He intends to hit me. He wouldn't dare. Fear not, eldest grandson. Should your grandfather attempt to act out in his inebriation, I shall shatter his wine jar." Undoubtedly, grandmother had expertly identified old Liu's Achilles heel, leaving him fuming in silence, unable to utter another word. "Do speak up. I am eager to witness the spectacle," Liu Genlai thought mischievously, not wishing to disturb the elderly couple's rest. Liu Genlai refrained from lingering. After spending a brief while with them, he returned home to sleep. The following morning, Liu Genlai ventured to Wudailing for physical exercise. The wild boars in the vicinity were still sufficiently plentiful, so he had no intention of hunting that day, planning instead to deliver the boar to the state-run restaurant the next day. After formulating 2 sets of plans, Liu Genlai was resting when he noticed a group ascending the mountain. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them all. Leading the procession was Zhao Deshan, the militia captain of the commune, a robust man in his 30s, with a powerful physique and a long rifle slung across his back. Following him were 2 seasoned hunters in their 40s from the village, one named Liu Yukai and the other Ho San. Liu Yukai had a slight stoop and was reputed to possess remarkable marksmanship, earning him the moniker Three-Eyed. It was said that he once shot down 3 rabbits with a single bullet. Ho-san, a slender fellow, was known for his incredible speed, having miraculously escaped a wolf pack, earning him the nickname Flying Leg. While Liu Genlai held some belief in Ho-san's swiftness, he was skeptical of Liu Yotsai's claim of shooting 3 rabbits with 1 shot, dismissing it as mere bravado. However, upon closer inspection, he began to comprehend the truth. Both Liu Yukai and Ho-san bore firearms on their backs, significantly longer than the one carried by Zhao Deshan. This type of firearm, known as a bird gun, did not utilize ordinary bullets, but rather iron shot, capable of striking multiple targets with good fortune. It was not unheard of to take down 8 or even 10 rabbits in a single shot. The following 5 individuals were all in their 20s: Sun Baojian, Go Wankai, Han Dahu, Wu Jiefeng, and a fellow nicknamed Airpang. Each of them was equipped with a pickaxe and shovel, their polished machetes gleaming in the light of the newly risen sun. They were setting out to hunt in the mountains. It appeared that the events of the previous day had left a considerable impression on the villagers, particularly that bicycle, which likely kept them awake with envy. Upon further contemplation, Liu Genlai deduced the origins of these 8 individuals. The militia leader, Zhao Deshan, along with seasoned hunters Liu Yukai and Ho-san, seemed to represent the village, while the remaining 5 likely hailed from various production teams. Notably, Sun Baojian, the team leader, had personally joined the hunt, while the other 4 were accompanied by either the sons or trusted confidants of their respective team leaders. Zhao Deshan's long gun appeared to serve for protection, whereas the hunt relied on traps and the 2 hunters' bird guns. Liu Genlai hoped for their success, wishing to alleviate the persistent concern for the Liu family. Returning his thoughts to his exercises, Liu Genlai stood up and resumed his 3rd set of training. After completing a set of squats, he leaned on his knees to straighten his weary body and suddenly noticed the 8 individuals approaching him. What could they want? Were they planning to take him along? As he pondered this, he spotted Sun Baojian jogging a few steps forward, waving his hand and calling out loudly, "Liu Genlai, come here, I need to speak with you." Sun Baojian, his production team leader, commanded respect, and in front of so many people, Liu Genlai felt compelled to oblige, suppressing the fatigue in his legs as he approached them. "What's the matter with you? You're dripping with sweat," Sun Baojian remarked warmly, throwing an arm around Liu Genlai's shoulder. "It must be the excitement of being summoned by the team leader that got me all worked up," Liu Genlai chuckled. "Don't give me that nonsense," Sun Baojian retorted, rolling his eyes. "You walked over like a snail. How could you possibly break a sweat? Are you trying to fool me? I'm just a bit under the weather." "That's why I'm not quick," Liu Genlai laughed. "So, what do you need, Sun Ge? Got any cigarettes?" Sun Baojian gestured with 2 fingers, mimicking the action of pinching a cigarette. "Sun Ge, you don't have anything important to discuss? You called me all the way over here just for a smoke?" Liu Genlai replied with a look of disdain, yet he reached into his pocket and produced a cigarette, handing it to Sun Baojian. "What is this? I thought you smoked Zhonghua." Sun Baojian expressed his discontent. "There are numerous flaws, yet you still offer me a cigarette." Liu Genlai produced a few more cigarettes and distributed 1 to each of the others. "I said, Baojian, having this cigarette is already a blessing. What more do you desire?" Zhao Deshan, smiling serenely, lit his cigarette and savored a puff. "In our village, very few can afford tobacco leaves, as most resort to smoking tree leaves. A pack of Dakianmen, along with its ticket, costs several dimes. Truly a luxurious smoke. Only the communal cadre can indulge in such extravagance." I thought to myself, since none of you have ever smoked a Zhonghua, I intended for Genlai to share a taste with you. Little did I know he would produce Dakianmen instead. Sun Baojian also lit one and enjoyed it just as much. "Enough with your petty schemes. I am fully aware of your intentions." Zhao Deshan glanced at Sun Baojian. "Your aim is to have Genlai accompany us on the hunt. With more members in your team, you can divide the spoils more generously." "Goodness, Sun Baojian. So that is your ploy, to increase your share of the catch." "Not a chance. Even if it were a single cigarette, we would not agree," Han Dao spat out, his words laced with disdain. "Brother Baojian, how the spoils are divided was already discussed last night. You cannot change the terms at the last moment," Wu Jiefeng added, firm in his stance. His father was the captain of the 2nd team, and as a representative, he would be in trouble if their share diminished. Not only Wu Jiefeng, but also Go Wankai and Air Pang chimed in with their objections. However, Liu Yukai and Ho-san remained composed, silently enjoying their cigarettes while observing the commotion. This time, they were the main force in the hunt, and regardless of the outcome, Captain Zheng would not suffer any losses. All right, we won't split the spoils disproportionately. Let Genlai join us, and we will allow your team to choose first from the catch. Sun Baojian conceded a step back. On what grounds? Han Dahu interjected again, asserting that the spoils were not his to claim. If Genlai manages to catch something, your team can indeed choose first, Wu Jiefeng responded. Recognizing the bonds of childhood friendship and granting Liu Genlai a modicum of respect. That sentiment rings true. Should Genlai succeed in catching something, your team may indeed select first. Air Pang nudged Go Wankai beside him. What say you? What is your team's stance? Go Wankai, still reeling from Liu Genlai's earlier affront and the humiliation of a failed courtship, had little desire to engage with Liu Genlai. Yet, with all eyes upon him, he reluctantly spoke up. Even taking a few steps makes me sweat. Whether I can even enter the mountains is still in question. Are you all certain you want to bring him along? A murmur of realization swept through the group as they acknowledged the gravity of his words. They had previously only considered Liu Genlai's past experience with wild boars, believing his inclusion would be advantageous. But now, seeing the sweat glistening on Liu Genlai's brow, they hesitated. Brother Sun, I shall refrain from joining. With my current condition, I would only hinder your progress, Liu Genlai expressed, seizing the opportunity to bow out gracefully. Are you truly that timid? Have I not seen you bouncing about, flaunting your vitality as if you were training? Sun Baojian, with keen eyes, had anticipated Liu Genlai's arrival and devised this clever ruse, prompting him to join. Goodness! Han Dahu exclaimed in disbelief. Genlai, are you truly exercising? If that is the case, it seems your family lacks for nothing. In this moment, who isn't plagued by hunger, yearning to eat and then recline without movement, anxious about expending even the slightest amount of energy? Liu Genlai, however, possesses the vigor to engage in exercise. And the sole explanation for this can only be that he is not famished. For breakfast, I consumed a bowl of sweet potato and wild vegetable porridge. Do you imply that my family lacks sustenance? Liu Genlai cast a sidelong glance at this individual. The fact that there is grain in the home must not be public knowledge, lest it lead to an endless array of troubles. Then how do you still have the energy to exercise? Do you think I desire this? This is the directive from the esteemed physician of Tongrintang. To restore my health, I must remain active. Did you not observe the sweat that beads upon my brow? Liu Genlai invoked the fictitious old physician once more. Is that so? You truly have it rough. Han Dahu accepted his words, and not only him, but the others bore no skepticism either. In these times, few dare to disregard the wisdom of traditional medicine. Genlai, Zhao Deshun approached, draping an arm over Liu Genlai's shoulder. Tell me, where did you capture the wild boars? And how many did you catch? Such a direct inquiry feels as though I am being treated like a child. Did I not mention? I found them in a wild boar den, encountering only deceased boars. Liu Genlai reiterated his previous claim. And where is this wild boar den? Zhao Deshun pressed further. The back mountain is vast. How could I possibly remember? You may deceive others, but not me. Zhao Deshun squinted at Liu Genlai. With your slender frame, how could you manage an entire nest of wild boars? Wouldn't you have to drag them back one at a time? After so many trips, you cannot recall the location of the den? Must you be so meticulous? Liu Genlai felt a twinge of anxiety. It was proving difficult to mislead him. Do not attempt to fool me. Zhao Deshun seemed to read Liu Genlai's thoughts. How did your sister secure her job? In the vast city of Sijio, countless individuals are unemployed, yet she has landed such a coveted position as a server at a state-run restaurant. The only reason they would do so is if you provided them with wild boars, and not just a few. Am I correct? By heavens, this fellow is truly underappreciated as a militia captain. He would fare better as a detective. Uncle Deshun, the militia leader is not suited for you. You ought to pursue a career in law enforcement in Sijio. Stop sidestepping the issue. Zhao Deshun shook Liu Genlai. Where precisely is that wild boar den? Uncle Deshun, even if I could recall the location of that wild boar den, do you truly believe I would divulge it to you? Liu Genlai resolved to cease feigning ignorance. Haha, you truly are small but cunning. Zhao Deshun chuckled, shifting the long gun into his hands. You have not fired a weapon yet, have you? As long as you take me there, you may wield this gun for an entire day, with ample ammunition. He still regards me as a child. What merit is there in flaunting a mere Hanyang-made rifle? Liu Genlai felt an urge to hurl the treasured Type 38 rifle hidden away at his face. Do you think me foolish? Even if I could shoot, any game I might bring down must be surrendered to the commune. I wouldn't retain a single hair. Liu Genlai scoffed. Why are you so impervious to reason? Zhao Deshan, having exhausted his options, released Liu Genlai and slung the long gun over his shoulder. Gesturing to the others, "Come, let us venture into the mountains. Bring him along. By the heavens, this is a coercive approach." Liu Genlai inwardly cursed. Chapter 77. What can you offer me? Liu Genlai did not struggle. Even if he had, it would have been futile. How could his slight frame contend against 5 robust young men? Let us proceed. I assure you, you shall not come to harm, Sun Baojin said, draping an arm around Liu Genlai's shoulder. Remove your filthy hands, Liu Genlai retorted with evident disdain, brushing Sun Baojin's hand away. Sun Baojin, unfazed, followed Liu Genlai with a cheerful demeanor, seemingly anxious that he might turn to flee. The group had arrived well-fed, clad in cotton garments, and moved swiftly. By this time, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Having walked for over an hour, they had traversed 5 ridges and entered the depths of the mountains. The rules for venturing into the mountains I recounted last night. Let me reiterate. Remember them well, for should anyone err, do not blame me for my reprimands. As a seasoned hunter, Liu Yotsai's demeanor shifted immediately upon entering the wilderness. He grasped his bird gun and led the way, offering further instructions. First, in the face of danger, do not scatter. Gather closely and heed my commands. Second, upon sighting prey, silence is paramount. Should anyone raise a ruckus and scare it away, I shall not hesitate to reprimand them. Third, if you need to relieve yourselves, do so now. Once we are deep within the mountains, we will not squander time on such trivialities. Fourth, follow my directives. If anyone considers themselves above my orders, they may leave now. I do not accommodate the insubordinate. Fifth, regardless of what we capture, we will divide it only upon our return from the mountains. Should anyone prematurely declare their desire to divide the spoils, do not be surprised if I abandon them in the wilderness. These are the regulations. Have you committed them to memory? Yes, we have, came the chorus of responses. The group, invigorated and eager for the hunt, was wholly attentive to Liu Yotsai's instructions. Unbeknownst to them, however, Ho-san, walking at the rear, had a smirk nearly stretching to his ears. The so-called deep mountains are not merely a boundary, nor do they guarantee an abundance of game upon entry. The group continued for nearly another hour, crossing 2 more ridges, before discovering wild boar tracks in the snowy ground of a wooded area. Liu Yukai crouched to examine them closely. These tracks are not particularly fresh. They were likely made 2 or 3 days ago. That seems about right. Ho-sen nodded in agreement. Although the others were novices in hunting, they possessed enough discernment to identify the age of the tracks, albeit without the ability to gauge their freshness accurately. Let us dig a trap here. Liu Yukai surveyed the surroundings. Ho-san, what do you think? Let them dig. We shall scout ahead, Ho-san replied. Very well, Liu Yukai nodded, signaling to Zhao Deshan. Come, the 3 of us shall venture forward while they remain to dig traps. Understood. Zhao Deshan glanced at Liu Genlai and nodded. Despite being the militia commander, he recognized that within the depths of the mountains, he must defer to Liu Yukai. Since Liu Yukai had chosen not to include Liu Genlai, he refrained from voicing any objections. He took his gun in hand, pulled the bolt to check it, and instructed the others, dig as we discussed last night. Do not be lazy. Wait for me. I shall join you. Sun Baojin called out, wrapping his arm around Liu Genlai's shoulder, leading him aside. Genlai, why don't you dig the traps for our team? Rest assured, I won't shortchange you. If we catch any prey, I'll share a larger portion with you. Do you really think I need the little bit of game you can provide? Liu Genlai rolled his eyes. After all this, it turned out that this fellow had brought him into the deep mountains merely to dig traps. In this biting cold, a single dig would leave a mark. Only someone foolish would help him with such a task. What do you want from me? What can you offer? Liu Genlai retorted, unimpressed. You certainly won't suffer any loss, will you? Sun Baojin scratched his head. Once you start working, I'll count your contributions as labor. That should suffice, right? Who said I was going to work? Liu Genlai shot him another eye roll. If you don't work, what is the point of your parents raising you? Sun Baojin pressed on. Your family lives by the sea and has it easy. Fine, let us change the terms. Your second sister is working, and you're not. Your family's labor force is reduced to just your parents. Surely, 2 people's contributions won't sustain the whole family. How about this? I'll count your mother's contributions as well. That should make it acceptable, right? Liu Genlai contemplated this, finally agreeing. All right, but if you dare deceive me, I will ensure you regret it. His family wasn't lacking in contributions from Li Lanxiang. Even if she and Lu Xuanzhu did nothing, they could still provide for the family. His agreement stemmed not from the few extra points Li Lanxiang might earn, but rather from the joy it would bring her. Happiness was paramount. Liu Genlai could already envision the smile on Li Lanxiang's face upon learning that he could earn full labor credits. Rest assured, I would never deceive you, Sun Baojin replied, elated, as he patted Liu Genlai on the shoulder and hurried to catch up with Liu Yukai and the others. You look like you've eaten honeycomb. Smiling like a flower, Zhao Deshun teased Sun Baojin. What do you know? Sun Baojin replied, gripping his hatchet, excitement gleaming in his eyes. His aspirations diverged from others. While they sought to capture wild boars, he yearned for a deer. At just over 20, he was already facing the woes of a secluded man, often receiving disdainful glances from his wife. If he could capture a deer, he would swiftly sever its tail with his hatchet, keeping it all for himself. Meanwhile, as Liu Yukai and his group departed, the remaining few began their work. Han Dahu and Air Pang each dragged a shovel, carving 2 long lines in the snow. Spaced about a meter apart, Liu Genlai estimated the distance to be around 50 meters before they halted. Subsequently, the two used their shovels to measure, dividing the lines into 5 equal segments. Once completed, Han Dahu leaned on a pickaxe and called out to the others, Come, let us start from that end. In order, from Team 1 to Team 5, each person digs 1 segment. Genlai, I suppose you don't know how to dig yet? We each need to excavate a trench 10 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 1.5 meters deep. With 5 trenches connected, if a wild boar passes through, it won't get away. Are you all out of your minds? The ground is frozen solid. Digging such long trenches will take days, Liu Genlai laughed. Who said it needs to be finished in a day? Every day we come, every day we dig. We will continue until the task is complete. Han Dahu swung his pickaxe down, the sharp tip barely penetrating the frozen earth by 4 or 5 centimeters, causing Liu Genlai to wince as if he felt the impact in his own hands. Damn it, it was still Sun Baojin who dug the pit. Liu Genlai regretted agreeing so hastily. He should have asked for clarity before making his decision, but it was too late for regrets now, and he had no choice but to press on. Clang, clang, clang. Others also hefted their pickaxes, laboriously breaking through the hardened soil. Before long, they were panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Liu Genlai, however, remained still, pondering as he stomped on the frozen ground, and soon enough, an idea sparked in his mind. P.S. Today is the first day of the Lunar New Year. Lao Niu and Xiao Genlai wish everyone a prosperous year. What is the saying? Right. May you have all your wishes fulfilled. I wish everyone their own space of fulfillment, where desires manifest effortlessly and unwanted troubles stay far away, allowing you to avoid tasks you wish not to undertake. Chapter 78. Is it not worth it? Liu Genlai glanced around before turning toward a nearby hillside. Liu Genlai, what are you doing? Planning to leave? If you go, who will dig the traps for your team? Don't say I didn't warn you. If your negligence affects the entire team's profits, even selling your so-called bicycle won't cover the losses, spoke Go Wankai, who had been fixated on Liu Genlai. Seeing him attempt to leave, Go's spirits lifted instantly. If Liu chose to depart, that bicycle would become his, and he already had an excuse prepared. If Liu Genlai was reluctant to part with his bicycle and stayed to dig traps, it would only please Go further. The ground was so hard that even Go, with his robust physique, quickly grew weary after just a few swings. If Liu Genlai, frail and sickly, forced himself to finish digging this trap, he might not collapse from exhaustion, but he would certainly be bedridden for months afterward, having humiliated the father and son duo. Liu Genlai turned away before they could vent their frustration. I won't converse with fools, he declared. A chuckle erupted from the others. His words were rather cutting. Go Wangsai's face flushed with anger, preparing to retaliate against Liu Genlai, but Wu Jiefeng pulled him back. Enough, he is just recovering. His body is still weak. Why provoke him? Have some dignity. This guy deserves a good beating. I will make sure to teach him a lesson, Go Wankai muttered through clenched teeth, filled with resentment. Wu Jiefeng paid him no mind and called out to the distant Liu Genlai. Genlai, don't worry. I will help you with your traps. Upon hearing Wu Jiefeng's words, Liu Genlai decided to lend him a hand. As he crested the hillside, he glanced back to ensure no one was following before continuing deeper into the woods. Encountering a dead tree, he reached up and touched it, and in the next moment, the entire tree appeared in his space. Walking and collecting, within a span of several minutes, he had gathered all the nearby dead trees into his space. Liu Genlai returned to the base of the earthen slope, retrieving from his spatial storage some marinated meat and fried flatbreads, which he savored alongside the pre-prepared stir-fried green pepper and shredded pork. After finishing his meal, he indulged in a cigarette, and after approximately half an hour had passed, he ascended the slope, calling out to the few individuals still laboring in the soil. Wu Jiefang, come over here. Well, I thought he had already left, remarked Han Dao, lifting his sore arm to wipe the sweat from his brow. For nearly an hour passed. He had scarcely paused, yet despite his efforts, he had only managed to unearth a shallow layer of soil measuring 5 or 6 meters, just enough to cover his feet. With the frozen ground beneath still unknown in its depth, the others fared even worse. Lacking Han Da's sturdiness and strength, they had unearthed only half of what he had, yet felt even more fatigued, their palms covered in blisters and blood blisters, each touch causing pain, yet they gritted their teeth and persevered. Go Wankai was so exhausted he could hardly muster the energy to speak, propping himself against his pickaxe, panting heavily, his gaze fixed vacantly on Liu Genlai on the slope, his heart filled with both resentment and frustration. What do you need? Wu Jiefang replied, setting down his pick and making his way towards Liu Genlai. He too was weary and welcomed the chance to stretch his legs and rest for a moment. Upon reaching the top, he was taken aback. The base of the slope was filled with withered trees, at least 7 or 8 in number. Did you bring these? What do you need these dead trees for? Wu Jiefang questioned, glancing between the withered trunks and the seated Liu Genlai. Confusion etched across his face. Have a smoke and take a break, Liu Genlai cheerfully offered, passing him a cigarette. Tired from digging, aren't you? How could I not be? I'm nearly worn out. Look at my hands, covered in blisters, Wu Jiefang replied, holding out his hands for Liu Genlai to see. Serves you right, you brought this upon yourself. Why didn't you use your brain? Liu Genlai teased, playfully pushing Wu Jiefang's hands aside. How could I use my brain? It can't dig the earth, Wu Jiefang retorted, plopping down next to Liu Genlai. Everyone knows the ground is frozen solid. If it thaws, wouldn't it be easier to dig? Liu Genlai suggested. Goodness, why didn't I think of that? Wu Jiefang exclaimed, not lacking in intelligence, merely having a momentary lapse in thought. It's not too late to realize now, Liu Genlai encouraged, patting Wu Jiefang on the shoulder. Once you've rested enough, let us drag these logs back. Lighting a fire should help thaw the 20 meters of frozen ground in our area. I'm on it. Wu Jiefang replied, standing up, brushing the dirt from his trousers, and moving towards 2 of the withered trees. He tied the ends of a rope around the trunks, slung the middle over his shoulder, and began to drag them away. The 2 trees were not large, about 5 or 6 meters long, resembling oversized brooms, and weighing roughly 100 pounds. Although dragging them was somewhat strenuous, it was far less laborious than digging. Why aren't you helping me drag? Wu Jiefang turned back to see Liu Genlai still seated, assuming he had not yet recovered. You're weak, just drag one at a time. What do you mean? This is all your work, Liu Genlai replied, remaining motionless. Come on, are you really leaving me to do this alone? Wu Jiefang exclaimed in disbelief. The task at hand is not particularly laborious, yet time is of the essence. It is already midday. If we do not hasten to prepare the fire and finish our digging, we shall find ourselves facing frost by tomorrow. Are you foolish? If I leave, who will keep an eye on this firewood? Those few will surely snatch it away, Liu Genlai chastised. Indeed, he was right. It was you who had the clever mind. Wu Jiefang realized this upon reflection. As Wu Jiefang descended the slope, dragging 2 withered trees, the others initially gazed at him with curiosity, but soon reacted, abandoning their iron picks to rush towards him. Jiefang, let me help. Han Dahu sprinted the fastest, reaching out to take the rope from Wu Jiefang's shoulder. Scram. This firewood was collected by Genlai. If you want wood, go gather your own. Don't expect a free meal. Wu Jiefang waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting at flies. Look at you being so stingy. It's just a few pieces of wood, as if no one else can collect them, Han Dahu retorted, glancing around before seizing a hatchet and heading towards a fallen dead tree. The others also began searching for dead trees, while Go Wankai climbed up the embankment, eager to discover what Liu Genlai was up to. Upon reaching the top, he spotted several remaining dead trees and dashed towards them. All this firewood is mine. If you dare to take it, be wary of me kicking you where it hurts, Go Wankai called back, noticing Liu Genlai leisurely smoking a cigarette, grinning as he observed him. Instinctively, he tightened his legs, glanced at the dead trees, then back at Liu Genlai, ultimately deciding against stealing and turning to walk away. Muttering within earshot of Liu Genlai, this is a forest, There are dead trees everywhere. Do you think your few pieces matter? Perhaps you will soon realize just how much they matter. Chapter 79. How did it ignite? There was no shortage of dead trees in the forest. Before long, each person had dragged back several. Han Dahu brought back the most, 7 or 8 trees, which he chopped into pieces, filling the area he intended to dig. In his mind, these logs would certainly thaw the frozen ground below. However, while aspirations were lofty, reality proved harsh. When he gathered a pile of dry leaves and twigs to ignite the wood, he discovered that the dead trees were damp. After much effort, he managed to light the dry leaves and twigs, yet could not ignite the dead trees. A whole box of matches was nearly exhausted, and all he garnered were wisps of smoke. The others faced similar struggles. Even the best efforts of air pang resulted in only a small flame that quickly extinguished. Recently, a heavy snowfall had occurred, and now the melting snow had soaked into the dead trees, rendering them impossible to ignite. Damn it, what a waste of time. Han Dahu sighed, plopping down on the ground in defeat. I suspected this from the start. What good idea could Liu Genlai, a sickly fellow, possibly conceive? Go Wankai angrily struck the woodpile with his hatchet, as if he were striking Liu Genlai himself. Why didn't you say something sooner? You've made us toil for nothing. Han Dahu scolded. I just thought I would try since I saw you all working hard, Go Wankai mumbled, knowing he could not stand up to Han Dahu's wrath. At that moment, Wu Jiefeng returned, dragging the last 2 trees down the slope, with Liu Genlai following closely behind, clutching a bundle of dry leaves and twigs. Upon witnessing Wu Jiefeng, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, Han Dahu couldn't help but chuckle. There is a peculiar joy in misfortune. Seeing someone else in a worse predicament brings delight to those who suffer. Although he had also felled numerous dead trees, they were within close proximity. Wu Jiefeng, however, had to traverse a distance of over 100 meters, toiling like a donkey from the production team, only to find his efforts fruitless. Go Wankai and Air Pang, while not laughing, regarded Wu Jiefeng with eyes full of schadenfreude. What is so amusing? Are they unwell? After laboriously placing the last 2 dead trees down, Wu Jiefeng collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. The first trip had not been too taxing, but the second was a different story. The uneven terrain, compounded by the fact that it was already past noon and his stomach was growling, left him drained. He had relied solely on sheer willpower to drag all the dead trees over, and now he felt completely worn out and drenched in sweat. I find my own amusement. Why should it concern you? Han Dahu stifled his mischief, eager to watch Wu Jiefeng struggle fruitlessly. The mere thought of it brought him amusement. Go Wankai and Air Pang initially intended to mock Wu Jiefeng, but upon sensing Han Dahu's intentions, they fell silent, waiting to witness the unfolding spectacle. Wu Jiefeng cast Han Dahu a disdainful glance, lowering his head to catch his breath, too fatigued to engage in conversation. Liu Genlai, on the other hand, was quite content. He casually held a cigarette, arranged the dead leaves and thin branches he had gathered, and placed a dead tree atop them. Grabbing Wu Jiefeng's axe, he began to chop the dead tree into manageable pieces, stacking them 2 to 3 meters high. He then produced a match and ignited the dried leaves and twigs. Han Dahu, Go Wankai, and Air Pang merely observed in silence, eager to see Liu Genlai's reaction should the flames fail to ignite. However, in the blink of an eye, their eyes widened in astonishment. Within moments, the dried leaves and twigs caught fire, flames leaping to a height exceeding that of a person. In just a minute or two, the pile of dead trees Liu had arranged was engulfed in a roaring blaze, with flames shooting skyward. What on earth? How did he manage that? Their mouths hung open in disbelief. How could he have ignited it? The truth lay in Liu Genlai's skillful manipulation of space, extracting moisture from the dead trees, which had been thoroughly dried. It was no surprise that they ignited almost instantly under the fierce heat. Are you planning to wait? I haven't even caught my breath yet. Wu Jiefeng mustered the strength to rise, neglecting to brush off the dirt from his backside, as he grabbed the axe to chop more dead trees, arranging the branches in line with the flames. I'll assist you, Han Dahu said, rising from his spot. His offer of help was less about altruism and more about a desire to inspect the dead trees Wu Jiefeng had dragged back. Upon closer inspection, he quickly grasped the situation. Hey, Jiefeng, could you lend me one of those dead trees? He implored. I'd like to have one too. Air Pang chimed in eagerly. Go Wankai also felt envious, though he hesitated to approach, recalling Liu Genlai's assertion that all the dead trees belonged to him, rendering him too embarrassed to speak up. Put them down at once. I'm speaking to you. Those dead trees are Lu's. You can't just take them without asking. Have you no shame? Wu Jiefeng shouted at Han Dahu, who was already in the process of dragging a dead tree. Didn't you bring them here? How did they suddenly become Lu's? Han Dahu glanced at Liu Genlai, who was smiling and smoking beside him. These withered trees were all found by Genlai. I merely helped him drag them back. The withered trees rightfully belonged to him, Wu Jiefeng explained while busying himself. Why didn't you say so earlier? Han Dahu scratched his head, set down the withered tree, and turned to Liu Genlai, asking, Genlai, could you lend me a withered tree? Although this family had a history of violence and a fiery temper, such individuals often possess a strong sense of pride. If Liu Genlai were like them, in good health, he would not hesitate to refuse. However, given that he had just recovered from a serious illness and was still weak, Han Dahu felt reluctant to take one by force. That can be arranged. But there are two conditions, Liu Genlai said leisurely, taking a drag from his cigarette. What conditions? Han Dahu inquired eagerly. If I give you one, I want to have enough left, so you must exchange one of your withered trees for it. Just one for one will suffice. No problem, Han Dahu readily agreed, as he had more than enough withered trees. Secondly, I am weak and cannot exert much strength, so you will have to help me dig my traps, Liu Genlai stipulated. This made Han Dahu hesitate. Digging 20 meters was no small task for one person. But soon, an idea struck him. He shouted to Go Wang Kai and Air Pang. You both want Genlai's dry firewood too, right? Then let us work together. The three of us can share the digging. Doing the work of one person would surely be exhausting, but with three working together, it would be much easier. That is fair. It's just an extra 3 meters. We can melt the frozen ground, and it will be a breeze. Air Pang immediately agreed. Go Wang Kai remained silent, but, like the others, dragged away a withered tree. Regardless of their thoughts, they at least maintained a cordial facade with Liu Genlai. At such a time, only a fool would refuse his conditions. Genlai, let me help you dig a section as well. Wu Jiefeng suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Compared to digging traps, dragging withered trees seemed trivial. So how could he take Liu Genlai's wood for free? Let those three do it. We're not in competition, Liu Genlai chuckled, tossing him a cigarette. As Wu Jiefeng caught it, he tossed over a roasted wild chicken leg. You're quite generous, Wu Jiefeng exclaimed, devouring the chicken leg without even lighting the cigarette. The bones crunching as he chewed, spitting out bones. Not a chance. He hadn't savored the aroma of meat in over half a year, aside from feathers. There was nothing on the wild chicken that was inedible. Chapter 80. Hunting deer. The group busily ignited the designated trap area. Dry wood burned quickly while wet would burn slowly. The combination of both extended the burning time and enhanced the effect. To prevent igniting the surrounding forest, they felled trees around the fire pit, clearing a large space. In a later era, they might have faced years in prison for such actions, but at present, no one cared. The frozen ground was at least a foot thick, and Liu Genlai estimated it would take at least 1 or 2 hours to thaw. Rather than wait idly, he strolled up the hillside and discreetly opened his navigation map. He was preparing to hunt, compelled into the mountains. One cannot merely indulge in reckless pursuits, can they? Liu Genlai, along with Liu Yukai, Ho San, Zhao Deshun, and Sun Baojian, had long been marked by him. At this moment, the blue markers representing the four had strayed a considerable distance, while Liu Genlai headed towards a direction that diverged approximately 90 degrees from theirs. After traversing a small ridge, Liu Genlai quickened his pace. Before long, he stumbled upon a series of wild boar tracks in the snow. Following the tracks further, he suddenly halted, noticing that one set of prints intersected with the wild boar tracks and extended in another direction. Upon closer inspection, his eyes lit up. These were fresh deer tracks. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Genlai reversed his course, pursuing the trail of the deer. Unlike wild boars, which tread only in the valleys, deer are agile creatures that traverse both valleys and ridges. While others might easily lose track of them, Liu Genlai was undeterred. He maximized the scale of his navigation map and followed the deer tracks, soon spotting several figures a mere 200 to 300 meters ahead. 1, 2, 3. There were a total of 6 deer. He needed to devise a plan to capture them all. After some contemplation, an idea struck him. He marked all 6 deer and hastened along the ridge to position himself ahead of them, finding a relatively open patch of forest. He retrieved some grass ropes and, akin to laying out underfloor heating pipes, intricately arranged them across the ground. Next, he extracted several large pumpkins from his space, smashed them, and scattered the pieces atop the grass ropes. Subsequently, he pulled the other end of the grass rope and concealed himself behind a large stone a few dozen meters away, keeping a watchful eye on the 6 blue markers on his navigation map. Catching deer differs significantly from capturing wild boars. The latter have short legs while deer are long-legged. If the grass ropes were tied to tree roots in a circle, a wild boar would charge into them, while a deer would simply leap over without touching them. However, laying the ropes on the ground altered the game. Observing the speed of the deer, it was evident they were foraging. The enticing aroma of the pumpkins would surely draw them in. When they approached to eat, their tongues, lips, or hooves might inadvertently brush against the grass ropes, at which point he could magically draw them into his space. This was Liu Genlai's plan, and the more he pondered, the more feasible it seemed. As for utilizing a firearm, he dismissed the thought without a second glance. Setting aside the question of whether he could even hit a deer, even if he did, he could only take one at most. The crucial issue was that the sound of the gun would undoubtedly alert others. While Han Dahu and his gang might not immediately suspect him, Liu Yukai and Ho San, with their extensive hunting experience, could easily piece together clues that might lead them to him. The gun could be explained away, but he was intent on keeping his hunting methods concealed. He had ambitions of wealth to pursue. Just as he surmised, the 6 deer were indeed foraging, quickly drawn in by the fragrant pumpkins. Liu Genlai cautiously peered from behind the stone, observing intently. Among the 6 deer, there was 1 male and 5 females, all of considerable size. None were fawns. The male was the largest, weighing approximately 100 pounds, while the females were similarly sized, around 60 to 70 pounds each. Liu Genlai had never encountered a deer before and was unfamiliar with its species, yet he recognized that deer were indeed valuable creatures. The antlers and blood of deer could be used in medicine, especially the deer penis, which was a favorite among middle-aged men. The sound of deer chewing on pumpkins reached Liu Genlai's ears from a distance, crisp and fragrant, making it irresistible for the wild deer during this season of scarcity. He had anticipated that the deer would be cautious and observe before stepping into the trap. To his surprise, they rushed over without a glance, immediately beginning to feast. The first to touch the grass rope was not the tongue or lips of the deer, but their hooves. With a flicker of thought, Liu Genlai managed to capture 3 wild deer into his space. The remaining 3, startled, leapt 3 feet high, and as they landed, 2 of them accidentally stepped on the grass rope, promptly being drawn into Liu Genlai's space. The last deer stood bewildered, utterly clueless about what had transpired, its head swiveling as it searched for its companions. Unintentionally, it took 2 steps forward, stepping on the rope just as Liu Genlai drew it into his space. Still in a posture of looking around, Liu Genlai grinned broadly, revealing his teeth, and hurried to gather the rope and the scattered pieces of pumpkin into his space. It wasn't that he was reluctant to part with the pumpkin, he merely wished to leave no trace. Observing the 6 deer in his space, Liu Genlai contemplated not slaughtering them immediately. Each part of the deer was valuable. It would be wise to consult someone knowledgeable before proceeding with the kill. After spending considerable time capturing the wild deer, Liu Genlai could not ascertain how far the wild boars had wandered. Glancing at the sky, he noticed the sun was already descending, prompting him to head back. Upon returning to the grove where the traps were being dug, he found the 5 men engaged in a fervent effort. They were the village's strong laborers, accustomed to digging irrigation channels. And digging traps was merely an extension of their skills. As the frost began to thaw, their digging accelerated. However, the location they were excavating extended beyond the original site. Initially, they had underestimated the terrain, thinking it would be simple. In the mountainous region, the frost-covered ground concealed not only soil, but also many rocky areas, making it impossible to dig in certain spots. Nevertheless, this was not an issue. They could simply wait for more frost to melt. Liu Genlai returned to see them simultaneously digging traps and burning the frost. "What took you so long?" Wu Jiefeng called out to Liu Genlai, peering up from a trap. This fellow stood just over 5 feet tall, barely revealing half his head above a trap that was 5 feet deep. "I just went to relieve myself and spotted a few deer over there, so I went to take a look," Liu Genlai replied, settling onto a dry tree trunk. "With your slight frame, you think you can catch deer? Don't let them escape." Han Dahu teased from another trap. This man had somehow shed his cotton jacket, now donned only a tattered vest, yellowed from years of wear. Even so, not everyone can boast such a skill. "The wild deer are currently standing still in my space. Should I disclose that to you?" Liu Genlai chuckled inwardly, lighting a cigarette and feigning casualness as he asked, "Brother Dao, do you know how to butcher a deer?" The inquiry seemed trivial, but butchering a deer was no different from slaughtering a pig. One merely needed to thrust a knife into the neck and let it bleed out. Han Dahu, in a boisterous manner, exerted his strength, flinging a shovel full of earth upwards. I inquired, "What is the purpose of this? Surely, you do not intend to capture a deer, do you?" The voice of Pang echoed from another pit. Although this fellow was called Pang, he was neither stout nor tall, bearing no resemblance to his namesake. Chapter 81. The Three Treasures of the Deer. What else could he be doing? He fancies himself an experienced hunter. Go Wankai jested, his tone laced with mockery. You are utterly clueless, Liu Genlai retorted with a chuckle, dismissing the group without further engagement. Nor did he target Go Wankai specifically. They had likely never even encountered a deer in their lives. Questioning them on how to butcher one would be akin to asking the blind to describe colors. I say, Genlai, don't just stand idle. We'll assist you in digging the pit, while you gather some firewood for us. It's rather inconvenient for us to keep climbing up and down, Wu Jiefang suggested. Being the closest to Liu Genlai, he felt no need for formality. Had anyone else uttered those words, Liu Genlai would have ignored them. But he afforded Wu Jiefang a measure of respect. Grasping Wu Jiefang's hatchet, Liu Genlai efficiently chopped wood to feed the fire. This task was a mere trifle for him. Even if it were somewhat strenuous, he considered it a means of physical exercise. Today's training had effectively gone to waste. Once he had gathered enough wood, Liu Genlai pulled over a dead tree, sat down to warm himself by the fire, smoked a cigarette, munched on peanuts, and watched the others laboring tirelessly, basking in the comfort of the moment. As the sun began to set, the pit was finally completed, albeit deviating significantly from the original design and lacking cohesion. Yet its total length was still approximately 50 meters. Once the trap was properly set, the group gathered around the fire when Liu Yukai, Ho San, Zhao Deshan, and Sun Baojian returned. Did you catch anything? The group rose to inquire. Do you think hunting is as simple as sipping cool water? It's not that easy. Liu Yukai replied, exasperated, after toiling for the better part of the day, having only succeeded in capturing 2 wild chickens. Where are they? Han Dahu asked eagerly, his eyes scanning Liu Yukai for the prize. After a day of hard work, not just he but the others were also experiencing hunger pangs. And the mention of wild chickens made their mouths water uncontrollably. What did I tell you? Liu Yukai pointed at the group and turned to Zhao Deshan, stating, these fellows undoubtedly want to devour the wild chickens. They're insatiable. Each one is more useless than the last. No one is permitted to eat those 2 wild chickens. They must be sold at the pigeon market tonight to save money for a gun, Zhao Deshan insisted sternly, with the 2 wild chickens slung over his back, ready to defend them with all his might. Didn't you encounter a wild boar during your excursion? Han Dahu exclaimed. What a joke. Hosen plopped down beside the fire, extending his frozen hands towards the warmth. We did come across a few wild boars, but the commune's guns and ammunition are unusable. With only these 2 fire pokers in hand, we couldn't even scratch a boar. It's infuriating to think about. I must commend your intelligence for having the foresight to thaw the frozen ground before digging the pit. I assumed you would merely be foolishly digging away. Sun Baojian remarked as he approached the edge of the pit, surveying the surroundings. The production team excavated the abundant harvest trench without any firewood to burn the soil. It was all hard digging. It was somewhat unexpected for him that these fellows thought to first burn the soil to soften it. Do you think we are all as foolish as you? Han Dahu felt no guilt at all, as if the idea of burning frozen soil had originated with him. So you dug it too? Sun Baojian ignored him and turned toward Liu Genlai, extending 2 fingers from a distance. Liu Genlai, ungrudgingly, produced a box of large Chinmen cigarettes and tossed it over to share with everyone. Sun Baojian grasped Liu Genlai's wrist, turning it to examine his palm. Wow, why is your palm so white and tender? Get lost. I don't like men. Liu Genlai disdainfully shook off Sun Baojian's hand. Laughter erupted among them. Well, you little rascal. Who helped you dig the trap? Sun Baojian, equally averse to men, merely wanted to see how many blisters Liu Genlai had developed on his hands, but to his surprise, there were none at all. He could guess with his toes that someone else must have assisted him in digging the trap. Before Liu Genlai could respond, Wu Jiefang interjected. We all helped him dig. Do you think everyone is as heartless as you? Humph. Sun Baojian scoffed. I find it hard to believe you could be so kind-hearted. The trap is already dug. Believe it or not is up to you. The speaker was Pao, a young man around 20 who cared about his pride, and was unwilling to admit his own foolishness. Go Wankai would never belittle himself to elevate Liu Genlai, so he remained silent. Sun Baojian spread the cigarettes around, lighting one for himself and offering the remaining ones to Liu Genlai. He, too, had his pride. No matter how tempted he was, he wouldn't take advantage of Liu Genlai in front of so many people. Fine, keep it for yourself. Liu Genlai did not accept. Waving his hand at the cigarette, I'll smoke this one. Young as he was, he had many quirks. He even rejected such fine tobacco. Sun Baojian laughed and scolded as he stuffed the cigarette into his pocket, completely forgetting what he had said upon entering the mountains. All right, let us head back. It's getting dark, and the wolves will come out. Encountering them would be dangerous. Liu Yukai stood up from the fire, cigarette in mouth, picking up a branch to beat down the flames. Everyone joined in, quickly extinguishing the fire. Liu Yukai led the way, followed by Ho Sandian, each carrying their tools, making their way toward the mountain exit. Liu Genlai hurried a few steps to catch up with Liu Yukai, handing him a Chunghua cigarette. Uncle Yukai, may I ask you something? You're an experienced hunter. You must know how to butcher a deer, right? This is excellent tobacco. Liu Yukai, with a broad smile, lit the cigarette and took a deep drag. What is up? Are you thinking of hunting deer? I'm just inquiring. Liu Genlai replied with a smile. I want to learn a thing or two from you. Deer are not so easily hunted. I have been hunting for many years and have only taken 2 in total, Liu Yukai said seriously. Don't say I didn't warn you. Don't get any ideas about hunting deer. Where there are deer, there will also be wolves. Wolves are not keen on catching wild boars. If they want to fill their bellies, they must hunt deer. If you catch the attention of wolves, your life could be in peril. Rest assured, I value my life. Liu Genlai felt a tightening in his chest, instinctively glancing around. Could there really be a pack of wolves targeting those 6 deer? Let me share with you how to hunt deer. Consider it a casual conversation, Liu Yukai remarked as he walked. The finest offerings from a deer are 3 in number: antlers, the penis, and the heart's blood. The antlers must be harvested while the deer is alive. And if the deer has just perished, one must promptly remove the antlers. As for the penis, there's no need for you, a mere child, to concern yourself with that. Laughter erupted from the group behind him. Deer blood is best when infused into liquor, especially the heart's blood, Liu Yukai continued. When slaughtering a deer, once the blood has drained, one must swiftly extract the heart. The remaining blood within the heart is known as heart's blood, which is a potent tonic. What does it replenish? Liu Jin inquired. That I cannot say. You would need to consult an experienced physician. I only know that deer heart blood is highly nourishing. Knowing is knowing, and not knowing is not knowing, Liu Yukai replied, not pretending to be more knowledgeable than he was. Their exchange captivated the attention of those nearby, none of whom noticed the subtle turmoil on Sun Baojian's face when Liu Yukai mentioned the presence of wolves alongside deer. Chapter 82. A report made the journey out of the mountains was smooth. They encountered no wild boars and, as Liu Jin had feared, no packs of wolves. Upon entering the village, Liu Jin parted ways with the hunting team. Night had long since descended, and fearing for his parents' worry, he quickened his pace. As he stepped through the door, he beheld the soft glow of the oil lamp in the kitchen, where Lu Xuanzhu and Li Taiping sat on stools, smoking and conversing. Uncle Li, what brings you here? Liu Jin greeted with a smile. Where have you been? Your Uncle Li has been waiting for you. It's been quite a while. Lu Xuanzhu inquired, his countenance serious, maintaining an air of authority in front of others. I was conscripted by the village hunting party and spent the day deep in the mountains with them, Liu Jin replied, ladling a scoop of water from a small jar in the corner of the stove and drinking deeply. The jar held cool boiled water. Few households in the village possessed thermoses. During winter, when heating the kong, water would be placed in a pot to boil, with a similar container kept warm on the stove for easy access. Has the village organized a hunt? What did you catch? Li Taiping asked. Just 2 wild chickens. No wild boars. They said there were none. Even if there had been, they wouldn't have been able to catch them. They only have bird guns, not rifles. Lu Xuanzhu interjected with a laugh. Bird guns are meant for hunting wild boars? They might as well be scratching an itch. That's exactly what Uncle Yukai said. Liu Jin added, playing along with his father. So what did you actually do? You're not part of the public security, after all. Li Taiping quickly deduced that Liu Jin had not gone hunting. I helped them dig traps, Liu Jin said, offering a cigarette to Li Taiping. I'm already smoking one. Li Taiping raised the cigarette in his hand. Light another one, Liu Jin urged, leaning closer. You rascal, Li Taiping chuckled, taking the cigarette, come with me outside. I have something to ask you. Lu Xuanzhu opened his mouth, as if to interject, but then closed it again. Liu Genlai followed Li Taiping to the courtyard entrance. As soon as they stopped, Li Taiping chuckled and patted his shoulder. Well, young lad, you ventured into the mountains for hunting and managed to resist drawing your gun. If I hadn't watched you grow up, I wouldn't believe you were merely a 15-year-old boy. At this age, boys are particularly eager to show off. Few can resist the temptation of brandishing a firearm when hunting, especially when others lack one. How could I resist? I simply didn't bring it, Liu Genlai lamented, feigning regret. If I had known, I would have taken my gun into the mountains. Enough of your pretense in front of me, Li Taiping retorted with a disapproving glance. Even if Liu Genlai hadn't brought his gun, he had ample opportunity to retrieve it before heading into the mountains. His words were merely a performance before Li. Did you come looking for me just for this? Liu Genlai scratched his head. I only returned from work just now. How would I know you were hunting? I sought you for another matter, Li Taiping replied, glancing around before lowering his voice. What's the story with your bicycle? Someone in the village reported you to the authorities, claiming you were engaging in speculation and profiteering, which led to your arrest. I came specifically to clarify the situation and help you clean up the mess. About that, Liu Genlai smiled and produced his bicycle permit along with a letter of certification from Director Sun. I delivered a wild boar to the North Street office of the 49 city, and Director Sun is a man of principle. So he gifted me a bicycle ticket in return. As he explained, he handed over the bicycle permit and the letter to Li Taiping, which bore the official stamp from the North Street police station. You've got connections all the way to 49 city. I thought you purchased your bicycle ticket at Pigeon Market, Li Taiping remarked, taken aback. Wasn't he at Pigeon Market? I helped my second sister find a job, and her household registration and food relations are tied to North Street. Since I was unfamiliar with the place, I thought it prudent to bring something along to facilitate the process. I just happened to deliver them a wild boar. Li Taiping nodded. You not only possess hunting skills, but also understand the intricacies of human relations. No wonder you managed to secure such a good position for your sister. Liu Genlai's explanation was coherent, and even the seasoned officer Li Taiping failed to detect any inconsistencies. Isn't that what you taught me well, Uncle Li? Liu Genlai exclaimed, showering his mentor with praise. Get out of here. Li Taiping laughed, taking the bicycle permit and certification back into the house. Brother Zhuzi, I came to find Genlai because someone reported him for speculation and profiteering regarding a bicycle. I didn't want to worry you, so I kept it to myself. Here are Genlai's bicycle permit and the proof of its origin. With these two documents, we can confirm the source of his bicycle, and I wanted to assure you not to be concerned. Who would do such a despicable thing, reporting this to the police? Li Lanxiang emerged from the inner room, having just lulled Lu Caixia to sleep. Lu Min had gone to 49 city, leaving Lu Caixia too frightened to sleep alone. So she had joined Li Lanxiang and Lu Shuangzhu for the night. Sister-in-law, please don't be angry. It's true that the person acted unkindly, but we can't blame them entirely. After all, regardless of their motives, they were reporting on speculation and profiteering. Li Taiping reassured him. Fortunately, the bicycle has a legitimate source, so there's no fear of complaints. He refrained from mentioning that, even if the source were dubious, he had ways to rectify the paperwork. It is indeed infuriating. Why is it that some people cannot bear to see others prosper? Lu Shuangzhu was equally vexed. Well, Brother Zhu, you should quietly take pride in having such a capable son. As the chief of a commune police station, I have only a dilapidated bicycle, while you possess a new one. If it weren't for our good relationship, I might even consider reporting you, Li Taiping jested. Laughter erupted from Lu Shuangzhu, who instinctively straightened his back. All right, the matter is settled. I should take my leave now. I will take these two items back to the station for record keeping, and I shall return them tomorrow evening. Li Taiping carefully stowed away the bicycle registration and the letter of proof before turning to exit. Uncle Li, let me accompany you. Liu Genlai followed closely behind. It is a fundamental courtesy for the younger generation to see off guests. You've truly made something of yourself, remarked Zhang's grandmother. I've been basking in your glory lately. Li Taiping patted Liu Genlai on the shoulder. While I'm away, please look after your grandmother. That's unnecessary to say, Liu Genlai retorted with a smirk. You little rascal. Li Taiping laughed as he playfully kicked Liu Genlai's backside. All right, Uncle Li, if you dare to hit me, I'll tell Grandma Zhang, and she will scold you, Liu Genlai replied with a cheeky grin. Laughter echoed back from Li Taiping. This young lad, after a bout of illness, seemed transformed, displaying a newfound brightness and an admirable disposition, demonstrating kindness and gratitude. With a son like this, Brother Zhu is surely destined for a life of comfort. Chapter 83. Finally, a room of my own, Genlai. Where did you acquire that bicycle? As soon as Liu Genlai entered the house, Li Lanxiang grasped his arm, her face etched with concern. Uncle Li just mentioned it. My bicycle has a legitimate source. Liu Genlai reiterated what he had just shared with Li Taiping. That's reassuring, Li Lanxiang exhaled, placing a hand on her chest. You have no idea. Someone at work today warned me that if the bicycle's source were illegitimate, not only could it be confiscated, but you could also be sent for hard labor. It terrified me. Who said that? Lu Xuanzhu's expression darkened, his demeanor suggesting he was ready to confront someone. Father, why do you want to know? Liu Genlai inquired. I want to find out who is spreading rumors about us. And then what? Liu Genlai pressed on. Then I'll give him a good beating, vent my frustration, and teach him to keep his mouth shut. Liu Xuanzhu rolled up his sleeves. And after that? Liu Genlai asked again. What do you mean, after that? Liu Xuanzhu was momentarily taken aback. Let me ask you this. Liu Genlai pulled up a stool and sat down. If you go and beat him up, regardless of whether you can overpower him or not, even if you do manage to get a few hits in and feel better, have you considered the consequences? What consequences? Liu Xuanzhu had not thought that far. Our family is doing well now, with a new bicycle added to our lives. There are plenty of envious eyes in the village. If you choose to confront someone at this moment, regardless of whether we are in the right or wrong, how will the villagers perceive us? Do you wish to be the subject of gossip or to be ostracized by the entire community? Since the onset of the wind has only been a few years, Liu Xuanzhu's ostentatious display of wealth has left an impression of a brash nouveau riche on the villagers. When the winds truly begin to blow, he will undoubtedly become a target, even if he manages to relocate his entire family to the city beforehand. Liu Genlai does not wish for the Liu family to bear a tarnished reputation in the village. Is this how it concludes? This seems far too cowardly. Liu Xuanzhu, feeling agitated, took a seat and pulled out his smoking pipe. As he prepared to smoke, Liu Genlai offered him a cigarette. Questioning the notion of simply letting things be, Liu Xuanzhu took the cigarette but lacked the motivation to light it, doing nothing and pretending as if nothing has occurred. What sort of idea is that? Liu Xuanzhu sulked. Liu Genlai struck a match and brought it closer. What kind of notion is this? Liu Xuanzhu said, his face drooping, refusing Liu Genlai's attempt to light his cigarette. Liu Genlai lit one for himself instead, chuckling. Is doing nothing really so bad? Father, have you ever heard the saying? I relish seeing you so vexed yet unable to do anything about it. Laughter erupted from Liu Lanxiang, who covered her mouth and stifled her giggles, her entire being trembling with mirth. Where do you come up with such peculiar ideas? What do you mean by peculiar? This is a perfectly sensible idea. Liu Genlai retorted with a grin. Mother, you need not be so frugal as before. Indulge in food and clothing. You need not worry about food or money. I am here for you. Let us live our lives vibrantly, leaving those envious of us helpless and merely gazing in envy. Liu Genlai turned back to Liu Xuanzhu, asking, Father, do you not think this will alleviate our grievances? When did you become so mischievous? Liu Xuanzhu chuckled. Where have I gone astray? I have done nothing wrong. Liu Genlai spread his hands innocently. Liu Lanxiang was once again amused by her son's antics, laughing heartily this time without covering her mouth. She quickly tiptoed to the inner room to check on Liu Kaixia, finding her still asleep, before returning quietly. Mother, is Kaixia sleeping with you? Liu Genlai inquired. She was too frightened to sleep alone, afraid of the dark. So I had no choice but to let her stay with me, Liu Lanxiang explained as she tidied the table and prepared dinner, waiting for Liu Genlai to join them. Since Kaixia is with you, that leaves second sister's room vacant. How about I move there? Liu Genlai suggested, feeling a spark of inspiration. That room is quite cold. Can you withstand it? With all 3 beds burning, by the time the warmth reached the innermost room, it had already cooled down significantly, the temperature being several degrees lower than his current room. It won't be too much of a bother, Liu Genlai replied nonchalantly. Zhen Shi and Zhen Wang are restless sleepers, always kicking me. I've long wished to sleep alone. Then let them go to that room, Liu Lanxiang suggested. How can that be? It would be ridiculous for me, as the elder brother, to compete with my younger brothers for warmth. The villagers would mock me. Liu Lanxiang attempted to offer further counsel, but Liu Xuanzhu raised his hand, insisting, listen to Genlai. He is already a grown man. We cannot tarnish his reputation. Later, I will dig a hole in the Kong in that room. If it gets cold, we can just add some wood to the fire. Since the head of the family has spoken, I shall not insist further. Mother will make you a thick quilt. If it gets cold, just cover yourself with more. She replied. All right. Liu Genlai nodded in agreement. His space is filled with cotton. He can always purchase more fabric when needed. So he does not have to worry about conserving blankets at home. Furthermore, the quilt he has is both thin and worn, and it is indeed time for a replacement. Dinner consists of porridge made from sweet potato leaves and grains, which has not changed significantly despite the abundance of food at home. It is merely a touch thicker than before. Liu Genlai remained silent, having resolved to bring home some grain the following day. After dinner, he moved into the room that Lu Min had previously occupied, testing the warmth of the Kong with his hand. It was quite pleasant and not as cold as Li Lanxiang had mentioned. The room's temperature was not excessively low, perhaps only 4 or 5 degrees cooler than the adjacent room, which had no discernible impact. He removed his shoes and climbed onto the Kong, burrowing into the quilt, lying in a starfish position. At last, he had his own room and no longer had to be sandwiched between his two brothers. It was comfortable. The next day, Liu Genlai first went to Wudao Ridge to complete his exercise routine before cycling to Suzhou City. While exercising, he spotted the hunting team, and unlike the previous day, Sun Baojin was absent. Instead, his brother Sun Baoyu had taken his place. Upon arriving at Suzhou City, Liu Genlai made his way to the state-run restaurant. As before, a long queue formed outside, and Lu Min had become quite adept in her role as a waitress, bustling about with Zhang Li. Leaving no time to attend to Liu Genlai, he did not disturb her and went straight to Director He's office. You truly are unrelenting. I just mentioned you this morning, and here you are. Director, he said with a smile as he accepted the cigarette Liu Genlai offered and lit it with delight. What were you saying about me? Liu Genlai poured himself a cup of tea and gulped it down. Isn't this Huangshan Malfoam? I managed to procure a bit from my fifth uncle. Shouldn't I conserve it? Director, he teased. Moreover, you drink tea like a cow slurping water. Even if it were high-grade tea, you would waste it. Liu Genlai merely scoffed. Do not underestimate this tea. It is all whole leaves. Specially sourced by Shaoju from the supply and marketing cooperative, you cannot find it elsewhere. Director, he boasted. No wonder, Director, you comes to mooch your tea. It must be quite enticing. Liu Genlai laughed. Now I understand. He is here for revenge. Enough of your chatter. Director, he waved his hand. The wild boar you sent last time will be sold out today. When can you bring me some more? Chapter 84, Old Tang. Did you know your apprentice nearly stole your deer power? Bring me the tricycle keys. Liu Genlai extended his hand. Wait, do you actually have wild boar now? Director, he asked, somewhat astonished. What do you think I came here for today? Liu Genlai smirked. If I wanted to chat, I would seek out my second sister instead of coming to bother you. You rascal. Director, he grinned, opening a drawer to retrieve the keys and hand them to Liu Genlai. I thought it would be several more days before you had wild boar. It seems like they are raised in your home, appearing as if summoned. As Liu Genlai rose to leave, Director, he hurriedly inquired. How many this time? 4. Totaling around 400 pounds. Is that enough? In the space, there were still 6 wild boars, one weighing around 170 to 180 pounds, 3 around 70 to 80 pounds, and 2 smaller ones weighing approximately 40 to 50 pounds. Liu Genlai intended to retain the 2 smallest ones first. Enough, Director, he remarked. 400 pounds of wild boar could yield over 300 pounds of meat. If we sell it judiciously, it could last nearly a week. Liu Genlai, intrigued, responded. Is everyone around here so affluent? In these times, people are reluctant to indulge in excessive meat consumption. The state-run eateries have been selling meat for several days now. I thought the demand had waned, and that meat wouldn't sell as briskly as it did a few days ago. Yet, it wasn't just the locals buying meat. Many traveled several bus routes to procure it. If I don't temper the supply, the 4 boars you've brought won't last 2 days, he added. And that's with only Chef Nio in the kitchen, who can only prepare 1 pot per meal. If there were a few more chefs, believe me, those 4 boars, over 300 pounds of meat, would be sold out by evening. Director, he looked at him as if he had never encountered such a scenario before. And Liu Genlai felt a pang of disdain. No, I must reclaim this situation. He rubbed his nose, turned, and sat back down. Director, do you need venison? You've got venison? Director, his eyes lit up. How many do you have? Just 2. 1 for you and 1 for Director you. Liu Genlai leaned back against the chair, crossing his legs. Why give him 1? Bring them all to me. You can rest assured, my offer will certainly not be lower than his. Upon hearing that 1 would be offered to Director he became anxious. It's not merely a matter of price. My elder sister works under Director you. I can't just cater to my younger sister and neglect my elder sister. Liu Genlai chuckled. How about I ask Director Yu first? If he declines, I'll give them both to you. Will he decline? He wouldn't leave a single scrap behind. Director, he sulked. Liu Genlai found amusement in the situation. How delightful to tease you, so you no longer look down on me. Director, let us be clear. I have no venison blood or antlers left, only the meat. Blood and antlers are valuable commodities, and selling them together with the meat would be a waste. Not only with venison, but when he sold the wild boars. He had also drained the blood. Meat that hasn't been bled is not only unpalatable, but also foams when cooked. Regardless of modern preferences, he could not compromise his reputation. What's done is done. What do I need that for? Director, he dismissed it nonchalantly. Really, Director, you don't want to supplement your health? Liu Genlai raised an eyebrow, sporting a mischievous grin. Go away, you little brat, what do you know? Director, he glared. I'm in good health. You should be the one to supplement. With a chuckle, Liu Genlai shook the keys to his tricycle and exited. He had miscalculated. He assumed that mentioning the antlers would make Director Hi's eye sparkle, providing an opportunity to tease him. Instead, he discovered Director he was in quite good shape. Upon reflection, it made sense. In these times, there were no technological shortcuts to weight gain, and if Director he were unwell, he wouldn't be carrying such ample flesh. Feigning nonchalance, he rode his tricycle around the city outskirts. When Liu Genlai returned to the state-run eatery, he was hauling 4 wild boars and 2 deer. Director Chef Niu, and the young apprentice were already waiting at the back door of the restaurant, and even Zhang Li had pulled Lu Min along to witness the commotion. What? You say there are people queuing to buy meat? Let them wait. Selling meat is far less significant than the spectacle. It was the first time Lu Min had seen her brother deliver meat to the restaurant, and such a considerable amount at that. Her eyes were wide with astonishment, and her mouth seemed to be agape indefinitely. Did you catch all of these? Lu Min exclaimed as she hurried a few steps forward, bypassing Director He and the others, and seized Liu Genlai, who was still perched on his tricycle. So how about it? Aren't I impressive? Liu Genlai grinned with a smug expression. But how did you manage to catch them? And what about the deer? They're not easy to catch. Unlike others, Lu Min was more concerned about Liu Genlai's safety. Using traps, of course. How else could I catch them? To a certain extent, this was not a lie. Who said a trap had to be a pit? His methods for catching wild boars and deer were traps in their own right. Catching so many wild boars must require quite a few traps, right? In this freezing weather. How did you manage to dig them? Lu Min transformed into a plethora of questions, ultimately driven by her concern. The others turned their gaze toward Liu Genlai, equally curious for the answer. It's simple. Just gather some firewood and burn it. Even the hardest frozen ground will melt away in no time. Liu Genlai felt a surge of pride, realizing that yesterday's method for digging traps could be applied today flawlessly. You really are something, Director, he remarked, alleviating his doubts and signaling Chef Niu and the apprentice to unload and weigh the catch. Hold on, that deer belongs to Director Yu. When the apprentice attempted to take a second deer after securing one, Liu Genlai hurriedly grabbed its leg. What does it matter whose deer it is? We helped him out. Tell him he doesn't need to thank us. We're all familiar with each other. It's only right we assist him. Chef Niu chuckled from the side. Go on. Get out of here. With someone like you, how could you possibly train a good apprentice? Liu Genlai laughed, tossing a cigarette over before pushing off with his feet, causing the tricycle to lurch forward. He couldn't afford to linger. At the rate the apprentice was going, he might very well snatch that deer away. Don't wander too far. Come back to settle the bill at noon. Director, he called out to Liu Genlai. The restaurant could hardly afford the cost of 4 wild boars at once, and he needed to make another trip. For this kind of work, he was more than willing to make as many trips as necessary. Not only would the leaders praise him, but the envious and jealous glances from the other directors were enough to keep him feeling quite pleased with himself. Upon entering the supply and marketing cooperative, Liu Genlai spotted Director Yu sitting by the stove, warming himself. Behind the counter, Aunt Zhu was teaching Lu Fong how to knit a sweater. Little Jia was absent, and Liu Genlai guessed he was likely out restocking supplies. After greeting Aunt Zhu and Lu Fong, Liu Genlai took a seat beside Director Yu and casually handed him a cigarette. Have you come to deliver vegetables? Director Yu asked, using a poker to lift a glowing piece of charcoal, lighting his cigarette before extending it towards Liu Genlai, not wanting to inhale coal dust. Liu Genlai struck a match to the charcoal, igniting it with a satisfying crackle before lighting his own cigarette. Did your seeds sprout so quickly? Do you think this is ginseng? Upon the mention of ginseng fruit, Liu Genlai suddenly chuckled. Director Yu, so slender, hardly resembles Zhu Beiji. Zhu Beiji could only be likened to Director He. So what about Director Yu? Casting a glance at his bald head, Liu Genlai immediately thought of Tang Sung, old Tang. Do you know your hefty disciple nearly snatched your deer power? In chapter 85, a friend of mine, you have quite a few issues, lad. Director Yu jestingly reprimanded. Don't expect me to offer you a cigarette next time. You said it yourself. Liu Genlai gestured towards the door. Outside, on the tricycle, was a deer. And I certainly want to give it to you. What did you say? Director Yu was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Genlai, did you acquire a deer? Aunt Zhu, with ears sharper than Director Yu's, immediately sprang up, her face alight with surprise. Director Yu wasted no time, setting down the hook and rushing out of the supply and marketing cooperative, returning with a deer leg in hand, dragging the deer behind him. You're quite audacious. Leaving the deer outside, that's meat. If someone sees it, I might incur losses. Director Yu wasn't concerned about theft in these troubled times. Heavy penalties awaited anyone daring enough to steal such a sizable deer. His worry lay in being seen by acquaintances. If they came for a share of the meat, would you offer it? Refusing would offend them, yet giving would cause personal loss. I never said I'd give it to you. Why did you bring it in? Liu Genlai feigned a sulky expression. Go on, you little rascal, daring to play tricks on your elder you. I think you're asking for a beating. Director Yu chastised playfully, pulling apart the two deer legs to inspect. Where's the deer whip? Why is it missing? Oh, Liu Genlai perked up. Elder Yu, we're strong and robust. Do we need that thing? Get lost. It's not for me. I'm inquiring on behalf of a friend. Director Yu glared. Oh, Liu Genlai deliberately elongated his tone, grinning mischievously. Ha ha ha, Aunt Zhu chuckled, and even Lu Fong stifled her laughter. What is so funny? What is there to laugh about? Director Yu's composure faltered, casting a stern glare at the amused Aunt Zhu and Lu Fong, then beckoned Liu Genlai. Come, let us head to my office. Without waiting for Liu Genlai's response, Director Yu dragged the deer leg into the office. Hee, Liu Genlai smirked slyly and followed inside. It was time to stop teasing. Seeing Director Yu's demeanor, further jesting would surely provoke him. As soon as Liu Genlai entered the office, Director Yu shut the door, eagerly inquiring. Where's the deer whip? Realizing he had sounded too urgent, he quickly added, I truly am asking for a friend. I know, Liu Genlai suppressed his laughter. Nodding repeatedly, the deer whip was taken by our village captain. He said he wanted it for brewing wine. Has he started soaking it yet? Director Yu pressed. How would I know? I didn't ask, Liu Genlai shrugged. When did you give it to him? Yesterday afternoon. As soon as we got the deer, he requested it. Liu Genlai rambled on. That should still be timely. Director Yu approached his desk, picked up a pen, and began to write briskly. Make a trip to Tongren and find Director Lin. Just tell him it's from me and request a recipe for soaking deer penis in liquor. Once you have the medicine, deliver it to your team leader and let him know it's a gift from me. When the medicinal liquor is ready, I will need 10 jin. Liu Genlai glanced at the note written by Director Yu before tucking it into his pocket. I'll go right away. He had been meaning to consult an experienced traditional Chinese physician regarding the benefits of deer blood and deer penises, and now Director Yu had facilitated that. Is your team leader easy to talk to? Director Yu took a seat and pushed the teapot toward Liu Genlai, pouring himself a cup of tea. He certainly doesn't treat you like an outsider. Rest assured, even if our team leader doesn't give me face, he must extend some courtesy to you, right? Liu Genlai remarked. As for whether old Zheng was approachable, he was not certain, but he knew that 10 jin of medicinal liquor was hardly a burden. After all, one cannot simply call someone Uncle Yu without reason. You're just talking nonsense, Director Yu chuckled, shaking his head. Does he even know who I am? You are the esteemed director of a state-run supply and marketing cooperative. Who wouldn't seek your favor? Liu Genlai responded, showering him with flattery. Why haven't I seen you seeking my favor? It's always me asking you for favors. Let us not speak of such formalities between us. It would only hurt our friendship, Liu Genlai replied earnestly. Director Yu burst into hearty laughter, pulling several grade A cigarette coupons from his drawer and tossing them in front of Liu Genlai. Here you go. Liu Genlai accepted them without hesitation, slipping them into his pocket. You wait here while I have Xiao Zhu and your sister weigh the deer. Pork prices have risen again recently. Now at 2 yuan and 5 cents per jin. We'll calculate the deer's price based on that. With that, Director Yu carried the deer leg outside. Fearful of theft, he was not surprised by the rise in black market pork prices. It was expected. Currently, prices were manageable, but they had soared before the new year and would likely remain high after. He vaguely recalled the hardships of recent years when pork prices had reached 5 to 6 yuan, yet availability remained scarce. Before long, Director Yu returned, clicking the abacus with precision. That deer weighed 66 gene. At 2 yuan and 5 cents per gene, the total is 165. He produced a key, unlocked a drawer, retrieved a stack of cash, counted out 165, and handed it to Liu Genlai. Liu Genlai, as usual, did not bother to count it, simply placing it in his pocket. Director Yu had grown accustomed to this and waved Liu Genlai off. Hurry along now, don't let it delay you. If I really delay, will your friend get upset with you? Liu Genlai grinned mischievously. You little rascal. Director Yu lifted his teacup in mock threat. But Liu Genlai nimbly leaped away, laughing as he exited the office. Director Yu lingered only a moment longer, wiping his face and adopting a serious demeanor as he stepped out of the office, instructing Aunt Zhu and Lu Fong, I'm heading to the upper office. Prepare some money if you want meat. It's 2 yuan and 5 cents per gene, and each person can get 1 gene. Director, I won't be needing any. Lu Fong stood up. My brother will take care of it. It wasn't that she didn't want it. Rather, she simply lacked the funds, having only recently started her job without receiving her first paycheck. If you don't want it, I'll take it. Aunt Zhu hurriedly exclaimed, Director, I need that pound from Xiao Lu. I require 2 pounds. Her household consists of dual-income workers, and their combined salary barely exceeds 100 yuan, rendering them unable to spend extravagantly. When meat becomes available, she certainly does not wish to miss the opportunity. Director Yu nodded in agreement and, dragging the deer leg, stepped outside. It was only after he had secured the deer into a sack and strapped it to his bicycle that he secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. In his haste, he had inadvertently exposed his little embarrassment to his subordinates. Alas, the trials of middle age are indeed arduous. Upon exiting the supply and marketing cooperative, Liu Genlai promptly activated the navigation map, locating the address of the Tong Rin Tang that Director Yu had mentioned, and pedaled over. As he entered the grand entrance of Tong Rin Tang, he immediately spotted an elderly traditional Chinese medicine doctor seated within. His hair was a mix of white and gray, adorned with spectacles, and a long beard framed his face. With his eyes closed while taking a pulse, he exuded an aura of ethereal wisdom. Although Liu Genlai had borrowed the establishment's name several times, this was his first encounter with the actual person. Choosing not to disturb him, Liu Genlai approached the medicine cabinet, placed a handful of peanuts atop it, and cheerfully inquired of a woman who appeared to be in her 30s or 40s, Excuse me, is Director Lin available? I have a matter to discuss with him. Chapter 86. Could the friend he mentioned be you? Don't call me big sister, call me Auntie. The woman's reaction mirrored that of Aunt Zhu, her smile broadening until her eyes nearly vanished. There is no woman who does not enjoy being addressed in a manner that suggests youthfulness. All right, Auntie, Liu Genlai chuckled, scratching his head, his innocent demeanor quite befitting his age. Young man, are you a relative of our director? The woman asked, cheerfully gathering the peanuts into her pocket. Not at all, Liu Genlai shook his head. Then why do you seek our director? She queried. If it's not a significant matter, I can assist you. With her warm demeanor, she was particularly enthusiastic after receiving Liu Genlai's offering. Do not underestimate these peanuts. Many affluent individuals cannot procure them. It was an elder who sent me to find Director Lin. Is he in? Liu Genlai wished to avoid further conversation with this woman. Yes. Follow me. The woman stepped out from behind the medicine cabinet and led Liu Genlai to Director Lin's office. As they departed, she added, Should you require assistance in the future, just seek out Auntie. I can help you. What would I come to the pharmacy for if not for an ailment? Do you wish for me to fall ill or something? Liu Genlai found her excessive enthusiasm somewhat amusing. Director Lin, of a similar age to Director Yu, was clad in a Zhongshan suit. However, he wore a worker's cap, and the sparse hair visible beneath it suggested that he would likely be balding without the hat. Liu Genlai presented a note outlining his intentions, and Director Lin rose to shake his hand, his face beaming with wrinkles. The Xiao Lu that old Yu frequently mentions must be you. You look vibrant, distinctly different from other young people. Why the flattery when we are discussing serious matters? Liu Genlai replied with a sheepish grin, eager to hear what Director Lin would say next. Has old Yu requested the recipe for deer whip wine? You've brought him deer meat again? Director Lin's subsequent remark indeed revolved around the meat. I just delivered it, but unfortunately, there were no deer whips or deer blood. Our team leader requisitioned those 2 items. Liu Genlai replied. Without the deer whip, what use does he have for the prescription? Director Lin felt somewhat perplexed. He intends to present the medicine to our captain. He desires a prepared medicinal wine, Liu Genlai explained. The old man shook his head in disbelief. Liu Genlai, with a mischievous glint in his eye, blurted out, Director Lin. Uncle, you mentioned that the medicinal wine is for an old friend of his. Could that old friend possibly be you? Hearing such nonsense, he retorted. He's merely requesting it for himself. My health is perfectly fine. I have no need for medicinal wine. Director Lin reacted as if stung by a wasp, promptly throwing Uncle Yu under the bus. Well, a pair of unfortunate brothers, Liu Genlai chuckled inwardly. Director Lin's demeanor was so transparent in its attempt to disguise the truth that anyone not a fool could see through it. Wait here. I shall fetch the medicine for you. Whether it was due to concern that Liu Genlai might uncover something or his own urgency akin to Uncle Yu's, Director Lin hastily departed after uttering those words. He was gone for over half an hour and returned bearing a large bundle of medicine, weighing at least 2 to 3 pounds. This medicine is sufficient to soak 1 deer whip. Inform your captain to soak 50 pounds of high-proof liquor at a time. The first soak should last 6 months, the second at least 8 months, and the third must endure for 2 years. After 3 soaks, the deer whip will lose its efficacy, Director Lin instructed, then inquired, Can you remember all this? Would you like me to write it down for you? No need. Liu Genlai replied, reiterating Director Lin's instructions, and then asking, What proof is the high liquor? It must be at least 50 degrees, 70-degree old baijiu would be even better. Understood, Liu Genlai nodded. The 70-degree old baijiu should be available at Uncle Yu's supply and marketing cooperative, but I need to make a return trip. By the way, Xiao Lu, do you still have wild boar meat? Deer meat would suffice too. Rest assured, the price will be absolutely fair for you, Director Lin inquired. Rubbing his hands together, clearly a bit bashful, yet unable to resist the allure of meat, Liu Genlai pondered for a moment. Currently, we have no wild boar, but we do have a deer. However, our captain wishes to reserve it for a trade of Chinese medicinal herbs to brew deer blood wine. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Director Lin exclaimed, slapping his thigh. I have the herbs for brewing deer blood wine right here. I will fetch them for you. Inform your captain to bring the deer directly. Director Lin, Liu Genlai hurriedly called out. The quantity of medicine our captain requires is rather substantial. We have captured 6 deer in total, and by the way, he also wishes to prepare some medicinal wine from deer heart blood. No worries. Is it just 6 deer? A trivial matter. I have the formula for deer heart blood as well, and I will gather the herbs for you, Director Lin confidently declared. Is the temptation of meat that strong? Liu Genlai chuckled to himself as he stood up. Director Lin, our captain has already sent someone to deliver that deer. It is just outside the city. I must hurry out to intercept it. If I delay, I fear the deer might be sold. Liu Genlai preferred not to wait idly, so he decided to have the deer delivered while Director Lin fetched the medicine. All right, go quickly, Director Lin urged, clearly flustered. Upon leaving Tongrentang, Liu Jin approached a supply and marketing cooperative, purchasing all the Class A cigarette vouchers that Director Yu had given him to buy Zhonghua cigarettes. He also procured cotton shoes and socks for his family, and with the remaining liquor vouchers, acquired 4 jars of aged white liquor. Each jar weighed 50 kilograms, totaling 200 kilograms, which would suffice for soaking a considerable amount of deer blood. With this liquor, coupled with the inventory from Director Yu, he would have ample supply for soaking deer antlers and blood. While transferring the goods, Liu Jin exerted a bit of effort. The sales staff at the cooperative certainly wouldn't assist him, which suited his intentions perfectly. He carried a jar of liquor to a secluded alley, and upon his return, the liquor had been cleverly stored away in his space. After 4 trips, he completed the task without raising any suspicions. The cooperative staff assumed he had companions waiting outside. Once he had procured the cigarettes and liquor, Liu Jin retrieved a deer from his space, placed it in a burlap sack, and secured it to the back of his bicycle before returning to Tongrentang. Director Lin was already prepared with the herbs for the liquor soaking in his office, and upon seeing Liu Jin enter with the sack, he immediately approached him. The deer must have weighed around 60 to 70 kilograms, quite plump indeed. Observing the deer in the sack brought a broad smile to Director Lin's face. Xiao Lu, I owe you my gratitude. Now I need not worry about the benefits for the upcoming new year, he exclaimed. This will last us well into the festivities. And there is still over a month until the new year. What gratitude? I should be thanking you. Liu Jin replied with a grin. I'll take these herbs back, and our team leader will surely be pleased, arranging a lighter workload for me next year. Director Lin burst into laughter and called out, Come over and weigh the meat. Upon hearing there was meat, Several sales clerks gathered, including the elderly physician who had just moments before appeared aloof, now approaching with a beaming, worldly smile. The price offered by Director Lin was generous, and the herbs for soaking the liquor were not inexpensive. As Liu Gen left the office, he found only a few extra coins in his pocket, as Director Lin had waived the cost for the herbs for the deer antler liquor. Otherwise, he would have had to cover that expense. Overall, however, he concluded that he had made a significant profit. The sight of the 4 large jars of deer blood liquor in the 5th district filled Liu Gen with immense joy. Chapter 87. A promotion awaits him. Arriving in the main hall of Tongrentang, Liu Gen noticed the elderly physician was free. So he walked over and took a seat opposite him. "Young man, are you feeling unwell?" The old physician inquired with a smile. "I'm perfectly fine. I simply have a question I would like to consult you about," Liu Gen replied, placing a handful of peanuts on the table. "Longevity fruits. These are indeed fine items," the old physician remarked, gesturing to the chair beside him. "This seat is reserved for patients, not for consultations." "How particular?" Liu Gen chuckled and settled next to the old physician. Without asking Liu Gen about his inquiry, the physician lowered his gaze slightly, observing Liu Gen's complexion through his glasses. "You appear quite frail. Would you like me to prescribe something to bolster your health?" His ability to discern health merely by observing one's complexion was impressive. "No need to trouble yourself. I'll be fine after a few days of rest," Liu Gen responded, dismissing the old physician's kind offer. "After all, medicine can be harmful, and I am aware of the root cause of my weakness. Indeed, observing your complexion, your health appears to be on the mend. Medication may expedite the process, but abstaining from it is also feasible." The esteemed traditional physician has not been persistent. "May I inquire your name?" Liu Genlai noticed that the index finger of the old physician was slightly yellowed, so he offered him a cigarette and struck a match to light it. The yellowing of the finger undoubtedly indicated a seasoned smoker. "This cigarette is quite remarkable." The old physician accepted the smoke, drew it close, and inhaled deeply. "I am surnamed Lo. In this day and age, there are no places where smoking is prohibited. One can smoke freely without fear of reprimand from others." Surname Lo. Liu Genlai felt a surge of respect. The Liu family was indeed the founder of Tongrentang, which originally belonged entirely to them, now nationalized. The old physician, being a member of the Liu family and still presiding over Tongrentang, deserves admiration for his noble spirit. "Old Liu, I wish to consult you regarding the benefits of deer heart blood," Liu Genlai expressed with utmost respect. The benefits of deer heart blood are manifold. Upon discussing medical matters, the demeanor of old Liu transformed entirely. "It is known to strengthen bones and muscles, enhance appetite, delay aging, replenish vital energy and blood, and alleviate insomnia and forgetfulness." Old Liu enumerated more than 10 benefits in one breath, leaving Liu Genlai astounded. "If what you say holds true, then deer heart blood is indeed a remarkable substance. The merit of a thing is not absolute. It is primarily determined by its rarity. For instance, water is so abundant that few regard it as valuable, yet in scarcity, nothing surpasses its worth. The same applies to deer heart blood. Its rarity combined with the essential components it contains makes it the precious item you describe. Are you attempting to take me on as a disciple with such lectures?" Liu Genlai, uninterested in the esoteric discussions of yin and yang or the principles of the universe, quickly interjected, "Does deer heart blood truly delay aging?" This was his primary concern. His grandparents were aging, and he wished for them to maintain their health and enjoy life a few more years. The cycle of life, aging, and death is inescapable. Deer heart blood merely offers slight reprieve and is not a panacea, nor can it reverse aging. "Do not harbor excessive expectations," old Liu remarked, stroking his beard with an air of profound mystery. "Aside from brewing medicinal wine, how else can it be utilized?" Liu Genlai hastily interrupted old Liu, feeling that while his medical expertise was commendable, he tended to be overly verbose. The role of the monk should not belong to the director, but rather to him. One can dry it, grind it into powder, and consume it with water or use it in soups and stews. Sensing Liu Genlai's impatience, old Liu provided a concise response this time. "I see. Thank you, old Liu. You may continue with your endeavors. I shall take my leave." Liu Genlai placed a box of Zhonghua cigarettes on the table and rose to depart. If it could only be used for brewing wine, his grandmother would find it useless. However, drying and grinding it into powder would allow both his grandparents to benefit. Old Liu wished to stop Liu Genlai to say something further. But just as he raised his hand, someone assisted a patient into the seat opposite him, compelling old Liu to lower his hand and sigh inwardly. Upon exiting Tongrentang, Liu Genlai proceeded to the Beijia Security Brigade. Upon entering Zhou Qiming's office, he was already carrying an entire deer leg. Given all the assistance Zhou had provided, Liu Genlai would certainly not forget him. He could not act ungratefully towards those who had aided him. Is this a deer leg? Did you hunt it? Zhou Qiming was engrossed in writing at his desk when he noticed Liu Genlai entering. He immediately set down his pen and took the deer leg from Liu Genlai's hands. I just caught this yesterday. Here is a leg for you to savor. Liu Genlai plopped down in a chair opposite Zhou Qiming, casually tossing a cigarette onto the desk. You don't have some matter to discuss with me, do you? Zhou Qiming chuckled. Let us be clear. If the issue is too significant, I shall not accept this deer leg. Why would I come to see my uncle Zhou if there was nothing on my mind? Liu Genlai retorted, lifting his foot onto Zhou Qiming's desk. You little rascal, take your feet down. Zhou Qiming swung the deer leg as if to strike, prompting Liu Genlai to hastily remove his foot. If you continue this way, I might just take the deer leg back. I'm only this casual because you are my uncle. Get lost. Is it customary to be so familiar? Zhou Qiming chided with a laugh. If you truly regard me as your uncle and continue to act so disrespectfully, I might just have to teach you a lesson. Perhaps it is best if you cease to be my uncle then. Giving you meat and still facing a beating. What sort of uncle is that? Liu Genlai pouted. Do not be ungrateful. Do you think everyone is fair game for me to hit? Zhou Qiming picked up the cigarette from the desk and glanced at his earlier writing. Do you know what you almost stepped on just now? It's not your self-reflection, is it? Uncle Zhou, what mistake did you make? Liu Genlai laughed. Get lost. Can't you wish for me to have some good fortune? Zhou Qiming settled into his chair. Better late than never. I am actually drafting a report to request more personnel for the security brigade. Do you know anyone who might be interested? What are the benefits? Liu Genlai inquired. 2 meals a day and a monthly stipend of 9 yuan. For those living far away, accommodation can be provided. There is someone I have in mind. Let me check with him when I return. Liu Genlai thought of Wu Jiefeng. This young man had treated him well, and he wished to assist him with this opportunity. How old is he? The security brigade has age requirements. They cannot accept those who are too young or too old. Zhou Qiming considered Liu Genlai's age, hoping not to end up with a mere child, as it would complicate matters. He's a year older than I am. He'll be 17 after the new year. 17? Zhou Qiming sighed with relief. In that case, if he wishes to come, let your village adjust his age to 18. Not a problem. In this day and age, changing one's age is as easy as drinking cold water. It can be done without even visiting the commune. Just the village committee can handle it. Then it's settled. I will reserve this position for you. You can bring someone over whenever you like. Wait, Uncle Zhou, you're making promises before the report is even submitted. What if it gets rejected? You know nothing, Zhou Qiming laughed. This report is a directive from above. Otherwise, would I go through the trouble of writing it? I barely know a handful of characters. It's quite the burden. Liu Genlai immediately seized upon the crucial point. The matter was already settled, and the higher-ups were aware that Zhou Qiming was not well-versed in literacy, yet still tasked him with writing a report. This was a sign of his promotion. Congratulations, Uncle Zhou. It seems you are on the path to advancement. Liu Genlai smiled. Shall I treat you to a celebratory meal? You may be young, but your instincts in this regard are quite sharp. Zhou Qiming increasingly felt that Liu Genlai's background was rather extraordinary. At his age, a young lad like him would not be able to discern profound truths merely from a report unless he had been exposed to a considerable amount of experience. How could he possibly know that Liu Genlai had traversed time, and that his actual age far exceeded what was visible? He seemed oblivious to my familial ties. Liu Genlai casually offered a flattery. Zhou Qiming chose to disregard Liu Genlai's comment and pondered aloud. There are 2 destinations. Could you provide your counsel on which would be more suitable? How would I know such things? Liu Genlai waved his hand dismissively. Once you decide where to go, just let me know. Just as he was puffing himself up, he revealed a hint of uncertainty. Zhou Qiming stated directly, one is Beiguan Prison, and the other is the Zhanshan Police Station. Going to Beiguan Prison carries a higher level of significance than visiting the Zhanshan Police Station. Liu Genlai contemplated for a moment. Do you genuinely wish to hear my advice? Of course. If I didn't want to hear it, why would I even discuss it with you? Which establishment is closer to home? Does proximity really matter? In these times, we speak of sacrifice, dedication, and serving the people. Zhou Qiming had yet to contemplate the matter of choosing a workplace from this perspective. Leaning against the back of his chair, Liu Genlai gazed up at the ceiling. Uncle Zhou, I was seriously ill not long ago, and couldn't he get out of bed for months. I genuinely believed I wouldn't he survive. While lying there, I constantly pondered a question. What is the purpose of living this life? Don't preach to me about lofty principles. Until one faces death, one never truly understands what is paramount. What do you consider to be the most important? Zhou Qiming's interest was piqued. Family ties. In that moment, Liu Genlai's demeanor was far from that of a mere 15-year-old. When faced with the prospect of death, all else becomes inconsequential. And the only bonds one cannot sever are those of family. Is it any wonder that as soon as you recovered, you sought employment for your two sisters? So that is where your motivations lie. Zhou Qiming chuckled, rising to his feet. Come, let us head to Donglishan. You shall treat Uncle Zhou to a deer leg, and I will treat you to hot pot. Then I must eat heartily. Liu Genlai feigned loosening his belt, which sent Zhou Qiming into a fit of laughter. The pair first detoured to the state-run guest house where Zhou Qiming handed over the deer leg to Aunt Zhou, and then they proceeded directly to Donglishan. In every era, there are those who are not short of money. Liu Genlai had presumed that few could afford a meal at Donglishan, yet to his surprise, it was completely packed. The two waited for over half an hour before finally securing a table. It was impossible to rely on the waitress to take their orders. The menu was written on a blackboard on the wall, and patrons had to write their selections themselves and present them to the waitress, who remained rather indifferent. As Liu Genlai sat observing Zhou Qiming busily attending to the arrangements, he returned with a bottle of Maotai wine placed on the table. Where did you procure this wine? Zhou Qiming exclaimed as he uncapped the bottle. I had it tucked away in my pocket, Liu Genlai replied with a smile. I intended to treat you to a drink. But since you are treating me to a meal, it is only fitting that you provide the meat while I supply the wine. This meal doesn't count as your treat. You still owe me one. You certainly never miss an opportunity to avoid loss, Zhou Qiming teased, only to witness Liu Genlai pull out a handful of peanuts from his pocket. You aren't bringing out some marinated meat again, are you? Zhou Qiming recalled the previous incident, where Liu Genlai's pockets resembled a small storage room, as he retrieved items one by one. What a thought! Today, you shall pay for the meat. Liu Genlai cast Zhou Qiming a disdainful glance. Upon arriving at Donglishan, if he brought out the braised meat, he might be mistaken for causing a scene, and Liu Genlai had no desire to be expelled by the waitstaff. After waiting for more than 10 minutes without a sign from the server to call them for their dishes, Zhou Qiming remained unfazed, while Liu Genlai grew impatient. He stood up and approached the waiter. Zhou Qiming glanced at him but made no attempt to stop him, shaking his head with a smile. Liu Genlai grabbed a handful of white rabbit candies and placed them on the table before the server, saying, Excuse me, could you kindly expedite the dishes for table 7? I have some urgent matters and wish to eat sooner. Oh, there's no need to rush. Table 7, right? Your table is actually next in line for service. The server's face lit up with a smile as she swept the candies into her drawer. I wouldn't believe you. If it weren't for these candies, it would take half an hour for us to be served. I consider myself defeated. Then thank you, my dear. Liu Genlai's smile grew even warmer. As soon as Liu Genlai returned, Zhou Qiming chuckled. Have you stopped using wild chickens to pave the way and switched to candy instead? Who said that? Am I not paving the way with deer legs? Liu Genlai laughed heartily. Zhou Qiming, amused, replied, You really are a spendthrift. Would it kill you to wait a little longer? Are you not worried that the lamb slices you ordered won't suffice for just me? Liu Genlai chuckled in response. If it's not enough, you can enjoy your braised meat. Zhou Qiming laughed. I've only saved up 2 Jin of meat tickets. I want to have an extra tail left. What a miser. Not even ensuring a full meal for the guest, Liu Genlai scoffed. Though he spoke like this, Liu Genlai understood that Zhou Qiming's ability to save 2 Jin of meat tickets was quite commendable. The security team had little in terms of resources, and Zhou Qiming's accumulation of these tickets was largely due to the scarcity of meat. If it were available, he wouldn't have a single tail left. While they were bantering, their dishes were ready, and they did not need to fetch them themselves. The server personally delivered them with exceptional warmth. Well, those candies weren't given in vain, were they? Liu Genlai boasted while dipping the lamb slices into the pot. Enjoy your meal. Such delectable lamb cannot mute your chatter. Zhou Qiming teased, yet he couldn't help but admire Liu Genlai's perceptiveness. At such a young age, he had grasped the nuances of human interactions. With a little assistance, his future was boundless. After finishing their hot pot, the two parted ways, with Zhou Qiming returning to the security team and Liu Genlai heading to the state-run restaurant. Today, the braised pork had already sold out, and Lu Min was no longer busy. Liu Genlai received the meat money from director He, chatted with Liu Min for a while, and then made his way to the supply and marketing cooperative. Upon hearing that Liu Genlai's matters had been resolved, director Yu was pleased. When Liu Genlai mentioned wanting to buy some liquor, he didn't even ask for the liquor tickets, allowing Xiao Jia to load a full tricycle for him. Liu Genlai had completely cleared the inventory of the supply and marketing cooperative. He opted not to have Xiao Jia deliver it, but instead rode the tricycle leisurely around, finding a deserted alleyway to stow the liquor away in his space before returning to the cooperative at a leisurely pace. Lu Fong was left with a piece of venison, weighing about 3 to 4 pounds. Liu Genlai returned home, unconcerned whether taking the deer meat would cause any inconvenience for the Qin family. His primary concern was that his two sisters could enjoy it. If Qin Daji dared to claim it all for himself, Liu Genlai would certainly ensure he was taught a lesson he would not forget. As Liu Genlai returned home with a burlap sack, the production team had already finished their work for the day, leaving only Li Lanxiang at home. "Mother, where is father?" he inquired. Knowing his two younger brothers and sister were likely out gathering firewood, so he refrained from asking further. "He has gone to a meeting. What have you brought back?" Li Lanxiang was preparing dinner, which appeared to be another pot of porridge. "What meeting is that?" Liu Genlai set the sack down beside the stove and poured himself a ladle of water, drinking several hearty gulps. The water from the small jar was freshly warmed, just the right temperature, and each sip was soothingly pleasant. They were discussing using grain as bait to catch wild boars, Li Lanxiang replied as she untied the sack. "With people struggling to fill their stomachs, why would we use grain to feed wild boars? And what else did you bring?" Liu Genlai pulled up a stool, smiling as he lit a cigarette. "You silly child, wasting money when we have enough to eat at home," she grumbled while pulling items from the sack one by one. The top layer consisted of various vegetables, cucumbers, tomatoes, peppers, potatoes, eggplants, and cabbages, a modest assortment of each. Beneath that were bags of white flour, cornmeal, and rice, each weighing about 20 pounds. Once the 3 grain bags were out, Li Lanxiang gasped upon discovering the last item, cotton shoes. "Why did you buy so many pairs? We have plenty of shoes already. I do not wish to endure the smell of feet, mother. Don't you think our home has become rather odorous?" Liu Genlai glanced at Li Lanxiang's footwear. Among the family, apart from his own military boots, everyone else wore worn-out shoes, and the stench was unbearable. If they all took off their shoes at once, he would have to escape the room. Which family doesn't have this issue? "You are just being difficult," Li Lanxiang chided. Yet she continued to arrange the cotton shoes neatly, pair by pair. "Why do even the smallest ones belong to Caixia? She is still so young. These shoes will not fit her next year." Seeing the tiniest pair brought a pang of tenderness to Li Lanxiang's heart. Everyone else has a new pair. Why should she be any different? Liu Genlai remarked with a grin. "What would you do if Caixia cried and begged for new shoes?" "I would give her a good spanking." Li Lanxiang huffed. "You wouldn't dare. She's my beloved little sister," Liu Genlai replied with a chuckle. "You must spoil her, so she understands what it means to be treated well. Otherwise, when she grows up, some scoundrel might easily deceive her." "Where do you come up with such nonsense?" Li Lanxiang retorted, though her face was lit with a smile. "Mother, why not try on your new shoes and see if they fit?" Liu Genlai suggested, holding up the second largest pair of cotton shoes and presenting them to her. Li Lanxiang took the items, then set them down. Deciding to try again later as her mother had yet to wash her feet, she didn't want to dirty them. There were also socks to consider, which they would test together shortly. Liu Genlai pulled out a large handful of socks from his pocket. "Why did you buy so many socks?" Li Lanxiang winced at the thought of the expense. "What is excessive about it? There are 5 of us. Shouldn't everyone have at least 2 pairs to change?" Liu Genlai shoved the socks into Li Lanxiang's hands. As Li Lanxiang gazed at the new socks in her hands, and then at the row of new cotton shoes on the ground, her eyes began to well with tears. "Mother, what is cooking in the pot?" Liu Genlai, wishing to divert her from sorrow, quickly changed the subject. "Cornmeal porridge made with peanut shells and sweet potato leaves." Li Lanxiang wiped her eyes. "Are you hungry? Let me serve you some." "Don't serve me. I want to eat it," Liu Genlai replied with disdain. "Mother, please don't add peanut shells when cooking in the future. Eating too much of that makes it difficult to relieve oneself." By the latrine, there was always a small stick, about the thickness of a finger and a foot long, not for wiping, but for digging. Not only peanut shells, but also cornmeal could cause constipation. Liu Genlai, having spent little time at home lately, recalled how his relatives often faced such troubles and would frequently call for assistance. Remembering this, He realized why Lu Min had said the bowl of sweet potato and sweet potato leaf porridge he had eaten upon his arrival was beneficial. It would facilitate relief. Li Lanxiang glanced at the bags of grain, hesitating for a moment, before finally nodding. All right, mother wouldn't use peanut shells in cooking anymore. What mother wouldn't care for her child? If she had any means, she would not wish to see her child suffer. Let us reduce the cornmeal as well. Liu Genlai continued to persuade. In the future, use the cornmeal I brought back for porridge. Don't be stingy. Once it's finished, I can always bring more home. Where would you get the money to buy grain? Li Lanxiang expressed skepticism towards Liu Genlai's words. You know my hunting skills, don't you? Liu Genlai smiled. Yesterday, my traps caught 2 wild boars and 2 deer. I delivered them to the state-run restaurant and exchanged them for quite a bit of money and grain tickets. The purchases I made didn't even use them all. Mother, our family will truly never lack food in the future. How can you be so capable? Li Lanxiang's eyes grew red again. The village hunting team can't catch anything, yet you managed to catch so much. It must be divine favor. The old saying is true, surviving great calamity surely brings blessings. Li Lanxiang clasped her hands together and bent at the waist, seemingly in prayer, though she didn't know to whom she was praying. Divine favor? Your son is merely skilled, you know. It's not that I'm capable. It's that they are too reluctant to use bait. Wild boars aren't foolish. Without enticing food, how would they leap into the traps? Liu Genlai wished to dispel any myth surrounding him. Just then, Lu Xuanzhu returned with his hands behind his back, looking somewhat displeased. What's the matter? Li Lanxiang inquired. They're just making a mess, demanding every household provide grain to catch wild boars, Lu Xuanzhu grumbled as he sat on the doorstep. Finally noticing the items in front of the stove. Genlai has brought food again, but why are there also cotton shoes? Did you buy all of this? Before Liu Genlai could utter a word, Li Lanxiang interjected. Indeed, our son may have done well. Today, he captured 2 wild boars and 2 deer. Is that so? Lu Xuanzhu exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Liu Genlai. How did you manage that? So many people from the village ventured into the mountains. Yet none returned with a single catch. It's all about the bait. Liu Genlai reiterated what he had just shared with Li Lanxiang. Lu Xuanzhu sighed. For this was a truth known to all. However, with everyone struggling to fill their stomachs, who would part with their family's grain to feed wild boars? Father, how much are we being tasked to contribute? Liu Genlai inquired. With people unable to satiate their hunger, it is unrealistic to expect farmers to willingly surrender their provisions. To gather enough bait, we must resort to mandatory contributions. Tinjin, Lu Xuanzhu sighed again. Are there any specific requirements? Liu Genlai pressed further. No specific demands. Just that it be grain. Once the grain is submitted, there are no further discussions. They say if you deliver a certain amount of grain, you will receive an equal weight of pork, but who knows if we will actually catch any wild boars. If we fail, the grain we submitted will merely go to waste, lamented Lu Xuanzhu, feeling the pangs of loss. Chapter 90. A return to the pigeon market mother. How much peanut shell do we have left? Liu Genlai turned to Li Lanxiang. About half a bag, 20 to 30 jin, I suppose. Li Lanxiang replied without hesitation, having already calculated the household's provisions. Father, let us surrender all of these peanut shells, Liu Genlai urged Lu Xuanzhu. All of it? Then what shall we eat? Lu Xuanzhu was taken aback. Is that not sufficient for our needs? Liu Genlai pointed to the 3 bags of grain. We cannot part with everything. Lu Xuanzhu looked at Li Lanxiang, hoping she would support him, but she turned her head away, ignoring him entirely. No need to consult my mother. I shall make the decision here, Liu Genlai asserted, handing Lu Xuanzhu a cigarette. Look at you. Do you even remember your own surname? Lu Xuanzhu glared fiercely at Liu Genlai and took the cigarette from him. Father, with peanut shells, we can exchange for an equal weight of pork. What a remarkable opportunity. Are you not pleased? Liu Genlai laughed. But what if we do not catch any wild boars? Then we shall not be at a loss, Liu Genlai shrugged. We no longer consume these shells. They are less useful than firewood for cooking. If we do not exchange them for pork, they will simply be discarded. Discarded? After just a few days of being well fed, you've forgotten what it means to be hungry? Lu Xuanzhu scolded, eyes wide. Father, if you desire to eat, I shall not hinder you. From this day forward, our family will cease to consume peanut shells. Liu Genlai turned to Li Lanxiang with a smile. Isn't that so, mother? No more eating. No more eating. We will not touch them again, Li Lanxiang replied, though her heart ached more than Lu Xuanzhu's. Are we truly giving them up? Have you forgotten our agreement? Lu Xuanzhu grew anxious upon hearing this. If you wish to indulge, do so yourself. As for me and the children, we will abstain. Li Lanxiang's voice grew louder, though it was unclear if she was upset or sincere. Have you forgotten your own surname? Lu Xuanzhu muttered. Father, you are distressed over a mere peanut shell? Are you not concerned you might struggle to relieve yourself later and need my assistance? Liu Genlai teased with a mischievous smile. You little rascal, do you dare speak to me in such a manner? Lu Xuanzhu raised his hand as if to strike, only to realize, much to his chagrin, that he was holding a cigarette, not a smoking pipe, and reluctantly lowered it. With a mischievous grin, Liu Genlai turned to Li Lanxiang and said, Mother, I am craving pumpkin cornmeal pancakes. I shall make them for you, replied Li Lanxiang, rising to knead the dough. Let us stir-fry another dish. Liu Genlai retrieved a deer heart from his pocket. Father, would you like a drink? What is there to drink? Your antics have already filled me with enough irritation. Lu Xuanzhu retorted, shooting him an annoyed glance. Liu Genlai, undeterred, playfully placed the pig heart on the chopping board and promptly exited. I shall go greet Zhen Shi and the others. Despite Lu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang's reluctance, he felt compelled to deliver the half-bag of peanut shells, severing their lingering thoughts. If left at home, with Li Lanxiang's temperament, one could not rule out the possibility of her grabbing a handful while cooking. He had no desire to endure that discomfort again. Lu Xuanzhu, like him, had no penchant for alcohol and didn't wish to drink throughout his life. Thus, Liu Genlai did not bring out any liquor during meals. Although he abstained from drinking, the spicy stir-fried deer heart was quite delectable. Perhaps, as Liu Genlai departed, he and Li Lanxiang had conspired about something, as he no longer felt as pained about parting with the peanut shells. The pumpkin pancakes paired with the spicy deer heart were savored by the family, yet the usual banter was absent. The table was filled only with the sounds of eating. After the meal, Li Lanxiang retrieved the cotton shoes she had just set aside, and the house instantly filled with excitement. Zhen Shi, Zhen Wang, and Kai Xia all scrambled to wear the new shoes, until Li Lanxiang gave one of them a gentle slap on the backside, prompting them to scamper off to wash their feet. Elder brother, these new shoes are truly warm. Elder brother, you are amazing. When I grow up, I will buy you new shoes and socks. Elder brother, come see how beautiful my new shoes are. After washing their feet and donning their new footwear, Zhen Shi, Zhen Wang, and Kai Xia chattered joyfully. Were it not for the encroaching darkness and the empty streets, they would undoubtedly have paraded around the village in their new shoes. Liu Genlai noticed a detail. Li Lanxiang had given the shoes originally intended for her to Zhen Shi, while Zhen Shi's shoes were passed on to Zhen Wang, leaving her wearing Zhen Wang's shoes. With this exchange, Zhen Shi and Zhen Wang's shoes were now 2 to 3 sizes too large, while Li Lanxiang's shoes felt somewhat snug. It seemed her intention was for Zhen Shi and Zhen Wang to wear them this year and the next. Liu Genlai discerned her thoughts, but chose to remain silent. Such is the nature of mothers. Had her shoes been wearable for him, Li Lanxiang would undoubtedly have offered him her new pair. After a comfortable night's sleep in his own room, Liu Genlai, having finished breakfast, did not ascend the mountain. Once the family had departed, he released 1,000 pounds of coal from his storage, stacking it beside the woodpile. Subsequently, he also delivered 500 pounds to Grandma Zhang's home and another 500 to Old Wang at the production team. Both the old man and woman dined alone, using less firewood, resulting in a cooler Kong. This coal, combined with some yellow clay, would suffice to warm their Kong adequately. Liu Genlai ultimately arrived at his grandparents' home, depositing the remaining 1,000 jin of coal beside the woodpile. He also filled some burlap sacks with vegetables and a substantial piece of venison, placing them next to the grain bin within the house. Unlike Lu Xuanzhu, who often fell into despair, old Lu was not so disheartened. They had consumed a fair amount of the grain he had brought last time. Liu Genlai replenished the grain bin before locking the door and departing. After a day of training at Wu Daling, he rode his bicycle to Suzhou City in the evening, intending to revisit the pigeon market. During his previous visit, he had instructed the ticket vendor to gather more tickets, though he was uncertain how many had been collected. Upon reaching the vicinity of the pigeon market, the night had already enveloped the area. Many people had gathered inside, and Liu Genlai covered his face with a handkerchief, producing a flashlight. He paid 5 cents at the entrance and made his way directly to the ticket vendor. "Ah, my dear brother, I thought you wouldn't come," the vendor exclaimed, recognizing Liu Genlai with a cheerful greeting. "If I don't come, who will clear your stock?" Liu Genlai responded without a hint of politeness. "I do enjoy your audacious manner of speaking," the vendor remarked, pulling a reclining chair closer and retrieving a thick stack of tickets from his bag, presenting them to Liu Genlai with a beaming smile, yet remaining silent. Liu Genlai also refrained from speaking as he accepted the stack of tickets and examined them under the beam of his flashlight. This time, the process was considerably more efficient. The vendor had bundled similar tickets together with rubber bands, sparing Liu Genlai the trouble of sorting through them individually. Before long, he had counted the entire stack: 120 Class A cigarette tickets, 60 Class A liquor tickets, and 140 Class B liquor tickets, correct? Absolutely. The vendor nodded, his smile widening, as if anticipating Liu Genlai's reaction to the quantity. What's the price? Liu Genlai asked casually. It's the same as last time. Why don't you calculate the total? Can you handle all of it? The vendor's gaze held a hint of amusement. Are you selling or not? If not, I'll take my leave, Liu Genlai asserted. He could read the vendor's expression and understood his intentions clearly, choosing not to be courteous. Of course I'm selling. What kind of business would turn away a customer? The vendor, having calculated the figures beforehand, promptly stated the total, extending his hand towards Liu Genlai. 128. Cash in one hand, tickets in the other. To this day, the vendor found it hard to believe that Liu Genlai could consume so many tickets in one go, not for any other reason, but because Liu Genlai was simply too young. A mere boy, who had spent so much on his last visit, how could he possibly have amassed so much money? Despite his skepticism, the vendor held on to a glimmer of hope, having collected a fair number of tickets. This might have been the reason he managed to establish himself as the largest ticket dealer in the pigeon market. Liu Genlai, without further ado, retrieved a stack of large black $10 bills from his pocket, counted out 13, and slapped them into the vendor's palm. The vendor was momentarily taken aback, lost in thought before regaining his composure, and then broke into a wide grin. You are indeed impressive, brother. So generous. Spare me the flattery. You wouldn't know where to find me when I'm doling out compliments, Liu Genlai retorted with a dismissive glance at the vendor. The ticket vendor's lips curled slightly. Did he truly believe I couldn't discern that he was merely a child? Little did he know that Liu Genlai spoke nothing but the truth. He had traversed time from over 60 years in the future. Given the vendor's age, it was uncertain whether he would even live to see that era. Do you have any other tickets? Liu Genlai inquired once more. Everything you can imagine: cigarette tickets, alcohol tickets, leather shoe tickets, meat tickets, grain tickets, milk candy tickets, oil tickets, vegetable tickets, cotton tickets, fabric tickets, bath tickets, towel tickets, the vendor recited in a rhythmic fashion. Hold on, I have no interest in tickets for comedic performances. Liu Genlai tossed a Chinese cigarette towards him, producing meat tickets, milk candy tickets, and fabric tickets, and requested a leather shoe ticket as well. Do you have watch tickets? Indeed, I have radio tickets too. Would you care for one? The vendor rummaged through his collection while promoting his wares. Not at the moment, perhaps later. Liu Genlai was not lacking in meat. His request for meat tickets was merely a desire to dine at establishments like Donglishan. He still had plenty of milk candy in his space, but might not be able to return to Pigeon City often, so it was prudent to stock up. The fabric tickets were meant for his family, as everyone needed new shoes, yet their clothes remained tattered. The leather shoe tickets were also a preparation for the future. Once the new year arrived, he would be 16, considered an adult in the village, and could not rely solely on hunting for sustenance. Ultimately, seeking stable employment seemed a more sensible long-term strategy. As for the watch tickets, it was simply because he lacked the ability to read the sky. Unlike the villagers who could determine the time by observing the sun's position, often with an error of no more than 10 minutes, to ascertain the precise time, he needed a watch. As for the radio, it was an acquisition for the future, not for now. If he brought a radio home at this moment, it wouldn't be long before the Liu family became the talk of the entire Daling commune. That wasn't even the crux of the matter. The real issue was that once the radio was switched on, a multitude of people would gather to listen, and the thought of having a constant stream of visitors in his home and yard was already giving him a headache. The prices were as follows: meat tickets for 15 jin and 3 liang at 50 cents per jin, milk candy tickets for 6 jin at 80 cents per jin, fabric tickets for 20 feet at 20 cents per foot, and watch tickets priced at 50. The vendor handed Liu Genlai a stack of tickets. While the other tickets seemed reasonable, the thick stack of meat tickets raised a flag. Liu Genlai recognized at once that each meat ticket was nearly 1 liang, with none exceeding a jin. Why are the meat and milk candy tickets so expensive? Are you trying to exploit familiarity? The vendor paused, momentarily taken aback as he grasped the meaning of exploitation, then chuckled. Isn't the new year approaching? If you had come a few days later, they would have been even pricier. Then selling them now is a loss, isn't it? In our line of work, it's all about circulation. Only by keeping money flowing can one earn more. It would be foolish to hoard tickets. They might become worthless paper one day, leaving you with nothing. The vendor shared his business philosophy. You are underutilizing your talents by trading tickets, Liu Genlai mused. This fellow was born in the wrong era. Had he been able to witness the reforms and opening up, he would undoubtedly have excelled in business. Yet, upon reflection, he was only in his 30s now. The time of reform would find him merely 60. Perhaps he could still make a splash in the market. With the transaction concluded, Liu Genlai departed from Pigeon City. Aside from the tickets, there was nothing in the pigeon market that piqued his interest. As for antiques, he had not encountered a single piece. Even if he had, he would not have purchased it. His ignorance and financial constraints deterred him. He had barely over 1,000 in his possession, and he could not afford to squander it. Upon exiting the pigeon market, Liu Genlai initially intended to stay overnight at the inn he had visited previously. However, after cycling a short distance, a sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. Was he being watched? Liu Genlai quickly activated his navigation map, adjusting the zoom to its maximum, and soon spotted 3 shadowy figures lurking about 50 meters behind him. As he moved forward, they mirrored his actions. When he halted, they too came to a stop. Indeed, he was being followed. Rather than succumbing to fear, Liu Genlai felt a thrill of excitement. The earlier warning must have been a signal from his spatial awareness. Armed with such power, what was there to fear? He marked the 3 figures on his map, and, with a surge of energy, pedaled faster, initially creating a slight distance between him and the 3 red markers on the map. However, they quickly closed the gap again. They were indeed pursuing him. Curious about their speed, Liu Genlai increased his pace further. He was cautious not to ride too swiftly. Should the trio fail to keep up, the game would lose its charm. As he accelerated, they too quickened their pace, but no 2 legs could ever outrun 2 wheels. Before long, they fell behind. Liu Genlai feigned exhaustion, slowing down to let them catch up. Just as they drew near, he would accelerate again, creating more distance, only to slow down once more. This cat-and-mouse game continued, and the 3 never gave up, unwittingly leading him outside the city of Sigio. The outskirts of Sigio were a stark contrast to the bustling roads of the future, devoid of illuminated streetlights and shrouded in darkness. With not even a ghostly figure in sight, perhaps the desolate environment exacerbated the trio's greed, as their speed increased beyond that in the city, much to Liu Genlai's amusement. Like a rubber band, he toyed with them for 2 or 3 kilometers, reveling in their exhaustion, which he could sense even through the screen. Concerned they might abandon the chase, Liu Genlai decided to end the game. Spotting a grove by the roadside, he halted, switched on his flashlight, and crouched beside his bicycle, feigning a mechanical failure. Before long, the 3 figures caught up, their heavy footsteps echoing in the silence. Liu Genlai could hear their labored breathing. Reminiscent of 3 oxen that had just plowed 10 acres, he was filled with delight. It had been over a month since his arrival in this world, and never had he felt such joy as he did at that moment. Chapter 92. No need to thank me. It is my duty. The 3, dragging their weary bodies, finally reached him. Despite their evident fatigue, they formed a tight triangle around Liu Genlai, a clear sign of their experience. Why aren't you running? Damn it. Do you think you can toy with me? One of them leaned heavily on his knees, gasping for breath, glaring at Liu Genlai from across the bicycle. Brother, no matter how you deal with him later, make sure to leave the bicycle for me. Damn it, I must shatter it. The man to Liu Genlai's left was panting heavily. Why waste words with him? Just shoot him dead. The man to Liu Genlai's right pulled out a compact handgun. But despite several attempts to disengage the safety, he found himself too exhausted to do so. Are you mad? The man across from Liu Genlai admonished. Don't you realize how many are searching for us? The moment a gunshot rings out, they all come running. What are these 3 doing? Why are so many people after them? Liu Genlai was ready to act, but upon hearing this, he immediately halted. Second, don't be foolish. The man to Liu Genlai's left remarked. A mere child, no need for a gun, a knife will suffice. There's a grove nearby. We can dispose of the body there. With all that money, we won't starve anywhere. I'm just anxious, the man to Liu Genlai's right replied indignantly. Damn it. Our contact point has been raided, and without funds, I've been on the brink of starvation for nearly half a month. Finally catching a fat sheep, and now this. Back in the day, I would have sliced off pieces of his flesh. Enough of the chatter. Second, aren't you angry? Go ahead, make it quick, commanded the leader across from Liu Genlai. Just watch. I want to need a second stab. One will suffice, the man to Liu Genlai's right declared, sheathing his handgun and revealing a dagger instead, gesturing at Liu Genlai. Suddenly, Liu Genlai sprang into action. With a swift motion of his right hand, the dagger, gifted to him by the old man Liu, sliced through one person's throat. It was not the boisterous second, but rather the third, the one intent on shattering the bicycle. The trio had attempted a ruse, overtly prompting the second to act while covertly, the third had already drawn his knife. Had they been dealing with an ordinary individual, even a seasoned adult might have fallen for their trickery. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Liu Genlai, who was acutely aware of their every movement displayed clearly on the navigation map's large screen. As the dagger cut through the third's throat, Liu Genlai stepped to the right, the blade gliding across the second's throat as well. This transpired in mere seconds. The second barely had time to react, his face still adorned with a mocking smile when his throat was slashed. The leader, however, did sense the impending danger, but before he could make a move, Liu Genlai kicked the bicycle's frame, sending it crashing into the leader as he attempted to straighten up. Liu Genlai offered him no chance to recover, immediately advancing and plunging the dagger forcefully into his chest. In less than 10 seconds, all three men lay dead at his feet. Without delay, Liu Genlai dragged the three bodies into the grove and retrieved a shovel from his space, intending to clear the bloodied ground. However, there was too much blood, and the ground was frozen solid, making it impossible to excavate. After contemplating for a moment, Liu Genlai ultimately decided to abandon the effort. These three individuals are indeed wanted criminals, whether their bodies are discovered or not. Even if it is determined that they were murdered, they are unlikely to face severe consequences. In fact, they may even be rewarded. Returning to the woods, Liu Genlai rummaged through the three bodies, uncovering 3 handguns, dozens of bullets, and 3 blue identification documents. Yet found no money or valuables. They are supposed to be spies, yet they are poorer than beggars, he murmured, stowing away the firearms and documents. I must keep these documents safe, as they serve as evidence of my merit, which may prove useful in the future. After some contemplation, Liu Genlai inscribed a few words in blood near the corpses. No need to thank me. This is my duty. Satisfied with his handiwork, he nodded approvingly, turned off his flashlight, exited the woods, and rode his bicycle back to the city of Sijio. This marked his first experience of taking a life. Perhaps it was due to his previous demise, or perhaps his familiarity with the bloodshed from hunting wild boars and deer, or maybe it was his sense of justice. But Liu Genlai did not exhibit the discomfort typically portrayed in films during one's initial act of killing. If one were to insist there was any feeling, it would be a slight thrill. Upon arriving at the inn, Liu Genlai first checked his clothing with his spatial abilities, confirming that there were no traces of blood before leisurely pushing his bicycle through the door. As he raised his gaze, he spotted Aunt Zhou dozing off and teased. "Aunt Zhou, does our inn have no other attendants? Why must you always work the night shift?" "Ah, it's you, little Liu." Aunt Zhou replied with a smile. "Did you go to Pigeon City again?" "Yes. It's late again. I must trouble you." Liu Genlai glanced around and asked, "Aunt Zhou, is there a place to put my bicycle? If not, I shall carry it to my room. Just leave it here. I will keep an eye on it. I promise it won't be lost," Aunt Zhou said as she opened the duty room door. Unlike the future, where every hotel has a parking lot, there was truly nowhere to leave a bicycle. However, it is rare to see someone staying at an inn while pushing a bicycle. "Then I must trouble you, Aunt Zhou." After securing his bicycle, Liu Genlai placed a handful of white rabbit candies on the table. "You silly child, didn't we agree last time? Why are you still bringing me gifts?" Aunt Zhou chided. "This isn't for you. It's for your children at home." Liu Genlai redirected the conversation. "Aunt Zhou, with both you and Uncle Zhou on night duty, who looks after the children? Their grandparents are home, and besides, only the youngest requires supervision. The others can take care of themselves, so there's no need for us to worry," Aunt Zhou replied, handing Liu Genlai a key. "It's the same room as last time. Do you need me to bring you water?" "I wouldn't dare impose on you. I fear Uncle Zhou might scold me," Liu Genlai replied as he accepted the key, set down the accommodation fee, and, with a thermos in hand, sauntered upstairs. "Why is this child so eloquent?" Aunt Zhou chuckled, just as she was about to sit down when she suddenly noticed the footprints Liu Genlai left behind. Grabbing a broom, she stepped out of the duty room. "Where has this child gone? Why are there pine needles on his shoes? There are no pine forests around Pigeon City." Aunt Zhou mumbled to herself as she swept the floor. That night, Liu Genlai slept soundly, undisturbed by nightmares despite having taken a life. The following day, upon leaving the guest house, he visited several supply cooperatives, indulging in a shopping spree that cost him over 100. By midday, he returned to Lingqian village, laden with his acquisitions. Chapter 93. Lean in closer. Liu Genlai did not head home or to Wudao Ridge for exercise. Instead, he rode his bicycle to the fields where the second team was working. It was the perfect time for a midday break, with the workers gathered on a sunlit slope, sheltered from the wind. A production team comprised of 40 to 50 households and over 100 laborers created a lively atmosphere, their laughter echoing from afar. Hey, isn't that Genlai? Why is he riding a bicycle? Showing off? Or is he here to join our second team? An observant fellow spotted Liu Genlai and teased him, drawing the attention of nearly everyone present. Liu Genlai ignored him, scanning the crowd for Wu Jiefeng, whom he quickly found among a group of youngsters. This fellow was animatedly boasting about his recent hunting exploits in the mountains. Wu Jiefeng, Liu Genlai called out. Wu Jiefeng turned around, and upon recognizing Liu Genlai, hurried over with enthusiasm. What is up? Riding a bicycle makes you look important. If you keep babbling, I might just leave, Liu Genlai retorted, tossing him a cigarette. Wu Jiefeng accepted it but first turned to his audience of admirers, raising his hand in a casual gesture before lighting the cigarette and taking an exaggerated puff. What is the good news? You're not suggesting we go hunting, are you? Wu Jiefeng asked, savoring the smoke. Steady yourself. I fear you might fall over when I tell you, Liu Genlai teased. Don't tell me you caught the mountain god, Wu Jiefeng exclaimed, prompting laughter from those nearby. Liu Genlai shot him a sidelong glance, then spoke plainly. I found you a job in the city as a patrolman for the public security team. It comes with 2 meals a day and pays 9 yuan a month, with communal lodging. But let us be clear, this is temporary work. And you want to have a household registration or ration card in the city. The decision is yours. Suddenly, the previously boisterous crowd fell silent. Even those sipping porridge froze, their bowls suspended in midair. Wu Jiefeng was equally stunned, staring at Liu Genlai in disbelief. Are you joking with me? He stammered. You can choose to go or not. Liu Genlai replied, a smile gracing his face, fully anticipating Wu Jiefeng's reaction. So what if his father was the production team leader? He still faced hunger. If his father were to embezzle a little, it might go unnoticed, but if he were to take too much, the enraged villagers would burn their house down. If he want to go, I will, shouted a bystander. I will. Another chimed in. Both of you step aside. Wu Jiefeng's eyes reddened as he grasped Liu Genlai's arm. I'll go. Only a fool would refuse. The prospect of managing 2 meals a day is already quite enticing, not to mention the opportunity to earn 9 yuan each month. A rare find indeed. As for the household registration and grain book in the capital, that is not a matter for consideration at this moment. Once one enters the city, opportunities will surely abound. So it is settled. Inform your parents, and return to make the necessary preparations. Tomorrow morning, I shall escort you to the capital. Liu Jian approached Wu Jiefeng and whispered, when you ask Uncle Wushi for a letter of introduction, make sure to add a year to your age. Understood, Wu Jiefeng nodded eagerly. Is there anything else? No. Just be at my house early tomorrow, Liu Jian replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Jiefeng dashed away, eager to share the good news with his father, not wishing to delay even for a moment. Just as Liu Jian was about to ride off, he heard someone call out, Genlai, remember me next time such good fortune arises. We grew up together, don't just think of that kid, Wu Jiefeng. Who are you anyway? Liu Jian ignored the comment and pedaled away. He was irked by such individuals. When he was bedridden with illness, they kept their distance, but when good fortune appeared, they suddenly remembered their childhood ties. As he rode along, he spotted old Wang pushing a cart leisurely. Liu Jian, feeling mischievous, sped up and nudged the old man's backside with the front wheel of his bicycle. You little rascal, looking for a fight, are you? Old Wang set down his cart and picked up a manure shovel, ready to retaliate against Liu. General Liu Jian quickly pedaled away, not out of fear of the old man's wrath, but because that shovel was covered in dung, and he certainly did not wish to be sullied by it. Why are you walking in the middle of the road? Can't you see a vehicle is coming? Liu Jian tossed a pack of Deqianmen cigarettes over his shoulder, knowing he would not smoke them, thus letting old Wang benefit instead. Is that what you call a vehicle? It pales in comparison to my cart. Old Wang accepted the cigarettes, happily lighting one. Liu Jian could not dispute that, when it came to transporting manure, even a rolling vehicle could not compete with the 2 bins of a handcart. Fine, I'll remember that. Don't think you can borrow my bicycle in the future, Liu Jian declared as he prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Old Wang called out. glancing around to ensure no one was watching, before lowering his voice to ask, "The coal over at my place, that was you who delivered it, wasn't he it?" "What coal?" Liu Gen feigned ignorance. "Don't play coy with me. You're the only one who could have done it." Old Wang rolled his eyes. "Could it be the lady snail?" Liu Gen grinned mischievously. "Old Wang, why not go down to the river and catch some snails? Who knows? You might just find a lady snail who can not only provide you with fresh food, but also warm your bed at night. Get lost. Don't make a fool of me, you disrespectful brat." Old Wang chuckled, then inquired, "I'm just curious, how did you transport that coal? There are no tracks left behind, and not even a single grain fell along the way. Are you truly interested?" Liu Gen grinned mysteriously. "I am indeed curious." Old Wang nodded, having pondered over the matter for an entire day without arriving at any understanding. "Come closer, and I shall whisper it to you." Liu Gen called to Old Wang, who, upon leaning in, was suddenly met with Liu Gen's abrupt departure on his bicycle. "You little rascal, wait for me. If I catch you, I'll twist your ear off." Old Wang scolded while rubbing his ear, only to burst into laughter moments later. "Serves me right. At this age. Still so curious. Wouldn't it be better to simply burn coal for warmth? Why must one seek the truth?" Old Wang mused, while Liu Gen found himself troubled. In his eagerness to deliver coal, he had failed to consider the repercussions. Surely, Old Wang was not the only one with curiosity. What if his parents, grandparents, or even Mrs. Zhang next door inquired? How would he respond? He could hardly lean in and whisper to them. Ah, what a headache. Chapter 94, Mrs. Zhang's keen ears. After training at Wudao Ridge for an entire afternoon, Liu Gen returned home just as dusk began to settle. Upon entering, he found Lu Xuan sitting on the threshold, engaged in conversation with Li Taiping. "I've been delayed these past few days, but I finally have the bicycle certificate and recommendation letter for you. You weren't waiting anxiously, were you?" Li Taiping smiled at Liu Gen. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten all about it," Liu Gen replied with a grin, offering a cigarette to both men. He struck a match to light their cigarettes, discarding the remaining half into the stove, before lighting one for himself. "Why did you strike another match? You could light it with the one you already used." Lu Xuan complained. "You wouldn't understand," Liu Gen explained. "One match can only light 2 cigarettes. Lighting a third is considered bad luck." "Why would it be unlucky?" Lu Xuan asked. "There's a story behind it, though I can't recall if it was from World War I or II. A soldier in the trenches lit his cigarettes with matches. The first 2 were fine, but as he lit the third, he was shot in the head. From that day on, no one used a single match to light a third cigarette," Liu Gen elaborated. "That was merely a coincidence. There's no such thing as luck," Lu Xuan dismissed. "Brother Zhuzi, you'd be surprised, but I know this too. No one lights 3 cigarettes with 1 match outside," Li Taiping chimed in. "I suppose they fear burning their fingers." Lu Xuan chuckled dismissively. "What does it matter? Besides, your son smokes Chinese cigarettes now. Does he really care about 1 match?" Li Taiping laughed, and then turned to Liu Gen. "I heard you found a job for Wu Jifeng? News travels fast. Even you know," Liu Gen replied nonchalantly. "It's just a temporary position, nothing significant." "Why him and not someone else?" Li Taiping inquired again. "This lad has a good heart. He visited me several times when I was ill," Liu Gen explained. "You treat those well who treat you well, is that right?" "Of course, I'm not a fool." Li Taiping chuckled, adding, "No wonder you deliver so much coal to Mrs. Zhang." "Did Jin come to deliver coal to Aunt Zhang as well?" Lu Xuan asked, somewhat surprised. "I was planning to take some over later." The young lad quietly piled up the coal in the courtyard, accomplishing a task that I, as a son, had failed to do. Li Taiping chuckled. In these times, coal can be exported for foreign exchange, and while cities have a supply, not everyone in the countryside can afford to burn it. Even Li Taiping, the director of the commune's police station, struggles to acquire coal. He ought to give his grandmother some coal, especially considering how much she has cared for him, right? Li Lanxiang, who was cooking, chimed in with a smile. "Having neighbors like you is indeed a blessing for my mother," Li Taiping reflected. "Upon my return, she praised Genlai for being understanding. She has never spoken so highly of her own grandson." "Uncle Li, if you keep praising me like that, I might become embarrassed," Liu Genlai said, his face turning crimson. "Ha!" Lu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang burst into hearty laughter. "Will you really feel embarrassed?" Li Taiping chuckled. "My mother is at a loss as to how to thank him. She insists I find Genlai a job, claiming he isn't fully recovered and can't return to the production team. The way she talks, I even start to question if Genlai is her long-lost grandson. Can you help Genlai find a job?" Lu Xuanzhu's eyes brightened, and Li Lanxiang also looked hopeful. Actually, there is a position suitable for him, Li Taiping replied, turning to Liu Genlai. The commune needs a communications officer. If you're interested, I can take you there in the next few days. A communications officer? That sounds promising. Lu Xuanzhu exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Genlai, hurry and thank Uncle Li. However, Liu Genlai showed no interest in the position. Uncle Li, I'm not going. Communications officers have to write documents, right? I only graduated from primary school, and just thinking about writing essays gives me a headache. Please offer this job to someone else. You are quite the character, Li Taiping retorted with a stern gaze. This job is different from the one you found for Wu Jiefang. Although it's not a formal position, it pays 17.5 yuan a month, and you'll receive rations without having to work. Isn't that far better than returning to the production team? Is it really that good? Liu Genlai pondered. My aunt is about to graduate from high school, isn't she? She's well-educated and would be perfect for this communications officer role. He referred to his aunt, Li Taiping's sister and Zhang's youngest daughter, named Li Xuemei, who was either 18 or 19 this year. Slightly older than Liu Genlai, but still requiring him to address her as aunt. She won't graduate until next summer. It's not too late to find her a job then. Li Taiping stated earnestly. But if you miss this opportunity, it may never come again. Are you truly not going? Uncle, you simply lack the right connections. Liu Genlai raised an eyebrow at Li Taiping. If you send a wild boar. I can't believe the commune leaders would refuse to reserve that job slot for next summer. You dare lecture me. Li Taiping pointed at Liu Genlai. Turning to Liu Xuanzhu. Zhuzi, if you don't intervene, I might just have to teach him a lesson. If you dare hit me, I'll call for Grandma Zhang. Liu Genlai retorted fearlessly, knowing her hearing was sharp. If he shouted, she would surely come running. Zhuzi, I can hardly hold back. Li Taiping spun around searching for something to throw at Liu Genlai, who swiftly dashed into the courtyard, prompting another round of laughter from Liu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang. After Li Taiping departed, Liu Xuanzhu seized Liu Genlai and exclaimed, Genlai, such a splendid opportunity. Are you truly not considering it? Before Liu Genlai could respond, Li Lanxiang interjected, Husband, are you foolish? This position was initially reserved by Taiping for Xuemei. Aware that Genlai would not be interested, he merely mentioned it as a favor for Genlai's assistance in delivering coal. Li Lanxiang's intellect surpassed Liu Xuanzhu's, instantly discerning Li Taiping's intentions. Liu Xuanzhu, not lacking in wits, grasped her point immediately. However, the job was indeed quite promising. Should Genlai express interest, Taiping would surely not be insincere. What good is it? Even if it were excellent, it remains within the commune. Were I in Genlai's shoes, I would decline as well. Consider this. Genlai managed to secure such commendable positions for his two sisters in the city of Sijio. Would he shortchange himself? Li Lanxiang perceived the situation with clarity. Indeed, you speak the truth, Liu Xuanzhu nodded, acknowledging Genlai's remarkable abilities. Mother, you are truly formidable, Liu Genlai remarked, giving Li Lanxiang a thumbs up, while casting a disdainful glance at Liu Xuanzhu. What manner of gaze is that? Dare you look at me thus? I suspect you are itching for a reprimand. Liu Xuanzhu retorted, pulling out his smoking pipe. Liu Genlai swiftly retreated to the courtyard, prompting another round of hearty laughter from Li Lanxiang. The household was suddenly filled with a buoyant atmosphere. Chapter 95. The perfect excuse before long. Gunshi, Jin Wang, and Cai Xiao returned, burdened with a bundle of firewood. Two were pulling while one pushed, and the small bundle was exhausting for the trio. Liu Genlai surveyed the towering pile of firewood and the adjacent heap of coal. Addressing Liu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang, Father, Mother, our coal and firewood are sufficient for the cold days ahead. Henceforth, let us refrain from sending them to gather firewood. Liu Genshi and Liu Gunwang's eyes brightened simultaneously, pausing their activities to lend an ear. Cai Xiao gazed eagerly at Li Lanxiang. All three understood that despite Li Lanxiang's frequent address of Liu Xuanzhu as the head of the family, it was ultimately Li Lanxiang, as the matriarch, who made the final decisions. What purpose is there in not gathering firewood? They have nothing else to occupy their time, Li Lanxiang remarked without turning to them. Hearing this, Liu Genshi and Liu Gunwang's spirits deflated, while Liu Caixiao pouted, on the verge of tears. Play? At their age, they ought to be playing. If they do not play now, when will they? Liu Genlai ruffled Liu Gunwang's hair and lifted Liu Caixiao, slipping a large white rabbit milk candy into her hand. The little girl's pout immediately vanished. She cast a furtive glance at Li Lanxiang, and upon confirming her mother's inattention, quickly lowered her head. concealing herself against Liu Genlai's chest, and swiftly unwrapped the candy, devouring it eagerly. "You little glutton," Liu Genlai chuckled at Saixia's antics, eliciting a chorus of giggles from her. "What sort of play is this? What household has children of such an age not working?" Lu Xuanzhu glared at Liu Genlai. "Which family possesses as much coal as us?" Liu Genlai countered. "I intend for your father to use this coal to heat the Kong," Li Lanxiang stated while adding firewood to the stove. "Tomorrow, I will have your father take a day off to excavate the Kong hole." "Mother, do you believe we have insufficient coal? If that is the case, I shall procure more. Do not hesitate to burn it generously. If it runs short, I shall buy more." 1,000 pounds of coal may sound considerable, yet when piled up, it appears merely as a small mound, hardly impressive. Having never burned coal at home, Li Lanxiang likely has no idea how long it will last. "You mustn't waste money, if you can gather free firewood. Why burn costly coal?" Upon hearing this, Li Lanxiang became anxious. It was only because Liu Genlai had purchased the coal that she had not protested. Had he consulted her first, she would have vehemently opposed. "Having spent the money, how can you not use it? Wouldn't that render the expenditure futile?" Liu Genlai chuckled. "Mother, just try it. This coal burns much longer than firewood. With a bit of yellow clay mixed with water, a single scoop can replace a whole pile of firewood." "Can you really add water and clay? Won't that make it wet and impossible to ignite?" Li Lanxiang expressed her skepticism. "Ah, this you do not know," Lu Xuanzhu said, somewhat boastfully. "Coal must be burned this way. Wet coal burns even more fiercely than dry coal." Having grown up under the tutelage of Lu Laotu, he was well acquainted with the proper way to burn coal. "Is it truly so?" Li Lanxiang's face lit up with curiosity. "Just wait. I shall fetch some yellow clay right away." Lu Xuanzhu's eagerness surged as he stepped outside. "Dinner will be ready soon. Let us eat first," Li Lanxiang called after him. But he did not even turn back, striding away briskly. "I shall eat when I return. I need to hurry to the production team to borrow a cart. Before night falls, I must locate the clay." "Mother, I shall go as well," Liu Genqi shouted, sprinting after Lu Xuanzhu. "Father, second brother, wait for me." Liu Jianwang was not far behind, racing even faster than Liu Genqi. If coal could indeed be burned with clay, they would no longer need to gather firewood and could play every day after school. Struggling in Liu Genlai's arms, Lu Caixiao also wished to join, but he playfully swatted her bottom, saying, "You little rascal, do not go just to create a commotion." "Elder brother, I also," Lu Caixiao, with a large piece of white rabbit candy in her mouth, found her speech impeded by the treat. As she attempted to maneuver the candy with her tongue, Li Lanxiang noticed. "Genlai, what have you given her now?" Lu Caixiao immediately ceased her struggles, nestling her head into Liu Genlai's embrace like a timid quail. "Ha ha. I gave her a piece of candy," Liu Genlai replied, amused by the little girl. "You spoil her. One day she will be thoroughly indulged," Li Lanxiang feigned reproach, though a smile graced her face. "I intend to spoil her. Isn't that right, little Caixiao?" Liu Genlai affectionately ruffled her hair. "Elder brother, it tickles." Lu Caixiao giggled as she scratched the spot Liu Genlai had touched. "Tickles? I merely patted you gently, didn't I?" Liu Genlai was puzzled, but soon realized that Lu Caixiao's itch was not from his touch, but from lice. In the future, lice would be nearly eradicated, yet presently, they were common, especially among children, who, upon shedding their clothes at night, found lice jumping about. In his first days after arriving here, he too had been troubled by lice, but they had vanished once he used his spatial abilities. Lu Caixiao, with her long hair styled in braids, must surely harbor many lice within her locks. Could he assist her in ridding them? With a thought, Liu Genlai summoned the lice from Lu Caixiao's hair into his space, capturing a good dozen. With so many lice hidden on her, how could she possibly endure? Liu Genlai felt a pang of empathy, contemplated briefly, and then gently set her down. He stepped into the stoveroom and gave Li Lanxiang's shoulder a light pat. "Mother, you're a bit dusty. Let me help you." Before Li Lanxiang could inquire, Liu Genlai preemptively explained. In the brief moment he patted her, all the lice on Li Lanxiang were absorbed into a space. And although not as numerous as those on Lu Caixiao, there were still 4 or 5. Subsequently, Liu Genlai entered the inner room and employed the same method to gather the lice and their eggs hidden within the bedding and clothes, accumulating dozens in total, enough to induce panic in anyone with a fear of clusters. After a moment's thought, Liu Genlai refrained from exterminating all the lice. Instead, he formed a small ball of them and placed it in a corner, for they could prove to be amusing or useful one day. In less than half an hour, Lu Xuanzhu, Liu Genqi, and Liu Jinwang returned. Lu Xuanzhu pushed a cart, Liu Genlai carried a pickaxe, and Liu Genwang bore a shovel, all flanking Liu Xuanzhu like guardians. "How did you return so quickly?" Li Lanxiang exclaimed in surprise. Liu Genlai, however, discerned that he had recognized old Wang's cart. "I didn't make it to the riverside. This yellow clay was brought back by old Wang. I even gave him some coal. You little rascal, keeping everything from us. It's quite troublesome." Liu Xuanzhu scolded Liu Genlai, yet his face bore no trace of anger. Instead, he appeared quite spirited. "Genlai, to whom did you deliver coal?" Li Lanxiang turned to inquire of Liu Genlai, who was seated on a bench, smoking. "Just to 4 families. Ours, Grandma Zhang's, old Wang's, and Grandpa and Grandma's." Liu Genlai almost let slip old Wang's name in his casual reply. "With so much coal, how did you transport it?" Finally, the pivotal question arose, and fortunately, he had prepared for it. Otherwise, he would have truly struggled to respond. The coal yard had specialized ox carts for delivery, which could carry it all in one trip. Their carts were impeccably designed, ensuring not a single coal piece was lost. The village had such ox carts, with traces of cart wheels and hoof prints scattered everywhere, leaving no room for doubt. Moreover, if the road where coal had fallen was blocked, it would be seamless. Most importantly, there were people working in the fields everywhere. If a vehicle were to enter the village, it would be spotted from afar. An ox cart, however, was different. Villagers interacted with them daily, and no one would pay them any heed. Chapter 96. Yellow Clay. "Good lad. You've truly absorbed what I've told you," Liu Xuanzhu remarked as he poured the yellow clay from the cart beside the coal pile. He approached Liu Genlai, took the cigarette, and patted him on the shoulder. Unlike Li Lanxiang, Liu Xuanzhu was unconcerned about how the coal was transported. He was more pleased that Liu Genlai had inherited the Liu family's tradition of gratitude and reciprocity. Such a path would surely lead to greater opportunities in the future, which filled him with immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, Liu Genlai and Liu Genwang, each wielding a pickaxe and a shovel respectively, began to pound the yellow clay. The clay chunks were sizable and needed to be broken down before they could be mixed with the coal. The 2 little ones, one 10 years old and the other 8, were not even as tall as their shovels, making this labor somewhat strenuous for them. "Go on and play." Liu Xuanzhu approached, cigarette in mouth, and took the iron pick from Liu Genlai's hands, calling Liu Genlai to join him in the work. Just as Liu Genlai stood up, Li Lanxiang interjected, "Genlai, don't go. Can you not handle such a small task by yourself?" "What? Do you want to flaunt having a grown son?" "I merely wish for Genlai to stretch his legs a bit," Liu Xuanzhu replied with a grin, nearly dropping his cigarette. "Mom, the esteemed traditional Chinese doctor from Tong Rintang advised me to be more physically active. My father is merely looking out for me." Liu Genlai walked over, cigarette in mouth, and took the shovel from Liu Genwang's hands. Unlike before, this time, when he mentioned the doctor from Tong Rintang, he spoke with a newfound confidence. Regardless of whether the doctor had actually said those words, he had at least met the man in person and no longer feared Li Lanxiang's inquiries. Initially, Liu Genlai was somewhat clumsy, but soon enough, muscle memory kicked in, and he worked with considerable skill. Mixing yellow mud was akin to mixing manure. The most suitable tools were not the pick and shovel, but a manure rake, akin to the 9-pronged rake of the second brother. Crush it, gather it, leaving fine particles. Then collect the larger chunks and continue until everything is pulverized. Once the yellow mud was sufficiently crushed, it was spread out to dry. After it had dried and was no longer sticky, they would gather it into a pile. When needed, they would scoop a shovelful, mix it with coal, add a bit of water, and stir until it was uniform, ready to be burned. The 2 of them worked together, and before long, they had prepared a wheelbarrow full of yellow mud. Liu Xuanzhu added 2 shovelfuls of coal to a shovelful of the yellow mud, while Liu Genlai added a bit of water to form a small mound. By this time, the meal was already prepared, with a pot half filled with water, waiting to be boiled. Liu Xuanzhu carefully added a mixture of yellow mud and coal into the stove's firebox, gently pressing down the glowing coals with a fire stick, and pulled the bellows a few times to ignite the flames. "There, the coal will catch fire shortly," he declared, clapping his hands. He then playfully gave each of the boys, Genlai and Genwang, a light tap on the backside, signaling it was time to eat. "Can it really ignite?" Li Lanxiang questioned, somewhat skeptical. "It's all wet with water. How could it catch fire?" Her doubts lingered throughout the meal, as she occasionally peeked at the stove, until she confirmed that the damp mixture of coal had indeed ignited, transforming skepticism into astonishment. "From now on, the 3 of you won't need to gather firewood," she announced. Zhen Shi and Jin Wang had been anticipating this statement for quite some time. While Zhen Shi maintained a semblance of decorum, Jin Wang erupted in excitement, nearly tossing his chopsticks aside. What else with the show? Are you feeling a bit too frisky? Lu Kaixia shot him a glare, causing Jin Wang to immediately straighten up. Meanwhile, Kaixia, who had been about to join her brother's cheer, quickly lowered her head to focus on her food, resembling a startled little quail. The next morning, as Liu Genlai rose from bed, he found Liu Xuanzhu in the courtyard, mixing yellow mud. He had already brought back 3 wheelbarrows of the substance and was drenched in sweat. The wheelbarrow, shovel, and pickaxe were borrowed from the production team and needed to be returned after work, so he could only labor during early mornings and late evenings. I must acquire some tools for the family, Liu Genlai pondered, just as Wu Jiefeng entered the courtyard, pushing a wheelbarrow of yellow mud, followed closely by his father, Wu Zhongshan, who carried a shovel and pickaxe. Zhongshan, what are you up to? Liu Xuanzhu set down his iron pick and approached. Aren't you using yellow clay? Since my son and I have some free time, we'll lend you a hand. Wu Zhongshan, not particularly tall but robust in stature, donned a dark, tattered outfit and rugged shoes, embodying the quintessential rural laborer. Wu Jiefeng remained silent, holding his breath as he unloaded a cart full of yellow clay onto the pile. Only after wiping the sweat from his brow did he break into a smile at Liu Genlai. The father and son had arrived earlier and, upon seeing Liu Xuanzhu working with the clay, immediately fetched tools from the production team to assist with the task. No need, no need. I can manage this little bit by myself, Liu Xuanzhu protested, patting his pocket in search of a cigarette, only to find it empty. Liu Genlai promptly stepped forward, offering a cigarette to Wu Zhongshan and tossing another to Wu Jiefeng, a simple gesture of camaraderie. Wu Zhongshan lit his cigarette and remarked, "You borrowed that handcart from the team, didn't you? Return it when you're done. You can use my handcart, along with the pick and shovel. Just return them when you're finished." As the team leader, he had a small degree of authority. Liu Xuanzhu instinctively wanted to decline, but Liu Genlai spoke up first. "Then I will express my gratitude to Uncle Zhongshan on behalf of my father." Finding a job for someone's son certainly warranted a gesture of reciprocity. Though a few farming tools might not amount to much, it would surely please Wu Zhongshan in his heart. "Zhongshan, come share a meal with us." At that moment, Li Lanxiang had finished preparing the meal and called out politely, "No, no, you eat. We have already dined." Wu Zhongshan waved his hand, ushering his son out of the courtyard. In truth, they did not stray far, waiting just outside the gate of the Liu household. In those times, it was customary to step away when others were dining. Lingering inside was deemed impolite. After the meal, Liu Genlai mounted his bicycle and exited the courtyard, spotting Wu Zhongshan and Wu Jiefeng. Wu Jiefeng stood against the wall with a bundle of luggage at his feet, attentively listening to Wu Zhongshan's instructions. Upon seeing Liu Genlai, Wu Zhongshan approached him. "You helped Jiefeng secure a job. Uncle Wu is at a loss for how to thank you. If you trust me, I can transfer your family to the second team. As long as I am the captain, I shall ensure your family suffers no loss." True to his farming roots, Wu Zhongshan was straightforward in his speech, devoid of any pretense. "I would like that," Liu Genlai replied with a smile as he offered a cigarette. "But I fear you might get into a scuffle with Bao General. I wouldn't know whom to support. With a character like Sun Baojian, I'd gladly take him on with one hand." Wu Zhongshan chuckled, understanding Liu Genlai's implication and choosing not to elaborate further. "Let's go," Liu Genlai called as he mounted his bicycle, waving goodbye to Wu Jiefeng. "You ride first, I'll hop on." Wu Jiefeng slung the bundle over his shoulder, and, once Liu Genlai began pedaling, quickly caught up and climbed onto the rear seat. "Father, you should return home. Exercise patience there and don't be overly assertive," Wu Zhongshan admonished once more. "I understand. You've been nagging me all morning," Wu Jiefeng retorted. "You little rascal, do you dare complain about me? Do you think that just because you're in the city, I want to discipline you?" Wu Zhongshan picked up a clod of dirt, ready to toss it. Pedal faster. Pedal faster. My father is coming after us," Wu Jiefeng urged eagerly, a smile plastered across his face. In Chapter 97, Detective Zhou Qiming, Wu Jiefeng appeared noticeably excited, chattering incessantly along the way. However, upon arriving at the security team, he suddenly became somewhat tense, his face taut and silent, struggling even to navigate the path. When Liu Genlai pushed open the door to Zhou Qiming's office, he found Zhou Qiming reclining on a military cot in the corner, clad in a coat. Upon seeing Liu Genlai, Zhou Qiming sat up, rubbed his face a few times, his eyes red-rimmed and weariness etched on his features. Uncle Zhou, do you really need to patrol all night as a captain? Liu Genlai joked, offering him a cigarette. We discovered 3 corpses in the small woods outside the city. We have been busy all day, Zhou Qiming explained, his gaze landing on Wu Jiefang. Reporting to the captain, Wu Jiefang from Lingqian village, Daling Commune, is here to check in. Wu Jiefang stood at attention, back straight, holding the introduction letter from his village close to his chest. This lad is quite astute. Zhou Qiming chuckled. Of course, I would never send someone dull-witted to you, Uncle Zhou, Liu Genlai remarked as he lit Zhou Qiming's cigarette. Just don't be as slippery as you are, Zhou Qiming replied, accepting the introduction letter and glancing over it. Finding everything in order, he smiled. Wu Jiefang, is it? Grab your belongings and follow me. I will arrange your accommodation. Understood, Wu Jiefang responded, standing at attention once more. Clearly, his father, Wu Chongshan, had thoroughly instructed him on how to behave prior to his arrival. The semi-militarized nature of the security team suited Wu Jiefang's demeanor, which pleased Zhou Qiming. Uncle Zhou, I entrust him to your care. If he is mistreated, I shall hold you accountable, Liu Genlai joked, sensing Zhou Qiming was in good spirits. You little rascal. How dare you speak to me like that? You must be itching for a reprimand. Zhou Qiming laughed, scolding him playfully. Wu Jiefang felt a pang of envy. Liu Genlai's ease in speaking with the captain indicated their strong rapport. How I wish to be like him one day, he thought. Liu Genlai did not accompany Wu Jiefang to see how Zhou Qiming arranged his lodging. After riding for over 30 miles with Wu Jiefang, he was already fatigued and settled down opposite Zhou Qiming's desk, sipping tea on his own. Before long, Zhou Qiming returned. All set, Liu Genlai greeted him. Zhou Qiming ignored the question, carefully closing the office door, glancing out through the window before approaching Liu Genlai. Lowering his voice, he said, I need to ask you something. You must answer truthfully. What is it? Why so serious? Liu Genlai maintained his composure, mentally calculating the implications. About those 3 individuals found in the woods outside the city. Did you kill them? Zhou Qiming fixed his gaze intently on Liu Genlai. Liu Genlai was taken aback. Had he truly deduced it so quickly? Just moments ago, he had been pondering what Zhou Qiming might ask, but the thought seemed unlikely. It had barely been 2 days, surely. Even with future surveillance, it would not be so swift to trace him. Enough, you need not respond, Zhou Qiming interrupted, having discerned the answer from Liu Genlai's changing demeanor. You have quite the audacity. Do you know who they were? Agents trained by the military intelligence. Which individual possesses remarkable skills, making it impossible for an ordinary trio to approach him? How did you manage to eliminate 3 at once? No, Uncle Zhou, without any evidence. How can you be so certain it was I? Liu Genlai voiced his inner doubts. Do you think your Uncle Zhou is merely idle? Zhou Qiming shot him a knowing glance. You own a bicycle, and there were bicycle tire tracks at the crime scene. New imprints from a Phoenix bicycle. You wear military boots. And there were boot prints at the scene that match your shoe size, still pristine. Is that all it takes to confirm my guilt? That seems rather far-fetched. Liu Genlai scoffed. Their footprints stretched from Pigeon City all the way to the outskirts. On the night of the incident, you were in Pigeon City. There's one crucial piece of evidence, Zhou Qiming said, pinching 2 fingers together to request a cigarette. Are you asking for a tip in the middle of your storytelling? Liu Genlai chuckled, handing over a cigarette, eager to learn what Zhou Qiming deemed significant. Zhou Qiming lit the cigarette, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly. You committed murder and then went to the guest house. The warmth there melted the snow on your shoes, leaving traces of pine needles both in the lobby and your room, where the 3 bodies were discovered, amidst a grove of pine trees. My goodness, Liu Genlai had completely overlooked that detail. Fortunately, he had targeted 3 spies, which did not classify him as a murderer. Otherwise, seeking Zhou Qiming would have been tantamount to walking into a trap. Uncle, you truly are impressive, Liu Genlai said, giving a thumbs up. It was merely a stroke of luck. You killed a man and stayed at the guest house where your Aunt Zhou works. Coupled with your Aunt Zhou's keen observations, I was led to you. Otherwise, I too would have been aimlessly wandering like a headless fly. Zhou Qiming resumed his seat. You still Haven T told me how you managed to kill all 3 of them? Nothing much, just employed a bit of cleverness. Liu Genlai recounted how he had led the 3 men like dogs and how he had unexpectedly ambushed them, leaving Zhou Qiming feeling a chill of apprehension. You were simply fortunate. They were being hunted everywhere, and they dared not fire their weapons. Otherwise, even if you had 10 lives, it wouldn't suffice against them. Uncle, do you plan to report this? Liu Genlai inquired. Why not? Do you have any idea how significant this achievement is? All three were wanted military spies, and the city deployed thousands to capture them. If you were part of the Public Security Bureau and managed to eliminate all three, you could be promoted to station chief directly. Station chief? Me? Uncle, I'm not even 16 yet. Liu Genlai laughed. You're aware that you're still just a child? Zhou Qiming glared at him. Should you encounter such a situation again, the first thing to do is rush to the nearest police station. Do you understand? Who wishes for my misfortune? Liu Genlai muttered. What did you say? I said I understand. You little rascal, Zhou Qiming chuckled, extending his hand. What? Liu Genlai was taken aback. The identification and weapons of those three men. Zhou Qiming pointed to the table, still teasing, and no need to thank me. It's my duty, and you are just that clumsy. Hee hee. Liu Genlai recalled the words he had left beside the corpses, scratching his head and laughing, as Liu Gen arrived to retrieve the credentials and firearms of the three individuals. Zhou Qiming collected them and prepared to depart. I will deliver this. You tend to your own affairs, he instructed. Do you require my company? Liu Gen inquired. What purpose would that serve? Do you seek notoriety? Just look at your slender arms and legs. Can they bear such a grand reputation? Zhou Qiming retorted, his eyes narrowing. Stay put and mind your business. The accolades that are rightfully yours cannot be snatched away by anyone. Given Zhou Qiming's status, he lacked the clout to shield Liu Gen entirely, especially with Colonel Ma standing behind him. That made a significant difference. No parent wishes for their child to live perpetually in the shadow of espionage retribution. Chapter 98. Dried tobacco leaves upon exiting the Public Security Bureau. Zhou Qiming first visited the street office to report this matter to Director Sunday. As the Public Security Bureau fell under the jurisdiction of the street office, it was imperative for Zhou Qiming to promptly inform his direct superior about such a significant incident. Director Sun, while excited, also felt a twinge of concern for Liu Gen. I will take you to the district office, and from there, we shall proceed to the precinct. Young Liu has accomplished a remarkable deed for our street. We cannot let him go unrewarded. Director Sun was well versed in the ways of bureaucracy and immediately thought to report to her superiors. Naturally, she did not forget about Liu Gen. The more she contemplated, the more fond of him she became. I'll make a call. Zhou Qiming informed Director Sun about Liu Gen's close ties with Colonel Ma. It was essential to notify Colonel Ma first. Director Sun nodded. You may call from here. I would like to hear Colonel Ma's perspective on this matter as well. Once Zhou Qiming connected with Colonel Ma and explained the situation, the reaction left them both astonished. Please hold on. I must report this before providing a response. Colonel Ma, too, needed to consult higher-ups. This indicated that Liu Gen's patron was not merely Colonel Ma, but someone of even greater significance, an influential figure standing behind Liu Gen. Both Director Sun and Zhou Qiming silently rejoiced at their favorable treatment of Liu Gen, realizing that offending him could lead to repercussions from an unknown source. Colonel Ma swiftly reached out to the deputy director. After hearing Colonel Ma's report, the deputy director's tone grew urgent. Is it confirmed to be him? Absolutely confirmed. The evidence at the scene aligns with him, and he possesses the credentials and weapons of the three individuals. This lad has unexpectedly delivered a substantial surprise. The deputy director sighed. At such a young age, he managed to eliminate three infiltrated agents of the military commission, truly a testament to his lineage. Colonel, should this matter be reported truthfully? Colonel Ma inquired. The deputy director considered the question and replied, I will keep it under wraps. It is sufficient for internal knowledge that he is responsible. We shall not publicize it. Liu Gen is still young, and with remnants of the military commission not yet eradicated. If they learned that three key members fell to a child, they would seek vengeance, if only to save face. He could not allow the orphan of his old partner to remain in constant peril. By the way, the deputy director added, the informant is the captain of the Public Security Bureau? Yes, Zhou Qiming, the captain of the North Street Public Security Bureau, Colonel Ma answered. He was the first to discover that the three individuals were indeed killed by Genlai, and he even managed to inform you before reporting it, indicating that this person possesses considerable capability and handles matters with great prudence. He is undoubtedly a talent, and to be confined within the public security team seems a bit of a waste. Old Captain, I have also gathered some information regarding Zhou Qiming. He is about to transition from military service, and his superiors have presented him with two options. One is Baiguan Prison, and the other is the Front Station Police Station. The benefits at Baiguan Prison are half a level higher than those at the Front Station Police Station. Logically, most would choose Baiguan Prison. However, for reasons unknown, Zhou Qiming opted for the front station police station. This was reported by Captain Ma. The public security team operates under semi-military management, and Zhou Qiming remains an active duty soldier, making it quite simple for Captain Ma to inquire about his situation. Choosing to accept a lower level of benefits in order to engage directly at the front line reflects Zhou Qiming's high level of awareness. Such officials should be nurtured with particular care, the deputy director remarked meaningfully. Old Captain, would you like me to arrange a meeting with Liu Genlai? Captain Ma inquired once more. It is not yet the right time. The 3 individuals he killed are merely a branch of this significant case. And there are still several key figures at large. We will gather with him once they have all been apprehended. Liu Genlai did not linger. As soon as Zhou Qiming departed, he sought out Wu Jiefeng, who had just received a new set of clothing, imparted a few instructions, and then left the public security team. He made a trip to the state-run restaurant, delivering a set of cotton clothing meticulously crafted by Li Lanxiang to Lu Min. The blue fabric, adorned with floral patterns, was thick and soft. For the first time in his life, Lu Min owned her own set of cotton clothing, bringing tears of joy to her eyes. After leaving the city, Liu Genlai visited the commune, where he purchased a shovel, a pickaxe, a manure rake, and a handcart from the agricultural machinery station. Although Wu Chongshan had lent those tools to his family, they ultimately belonged to the production team, and he wished to avoid any gossip. Since he could afford to buy them himself, why invite trouble? Exiting the agricultural machinery station, Liu Genlai proceeded to the commune supply and marketing cooperative. Compared to the cooperative in the city, the one here had far fewer goods. However, it stocked something that was absent in the urban cooperative, dry tobacco leaves. He had long intended to buy some for Lu Xuanzhu, but during his last visit, they had been out of stock. This time, as soon as he entered, he spotted a large pile on the shelves. Without hesitation, Liu Genlai seized the opportunity, purchasing the entire mound of dry tobacco leaves, over 10 pounds, for less than 1 yuan. If he were to give all of these to Lu Xuanzhu, it would last him for a year or two. It wasn't that he didn't wish to buy cigarettes for Lu Xuanzhu. The issue was that Lu Xuanzhu was thrifty. Forget about Zhonghua or Dakiaman. Even the cheapest Dazhong brand cost 9 cents per pack. Given Lu Xuanzhu's consumption, 1 pack a day would certainly not suffice, and spending over 10 cents daily on cigarettes would surely cause him distress. Smoking is merely a pastime. If every puff induces anxiety, it would be better not to smoke at all. After exercising at Wudaling for an entire afternoon, Liu Genlai returned home as darkness was approaching. Upon seeing his son pushing a brand new handcart into the courtyard, both Lu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang were taken aback. What did you buy this for? Are you just burning money? A handcart costs 15 yuan, and the shovel, pickaxe, and manure rake together are quite a bit as well. This is making Lu Xuanzhu quite distressed. If you're going to waste money, why not on something else? Liu Genlai pointed to the sack covering the cart and asked, Father, what is this? Did you buy some dry tobacco leaves again? Upon pulling back the sack, Lu Xuanzhu's half-finished sentence transformed into an exclamation. What a fine boy. Your father hasn't wasted his affection on you. Lu Xuanzhu eagerly embraced the 7 or 8 pounds of dry tobacco leaves, his eyes sparkling with joy, completely forgetting the expenses of the handcart, iron shovel, and manure rake. Look at you. You get so excited over tobacco leaves as if you've just seen your own father. Li Lanxiang remarked with disdain, yet she too was unknowingly swayed by the excitement. My real father never gave me tobacco leaves, but my son did. Lu Xuanzhu wasted no time, clutching the leaves as he hurried into the inner room, intending to dry them on the Kong, so they could be crushed and smoked by morning. Genlai, it's time for dinner. Where are you going? Li Lanxiang asked urgently as she noticed Liu Genlai setting down the handcart and preparing to leave. My father says my grandfather is not as good as the tobacco leaves. I'm going to tell on him. Liu Genlai shouted mischievously towards the window of the inner room, a grin playing on his face. You dare. You little rascal, do you want a beating? Lu Xuanzhu dashed out, still holding the unfinished tobacco leaves. Catch me if you can. Liu Genlai ran even faster, laughter from Li Lanxiang ringing out behind them. Chapter 99. Grandfather's brilliance. Upon arriving at his grandparents' house, Liu Genlai found his grandmother preparing a meal, while his grandfather was absent. Grandma, where is Grandpa? He inquired. What tobacco leaves have you brought? Your grandfather enjoys smoking leaves quite well. His grandmother noticed the 4 to 5 pounds of tobacco leaves Liu Genlai was carrying and reproached him gently as she took them. Your grandfather has gone to the accounting office. What does Grandpa need to do at the accounting office? Liu Genlai asked. The accounting office was simply what the villagers called the commune office out of habit. The commune is taking that old hen away, and your grandfather went to deliver it. His grandmother explained casually, such fine tobacco leaves need to be dried properly, or it would be a waste. What? Liu Genlai was taken aback. The commune was taking the old hen, and his grandfather had willingly delivered it? Was Grandpa up to something troublesome? Liu Genlai could no longer sit still and turned to leave. Grandma, I'll go check. No need, no need. Your grandfather won TB at a loss. His grandmother's tone remained calm. But I still want to see. Liu Genlai's temperament could not match that of his grandmother, who had lived for decades and seen all kinds of storms. To her, it was just an old hen. How much trouble could it cause? His grandmother hardly regarded it. But Liu Genlai was not so unconcerned. His grandparents' home was not far from the accounting office, just 2 streets away. Before he could reach it, Liu Genlai heard several clangs of a gong. Why is someone ringing a gong? He quickened his pace. When he arrived at the accounting office, a crowd of villagers had gathered at the entrance, with Grandpa Liu standing in the midst, a chicken cage at his feet and a gong in his hand. After all the commotion, it was Grandpa who had been ringing the gong. Seeing the villagers drawn in by the sound, Liu Genlai felt a weight lift from his heart. He didn't push through the crowd, but found a high step to stand on, stretching his neck to watch the spectacle unfold. Liu Taidan, what do you intend to do? The sound of the gong echoed, as if to summon the entire village. Captain Zheng's expression was long and solemn. 59. Did you also call for Liu Taidan? How can you be so disrespectful? Just because you've become the captain, you've let it go to your head? Should I fetch your father to teach you how to call people properly? With a sharp strike, old Liu struck the gong again. Uncle Taidan, as an elder, you ought to know better. What should we do with this old hen? There are customs in the village. Everything can be chaotic, but the hierarchy must be respected. With so many people watching, even Captain Zheng wouldn't dare to confront the matter of hierarchy. You're the captain, so why should I speak? Liu said, you've asked me to surrender the old hen, and here I am, personally bringing it to you. Old Liu drew a kitchen knife from his waistband, brandishing it in the air, causing several timid souls to retreat several steps in fright. I brought my kitchen knife, just in case you lacked one. If you say you want to eat, I'll swiftly chop off the hen's head. As he spoke, old Liu cast a glance at a man standing beside Captain Zheng. This individual, in his 30s, donned a Zhongshan suit and wore a cotton coat, clearly not a villager. Liu Genlai recognized him after a careful look. He was from the commune, often descending to gather resources during busy seasons under the guise of providing guidance. Who said we wanted to eat it? We want to raise it. Captain Zheng maintained a stern facade. The village's livestock was already collectively managed. Do you intend to oppose the policies from above? Stop casting aspersions on me. My awareness is no less than yours. 59. Old Liu raised his voice. I wholeheartedly support the policies from above. Collective management is indeed superior to individual management. Then why are you causing this ruckus? Captain Zheng pointed at the kitchen knife and the gong in old Liu's hands. I want to gather everyone to publicly inquire about your stance. 59. Old Liu struck the gong once more. Do you acknowledge that collective management is better than individual management? Of course, Captain Zheng nodded. Very well, then let me ask you, what kind of grain do you plan to feed this old hen? Old Liu smiled broadly at Captain Zheng. Grandfather is quite astute. Liu Genlai thought his grandfather would bring up the village's murky affairs, such as how the commune would send people with tasks that led to pigs breaking legs or chickens falling ill. If he were to mention these, it would be tantamount to tearing the facade in public. Unexpectedly, grandfather brought up the issue of grain. With so many eyes upon him, Captain Zheng found it difficult to respond. To suggest that the feed for the hen was inadequate would mean contradicting his earlier admission that collective management was superior to individual management. To say that the feed was good would be even worse, given that so many people were struggling to fill their stomachs. Did Captain Zheng value the life of a hen over that of a person? Naturally, we feed with whatever we have. There is no need to report to you how the brigade manages a hen, is there? Captain Zheng managed to respond with composure to such a tricky question. Then let us clarify beforehand. When I fed this old hen, it laid an egg a day. Since you assert that collective management is superior to individual management, it must yield more than just one egg a day. Old Liu kicked the chicken coop, declaring, the hen is right here. Take it now. I wish to see if it can lay an egg in a single day. If it can, then so be it. If it cannot, then you, Elder Zheng, are guilty of undermining collective farming and openly defying the policies from above. With that, old Liu flung a harsh accusation. Zheng's face darkened with indignation. Yet he found himself unable to retort. At that moment, the representative from the commune spoke up. To err is human, while collective farming is commendable. Failing to rear a single hen is not unusual. What? Are you opposing collective farming as well? Old Liu was unyielding, unimpressed by the representative's lack of understanding. Come, let's head to the commune and discuss this matter. Clutching a gong with one hand and a kitchen knife with the other, he advanced toward the man, who, frightened, hurriedly hid behind Zheng. Do not speak carelessly. Who has opposed anything? I wholeheartedly support the policies from above and the Zheng brigade. You must stop him. He is going to commit murder. Stop, Zheng bellowed. Uncle Liu, you are being utterly reckless. I merely wish to take him to the commune for a discussion of justice. How is that reckless? Old Liu raised the kitchen knife, asserting, this knife, as I have previously stated, is intended for slaughtering chickens. Who knew he would have less courage than a hen? I believe it is unnecessary to complicate matters. If he desires chicken, I shall dispatch it now and prepare it for him. Zheng brigade, quickly restrain him. The commune representative shouted. If old Liu were to kill the hen in front of so many witnesses, his reputation would be tarnished, and with a determined adversary, his future could be jeopardized. Uncle Liu, perhaps it would be best for you to take the hen back and rear it yourself. Zheng hastily intervened. What? No longer collective farming. Old Liu merely feigned aggression. He had no intention of truly slaughtering the hen. As soon as Zheng spoke, he halted. Currently, the collective is facing difficulties. There isn't enough grain to feed the chickens. Once the collective has surplus grain, you may contribute to collective farming again. Zheng sought to provide himself with a graceful exit. Then I shall indeed take it back. Old Liu tucked the knife into his waist, seized the chicken coop, and swaggered home like a triumphant general. Chapter 100. I am here to annoy you with old Liu's departure. The crowd dispersed. Liu Genlai hurried after him, taking the chicken coop from his grandfather's hands. Old Liu, noticing his eldest grandson, finally relaxed his grip. You rascal, when did you arrive? I came as soon as you struck the gong, Liu Genlai replied, giving a thumbs up. Grandfather, you were truly impressive just now. Learn from your grandfather. Old Liu replied, hands clasped behind his back. After years of roaming far and wide, I possess considerable wisdom. That young man, at 59, dares to covet my hen? What a dream. Grandfather, here's a cigarette. Liu Genlai genuinely admired the old man. In that instance, had it been him, he certainly would not have managed the situation as skillfully as grandfather did, preserving the hen without severing ties and standing firmly on the moral high ground, making it impossible for anyone to contest him. Old Liu, relishing his smoke, resumed his posture with hands behind his back, the gong jingling with every step he took. Grandfather, where did the gong come from? In his youth, you didn't engage in monkey tricks, did you? Liu Genlai inquired with a chuckle. People were barely able to feed themselves. What nonsense is this about monkey tricks? This was something your grandfather resorted to during a famine, selling medicine to gather a crowd. If you didn't make some noise, how would anyone know what you were selling? Grandfather, did you really sell medicine? Do you understand traditional Chinese medicine? Liu Genlai exclaimed in surprise. I've never heard that old Liu had such skills. I don't know the first thing about traditional medicine. I sold powerful pills that wouldn't kill you, but were of little use. Back in those days of hardship, if it weren't for this skill, our family would have starved to death long ago, old Liu boasted proudly. Goodness. After all this time, it turns out grandfather is the legendary quack selling powerful pills. Liu Genlai could hardly contain his laughter. The journey home wasn't long. Before they finished a single cigarette, the grandfather and grandson had arrived at their doorstep. We're back, Grandma said, showing no surprise at grandfather bringing home a hen. She took the chicken cage from Liu Genlai's hands, placed it at the entrance, fed it some wet bran, and then went off to prepare dinner. Old Liu set the kitchen knife on the counter and went back inside to fetch the gong. Liu Genlai remained outside, seated on the threshold, watching Grandma cook. Shortly after, a sudden exclamation came from within. So many dried tobacco leaves. Grandson, did you bring these for your grandfather? Look, I told you, your grandfather's nose is sharper than a dog's. Grandma laughed as she patted the pancakes by the pot. I deliberately didn't tell him, just to see how long it would take him to figure it out. He just walked in, and he could smell it already. My good grandson. Emerging from the inner room, old Liu's face was alight with joy, completely unfazed by the teasing from the old lady. With offerings of wine and tobacco, he declared that while he didn't partake in the blessings of his son, he was certainly enjoying the fortune of his grandson. You old fool, all you think about is wine and tobacco, and there's so much grain too. Why don't you mention that? Grandma chided. Isn't that for you to say? If I mentioned everything, what would you say? Surprisingly, old Lu's reasoning was rather sound, leaving the old lady momentarily speechless. With a wide grin, Liu Genlai pulled out an oil paper package from his pocket and handed it to old Liu. What is this? Old Liu asked, peeling back the layers of the oil paper to reveal a packet of dark red powder. This is deer heart blood, the esteemed Dr. Liu from Tang said it can slow aging and prolong life. I bought a bit for you. Just add a little when Grandma is cooking porridge. All 6 deer heart blood had dried in the space. After searching thoroughly, Liu Genlai managed to bring back this small package. Excellent. This is indeed a precious item. Old Liu exclaimed with delight. Your grandmother has aged quite a bit these past few years. It's just right for her to replenish her strength. You old man. How can you speak like that? Am I the only one aging? Do you wish to find someone younger? Grandma shot back with narrowed eyes. Well, grandfather had certainly misstepped with his flattery. No woman, regardless of age, wishes to be called old, and Grandma was no exception. I'm old. You're still young, aren't you? If you've got it, can I have some too? Old Liu playfully shoved the oil paper package into Grandma's hands. A true old rascal. Ha ha ha. Liu Genlai could no longer hold back, clutching his belly in laughter. Grandmother was also amused, giving Old Liu a stern glare as she carefully tucked away the oiled paper bag. What are you laughing at? Are you pleased to see Grandpa being bullied by Grandma? Old Liu shot a glance at Liu Genlai. Ha ha ha. Liu Genlai laughed even louder. If you laugh again, I will smack you. Old Liu raised his hand, but as it descended, it transformed into 2 fingers, pinching the cigarette that Liu Genlai offered. Look at your meager accomplishments. Grandmother chuckled as well. After dinner at Grandma and Grandpa's house, Liu Genlai headed to a production team. From a distance, he spotted the lantern. This time, it was not in the cattle shed or the donkey pen, but in the pigsty. What on earth is old Wang doing in the pigsty at this hour? Liu Genlai approached, carrying 4 to 5 pounds of dry tobacco leaves for old Wang. Old Wang squatted beside the pig's nest, the lantern hanging above, casting a dim yellow glow. The pig lay motionless in its nest while old Liu's hands busied themselves with the animal. What are you doing, old Wang? Liu Genlai asked curiously. Catching lice. Without looking back, old Wang tugged at a pig's leg and flipped the creature over. The pig lay on its back, utterly compliant, allowing old Wang to fuss over it. Catching lice on a pig? Liu Genlai was taken aback. Are you out of your mind? You little brat, what do you know? Old Wang retorted. This pig has endured great hardships in our production team, poorly fed and watered, only growing to a little over 100 pounds in a year. The deadline for delivering the pig is approaching, and if it doesn't gain weight soon, all my efforts for the year will be in vain. I thought you were catching lice to cuddle with it at night. Liu Genlai laughed. Get lost. You can't say anything sensible. Old Wang continued to squeeze the lice. And even from behind the pigsty wall, Liu Genlai could hear the distinct sound of lice being crushed. With so many lice, the pig surely isn't eating well. Even if it does, it's been infested. Now that there's coal and firewood, I'll cook something warm for the pig to help it gain some weight. Liu Genlai felt a bit speechless. He had brought coal and firewood for old Wang to cook and warm his bed at night. But old Wang had used it all for the pig. Yet, he couldn't say anything. After all, old Wang was the team's caretaker, and raising pigs was his job. If the pigs ended up thin, old Wang would have no way to account for it to the production team. Go wait in my room. Don't linger here and let lice jump on you. Old Wang waved Liu Genlai away. Look what I brought you. Liu Genlai raised the dry tobacco leaves in his hand. Dry tobacco leaves? Old Wang's eyes lit up momentarily, then he turned back. Take it back for your father. I'll stick to smoking tree leaves. What do you think? If I hadn't saved enough for my father, would I give it to you? Liu Genlai was straightforward, not indulging old Wang with empty words. You don't know how to talk. Old Wang chuckled and scolded. Are you angry? I'm just trying to rile you up for wasting my coal and firewood. Liu Genlai grinned mischievously, feeling much better inside. Chapter 101. 1 month Liu Genlai didn't linger by the pigsty, not out of fear of lice, but because of the stench. The pigsty was filled with dung, a mix of pig excrement and urine that had been stewing in the pit for a month or 2. Even the frozen clumps of ice could not mask the overwhelming odor. Liu Genlai arrived at the old Wang's tool shed, carrying a bundle of tobacco leaves, intending to set them down and depart. After a couple of futile attempts to push the door open, he grumbled and returned to the pig pen. Old Wang, why lock the door? Are you truly planning to cuddle with the pigs? Old Wang, engrossed in dealing with lice, paid no heed to Liu Genlai's jest. I had relocated to the adjacent feed room. The feed room? Liu Genlai turned back for a moment and sauntered over. The feed room was right next to the tool shed. Upon pushing the door, it opened readily. As he stepped inside, he was met with the robust aroma of boiled feed. Liu Genlai switched on his flashlight and surveyed the room, discovering a stove beside the door, atop which sat a large pot bubbling ominously, its contents dark and indiscernible. He bent down to examine the pot's base, noting that the coal in the stove was nearly burned out, with the surface blackened and cracks glowing red, indicating it had been alight for quite some time. Behind the stove lay a broad column, cluttered with various odds and ends, save for a small cleared space at the head, just enough to accommodate a bedding. This old man certainly knew how to make do. Liu Genlai muttered to himself, placing the dry tobacco leaves on the Kang's head, along with a bag of cornmeal, before turning to exit. As long as the firewood and coal he brought for the old man were not wasted, it mattered little that the room was filled with the pungent odor of pig feed. Old Wang himself seemed indifferent to it, so why should he concern himself? Old Wang, I'm leaving. Take your time with your lice. Catch plenty, so you might add some meat to your meals, Liu Genlai called out towards the pig pen. I've saved some for you. When you return, I'll fry it up for you. Old Wang's voice came from the direction of the pig pen, accompanied by a pig's grunt. Had he truly made the pigs comfortable? Liu Genlai chuckled to himself and strolled back home. In the following month, Liu Genlai remained at Wudao Ridge, dedicating his days to physical training. Initially, he had given little thought to the killing of those 3 men, but upon Zhou Qiming's mention, he felt a twinge of fear. Had it not been for his capriciousness in toying with those men like dogs, exhausting them to the point they could barely lift their arms, had those men not feared that the sound of gunfire would attract a swarm of police, even with a gun in his hand, that night would have likely ended in disaster. In critical moments, it was essential to rely on one's own strength to survive. Fortunately, his efforts had not been in vain. He ate well, slept well, and after over 2 months of training, his physique had transformed entirely. Though he still appeared thin, removing his shirt would reveal distinct muscle definition. This was merely external. Internally, he had mastered the underhanded tactics learned from fighting in the orphanage, imbuing this body with muscle memory. Should he encounter someone of similar skill to those 3 men again, even if he did not tire them out, he was confident he could use those tactics to take them down one by one, provided they were unarmed. The thought of firearms made Liu Genlai somewhat uneasy. The 3 firearms possessed by those individuals, 2 were handed over to Zhou Qiming while he retained 1 for himself, along with dozens of rounds of ammunition. Coupled with the 3 rifles gifted by Old Wang and the box cannon from his grandfather, he found himself equipped with 3 guns and an ample supply of bullets. The dilemma, however, lay in the absence of a suitable venue to hone his shooting skills. The firearms remained mere ornaments. Practicing at Wudao Ridge was out of the question, as its proximity to Lingqian village meant that the sound of gunfire would inevitably attract the militia. Venturing into the deep mountains was equally unfeasible, given the village's hunting team perpetually lurking within, ready to respond to any gunshots that might lure them in. The mere mention of the hunting team elicited a chuckle from Liu Genlai. This motley crew managed to catch 6 wild chickens and exchange them for a long gun at the pigeon market in the capital, only to promptly shoot a wild boar on the same day. With the aid of their baited traps, they even captured 2 wild boars at once. However, upon their jubilant return to the village with 3 boars, the commune seized their bounty, leaving the villagers with merely 3 sets of pig entrails. When they attempted to dispute this with the commune officials, they were swiftly rebuffed. Are you members of the commune? Was your hunting expedition during designated collective labor hours? Should not the spoils obtained during such times belong to the commune collectively? The younger members, including Han Dahu, Go Wangkai, and Air Pang, nearly lost their tempers. Had it not been for the restraint of seasoned leaders like Zheng Laoduan, Zhao Deshun, and Wu Chongshan, they might have resorted to violence against the officials. Should they have acted in aggression, the repercussions would have been dire, likely resulting in months of labor reform in the most arduous of conditions, or worse, imprisonment. Nonetheless, the hunting team remained undeterred, continuing their excursions into the mountains. They merely grew wiser, opting not to bring their prey back to the village in its entirety. Instead, they divided the spoils in the mountains, dispatching members of each production team to retrieve portions for distribution among households. By the time the commune officials caught wind of the situation, the game had already been apportioned among the villagers, rendering any reclamation attempts futile. Unable to procure the meat, the officials vented their frustrations on Zheng Laoduan, who found himself summoned to the commune for reprimands day after day. The Liu family also received a fair share of meat. Zheng Laoduan was true to his word. The amount of grain surrendered dictated the quantity of meat allocated. The Liu family exchanged half a bag of peanut shells for 5 pounds of wild boar meat and a length of pig intestines, earning the envy of their neighbors. Yet, despite such envy, they found themselves incapable of emulating this success. Regardless of the deliciousness of the meat, it could merely serve as a treat. Trading a month's worth of grain for a few days' sustenance was a sacrifice few were willing to make. Some clever villagers ventured to the pigeon market in the capital, hoping to trade wild boar meat for grain, but returned with little to show for their efforts. Most opting instead to sell for cash. For the common folk, the quality of grain was of little significance in terms of intrinsic value or taste. Their sole criterion was whether it could stave off hunger. Premium rice and fine flour were luxuries for the discerning palate, while ordinary villagers sought quantity. If one could exchange a day's worth of food for 3 days' worth, that was a true skill. Life in the village remained unchanged despite the occasional bounty from the hunting team. Hunger persisted, as did the bitter cold. This entire matter has little to do with Liu Genlai. At most, it serves as a trivial topic for casual conversation between Liu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang. Some have even attempted to associate Liu Genlai with the situation, questioning why the hunted game need not be surrendered, asserting that Liu Laotu would intervene even without Liu Genlai's involvement. My eldest grandson hunts in the mountains using our own provisions and wears clothing crafted from our cotton. How does this pertain to the collective? What right does the commune have to impose such demands? Your grandson is also a member of the commune and spends his work hours in the collective. Thus, any game he catches is naturally the property of the collective. Detractors have invoked the rhetoric of the commune's officials, yet Liu Laotu has rebutted them effectively. My eldest grandson has long ceased working, needing no work points. His time belongs entirely to him, with no connection to the collective whatsoever. Should any of you also choose to refrain from labor, earning no work points and receiving no grain at year's end, I assure you, I would harbor no envy. When Liu Xuanzhu returned home, brimming with enthusiasm, his lips curved in a smile that he could not suppress. Chapter 102. Educating my younger brother with more than half a month remaining until the new year. Liu Genxi and Liu Genwang were granted their holiday. That morning, after Liu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang had left for work, Liu Genlai found himself besieged by Liu Genxi and Liu Genwang. Elder brother, I want to accompany you into the mountains to hunt, Liu Genxi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I want to go too. I am quite capable and will certainly not slow you down, Liu Genwang chimed in, equally eager. With the advent of coal in the household, they no longer needed to gather firewood. Their elder brother occasionally brought meat home, inciting envy in the two younger siblings. They had secretly conspired to persuade their elder brother to take them hunting the moment the holiday began. What mountains? I fear you might end up in quite a predicament, he quipped. If he were to take the younger boys deep into the wilderness, Liu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang might hesitate to discipline him. But those two would undoubtedly face a thorough beating, perhaps even a joint effort. Such youthful exuberance must be curbed. A proper thrashing might instill some sense in them for the future. Liu Genxi scratched his head, feeling a flicker of trepidation, while Liu Genwang appeared unfazed. What is there to fear? It's merely a beating. It's not as if I haven't experienced it before. Are you truly unafraid? Liu Genlai tapped Liu Genwang on the back of the head. You wish for your second brother to take the punishment for you, don't you? If the two of you venture into the mountains together, the older one will bear a greater responsibility and thus endure a more severe punishment. Hee. My second brother is tougher than I am. He isn't scared of a beating, right, second brother? Liu Genwang teased, grinning widely, undeterred by the revelation of his intentions. Who do you think you are? Liu Genxi retorted, finally catching on, and delivered a playful slap to Liu Genwang's head. Liu Genwang ducked and evaded, sprinting away before Liu Genxi could retaliate. Don't let me catch you. If I do, I'll give you a thorough thrashing. Perhaps wary of Liu Genlai's presence, Liu Genxi refrained from pursuing, instead issuing a fierce threat. Liu Genlai pondered for a moment and then addressed Liu Genxi. Do you know where the tire patching supplies are kept? I know. Liu Genwang interjected before Liu Genxi could respond. They're on the ceiling in our parents' room. Go fetch them for me. Liu Genlai beckoned to Liu Genwang. I can't reach them. Liu Genwang, hesitant to return for fear of being reprimanded by Liu Genxi, opted to take a circuitous route, resembling a thief in the night. If you can't reach, let your second brother carry you, Liu Genlai suggested. a smile gracing his lips as he observed the two young brothers. What? Liu Genlai was momentarily perplexed. What do you mean what? Hurry up and come here. Liu Genlai scolded, then turned to Liu Genlai, inquiring, Elder brother, what do you need the rope for? To take you fishing, Liu Genlai responded. With their parents away from home and Liu Genlai eager to exercise, the two young boys would surely become restless indoors. It was better to take them fishing than to risk them playing on the ice at the small river by the village. Fishing? Where will we go? Are we going to the river at the village's entrance? Liu Genlai asked, a flurry of questions escaping his lips. Liu Genlai chimed in, Elder brother. Do you mean to take us to catch the golden crucian carp, like last time? Having savored the taste of the golden crucian once, it had left quite an impression on him. We won't go to the small river. I will take you to the reservoir on the ridge. What fish could possibly be in the village river? If we are to fish, we should go to a larger body of water. The reservoir on the ridge lies northwest of Lingqian village, approximately 8 miles away. It is a natural reservoir covering about 100 to 200 acres, not too large, yet not insignificant. During the abundant water period, the reservoir feeds the small river at the village's entrance, but now, in the dry season, the river has run dry, and the reservoir is likely frozen over, making it perfect for ice fishing. Upon hearing that their elder brother planned to take them fishing at the Ridge Reservoir, the two boys were filled with excitement, quickly casting aside their earlier squabble. They hurriedly removed their shoes and climbed onto the kong. Liu Genlai, stepping onto Liu Genlai's shoulders, retrieved a fist-sized spool of line from the rafters and presented it proudly to Liu Genlai. Unlike modern tires, which contain steel wires, the older tires were made with sturdy threads. When making shoes for dry and wet conditions, they would often dismantle the threads to prevent the children from losing them while playing, storing them out of reach. Had it not been for Liu Genlai's prompting, the two boys would not have dared to touch it. Liu Genlai took a length of the line, stepped on it with one foot, and tugged with both hands, testing its strength. Satisfied with the sturdiness, he tucked the spool into his pocket and beckoned to the younger brothers. Let's go. For the 8-mile journey, Liu Genlai would certainly not walk. He brought out his bicycle, first lifting Liu Genlai onto the front beam, and once he began pedaling, he allowed Liu Genlai to hop onto the back seat. He had expected Liu Genlai might struggle a bit, but to his surprise, the boy leaped up effortlessly. It was the first time for both boys to ride a bicycle, and their excitement was palpable. While they managed to contain themselves somewhat in the village, they unleashed their exuberance outside its confines. Charge! Attack! No mercy! Liu Genlai, perched on the beam, abandoned the handlebars, twisting and shouting animatedly, his saliva flying. You may be merciless, but I am the good one, and you are the bad one. You run ahead, and I will chase you. Giddy up! Giddy up! Attack! Liu Genlai, only 10 years old, was even more exuberant in play. He stood up on the back seat, one hand gripping Liu Genlai's shoulder while the other waved about. Mimicking a horse rider, full of bravado, Liu Genlai was burdened with 2 companions. The road was far from ideal, and riding became increasingly arduous. The 2 young men, in their exuberance, made his struggle even more pronounced. After several attempts to communicate his discomfort, Liu chose a more demonstrative approach. He tilted the bicycle, resulting in a fall. Liu Genlai, who was perched on the rear seat, tumbled off, staggering a few steps before nearly collapsing in a most undignified manner. Just as he regained his footing, he slipped into a ditch by the roadside, landing in a disheveled heap. Liu Genlai fared worse, unable to evade the fall while seated on the beam. Had Liu Genlai not supported his head, it would have struck the ground directly. Nevertheless, he still suffered considerably, tears streaming down his face. Will you continue your antics? Liu Genlai observed, refusing to assist them, instead lighting a cigarette and watching the commotion with a bemused expression. I won't do it again, it hurts. Liu Genlai, with great effort, clambered out of the ditch, revealing a scraped knee through torn trousers. Liu Genlai remained in tears, though he had escaped leg injuries. His palm was scraped and bleeding. Are we still going fishing? Liu Genlai inquired, gazing at the 2 young men. Of course. If we turn back now, it would all be in vain, Liu Genlai replied defiantly. Liu Genlai remained silent, his expression mirroring Liu Genlai's stubbornness. If you wish to go, behave yourselves. If you cause any more trouble, I shall not be responsible for your falls, Liu Genlai warned, taking a few quick puffs of his cigarette before applying the ash to their wounds. The injuries, while painful in appearance, were merely superficial abrasions, and the ash quickly staunched the bleeding. Once they resumed their journey, the 2 young men were notably subdued. After a short while, Liu Genlai guided them to the reservoir atop the ridge. In Chapter 103, it was revealed that Liu Genlai possessed remarkable fishing skills. He had presumed that few would venture out to fish in the depths of winter, yet upon arrival, he was surprised to find a considerable number of individuals scattered across the ice, more than 10 in total. Some were bundled tightly against the cold, their clothing showing few patches, evidently leisurely visitors from the city. Others were in tattered attire, lacking even a proper coat, hopping about to keep warm. Likely villagers hoping for a stroke of luck. During this time, the notion of a dedicated fisherman was nearly non-existent. Those who braved the winter chill to fish did so out of necessity. Upon stepping onto the ice, Liu Genlai assessed its thickness, which was at least half a foot, rendering it impenetrable without tools. Scanning his surroundings, he approached a well-dressed, heavily bundled man. "Excuse me, could I borrow your pickaxe?" Liu Genlai offered a cigarette in exchange. "I want to lend it," the man replied curtly, his gaze fixed on the fishing float. How audacious, Liu Genlai thought, slightly miffed at the man's dismissal. "Do you even realize the value of the cigarette I offered?" He turned to survey the area, determined to find another potential source. Just as he completed a full circle, a voice called from behind. "Hey there, brother. You can use my pickaxe. Would you trade it for a cigarette? I'm freezing to death and could use a smoke to warm up." Liu Genlai turned to see a middle-aged man, dressed in rags, jumping to keep warm, a pickaxe resting at his feet. "Thank you, sir," Liu Genlai replied as he approached, tossing the cigarette to the man before picking up the pickaxe. "Chinese. How do you manage to smoke such fine cigarettes?" The middle-aged man scrutinized Liu Genlai, still trembling uncontrollably. "Go ahead and smoke your cigarette." Liu Genlai glanced around, then swung the pickaxe at a spot less than 10 meters away from the earlier figure. The man frowned at him, but said nothing in response. Before long, Liu Genlai had chiseled out a square block of ice, half a meter on each side, lifting it with both hands and pulling it out from the ice hole. "Thank you, uncle." Liu Genlai approached and returned the pickaxe to the middle-aged man, casually tossing him a cigarette as well. "No need for thanks. I should be the one expressing gratitude to you," the man replied, taking deep puffs of the cigarette while still shivering. "It's freezing today. Why did you bring 2 children along? Aren't you afraid they'll get cold?" "It's all right. They'll warm up by the fire," Liu Genlai instructed the boys. "You two go fetch some firewood." Liu Genlai surveyed the surroundings before turning to leave. Liu Genwang followed closely and called back to Liu Genlai, "Brother, if you catch a fish, make sure to shout for us." The reservoir was bordered by a mountain, which was abundant with trees. Gathering firewood in the woods was second nature for the boys. Liu Genlai returned to the ice hole he had just created and pulled out several handfuls of corn soaked in deer blood wine from his space, scattering them into the water. While sea fishing does not require baiting, fishing in a reservoir necessitates it. Otherwise, no matter how long one waits, catching fish would be exceedingly difficult. He had sent the boys away to facilitate the baiting process. If they were watching, there would surely be a cacophony. In these times, few were willing to use food for bait. The corn soaked in deer blood wine would surely be enticing, and he was confident it would attract fish. He bent a large needle used for sewing burlap sacks, threaded it, and when he took it out, it was already adorned with several kernels of corn soaked in deer blood wine. "What kind of corn are you using? Why is it so red?" The middle-aged man had approached without Liu Genlai noticing. "Aren't you concerned about your fishing hook? What if a fish bites? You would be at a loss." Liu Genlai casually tossed the hook into the water. "It's not that easy. I'm just here to test my luck." The man chuckled. "Is this how you fish? Without a sinker or a float?" "I don't know how to fish. I'm just casting aimlessly," Liu Genlai replied without further explanation, his awareness probing the line into the water. The water here was still quite deep, about 7 or 8 meters. The deer blood wine-soaked corn had just been scattered, and as of yet, no fish had been attracted. "I have a float. I'll give it to you. So I'm not taking your cigarettes for free." The middle-aged man turned and walked back. A considerate person, indeed, Liu Genlai thought, not wishing to refuse the gesture. Shortly after, the man returned with a float made from a sorghum stalk. Liu Genlai accepted it, tied it to the fishing line, and pretended to examine it, while actually remaining focused on sensing the hook underwater. After smoking a couple of cigarettes, the man seemed to feel a bit warmer and was now bouncing about, no longer shivering as he had been at the start. "Which village are you from, young man?" "Lingxian village," Liu Genlai replied casually. "Lingxian village." The man raised his voice a notch. "There is someone named Liu Genlai from Lingxian village. Do you know him?" "Do you know him?" Liu Genlai countered. "How could I possibly know him? It is said that the young man excels at hunting." Not only did he provide his two sisters with jobs using the game he caught, but he also procured a bicycle. Rumor has it that his family dines on meat daily, with ample supplies of white steamed buns and corn cakes. The person speaking wore a look of envy, nearly drooling at the mention of food. You haven't heard it all. The fellow named Liu Genlai is also quite adept at fishing. Liu Genlai, with a swift tug on the line, stood up and deftly maneuvered, pulling a carp weighing 4 to 5 pounds onto the ice. Good grief. You caught such a large fish right away. The man's eyes bulged in astonishment, momentarily forgetting to jump in excitement. Didn't I just mention that Liu Genlai is quite the fisherman? Liu Genlai smirked. He was unbothered by the rumors. After all, one's mouth is on their own face, and he had no control over what others said. Why worry about farming when one can listen to the chirps of the cicadas? He focused on living his life, letting others say what they wished. Indeed, you are Liu Genlai, the man chuckled. I guessed it was you when you offered me the Zhonghua cigarettes. You're the only one in the commune who can afford them. Why aren't you fishing anymore? Are you just hanging around me to see if I'll give you an autograph? Liu Genlai chuckled inwardly. Are you suggesting that I'm the most extravagant person in the commune? If you were only smoking fine cigarettes without arranging jobs for your sisters, buying a bicycle for your family, or providing food, then that would be wasteful. As it stands, you've managed everything at home quite well. What is wrong with enjoying a few good smokes? The way he spoke was oddly pleasing. Liu Genlai glanced at the man, noticing his eyes fixated on the fish. Nearly drooling. Do you want this fish? Liu Genlai grinned. No, no, no. It's yours. How could I take it? The man waved his hands repeatedly. Go help my two younger brothers gather some firewood. And this fish is yours. Liu Genlai pointed to Liu Genshi and Liu Genwang on the hillside. Really? The man's eyes sparkled. No need to hesitate. I want it. I'll go right now. He dashed off, nearly slipping and falling. Liu Genlai chuckled again, returning his focus to the fishing line. This fellow's constant presence was inconvenient while fishing, but it was just as well. He could help his younger brothers and keep the man occupied. After all, it was merely a fish, nothing of great significance. Chapter 104. Grilled fish. The corn kernels soaked in deer blood wine were quite effective. From the moment he caught the first fish, large catches kept coming. Liu Genlai didn't even wait for the fish to bite. He crudely maneuvered the hook to make contact with the fish, and once it did, it was drawn into his space. By the time the man returned, burdened with a hefty bundle of firewood alongside Genshi and Jinwang, Liu Genlai had already amassed over a dozen fish in his space. The largest weighed nearly 20 pounds, while the smallest still weighed 3 to 4 pounds. Any fish smaller than that, Liu Genlai could not be bothered to store. However, visibly, he only had the very first fish he caught, which had already frozen solid. Little brother, here's the firewood. The man placed the large bundle behind Liu Genlai. You are indeed quite reliable, Liu Genlai remarked with a smile. The bundle weighed over 100 pounds and would burn long into the night. It's nothing, just putting in a bit of effort. The man brushed off the dust from his clothes, casting a casual glance at the fish. You can take it, Liu Genlai waved his hand. Is that really appropriate? You've only caught one. The man hesitated. If you don't want the fish, just take the firewood, Liu Genlai, uninterested in further debate, stated bluntly. Choose one, the fish or the firewood. Then I shall take the fish. The man turned back to the ice hole where he had been fishing, shattered the frozen layer, retrieved his hook, and returned. Since I'm done fishing anyway, I'll give you the line and hook. Before Liu Genlai could respond, he grabbed the fish and left. Brother, I want to fish too, Liu Genshi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the hook and line. I want to fish as well, Liu Genwang echoed eagerly. What are you arguing about? I spoke first. You are the elder brother. You should yield to your younger sibling. You're not that much older than me, merely 2 years. What's so impressive about that? Hence, in pursuit of the fishing gear, the brothers began to bicker once more. Aren't you too tired? Liu Genlai laughed as he pulled over a piece of firewood, sitting down with it. He tossed over 2 boxes of matches. You two start 2 fires on either side of the ice holes. Whoever lights their fire first gets to fish first. I'm on brother's side, Liu Genwang declared, seizing the opportunity. Being the elder brother, Liu Genshi did not take offense at his younger brother's advantage. What difference does it make? You won't be quicker than me. The 2 young boys busied themselves gathering wood and lighting fires, quickly igniting them. Liu Genshi was faster. By the time his fire was roaring, Liu Genwang had only managed a small flicker. Giddy with excitement, he picked up the hook and line and rushed to fish. Upon arriving, he realized he had no bait and hurried back. Brother, what should I use to fish? Liu Genlai pulled a handful of corn soaked in deer blood from his pocket and offered it, but Liu Genwang snatched it away first. Brother, I'll fish alongside you. But you mustn't steal from me. Once you catch a fish, I will start. Is that agreeable? That sounds fair enough. Thus, the brothers reconciled. Observing the two boys leaning close together, fully engrossed in their fishing, Liu Genlai smiled. Just then, a sizable grass carp weighing 7 or 8 pounds swam into the baited area. He deftly maneuvered the hook and thrust it into the fish's mouth, pulling it up with ease. Ice fishing differs from other times. During warmer weather, hauling such a large fish onto the shore is no simple feat, but now, with the cold air and frigid water, the fish's activity level was subdued, making it easy to lift such a hefty catch. Brother, that fish is enormous. You're incredible. Liu Genwang, forgetting about his own fishing, scampered over to marvel at the big fish. Liu Genwang stood up, gazing over, perhaps regretting his earlier rush. As soon as Liu Genlai brought the fish up, he swiftly dispatched it, gutted and cleaned it thoroughly, seasoning it with various spices, and inserting a straight stick through its mouth, offering it to Liu Genwang. Can you handle it? I can. Liu Genwang gripped the stick with both hands, and without needing further instruction from Liu Genlai, placed it over the fire to roast. Don't get too close to the flames, they're hot, and the fish will cook quickly, Liu Genlai advised from the side. At the outset, Liu Genwang was full of vigor, but before long, he found himself unable to continue. Brother, this fish is exceedingly heavy. I cannot lift it any longer. Let me take over. You go fish. Liu Genshi scampered over, eagerly taking the wooden stick from Liu Genwang's hands and holding it over the fire to roast. I shan't go. I am eagerly anticipating the grilled fish. At this moment, the enticing aroma of the roasting fish wafted through the air, and Liu Genwang was not about to leave. Before long, Liu Genshi also faltered. Though he possessed slightly more strength than Liu Genwang, a fish weighing 7 or 8 pounds, held aloft by a wooden stick, proved too cumbersome to manage for an extended period. You two are quite foolish. Cannot you prop the other end on the woodpile? Liu Genlai chided them playfully. The brothers' eyes lit up, and they piled the wood higher, pushing it closer to the fire, successfully raising the fish's tail end. Indeed, it became significantly easier. While they enjoyed their newfound ease, a man from the nearby town, already feeling hungry, was tormented by the enticing scent of grilled fish. His stomach grumbled in protest, and unable to resist any longer, he approached them. Young fellows, the fish is ready. Might I have a taste? Fear not. I shan't take your fish for free. I shall trade you some bait. Your bait is corn kernels, while mine is chicken intestines. You shall not be at a loss. What an odd proposition, trading bait for fish. Liu Genlai regarded him. The man appeared to be in his 40s, cultured and refined, wearing black-framed glasses, with tape affixed to the legs, clearly a sign of a broken pair he could not bear to discard. A name suddenly surfaced in Liu Genlai's mind, and he asked without thinking, Sir, what is your surname? One may call me Yen, no need for formality. Goodness, could it be that man? Had he traversed into the realm of the Sihiyuan? Yen Bugue? Liu Genlai ventured cautiously. What Yen Bugue? You must be mistaken. I am Yen Shu, as in the numeral. Oh, Liu Genlai chuckled, dismissing the unlikely coincidence. If he had indeed crossed into the Sihiyuan world, he would not be in Lingxian village. He would have arrived directly at Nanluo Guxiang. Well then, young brother, shall we trade? Yen Shu's gaze was fixed on the grilled fish, and he swallowed hard. Trade? Not a chance. It appeared he thought he could take advantage of Liu Genlai, because he had exchanged fish for a bundle of firewood. Just as Liu Genlai was about to decline, a mischievous thought struck him. What fish can be caught with chicken intestines? Many fish can be caught with chicken intestines, such as catfish, blackfish, bass, and eels. With a stroke of luck, even a soft-shelled turtle could be caught. Fearing Liu Genlai's refusal, Yen Shu continued, These fish are carnivorous. Their flesh far superior to that of herbivorous fish. What you are grilling is a grass carp. Had it been a bass, blackfish, or catfish, the flavor, just imagining it is mouth-watering. I will trade you one fish tail for half a portion of chicken intestines. Liu Genlai feigned interest. Agreed. In a hurry, lest Liu Genlai reconsider, Yen Shu hastily retrieved a small box of bait, pouring out half of the chicken intestines for Liu Genlai. Approximately 2 ounces, a small ball. Liu Genlai, unbothered, hooked a small piece of chicken intestine and cast the fishing line into the water. Chapter 105. Regretful to the core when Yen arrived. The fish had already been roasting for some time. He took it from Liu Genlai's hands and grilled it for another 5 or 6 minutes until it was perfectly cooked. Without waiting for Liu Genlai to say anything, he pulled a folding knife from his waistband and cut off a hefty portion, weighing around 2 or 3 pounds. Thanks, little brother. He handed the remaining fish back to Liu Genlai and carried the sizable chunk away. Throughout the encounter, Liu Jin remained silent, though both Genlai and Zhenwang felt a pang of sympathy. Brother, he took such a large piece of fish. Aren't you going to say anything? Zhenwang pouted, nearly on the verge of tears. Liu Genlai said nothing but clenched his fists, clearly wishing he could confront Yin if he thought he stood a chance. Enjoy your fish. Isn't this large enough for you? Liu Jin lit a cigarette, sitting calmly. Meanwhile, Yin savored the aromatic grilled fish, his grin nearly reaching his ears. I exchanged a few chicken intestines for this massive chunk of fish. What a foolish lad. Yan's smug expression did not escape Liu Jin's notice. Little did he know that the piece of fish he had taken was merely bait, set to lure him in. Soon, the unique aroma, whether from the fish entrails, chicken intestines, or deer blood wine, attracted several carnivorous fish to the spot. The first to arrive was a large catfish, weighing over 10 pounds. As soon as it entered the area, Liu Jin deftly maneuvered the hook into its mouth and yanked it up forcefully. Fearing it might break the line, he swiftly pulled it into his space, releasing it back to the surface, and with a quick tug, opened up a hole in the ice. Splash! The freshly caught catfish thrashed violently, causing the ice to crackle. Wow, what a massive fish. Brother, what kind of fish is this? It's enormous. The two brothers, who had been enjoying their grilled fish, abandoned their meal and rushed towards the large catfish. Brother, this fish is so heavy I can barely lift it. Liu Genlai plunged his hands into the fish's gills, hoisting it up. The catfish's head was nearly as thick as his thigh, easily weighing around 17 or 18 pounds. This is catfish. It would be delicious when stewed in an iron pot, accompanied by flatbreads, Liu Jin said deliberately, ensuring his voice carried to those nearby. Tonight, we'll have iron pot stewed catfish, and when we get home, we'll ask Mom to make flatbreads. Oh, we're having stewed fish tonight, Zhenwang exclaimed excitedly. As Liu Jin pulled the catfish up, Yin noticed, and, upon hearing Liu Jin's words and observing the brothers' jubilant expressions, felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Catfish are carnivorous and cannot be caught with corn. Had he not given away those chicken intestines, it would have been his turn to reel in that large catfish. Alas, what a significant loss. While he had initially relished the grilled fish, it now seemed rather bland. Wow, such a large catfish. Little brother, what did you use to catch it? Several nearby anglers gathered around, intrigued. The individuals had been fishing for quite a while, yielding little success. Liu Genlai, who arrived later than them, managed to catch 3 fish in succession, each larger than the last. How could this not stir their hearts? Chicken intestines are the best bait for catfish, he proclaimed loudly. No sooner had he spoken than his fishing line tightened once more, and with a practiced motion, he pulled another large catfish from the icy hole. Though slightly smaller than the previous catches, it still weighed around 11 to 12 pounds, eliciting a chorus of excitement from those nearby. Young man, could I borrow a bit of your chicken intestines? Rest assured, I won't take advantage. I'll share half of my catch with you, said a city dweller in his 40s. Well, here's another one wanting to mooch off me, Liu Genlai thought. I have only this little bit left, and I traded for it with grilled fish. If you want some, go ask Yin Shu. He pointed towards Yin Shu, who was watching intently. Liu Genlai had caught 2 large catfish in quick succession, making Yin Shu wish he could bang his head against the ice in regret. When he noticed the man looking his way, he quickly waved his hands in refusal. Don't ask me. My chicken intestines are scarce as well. Borrow. He was even hoping to reclaim the little bit he had exchanged with Liu Genlai. Young man, are you selling this fish? Another city dweller inquired. Not for sale, but I can trade, Liu Genlai replied, casting a glance at him. What kind of trade? The man asked. Of course, a monetary exchange, Liu Genlai stated. The man paused, then chuckled. Isn't that essentially selling? How can they be the same? Liu Genlai's expression turned serious. Private transactions are not permitted. If I sell you the fish, I would be in the wrong, so I can only trade. Ha ha ha, you're an amusing lad. The man laughed heartily. All right, I'll follow your lead. How do we proceed with the trade? Which one do you have your eye on? The larger one, I suppose. That'll be 10 yuan. And the smaller one? Which one are you actually trading? The man laughed again. I'm trading, not selling. Why all the questions? You certainly have a strong character, all right. I want to ask further. I'll take the larger one. The man handed Liu Genlai 10 yuan and walked off with the hefty catfish. To be fair, 10 yuan for a catfish weighing 17 or 18 pounds was a bit steep, yet the fish's freshness and the man's desire to avoid the cold made him forego haggling, leaving with his purchase in good spirits. "Young man, how about this catfish?" Another person initiated, eyeing the smaller catfish. The brothers, Gunshi and Jin Wang, exchanged glances at Liu Genlai. Having just sold a large fish, if he sold the smaller one too, they wouldn't be able to enjoy a hearty pot of catfish stew that evening. "What are you two in such a hurry for?" Liu Genlai smiled at the brothers, sharply tugging on his fishing line. And yet another large fish emerged from the icy depths. This time, it was a sizable black fish. Slightly smaller than the catfish, but still weighing around 7 to 8 pounds, thrashing about on the ice. "You've got quite the skill, young man. We haven't caught a single one, yet you keep reeling them in," someone remarked in admiration. "How about this black fish?" Another person asked more directly. Liu Genlai pondered for a moment. Catfish at 6 yuan, black fish at 4 yuan. In the future, black fish would surely fetch a higher price than catfish. But at present, people primarily considered weight when purchasing fish. "I'll take the catfish. And I'll take the black fish." As soon as Liu Genlai's words fell, two individuals thrust money into his hands and swiftly departed with the fish. Those who had not secured any were unperturbed, gathering around Liu Genlai, eagerly awaiting his next catch. Liu Genlai did not disappoint them. In less than half an hour, he reeled in 5 or 6 fish, including black fish and catfish, some weighing over 10 pounds and others around 5 or 6. These freshly caught fish were immediately exchanged. Eventually, only 2 remained at Liu Genlai's side. Their interest lay not in the fish, but in the chicken intestines used for bait. Naturally, Liu Genlai would not part with them for free. After some haggling, he exchanged a 10-cent piece for a segment of approximately 10 centimeters for each. Meanwhile, Yin Shu, filled with regret, felt as though he could leap into a frozen abyss. Without discussing the profits Liu Genlai made from selling fish, it sufficed to say that the small quantity of chicken intestines he purchased had cost him no more than a dime. Chapter 106. A suggestion. Once the onlookers had dispersed, Liu Genlai ceased to fish, opting instead for the straightforward method of stowing his catches in his space. With Liu Genlai no longer bringing in fish, Yin Shu felt a slight comfort, but soon his mood soured again. Liu Genshi and Liu Genwang had hooked a fish. As the line tightened, the two brothers erupted in excited shouts. "Brother, we've caught a fish. Hurry, come help. It's so heavy." Both boys gripped the line tightly, their faces flushed with excitement. Liu Genlai hurried over, grasping the line, and smiled at them. "You both pull together, and I'll assist you." Testing the line's tension, Liu Genlai could tell the fish was sizable. He could easily pull it in himself, but he refrained. The joy of fishing lies in the process of reeling in the catch. How could he dampen their enthusiasm? "Brother, I can't pull it. My hands hurt and are bleeding. What should I do?" While Liu Genwang was exhilarated, a hint of trepidation lingered. "You're such a fool. Can't you use your sleeve to cushion your hands?" Liu Genshi scolded. Despite being a bit larger, Liu Genwang figured it out without Liu Genlai's guidance. "You're the foolish one," Liu Genwang retorted, albeit quickly wrapping the line with his sleeve. He then turned, hoisting the line onto his shoulder and pulling it forward like a tow rope. Together, the two brothers exerted their strength and soon drew the fish from the icy depths, a large grass carp, dark and weighing over 20 pounds. Ecstatic, the brothers hurriedly pressed down on the fish, each inserting a hand into its gills, struggling to lift it. "Brother, this fish is enormous, even bigger than the largest catfish," Liu Genshi exclaimed in astonishment. While Liu Genwang was more concerned with whether the fish would taste as good as the catfish that their brother had mentioned cooking in an iron pot with flatbreads. "You two are even more impressive than I am," Liu Genlai chuckled, ruffling their hair. "As for whether it's delicious, you'll find out once mother prepares it." Yet, Liu Genwang lamented the loss of the catfish, feeling a pang of regret for the numerous catfish Liu Genlai had exchanged for money. At their tender age, the boys were less inclined toward monetary matters and more focused on the quality of their meals. "Enough, brother. Keep fishing. You all can continue as well." Liu Genlai chuckled as he returned to his ice hole. "Second brother, hand me the fishing line. It is my turn to cast." Liu Genwang immediately perked up. "You already had your turn." Liu Genshi, brimming with excitement, was unwilling to relinquish the line to his younger sibling. "I was merely assisting you. When I catch a big fish, you can help me reel it in." Liu Genwang stood his ground. "You lack the strength if you truly hook a large fish. You want to be able to pull it in from the front." If the fish drags you into the icy abyss, you'll drown. It's better if I stay in front and you remain behind. Liu Genlai startled Liu Genlai. I will stay in front. If I catch a big fish, I will let you take the lead. Liu Genlai, evidently frightened, hesitated and took a step back. Fine. You have my word. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Genlai agreed. The two brothers were rather amusing. Liu Genlai, with a cigarette in his mouth, listened to their bickering and couldn't help but smile. After fishing for quite some time, the fish in the hole had dwindled. Liu Genlai waited nearly 10 minutes before finally catching a catfish. He deftly placed the hook into the catfish's gaping maw, yanked the line forcefully, and pulled the fish out of the ice hole. Wow! Another large catfish. Brother, you are incredible. The two younger brothers rushed over, excitedly shouting. How did this lad catch another one? The already irritated Yen Shu, witnessing Liu Genlai haul in yet another sizable catfish weighing over 10 pounds, could no longer contain himself and approached with a congenial smile. Little brother, your fishing skills are remarkable. We all use the same bait. Yet I haven't caught a single one, while you've caught several. What is so remarkable? It's merely due to your excellent chicken intestines, Liu Genlai retorted, rubbing salt into Yen Shu's wounds. Yen Shu's lips twitched as he endeavored to maintain his smile. Little brother, you yourself acknowledge that your success stems from my chicken intestines. As the old saying goes, one should repay kindness with gratitude. So, don't you think you ought to gift me a fish? Not a chance. We only have 2 fish left. If we give you one, we will have none, Liu Genlai interjected before Liu Genlai could respond. He still harbored resentment. Recalling the large piece of grilled fish that had been taken from him, Liu Genlai was even more straightforward. He grasped the gills of the large catfish with both hands and dragged it toward their ice hole, seemingly fearful of it being snatched away. Those chicken intestines were exchanged for the grilled fish, Liu Genlai remarked with a smile. That enormous piece of grilled fish was traded for such a meager amount of chicken intestines. If we are to discuss gratitude and repayment, it seems you are the one at a loss. Why do you speak like this, little brother? Yen Shu's expression darkened. The grilled fish was devoured in a few bites, while the chicken intestines allowed you to catch so many fish. Who truly benefits and who suffers? Very well, I shall return the chicken intestines to you, and you must return the grilled fish to me. Liu Genlai also furrowed his brow. Considering the 2 segments he had exchanged, he had only used 3 segments of chicken intestines, while Yen Shu had consumed all the grilled fish. How can you repay me when all the grilled fish has been eaten? Yen Shu felt that Liu Genlai was not as easily deceived as he had imagined, so he reluctantly abandoned that thought. Forget it, I no longer want it. You can exchange this fish for me. That should be acceptable, right? What are you talking about? My 2 younger brothers still want to eat catfish stew. Liu Genlai replied with irritation. Then I will trade for that grass carp. Yen Shu pointed to the large frozen fish. Fine. 30. Liu Genlai extended his hand. 30? Why don't you go rob someone? Yen Shu exclaimed in frustration. That fish weighs only about 20 pounds. And the state-run purchasing station only pays 50 cents per pound. If you were to sell it, you would be lucky to receive 40 cents per pound. And you would have to travel such a long distance. It would be exhausting. How about this? I will give you $5. And you can just hand me the fish. You won't have to tire yourself out. Liu Genlai remained silent, simply smiling at Yen Shu. Why are you looking at me like that? Yen Shu felt a bit uneasy under his gaze. Do you think I look like a fool? Liu Genlai smirked. If you truly want to trade fish, I have a suggestion for you. What suggestion? I will trade you this fishing spot. Change the fishing spot. Yen Shu's eyes brightened. How would that work? We both use the same bait, yet I keep catching fish while you catch none. It must be related to the fishing spot. Perhaps there is a fish nest right beneath this ice hole. Liu Genlai pointed to the iron pickaxe next to Yen Shu. The pickaxe is yours. It doesn't matter if you don't lend it to me. But you shouldn't treat me like a fool, coming over repeatedly to take advantage. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. By the way, without waiting for Yen Shu to react, Liu Genlai pointed to the small ball of chicken intestines. You don't have much bait left, do you? How can you fish without bait? I will trade you my chicken intestines for that folding knife you use for grilling fish. Chapter 107. Sister returns home. Yen Shu hesitated. The pickaxe was not expensive, and if he could catch fish, it would be worth it. However, he was a bit reluctant to part with the folding knife. He had worked hard to obtain it, and it was said to be imported from abroad, sharp and durable. Just as he was in doubt, Liu Genlai's fishing line tightened, and another large black fish weighing 7 or 8 pounds was pulled up. If you don't want to trade, then forget it. There are plenty of fish in this ice hole, and I still want to fish for a while longer. Liu Genlai removed the fish hook and was about to toss it back into the hole. "I'll trade," Yin Shu said anxiously. In the blink of an eye, Liu Genlai had caught 2 fish, indicating that there were still many fish in the nest below. He didn't need more. If he caught just 1 fish weighing over 10 pounds, he would profit handsomely. "Hand it over." Liu Genlai playfully tugged on the fishing line, pretending to tease the fish. Yin Shu dared not delay, hurriedly removed the folding knife and tossed it to Liu Genlai, then rushed back to drag over the pickaxe. "You can't fish now. This ice hole is mine." Liu Genlai had no intention of fishing anymore, quickly reeling in his line and vacating the ice hole. He picked up a stick with a hook, skewered the catfish and black fish through their gills, and grabbed the leftover grilled fish that the 2 brothers hadn't finished, kicking aside the remnants of the firewood. "I'm giving you this firewood. Consider it a gift." The fire had already melted the surface ice, and not long after the fish was grilled, the flames were extinguished by the water, leaving a large pile of firewood behind. The fish surrounding the fishing spot were nearly all drawn in, with the majority entering his realm. Even if Yin Shu fished until dusk, it would be a formidable challenge to catch a single one. He offered him some firewood to warm himself, which could be regarded as a small act of kindness. In such frigid weather, the more he failed to catch fish, the more irritable he became. He must not allow himself to freeze. Liu Jian came to summon Jin, Shi, and Jin Wang. The 2 young lads had not caught a fish for quite some time and had long since lost their patience. At the elder brother's beckoning, they promptly and neatly stowed their fishing lines and together skewered the large grass carp onto the other end of the firewood stick. Liu Jin lifted it, resting it upon his shoulder, and led the 2 younger brothers back to shore. He propped the firewood stick against the back of his bicycle, allowing Liu Genshi to sit first, securing him with his legs. He then hoisted Liu Genshi onto the crossbeam, instructing him to hold the grilled fish while he mounted the bicycle and hurried homeward. On the return journey, the 2 boys were quite exhilarated, chattering incessantly. Yet they remained composed, unlike their earlier chaotic demeanor. Indeed, experience teaches one well. Upon arriving home just past noon, Liu Jin immediately noticed the fluttering national flags on the clothesline. Lowering his gaze, he saw a familiar figure, Lu Min, washing clothes by the water basin. "Sister, what brings you back?" he inquired. Sister, come quickly and see. I caught many large fish with my brothers." Liu Jianwang shouted excitedly. "Bragging again? Which one did you catch?" Liu Jianxi, unable to see Lu Min due to the obstruction, did not let this hinder his banter with Liu Jianwang. "That largest grass carp was caught by me when I was with you," Liu Jianwang boasted, still recalling his past efforts as a boatman. "That was my catch, not yours." As the 2 brothers continued their playful dispute, Liu Jin had already secured the bicycle. Lu Min approached, shaking the water from her hands, first taking the grilled fish from Liu Jianwang, then assisting Liu Jin in lowering the 2 boys from the bike. "The director granted me a day off, so I returned this morning. Where did you catch such large fish?" Lu Min was astonished by the 3 sizable fish, particularly the large grass carp. She had never seen one so enormous. The fish was so large that the bicycle's rear seat was insufficiently elevated, causing the tail to drag on the ground, nearly shedding its scales, further accentuating its size. At the reservoir on the ridge, "My brother is quite skilled. He caught many large fish, all of which he sold for money," Liu Jin Wang declared proudly. "You truly excel, whether in hunting or fishing," Lu Min remarked with admiration. "Of course. Just consider who my brother is," Liu Jin replied, lighting a cigarette. Just as he was about to lean the bicycle against the wall, he noticed another bicycle. "Sister, is that bike yours?" he asked. "It belongs to our director. She borrowed it from me," Lu Min replied, laboriously placing the stick with the fish beside the water basin and resuming her laundry. "You can ride a bicycle now. When did you learn?" Liu Jin asked, somewhat surprised. "I haven't been busy lately, so during my free time, I had Shaoli teach me," Lu Min explained while washing. "At first, I thought it would be difficult, but to my surprise, I learned in just 2 days. So what do you think? Your sister is quite impressive, right?" "Indeed, just look at who your sister is," Liu Jin replied with a smile. Liu Genlai parked his vehicle and sat at the threshold of the kitchen, observing Lu Min busily engaged in her tasks. "Elder brother, I also wish to learn to ride a bicycle," Liu Genshi exclaimed, his heart stirred with excitement. "I too desire to learn," echoed Liu Jianwang, who had initially intended to play with the fish, but upon hearing his brother's words, found the fish suddenly uninteresting. "What are you learning? Don't fall and hurt yourself," Lu Min admonished, her eyes narrowing. "I won't fall. I am quite clever, just watch," Lu Genshi replied, flexing his limbs. I am even more clever. Liu Genlai chimed in, bouncing around like a monkey. I was referring to the bicycle, not the two of you. That is a new bike, if it gets damaged. Just wait until our parents hear about it. The two younger brothers immediately wilted at this warning. Never mind, I'll help you with it, Liu Genlai said cheerfully. Rising to his feet and extracting a stick over a meter long from the woodpile, tying it horizontally to the back of the bicycle. Go ahead and learn. But make sure to cooperate and not quarrel. He patted the bicycle seat. I will learn first, and once I master it, I will teach you. Liu Genlai hurriedly grabbed the handlebars and began to push it away. Liu Genlai, unable to outpace his older brother, had no choice but to run after him. Elder brother, you promised. If you learn and don't teach me, I will tell our older brother. As the two younger brothers exited, Liu Genlai returned to sit at the threshold of the kitchen. Genlai, our supervisor asked me to pass on a message. He said that with the new year approaching, if you catch any wild boars, you should send some to him. Liu Genlai chuckled. Is Fatty craving meat? Did he say anything else? Lu Min inquired. What else could he have said? Lu Min pondered but concluded, nothing, just to send him wild boar. Oh, and he mentioned that after the new year, my salary will be raised by 1 level. I currently earn 27 yuan and 50 cents, but it will increase to 31, the same as shadowy. Really? Such a quick salary increase. Our parents will surely be delighted. Fatty certainly knows how to play his cards right. Liu Genlai had initially thought that supervisor he would request some vegetables, especially since little Jia had relayed that he could grow vegetables by the hot springs. But it turned out that he had no interest in vegetables, only in meat. No wonder he has become so rotund. It's all your fault. Had you not given him so much wild boar meat, I wouldn't he even have this job, let alone a salary increase. Lu Min turned to Liu Genlai. Genlai, my second sister doesn't know how to thank you. If you truly wish to thank me, prepare some delicious food, Liu Genlai replied with a grin. What would you like to eat? Iron pot stewed catfish, accompanied by a ring of pumpkin and cornmeal pancakes. The thought of iron pot stewed catfish with large pancakes made Liu Genlai's mouth water in anticipation. Chapter 108. A father's thoughts. What's the use of pancakes? I brought back steamed buns. Lu Min laughed. A dozen or so. If I could carry more, I would have. Did you empty the restaurant? Liu Genlai chuckled. What are steamed buns worth? I also brought back plenty of oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and various spices, Lu Min boasted. You really did clear out the restaurant. Liu Genlai laughed heartily. I didn't want to take them. Our supervisor and Chef Nio insisted I take them, so I had no choice. I thought so. Lu Min, a waitress who has just been working for over a month, has managed to bring home quite a haul. It turns out that these two fellows have their eyes set on wild boar meat. Instead of making flatbreads, she has decided to stew fish right away. Stew now? Lu Min mused, glancing at the sky. It seemed a bit early, just past noon. Perhaps she should wait until her parents finish work before starting. Don't wait too long. What if they come back early? You know how mother is. Her stewed fish leaves much to be desired. You're quite the critic. Lu Min chuckled. I'll prepare the fish now. The catfish was quickly cleaned, and Lu Min expertly lit the fire and heated the pan, as she added various seasonings. A delightful aroma filled the air. Well done, second sister. Your skills have truly improved. In the past, Lu Min wouldn't have known how to cook at all. Her family didn't even own a frying pan. But after working at the state-run restaurant for a little over a month, she had become quite adept in the kitchen. Not only had her cooking improved, but Lu Min herself had transformed. When she first arrived, she was gaunt and haggard, her hair dull and lifeless. Now, her complexion glowed with health, and her hair had darkened and gained luster. The most significant change was in her demeanor. She exuded confidence in every movement. And dressed in new clothes, one would hardly believe she was once a rural girl toiling in the fields just over a month ago. All thanks to Master Nio's teachings, Lu Min said as she skillfully flipped the contents of the pan. Master Nio is such a wonderful person. Second sister, you are truly remarkable, capable of managing the household and cooking so well. Whoever marries you will surely live a life of comfort, Liu Genlai teased. In the past, Lu Min might have retaliated with a pinch or a slap, but now she simply tossed her head back and responded with a confident, indeed, things have certainly changed. Liu Genlai chuckled, and then added, I must ask, second sister, with Master Nio treating you so well, could it be that he wishes for you to become his daughter-in-law? We mustn't fall for such tricks. Get away from me. Master Nio's son is younger than you. Lu Min waved the spatula at him. Oh, you even know how old his son is? Second sister, are you that eager to marry? Liu Genlai continued to jest. Have you found someone you fancy? Speak any more nonsense, and I'll tear your mouth apart," Lu Min threatened, brandishing the spatula with mock ferocity. "Ah, it seems I've struck a nerve. Looks like second sister still has some work to do on her composure. Just don't mess around. This wine has a wonderful fragrance. If you ruin it, it will be a dreadful waste," Liu Genlai said, raising a bottle of liquor. He opened the cap and poured half of it into the pot. It was a bottle of high-quality liquor he had filled in his space. How could one possibly prepare fish without wine? He certainly did not want a fishy flavor in his dish. As Lu Min added plenty of water to the pot and kept it simmering over low heat, she figured it would be perfectly cooked by the time Lu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang returned home. After washing the clothes, Lu Min tidied up the house while Liu Genlai sat on the doorstep, watching her busily work and chatting with her. When Lu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang returned home, they were overjoyed to see Lu Min and bombarded her with questions, completely overlooking the two large fish Liu Genlai had brought back. The three of them were engrossed in lively conversation when Liu Genwei and Liu Genwang, the two younger boys, arrived, with Liu Genwang riding ahead on a bicycle and Liu Genwei running behind. Brother, come quickly and see, I can ride now," Liu Genwang's voice boomed, almost echoing throughout the village. Overly excited, he failed to grasp the brakes, and the bicycle hurtled straight towards the wall. Liu Gen leaped forward and firmly grasped the handlebars, narrowly averting disaster. "You scared me to death." Liu Genwang extracted his leg from the bike's frame, exhaling a sigh of relief. His stature was rather diminutive. Not only could he not sit on the seat, but he could hardly straddle the frame, resorting instead to a rather awkward riding style. "Well done, young lad. You've learned in just half a day." Liu Gen patted his head and turned to Liu Genxi. "Have you managed to learn yet?" Liu Genxi scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "Not yet. Still the older brother, yet I learned faster than you," Liu Genwang boasted proudly. "What's so impressive about that?" "I could master it in a day too," Liu Genxi retorted defiantly. "No rush. Take your time practicing. After all, the bike belongs to us," Liu Gen comforted him, patting Liu Genxi's shoulder. "Talent is innate. Either you have it or you don't. No amount of impatience will change that. Are you two learning to ride?" Lu Xuanzhu, hearing the commotion, emerged from the house. Upon noticing the stick tied to the back of the bicycle and the appearance of his two sons, he grasped the situation. "Dad, I learned with second brother. I succeeded while he did not." Liu Genwang wore a boastful expression, mirroring the showy demeanor of Lu Xuanzhu. "Look at you. I've yet to learn, and you've already mastered it." Lu Xuanzhu playfully tapped Liu Genwang's head, his gaze drifting to the bicycle. "If you want to learn, just do it now." Liu Gen offered him a cigarette. "No, thanks," Lu Xuanzhu replied, shaking his head. "Your second sister has finally returned home. I must spend time with her." "Spend time with her? Then why are you out here?" After a moment's reflection, Liu Gen realized. With Li Lanxiang, their mother, around, Lu Xuanzhu felt he had no place in the conversation, yet he didn't wish to leave, so he found his own way to accompany his daughter. Perhaps this is just a reflection of the different facets of paternal love. "What is cooking? It smells delightful." Upon entering the house, the tantalizing aroma struck him, prompting Lu Xuanzhu to inquire. "We are stewing catfish, a rather large one," Liu Gen replied, contemplating. "Let's keep this catfish for ourselves and chop up that grass carp to share with Grandpa and Grandma, as well as with Grandma Zhang and Grandpa Wang." "What do you think, Dad? Why not? That's just how it should be," Lu Xuanzhu responded with a pleased expression, rising to fetch the knife to prepare the fish. The sizable grass carp, weighing over 20 pounds, was reduced to nearly that weight after removing the head and entrails. Lu Xuanzhu divided it into 3 portions, packing them in burlap sacks, and instructed Genxi and Jin Wang regarding the smaller 2. "Genxi, you take this to Grandpa Wang, and Jin Wang, you deliver it to Grandma Zhang next door. I'll take it to Grandpa Wang. I'll ride my bike." Lu Jinwang glanced at the bicycle, eager to try. "Get lost. I see you're itching for trouble." Lu Xuanzhu glared sternly. As dusk approached, he would never allow such young children to ride alone out of the village. What if something happened? The smaller portions were dispatched, but what about the larger one? "Didn't you say I could take it?" Lu Jin pondered briefly, discerning Lu Xuanzhu's intentions. He wished for Lu Min to pay a visit. After all, it was a rare occasion for his daughter to return home, and she ought to see her grandparents. Furthermore, Lu Xuanzhu, as a father, harbored a desire to show off. He wanted his daughter to stroll through the village, allowing the villagers to witness how she had transformed from the girl they once knew. Chapter 109. Has enlightenment dawned? The following day, after breakfast, Lu Jin accompanied Lu Xuanzhu to escort Lu Min out of the village. It It was only when Lu Min's figure vanished from sight that Lu Xuanzhu silently turned back. Lu Jin did not return with him, but diverted towards Wudao Ridge. It had been a long time since he had hunted. Apart from the 30 fish he caught yesterday, his storage contained 3 deer and a small pig. The prolonged absence from hunting was due to 2 reasons. He wished to focus on his physical fitness and avoid encountering the village hunting team. Last night, Li Lanxiang insisted on sharing a bed with Lu Min, leaving Lu Xuanzhu to occupy his own sleeping area. The 2 men discussed many recent events in the village. Lu Jin was particularly intrigued by the disbandment of the hunting team. The commune was irate that Lingqian village failed to turn in their game, resulting in the dismissal of Zheng Lao Dan, the team leader, who was replaced by the militia captain, Zhao Deshun. Zhao Deshun was also a man of integrity. Aware of the commune's ulterior motives, he disbanded the hunting team on his very first day. With the burdens of grain and cotton clothing, coupled with the risk involved, it left everyone uncomfortable knowing they had to surrender their catch. Rather than endure such conditions, it was better to cease hunting altogether, thereby thwarting the commune's intentions. Lu Jin recalled Lu Xuanzhu's tone when he spoke of this. Indeed, considering Zheng Lao Dan standing in the village, should he truly turn hostile? Even the old man could not protect that old hen. He merely wished to avoid conflict with him. Upon crossing Wudao Ridge and entering the deep mountains, Lu Jin encountered Go Wankai while passing a line of traps. The man lounged lazily behind a large rock, basking in the sun. Was he waiting for pigs to come by? Lu Jin chuckled to himself, intending to walk past when Go Wankai ambled over. Genlai, I heard your second sister returned yesterday. What? Do you wish to become my second brother-in-law? Lu Jin looked at him with amusement. Don't jest, Go Wankai scratched his head. Your sister is now a city dweller, entirely different from before. I am hardly worthy of her. Then why mention her? Lu Jin handed him a cigarette. His ability to articulate such thoughts indicated a degree of self-awareness. Hey, this is fine tobacco. Go Wankai lit the cigarette and took a deep drag. I want to say, I was wrong before. If I made any mistakes, please don't take them to heart. What has prompted this sudden enlightenment? Lu Jin scrutinized him. Damn it. Don't even mention it. Go Wankai sighed heavily. I used to hear tales of you capturing numerous wild boars and thought it was easy. Only now do I realize how difficult it is to catch a wild boar. The most infuriating part is that after finally capturing one, we have to surrender it. With no place to argue. You started to empathize with me, Lu Jin smiled. Do not lose your temper. There is always a solution. The commune members cannot constantly keep an eye on you, can they? It is merely a matter of chance. Go Wankai sighed again, stating that he had been waiting for 3 days, and not a single wild boar had come into sight, let alone a stray hair from one. He lamented. How could he possibly possess such fortuitous luck? Why do you not mention that you have not faced death as I have? This is the notion that surviving great adversity brings subsequent blessings, yet it is incomparable, truly incomparable. Be cautious as you venture into the mountains. If danger arises, flee without hesitation. Go Wankai shook his head and retreated behind a large stone to hide once more. Surviving great adversity must indeed bring blessings? I am merely a hapless soul, am I not? With no space to maneuver, my only option to capture wild boars is to wait as you do, by the troughs. Just days ago, heavy snow fell, and with the mountain winds, the depths reached 2 to 3 feet. Liu Genlai trudged forward, sinking at times and rising at others, until he stumbled upon a chaotic array of wild boar tracks. He did not pursue but marked the location on his navigation map, then began searching for fruit-bearing trees. He wished to catch a few wild chickens first, as he had grown somewhat weary of wild boar meat and desired a change in taste. After meandering for nearly half an hour, Liu Genlai finally discovered a wild apple tree, its base covered with tracks of wild chickens, and the ground turned over in disarray. Observing his surroundings, he quickly spotted a few wild chickens nestled in a large tree. Approaching nonchalantly, he rested his hand against the trunk, and in the blink of an eye, 8 wild chickens appeared in his grasp. They were well hidden, much to Liu Genlai's surprise. He had only seen 3. Where were the other 5? Perhaps they were concealed in another tree? Liu Genlai promptly made his way to the nearest large tree and indeed found 3 wild chickens hidden there. With a grin, he felt a surge of happiness and scoured the surrounding trees. Not every large tree concealed wild chickens, but where they did, there were at least 2 or 3. After completing his circuit, he had collected over 30 wild chickens in his space. That should suffice. It was time to pursue the wild boars. Liu Genlai muttered to himself as he headed towards the wild boar tracks marked on his navigation map. Following the tracks, after about an hour, he reached a valley where he heard the grunting of wild boars. Liu Genlai crouched behind a large rock and cautiously peered into the valley. Indeed, there was a considerable number of wild boars, totaling 16 of various sizes, likely a boar leading 3 sows and 3 litters in search of food. The largest boar weighed over 200 pounds, with tusks measuring at least a foot long, its bristles matted, seemingly impervious to bullets. The 3 sows varied significantly in size. The largest weighed around 170 to 180 pounds, accompanied by 5 piglets weighing approximately 70 to 80 pounds, likely ready to leave the herd come spring. The smallest sow just surpassed 100 pounds, with her 3 piglets merely weighing 20 to 30 pounds. The medium-sized sow was about 120 to 130 pounds, with 4 piglets weighing around 40 to 50 pounds each. What strategy could be devised to capture them all? Liu Genlai was not inclined to employ the old methods he had previously relied upon. The snow blanketing the ground was so thick that the wild boar's search for food had considerably slowed. If he were to set a grass rope trap from a distance as before, by the time the boars wandered into it, night would likely have fallen. After some contemplation, Liu Genlai decided to take a risk. He first tied the grass rope at the mouth of the valley, half a foot above the ground, effectively encircling the entire entrance. Then, holding one end of the rope, he stealthily made his way from the hillside to a position in front of the wild boar herd. To avoid alerting the boars with the sound of crunching snow, Liu Genlai moved slowly and cautiously, striving to make no noise. Upon reaching the maximum distance within which he could sense the space, he placed the end of the grass rope on the snow and advanced a dozen meters further, concealing himself behind a large boulder. From within the space, he retrieved a Type 38 rifle. As he pressed the bullet into the chamber, he recalled the shooting techniques taught to him by Old Wang. Feeling ready, he suddenly rose, aimed the gun at the largest boar, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullet soared forth, the gunshot reverberating through the valley. Liu Genlai's position was a good 50 to 60 meters away from the boar. He did not expect to hit it with the first shot, but aimed to startle the herd. Indeed, as the gunshot rang out, the wild boars erupted into a frenzy, quickly changing direction and sprinting toward the valley's mouth. To prevent them from scattering, Liu Genlai fired 2 more shots at the herd before dashing to retrieve the end of the grass rope lying in the snow. On the navigation map, the grass rope trap appeared as a red line, with the wild boars marked as blue dots. Liu Genlai gripped the grass rope tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the cluster of blue dots. The leader of the pack was undoubtedly the male boar, the swiftest among them, who had already gained a lead of 20 to 30 meters by the time it reached the valley's entrance. Liu Genlai concentrated on the male boar, and the instant its blue dot intersected with the red line, he felt a surge of energy, causing the boar to be instantly transported into the stillness of the space. Its wild gallop preserved in a perfect pose, limbs extended, tail raised, and eyes wide with surprise, resembling a flawless piece of art if it were sculpted. With a sigh of relief, Liu Genlai recognized that this capture of the wild boar was entirely different from the last. Previously, the boars had been foraging slowly, gently brushing against the grass rope. This time, they charged with reckless abandon. The grass rope was not particularly sturdy, and a delayed reaction could result in it snapping under the force of the impact, leaving a gap in the trap and rendering his efforts futile. Fortunately, his reflexes from over 20 years of singlehood remained sharp, or rather, his experience from various games that honed his reaction speed proved beneficial, allowing him to snare the male boar as soon as it brushed against the trap. Before Liu Genlai could catch his breath, the remaining wild boars surged forward, and he felt as though he were playing the final level of a whack-a-mole game, focused and tense, swiftly capturing the charging boars into the space. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The trailing boars, led by 2 sows, split into 2 groups, charging toward the grass rope trap from different angles. Liu Genlai's reaction was slightly delayed, resulting in one group breaking through the grass rope trap. The 120 to 30-pound sow, along with her 4 piglets, managed to escape the valley. Fortunately, the grass rope trap was sufficiently long, with tree roots tied every few meters, preventing it from being completely severed. Moreover, all the wild boars had been confined within his spatial realm. After exerting so much effort to ensnare them, did they still dare to escape? Not a chance. Liu Genlai swiftly retracted the grass rope into his space and followed the wild boar tracks. Under different circumstances, he would not have pursued them. But now the situation was altered. The thick layer of snow on the ground impeded the short-legged boars, making it impossible for them to flee swiftly. As he followed the tracks for approximately 2 miles, Liu Genlai spotted the 5 wild boars once more. Having run such a distance, the boars were visibly fatigued. Their speed had considerably diminished, yet their alertness remained. Upon seeing Liu Genlai from afar, they immediately bolted again. However, this time, in their panic, the lead sow plunged headlong into a snowdrift at the mountain's edge, vanishing without a trace. The 4 piglets trailing behind, seemingly devoid of sense, followed suit into the snow mound, all disappearing from sight. Did they think that hiding in the snow would render them undetectable? Liu Genlai loaded his long gun with bullets and cautiously approached. Upon nearing, he was taken aback to discover several large dark holes in the snow. Was there a cave behind the snow? After contemplating for a moment, he refrained from recklessly entering, instead retrieving the grass rope and laying it out like a heating pipe around the cave's entrance. He then concealed himself behind a large rock nearby, raising his long gun and emptying the magazine into the dark opening. Cursed be it, the equipment of those little devils was nothing but trash. Each shot required a pull of the bolt. If danger truly lurked, would there be time for that? Liu Genlai grumbled as he reloaded his gun, then procured a compact pistol from his space. After a moment's thought, he also brought out the box cannon gifted by his grandfather, placing both within reach. Feeling a tad more secure, and redirected his focus to the cave entrance. The wild boars did not charge out, likely paralyzed by fear. Liu Genlai listened intently. There was no sound from within the cave. Could it be that there was another exit? After pondering this, he raised his rifle again and fired several more shots at the cave entrance. This time, he heard a pig squeal, instantly invigorating him. The wild boars remained inside the cave, indicating there was no alternate escape. Thus, he decided to wait and see who possessed greater patience. Lighting a cigarette, he took a couple of puffs when suddenly, a wild boar's startled cries echoed from the cave. What was happening? Liu Genlai hastily raised his long gun, aiming at the cave entrance, and in the next moment, the lead sow burst forth, followed closely by 3 piglets. As soon as the 4 wild boars stepped onto the grass rope, Liu Genlai swiftly absorbed them into his spatial realm. But where was the 5th? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the cave resonated with the anguished cries of a piglet, accompanied by a low growl Liu Genlai had never heard before. A bear. In an instant, he comprehended the situation. The boars had unwittingly intruded upon the den of a hibernating bear. The gunfire must have roused the bear from its slumber, and in its irritable awakening, it seized one of the piglets, frightening the others away. The mention of the bear ignited a fierce gleam in Liu Genlai's eyes. Since the encounter was inevitable, he resolved not to let it slip away. He raised his long rifle towards the cave's mouth and fired off the remaining bullets in a single breath. Grasping his sidearm, he similarly emptied the magazine, and then lifted the box cannon. Bang! The recoil was so powerful that it nearly dislocated his arm. No wonder this device could be wielded like a submachine gun. Liu Genlai shook his arm and fired again. The first shot had taken him by surprise, but now, with preparation, he could better withstand the kickback of the box cannon. Just as he was readying for a third shot, the snow at the cave's entrance suddenly collapsed, and a dark figure burst forth. Indeed, it was a bear. There was no roar, no growl, yet Liu Genlai felt its fury. He felt no fear at all, emerging from behind the cover of rocks. He beckoned the bear with a finger. The bear, initially aimless, charged at him the moment it spotted Liu Genlai. After just 2 steps, its paw landed on a grass rope, and in the next instant, it vanished from sight. Truly a blind bear, unable to see such an obvious trap. Liu Genlai couldn't help but smirk, feeling rather pleased, though somewhat disappointed by its size. This bear weighed only around 200 pounds, roughly the same size as a male wild boar. Liu Genlai retrieved his flashlight, trudged through the thick snow, and entered the cave. Upon entry, he was met with a foul stench. Pinching his nose, he pressed onward. The cave was shallow, spanning merely 20 to 30 meters. At the far end, he discovered the small wild boar, slain by the bear. He kicked it to secure it in his space and exited the cave. Finding a sheltered spot, he took out firewood and an iron pot from his space and prepared a delightful dish of spicy chicken accompanied by fried bread, savoring a well-deserved meal. After more than a month of practice, his skills in making fried bread had improved significantly. The bread now emerged soft and layered, fit for selling in the marketplace of a future era. Once he finished dining, Liu Genlai stored the cooking utensils and smoldering firewood back into his space and began his journey homeward, processing the bear within his space as he walked. His primary goal in the mountains had been to capture wild boars, and the bear was an unexpected bonus. Liu Genlai possessed limited knowledge about bears, only aware that their pelts, paws, and gallbladders were valuable. As for the bear meat, based on his experience, he found carnivorous meat generally unpalatable. He would certainly not partake, though he wondered if fatty he might be interested. Chapter 111. A lamp at home. When Liu Genlai returned to the traps, the sun was nearly setting, and Go Wankai was still waiting in the gully for pigs. Not only was he present, but Han Dahu had also joined him behind a large rock. You've returned. Have you caught anything? Go Wankai and Han Dahu approached eagerly, their eyes fixed on him. Luck was not on my side. I only caught a wild chicken, and another one nearly slipped through my grasp. It flew up into a tree and wouldn't come down. Liu Genlai reached behind him and retrieved a wild chicken from his space, pretending to pull it from his waist. Caught a wild chicken. And you say luck was against you? I've been here all day without even spotting a feather, Go Wankai remarked, his mouth watering at the sight of the chicken. Aren't there plenty of wild chickens in the mountains? Han Dahua turned his gaze toward the deep mountains, exhibiting an eager demeanor. There may be plenty, but capturing them is no simple task. If you lack a firearm, I advise against venturing out. It would be a futile endeavor. Liu Genlai produced a cigarette, offering a piece to each person. As fellow villagers, Liu Genlai did not wish for Han Dahua to jeopardize himself for a mere morsel. Should a pack of wolves appear, he would undoubtedly not return. How did you manage to catch them? Han Dahua unabashedly took the cigarette from Liu Genlai's lips, lighting his own with the ember, then passing it to Go Wankai. Liu Genlai handed over a match, but Go Wankai waved his hands in refusal, suggesting they simply share the flame. You may be conserving matches, but you've bent my cigarette end, Liu Genlai chided playfully. After a couple of attempts to ignite the cigarette, not only was the tip askew, but the shaft was also pinched and crumpled, provoking Liu Genlai to nearly discard the few puffs he had taken. Quickly, tell me, how did you catch the wild chickens? Han Dahua pressed eagerly. I want to divulge how I caught wild chickens, but I can enlighten you on how wolves capture humans. Liu Genlai shot a glance at the man. You're not that unfortunate, are you? Han Dahua dismissed the concern lightly. You can't afford to take risks. Liu Genlai patted his shoulder. Once a pack of wolves sets its sights on you, your life is forfeit. Brother Dahua, perhaps you should cease your reckless speculations. Go Wankai interjected. Not everyone possesses the luck of Uncle San, who escaped from a wolf pack. We should simply take turns guarding the traps. If we fail to catch a wild boar, so be it. If we do, it will be a splendid new year. Why are you unafraid? Han Dahua continued to press Liu Genlai. Having faced death once, each additional day is a gain, Liu Genlai chuckled. I am willing to take the risk. Can you afford to do the same? You've truly changed after your illness, Han Dahua remarked with a smile, shaking his head. So you all take turns guarding the traps? Liu Genlai redirected the conversation. Yes, Go Wankai nodded. I, Brother Dahua, Pang, Sun Baoyu, and Gao Dashin, who is substituting for Wu Jiefeng, take turns, each person guarding for a day. What brings you here, then? Liu Genlai inquired of Han Dahua. It's nearly dark. Surely you don't intend to keep watch tonight? I came to see if any wild boars were caught, Han Dahua explained. We agreed that the person guarding the trap the next day would come the evening prior. If they catch a wild boar, we would all assist in carrying it down the mountain. If not, they would accompany the guardian back. As night approaches, it is certainly safer to have company. You've thought this through quite well, Liu Genlai smiled. Let us return together. Go Wankai hesitated, wishing to remain a while longer. But Han Dahua draped an arm around his shoulder. Let us go? If we truly catch a wild boar, it won't be too late to return tomorrow. The trap is deep. Do you fear it escaping? Not afraid of the boar escaping, but why are you still guarding the trap? Liu Genlai queried. A visit in the evening would suffice. As soon as the question left his lips, Liu Genlai grasped the answer. Their fear was not of the boar's escape, but rather of someone stealing it. The news of the villagers in Lingxian capturing wild boars with traps must have spread throughout the Daling commune, and surely someone had been tempted by greed. As night falls, it is likely that no one would dare to venture into the depths of the mountains. However, during the day, the situation may differ. Without someone assigned to keep watch, should a wild boar be captured only to be stolen, it would indeed be a significant loss. As anticipated, the justifications provided by Han Dahu and Go Wankai mirrored his own thoughts. Nevertheless, their primary concern was the villagers. For outsiders were unaware of the precise locations of the traps, while the locals were well informed. The traps, painstakingly excavated by their own hands, were not to be relinquished easily to others. Engaged in casual conversation, the three men returned to the village as darkness enveloped the landscape. In the distance, Liu Genlai spotted two flickering lights at the village entrance. Upon approaching, he recognized them as the fathers of Go Wankai and Han Dahu waiting for their sons. With their children having entered the mountains, the fathers surely felt a sense of unease. Uncle Go, Uncle Delu, Liu Genlai greeted them, as one of them offered a cigarette. Han Dahu's father, Han Delu, the captain of the fourth team, shared a robust physique similar to his son. Ah, Genlai, you ventured into the mountains as well? Han Delu visibly relaxed upon seeing his son return safely. Did you catch anything? Unfortunately, I only managed to capture a wild chicken, Liu Genlai replied. You young lad are quite something. You never return empty-handed from the mountains, Go Yofu chuckled. Regardless of the underlying tensions regarding the Liu family, on the surface, there was no animosity. Go Yofu maintained a jovial demeanor in the presence of Liu family members. Liu Genlai smiled, choosing not to respond. Dad, I have something to discuss. Go Wankai pulled Go Yofu aside, whispering something. Han Delu exchanged pleasantries with Go Yofu and Liu Genlai before heading home with Han Dao. Liu Genlai glanced back at the murmuring duo of Go Yofu and Go Wankai before making his way home as well. The lights were aglow in his home, where Lu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang were gathered around the stove, warming themselves by the fire. Typically, they were frugal with the kerosene, only lighting the lamp when Liu Genlai returned late from the mountains. The comforting notion that a light awaited one's return was truly delightful. You're back. Let us eat. Li Lanxiang efficiently set the table, preparing the evening meal. Lu Xuanzhu took the sack from Liu Genlai's shoulder. Their eldest son often brought home various items, and they had long since grown accustomed to the assortment of fresh vegetables and wild chickens in the sack, no longer astonished by their contents. The only mystery that piqued their curiosity was the location of the hot springs mentioned by their son, yet regrettably, even if he could explain it, they would not be able to visit. The night passed without incident. The following morning, after breakfast, Liu Genlai mounted his bicycle and headed straight for the Sijio city. Upon arriving at the state-run restaurant, he found Lu Min and Zhang Li tidying up. One was wiping tables while the other mopped the floor. Xiao Jia sat at a nearby table, engaging in light conversation with Zhang Li. Jia, have you come to supervise? Your boyfriend seems rather inadequate. He doesn't even help Sister Li with her tasks. Liu Genlai jestingly tossed a cigarette in his direction. P.S. Just a lazybones. Relying on him for work is like depending on our director. Zhang Li retorted with a hint of disdain. Their relationship had long been established, and with the new year approaching, they were to wed, allowing for more casual banter than before. Hee, Xiao Jia chuckled awkwardly. I'll be heading out soon to restock. I wanted to check if you and your sister needed anything. Xiao Genlai. Is there anything you would like me to bring? Chapter 112. Director, he's recompense. I desire a daughter-in-law. Brother Jia, could you assist me in acquiring one? Liu Genlai stated with utmost seriousness. Uft. Xiao Li, with one hand propped against the table and the other covering her mouth, erupted into laughter, her joy as vibrant as blooming flowers. Xiao Li, you must pinch him for me. Lu Min, wielding a mop, playfully scolded, a child as small as you wishes for a wife. Why not aim for the heavens instead? Ha ha. Xiao Jia joined in the raucous laughter. I cannot procure one for you. The supply and marketing cooperative does not sell wives. If they ever do, I shall reserve the finest for you. You are hardly a model citizen yourself. Xiao Li, chuckling, tossed a rag at him, and Xiao Jia, tilting his head, caught it perfectly before scampering back to return it to her. Well, it appears this fellow has been thoroughly dominated by the notion of a wife. Brother Jia, I wish to speak earnestly, Liu Genlai said, his mirth subsiding. Though I am young, my elder sister is not. If there are suitable candidates, please assist in introductions. You little rascal, just wait until I tear your mouth apart. Lu Min exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she tossed the mop aside and playfully pursued Liu Genlai. You can't catch me. Liu Genlai darted around the table, causing Xiao Jia and Zhang Li to erupt into laughter. After a brief commotion, Liu Genlai deliberately allowed Lu Min to catch him, and she gave him a firm twist to vent her frustration. Despite her outward shyness, Lu Min felt a sense of urgency. She would soon turn 20. In the village, and even in the city, such an age was hardly trivial. Zhang Li, of similar age, was set to marry after the new year, while Lu Min had yet to even secure a suitor. How could she not feel anxious? Yet, as a young woman, it was not easy for her to seek assistance in finding a partner. The fact that her brother was considering this on her behalf filled her with gratitude and joy. Liu Genlai, I shall keep an eye out for you. If I come across a suitable match, I will let you see them first. If you are pleased, I will introduce them to your sister, Xiao Jia said. Having witnessed enough of the merriment, preparing to take his leave. Brother Jia, allow me to escort you. Liu Genlai followed Xiao Jia out of the state-run restaurant. Brother Jia, could you procure some high-proof liquor for me? How much do you desire? The more, the better. The deer antler and deer blood liquor had already been steeped. Fearing the swift passage of time might diminish their potency, Liu Genlai had refrained from placing them in a fifth-tier space, opting instead for a first tier. Even so, a month's time was ample, and it was time for a second infusion. If you require a small quantity, I shall bring it for you. If you need a larger amount, you must consult our director. Xiao Jia, a man of integrity, did not take on more than he could handle. Do you not know anyone at the distillery? Liu Genlai was reluctant to continually approach Director Yu. The old man was astute, and having purchased too much liquor from him would inevitably raise suspicions. I do know some, but they are of similar age to me. They hold no authority. That is of no concern. Simply provide me with their name and the distillery's address, and I shall pay them a visit. Very well. Xiao Jia did not press further, writing down the name of the individual he knew and the distillery's address for Liu Genlai. Upon returning to the state-run restaurant, Liu Genlai proceeded directly to Director He's office. Director He was engrossed in calculations, the sound of the abacus clicking resonating throughout the room. Upon noticing Liu Genlai's entrance, he casually acknowledged him before resuming his work. Liu Genlai chose not to interrupt, instead indulging in a cigarette and sipping tea. After approximately 10 minutes, Director He finally concluded his tasks, slumping into his chair with a long sigh of relief. You ought to hire an accountant. How can a director of such stature stoop to doing the calculations personally? Isn't that rather embarrassing? Liu Genlai tossed over a cigarette. An accountant? I am the one who handles such tasks. Do you think being a director is an easy job? Director He lit the cigarette and took a deep, satisfying drag. Is it really true? How can the higher-ups treat the director like a beast of burden? What if he becomes exhausted? Liu Genlai feigned surprise. You little rascal, are you asking for a beating? Director He chuckled. It's all because of you. If you hadn't brought me so many wild boars, I wouldn't be this busy. Really? The last batch of wild boars I delivered, are you still selling them? Liu Genlai was genuinely astonished this time. The wild boar meat was long gone, and our restaurant's reputation has soared. The number of diners has multiplied several-fold. Director He scratched his head. I suppose I brought this upon myself. My salary hasn't increased at all, yet the workload has intensified significantly. So, I shouldn't have delivered the wild boars to you, right? Liu Genlai smirked. Well, I'll just send the few wild boars I've hidden outside the city to someone else. You rascal. Director He laughed. This time it's different. With the new year approaching, the leadership is lacking in meat. Knowing I have a solution, they assign me a task. No matter how many wild boars you bring, they want to be sold in the restaurant. How much wild boar meat do you need to satisfy your superiors? Director He confided, and Liu Genlai, naturally, didn't hold back. At least 200 pounds. Director He extended 2 plump fingers. Liu Genlai pondered. Do you want bear meat as well? Did you hunt a bear? Director He sat up straight in surprise. Hold on. Liu Genlai raised a hand. Let me clarify. Only bear meat. Don't even think about the bear skin, bile, or paws. Who did you save the bear paws for? Director He inquired. Not giving them to that bald man, right? Am I not allowed to feed my family? Liu Genlai chuckled. You little rascal, you have quite the filial piety. Director He settled back down. All right, I want to covet the bear paws. But I want the bear meat. Bring me the tricycle. Liu Genlai extended his hand. I'll deliver 1 large and 1 small wild boar, plus this bear. That totals over 400 pounds of meat. Is that sufficient for you to meet the demands? More than enough. Director He beamed as he handed over the keys. But don't leave just yet. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? You'll be 16 after the new year, right? Are you interested in finding a job? Director He's smile faded. Having taken such advantage of you, I can't do so without giving something in return. There happens to be an opportunity, and you were the first person I thought of. What job? Why so serious? You don't intend to place me within the red walls, do you? Liu Genlai's curiosity was piqued. Go away. If I had that capability, I'd go myself. Director He teased. The head of the local police station recently retired. A few days ago, he dined here and mentioned his predicament. His children are employed, but his grandchildren are still young, and he can't find a suitable replacement for his position. He is thinking of selling the job. Would you be interested? If I buy it, can I directly become the head? Dream on. Director He rolled his eyes. Just like your second sister, you'd start from the lowest level, earning $27.50 a month. Such meager pay. Liu Genlai grimaced in disdain. This is a formal position, within the police force no less. Many would covet it, and you, a young whippersnapper, are too good for it? So many people are interested. Why hasn't he sold it already? Will it even come to me? His asking price is rather steep, unaffordable for the average person. How much does he want? 1,200, with some negotiation. Perhaps around 1,100 would suffice. Director, he remarked, this amount should be trivial for you, no? Liu Genlai pondered for a moment and suggested, arrange a meeting with him. I'll discuss it thoroughly. I'll contact him right away. Director, he said as he reached for the telephone beside his desk. Oh, when did we get a phone? Liu Genlai only then noticed the telephone in Director He's office. You have my gratitude. Business at the restaurant has improved, gaining the attention of the higher-ups. Just a couple of days ago, they installed a phone for me, which has made you the bald quite envious. Director, he retrieved his phone book, dialing a number with a look of undisguised pride on his face. Chapter 113. Director Xiao. While Director he made the call, Liu Genlai stepped outside with the keys to the tricycle. By the time he returned, over an hour had passed. Director he, Chef Neo his apprentice, along with Zhang Li and Lu Min, were all waiting outside the kitchen door. The wild boar was nothing to behold. It was the bear meat that captivated their attention, as they were eager to witness something novel. This bear was no small creature. Chef Neo was the first to lift the burlap sack, unfazed by the dirt, and struck the frozen bear meat a few times. Is this really large? It's just over 200 pounds, not much bigger than the wild boar. Liu Genlai offered a cigarette, sharing one with both Director He and the apprentice. This creature hardly grows large. The maximum is around 250 to 60 pounds. This bear must have lost weight from hibernation. Before it enters hibernation in autumn, it should weigh about 250 to 60 pounds, Chef Neo explained. Liu Genlai was taken aback. In his past life, having read countless time travel novels, he often encountered protagonists boasting of hunting bears weighing 300 to 400 pounds. Why was it that in Chef Neo's words, the maximum became merely 250 to 60? Who was mistaken? How did you capture the black bear? Lu Min asked, her expression stern, as her primary concern was Liu Genlai's safety. No need to capture it. During hibernation, it's as good as dead. A single stab ends it without any resistance, Liu Genlai replied nonchalantly. In truth, bears are quite alert during hibernation and can awaken swiftly to danger. Otherwise, they would have long been devoured by wolves during their slumber. However, Lu Min was unaware, and neither were Director He and Chef Neo. Upon Liu Genlai's assertion, they accepted it without question. Let them weigh it first. You come with me to the office. The individual is already waiting for you. Director, he beckoned Liu Genlai. Upon entering Director He's office, Liu Genlai immediately spotted an elderly gentleman, around 60 years of age, seated opposite Director He's desk. Although the old man was dressed casually, he sat with an upright posture and an authoritative demeanor, indicative of someone who had held a leadership position. Director Xiao, this is Liu Genlai, the young comrade I mentioned. Genlai, this is Director Xiao Yingwu of the Station Front Police Station. I'll leave you two to converse. I have some matters to attend to. Director he briefly introduced them before exiting the office, not forgetting to close the door behind him. Hello, Director Xiao. Liu Genlai extended his hands, greeting warmly. Director Xiao smiled as he shook Liu Genlai's hand, taking a moment to appraise him. Indeed, as Xiao he had mentioned, you are quite distinct from the average youth. Director Xiao offered his praise, causing Liu Genlai to awkwardly scratch his head. Ha ha ha, now that's the spirit of a child. Director Xiao burst into hearty laughter. Please, don't call me director anymore. I have retired. If you don't mind this old, useless man, you may call me Uncle Xiao. Are you jesting? You and my grandfather are of similar age. How could I possibly address you as uncle? If it pleases you, I shall refer to you as Grandpa Xiao. Liu Genlai responded with a touch of humor, acknowledging the courtesy extended to him. Very well, please sit down. Don't just stand there chatting, Director Xiao replied. A few polite exchanges quickly bridged the gap between them. Once Director Xiao was seated, Liu Genlai offered him a cigarette and brewed a pot of tea before taking his place opposite him. Throughout Liu Genlai's busy preparations, Director Xiao remained silent, watching intently. Only after Liu Genlai settled did he smile and inquire, Do you wish to join the police force? Yes, Liu Genlai nodded. Uncle Xiao, do you think I am qualified? You are a bit young, but that is of little concern. There are several youngsters in the department who are only a year or two older than you, and they are doing quite well. Director Xiao paused briefly before continuing. However, being a police officer can be quite perilous. You often have to confront criminals. And injuries are common. Sacrifice is a reality. Just last year, we lost 2 comrades in our department. Are you certain you wish to pursue this path? Is this an interrogation? Liu Genlai retorted, recognizing that Xiao Yingwu had not casually stepped down from his position of authority. There was a reputation to uphold. Sitting up straight, Liu Genlai replied earnestly, if I wish to be a police officer, I cannot fear death. You truly have no fear? You are merely 16. Do you comprehend the nature of danger? Director Xiao fixed his gaze upon Liu Genlai. I suffered a serious illness recently, unable to rise from my bed for months. There were times when I thought I might not survive. To be alive now is akin to having been granted a second chance. Each additional day is a gift, and I have long since come to terms with life and death. Liu Genlai spoke with sincerity. As for danger, I have ventured into deep mountains alone, captured wild boars, faced bears, and confronted wolves. Surely, criminals cannot be more fearsome than wild beasts? That may not be the case. The dangers of wild animals are evident. You can prepare for them. However, the threats posed by some criminals may elude your perception until it is too late. Perhaps Liu Genlai's response had pleased Director Xiao, as his expression softened slightly. Given such risks, why then do you wish to join the police? Liu Genlai deftly turned the question back to him. Naturally, to safeguard the home, maintain order, protect the people, and serve society, Director Xiao replied without hesitation. Me too, Liu Genlai smiled in agreement. Ha ha ha, you are quite clever. If you could channel this cleverness into your work, you would undoubtedly excel as a police officer. Liu Genlai exhaled silently, relieved by the compliment. It signaled that he had passed the scrutiny. I assure you, I will not bring shame upon you, Grandpa Xiao. Please enjoy your tea. Liu Genlai stood to refill Director Xiao's cup. Very well, Director Xiao nodded. Do you have any questions? Grandpa Xiao, if I join the police force, what will I be doing on a daily basis? Liu Genlai asked directly, without any preamble. That depends on whether you aspire to work on the front lines or in logistics, Xiao, the director replied. Of course, I want to be on the front lines. At my age, working in logistics would be utterly uninteresting, Liu asserted. Do not harbor prejudices. Logistics is not merely about idling away time. It carries its own responsibilities and is equally crucial. Zhao's tone bore a hint of reproach. However, at your age, it is indeed advisable to start with frontline experience. The duties of the station's police station are quite straightforward, divided into 3 main areas. First, we maintain public order around the train station, which is our primary duty. Second, we cooperate with higher authorities during operations, which are infrequent but significant. And third, we assist the train station police when they face manpower shortages by patrolling, dispatching vehicles, and making arrests. Is there a police station within the train station? Liu Genlai inquired, surprised, as he had assumed the frontline police station was the same as the one within the train station. Certainly, there is. Every train has its own railway police, which belong to the train station's police station. Their affiliation differs from ours. They are part of the railway system, managed by the railway division. While we are local police under the jurisdiction of the sub-bureau, Director Xiao elucidated. Oh, Liu nodded, then asked, do we get to ride the trains frequently? This was the question he was most eager to ask. His interest in the frontline police station stemmed from a desire to travel across the country by train, bringing back various treasures without needing to concoct excuses. That depends on the demands of the job. Why do you ask? Director Xiao scrutinized him. Nothing much. I just want to experience riding a train. I have never been on one in my life. Liu scratched his head, revealing a bashfulness befitting his age. How old are you? It's not unusual to have never ridden a train, Xiao chuckled. Don't rush. When the train station police require your assistance, you'll realize that riding trains isn't merely a leisurely affair. I would still be willing, Liu murmured softly. Director Xiao laughed again. Well, we've discussed quite enough for now. Once you've made your decision about joining, just inform Xiao He. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he rose and exited the office. Is he leaving just like that? We haven't even discussed compensation, Liu thought as he prepared to stand and see him off, only to be interrupted by Director He entering the room. Director He had not strayed far, having been waiting just outside the office. How did the discussion go? He asked with a smile. Fairly well, Liu nodded. So will you join us? Yes. Though the frontline police station did not belong to the railway system, it still offered opportunities to ride trains, which somewhat fulfilled Liu's aspirations. Then let's discuss payment. Director He extended his hand. What payment? I hadn't even had the chance to negotiate with him before he left. Liu sat back in his chair. I wanted to haggle a bit. Not being able to board a train directly is akin to a discount on the job, so the price ought to be adjusted accordingly. That is not negotiable. He stated it clearly. 1,200, not a penny less. Without waiting for Liu Genlai to speak, Director, he remarked. He just told me that you only need to provide the funds. He will take care of everything else. What else can he do? Liu Genlai scoffed. Political review. Do you think anyone can become a police officer? At the very least, one must have a clean background. If you can't pass the political review, no amount of money will help. With his assistance, you won't need to run around. He can handle everything for you. Oh, and if anyone asks, just say he is your great-uncle. How troublesome. Liu Genlai admitted he hadn't thought that far ahead. If it were a serious political review, Liu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang should not pose much of a problem, but Liu Laotu, a quack selling counterfeit medicine, hardly fits the description of having a clean background. Does he? What do you think? Director, he rolled his eyes. Liu Genlai chuckled and pulled out a stack of money, counting out 1,200 and handing it to Director He. Suddenly, he added, ask him if I can call him my seventh great-uncle? What? Director, he was taken aback. Why seventh great-uncle? It's amusing. Liu Genlai recalled a sitcom from his past, instantly filled with mischief. I'll ask him for you. Director, he said little else and took the money before leaving. Shortly after, he returned. All set. Go back to the village and get an introduction letter. Bring it to me tomorrow, and you can report to the station the day after. Report the day after? Liu Genlai was somewhat astonished. What's wrong? You want it done quickly, yet you're not pleased? Can it wait until after the new year? I still want to enjoy myself. I'm not ready to work just yet. Having roamed freely for so long, the sudden imposition of constraints felt jarring to Liu Genlai. Listen to me, Genlai. This matter cannot be delayed. The sooner you finalize it, the smoother it will be. With the year-end approaching, many unemployed people are desperately seeking connections. Although Director Zhao's price is steep, it's not beyond reach. If you wait until after the new year and someone else snatches this opportunity, it won't be easy to find another as favorable. Director, he earnestly advised. Fine. Liu Genlai clicked his tongue. I'll bring you the introduction letter tomorrow. He understood the wisdom behind listening to advice. That's the spirit. Director, he sighed in relief, plopping down in his chair. He genuinely wished to assist Liu Genlai. After all, Liu Genlai had brought him so much wild boar meat, making him feel indebted. Securing a job for him would be a way to repay that kindness. Director, Liu Genlai said with a smile, offering a cigarette. I feel as though I've boarded your pirate ship. Be honest. How much of that 1,200 are you keeping for yourself? Get lost. Director, he grabbed a matchbox from his desk and tossed it at him. Hey, Liu Genlai grinned, ducking just in time. In truth, he had guessed correctly. Director Xiao did want to give Director He a referral fee, but Director He had declined. He didn't need that little bit of money. He sought peace of mind instead. What is going on? Just then, Chef Niu walked in, narrowly avoiding being hit by the matchbox. Director He is upset with you. It takes so long to weigh meat. He just said you're only good for eating. Liu Genlai's mischievous side emerged. Yes, right, I do love to eat. I can't get full on watery dishes. Chef Niu did not allow Liu Genlai's jest to fall to the ground. He deftly caught the banter and turned to Director He, saying, 2 wild boars weigh a total of 210 pounds, while the bear weighs 205. Having said that, he hurried out to prepare for the day. The state-owned restaurant was indeed different from before. It was still before noon, yet this esteemed chef had to start prepping ingredients, lest he find himself overwhelmed when the guests arrived. The sound of his abacus clicked once more. As the year-end approached, meat prices had surged. I'll calculate the wild boar and bear meat at $2.80 per pound, totaling 415 pounds, which amounts to $1,162. Director He was truly generous. Liu Genlai gave a thumbs up. Every time he visited, Director He offered him the highest price without him needing to utter a single superfluous word. It was remarkably hassle-free. Since you were so generous, I cannot be stingy either. Director He said, counting out the money and handing it to Liu Genlai. You are quite the moneymaker. The cash I just handed out has already returned to me. Isn't it thanks to your good fortune? Liu Genlai pocketed the money without counting it. Why didn't you need to go to the upper levels for funds this time? I anticipated your visit these past few days, so I prepared the money in advance. Director He chuckled. A verbal commendation this time. Continue to strive for excellence. Scram. All right then. Liu Genlai drained his cup of tea and rose to depart. I truly wonder what you would look like in a police uniform. Director He mused with a smile. Upon exiting the state-owned restaurant, Liu Genlai made his way to the supply and marketing cooperative. Little Jia had yet to return. Aunt Zhu and Lu Fong were seated at the counter, engaged in casual conversation while knitting. Upon seeing Liu Genlai enter, Aunt Zhu greeted him with a smile. Little Genlai, it has been quite a while since your last visit. I came because I missed you. Aunt Zhu, Liu Genlai replied, playfully placing a handful of white rabbit creamy candies on the counter. You mischievous child. Why do you always take something when you come? Aunt Zhu chided, then turned to Lu Fong, saying, Isn't this sweater meant for your brother? Since he is here, measure it on him. If it doesn't fit, I can help you alter it. Is this for me? Liu Genlai inquired, glancing at the half-finished sweater. Aunt Zhu, your mouth is quite quick. I intended to wait until it was fully knitted to mention it. Lu Fong laughed as she stood up, taking the partially completed sweater out from behind the counter to measure it against Liu Genlai's back. At that moment, Lu Fong was an entirely different person from when Liu Genlai first met her. Her every movement radiated confidence and warmth. What do you think, Aunt Zhu? I said it was 5 large needles, right? If we stick to the old measurements, Genlai would appear too slim in this. Lu Fong remarked with a smile while comparing the size. Is that so? Let me take a look, Aunt Zhu responded, stepping out from behind the counter. Indeed. Your judgment is sharper than mine. By the way, little Genlai, have you gained some weight recently? Have I? I don't feel like I've put on any pounds. Liu Genlai said, touching his face. To be honest, he hadn't gained weight. He had been eating well, but also exercising frequently. All the food had been transformed into muscle. In the thick winter clothing, it was difficult to discern any weight gain from an external perspective. However, when it came time to weigh in, he found himself at least 20 pounds heavier than 2 months prior. Turn around. Let me measure the front. Raise your arms. Lu Fong instructed. Liu Genlai, with a cheerful demeanor, complied. This was the very appearance that he longed to see in his elder sister. Lu Fong, I believe the sweater could be a tad larger. Xiao Genlai just turned 16 this year, right? It's the perfect time for growth. Why not knit a few extra stitches? He could wear it for a couple of years, Aunt Zhu remarked with a smile. No need. If it shrinks, I can always unravel it and knit a new one. Lu Fong replied, genuinely concerned for her younger brother. Life had transformed for them, and she was reluctant to make the sweater oversized, allowing him to wear it year after year until it became worn. Xiao Genlai, just look at how good your sister is to you, Aunt Zhu praised. Indeed. My sister has always cared for me, Liu Genlai responded with a grin. Oh, what a lively scene. Director, you said with a smile as he stepped out, holding a teacup. Just as Lu Fong finished measuring, Liu Genlai approached him, seized the cup, and took a hearty sip. Uncle Yu, why be so formal? If you wanted to treat me to tea, you could simply invite me to your office. There's no need for this personal delivery. Laughter erupted from Aunt Zhu and Lu Fong. You little rascal, that's my tea. Director, you chided playfully. If Liu Genlai were a bit older, Director, you would have playfully swatted him. But as it stood, Liu Genlai was still a youth, leaving the director both amused and exasperated. So stingy. I don't mind if you're a bit dirty, Liu Genlai muttered. What did you say? Director, you raised his hand as if to strike. But just as he was about to bring it down, Liu Genlai deftly slipped a cigarette between his fingers. I must say, Uncle Yu, your stance for smoking is quite peculiar. This elicited laughter even from Director Yu. You little rascal, where do you come up with such quirky remarks? If you scold me again, I might just take my leave. Liu Genlai feigned a departure, prompting Director Yu to grab him firmly. You haven't delivered the pork to me yet. Where do you think you're going? How did you know I was here to deliver wild boar? Liu Genlai asked. You haven't shown your face in over a month, and with the new year approaching, your visit can only mean one thing. Director Yu analyzed astutely. What? I can't come to see my sister? Liu Genlai countered. So you only want to see your sister, and not this old man? Director Yu teased back. What is there to see in an old codger like you? I'd rather catch a few more wild boars. From the sound of it, you must have captured quite a number this time. Director Yu deduced with keen insight. How many do you want? Once wild boars were mentioned, Liu Genlai ceased his playful banter. How much did you send to Fatty He? Director Yu inquired. Liu Genlai nearly burst into laughter. The two of them, one calling the other Bald Yu and the other Fatty He, enjoyed a good relationship, often gathering for tea. Yet they couldn't bear to see each other with more wild boar meat. I sent him 200 pounds of wild boar, along with a 200-pound bear. Liu Genlai did not conceal the truth. Concealing it would have been futile. And what of the bear paw? Why haven't you brought it to me? Even half a bear would suffice. Director Yu's face was filled with distress. All right, spare the pretense. Just tell me how much wild boar meat you desire. Liu Genlai doubted that Director Yu was unaware of the unpalatable nature of bear meat. Yet here he was, playing the victim, merely seeking to obtain more wild boar meat. Huh. Indeed, you sly fellow. Director Yu, abandoning the charade, said, I once he asked for too much. How does 300 pounds sound? What do you need so much for? I have no choice. The new year is approaching, and the higher-ups are aware that I can procure wild boar meat. So they've set a quota for me. Well, this trick mirrors that of Director He. As Liu Genlai pondered how to appropriately part with those pigs for Director Yu, the latter added, rest assured, I won't take your wild boar meat without giving something in return. With the new year nearing, I managed to acquire a batch of slightly flawed fabric, 20 yards for you, to provide each family member with a new outfit for the holiday. What does slightly flawed fabric mean? Liu Genlai was somewhat perplexed. Before Director Yu could explain, Aunt Ju interjected, it means the edges of the fabric are stained or torn, making it unsellable for clothing. But it won't affect its use for garments. Little Genlai, this is a good deal. Usually, the flawed fabric we receive is poorly dyed and unsuitable for clothing. It can only be used for bed linens and the like. In that case, I'll take it. When Brother Jiao returns, let me borrow the tricycle. And I'll deliver 300 pounds of wild boar to you. He had ample fabric at home. Yet Li Lanxiang would never allow herself to make clothes for the family. Even the old military uniform remained unaltered. The whole family, except for him and Lu Min, wore tattered clothes patched over and over. Surely, if he brought back this flawed fabric, Li Lanxiang would not be able to resist? Genlai, where did you manage to catch so many wild boars? How could you even catch a bear? Lu Fang inquired, just as Lu Min had. Her primary concern being Liu Genlai's safety. Liu Genlai, of course, reiterated the same explanation he had given to Lu Min, which alleviated Lu Fang's worries slightly. Come to my office. I need to ask you something. Director Yu beckoned Liu Genlai. Upon reaching the office, Director Yu first closed the door and then lowered his voice, saying, tell me honestly, how did you capture those wild boars? What's wrong? Do you wish to catch wild boars as well? Liu Genlai chuckled. No distractions. Director Yu waved his hand, his expression serious. Someone from our side has inquired about you. You are quite well known there. Any passerby can tell them which village you hail from. However, the militia in your village has not engaged in hunting. Those wild boars, wild chickens, deer, and even the bear are all you're doing, and you've never been truthful with me. Is this matter truly so grave? I thought the sky was falling. Liu Genlai shrugged nonchalantly. If I hadn't spoken in this manner, would you have believed that a mere boy like me could be a hunting expert? You likely wouldn't have dared accept the 20 wild chickens I brought, would you? Without that first encounter, there wouldn't have been a second. Wouldn't you agree? Director Yu? He had long known this secret could not be kept for long. Everyone is in need of meat. And given the proximity of Lingqian village to the bustling metropolis of Sijio City, it is inevitable that some would venture directly to the village in search of wild boars. Upon arrival, inquiries would reveal all. He had already concocted his prepared responses. Chapter 116. Little G is nicknamed those wild chickens, wild boars, deer, and even bears. Did you truly hunt them? Director Yu maintained a serious demeanor. Didn't I just mention that I am an expert hunter? If you don't believe me, you can inquire around our place, Liu Genlai replied with a shrug. It's not that I doubt you, but I fear you may have taken someone else's catch. Once or twice, perhaps they wouldn't notice, but repeated incidents would surely raise suspicions. If you were to take away their hard-earned prey, wouldn't they be furious? What if they lay in wait for you? In the deep mountains, it is quite commonplace for someone to meet their end. Perhaps no one would even investigate. A death would be in vain. Director Yu expressed his concerns. Liu Genlai felt somewhat touched. Director Yu truly regarded him as a close relative. Rest assured, Uncle Yu, our Liu family does not uphold such a tradition. My grandfather and father, even during the harshest times of famine, never stole a grain from anyone. Although we might be struggling now, we were certainly stronger back then. If I had truly pilfered someone's game, you wouldn't need to admonish me. My grandfather and father would have broken my legs long ago, Liu Genlai replied earnestly for once. Director Yu's expression finally softened. You, young man, managed to secure jobs for your two sisters and remembered to bring back so many things for your family. It's evident that your family has raised you well, and your values are commendable. I believe you, a young expert in hunting. How did you hone your skills? Good family values indeed. Gratitude and loyalty are admirable traits. Though I wonder if engaging in swindling for profit falls under that category, Liu Genlai chuckled inwardly. Want to learn? 20 feet of flawed cloth wouldn't suffice. Liu Genlai smirked. Get lost. At my age, what would I want to learn that for? Don't tell me you've forgotten about your old uncle when you crave meat. Director, you teased, opening a drawer to reveal a stack of premium cigarette coupons. Tossing them in front of Liu Genlai. With the new year approaching, I know you want to have time to visit me. Consider these as your early New Year's gift from your old uncle. Then allow me to extend my early wishes for a prosperous new year filled with blessings and longevity. Liu Genlai gratefully accepted the stack of coupons, his eyes squinting with joy. As they sipped tea and smoked, discussing hunting anecdotes, Liu Genlai was animatedly speaking when Xiao Jia entered. Liu Genlai took the three-wheeled cart keys from him and nonchalantly offered him a cigarette. Uncle Yu, I'm off to fetch the wild boar. I'll be back shortly. Xiao Jiao announced. Why not let Xiao Jiao assist you? Director, you suggested. Uncle Yu, how can you assign him work right after he returns? Have some consideration for his need to rest. You're treating him like a beast of burden, Liu Genlai teased. Get lost. Director, you grabbed his teacup in mock threat, prompting Liu Genlai to dash away. Ha ha. Xiao Jiao laughed heartily. You too, get lost. Director, you glared. Director, it was you who told me to leave. You can't hold that against me. Little Jia didn't even attempt to engage in banter before turning away. Director, you did not pursue him. Knowing that this fellow wouldn't stray far, he was likely off to the state-run restaurant to seek out Zhongli again. Upon exiting the supply and marketing cooperative, Liu Genlai activated his navigation map and rode his tricycle directly to the distillery that little Jia had mentioned. The distillery was located on the outskirts of the city, not too far from the cooperative. In less than half an hour, Liu Genlai arrived at his destination. The elderly guard at the entrance noticed Liu Genlai arriving on his tricycle, dressed in military attire, and did not dare to be dismissive. Young man, whom are you looking for? Liu Genlai first offered him a cigarette. Sir, do we have a salesman named Gao Qi at our factory? Yes. He is inside the factory. I'll fetch him for you. The guard's demeanor turned exceedingly cordial as he accepted the Zhonghua cigarette, his face breaking into a smile that revealed his wrinkles. Much like Chef Niu, he could not bear to smoke such a fine cigarette, carefully tucking it behind his ear before sending a security officer to summon Gao Qi. One should not underestimate the guards of this era. Some may have retired from the battlefield, earning considerable respect. Shortly thereafter, a young man of similar age to little Jia emerged with the security officer. Before he could utter a word, Liu Genlai quickly articulated his purpose. The young man was indeed Gao Qi. Upon hearing Liu Genlai's words, his eyes lit up, and he grasped Liu Genlai's hand enthusiastically. You are the hunting expert that the fake foreign devil spoke of. I've long wished to meet you, and here you are? That fake foreign devil is quite decent after all. Fake foreign devil? Jiagu has this nickname too. Upon witnessing Liu Genlai's surprised expression, Gao Qi elaborated. I grew up alongside Jia Yang. We are inseparable, and I even bestowed that nickname upon him. So, Jiagu is actually named Jia Yang. He had yet to inquire about his name. This nickname is indeed quite fitting, Liu Genlai chuckled. Indeed, Gao Qi responded with a grin. What do you have loaded on your vehicle? You'll see, Liu Genlai teased. As he approached the distillery, he retrieved a wild boar weighing around 70 to 80 pounds, concealed under a burlap sack, making it unrecognizable from the outside. Wild boar? Gao Qi exclaimed as he lifted the burlap sack, his voice rising in excitement. His loud shout attracted the elderly guard and several patrolling security personnel who gathered around the tricycle, all faces alight with enthusiasm. In these times, no unit was devoid of meat shortages, and the distillery was no exception. With the new year approaching, the logistics department had been queuing at the meat processing plant for over a month without securing any pork. Xiao Lu, is this wild boar for us to purchase? Gao Qi's voice trembled slightly with anticipation. Not for sale, Liu Genlai replied with a smile. I'm here to barter for liquor. Gao Qi paused for a moment, quickly realizing his mistake. Oh, my apologies. Right. We're not selling. We're trading for liquor. Come on, let us go inside, you ride. And I'll help push. Gao Qi was so exhilarated that he was almost at a loss for words. Liu Genlai had come to find him, which meant that this wild boar was a boon he had procured for the factory. If the management learned of this, he would surely receive a commendable reward. The gatekeeper had already rushed to report to the leaders. Liu Genlai had just accompanied Gao Qi to the logistics department of the winery when two middle-aged men, one tall and one short, emerged from the department, both wearing eager smiles. Director Fong, Director Tian, allow me to introduce my younger brother, Liu Genlai. He has come to sell wine and has also brought us a wild boar, Gao Qi proclaimed proudly. Welcome. On behalf of our winery, I express our gratitude for your generous support, the shorter man said as he grasped Liu Genlai's hand vigorously. The enthusiasm was palpable, as evidenced by the presence of such support. Comrade Xiao Lu, you have truly aided our logistics department immensely. Without this boar you brought, my role as the logistics director would have been quite challenging this year, the taller man added warmly, his nose reddening further with a smile. It's nothing much. I simply wanted to exchange the wild boar for some wine as the new year approaches. A mutually beneficial arrangement, indeed, Liu Genlai replied, not one to shy away from the exchange. He offered 2 cigarettes, further solidifying their camaraderie. As Liu Genlai departed, his tricycle was laden with 3 large jars of high-quality liquor, weighing a total of 600 pounds, all acquired in exchange for the wild boar. The tricycle could not accommodate all 3 jars, so Director Tian instructed several workers to lay down wooden planks, securing 2 jars at the bottom and placing the third on top of them. Concerned about the stability of the load, Director Tian personally tied the jars tightly. Director Fong, maintaining his dignified position, refrained from assisting but accompanied Director Tian to see Liu Genlai off at the factory gate. Gao Qi was even more enthusiastic, pushing the tricycle for quite a distance before Liu Genlai persuaded him to stop. Little did Gao Qi know that his assistance was unwarranted. Without him, Liu Genlai could have discreetly stored the liquor away in a secluded spot without any hassle. Upon returning to the supply and marketing cooperative, Liu Genlai was treated like a VIP, greeted at the door by Director Yu, Aunt Zhu, Lu Fong, and Jia Yang. What's in the sack? Director Yu inquired. Although the sack was covered, he immediately recognized that the tricycle contained a wild boar, but the 2 bulging sacks on top puzzled him. Director, why ask? Just take a look, Jia Yang exclaimed as he lifted one of the sacks and opened it, only to gasp in surprise. So many vegetables. Are they vegetables? Aunt Zhu chimed in, drawn by the curiosity of a housewife. Upon seeing the assortment of fresh vegetables within the sack, her face lit up with joy. Did you grow these from the seeds you brought last time? Director Yu joined in, sniffing a chili pepper he had picked up. Not all of them. Some were planted earlier, Liu Genlai replied, slightly unsure of the growth cycles of each vegetable. He intentionally downplayed the planting timeline, concerned that some vegetables might not mature in over 2 months. With both meat and vegetables, you've certainly outdone yourself this year. We need not worry about the New Year's feast, Director Yu laughed. Oh, don't touch that sack. It's for the state-run restaurant. As Jia Yang reached for another burlap sack, Liu Genlai swiftly intervened. The state-run restaurant housed his girlfriend. He believed in keeping the bounty close to home. Jia Yang promptly relinquished the sack, but Director Yu was a different matter. He remarked that he was nearly as corpulent as a pig, and they would assist in consuming the vegetables, deeming it a good deed. He instructed Liu to convey that no thanks were necessary. Very well, I shall relay your message. Liu nodded, dismounting from the tricycle and hoisting the large sack onto his shoulder, hurriedly making his way toward the state-run restaurant. Take care, don't strain your back, Lu Fong called out anxiously, eliciting laughter from the others. You worry too much. What back does a mere child possess? Director Yu chuckled, and Lu Fong joined in the mirth. Indeed, children appeared to lack any burden of backaches. The 2 hefty sacks of vegetables weighed a substantial 70 to 80 pounds. If sold, they would fetch a considerable sum. Yet, Liu Genlai chose to gift them directly to Directors Yu and he. Director Yu had generously provided him with numerous premium cigarette coupons without ever asking for payment, while Director he had assisted him in securing employment. With the new year approaching, it would be inconsiderate to expect payment for such fresh produce. Liu Genlai felt it would reflect poorly on him. As for how the directors would divide the vegetables, that was beyond his concern. Liu Genlai presented a hefty boar to Director Yu, accompanied by 2 smaller pigs weighing around 50 pounds each, totaling just over 300 pounds, sufficient for his obligations. Strangely, the price offered by Director Yu matched that of Director He. With the 800 yuan obtained from Director Yu tucked away, Liu Genlai made his way to the public security office. As the new year approached, he could not forget about Uncle Zhou. Upon arriving at the office and pushing open the door to Zhou Qiming's office, Liu Genlai was taken aback. Seated at the desk was a stranger in military attire, appearing to be in his 30s. Whom do you seek? The man inquired first. I am looking for Captain Zhou. Where has he gone? Liu asked. Captain Zhou has been reassigned. Do you have business with him? The man scrutinized Liu Genlai from head to toe. Reassigned? To where? Liu recalled this detail. During his last visit, Zhou Qiming had solicited his advice regarding 2 potential postings. He had assumed Zhou would not be transferred until after the new year, yet it seemed he had departed sooner than expected. I'm not certain. Likely he has transitioned to civilian life, the man replied with a smile. You seek Captain Zhou to join the public security office, I presume? You appear rather youthful. Are you even 18? Not quite. I have other matters to discuss with him. Liu Genlai waved his hand. Since this man was unaware of Zhou Qiming's whereabouts, he decided to inquire about Aunt Zhou. Surely, she hadn't been reassigned as well. Young man, the public security office currently has no vacancies. If you wish to apply, perhaps consider returning at a later date, the man suggested again. Oh, it seems this fellow still holds some regard for Zhou Qiming. Liu Genlai produced a cigarette and tossed it towards him before turning to leave. I have matters to attend to. I shall visit you again when time permits. The man chuckled, reflecting on the unusual generosity of the cigarette gift, noting its quality with surprise. Zhonghua, how does this lad smoke such fine cigarettes? Unbeknownst to him, this unique method of offering a cigarette had etched Liu Genlai's image firmly in his memory. Upon arriving at the guest house, Liu Genlai did not encounter Aunt Zhou. After inquiring with the duty attendant, he learned that Aunt Zhou had worked the night shift the previous evening and would be resting at home during the day. Furthermore, she was scheduled for night shifts for the next couple of days. Thus, having lost contact with Zhou Qiming, he could only wait until Aunt Zhou was off duty to seek her out. Where might he find him? At Baiguan Prison or the Zhangqian police station? If he had gone to Baiguan Prison, meeting again would prove difficult. Conversely, if he had gone to the Zhangqian police station, could that mean he had become his direct superior? The rank of the security squad captain could not be too high, and if he transitioned to the police station, he would likely not attain the position of station chief. He might even find himself more comfortable in the security squad. Liu Genlai pondered this as he exited the city and returned to Lingxian village. Upon entering the village, Liu Genlai made a beeline for the accounting office. Upon opening the door, he found Zhao Deshan seated in the captain's chair. Uncle Deshan, I haven't yet congratulated you on your promotion, Liu Genlai said with a cheerful smile, offering him a cigarette. Promotion, my foot. I'm merely filling in for a few days. By the end of the year, the captaincy will still belong to your uncle Wufukin, Zhao Deshan replied with a grin, accepting the cigarette. Oh, is this Zhonghua? Not from Daqianmen. I see you truly know how to cater to your audience. If I'm not smoking it, I might as well give it to you. And yet you still dare to criticize me. Liu Genlai feigned an attempt to reclaim it, only to be playfully pushed away by Zhao Deshan. Get lost. You think you can take back a cigarette once given? Not a chance. Liu Genlai nearly stumbled from the shove, straightening his face to say, with such strength, you should not be confined to the accounting office. You'd be far better off plowing the fields. We could save on fodder for the village's livestock. You always have your mischief, don't you? Speak, what brings you here? Zhao Deshan said, lighting the cigarette and taking a satisfying puff. I found a job and need you to write me a letter of introduction. You've landed a job too? Zhao Deshan's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly dropping the cigarette that hung from his lips. Why can't I find a job? Liu Genlai retorted, rolling his eyes. But wait, aren't you only 16? At such a young age, who would want you? Zhao Deshan exclaimed, shaking off the ash that had fallen onto his trousers. Liu Genlai's mischievous side surged forth, as he feigned a troubled expression. I don't want to go either, but they insist I do. What can I do? Uncle Deshan, I'm at my wit's end. Perhaps you could go in my stead? Are you trying to pull my leg? I think you're asking for a beating. Zhao Deshan raised his hand playfully. Hee. Liu Genlai replied with a sly grin. Alas, Zhao Deshan sighed. You're so young yet so capable. My own son is about your age, and all he does is vex me. At times, I wish I could just send him off with a single shot. If you're feeling that way, go hunt in the mountains. If you encounter a wild boar, just fire away. Zhao Deshan's reputation for discipline was well known throughout the village, often seen chasing his son with a stick. You think I don't want to? Zhao Deshan scoffed, wishing to change the subject from hunting as it only fueled his irritation. He opened the drawer, pulled out some paper and a pen, and pushed them toward Liu Genlai. Write it yourself. Once you're done, I'll stamp it. Come on, Uncle Deshan, you can vigorously discipline your son but can't manage to write a few words? Liu Genlai countered. I would write if I could. The characters know me, but I don't know them, he lamented. You cannot read. And are you not afraid of me writing your dark secrets? Liu Gen realized that in this era, most rural people were essentially illiterate. In Lingxian village, with its hundreds of inhabitants, the number of literate individuals was certainly fewer than 20. Feel free to write if you wish. I fear nothing, Zhao Deshan replied nonchalantly. In fact, I don't even wish to be this ridiculous team leader anymore. Then I shall indeed write, Liu Gen replied, taking paper and pen. Recalling the phrasing used by old Zheng when he wrote a letter of introduction for his elder sisters. He swiftly completed the letter and pushed the paper and pen toward Zhao Deshan. Zhao Deshan, barely glancing at it, took out the official seal and stamped it. Liu Gen tossed him a cigarette, took the letter, and tucked it into his pocket. I am off to report this to the commune. Await your downfall. Hurry along. I thank you. Zhao Deshan waved him off. Just as Liu Gen was about to exit, Zhao Deshan called out again. Genlai, I forgot to ask. What job did you find? Public security. I'll come personally to apprehend you, Liu Gen teased. You? With your spindly arms and legs. How could you be in public security? Zhao Deshan was utterly unconvinced. As Liu Gen walked home, he suddenly realized something amiss. The procedure for issuing the letter of introduction seemed incorrect. He had not fulfilled the work quota at the front police station. Fortunately, Zhao Deshan was utterly ignorant. If it were old Zheng, he might not have issued the letter without the necessary work quota. By the time he arrived home, it was already mid-afternoon, and the production team had not yet finished work. Where could those two rascals have gone? Liu Gen mumbled as he opened the navigation map, quickly locating the two boys. He marked their position for the family, ensuring he could always find them. They've gone to the creek at the village entrance. They're not afraid of the cold. Liu Gen pondered for a moment before heading towards the creek. Upon arriving at the creek, his heart sank. He had initially thought the boys were there to play on the ice. Given the frigid weather and the thick ice, it wouldn't be too dangerous to frolic a bit. However, the two were busy chiseling a large hole in the ice, each wielding a fishing hook to catch fish. That was not the main concern. What alarmed him was the large group of children surrounding them, the youngest being merely 5 or 6 years old. If one of them were to accidentally fall into the icy hole, they could freeze to death. To avoid frightening the children further and risking a slip into the hole, Liu Gen approached silently until he was right behind them, then coldly shouted, "What are you doing? Get away from here. Who allowed you to break the ice?" In an instant, the group of children scattered, some tripping over themselves, too frightened to cry, scrambling back to the shore. In those rural days, if a child caused trouble, the adults in the village would intervene without any objections from the child's parents, unlike in later years when parents might take offense at harsh reprimands. Seeing his elder brother, Liu Genlai was a bit scared. He stood up, scratching his head while still holding onto the fishing line. Liu Genlai, however, was not as frightened and excitedly pointed at a small crucian carp on the ice, shouting to Liu Gen, "Big brother, look, I caught a fish. Second brother hasn't he caught any. Am I amazing or what? Oh really? Let me see." Liu Gen approached, seized his ear, and delivered a swift kick to his backside. Liu Genlai stumbled and fell onto the icy surface. "Brother, why did you hit me?" The little fellow, with tears welling in his eyes, struggled to rise. Liu Genlai ignored him, turning to deliver a swift kick to Liu Genlai's backside. Liu Genlai, having anticipated the move, remained upright and quickly dashed towards the bank. "Stop right there. If you dare to run, I'll give you a good slap." Liu Genlai glared, causing Liu Genlai to freeze in place, fear gripping him. While parents may discipline their children with a measured hand, a brother's reprimand is often more severe. Liu Genlai stowed away his fishing line into his space and kicked the small crucian carp that Liu Genlai had caught into the hole in the ice. "Listen closely. You two, if you dare to come fishing by the river again, I'll first give you a good beating and then toss you into the icy water. Do you understand?" "Yes," Liu Genlai replied obediently. Liu Genlai, still slightly defiant and grieving for the small fish, his hard-earned catch, received no leniency from Liu Genlai. Grabbing him by the collar, Liu Genlai hoisted him over the hole in the ice, causing him to struggle desperately and plead for mercy. "Now you understand fear, don't you?" Liu Genlai admonished. "The ice is slippery, the water is frigid. What would happen if you fell in without an adult around? If you wish to die, I can easily drop you in right now. Brother, I want to do it again, I promise." Liu Genlai wailed, genuinely frightened this time. Not just him, but the surrounding children shivered in fear, instinctively retreating from the ice hole. Only then did Liu Genlai release Liu Genlai, delivering another kick to his rear. "Scram back to shore and return home with your brother." Liu Genlai was not harsh by nature. In a few days, he would be heading to work in the city, unsure of when he might return home. Their parents worked daily in the production team, leaving the two boys unsupervised, likely to grow wilder in their play. If he did not instill some fear in them, how would they learn? In his previous life, in the orphanage, he understood that mere words had little effect on disobedient children. They needed to learn through experience. Upon returning home, Liu Genlai again ignored them, focusing on starting a fire and preparing a meal. The two boys recognized their mistakes and understood that their brother's beatings were for their own good. They dutifully helped chop firewood, occasionally sweet-talking him. "You two little rascals," Liu Genlai finally couldn't hold back a smile. "In the future, if you wish to fish, come find your elder brother. I'll take you." "All right, big brother, you're the best." Liu Genwang immediately showered him with praise. "When shall we go to the reservoir on the ridge to fish again?" Liu Genshi was still thinking about catching big fish there. "It's too cold in winter. We want to go. If you wanna, wait until next summer when you're on vacation, and I'll take you then," Liu Genlai firmly declared, postponing the trip until the following summer. The two boys felt a twinge of disappointment, but dared not voice their thoughts. Chapter 119. Liu Genlai's principles. Liu Genlai was not a gossip. He did not inform Liu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang about the boys drilling holes in the ice to fish. They had received their due discipline and fright. The boys had learned their lesson, and there was no need for further punishment. Recognizing their misdeeds, the two young boys exhibited remarkable obedience. They tidied up the table and stools before their meal and collected the bowls and chopsticks afterward, earning high praise from Li Lanxiang for their thoughtfulness. The following morning, Liu Genlai ventured to the 49 city, where he presented a meticulously prepared introduction letter to Director He. Subsequently, he made his way to the small courtyard he had purchased. This time, he finally encountered the mistress of the West Wing. The woman, in her 30s, appeared gaunt and clearly malnourished, her attire adorned with numerous patches, yet clean and indicative of a diligent character. As Liu Genlai stepped into the courtyard, she was engaged in washing clothes, while Grandma Su from the East Wing sat nearby, conversing with her. "Little Liu, it's been a while since your last visit," Grandma Su greeted Liu Genlai with a smile. "By the way, the resident of the West Wing is surnamed Miao. You may call her Aunt Miao." "Good day, Aunt Miao," Liu Genlai replied courteously. "Hello, hello. It's time for me to pay the rent, I it? I haven't seen you around. Just a moment, let me fetch it from my room," Aunt Miao said, somewhat shyly wiping her hands on her clothes before heading indoors to retrieve the money. In a short while, she emerged with a stack of neatly counted bills, evidently prepared in advance. "Little Liu, our family is facing difficulties. Would it be possible for me to pay 3 months' rent at once?" "Not a problem. Everyone encounters hardships at times. We just need to endure," Liu Genlai replied with a smile as he accepted the stack of bills, placing them into his pocket. He then produced a handful of white rabbit milk candies and pressed them into her hands. "This is too much. These candies are quite expensive. I cannot accept them," Aunt Miao protested repeatedly. "They are not for you. They are for your child," Liu Genlai insisted. "Once something is given, it cannot be taken back," he thought. "The rent I accepted is merely a matter of course. It is only right and proper. If I were to refuse, it would disrupt our agreement. The candies are a gesture of neighborly kindness. Knowing your family is struggling, I cannot simply turn a blind eye." Liu Genlai maintained a clear distinction between business and benevolence. In tumultuous times, he did not indulge in excessive compassion, yet he possessed a genuine kindness. Observing their plight, he felt a sense of comfort in offering assistance. "Take them. They are for you," he reiterated. Grandma Su chimed in. "I have always told you that little Liu is a good child. Now you see it for yourself." "Indeed, indeed." Aunt Miao nodded, wiping away tears. "Aunt Miao, I heard from Grandma Su that you often go outside the city to forage for wild vegetables. In this cold winter, can you still find any?" Liu Genlai shifted the conversation. "Certainly. How could I not? There are still plenty of edible wild vegetables in winter, such as shepherd's purse, amaranth roots, and ground cherry. They are just harder to find since so many people are foraging," Aunt Miao explained, counting on her fingers. "Is that so?" Liu Genlai responded. Intrigued, he was unaware of this, as the wild vegetables at home were typically gathered in autumn, and he had never foraged in winter. "Absolutely. Shepherd's purse is quite delicious. Next time I find some, I will save some for you. When you come by, I will make you some shepherd's purse pancakes. I guarantee you will crave more." Aunt Miao smiled brightly. "I shall look forward to it," Liu Genlai agreed without hesitation. In his recollection, shepherd's purse was always associated with dumplings, mingled with meat filling, creating an exquisite aroma. When Aunt Miao prepared pancakes with shepherd's purse for him, it signified the hardship they faced, as they could scarcely afford a meal of shepherd's purse dumplings. Liu Genlai approached Grandma Su, offering her a handful of white rabbit candy. "Child, why offer me sweets again?" "I do not want them," Grandma Su modestly declined. "I seldom visit. My 2 sisters still require your care." Liu Genlai replied with a smile. They take care of me more than I do of them, Grandma Su responded, beaming. Your sisters are truly wonderful, assisting me with chores. It is a blessing to have landlords like you. You and my grandmother are of similar age. Is it not only right for them to care for you? He was well aware of Lu Fang and Lu Min's dispositions, whether gentle or assertive, both embodying the virtues of the Lu family, getting along with everyone. Upon entering, Liu Genlai immediately spotted fresh vegetables tucked away in the corner of the stove nook. These must have been distributed to them by Director Yu and Director He, who did not skimp on their share simply because they were his sisters. These two are quite principled. Liu Genlai chuckled. After a moment's thought, he locked the door and stepped out, returning shortly with 2 bags filled with a substantial amount of vegetables. These were gifts for Grandma Su and Aunt Meow. His elder and second sister lived in the same courtyard. When one cooked, the delightful aroma wafted through the neighborhood, where everyone helped one another. With a new residence on the horizon, he could not visit frequently, so having their support for his sisters would ease his worries. Grandma Su and Aunt Meow initially refused, but Liu Genlai insisted. I grew these in the mountains, not bought with money. I want you to enjoy them. If you do not accept, I shall discard them. With that, Grandma Su relented, calling him a good child, while Aunt Meow wiped away her tears. Liu Genlai could hardly bear such sentiments, and, seeking an excuse, hurriedly departed. He had come to the small courtyard to check on his sister's well-being, which appeared satisfactory. It seemed that the family of Liu Fang's grandmother had not caused much trouble, and the household remained much as it was over a month ago. Liu Fang's personal affairs were not his to meddle in. Each must tread their own path. And even as siblings, he could not dictate Liu Fang's choices. However, he would not stand idly by. As he had stated before, if Liu Fang's relatives behaved themselves, he would act as if they did not exist. Should they cause any disturbances, he would ensure they regretted it. After leaving the small courtyard, Liu Genlai sold 2 tons of coal at the coal yard. This time, he did not hire anyone. Instead, he rented a cart and pretended to haul it himself over 4 trips, storing the coal in his space. Only by doing it himself did he realize how laborious the task was. The amount he had paid the workers last time hardly seemed adequate. Upon returning to the village just past noon, he did not head home immediately but first visited the production team, delivering nearly 1,000 pounds of coal to Old Wang. If it were merely for heating the Kong, the 500 gene he had provided last time, along with the pile of firewood, should suffice for Old Wang to last until spring. However, preparing pig feed was an entirely different matter. That 500 gene would be consumed swiftly, and he certainly did not wish to return to the village one day to hear that Old Wang had frozen to death. After unloading the coal, Liu Genlai left Old Wang 10 gene of white flour, 10 gene of rice, 10 gene of cornmeal, a bag of vegetables, and a pig leg. This provision would ensure that Old Wang could enjoy a prosperous new year. Liu Genlai then made another trip to his grandparents' home, filling their grain bin with provisions, leaving behind a bag of vegetables, a pig leg, and some pig entrails. Subsequently, Liu Genlai locked the door and strolled back home. P.S. Surprised? Old Neo is giving his all. He will strive to maintain a daily output of 4 chapters and will refrain from soliciting votes. Let us observe Old Neo's performance. Chapter 120. The sweet potato seller. Today, Liu Genlai returned home a bit earlier, but Liu Genshi and Liu Genwang were still absent. He opened the navigation map, and upon locating them, discovered they were at the edge of Wudaling. What mischief were these two up to? Liu Genlai zoomed in on the map, and upon recognizing their location, couldn't help but chuckle. Numerous small figures dotted the edge of Wudaling, likely children from the village gathering firewood. Their homes had ample coal and firewood, so neither Genshi nor Genwang needed to collect any. Instead, they were playing nearby, seemingly sliding down a slope. While others toiled to gather firewood, they were enjoying their play, and Liu Genlai was reminded of a famous mathematical problem. Calculate the area of shadow in the hearts of those children collecting firewood. Observing the sun's position, Liu Genlai noted that time was plentiful. He decided to utilize the seasoning package Chef Neo had gifted him and prepared a large pot of braised meat. He had not skimped on meat for his home, but Li Lanxiang was accustomed to frugality, always being parsimonious in her cooking. The preserved meat had been salted to the extent that, even after 10 years, it would remain unspoiled. Since Li Lanxiang was reluctant to prepare meat, he took it upon himself to not only cook, but also to be generous with the ingredients. The aroma was simply irresistible. Even Chef Neo would find himself salivating. As the meat simmered gently over a low flame, Liu Genlai ventured to the village's home class. With the primary school on break, Yuhong class remained in session, and Lu Zaixiao attended daily. The Yuhong class was situated in the southern part of the village, not far from the accounting office. In front of the office was a small square, beside which stood a well. And to the south of the well lay the sweet potato cellar of the second production team, a long row that was mostly empty, only storing potatoes for a few days during the autumn harvest before distribution. Yuhong class was located just south of the sweet potato cellar, slightly elevated, accessible by climbing a small dirt slope. Upon entering the classroom, Liu Genlai found a group of children gathered around the stove, warming themselves under the guidance of their teacher, who also bore the surname Liu. This woman, in her 50s, was able to teach Yuhong class due to her literacy, regardless of whether the children understood. Teacher Liu read aloud from a newspaper, which was filled with uplifting news. If one were to rely solely on the newspaper, it would appear that the entire nation was thriving. From this perspective, the name Yuhong class was indeed aptly chosen. Playing games? Don't be ridiculous. With empty bellies, how can any child muster the energy to play? It is already a feat to sit still and listen to the reading of the newspaper. Just then, Lu Kaixia, drowsy and on the verge of sleep, suddenly opened her eyes wide and spotted Liu Genlai. Instantly revitalized, she scampered over with her little legs. Liu Genlai picked her up, planted a kiss on her cheek, and discreetly collected the lice from her clothing into his space. Teacher Liu, I will take Kaixia home, he announced. Go on, go on. Teacher Liu waved his hand with the reserved demeanor of an intellectual and resumed reading the newspaper. The group of children, who had been craning their necks to watch Liu Genlai, quickly lowered their heads like little quails at the sound of Teacher Liu's cough. Liu Genlai chuckled inwardly as he carried little Kaixia home. As they passed by the sweet potato cellar, Kaixia suddenly stretched out her hand, pointing at it. Brother, I want to take a look. What is there to see in the sweet potato cellar? I just want to see, brother. You're the best. Please take me to see it, okay? It is often said that a girl's nature is to be spoiled, and this little one had already mastered the art. What do you want to see? Li Yuan Chao went in and said it was very dark and frightening. He claimed he was brave while I am timid. He dares to go in, but I do not. He called me a coward. I am not a coward. I want to go in and see. Then do you dare to go inside? Liu Genlai teased. I do not dare. But if I go in with you, then I dare. All right. Brother will take you in to have a look. Liu Genlai could certainly fulfill this small wish of his sister. The sweet potato cellar is 3/4 underground and 1/4 above, with windows on the above-ground portion fitted with glass for light. Children, in their mischief, often broke the glass with stones, and eventually, the windows were completely blocked by grass, rendering the interior dark. The door to the sweet potato cellar is also partially underground, and there is no lock. During the steel-making frenzy, even the lock and handle were taken for smelting, leaving it tied with grass rope. A measure against the virtuous rather than the nefarious. At this moment, the cellar was empty, and with no valuables to protect, the door was left ajar. With the door half open, light streamed in from outside while darkness loomed within, leading underground. A rather eerie atmosphere indeed. As they reached the doorway, Lu Kaixia shrank back into Liu Genlai's embrace, too frightened to even lift her head. I want to go in, are you scared? Liu Genlai found it amusing and teased little Kaixia. I am not afraid with you here, she insisted, though her body betrayed her as she clung tightly to Liu Genlai's neck, her eyes squeezed shut. Liu Genlai chuckled softly. Open the navigation map to first observe the layout of the sweet potato cellar in the second production team before deciding where to lead little Kaixia. Upon opening the navigation map, Liu Genlai was taken aback. Within the innermost row of sweet potato cellars, two figures were closely entwined, seemingly engaged in some sort of activity. No way. Could it be that someone is misbehaving here, and I've stumbled upon it? Who could it be? Liu Genlai, unable to suppress his curiosity, maximized the scale of the navigation map and fixated on the two figures. They were from the same village. There was no need to see their faces, as one could infer their identities merely by their silhouettes. Before long, he recognized them. The man was Sun Baojian, and the woman was surprisingly Tian Hohot. Tian Hohot was over a decade older than Sun Baojian. It seemed rather desperate for him to be involved with her. After a moment's reflection, Liu Genlai exited the sweet potato cellar. How they ended up together was of no concern to him. They were from the same village, bound to encounter each other frequently, and should they cross paths, it would surely be awkward. Brother, are you inside? Xiao Caixia still kept her eyes shut, afraid to look. We have all come out. Liu Genlai chuckled, recalling how his brother had led her deep inside. You were not frightened at all, You were remarkably brave. Really? Xiao Caixao opened her eyes wide with excitement. Then tomorrow, I shall tell Li Yuanzhao that I ventured into the sweet potato cellar too, even deeper than he did. I am braver than he is. He is the coward. Indeed, our Caixia is quite courageous, unmatched by anyone, Liu Genlai said, as he carried Xiao Caixia home. Still pondering the peculiar pairing of Sun Baojin and Tian Hohot, unable to comprehend how they had come to be together. At dinner, the braised meat was savored by the entire family. Although Li Lanxiang initially hesitated, she could not resist the tempting aroma, ultimately consuming several large pieces before feeling a pang of regret. How have I eaten so much all at once? Can we still make ends meet? Enough. Can such delicious braised meat silence your complaints? Lu Xuanzhu remarked, unabashedly devouring the meat, his mouth glistening with grease. The three little ones, Genshi, Jinwang, and Caixia, kept their heads down, saying nothing as they focused on their meal. Who could deny the allure of meat? You enjoy it. I shall enjoy it as well, Li Lanxiang retorted, defiantly taking another piece and chewing heartily. Ha ha. Liu Genlai could not help but laugh. Chapter 121. Greetings, Director Zhou. The following day, after breakfast, Liu Genlai mounted his bicycle and headed straight for Suzhou City. According to Director He, Director Xiao had already completed his employment paperwork yesterday, and Liu Genlai was to report to the station front police station today. Upon arriving in Suzhou City, Liu Genlai opened the navigation map and cycled toward the police station. Located beside the train station square, approximately 7 or 8 stops away from the small courtyard he had purchased, a distance not too far, but requiring over 20 minutes of cycling. That said, even if the small courtyard were adjacent to the police station, Liu Genlai had no desire to reside there. Although the house belonged to him, living with his sister's family made him feel like an unwelcome guest. Moreover, he did not particularly like Qian Daji. Cohabiting with him would undoubtedly be uncomfortable, and his sisters would also find themselves in a difficult position. Rather than endure mutual discomfort, it would be better for him to seek alternative accommodation. Unfamiliar with Suzhou City, finding a rental would pose challenges. Liu Genlai planned to request a leave after reporting in order to visit Director Sun of the North Street neighborhood, seeking her assistance. With the new year approaching, it was also time to deliver some meat and vegetables to her. The police station, viewed from the outside, appears rather modest. With its dilapidated courtyard walls freshly painted in white, adorned with 5 striking red characters proclaiming "Serve the People," which lends it an air of grandeur. Young comrade, whom are you looking for? The gatekeeper, noticing Liu Genlai clad in military attire and astride a bicycle, greeted him politely. I am here to see Director Xiao Yingwu, Liu Genlai replied, offering a stick of Zhonghua cigarettes. He refrained from mentioning that he had come to report for duty, as it would be rather awkward if Xiao Yingwu had not yet completed the necessary formalities. After all, if he were to become a member of the police force here, he would inevitably have to interact with the gatekeeper, who would surely have stories to tell later, possibly at his expense. Looking for Director Xiao, are you? The gatekeeper scrutinized Liu Genlai for a moment. You must be Liu Genlai, right? Yes, Liu Genlai nodded affirmatively. Then you can head directly to the reception room. Director Xiao instructed me this morning that if someone named Liu Genlai came looking for him, he should be directed to the reception room. Thank you, sir. Liu Genlai expressed his gratitude, wheeling his bicycle through the gates, glancing around before placing it in the bicycle shed to the right of the entrance. The shed housed a dozen bicycles, presumably belonging to the officers of the station. After securing his bicycle, Liu Genlai made his way towards the office area. The office building comprised 3 rows, each containing several rooms. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this would be his workplace in the future. Upon entering the first row of offices, he was greeted by a small foyer, beyond which lay a long corridor lined with numerous offices, each bustling with activity. Liu Genlai quickly spotted the reception room, not due to any exceptional observational skills, but because it was the only office with a nameplate. A small wooden sign hung prominently above the otherwise vacant corridor, making it particularly conspicuous. As he approached, Liu Genlai pushed the door open to find Xiao Yingwu within. The reception room contained only him, a teapot resting on the table as he simultaneously puffed on a cigarette and perused a newspaper. Director Xiao, or should I say, Uncle Seventh? Liu Genlai greeted him with a cheerful smile. What did you call me? Xiao Yingwu looked up at Liu Genlai, clearly taken aback. Uncle Seventh. Didn't Director Ho mention it to you? He did mention it, but did I agree to it? It's just a title. Aren't all uncles essentially the same? Liu Genlai chuckled, extending a cigarette toward him. Here, Uncle Seventh, enjoy one of mine. You little rascal. Xiao Yingwu took the cigarette, smirking. But tell me, why must it be Uncle Seventh? How should I know? Ask Yin Xiaolu. Liu Genlai thought to himself, yet replied, doesn't it signify the prosperity of our family? Have you considered what you would say if someone inquired about the other 6 uncles? Xiao Yingwu regarded him with amusement. They're all deceased, Liu Genlai answered succinctly. You little scamp. Xiao Yingwu raised his hand in mock reproach before letting it fall, chuckling as he said, if I am your uncle. I seem to have drawn the short straw, with 6 brothers already departed before anything has even begun. Well, they are merely fictional characters. So what does it matter if they are dead? Liu Genlai retorted playfully. The issue is that I have 6 real brothers, my biological brother, cousins, and all combined. There are indeed 6 of them. 3 of them are still alive, and yet you've declared them all deceased. Don't you think you deserve a beating for that? Oh, is it really that coincidental? Now it was Liu Jin's turn to be bewildered. All right, let us depart. Let us refer to him as Uncle Seven. Director Xiao stood up and exited the reception room. In truth, Liu Jin's manner of addressing him did not concern Director Xiao. Everyone understood the situation, and no one took it too seriously. He was merely curious as to why Liu Jin insisted on calling him Uncle Seven. Did the number 7 hold any particular significance? Director Xiao led Liu Jin out of the first row of offices and turned into the second row. The layout of the second row was similar to the first, featuring a long corridor connected to the entrance hall. However, the number of police officers working here was noticeably fewer, and the corridor was quite tranquil. Unlike the bustling atmosphere of the first row, Director Xiao approached the office door at the end of the corridor, knocked twice, and without waiting for a response, pushed the door open and entered, with Liu Jin promptly following suit. Director Zhou, this is my nephew, who has come to take over my position. I shall entrust him to you from now on, Director Xiao said, pointing to Liu Jin and addressing the individual seated behind a desk, oblivious to the astonished expression on that person's face. He did notice Liu Jin seemed somewhat stiff, but thought nothing of it, assuming Liu Jin was merely nervous. What are you dawdling for? Where did that cleverness from earlier vanish to? Hurry up and greet your director. Director Xiao playfully kicked Liu Jin. It was only then that Liu Jin snapped back to reality, standing to attention with a sharp salute. Hello, Director Zhou. I am here to report for duty. Director Zhou was none other than Zhou Qiming, the very person Liu Jin had been temporarily out of contact with. He had anticipated Zhou Qiming might choose to stand at the front police station, but he had not expected him to become the station's director directly. Just how many ranks had he ascended? Half a level, or a full level? Impressive, indeed. Zhou Qiming's connections seemed quite formidable. He's your nephew? Zhou Qiming also regained his composure, pointing at Liu Jin as he inquired of Director Xiao. Indeed, I noticed you were new here and still unfamiliar with many tasks. So I didn't want to trouble you. I took the liberty of handling his work myself. You won't hold that against me, will you, Director Zhou? Director Xiao's tone suggested he was slightly displeased. Zhou Qiming's question about Liu Jin being his nephew was somewhat disrespectful to him, revealing a hint of seniority. Little did he know that he had completely misunderstood Zhou Qiming's intentions. Your words are misplaced. As a senior, I should be grateful for your willingness to assist me. How could I possibly take issue with that? Zhou Qiming quickly realized his faux pas, smiling as he stood up, urging Director Xiao to sit down again and pouring him a cup of tea. Zhou Qiming's demeanor immediately lightened Director Xiao's mood, who waved his hand with a smile. Indeed, I may have overstepped. I merely wish to expedite the transition process to avoid prolonged delays, not to undermine your authority. Director Xiao, are you reprimanding me? Your nephew seems quite astute and appeals greatly to my expectations. You can rest assured in entrusting him to me. Zhou Qiming's smile was as charming as it was disarming. After exchanging pleasantries, Director Xiao stood to take his leave. Director Zhou, I see you are busy. A retired old man, shall not trouble your sight. Where did this come from? I still have many matters to seek your counsel on, and you are always welcome to guide my work. Zhou Qiming, with a gentle smile, escorted Director Xiao out of the office. Throughout the exchange, neither acknowledged Liu Genlai, as if he were non-existent. Liu Genlai refrained from seeing Director Xiao off, not out of ignorance of etiquette, but because if the two directors had anything inconvenient to discuss, following them would be a display of poor judgment. After all, his relationship with Director Xiao was merely transactional, barring unforeseen circumstances. They were unlikely to intersect again in their lifetimes. Moreover, having received so much money from him, Director Xiao surely preferred not to have him lingering about. Before long, Zhou Qiming returned and immediately began to scold. Put your feet down. Do you think this place is your home? Liu Genlai was seated comfortably in the chair opposite Zhou Qiming's desk, his feet resting on the table, leisurely smoking a cigarette. Uncle Zhou, have you forgotten your kinship now that you've become the director? Liu Genlai chuckled as he lowered his feet and tossed a cigarette toward Zhou Qiming, who caught it. His expression still stern. Stand at attention. Liu Genlai promptly complied, straightening up. Despite the banter, he still respected Zhou Qiming's authority. Zhou Qiming lit his cigarette, settled into his chair, and scrutinized Liu Genlai from head to toe before suddenly breaking into laughter. So, you remain under my command. Liu Genlai chuckled as he poured a cup of tea for Zhou Qiming. This shows that our familial bond is faded. Stop with the foolish grins, Zhou Qiming retorted, glaring. I already told you, after work, I'm still your Uncle Zhou. At the station, you address me properly as director. If you dare to be disrespectful, watch out. I might just give you a good thrashing. Yes, director, Liu Genlai replied, placing down his teacup, snapping to attention, and saluting with exaggerated seriousness. If you can't salute properly, then don't, Zhou Qiming laughed, amused by Liu Genlai's antics. He tapped his fingers on the desk, contemplating. I need to arrange a mentor for you to guide you properly. After the new year, there's a training course at the police academy. I'll enroll you. With connections above, Zhou Qiming had already set everything up for Liu Genlai, who was blissfully unaware. Oh, by the way, Zhou Qiming said with a smile, your credit for capturing those 3 spies will now come into play. I'll speak to Director Sun to commend you. After the new year, expect a salary increase. Just a salary increase? Won't they record a first or second class merit for me? Liu Genlai eagerly chimed in. Dream on. That was your merit as a civilian, not now. Just getting a raise is already a blessing. Zhou Qiming shot him a knowing glance. How much is my salary now? Liu Genlai inquired. $27.50. Is that all? Liu Genlai grimaced in disdain. What do you want? At least $100 or $80. Come, sit here, as the director. I'll let you have it. Zhou Qiming gestured to his chair. Ah, director, I am not up to this task, Liu Genlai said with a playful grin. Uncle Zhou, I wonder if we could strike a deal given our relationship. I will take my salary without actual labor. That depends on your ability to endure punishment, Zhou Qiming replied, rolling up his sleeves. Please, I cannot withstand a beating. A single blow and I would collapse, leaving you to support me. Liu Genlai quickly dodged away. It seems I must find you a formidable mentor. Otherwise, I truly cannot manage you, Zhou Qiming said as he rose, donned his hat, and strode towards the office exit. Why are you standing there foolishly? Follow me. Liu Genlai followed, his face a mask of despair. Had I known, I wouldn't have engaged in banter with Zhou Qiming. Now, with a formidable mentor assigned, I am bound to face daily beatings. Zhou Qiming led Liu Genlai back to the first row of offices and entered the second office on the left. Upon their arrival, 2 individuals, an older man and a younger one, immediately stood up. Director, they greeted. Old Feng, Xiaoyu, allow me to introduce Liu Genlai, who will be taking over the previous director's position. He will be working in your office from now on. Zhou Qiming introduced Liu Genlai to the 2 men, but did not introduce them to Liu Genlai, evidently wanting him to make their acquaintance on his own. Greetings, Mr. Feng. Mr. Yu, Liu Genlai said, not one to miss a chance to make an impression, as he produced a box of Zhonghua cigarettes and offered one to each of them. Mr. Feng, around 50, had a balding head and a square face with large eyes, exuding a shrewd demeanor. Xiaoyu, approximately 18 or 19, was robust but appeared a bit simple-minded. Zhonghua, your family must be well off, Mr. Feng remarked, his speech laced with a thick Jiaodong accent, as he lit his cigarette and scrutinized Liu Genlai. Xiaoyu, however, did not light his cigarette. Instead, he carefully tucked it behind his ear and flashed a silly grin at Liu Genlai. Where has Jean Mao gone? Zhou Qiming inquired as he pulled out a chair and sat down. He is on a plainclothes patrol today, Mr. Feng replied. Is there something you need from him? His apprentice has just graduated, right? The former director asked me to look after this young man, so I will assign him a more capable mentor to guide him properly. You truly found me a capable mentor. Liu Genlai inwardly cursed Zhou Qiming. I have been misled. Director, you are remarkable, Mr. Feng exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. In less than half a month, you have already grasped the ins and outs of the office. Mr. Feng, being a decade older than Zhou Qiming, carried a sense of seniority in the presence of the new director. Zhou Qiming, however, took it in stride, chuckling as he said, I am still familiarizing myself with many tasks. Your extensive experience and esteemed reputation are invaluable to my work. You are too kind, Director, Mr. Feng replied with a smile before turning to Xiaoyu. Jin Shi, go to the square and bring Jin Mao back. Understood, Master, Xiaoyu replied, swiftly running out after retrieving his cigarette from behind his ear. It turned out these two were a mentor and apprentice duo, with Xiaoyu being named Liu Genlai. Liu Genlai made a mental note of this. Mr. Feng then turned to Liu Genlai and chuckled, You poor fellow. Your mentor always has a stern demeanor. As if everyone owes him money. Wang Dong just escaped the fire pit, and now you have jumped right into it. Brace yourself for the consequences. Is it truly that dreadful? As the old officer spoke, Liu Genlai felt a surge of eagerness. After all, they both bore the weight of their responsibilities on two shoulders. So who was truly afraid? However, with Uncle Zhou's recent arrival, his authority seemed somewhat lacking. He spoke with such caution that it was evident he needed assistance in establishing his presence. Before long, Eugene Shin returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man in his 30s. This man was of modest height, approximately 1.65 meters, yet he stood tall and straight, exuding a formidable presence as he walked with a certain vigor, albeit with a perpetually stern expression that suggested he was incapable of smiling. Liu Genlai immediately recognized him as Jin Mao, his future mentor. Good day, Director. Jin Mao greeted Zhou Qiming with proper decorum upon entering. Jin Mao, this is your newly assigned disciple. He has just reported for duty, so I will leave the onboarding and work-related matters to you. Zhou Qiming indicated Liu Genlai. Understood, Jin Mao responded sharply, yet he did not even glance at Liu Genlai. You two may converse amongst yourselves. I must take my leave, Zhou Qiming said as he rose, giving Liu Genlai's shoulder a reassuring pat. Work diligently, and do not bring shame to your uncle. With that, he departed. Greetings, Master. Would you like a cigarette? Liu Genlai cheerfully offered a cigarette to Jin Mao. Jin Mao did not accept the cigarette, surveying Liu Genlai with a cold gaze before stating, I do not concern myself with who your uncle is. Once you are employed, you are merely an ordinary officer. A police officer must embody the essence of their role, adhering to regulations in posture and demeanor. What is this frivolous demeanor? Liu Genlai felt a pang of disappointment. Jin Mao's demeanor was indeed quite austere. He awkwardly retracted the cigarette and stood at attention. Yes, Master. Very well, Jin Mao nodded, his expression unwavering. Utilize this desk and the fifth locker. Now, accompany me to collect your equipment, wear your gun, and secure everything else in the locker. Then, we will go on patrol. Shouldn't I change into my uniform? Liu Genlai hesitated, recalling the old officer's words that Jin Mao was in plain clothes today. Naturally, as his apprentice, he too should don civilian attire. It was a bit disheartening that he could not showcase his police uniform on his first day. Jin Mao, aren't you going to take him to meet others in the office? The old officer interjected. No need. If he performs well, others will naturally come to know him. If he falters, the more people he meets, the more embarrassing it will be, Jin Mao replied, and Liu Genlai found wisdom in this perspective. He preferred not to be paraded around like a spectacle. Genlai, be sure to learn diligently from your master. He has a remarkable method of teaching. The old officer smiled at Liu Genlai. You weren't saying that earlier, Liu Genlai thought to himself, suppressing a smirk, but replying with a smile, of course. I will learn earnestly from my master. As soon as Liu Genlai followed Jin Mao out, Eugene Shin approached the old officer. Master, I'll go see how this lad fares. What happened to that cigarette? The old officer extended his hand towards him. You should have mentioned it earlier. I just finished smoking, Eugene Shin exclaimed as he turned and dashed out of the office. Come back, you little rascal. When you have good cigarettes, you don't even think of your master. I should be stern with you like Jin Mao, the old man chided with a playful tone. Liu Genlai, having followed Jin Mao, returned to the office clad in a police uniform, complete with a great coat and a Type 54 pistol, which he secured at his waist. He locked the remaining items in the cabinet before joining Jin Mao at the train station square. Change your outfit. That military uniform is too conspicuous, and a thief would flee at the mere sight of you, Jin Mao remarked as they walked. Liu Genlai nodded and inquired, Master, is our job solely to catch thieves? Catching thieves is merely one aspect. We are also responsible for maintaining order in the square, addressing emergencies, and coordinating with higher authorities. There's a plethora of tasks. And with time, you will come to understand, Jin Mao responded, his demeanor stern yet patient as he answered Liu Genlai's inquiries. The train station square was not extensive, and soon the master and apprentice had circled it. Jin Mao then led Liu Genlai through several streets surrounding the square. You must memorize the layout here. In the event of an emergency, you will be less flustered, he advised. Liu Genlai nodded, marking the nearby streets on his navigation map, ensuring every building, stairway, and even tree was distinctly noted. After nearly 2 hours of exploration, they were approaching noon. Liu Genlai, having built his stamina, felt little fatigue. Had he been in his previous state, he would have been exhausted by now. Let us return for lunch, Jin Mao declared, maintaining a steady pace that betrayed no signs of weariness. Did you bring your meal? Liu Genlai hesitated, considering claiming he had brought food, but realized that it would seem too sudden to produce a lunchbox when he had arrived empty-handed. If he were to say he and T brought anything, Jin Mao would likely share his meal, and given the current economic climate, he felt reluctant to impose. Inviting him to a restaurant seemed futile, knowing Jin Mao's disposition. After swiftly processing these thoughts, Liu Genlai resolved, Master, today is my first day at work, and my family is unaware that I've joined the police force. This afternoon, I would like to request a leave of absence to visit home. Why not inform your family? Jin Mao inquired. I fear that if I fail to secure this position, telling them in advance would only lead to disappointment. It's better to remain silent for now. You're young, yet you handle matters quite prudently, Jin Mao remarked approvingly. Where's your home? The Lingqian village in the Beijiao Daling commune. That's quite a distance. You'll need to leave early, Jin Mao contemplated. I can't grant you leave, but you must seek permission from the director. Very well, I shall do so. After spending half the morning with Jin Mao, Liu Genlai had a clearer understanding of his master's character. Principled, rule-abiding, strict with himself and others. Such a personality might seem unapproachable, making it difficult to thrive in the workplace without recognition. Liu Genlai appreciated dealing with individuals like him, as there was no need for caution or fear of betrayal. The only drawback is the exhaustion. Not only is the body weary, but the mind is also fatigued, constantly on high alert. If you do not perform well, he will certainly show you no mercy. If Liu Genlai were merely a 15 or 16-year-old lad, he would undoubtedly find it unbearable. However, with over 40 years of life experience accumulated across 2 lifetimes, he navigates dealings with such individuals with remarkable ease. Upon reaching the entrance of Zhou Qiming's office, Liu Genlai found himself laden with 2 lunchboxes, 2 oil pancakes, and a bottle of Maotai liquor. With his hands full, he kicked the office door open. Come in, came Zhou Qiming's voice from within. Liu Genlai nudged the door open with his backside and stepped inside. I knew it was you, kid. No one else would dare kick my door. Where did you procure all this food and drink? Zhou Qiming jested, his laughter quickly overshadowed by his interest in the offerings Liu Genlai had brought. Is this a way to curry favor with the director? If I'm to work under you from now on, I must ensure you are well pleased, lest you make things difficult for me, Liu Genlai replied with a grin, placing the items on Zhou Qiming's desk. You haven't learned a thing from your master this morning. Zhou Qiming chuckled as he opened the 2 lunchboxes, his eyes instantly brightening at the sight of braised meat and roasted chicken. What a treat we have today. Can you not show a bit of restraint? I can see your mouth watering, and you're still a director, Liu Genlai remarked with mock disdain. Get lost. Zhou Qiming playfully kicked Liu Genlai in the rear and headed out of the office. Director Zhou, where are you going? Liu Genlai called after him. I'm going to fetch the instructor. Such a splendid meal cannot be enjoyed alone. Zhou Qiming's voice echoed back from outside the office. Instructor? Yes. In addition to the director, there is an instructor at the precinct, and it is not solely Zhou Qiming who calls the shots. I wonder how easy it will be to deal with the instructor? Not long after, Zhou Qiming returned with a cheerful, diminutive man in tow. This man appeared to be in his 30s, his demeanor warm and inviting. Old Shun, this is the former director's nephew, Liu Genlai. This kid knows how to make an entrance. He brought us quite a feast, Zhou Qiming introduced, gesturing towards Liu Genlai. Genlai, this is our instructor. Hello, instructor. Liu Genlai stood at attention. No need for such formality. We are all one big family here, the instructor replied with a smile, patting Liu Genlai on the shoulder. You don't look very old. Have you turned 18 yet? Report, instructor. I will be 16 after the new year, Liu Genlai replied. So you are only 15 now? The instructor smiled, sizing Liu Genlai up. A half-grown lad joining the police force. Can your family truly be at ease? Do not underestimate him. This kid is quite formidable. Zhou Qiming chimed in, taking his seat and motioning for the instructor to sit opposite him. Do you remember the case in the small woods in the northern suburbs? He single-handedly dealt with those 3 spies. Oh, he killed all 3 by himself? How did he manage that? The instructor's interest was piqued as he pulled out a chair and adopted a posture of eager attention. Let him tell you. Zhou Qiming indicated towards Liu Genlai. Liu Genlai recounted how he managed to outsmart the three spies, detailing the entire process of their demise. The instructor burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You truly are a fortunate one. While so many have struggled for days to capture spies, you effortlessly eliminated three." Effortless. I rode my bike quite a distance and felt exhausted, Liu Genlai retorted, timing the offer of a cigarette to both the instructor and Zhou Qiming. If you found cycling tiring, imagine how fatigued they must have been while fleeing, the instructor remarked, accepting the cigarette with a grin. Those three would never have imagined that they would meet their end at the hands of a young lad. Had you been an adult, they would have surely been more vigilant and not fallen prey to your ambush. The instructor's insight struck a chord. Had Liu Genlai been older, the trio would undoubtedly have been on guard. I had no inkling they were spies. I merely thought they were ordinary bandits. Chasing them was simply amusing, Liu Genlai candidly admitted. It seems you are indeed a lucky charm, capturing spies as a mere pastime, and managing to apprehend three at once, a stroke of fortune many may never experience in their lifetime. The instructor sighed in admiration and glanced at the cigarette in hand. You come from a decent background, able to afford delicacies like marinated meat, roasted chicken, and Mao Tai, not to mention smoking zhonghua. Liu Genlai's background was humble, typical of rural folk, and the ability to procure such items was solely his own merit. Zhou Qiming interjected, "Instructor, you would never guess, this lad may be young, but he is a skilled hunter. The jobs of his two sisters, as well as his own, are all earned through his hunting prowess. He possesses such talent." The instructor was taken aback. He clearly understood how Liu Genlai had secured his position. Earning over 1,000 yuan was no small feat. He had initially assumed Liu Genlai hailed from a well-off family, never suspecting that his earnings came from hunting. With the new year approaching, I was pondering how to distribute our holiday benefits. Coincidentally, this lad arrives, and I thought perhaps granting him a few days off to bring back some game would resolve our festive needs. Zhou Qiming opened a bottle of Mao Tai and poured half into the instructor's teacup. Indeed, the instructor nodded, "You've just arrived. And now is the perfect time to establish your authority. I believe this idea has merit. By the way, how do you know so much about him?" "I got to know him when I served as the captain of the security team. Back then, I wanted to recruit him, but he looked down upon the role of a security officer." Zhou Qiming chuckled. "It's quite a twist of fate that I ended up here, and so did he. You wouldn't believe it. When he entered alongside the former director, I thought I was seeing things." The instructor laughed heartily. "What a remarkable coincidence. You two truly share a bond." "Indeed," Zhou Qiming replied. "Only the former director could have arranged such a thing. Had it been me, I would have exhausted all connections and still found it challenging to place him in our precinct." Finally, the instructor nodded, took a sip from his teacup, and savored a piece of marinated meat, chewing heartily. "Delicious. This flavor is undoubtedly the work of a skilled chef. It's something one cannot replicate at home." The instructor was relishing his meal, and Liu Genlai felt hunger pangs as well. Just as he reached out to grab some meat, Zhou Qiming swatted his hand away. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and leave. Didn't you hear that I granted you a leave? Return only after you've caught something." "I haven't eaten yet. This is what I brought," Liu Genlai protested with a frown. "What's yours and mine? Anything on my desk is mine. Now go. If you want to eat, figure out a way for yourself. There is hardly enough for me and the instructor." Zhou Qiming waved him away dismissively. "You're ruthless," Liu Genlai grumbled as he exited Zhou Qiming's office. The moment he closed the door, a smile broke across his face. He hadn't even asked for leave. Yet Zhou Qiming had granted it, an indefinite one at that. The prey was stored in his space, allowing him to come and go as he pleased. That feeling was simply delightful. Reflecting on Zhou Qiming's supportive words to the instructor only enhanced Liu Genlai's good mood. Uncle Zhou had done everything to advocate for him, ensuring that the instructor's first impression of him was undoubtedly favorable. With two prominent figures backing him, could he not stride confidently within the institute? Upon returning to the office, Liu Genlai found two new faces. One appeared to be around 25 or 26, while the other was only slightly older than he. The younger man, upon first glance, seemed rather serious, but a closer look revealed a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The older man was quite tall, likely around 1.80 m, with a robust build yet a cherubic face. In an era where most were of modest height, Jean Mao at 1.65 m could be considered average, while anyone above 1.70 m was deemed tall and 1 meter 80 stood out distinctly. Together with Jean Mao, they gathered around the stove for lunch. Their staple being steamed cornbread, pale and clearly made from cornmeal. The dishes in their lunchboxes were either cabbage or radish, rather bland and lacking any meat. Yet they ate with great enthusiasm. "You've arrived at the perfect time. Let me introduce you," Jean Mao said, setting down his chopsticks as Liu Genlai entered. He pointed to the younger man. "This is Wang Dong, your senior brother, who has been with me for 5 years and graduated 2 months ago." Then he gestured to the tall, cherubic-faced individual. "This is Qi Debao, the disciple of your senior brother." "Hello, senior brother," Liu Genlai greeted as he offered Wang Dong a cigarette. Wang Dong accepted it with a smile, exclaiming, "A genuine Zhonghua. You're quite the spendthrift. You're cursing me while accepting my cigarette. It's true what they say, like master, like disciple," Liu Genlai muttered under his breath. His gaze fell on Qi Debao's face, and a mischievous impulse surged within him. "Master, since he is my senior brother's disciple, shouldn't he call me Uncle Master? Come on, little junior nephew, let us hear you call me Uncle Master. Get lost." Qi Debao bristled at once, irritated. "We each have our own matters. You, a mere child, wish to take advantage of me? I see you're asking for a beating. How about we spar? Let us spar then. Who is afraid?" Liu Genlai rolled up his sleeves. "Master, have him beat me." Laughter erupted among the group. Even Jean Mao wore a rare smile. After sharing a hearty laugh, Jean Mao remarked, "Debao is right. We each have our own perspectives. He is older than you, so you must address him as brother. With so many elders in the institute, if we were to teach a disciple, it would span generations, leading to utter chaos in terms of titles. Take, for instance, the relationship between you, Master Feng Weili, and your disciple. His disciples already have disciples of their own. If we don't maintain our distinctions, half the people here would have to call Jin Shi Master, and that would be complete disorder." "I am willing." Yu Jinsi raised a hand, his mouth still occupied with half a steamed bun. "Debao, you should call out first to see how it sounds." "No, you must address me as great-grandfather. I'll call you eunuch." "I see you are getting a bit cheeky," Qi Debao retorted, rising to deliver a playful slap to Yu Jinsi's forehead. Yu Jinsi swiftly recoiled, narrowly dodging the slap, but toppling the chair beneath him, resulting in a comical tumble. The office erupted in laughter. Liu Genlai, grinning, watched the two engage in their playful antics. Once the commotion subsided, he offered Qi Debao a cigarette. Despite the jesting, the customary sharing of cigarettes remained imperative. It would be remiss not to provide Qi Debao with one, given that he was among the 5 individuals present, while the others had already received theirs. "Hey, thanks for the smoke," Qi Debao exclaimed, his spirits lifted. "If anyone dares to bully you, just mention my name, and I will ensure they regret it. Don't flatter yourself. With my master around, who would dare bully Genlai?" Wang Dong chuckled as he observed Qi Debao, his gaze inadvertently lingering on the cigarette. "That was given to me by Genlai. Don't even think about it," Qi Debao said, tucking the cigarette into his pocket and patting it gently. This pair of master and disciple was quite amusing. Liu Genlai chuckled and turned to Jean Mao, saying, "Master, the director has granted me leave, so I may not be in for the next couple of days." "How many days did the director give you off?" Jean Mao inquired. "He didn't specify. He merely said I should return after completing my tasks," Liu Genlai replied ambiguously. "Look at you, already handling matters for the director so soon after joining," Feng Weili remarked with a smile. "What kind of relationship do you have with him? Are you trying to pull rank here?" "I was hoping to become sworn brothers with him, but he wasn't too keen on the idea," Liu Genlai responded, evoking another round of laughter from the group. "Sworn brothers with the director? That's quite imaginative of you." Wang Dong laughed so hard he nearly spilled his soup. "If you were to recognize the director as a godfather, he might just agree," Yu Jinsi said seriously as he set the fallen chair upright. The jest continued, with Liu Genlai maintaining his serious facade. "The director told me that if you acknowledge him as your godfather, he would immediately accept." Uffed. Qi Debao nearly spat his soup all over Wang Dong. Yes. Let us have him recognize the director as his godfather. Then we would all be uncles to him. Come on, dear nephew, give a shout out to your uncle. Get lost." Now it was Yu Jinsi who was displeased. Amidst laughter and banter, the group finished their lunch. Liu Genlai opened the cabinet and retrieved his police uniform, bidding farewell to the others as he exited the station. Jean Mao accompanied him to the entrance, reminding him earnestly, regardless of what tasks the director assigns you, remember that safety comes first. It was evident that this master was quite diligent in his duties, and Liu Genlai felt a touch of gratitude. Upon exiting the police station, Liu Genlai veered into a deserted alley. When he emerged, he had donned a brand new police uniform, complete with an overcoat. He activated his navigation app and headed straight for the department store. With employment secured, it was time to acquire a pair of dress shoes and a watch. It had been over 2 months since his last visit to the department store, and he was curious to see the sales clerk he had previously toyed with. However, fearing recognition and potential complications, he restrained himself. Perhaps due to his new uniform, the attendant treated Liu Genlai with remarkable courtesy, allowing him to try on 2 pairs of shoes. Feeling as though he was growing taller, he opted for a pair 1 size larger, stylish 3-piece shoes that cost 7 yuan and 70 cents, undoubtedly fashionable for the era. When purchasing a watch, Liu Genlai did not consider the brand, spending 230 yuan on the one that caught his eye the most. Clad in new shoes and a new watch, complemented by his police uniform, Liu Genlai felt considerably more dashing. Especially when he draped the overcoat over his shoulders and strode confidently, he exuded a spirited air of self-assurance. After leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, Liu Genlai proceeded directly to North Street. As he entered Director Sun's office, dragging 2 large burlap sacks, it took Director Sun several moments to recognize him. "Ah, it's you, little Liu. In that uniform, I almost didn't recognize you. How do you like it? Do I look handsome?" Liu Genlai asked, turning in place after setting down the sacks. Director Sun, not fully grasping the meaning of handsome, nodded with a smile. "Well, you do look quite spirited in that police attire. Though you are a bit young, if you were a few years older, I would certainly introduce you to a suitable match." How did the conversation veer towards matchmaking so quickly? Are all women naturally matchmakers in this day and age? Liu Genlai jested. "Director Sun, with a young man like me, do I really need an introduction? Just standing on the street, those young ladies would be crying out to marry me." His playful banter amused Director Sun, who chuckled, "You mustn't speak so carelessly. It could lead to misunderstandings." Liu Genlai scratched his head. "I was just joking." Director Sun was right. In these times, indiscretions in romantic relationships could lead to significant consequences, unlike in later years when cohabitation became commonplace. "What have you brought?" Director Sun inquired, her gaze falling upon the 2 burlap sacks. "With the new year approaching, I brought you some festive goods," Liu Genlai replied, giving one sack a kick. "This one contains a wild boar, and the other is filled with fresh vegetables." "You really did grow vegetables?" Director Sun stepped away from her desk and opened the sack filled with vegetables. When Liu Genlai had previously mentioned finding a hot spring and planting vegetables nearby, she had dismissed it as youthful bravado, not expecting it to be true. "Did I not say that once the vegetables were ready, I would let you taste them?" Liu Genlai smiled. "Wonderful. I've never had fresh vegetables in the dead of winter." Director Sun exclaimed, nodding eagerly. "If you want more, I can bring you some. After all, I can't eat it all myself." "Oh dear, just a taste would suffice," Director Sun replied sincerely. In her view, even if Liu Genlai could grow vegetables by the hot springs, he would not be able to cultivate a substantial amount. Receiving a sack of vegetables was already a considerable favor, and it would be rather unbecoming to ask for more. Liu Genlai smiled, choosing not to respond. "Xiao Liu, wait here. Serve yourself some tea. Aunt Sun has sent someone to weigh the wild boar." Director Sun dragged the sack of vegetables to the back of the desk before stepping out to call for assistance. In the biting winter, fresh vegetables were more precious than meat. The wild boar meat that had excited Director Sun previously had now transformed into the status of a Mrs. Cow. Chapter 126. Teasing the old man. The wild boar weighed exactly 80 pounds, and the price offered by Director Sun was quite reasonable, 2 yuan per pound. Liu Genlai understood that the street office, being a government entity, had to maintain a certain image. By the way, when Director Sun handed over the money, she advised Liu Genlai not to visit the pigeon market again before the new year. "I haven't been going there for quite some time," Liu Genlai replied. Director Sun's words were veiled, but Liu Genlai quickly grasped her meaning. The pigeon market was to be purged. The existence of the pigeon market was an open secret. Typically, one could turn a blind eye, but as the new year approached, it was expected to be cleaned up. After all, who wouldn't want to celebrate the new year in good spirits? "That's good," Director Sun nodded. She found this young man not only adept at hunting, but also skilled in social dealings. The more she observed him, the more she appreciated him. "Aunt Sun, I have a matter to trouble you with." Liu Genlai did not hesitate with Director Sunday. "As you know, I am now working at the Qin Station police station, which is quite far from the house I purchased. It's rather inconvenient for commuting. I would like to find a place to stay near the station, whether to buy or rent. You know many people, So if it's not too much trouble, could you keep an eye out for me? Sure, I'll remember that. Aunt Sun replied. Director Sun pondered for a moment before saying, Director Zhou mentioned to me that after the new year, you will be arranged to study at the police academy for 2 months. The housing situation shouldn't be urgent, right? Liu Genlai was taken aback. You already know about this. Director Zhou's efficiency was impressive. He had informed Director Sun so swiftly. Director Zhou is quite concerned about your progress. You must work diligently. Having just taken over at the Qian station, he needs to establish his authority, and you must not hinder his efforts, Director Sun advised. Rest assured, Aunt Sun, I will certainly perform well. Liu Genlai nodded in agreement. Director Sun's implications were clear. It was as if she were directly stating that he was under Zhou's wing and should not bring him shame. The police station is likely to have dormitories. If you wish to avoid the commute, you might consider staying there for a few days, Director Sun added. The police station has dormitories? Liu Genlai mused. Indeed. It was quite possible. The offices of Zhou Qiming and the instructor, the two prominent figures in the station, were situated in the second row of office buildings. Consequently, the third row was unlikely to be occupied for offices. In this age of hierarchy, no one could possibly have a more advantageous position than the director and the instructor. Then I shall inquire when I return. After leaving the street office, Liu Genlai headed straight back to Lingxian village. Just as he was about to enter the village, he encountered Old Wang, who was along the roadside collecting dung. On this occasion, he refrained from playfully nudging Old Wang's behind with his bicycle. Instead, he circled around Old Wang and his cart twice, before coming to a halt, resting one foot on the front of the cart and smiling at Old Wang. I remarked on the lack of subtlety from the police, only to discover that it was you little rascal, who had taken on the role of a policeman. Old Wang sized Liu Genlai up and momentarily forgot to set down his cart. Just today, Liu Genlai offered a cigarette, unable to resist showcasing his attire. What do you think of my outfit? Old Wang ignored him, setting down the cart and retrieving his pipe pouch from his waist, filling it with tobacco and lighting it. Your cigarette lacks strength. I'd prefer dry tobacco over this. You wouldn't know how to enjoy your blessings. Liu Genlai scoffed. This one is worth more than your whole pack. Old Wang continued to disregard Liu Genlai's comments, engrossed in conversation. Why are you delivering coal, grain, and meat all at once? I should have realized you were preparing to leave for work. What is the matter? Are you reluctant to see me go? You'd best venture far away. So I won't be incensed at the sight of you, Old Wang grunted. The city isn't far from our village, if you wish to irritate me. You know where to find me. Liu Genlai chuckled. Am I foolish enough to seek out trouble? Old Wang retorted. Why are you so ungrateful, old man? I'm doing this for your own good. Once you're accustomed to my vexation, what will you do when I'm not around to annoy you? Liu Genlai said with feigned seriousness. Are you implying that you've become addicted to my pipe as punishment? Let me indulge you in that. Old Wang raised his pipe. Liu Genlai quickly interjected. Be careful. The tobacco is still lit. Don't let it fall on you. Wouldn't you want to have a case of braised old man? I'd prefer to braise a little rascal instead. Old Wang, initially jesting, now genuinely aimed to strike. Liu Genlai swiftly pedaled away, narrowly escaping the pipe's reach. Missed me, didn't you? How delightful. Old Wang chuckled, amused. You, clearly still a mischievous child. How did you suddenly become a policeman? I didn't intend to. They insisted I take the position, leaving me with no choice, Liu Genlai replied. You never speak a word of truth. Old Wang laughed, then added. Will you come back for the new year? My parents and grandparents are in the village. If I don't return for the new year, where else would I go? Old Wang asked earnestly, and Liu Genlai answered with equal sincerity. It's good that you'll return for the new year. Old Wang nodded. What is the matter? Are you planning to pay me a New Year's visit? Liu Genlai joked again. I was thinking of bowing a few times in front of your father. Old Wang countered, now fully engaged. I'll be looking forward to that. Liu Genlai exclaimed, pushing off and departing. After entertaining Old Wang for a while, Liu Genlai's mischievous spirit surged as he entered the village, heading straight for the accounting office. After parking his bicycle, he removed the handcuffs from his waist, twirling one of them playfully, before casually pushing open the door to the accounting office. Zhao Deshun was warming himself by the stove, upon seeing a policeman enter. He was momentarily stunned, then widened his eyes in disbelief. Genlai, you've really become a policeman. I have submitted your incriminating evidence, thus earning merit. And they appointed me as a police officer. Now, I have been sent back to apprehend you. Tell me, do you fear this? Liu Genlai wore a mischievous grin. You rascal, even as a police officer, you lack any decorum. Zhao Deshun chuckled. Before becoming the captain, he was the village militia leader, though illiterate. He was not easily intimidated by Liu Genlai. Liu Genlai pulled a chair closer to Zhao Deshun, casually offering him a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. Uncle Deshun, I will not be in the village anymore. Please look after my parents for me. Ensure they are not bullied. Now that you are a police officer, who would dare to bully your parents? Zhao Deshun replied, albeit accepting the pack of cigarettes. While they may not dare to oppress openly, the underhanded schemes are still unbearable. You know well my father's temperament. He has lived a meek life, enduring oppression without a word. Liu Genlai spoke the truth. If Lu Xuanzhu had been a bit more resolute, he wouldn't have fallen ill from exhaustion, nor would their family be so impoverished that they could barely afford food, let alone borrow grain. Liu Genlai vividly recalled Lu Xuanzhu's indifferent demeanor when he first arrived, unable to secure any grain. He worked in the capital, returning occasionally. And if Lu Xuanzhu were genuinely bullied, it was uncertain whether he would confide in him. Zhao Deshun was a decent fellow, and Liu Genlai wished to entrust him with the care of his family. I will keep an eye on them. Zhao Deshun nodded. Thank you, Uncle Deshun, Liu Genlai said. Retrieving a wild chicken from his waist, actually from his space, and placing it into Zhao Deshun's hands. This is a fine item. Zhao Deshun beamed with delight. You truly have a knack for hunting. As the leader of the village hunting team, he had ventured into the mountains numerous times, managing to catch only 6 wild chickens in total, and even after acquiring a new gun, he had yet to receive a single chicken. If you enjoy wild chickens, I shall bring you 2 more during the new year. In the village, traps were continually monitored, and Zhao Deshun, as captain, surely had access to pork. Thus, Liu Genlai decided to gift him wild chickens. As for grain, that was a far more sensitive matter. Liu Genlai wished to avoid any trouble. Why not seek out Old Zheng? The answer was simple. Old Zheng was far too shrewd, overly contemplative, and cautious. Even if he accepted a gift, he would not likely extend much care towards their family. Zhao Deshun, however, was genuine. Even after the new year, when he no longer held the captaincy, he would still be the village militia leader, and that was ample to look after the Liu family. When Liu Genlai returned home, the production team had just finished work. Lu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang had returned, and Genshi and Zhenwang had brought Sai Xiao home. Upon seeing Liu Genlai clad in a police uniform, the family was momentarily taken aback. Genlai, where did you get that police uniform? Li Lanxiang, who was adding water to the pot, dropped her ladle and rushed past Lu Xuanzhu, who was leisurely smoking on the doorstep, to grasp Liu Genlai's arm. Her astonishment was understandable. Police uniforms were not the same as military attire. Retired soldiers could bring their uniforms home, and wearing military garb was not uncommon, but police uniforms were not something an ordinary citizen could don casually. Mother, I have become a police officer, Liu Genlai smiled. What did you say? Lu Xuanzhu suddenly straightened his back, his gaze fixed on Liu Genlai. Had it not been for the exhausting day of labor, he would have rushed forward like Li Lanxiang. Father, I have become a police officer, Liu Genlai said, flashing a smile at Lu Xuanzhu. When did you become a police officer? Lu Xuanzhu stammered in disbelief. Just today, I have just checked in. Liu Genlai replied with a grin. Li Lanxiang gave Liu Genlai a playful slap on the shoulder, wiping away her tears as she exclaimed. You should have informed us sooner about such a significant matter. Things are not yet settled. I was afraid to mention it too early. What if I couldn't become a police officer? I didn't want to raise your hopes unnecessarily, Liu Genlai explained. This was his way of thinking. He had done the same when he secured a job for Lu Min, only revealing it to the family after it was confirmed. You are such a thoughtful child, Li Lanxiang said, tears of joy streaming down her face. Genlai, tell your father how you became a police officer, Lu Xuanzhu urged, momentarily forgetting his cigarette. Remember when I delivered wild boars to the state-run restaurant for my second sister? The restaurant manager, feeling grateful, happened to meet a retired police station chief who wanted to sell a job slot, and he thought of me. Liu Genlai succinctly recounted the events, bringing relief to both Lu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang. That manager is indeed commendable. We must express our gratitude to him, Li Lanxiang remarked, embodying the Liu family's value of gratitude. Rest assured, I have a good relationship with him. I just delivered wild boars to him for the new year. Liu Genlai replied with a smile. Where do you work, Genlai? Lu Xuanzhu inquired, showing greater concern for his son's employment. At the train station police station, Liu Genlai clarified, adding, it's right next to the train station in 49 City, to ensure Lu Xuanzhu understood. Next to the train station? Can we take the train? Lu Genshi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Lu Genwang also looked eager. having grown up without ever seeing a train. They were filled with curiosity. "Brother, I want to ride the train," Lu Kaixia exclaimed, bouncing with joy. Liu Genlai lifted her into his arms, playfully pinching her little nose. "You can't ride the train now. I just started my job, and I'm not familiar with it yet. Once I get settled, you can ride whenever you wish." "Don't listen to them. What train? You don't even know where it goes. It's just nonsense," Li Lanxiang admonished. Casting a stern look at the three children, Lu Kaixia shrank her neck, hiding her face against Liu Genlai's chest. Liu Genwang lowered his head, while Liu Genxi, slightly bolder, murmured, "I just want to see what a train looks like. Once it leaves, I'll get off." Lu Xuanzhu ignored the children and continued his inquiry into Liu Genlai's profession. "So what do you do? Do you catch criminals or spies?" Li Lanxiang immediately grew anxious, grabbing Liu Genlai's arm. "Genlai, we don't catch anyone. You're still a child. How can you confront those bad people? Listen to your mother. If you encounter a bad person, just stay back and let someone else handle it." "Well, you haven't even started working yet, and already you're worrying about his safety," Lu Xuanzhu interjected. "Mother, you need not worry. We are only responsible for maintaining order around the train station square. We don't apprehend criminals or spies. At most, we catch a few pickpockets," Liu Genlai reassured her. "Catching pickpockets is dangerous too. A cornered dog will jump over the wall." Lu Xuanzhu harbored concerns for his son's safety. "Father, when have you ever seen a thief bold enough to strike at the police?" Liu Genlai chuckled. "When I stand before a thief clad in this police uniform, their legs would tremble in fear. You must still be cautious. Complacency is not an option." Liu Genlai's words somewhat eased Lu Xuanzhu's anxiety. "I am indeed being careful." Liu Genlai handed his father a cigarette. "Have you forgotten your son's capabilities? When I venture into the deep mountains, it feels like home. Even wild boars cannot harm me, let alone a thief. Can a thief be more formidable than a wild boar?" "That may not necessarily be true," Lu Xuanzhu muttered, instinctively sensing a flaw in his son's reasoning. Yet he could not pinpoint how a thief could surpass a wild boar in danger. Li Lanxiang, however, did not dwell on such matters. She wiped away her tears and smiled. "Today is a joyful occasion. I shall prepare something special for dinner. What will we eat?" Upon hearing about food, both Lu Genxing and Liu Genwang, along with Kaixia, perked up. "Dumplings." Li Lanxiang rolled up her sleeves and headed to the kitchen. "Dumplings filled with cabbage and wild boar meat." "Oh, dumplings!" Liu Genwang exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. "Mother, I'll help you boil the water." Liu Genxing eagerly followed Li Lanxiang, saying, "I haven't had dumplings in nearly a year." "Indeed, it has been almost a year," she replied. "Last year, the harvest was good, and we had communal meals. During the new year, the village canteen made plenty of dumplings. This year, however, after the disaster, we have been starving since spring. Forget dumplings. Had Liu Genlai not come back, our family might not even have made it through the new year." Liu Caixia was too young to recall the taste of dumplings, but seeing her older brothers so thrilled, she could no longer sit still and struggled to be set down from her eldest brother's arms. As soon as Liu Genlai placed her on the ground, she scampered after Liu Genwang to gather firewood. With their eldest son now a police officer, Li Lanxiang was overjoyed and generously prepared a substantial filling, crafting a large pot of dumplings. The family feasted until they could scarcely move. After a brief rest, Lu Xuanzhu called for Liu Genlai and took 2 bowls of dumplings to visit their grandparents. It was a momentous occasion to share the news of their eldest son's new position as a police officer. However, on the way, Lu Xuanzhu walked at a snail's pace, almost stopping at every doorstep to boast, causing Liu Genlai to nearly bump into him multiple times. Chapter 128. I just want to ask, does the promise you made still hold true? While Lu Laotu and his wife were pleased that their eldest grandson had become a police officer, they did not exhibit the same exuberance as Lu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang. This was particularly true for Lu Laotu. In his eyes, it was not surprising for his grandson to secure any job. Although he did not live with his grandson, his understanding of him surpassed that of his son and daughter-in-law. As the saying goes, the elderly possess wisdom. While Lu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang were concerned yet delighted about the same amount of grain being brought home, Lu Laotu pondered deeper implications. The pigeon market in Fornine City operates almost daily. Where could all that grain possibly come from? Not to mention, how many families in the village could trade wild boar meat for grain? The quantity that his grandson consistently brought home, surely that was no small feat. In this day and age, to procure such an abundance of grain and find a job without difficulty is indeed a stroke of fortune. As for the safety of his eldest grandson, Old Li harbors no concerns. The young man has honed his hunting skills to a remarkable degree. He fearlessly traverses the deep mountains that instill dread in the hearts of the villagers, as if it were mere child's play. Should any law enforcement officers venture there, one would be impressed if they managed to return unscathed. With such prowess for self-defense, even in the face of danger, it is unlikely that his grandson would be the one to encounter misfortune. The elder retired early, and after sharing the joyful news, Liu Shanzhu and Liu Genlai did not linger long and soon departed. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky, prompting Liu Shanzhu to forego any further display and head directly home with his eldest son. Li Lanxiang was busy stoking the hearth, where a pot filled with water simmered atop damp yellow coal. The convenience of coal was undeniable. Previously, one had to rise in the middle of the night to add firewood, but now, with coal, the warmth would last until dawn. Father, mother, Liu Genlai said, pulling up a stool to sit down, the distance to the city is considerable, and once I start working, I want to be able to return home daily. I have asked Uncle Deshun to look after you both. If anything arises while I am away, please seek his assistance. Why would we need to do that? You worry too much. What could possibly happen in our village? Liu Shanzhu retorted stubbornly. Be quiet. Li Lanxiang shot him a glare. You always lose your nerve when trouble arises. Without someone watching over you, I cannot help but worry. It's not just about Genlai. I feel uneasy. Her words pierced Liu Shanzhu's heart, leaving him momentarily speechless. He truly did not know how to refute her. Ha, Liu Genlai chuckled, offering his father a cigarette and turning to his mother. Mother, how many work points do you earn in a day now? 8 points, as it has always been. You know that well enough, Li Lanxiang replied casually. Are you certain it's 8 points? Liu Genlai furrowed his brow. I keep a close watch during the tallying. It cannot possibly be wrong. That scoundrel's son Baojun dares to deceive me. Liu Genlai could no longer sit still. Father, mother, I shall step out for a moment. I will return shortly. Where are you off to? Li Lanxiang inquired. Just to take a stroll and digest. Liu Genlai waved his hand and swiftly exited. What a whirlwind of a child, Li Lanxiang muttered. He must be hiding something from us. Liu Shanzhu surmised that his eldest son's inquiry about work points likely indicated he was heading to confront team leader Sun Baojun. Li Lanxiang did not consider this angle. After a moment of silence, she sighed and tears streamed down her cheeks. It's hard to let go, with Genlai about to start his work. It feels as though he is about to fly away. I didn't feel this way when Minzi went out to work. Is it not different? Minzi is a woman, destined to marry. Genlai is a man, the very root of our Liu family, Liu Shanzhu replied, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Do not fret unnecessarily. No matter how far Genlai may fly, his roots will always remain with our Liu family. This child is devoted to home. Li Lanxiang wiped her tears, feeling blessed to have such a son in their family. When Liu Genlai knocked on Sun Baojun's door, the latter had already retired for the night, and it was his wife who answered. Ah, Genlai, what brings you here at such a late hour? Sun Baojun's wife, Zhang Ernie, was around 23 or 24 years of age, the prime of womanhood, possessing a certain charm, yet perpetually wore a discontented expression. Liu Genlai couldn't help but think of Tian Ho Hot. When comparing the two women side by side, one was celestial while the other was mundane. How could Baojun engage in an affair with Tian Ho Hot? Surely, he must have lost his senses. Is Baojun at home? I need to speak with him about something. Baojun has gone to bed. Can it wait until tomorrow? Zhang Ernie replied somewhat reluctantly. Tomorrow's not an option, Liu Genlai countered, pulling out a flashlight to illuminate his attire. Are you playing the police? Zhang Ernie exclaimed, alarmed. What trouble has Baojun gotten himself into? He should come out immediately. I can wait no more than a minute. Liu Genlai switched off the flashlight and concealed his hands behind his back. I will summon him right away. Zhang Ernie, not daring to delay, hurried inside. Moments later, Sun Baojun emerged, donning a cotton coat while slipping on his shoes, and called out to Liu Genlai. What? Are you acting like the police? When did this happen? Liu Genlai, uninterested in idle chatter, stated directly, you agreed that I would assist you in digging a pitfall, and in return, you would assign labor points for my mother. How did you calculate that? You sought me for this. You startled me, Sun Baojun responded, his urgency dissipating. Genlai, it's not that I don't keep my word. But you know how it is. During the accounting of work points, so many people are watching. The women all do the same tasks. If I assign labor points to your mother, what becomes of the other women? Would I still be able to hold my position as the production team leader? Are you trying to renege on your promise? A smirk crept onto Liu Genlai's lips. It's not easy being a production team leader, You know, why don't you give it a try? See how the other women react when you assign labor points to your mother, Sun Baojun lamented. Since you cannot fulfill it, why did you agree in the first place? You have a clever mind. If I were in your shoes, I would be just like those foolish lads, mindlessly digging. Unlike you, who thought to boil water first and found so much firewood. The more Sun Baojun spoke, the more animated he became. Hey Genlai, tell me, how did you find so much firewood? Why couldn't they? Liu Genlai chuckled. Not only can I find firewood, but I can also locate sweet potato pits. Baojun was cunning. Had it been the old Liu Genlai, he would have been led astray and forgotten his purpose. What do you mean? Sun Baojun was taken aback. Liu Genlai scrutinized Sun Baojun, who appeared quite ordinary. Yet he pondered why he would neglect such a beautiful wife at home to pursue a woman who could be his mother. What do you know? Sun Baojun stammered. What I know is inconsequential. What matters is if the villagers find out, don't you think, Baojun? In dealing with such an obstinate character, coercion was the only recourse. I don't understand what you're saying, Sun Baojun insisted, still feigning ignorance. The experience with Tian Hohat must be quite enjoyable, no? Liu Genlai decided to be more direct. How do you know? Sun Baojun finally began to panic. I merely wish to inquire if your promise still stands regarding our arrangement. Liu Genlai had no intention of engaging in further trivialities. Chapter 129. A soldier seeks you from tomorrow onward. Your mother will be credited with full labor points. Sun Baojun had no choice but to lower his head. If the scandal involving him and Tian Hohat were to spread, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Not only would he be unable to serve as the production team leader, but his wife might also divorce him, and his father could very well break his legs. You'd better not be the one to decide, Liu Genlai said, patting Sun Baojun on the shoulder. I just joined the police and am eager to make my mark. What crime is it to mess around with romantic relationships? I wonder if it warrants a death sentence. The mere mention of the death penalty made Sun Baojun shudder. Genlai, I'm rather timid. Please don't frighten me. We're from the same village, after all. We see each other daily. Don't be too harsh. Sun Baojun's cowardice piqued Liu Genlai's curiosity. He wrapped an arm around Sun Baojun's shoulders and whispered, Brother Baojun, tell me the truth. Your wife is so beautiful. Why would you pursue Tian Hohat? Are you in need of maternal affection? Why are you asking this? Sun Baojun evaded the question. Stop dodging. I am currently interrogating a suspect. If you don't confess honestly, I might just have to arrest you, Liu Genlai threatened. Oh dear. Sun Baojun stammered a few times, ultimately letting out a heavy sigh. Liu Genlai, unhurried, lit a cigarette, waiting for Sun Baojun to divulge his reasons. After considerable hesitation, Sun Baojun reached for a cigarette from Liu Genlai. Lighting it, he took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, finally managing to say, I'm somewhat inept. My wife constantly complains about me. Tian Hohat seems to be interested in me, so I thought I'd try my luck with her. Little did I know. She has quite the repertoire. Every time I'm with her, I feel vigorous, but once I return home, it's a different story. The last time I ventured into the mountains, I aimed to hunt a stag, hoping to procure a stag's whip for myself, but I didn't manage to catch anything. Genlai, what should I do? It's driving me to despair. Now it all made sense to Liu Genlai. I wondered why other production team leaders sent representatives while you insisted on going into the mountains yourself. It was for the stag whip. If you wanted a stag whip, why didn't you say so earlier? I have one, Liu Genlai chuckled. You do? Sun Baojun's eyes instantly lit up. I've been soaking a stag's whip in liquor, using a formula from Tongrintang. The effects are absolutely remarkable, Liu Genlai tempted Sun Baojun. Quick, give it to me. Rest assured, I will definitely ensure your mother receives full labor points. No one can complain about that. Sun Baojun rubbed his hands together, eager for the opportunity. Do you think I need those few labor points? Liu Genlai scoffed. What do you want then? I just want my mother to be happy. Liu Genlai hinted to Sun Baojun. You don't have to give her points every day. Occasionally, find a good reason to praise her. Then you'll have your justification for the points. Liu Genlai paid heed to Sun Baojun's grievances. It turned out he had been thinking too simplistically, since they were all doing the same work. If Sun Baojun indiscriminately awarded Li Lanxiang 10 points while giving other women 8, with Li Lanxiang's temperament, she might not be pleased. After all, no one wishes to be the subject of gossip. If Sun Baojun could frequently find appropriate reasons to commend Li Lanxiang and, in a subtle manner, award her a score of 10, the outcome would undoubtedly be different. Li Lanxiang would be beaming with joy. You are quite clever indeed. Sun Baojun sighed with relief. As the production team leader, it is his duty to critique and praise the team members, and finding a reason to commend Li Lanxiang is not particularly challenging. The key lies in doing so discreetly. It all depends on your performance. Liu Genlai patted son Baojin on the shoulder, saying, "If you perform well and my mother is pleased, during the new year, I shall gift you a bottle of deer antler wine. Just be ready." With the new year merely 10 days away, the matter seemed less urgent to son Baojin. When Liu Genlai returned home, the entire family had already retired for the night. Neither Liu Xuanzhu nor Li Lanxiang inquired about his whereabouts, and Liu Genlai had no desire to elaborate. He simply retreated to his room and lay down. The following morning, Liu Genlai was enjoying a deep slumber when he was roused by Liu Xuanzhu's gentle nudging. "Genlai, hurry and get up. There's a soldier here to see you." "A soldier is looking for me? Who could it be?" Liu Genlai mumbled, pulling the blanket around him as he shuffled to the edge of the bed, scraping away some ice that had formed on the glass, peering outside with one eye. In those days, windows were framed in wood, consisting of 2 sashes, both covered with paper, leaving a small square of glass in the middle. The warmth inside contrasted with the cold outside, leading to a frosty layer on the glass. Upon a brief glance, he recognized the visitor, Minister Wu from the military logistics. What could Minister Wu want? With the new year approaching, he surely wasn't seeking wild boar again. Aware that dealings with the military could be tricky, Liu Genlai wished to avoid trouble and had only delivered once. He had never done so again. He assumed Minister Wu had long forgotten him. Yet here he was at his doorstep. Liu Genlai quickly dressed and stepped outside. Minister Wu arrived in a jeep, a striking sight in the countryside where even county officials resorted to bicycles for rural visits. The presence of a jeep in the village was remarkably conspicuous. The villagers, having risen early, gathered in throngs around the courtyard as Liu Genlai emerged. "Good morning, Minister Wu." Liu Genlai greeted the waiting minister with a smile. "Have you become a public security officer? When did that happen?" Minister Wu inquired, somewhat surprised. During this time, he had diligently gathered information about Liu Genlai, but had not received any reports of his new position. Just yesterday, Liu Genlai scratched his head, grinning with a hint of innocence. "I'm still getting accustomed to it. I find military uniforms more comfortable." "Ha." Minister Wu laughed heartily. "Don't let your superiors hear you say that. Otherwise, they might not be pleased, whether intentional or not." Liu Genlai's preference for military attire was music to Minister Wu's ears. "It's all right. My superiors are far away. Even if I were to criticize them, they wouldn't hear it." Liu Genlai made a jest fitting for his age, prompting another round of hearty laughter from Minister Wu. Observing his son engage so joyfully with a military figure, Liu Xuanzhu instinctively straightened his posture, his face creased with smiles. Li Lanxiang also smiled, though her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She was aware of her eldest son's achievements, yet she had not anticipated such remarkable success. The ability to drive signified that he was indeed a high-ranking official in the military. "Minister Wu, did you call for me? Come, let us retire indoors for a conversation." Liu Genlai invited Minister Wu. "Perhaps another time." Minister Wu waved his hand dismissively, casting a glance at the back seat of the jeep, indicating, "It is not me you are looking for. Is there someone else in the vehicle?" Liu Genlai followed Minister Wu's gaze, but could only see the opaque windows, unable to discern what lay within. "You should get in the car. We can discuss matters there." Noticing that the rear door remained shut, Minister Wu opened the front passenger door. Just as Liu Genlai was about to enter, the back door swung open, revealing a middle-aged soldier, around 40 years old. "You must be Comrade Liu," the soldier said, grasping Liu Genlai's hand and scrutinizing him from head to toe. "I am Ma Iha, the regimental commander of the station troops. I have come to express our gratitude for your support of our logistics efforts." The regimental commander himself has come. Liu Genlai was taken aback. Hadn't he merely delivered a wild boar to the troops? Did it warrant such a grand display? Chapter 130. Have his biological parents arrived? A buzz erupted among the crowd, with villagers whispering amongst themselves. The position of the logistics minister was unfamiliar to them, but the regimental commander was a figure everyone recognized as the highest authority of the station forces. The most senior officer had personally come to acknowledge Liu Genlai. How many wild boars had he delivered to the military? The Liu family was on the verge of prosperity. Liu Genlai felt somewhat dazed, instinctively responding, "The army loves the people, and the people support the army. I have merely done what is right." What a splendid motto. "I never realized, little Liu, that not only are you an adept hunter, but you are also quite cultured." Commander Ma commended Liu Genlai, then turned to Liu Xuanzhu with a smile. "Comrade Liu Xuanzhu, you have raised a fine son. I am nothing special, just Thank you for your kind words, Commander Ma, Lu Xuanzhu stammered. Overwhelmed by nervousness, no one mocked him. Had they been in his shoes, receiving such public praise from a high-ranking official, they too would have felt as flustered as he did. Comrade Lu Xuanzhu, Commander Ma grasped Lu Xuanzhu's hand again, with the new year approaching. Our troops are hosting a gathering, and I would like to invite your son to attend. I will arrange a few days off for him. Does that sound acceptable? Absolutely. Of course. Lu Xuanzhu nodded fervently, his mind spinning at the thought of such a high-ranking officer requesting time off for his son, leaving him speechless beyond agreement. Then I shall take him with me. Commander Ma released Lu Xuanzhu's hand and beckoned Liu Genlai to enter the vehicle. Father, mother, it's all right. I will be back soon. Liu Genlai called out to Lu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang before following Commander Ma into the car. A gathering? Only a fool would believe that. Even if there were truly a gathering, it was unlikely that Commander Ma would come personally to extend the invitation. However, given the demeanor of both Commander Ma and Minister Wu, their intent was surely not malevolent. Thus, Liu Genlai felt reassured and boldly entered the vehicle with them. Among the crowd, Sun Baojian felt a surge of delight. He had barely slept the previous night, pondering how to commend Li Lanxiang without drawing attention. Now, with such a high-ranking official visiting the Liu family, they had suddenly become noteworthy. What need was there for excuses to praise Li Lanxiang? He could simply go ahead. If anyone dared to contest, he would ensure that such an esteemed leader would also pay them a visit, granting her 10 work points without hesitation. As soon as he boarded the vehicle, Commander Ma exhaled a long sigh of relief. His reluctance to exit earlier was not due to any display of authority. Rather, he was apprehensive about the scene that had unfolded. The old commander had risen early to summon him to fetch someone, explicitly instructing him to keep the matter discreet. In hindsight, it seemed he had underestimated the situation, as a mere jeep had attracted a considerable crowd of curious villagers. He could only exchange a few pleasantries before hastily ushering Liu Genlai into the car. Commander Ma, would you like a cigarette? Liu Genlai offered, handing him one while tossing another to Minister Wu, who was driving in the front seat. Now that we are alone, might you enlighten me as to why you sought me out? Someone wishes to meet you, Commander Ma stated directly. Who? Liu Genlai was taken aback. Anyone who could compel Commander Ma to act as a messenger must hold a rank superior to his. Yet, he could not fathom who that might be. My former commander, replied Commander Ma. Your former commander? Liu Genlai was puzzled, thinking perhaps it referred to the previous commander of the station troops. No, Commander Ma shook his head. He was my commander during the war, back when I was merely a company leader. Goodness, if he was a commander during the anti-Japanese war, he must at least be a major general. Liu Genlai recalled Li Yunlong, who had also been a commander during that time. Did this imply that the individual seeking him was of equal rank to Li Yunlong? What rank did old Li hold? Liu Genlai pondered, still lacking clarity. The series Liang Jin concluded just after the liberation, leaving him only aware that at that time Li Yunlong was an acting military commander. Now, a decade post-liberation, the person seeking him must surely be a leader of corps-level rank. What could such a high-ranking official want with him? It seemed utterly disconnected. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Liu Genlai, as he instinctively touched the longevity lock hanging from his chest, which contained a space. It must be his biological parents who had come to find him. What are you thinking? The change in Liu Genlai's expression did not escape Commander Ma's notice, who regarded him with a gentle smile. My biological parents are the ones seeking me, aren't they? Liu Genlai revealed his thoughts candidly. Ha ha, Commander Ma chuckled. You are indeed sharp. No wonder you thought to send wild boars to the troops. Most young lads wouldn't even dare approach the military gates. My biological parents are indeed looking for me. Liu Genlai's heart raced with anticipation. In that moment, a multitude of thoughts flooded his mind. How to interact with his biological parents. How to navigate his relationship with Liu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang, and what their reactions would be upon learning of his biological parents' arrival. His mind was a chaotic whirlwind. Do not rush. Once you meet my former commander, let him explain everything to you. Commander Ma refrained from elaborating further, realizing he had already divulged more than intended. He had not anticipated Liu Genlai's astuteness, which allowed him to deduce the truth with just a moment's reflection. Liu Genlai fell silent, staring blankly out the window at the swiftly passing fields, his thoughts still in disarray. Upon his arrival in this new world, he certainly would not have pondered such complexities. However, after living with his foster parents for an extended period, he had developed an unbreakable bond of affection with them. The son they had painstakingly raised suddenly became someone else's. Though they did not voice it, they must surely feel a sense of loss. Yet, he could not refuse to acknowledge his biological parents. This body belonged to his predecessor. He merely occupied a space that was not originally his to command. And he had no right to make such a heartless decision on behalf of the former occupant. Upon further reflection, Liu Genlai found himself untroubled. What harm could there be in having more than one set of parents? The harmony between the two families rested upon his shoulders as their shared son. If he conducted himself well, recognizing his biological parents would be a tremendous boon for both families. In truth, Liu Genlai's inner turmoil stemmed from his previous life as an orphan, which left him with scant experience of familial love and connection, only the fleeting moments of the past 2 months since his arrival. In essence, when it came to kinship and family, he was a novice. Encountering such a profound situation was completely understandable. The military garrison was a mere 10 miles from Lingqian village, and the jeep swiftly arrived at its destination. Upon disembarking, Minister Wu did not accompany him further, but instead patted Liu Genlai on the shoulder before attending to his own matters. Colonel Ma led Liu Genlai to the entrance of his office. He first knocked twice on the door, then stood to attention, proclaiming loudly, "Report to the old commander. Maiha has been ordered to bring the individual here." Such formality startled Liu Genlai. "Let him in," came a steady yet authoritative voice from within the office, tinged with a hint of excitement that Liu Genlai could faintly detect. "Go on in." Colonel Ma gestured toward the door before turning to leave. Taking a deep breath, Liu Genlai pushed open the office door. Inside the office, seated on the sofa opposite Colonel Ma's desk, was an elderly man clad in military attire, appearing to be around 50 years of age. His hair was graying, and his expression was stern. As soon as Liu Genlai entered, the seasoned gaze of the man fixed upon his face. They regarded each other intently. Is this truly the biological father of the former occupant? How should I address him? As Liu Genlai pondered this, the elder spoke. "You resemble him strikingly. I need not even glance at your token to know you are the offspring of my old partner." "Old partner?" Liu Genlai thought, momentarily perplexed. "You are?" "I am Shitangji. During the War of Resistance, I was your biological father Liu Jinsao's partner. At that time, I was the commander, and he served as the political commissar. Your biological mother is named Huang Qiuyue, cultured and accomplished. Jinshao and Qiuyue were indeed a fated pair. Alas, fate was unkind. Shortly after your birth, the civil war erupted, and our base was besieged by the enemy. Your parents were compelled to entrust you to your current foster parents while they joined the main force in a desperate retreat. In a subsequent battle, to ensure the safe escape of the main force, your parents stayed behind with 2 companies to hold off the enemy, sacrificing themselves in the process. You are their only surviving bloodline. For over a decade, I have sought you, yet the Liu family that adopted you had fled the famine long ago, and I have been unable to locate you. Fortunately, you delivered wild boars to the troops. The regiment commander, Ma Yiha, who was once my subordinate, informed me as soon as he learned that I was searching for you. I should have met you earlier, but I have been exceedingly busy lately, unable to find a moment to spare. It was only yesterday that I finally concluded my affairs, and this morning, I hastened here solely to meet you." Shitang spoke in a single breath, recounting the circumstances, then fell silent, gazing intently at Liu Genlai. Liu Genlai absorbed this information, remaining silent for a long while before finally asking, "Where are my biological parents buried? I wish to pay my respects to them." "What a good child," Shitang said, his eyes suddenly reddening. He had anticipated many things Liu Genlai might say, yet he never expected that the first words would be a desire to honor his parents. This softened the heart of this iron-willed man. "Uncle, I am sorry. I do not know where your parents are buried," Shitang admitted, tears streaming down his face. At that time, the situation was too urgent, and the main force was focused on breaking through, leaving no time to bury our fallen comrades. Later, I learned that the nearby villagers had buried the fallen soldiers nearby, but no one knows the exact locations of your parents' graves. Wiping away his tears, Shitang continued, "If you wish to honor your biological parents, you should go to the People's Heroes Monument. They, too, are heroes of the people, and seeing you grow into an adult, they would surely be proud." "Uncle, sure, it is not your fault. You are right. My parents sacrificed themselves for the people. They are indeed heroes, and as their son, I take pride in them." Liu Genlai was also moved, shedding tears for the first time since arriving in this world. "What a good child, truly your father's son," Shitang said, his tears welling up again. "Tomorrow, I will accompany you to let them see their son." Liu Genlai nodded earnestly. Come, come, sit by me, Shurtang beckoned. Patting the sofa beside him, Liu Genlai moved over and sat down. Shurtang grasped Liu Genlai's hand, exclaiming, the old Liu family has raised you well. I never expected you to be so understanding. I must express my gratitude to your biological parents on your behalf. Perhaps you should refrain from going, Liu Genlai suggested cautiously. Why not? You hold a significant position. I fear it may intimidate them. Shurtang was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. You silly child. Am I to make a grand entrance? When I visit your home, I am just an ordinary old man. Then I welcome you on behalf of my parents at any time, Liu Genlai replied, feeling a surge of relief. The arrival of Commander Ma had already stirred half the village. If Shurtang were to do the same, it would surely cause quite a commotion. The old Liu family were simple farmers, and given Liu Xuan's timid nature, Liu Genlai worried that excessive display might lead to unnecessary complications. Enough with the formalities. It feels distant. Your father and I shared life and death. His son is like my own. From now on, you shall call me Godfather, and there will be no refusal. Godfather, Liu Genlai called out without hesitation. This title was uttered on behalf of his predecessor. Having taken over this body, he must bear the consequences of its past. And he had no power to refuse. Good son. Shurtangji gently patted Liu Genlai on the shoulder, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. When did you become a police officer? I had no idea. It was only then that Shurtangji noticed Liu Genlai clad in a police uniform. Just yesterday, Liu Genlai recounted the story of how he became a police officer. Alas, Shurtangji sighed. It's all my fault for not finding you sooner. If I had done so a few days earlier, you wouldn't have wasted that money. I believe the expense was worthwhile. I find this job quite fulfilling. What is so fulfilling about it? Shurtangji scoffed. What prospects can you have in a small precinct? Once I return, I will have you transferred to the municipal bureau. Right by my side. You'll be sheltered from the elements, steadily accumulating experience, and enjoying a comfortable life. When the time is right, I'll promote you. By the time you turn 30, you'll at least be a deputy chief, which is far superior to merely passing the days at a precinct. In an instant, Shurtangji projected a future more than a decade ahead, revealing the extent of his influence. What position do you hold, Godfather? Liu Genlai asked, aware that the question might be inappropriate, yet unable to restrain himself. I am the deputy chief of the municipal bureau. Liu Genlai, still a child at heart, found no fault in Shurtangji's response, who divulged the information without hesitation. Wow. Liu Genlai was taken aback. The deputy chief of the municipal bureau in the capital city would undoubtedly be a leading figure in provincial law enforcement if he were to be transferred. His earlier words were not mere boasts. Reflecting for a moment, Liu Genlai replied, Godfather, I will only be 16 after the new year. I am still quite young. My thought is to take my time and not rush to your side immediately. I would prefer to hone my skills in the field for a few years, gaining some grassroots experience. Once I feel adequately prepared, you can transfer me to be by your side. It wouldn't be too late then. Is that truly how you feel? Shurtangji's eyes glimmered with admiration. Indeed, Liu Genlai nodded. Very well, Shurtangji agreed, acknowledging that grassroots experience would be crucial for future promotions. I worried you might not be able to handle the hardships, which is why I considered bringing you closer. Since you have this mindset, I wholeheartedly support it. I always knew that Liu Genlai's son would not be a weakling. After all this, Shurtangji had merely been testing him. Yet it was not solely a test. Had Liu Genlai desired to transfer to the municipal bureau, Shurtangji would have obliged, albeit viewing him as merely a decorative figure. Otherwise, he would not have spoken of cultivating him into a deputy chief. The inclusion of the word deputy implied everything. To earnestly develop at the grassroots level would indeed make a difference. Shurtangji made no explicit promises, yet the importance of advancement was a silent vow. In truth, Liu Genlai did not concern himself with such titles. As someone still in training, he was indifferent to whether he became a chief or a deputy chief. Remaining at the precinct, he sought merely the freedom it afforded. Chapter 132. What about the gathering you mentioned? The two continued their conversation, primarily with Shurtangji inquiring about Liu Genlai's childhood and the current state of the Liu family. Fortunately, the memories of his past remained intact, allowing Liu Genlai to share everything he could recall. As they conversed, the voice of Captain Ma resonated from outside. Shurtangji released Liu Genlai's hand, gesturing for him to sit properly before calling, "Come in." Throughout their discussion, Shurtangji had held on to Liu Genlai's hand, a testament to the genuine concern and affection he felt for him. As the door swung open, two individuals entered, Captain Ma and a police officer in his 20s. Each held a lunchbox containing congee, steamed buns, pickled vegetables, and 4 eggs. Old Captain, you must be hungry. Here is a little something to sustain you. Our conditions are quite humble, far from those of the capital. Please make do with this, one remarked. Complaining about poverty won't help. I have no authority over you. He added. Shi Tongji chuckled, gesturing towards the young officer who was placing items on the coffee table. This is Huang Wei, my driver. From now on, you can call him Brother Huang. Hello, Brother Huang, Liu Genlai said, standing and extending his hand. We're brothers from now on. Huang Wei shook Liu Genlai's hand, embodying the demeanor of one close to leadership, sparing in words, yet heavy in significance. Old Captain, I'll be outside. Call for me if needed. Captain Ma had come to deliver breakfast. Having fought for so many years, his health was already fragile. Recently, he had been tirelessly engaged for over 2 months. And with little time to rest, he had hurried over early in the morning to see his old partner's son. His emotions were bound to be intense. Neglecting to eat could jeopardize his health. Focus on your tasks. Genlai and I will finish our meal and then depart. Shi Tongji waved dismissively. In such a hurry? Can't you linger a while longer? Captain Ma glanced at Shi Tongji and then at Liu Genlai. Genlai has just recognized me as family, and his relatives are still unaware. He should go home and inform them, don't you think? I, too, have been exhausted for days and could use a good night's rest. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to Genlai's home to fetch him. Having been busy with matters concerning his old subordinate, Shi Tongji was inclined to offer further explanations. That makes sense. Captain Ma nodded. Old Captain, do you require my company tomorrow? I can take Xiao Huang along. Shi Tongji waved him off. Your safety. I've weathered countless storms. Do I need to fear a few petty thieves? He cracked an egg, peeled it, and handed it to Liu Genlai while addressing Captain Ma. Scram. Attend to your own affairs, and don't linger before me. Yes, sir. Captain Ma snapped to attention, departing with a smile. The old captain's reprimands were familiar. Such intimacy was reserved for those close to him, while others would envy the chance to be scolded. Huang Wei exited the office alongside Captain Ma, carefully closing the door behind him. Liu Genlai consumed the egg that Shi Tongji had peeled for him, then returned the favor by peeling one for Shi Tongji. As they ate, the conversation shifted to matters concerning Shi Tongji's family. I have only one daughter with your godmother. Her name is Shirley. She is 3 years your senior, turning 19 after the new year. She studies at Peking University, full of spirit and quite tomboyish. If she ever bullies you, just tell your godmother. She is the only one who can handle her. A smile accompanied his words, revealing his evident affection for his only daughter. Godfather, why not have another child? Liu Genlai inquired. Shi Tongji, around 50, had been in his 40s at the time of liberation, while his godmother, likely of a similar age, could still bear children. In these times, especially for those who have fought, who wouldn't desire a son? Regrettably, it seems I can no longer bear children. Shi Tongji lamented, shaking his head. The conditions during the war were exceedingly harsh, and my body has been severely depleted. It would be a miracle to conceive even one child. Ah, so it is not your wife who is unable. I had thought it was your adoptive mother. Liu Jin remarked. If it is indeed your own health that is the issue, there are ways to recuperate. I still have several 100 pounds of deer whip wine in my storage. I wonder if your adoptive mother is still capable of bearing children. How old is she now? Adoptive father? She is still quite young. A smile graced Shi Tongji's face as he spoke of his wife. In those days, your adoptive mother was a student from the city, and I, an unsophisticated man, could hardly fathom why she chose to marry me. The organization approved our marriage, considering my age and rank sufficient. It was your father who officiated our wedding. She was just 16 when she married me, and she bore your sister, Shirley, shortly thereafter. Now, at 35, she is in her prime. If my health were better, she could surely bear more children. Liu Jin nodded thoughtfully. How intriguing that Shi Tongji wedded someone so much younger. Yet, upon reflection, such occurrences were commonplace in those times. Many men married women considerably younger than themselves. Marrying at 16 and bearing children at 17 was quite normal back then. Take Li Lanxiang, for instance, who wed Liu Xuanzhu at 16 and gave birth to Liu Fang at 17. In Lingqian village, there are even cases of individuals marrying at 14 and having children at 15. Your adoptive mother is now 35, soon to be 36. If Shi Tongji were to restore his health, he could certainly father more children. However, the deer whip wine may not suffice. Perhaps I shall devise a plan to procure some tiger whip from the northeast, as the medicinal wine produced from it should help restore Shi Tongji's vitality. As Shi Tongji continued to dine, he spoke to Liu Jin about matters at home, oblivious to the thoughts occupying his newly acknowledged son's mind. Were he to know that this youthful boy was preoccupied with the notion of him siring more children, he might have delivered a sharp reprimand. How audacious for a lad yet to mature to concern himself with such matters. Once the meal concluded, Shi Tongji did not linger, but led Liu Jin out of the office. Outside, Colonel Ma and Huang Wei awaited them, along with Minister Wu, who had come to bid farewell upon learning of Shi Tongji's departure. The group approached a jeep, and Shi Tongji, perhaps genuinely fatigued, climbed in and reclined in the back seat. Genlai, your adoptive father is departing. Please ensure that matters at home are arranged. I shall return to fetch you tomorrow morning. Understood, Liu Jin replied with a nod. Please take care of yourself, adoptive father. He noted the weariness etched on Shi Tongji's face. It appeared he had been holding on by sheer will, and now that the burden had lifted, exhaustion had set in, leaving him a bit drowsy. Farewell, old commander, Colonel Ma saluted. Shi Tongji did not even open his eyes, but merely waved his hand nonchalantly. Huang Wei, perceptive as ever, promptly started the vehicle and drove away. As they watched the jeep fade into the distance, Colonel Ma turned to Liu Jin with a smile. Well done, my boy. In the blink of an eye, you have become a member of the public security forces. I had intended to enlist you in the military. After completing the tasks entrusted to him by the old commander, Colonel Ma felt a wave of relaxation wash over him and began to converse more casually with Liu Jin. By the way, Colonel Ma, what about the gala you mentioned? I am eagerly anticipating your song and dance. Commander Ma spoke casually, and Liu Genlai joined in the jest. Ha! At that moment, not only did Commander Ma chuckle, but Minister Wu also broke into laughter. After the laughter subsided, Commander Ma turned to Liu Genlai and said, Do not call me Commander Ma. Instead, refer to me as Uncle Ma. Liu Genlai was taken aback. Commander Ma, having met Liu Xuanzhu, surely knew that he was older than Liu Xuanzhu. Why then did he request to be called uncle? After a moment of contemplation, Liu Genlai grasped that this term of endearment was in contrast to his biological father, Liu Jinchao. Furthermore, as Commander Ma was unfamiliar with Liu Jinchao, it was likely that he had only joined under Shi Tang after Liu Jinchao's sacrifice. Otherwise, their encounter would not have felt so unfamiliar. What is the matter? You've already called the old commander godfather, and yet you hesitate to call me Uncle Ma? Commander Ma misinterpreted Liu Genlai's momentary distraction. Uncle Ma, what do you mean by that? I was just pondering that my father is younger than you. Should I not be calling you granduncle? But then again, I feel I should refer to you as uncle, Liu Genlai candidly replied. Calling me uncle is indeed appropriate. Commander Ma, recognizing that Liu Genlai understood his intent, affectionately grasped his arm. Come, you shall not call me uncle for nothing. Uncle Ma will present you with a fine gift. A fine gift? You wouldn't be giving me a gun, would you? Liu Genlai's heart raced with excitement. The cumbersome Type 38 rifle was a hassle, requiring a pull of the bolt after each shot. If only Commander Ma could gift him a Type 56 rifle instead. It could fire single shots or bursts, allowing for a rapid response in a perilous situation. However, his marksmanship was rather poor. Perhaps he should seek an opportunity to practice at the military range. As Liu Genlai was lost in thought, Commander Ma led him to the entrance of a storeroom, where Minister Wu produced a key and unlocked the door. Are we being taken to the armory? Liu Genlai pondered. Yet when Minister Wu opened the storeroom door, what lay before Liu Genlai was not firearms or ammunition, but rather a nearly new sidecar motorcycle. Is this for me? Liu Genlai gazed at the sidecar motorcycle in astonishment. What do you think? Do you like it? Commander Ma patted Liu Genlai on the shoulder. Your home is in Lingqian village, your godfather is in Sijio City, and you work in law enforcement there. The distance between Lingqian village and Sijio City is considerable. Cycling back and forth is rather inconvenient. Thus, Uncle Ma gifts you this sidecar motorcycle for your travels, so you may return whenever you wish. This seems rather inappropriate. Liu Genlai regained his composure. What is inappropriate about it? It is a gift for your use, not a permanent transfer, Commander Ma chuckled. It may be a bit old, but if you find it unsatisfactory, I can speak to the old commander and have him approve a new one for you. No need to trouble my godfather over such a matter, Liu Genlai laughed, scratching his head. Then I shall thank you, Uncle Ma. As the highest-ranking official in the military camp, Commander Ma, along with Minister Wu, who managed logistics, had indeed facilitated the allocation of a sidecar motorcycle for Liu Genlai. Refusing would have been rather ungrateful. Can you ride? I actually cannot, Liu Genlai admitted. As Minister Wu handed him the keys to the motorcycle. I will teach you, Minister Wu offered. Indeed, I cannot ride at all. In his previous life, Liu Genlai had experience driving ride-hailing vehicles, yet he had never operated a motorcycle, let alone a sidecar tricycle, which was a first for him. It was quite straightforward. No more challenging than learning to ride a bicycle. Minister Wu patiently instructed Liu Genlai on where the clutch and throttle were, how to accelerate, and how to brake, all while riding the sidecar motorcycle and teaching him simultaneously. Liu Genlai attempted to ride, circling around the warehouse several times, and quickly mastered it. This endeavor was indeed not difficult. It merely required hand-eye coordination, akin to driving a car, and for Liu Genlai, a seasoned driver in his past life. It was merely a matter of getting accustomed to it. All right, now that you've learned, you can head back. Colonel Ma waved at Liu Genlai, advising him to return early so as not to worry his parents. There's a barrel of fuel in the sidecar. Come back for more once it's used up. Minister Wu pointed towards the innermost part of the sidecar, addressing Liu Genlai. Uncle Ma, Minister Wu, do you still want wild boars? Liu Genlai was keen to avoid being indebted to anyone, and since they were gifting him both a motorcycle and fuel, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. Have you caught wild boars again? Colonel Ma asked, slightly taken aback. A few days ago, I caught a few, but unfortunately, they were all rather small. By the way, there's also a deer. Would you like it? Liu Genlai inquired. Only one deer? Colonel Ma questioned. If there's just one, you should send it to your godfather. Actually, there are 3 in total. Liu Genlai fabricated a small lie. One for my godfather, one for you, and we'll keep one for the new year. Then do send it over. Colonel Ma nodded. Minister Wu chuckled. You really are quite skilled at hunting, capturing not only wild boars, but also deer. This new year, we shall certainly have a treat. Hee hee. I've hidden the wild boars and deer in the back mountains. Wait for me, and I'll bring them over shortly. Liu Genlai twisted the throttle, and the sidecar motorcycle surged forward, swiftly exiting the military camp and vanishing from Colonel Ma and Minister Wu's sight. This lad truly possesses some talent. At such a young age, he is already part of the police force. If it weren't for the fact that even the old colonel is unaware of this, I would have thought it was his arrangement, Colonel Ma sighed. Indeed, this young man has a spirit of adventure, far superior to the average boy. It's a pity he cannot serve in the military. If he could spend a few years in the camp, he would surely achieve even greater success, Minister Wu lamented as well. You should abandon that notion. The old colonel took over a decade to find him, and he surely wouldn't want to send him to the military to suffer, Colonel Ma chuckled. Let us not worry unnecessarily. Now that he is a police officer under the old colonel, how could the colonel treat him poorly? True, Minister Wu nodded in agreement. The motorcycle was undeniably faster than a bicycle. Liu Genlai attempted to push the throttle to its limit, reaching a speed of 60 to 70 kilometers per hour. At this pace, it would take merely 10 to 20 minutes to travel from Sijio City back to Lingxian Village, truly convenient. After cruising on the sidecar motorcycle for about 10 minutes, Liu Genlai returned to the military camp with 4 piglets and a deer. Colonel Ma was nowhere to be found. While Minister Wu awaited him outside the logistics passageway, the 4 wild piglets and the deer weighed nearly 200 pounds combined. Minister Wu had offered 2 yuan per pound, and like Director Sun, he too could not align entirely with the black market prices. Liu Genlai was quite satisfied with the price. His original intention was to gift the 4 wild boars and the deer to the military. However, Director Wu refused, citing the 3 major disciplines and 8 points of attention, insisting that they should not take anything from the masses. Reluctantly, Liu Genlai accepted the money and left the military camp under Wu's watchful gaze. As Liu Genlai rode his sidecar motorcycle home, he found the house empty. Liu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang must have gone to work, while the 2 younger brothers, Genshi and Jin Wang, were nowhere to be found, likely off playing. It was certain that Saixia had been sent to preschool. With a heavy heart, Liu Genlai opened the navigation app and located the place where Liu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang were working. He turned the motorcycle around and rumbled toward them. Chapter 134. Old acquaintances. Liu Genlai had not spent much time at the military camp. It had been less than 2 hours since he left. The production team had just begun their work, digging the abundant harvest ditches as before. This task was particularly grueling in the cold, with the ground frozen and insufficient firewood to thaw it, leaving them to dig laboriously. This was something that Han Dahu and his crew had overlooked when they initially dug traps. Their habitual thinking had failed them. The roar of the sidecar motorcycle quickly drew everyone's attention. As the villagers, weary from their labor, paused to watch, they soon recognized Liu Genlai. How did you come to be riding a sidecar motorcycle? As soon as Liu Genlai stopped, a crowd gathered around him, their faces filled with envy. I delivered a few wild boars to the military, and they lent me this motorcycle for a few days, Liu Genlai replied, pulling out a pack of Dakiaman cigarettes and offering one to each person. You truly are impressive, the villagers remarked, most of whom could only smoke leaves, and for them, a pack of cigarettes costing 9 cents was already a luxury, let alone the Dakiaman that only commune officials could afford. As they smoked, their faces lit up with joy, showering him with compliments. Genlai, how did you manage to catch the wild boars? Do you have any tricks? One villager asked, and the others turned to Liu Genlai in unison, their curiosity piqued. This question was on everyone's mind, but they lacked the audacity to voice it. I possess a unique ability. When I see a wild boar, I simply shout, freeze, and it immediately stops in its tracks, Liu Genlai replied with a serious face, spinning a fanciful tale. You little rascal, if you keep spouting nonsense, I'll give you a good thump, Liu Xuanzhu chided as he approached. Hands behind his back and chest out, draped in a military coat, exuding an air of authority. His eldest son had visited the military camp, where he was personally picked up in a jeep and returned home riding a motorcycle. The pride swelling in Liu Xuanzhu was beyond words. The sidecar motorcycle was a rarity. Even commune officials had to ride bicycles in the countryside. Be careful walking, don't fall again, Li Lanxiang remarked, casting him a sidelong glance. She refrained from teasing him in front of so many people, but her comment elicited laughter from the crowd. Dad, Mom, Liu Genlai called out as he approached. Come on, let us get on the bike and head home. I have something to tell you. What is so important that it can't be said here? Liu Xuanzhu replied, still eager to show off. Then you stay here. I will return home with my eldest son. Li Lanxiang climbed into the sidecar, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. How could you speak like that? Liu Xuanzhu's composure faltered, and amidst the jeers of the surrounding villagers, he took a seat behind Liu Genlai. With a thunderous roar, Liu Genlai twisted the throttle, bringing both Liu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang back to the village. How do you suppose Liu Genlai managed to catch so many wild boars? The villager who had previously inquired about Liu Genlai's prowess still held a hint of dissatisfaction. What are you thinking? How could he possibly disclose his methods? Someone scoffed. Every person has their own fate. Liu Genlai possesses that talent which we cannot replicate. Let us simply focus on our own work. At least one villager had a pragmatic outlook. Sun Baojian, who had not approached, observed from a distance. It was only after Liu Genlai, Liu Xuanzhu, and Li Lanxiang had departed that he cleared his throat and spoke. Liu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang have gone to attend to important matters, so today they will receive full work credits. I say, Captain, that seems unjust. They haven't worked. How can you still allocate them full credits? Someone protested. Did I not just say? Liu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang are attending to important affairs and thus deserve full work credits. If anyone disagrees, let the higher-ups from the brigade visit their home and deliver a motorcycle to them. If someone can achieve that, I will grant them full credits even if they never show up for work, Sun Baojian retorted. With that, the murmurs of dissent among the villagers ceased. You flatterer, someone muttered under their breath, while many villagers sighed inwardly, lamenting, why could I not have such a capable son? After escorting Liu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang home, Liu Genlai instructed them to wait while he went to fetch his grandparents. Liu Laotu, less burdened than Li Lanxiang and not as carefree as Liu Xuanzhu, had heard about the morning's events. When his eldest grandson arrived on a motorcycle to collect him, he sensed something amiss. Nevertheless, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, riding as usual while leaving the sidecar for his wife. Upon returning home, Liu Laotu sat on the doorstep with Liu Xuanzhu, both lighting their pipes, while Grandma accepted the stool Li Lanxiang offered and joined her at the hearth. Speak up, what is it? Liu Laotu inquired, puffing on his pipe. Liu Genlai also lit a cigarette, took a stool, and sat beside Grandma. A comrade of my biological parents has come looking for me. What? Liu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang exclaimed in unison, while Grandma instinctively grasped Liu Genlai's hand. What are you anxious about? Can Genlai fly away? Liu Laotu scoffed. Go on, Genlai. Who is it? A comrade of my biological parents, Liu Genlai reiterated. And your biological parents? Liu Laotu probed. They have both sacrificed. Liu Genlai's expression darkened. My poor child. Grandma enveloped Liu Genlai in a comforting embrace, while tears streamed down Li Lanxiang's face, as she held Liu Genlai's hand, her heart heavy with compassion. Liu Xuanzhu remained silent, clutching his pipe, lost in thought. The son, whom they had painstakingly raised, was suddenly sought out by his biological parents, and it was inevitable that he would follow them. Their initial reaction was one of reluctance, yet upon hearing their son speak of the sacrifices made by his biological parents, a heavy silence enveloped them, leaving them at a loss for words. After a brief moment of contemplation, old Liu inquired, how did they sacrifice themselves? Liu Genlai recounted the tale as told by Shitangji. These wretched souls. Old Liu cursed, followed by a deep sigh. Why is it that good people do not live long? Your biological father and mother were such noble individuals. How could they both have perished without even leaving a grave behind? If you wish to pay your respects, you wouldn't even know where to go. Liu Genlai remained silent, uncertain of what to say. Although he held no emotional attachment to his biological parents, he still harbored a deep-seated admiration for them. If possible, he would wish to pay homage at their graves. Let us not dwell on this. Old Liu steadied his emotions. Genlai, what is the name of your biological parent's comrade? Perhaps I am acquainted with him. His name is Shitangji, replied Liu Genlai. Ah, Colonel Shi, an old acquaintance. Old Liu exclaimed, thumping his thigh. I have even shared a drink with him. I crafted shoes for him as well. At that time, he had just married, and his wife was quite beautiful. Liu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang also perked up. How is Colonel Shi? Where is he now? Surely he has risen to a high position. Colonel Shi's wife even learned shoemaking from me. When she was in her confinement, I brought her 2 eggs. The rapid shift in conversation left Liu Genlai momentarily bewildered. Upon reflection, he felt a sense of clarity. Shitangji had mentioned that he and Liu Genlai's biological father were longtime partners, one a colonel, the other a political commissar. Thus, the location they were stationed at must have been a base, a place where a political commissar could entrust his biological son to a colonel, who would undoubtedly know him well. Liu Genlai had simply not anticipated the depth of the Liu family's connection with Shitangji. Invite him to our home. I shall host him for drinks. Old Liu once again thumped his thigh. Grandfather, Colonel Shi said he would come to our home tomorrow. There is something I need to inform you about in advance. Liu Genlai turned to Liu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang. Father, mother. Colonel Shi asked me to call him godfather, and I agreed. You won't hold it against me, will you? You did well to agree. Before Liu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang could respond, old Liu interjected. Back then, he was the colonel, and your biological father was the political commissar. They were as close as brothers. Even if your biological parents were alive, he would still adopt you as his godson. Indeed, it is only right. Liu Xuanzhu nodded in agreement. Such matters need not be discussed with us. You may make your own decisions. Li Lanxiang wiped her tears, though her heart felt at ease. The fact that her eldest son would say such a thing indicated that he truly regarded them as his parents. I wouldn't dare make decisions on my own. I fear my father might scold me, Liu Genlai chuckled. He dares. Old Liu glared. If he dares to scold you, I shall scold him back. How dare he? Liu Xuanzhu instinctively recoiled. Just look at you. If one did not know better, they might think you held a high position. Grandmother interjected. Zhuzi's disposition is soft. He has been frightened by you since childhood. He is already a grandfather, yet you still frighten him. Do you still regard him as a child? He has achieved nothing himself, yet he places the blame on me. Old Liu straightened his neck, declaring, so what if I'm a grandfather? My father is still alive, and before me, regardless of his age, he remains a child. This was indeed reasonable. Liu Genlai could not suppress his laughter. Old Liu was simply a mischievous old man. What are you laughing at? Do you think that because your godfather has found you, I will refrain from disciplining you? Liu Xuanzhu glared fiercely. Despite appearing meek before old Liu, he still managed to project a paternal presence in front of Liu Genlai, his eldest son. Oh, now you're acting tough. Just a moment ago, you were like a turtle retreating into its shell, Li Lanxiang remarked without reservation. You dare to hit your wife? The Liu family has never struck a wife since your grandfather's time. Go ahead, hit me and see what happens. You would be rebelling. Grandmother chastised him sternly. Liu Xuanzhu's previously straightened back slumped once more. He was only bold in his own home, with his mother-in-law backing her. Li Lanxiang felt emboldened. Liu Genlai couldn't help but chuckle again. It wasn't that the Liu family lacked heart, even at such a time. They still found the leisure to banter. In truth, they had long suspected that Liu Genlai's biological parents were likely no longer alive. Otherwise, how could they have failed to seek out their son for so many years? It was not to say that Shi Tongji hadn't looked for him. After all, Liu Genlai was not Shi Tongji's biological son. Even if they did search, it could never be the same as being with one's true parents. The Liu family had long prepared for the eventuality of Liu Genlai's biological parents appearing. Otherwise, they would not have disclosed his origins to him from a young age. Now, upon learning that Liu Genlai's biological parents were indeed gone, they felt sorrowful, yet because they had anticipated this, the grief was somewhat tempered. Additionally, upon discovering that it was their old acquaintance, Captain Shi, who was seeking Liu Genlai, there was a natural sense of excitement. This was simply human nature, entirely understandable. Captain Shi will come tomorrow. We must prepare well and treat him to a splendid meal. Old Liu began to contemplate how to host Captain Shi the following day. We have plenty of grains and meats. Genlai brought back quite a bit, so we lack nothing at home. However, I noticed that my bowls and chopsticks are somewhat scarce. I see you have plenty here, so let South cook at your place tomorrow. It will save us the trouble of borrowing from neighbors. Wife, bring out the few eggs we've saved for tomorrow, and I still have a couple of bottles of fine wine. Let us include those as well. With food and drink arranged, old Liu's plans were meticulous. Grandmother and Li Lanxiang were also busy. They entered Liu Xuanzhu and Li Lanxiang's room to prepare a new bedding set for Liu Genlai together. Even if Captain Shi had not come, Li Lanxiang intended to make Liu Genlai another quilt. Working as a public security officer in Suzhou City, Liu Genlai could not return home daily from the distant Lingqian village and would inevitably need to sleep outside. Without a quilt, how could that be? The new quilt at home could not be taken away. If it were, how would Liu Genlai sleep when he returned? Yesterday, Liu Genlai had brought back a considerable amount of fabric, and there was also plenty of cotton at home, sufficient to make him a new quilt. The two women were busy making bedding, while old Liu took Liu Xuanzhu to tidy up the courtyard, as they were expecting distinguished guests. It is said in ancient times that when esteemed visitors arrive, one must prepare the place with diligence, cleaning the home thoroughly in anticipation of their arrival. The entire family was engaged in this flurry of activity, and when Liu Jin came to offer his help, they declined, advising him not to create any chaos. Unable to simply stand by, Liu Jin pondered and then took his sidecar motorcycle out of the village. Upon his return, the sidecar contained a deer and a jar of prepared deer blood wine. Why is this wine red? Old Liu asked as he caught a whiff of the aroma when Liu Jin entered, dragging the deer leg and cradling the jar. Eagerly, he opened the jar and took a sip. This is deer blood wine, excellent for nourishing the body. Grandpa, from now on, this will be your drink. I'll take the erguo too. No way. Old Liu immediately protested upon hearing his grandson's intent to take away his drink. You must leave both for me. I will alternate between them. There's plenty of deer blood wine. Are you afraid you won't have enough to drink? Liu Jin chuckled. You don't understand. Drinking the same wine all the time is dull. Variety is what gives it flavor. Old Liu was adamant. And Liu Jin couldn't help but smile at his grandfather's quirky reasoning. When you couldn't afford sweet potato liquor, why didn't you say that variety was needed for flavor? Liu Xuanzhu inquired. Where did you get the deer blood wine? I got it from Tongrantang, Liu Jin replied, resorting to his usual excuse. Yet he mused that old Liu and Liu Xuanzhu were quite different. Old Liu never questioned where the wine came from. He simply enjoyed drinking it without concern for its origins. Indeed, Tongrantang is a fine establishment, Liu Xuanzhu muttered as he picked up a knife to tend to the deer. Aware of his eldest son's hunting skills, he refrained from asking about the source of the deer. The family bustled about all day, ensuring their home was spotless. Liu Jin's bedding set was also completed and neatly packed in the corner, awaiting the arrival of Captain Shi the next day. Early the next morning, old Liu arrived bright and early, urging Liu Xuanzhu to wake Liu Jin so they could wait together at the village entrance. Must we rise so early? Liu Jin yawned. What do you know? Old Liu shot him a glare. In the past, when such an official came to visit, one would have to greet them at least 10 miles away. Very well, I shall heed your advice, Liu Jin replied lazily, finding a large tree to lean against. Dozing off again. Chapter 136. The meeting. Old Liu chose a spot on a dirt slope, allowing for a far-reaching view. The sight was splendid, yet standing there could be taxing on the body. Fortunately, the weather was pleasant, and there was no wind. Otherwise, the cold would have been unbearable. Liu Xuanzhu, feeling for his elder, draped a cotton coat over him, while he and Liu Jin squeezed together beneath its warmth. Around 8 o'clock, a jeep appeared in the distance, turning into the woods about 2 miles from Lingqian village. Shortly thereafter, 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women, emerged from the trees. Liu Jin was still in a daze when Lu Xuanzhu nudged him awake. As Liu Genlai scrutinized the figures before him, he swiftly recognized Shi Tongji and Huang Wei. If his conjecture held true, the two women accompanying them were his godmother and Shi Lei, whom he had never met. It is indeed them, Liu Genlai affirmed with a nod. Father, Commander Shi and the others have arrived. Lu Laotu, whose eyesight was not particularly sharp, squinted into the distance. Upon hearing Lu Xuanzhu mention Commander Shi's arrival, he waved his hand and declared, "Come, let us go greet Commander Shi." "Must we? They are still too li away." Liu Genlai protested somewhat reluctantly, yet he could not resist the urging of Lu Laotu and Lu Xuanzhu, and thus followed along to meet them. Lu Laotu hurried his steps, while Shi Tongji's group did not lag behind. Soon, the two parties converged. "Is that you, Commander Shi?" Lu Laotu's voice trembled slightly. "Taidan uncle, it truly is you," Shi Tongji exclaimed with excitement, hastening his steps to grasp Lu Laotu's hand. "You certainly have aged," Lu Laotu remarked, his eyes glistening with moisture. "It has been over a decade. How could I not?" Shi Tongji replied with a smile. "Yet you, Taidan uncle, still appear as spirited as in the old days." "Spirited? You have aged. How could I remain unchanged?" Lu Laotu wiped his eyes, saying, "I never dreamed I would have the chance to see you, Commander Shi, again in this lifetime. I too feel as though I am in a dream. I thought I would never find you all again," Shi Tongji responded, filled with nostalgia. "Taidan uncle, do you still remember me?" A middle-aged woman, who had been following Shi Tongji, stepped forward. "How could I forget? You are Lu Lian, are you not? You visited our home when you were with child." Lu Laotu chuckled. "And this must be your daughter. How has she grown so large?" "Indeed, nearly 20 years have passed. I was merely a teenager back then," Lu Lian said, pulling the girl beside her closer. "This is Shi Lei. Her father wished to name her Shi Lei, as in landmine, to obliterate those rascally Japanese soldiers. However, she insisted on changing it to Shi Lei, adding a grass radical above the character for mine. Shi Lei, do greet Grandfather Lu." Lu Lian prompted. "Hello, Grandfather Lu," Shi Lei said, her demeanor quite gentle. "Ah, splendid, splendid." Lu Laotu nodded repeatedly. "Adding a grass radical to mine makes for a clever name. Hiding landmines in grass means the enemy cannot see them, resulting in even more destruction." A hearty laugh erupted from Shi Tongji. "Father, you still find humor in this. Grandfather Lu has praised the name change, and yet you are amused," Liu Genlai remarked. "Indeed, after merely 2 exchanges, this girl has revealed her true nature. Far from gentle, she is evidently a spirited little firecracker, seemingly even more audacious than Lu Min delighted. Delighted. Did I not foresee this? Your grandfather Lu is quite astute," Shi Tongji admitted, revealing his own paternal affections. "Taidan uncle, is this the one you've secured for her?" Shi Tongji inquired, glancing at Lu Xuanzhu. In such a setting, Lu Xuanzhu dared not speak, standing behind Lu Laotu with an innocent grin. When Shi Tongji addressed him, he responded with a hint of nervousness. "Commander Shi, do you still remember me?" "How could I not? You made quite an impression on me," Shi Tongji replied with a smile. "Back then, I wished to take you along. But Taidan uncle insisted you remain, ensuring that the Lu family had a legacy." Lu Xuanzhu scratched his head in a bashful manner, uncertain of how to respond. Shirtang inquired once more, "How many sons do you have now?" "3, Lu Xuanzhu replied, puffing out his chest. "Ha ha ha," Shirtang burst into laughter. "Uncle Taidan, your Lu family is indeed flourishing now." "Indeed," Lu Laotu chuckled. "If you want to take him along with the group, I assure you I won't stop you. He can't come along. I have long since left the ranks," Shirtang replied with a smile. "If anyone were to accompany you, it should be your eldest grandson. I wonder if you would be willing to part with him this time." "Why wouldn't I? We are not at war now. He would have a brighter future following you than staying with the old Lu family." Lu Laotu could easily discern the implications behind Shirtang's words. "Uncle Taidan, rest assured. Wherever we go, the roots will always belong to the Lu family." Shirtang offered Lu Laotu a reassuring promise. Once the adults exchanged pleasantries, it was finally Liu Genlai's turn. Lu Lian, holding Liu Genlai's hand, was overcome with tears before uttering a word. "Child, after all these years, your father and I have finally found you. When we reach the underworld, your father and I can finally explain to your parents. Finding the child is a good thing. Why are you crying?" Shirtang remarked. "It is a good thing, indeed." Lu Lian wiped her tears and smiled at Liu Genlai. "I heard from old Shirtang that you call him godfather. Shouldn't you also call me godmother?" "Godmother." "Hello," Liu Genlai obediently greeted. Very good, Liu Yan replied, pulling out an old-looking fountain pen from her pocket and handing it to Liu Genlai. This fountain pen was given to me by your mother. Now I pass it on to you as a keepsake. Thank you, godmother, Liu Genlai said, holding the pen, feeling a mysterious sense of connection. Hey, little Genlai. Since you've called your godfather and godmother, shouldn't you also call me sister? Shirley, with her hands behind her back, smiled at Liu Genlai, trying to assume an elder sister's demeanor. Liu Genlai nearly burst into laughter, but still earnestly said, Sister, hello? So well behaved, Shirley responded, reaching out to pat Liu Genlai's head. But he dodged away. This little one really thinks of him as a child, not having succeeded in patting Liu Genlai's head. Shirley felt a tinge of disappointment and tried to reach out again, but was stopped by Liu Lian. All right, you're the sister. You should let your younger brother be. Don't bully him right from the start. Who is bullying him? I just find him amusing, Shirley muttered. Well, in the blink of an eye, he has become a toy again. Come, let us head back to the village. Your aunt is waiting for you at home, Lu Laotu called to Shirtang. Is my aunt in good health? Shirtang asked as they walked. She is doing well. She works the farm even more nimbly than I do. Isn't it normal for her to be more nimble? Your aunt was skilled back in the day. The shoes she made fit better than anyone else's. The two chatted as they walked ahead, while Lu Xuanju silently followed behind Lu Laotu. Following them were Liu Lian, who clung to Liu Genlai's hand, and Shirley, who occasionally tried to pat Liu Genlai's head. Bringing up the rear was Huang Wei, carrying several bags. He had said nothing during the earlier exchanges, seemingly invisible. He appeared when needed and vanished when necessary. Truly, he was the most trusted person by the leader, always present, proving to be an excellent driver. Several minutes later, a group arrived at Lingxian village and made their way to Old Lu's home. Chapter 137, Greetings. Shi Tongji and Huang Wei were clad in casual attire, while Liu Yan and Shirley also dressed modestly. As they entered the village on foot, many villagers took notice, yet none approached to inquire. Lingxian village is so close to the bustling city of Sijio, and having a relative from the city is hardly remarkable. Old Lu, accompanied by his son and grandson, went to greet the guests. While his wife had not been idle at home, she had already prepared various meat and vegetable dishes alongside Li Lanxiang, eagerly awaiting the moment to begin cooking. Genshi, Jinwang, and Caixia also lent considerable assistance. Upon entering the courtyard, the three little ones promptly seated themselves on benches, patiently waiting. Lu Jin had only returned home the day before with some flawed fabric, and Li Lanxiang had yet to make them new clothes. Apart from their new shoes, the children's garments were all patched together, yet they were impeccably clean, which was not considered shabby in the village at present. Seeing old Lu usher in the guests, Grandma hurried to greet them, and Shi Tongji took a few quick steps forward to grasp her hand. Aunt Tai Dan, it has been over a decade since we last met. Your health appears to be quite well. Indeed. Grandma beamed with joy. Your health seems robust as well. Compared to you, I am still quite young. Shi Tongji replied with a smile. You certainly did not say that to old Lu just now. Lu Jin chuckled quietly. You are looking a bit aged yourself, Grandma remarked, her eyes glistening with emotion. Indeed, in the blink of an eye. It has been over 10 years since we last saw one another, Shi Tongji mused. I never imagined I would encounter you in Sijio City. The journey from Shixian in the northern province to Sijio is no small feat. You must have endured considerable hardship along the way. What hardship? I was never hungry. Grandma laughed. Shi Tongji appeared perplexed. Grandma glanced at old Lu and explained with a smile. Your Uncle Tai Dan was busy peddling counterfeit medicine all along the way and made quite a profit. The whole family not only had enough to eat, but your Uncle Tai Dan even had spare change for wine. A hearty laugh erupted from Shi Tongji. Such a thing. I can easily believe of Uncle Tai Dan. You old woman, bringing up my shortcomings the moment we meet. I should have let you starve back then, old Lu jested. At that moment, Li Lanxiang approached, taking Liu Lian's hand, and before she could speak, tears began to flow. Sister Zhuan, why are you crying again? Your weepy nature hasn't changed in all these years. Liu Lian remarked, her own eyes misting. Yes, it has indeed been over a decade. Back then, you were just a young girl. Li Lanxiang responded, somewhat emotional. You, clearly a girl from the big city, arrived in the village, undeterred by hardship, and did everything without complaint. Who in the village does not admire you? Sister Zhuan, please do not exaggerate. Back then, there were still those who looked down on me. Liu Lian shot a sideways glance at Shi Tongji. I never looked down on you. I was merely concerned you would regret your decision. You were so young at the time, just a little girl. daring to make your own choice about marriage. I feared your family would not take it lightly. Shirtangji chuckled. My parents were killed by the Japanese. You were among those leading the fight against them. Who else would I marry if not you? Liu Yin reflected with deep sentiment about those bygone days. The statement holds no fault. From the onset, I believe the two of you to be quite compatible. Old Liu nodded in agreement, remarking that the journey thus far has been quite splendid, with their daughter now having grown so much. Speaking of their daughter, Liu Yin pulled over Shirley, who was feigning innocence at the side, and addressed Grandma and Li Lanxiang. This is my daughter. You were present at her birth. In the blink of an eye, she has blossomed into a young lady. Shirley, why don't you greet Grandma and Aunt? Hello, Grandma. Hello, Aunt. Shirley replied shyly. Her cheeks slightly flushed, though it was unclear whether it was genuine shyness or mere pretense. She appeared exceedingly well-mannered. Very well, very well. Grandma took hold of Shirley's hand, exclaiming, This girl is truly beautiful, just like you were in your youth. Come, let us go inside and sit. No need to linger in the courtyard. Li Lanxiang beckoned everyone. These must be your 3 children. Liu Yin took a few steps closer, observing the trio of little ones, who were undeniably adorable. The 3 children had already stood up, instinctively aligning themselves in a row, a touch of nervousness evident upon their faces. It was their first encounter with city folk, particularly someone of high stature, so their anxiety was quite understandable. Adorable? They are quite mischievous. Li Lanxiang responded politely. At this age, children are at their most playful. When Shirley was their age, she was even more unruly. Liu Yin chuckled as she approached, handing each of them a piece of candy. Liu Caixia skillfully unwrapped her candy and popped it into her mouth, while Liu Genlai appeared somewhat bashful. Liu Genlai, being a bit more forthright, remarked, This is the famous white rabbit creamy candy, isn't it? It's so delicious. Thank you, Aunt. Child, why call me Aunt? It should be Big Aunt, Li Lanxiang corrected him. Children's terms of endearment for their female elders follow their mother's lead. If one refers to their mother as mother, they address female relatives as Aunt or Big Aunt. Big Aunt, hello? Liu Genlai promptly responded. Big Aunt, hello? Thank you, Big Aunt. Liu Genlai echoed, even adding an extra note of gratitude beyond his brothers. Big Aunt, hello? Thank you, Big Aunt. The youngest, Liu Caixia, also joined in the greeting, though her words were a bit muffled due to the candy still in her mouth. Well done, very good. Liu Yin smiled as she affectionately ruffled the hair of the 3 little ones, then turned to Liu Genlai and asked, Have you tasted white rabbit creamy candy? Yes. It was given to us by my elder brother. It was so delicious. Liu Genlai replied, casting a glance at Liu Genlai and then at Li Lanxiang, adding, But Mom took it all away. I hardly got to eat any. You little rascal, have you learned to complain? Li Lanxiang playfully scolded him. Did I not say to save some for the new year? Does Genlai still buy candy for the children? Liu Yin inquired of Li Lanxiang. Her question was not unfounded. White rabbit creamy candy is not only expensive, but also requires candy tickets to purchase. Although Liu Genlai could earn money from hunting, he could not exchange it for candy tickets. The reasoning was simple. During these times, candy was considered a luxury nutritional item, only distributed to those of a certain status who were eligible for candy tickets. If Liu Genlai wished to buy some, he would have to venture to the pigeon market. The pigeon market, also known as the black market, is often fraught with danger. It seemed quite audacious for such young children to dare venture there. What if something were to happen? Liu Yin began to worry for him, realizing that her concern for him as a godmother was not unfounded. Godmother, my candy was exchanged at the state-run supply and marketing cooperative. I delivered wild boar to them, and they gave me quite a few good items without needing tickets. Liu Genlai, perceptive as ever, immediately discerned Liu Yin's thoughts and swiftly offered an explanation. Upon hearing Liu Genlai's words, Liu Yin's anxious heart finally found solace. Unbeknownst to Liu Genlai, as he spoke, Shirtangji cast a glance in his direction. Is this from the supply and marketing cooperative? Your fibs might fool your godmother. But do you think I am unaware of your excursions to the black market, where you even eliminated 3 military spies? Were it not for my restraint, your name would have graced the newspapers long ago. This boy's spirit is too untamed. He must be managed carefully, lest calamity befalls him. At that moment, Liu Genlai believed himself quite clever, had he known that his newly recognized godfather intended to impose constraints upon him. He would have been at a loss whether to weep or to laugh. Chapter 138. The fiery Shirley. After exchanging pleasantries, the group entered the house, heading straight for the room of Lu Shuangzhu and Li Lanxiang. A dining table adorned with several dishes sat atop the kong, featuring tomatoes, cucumbers, sliced radishes, and the peanuts Liu Genlai had brought forth the previous day. Shi Tongji showed no hesitation, shedding his shoes and stepping onto the kong, where he seized a cucumber and took a hearty bite. In the dead of winter, acquiring such delicacies is no small feat. Where did you procure these? They were all brought back by Genlai. Liu Laotu also removed his shoes and joined him on the kong. Liu Genlai had already purchased a pair of cotton shoes for both him and his grandmother. Had they still been wearing their old footwear, the smell would have been unbearable upon their removal. Genlai possesses such talents? Shi Tongji's interest was piqued. Indeed, Liu Laotu replied, his spirits lifted when speaking of his grandson. While hunting in the mountains, I discovered a hot spring. The area around the spring is quite warm, and I have been cultivating vegetables there. We have enjoyed a bountiful harvest, almost as if in a dream. Finding a hot spring while hunting. This lad is indeed fortunate, Shi Tongji thought, not giving it much further consideration. After all, the mountains behind Sijio City are vast. Encountering a hot spring is hardly unusual. Eat, eat. Do not merely stand there, called Grandma, inviting Lu Lian and Shi Lei to join them. Lu Lian climbed onto the kong, settling beside Shi Tongji, and turned to beckon her grandmother. Please sit. Let your uncle Tied In keep you company. I have matters to attend to, Grandma instructed, remaining on the edge of the kong as she handed a cucumber and a tomato to Shi Lei. Go ahead, join us on the kong. Why is such a beautiful girl still shy? Shy. She is merely pretending, Liu Genlai scoffed. Aunt Tied In, you needn't concern yourself with her. Let the gentlemen converse amongst themselves, while you and Sister Xuan accompany me for a while. When it comes time to cook, I shall join you, Lu Lian encouraged. Turning to greet Li Lanxiang, who had just entered. Li Lanxiang was fairly familiar with Lu Lian and thus exchanged pleasantries, sitting on the edge of the kong alongside Grandma to chat with Lu Lian, while the adults engaged in conversation, reminiscing about past events. Shi Lei found herself at a loss for words, feeling somewhat awkward standing there. I wonder how much longer you can keep up the charade, Liu Genlai teased, pouring tea and chuckling to himself. Enough. You all go about your business. I can pour my own tea. When I am at Uncle Tied In's home, I need not be so formal. This feels just like my own house, Shi Tongji observed, noticing his daughter's discomfort, and gestured for her and Liu Genlai to take their leave. Hand me the teapot, and you two can wander about the village. Lu Xuanju summoned Liu Genlai, who appeared considerably more relaxed than before, embodying the demeanor of a father. Grandparents, Uncle Liu, Aunt Liu, I shall take a stroll, he announced. Shi Lei, with a semblance of decorum, greeted her elders before stepping outside. Upon entering the courtyard, her demeanor transformed instantly, her eyes fixated on the sidecar motorcycle parked nearby. With a swift motion, she mounted the vehicle. Is this motorcycle yours? She inquired, turning to Liu Genlai. It belongs to the regimental commander on loan, Liu Genlai explained succinctly. Hop on. I'll take you for a ride, Shi Lei urged, nodding toward Liu Genlai as she began to pedal. In the biting cold, starting the motorcycle proved challenging. It required a vigorous kick of a dozen or more times to ignite the engine. Liu Genlai, however, merely observed with a cheerful smile, offering no assistance. You can ride a motorcycle? She asked, incredulously. You underestimate me. Aside from an airplane, I can operate just about anything, Shi Lei replied with an air of nonchalance. Continuing her efforts. Brother, I want to ride the motorcycle too. Liu Genwang chimed in, closely followed by Liu Genxi. With a newcomer in the house, Liu Genxi, the elder sibling, was notably more reserved than his brother, clearly inheriting Liu Xuanju's temperament, while Liu Genwang resembled Li Lanxiang more closely. All right, you may join. Liu Genlai nodded, and the two brothers eagerly scrambled onto the sidecar, seated closely together, a mix of excitement and nervousness evident in their expressions. Liu Genlai had ridden the motorcycle home the previous day, yet the brothers had not dared to touch it. Not for lack of desire, but due to Liu Xuanju and Li Lanxiang's prohibitions. Young children can be quite careless. Such a precious item. What if it were damaged? With Liu Xuanju and Li Lanxiang present, it was uncertain whether the brothers would have been as obedient in their absence. Liu Caixia, uninterested in the motorcycle, remained quiet. Perhaps due to her age or because she was a girl. At that moment, she was engaged in play with Huang Wei, although the nature of their game was unclear. Huang Wei, ostensibly the driver, was in fact a guard, remaining vigilant in unfamiliar surroundings. Liu Genlai offered him a cigarette and returned indoors to fetch a cucumber and a persimmon, which he handed to Huang Wei. Accepting the gift, Huang Wei bit into the cucumber and passed the persimmon to Liu Caixia. Why give it to her? Eat it yourself, Liu Genlai remarked, bringing over a stool for Huang Wei. Huang Wei accepted it, sitting down and stating, "My daughter is about her age." His words were succinct, yet meaningful. Liu Genlai understood this sentiment. It was a reflection of affection extended towards the child. With a resounding thud, after numerous kicks, Shirley finally succeeded in starting the motorcycle. A sheen of sweat forming on her forehead, her cheeks flushed from exertion. "Hop on, we are off." She beckoned triumphantly to Liu Genlai. "Huang Ge, you stay put. I am leaving." Liu Genlai exchanged pleasantries with Huang Wei before mounting the motorcycle, positioning himself behind Shirley. "Hold on tight," she instructed, twisting the throttle. And the sidecar motorcycle surged forward. Liu Genlai quickly grasped the rear handle, leaning slightly back to maintain his balance. He dared not embrace Shirley's waist. After all, there existed a distinction between the sexes, particularly in this conservative era. Heaven knows whether this wild girl might attempt a shoulder throw on him. Shirley was indeed not boasting. Her motorcycle skills were both steady and swift, far surpassing Liu Genlai's capabilities, and in no time, they arrived at the military camp. The officer on duty recognized Shirley immediately. Without asking any questions, he instructed the sentry to open the gate and let them pass. Shirley drove the motorcycle directly to the front of Colonel Ma's office, leaped off the bike, removed the key, and entered the building. "Follow me. You two wait here," Liu Genlai instructed his younger brothers as he followed Shirley. Liu Genshi and Liu Genwang were filled with excitement, shouting and cheering all the way, yet they remained mindful of their elder brother's teachings, sitting obediently and refraining from any mischief. However, upon arriving at the military camp, the two brothers felt a wave of nervousness. It was their first time in such an environment, and their anxiety stemmed from both unfamiliarity and instinct. Shirley headed straight to Colonel Ma's office, but found it empty. This was to be expected. As the garrison commander, he could not possibly remain in his office at all times. In reality, he spent half of his time with his soldiers in the ranks. Shirley, quite familiar with the surroundings, pushed open the door to Minister Wu's office. Fortunately, Minister Wu was present, as he was responsible for logistics, intended to spend more time in the office as the year drew to a close. "Shirley, what brings you here?" "Little Liu, you're here too." Minister Wu greeted them warmly, having been in conversation with a guest. He ushered them out of the office, closing the door behind them. "Why are you leading people out?" Liu Genlai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. "Shirley, are you here to practice shooting again?" Minister Wu inquired with a smile. "How many rounds do you wish to fire this time?" "Let us start with 200 rounds." Shirley replied confidently. "So many? Are you sure you want to lose an arm?" Minister Wu's smile faltered momentarily. "Your mother specifically called to say you should not practice shooting anymore. If she learns that I allowed you to fire so many rounds, she will surely have a word with me." "It's not my fault, it's him." Shirley pointed at Liu Genlai. "Uncle Wu, you're so considerate of me. How could I make things difficult for you? What does that have to do with me? I am completely unaware, you know." Liu Genlai thought to himself, and when he saw Minister Wu looking over, he had no choice but to nod affirmatively. "Uncle Wu, it was my desire to practice shooting." "Then it's no problem." Minister Wu visibly relaxed. "You are a man. Your body can withstand it. Use the bullets freely. If 200 rounds aren't enough, just ask me for more." "What of being a man? Is a man's arm not susceptible to recoil?" "No, wait." Minister Wu's words carried a deeper meaning. Liu Genlai pondered for a moment and began to grasp the implication. Minister Wu was subtly suggesting that Shirley did not behave like a typical girl and was encouraging her. Hey, Uncle Wu, who do you look down upon?" Shirley interjected, displeased. "My dear niece, how could I dare to look down on you? Your marksmanship surpasses mine." Minister Wu laughed heartily, calling over an aide to guide Shirley and Liu Genlai to practice shooting before returning to his office. Once outside, Liu Genlai called to his younger brothers, urging them to follow Shirley and the aide towards the back of the military camp. Liu Genlai initially believed that the officer would guide them to the lower company. However, to his surprise, they arrived at their destination in no time. Upon reflection, Liu understood the situation. It had only been 10 years since liberation, and the conflict with the Americans had occurred just a few years prior. The distinction between logistics and frontline operations was not as pronounced as it would be in later times, and the troops remained ever vigilant and prepared for combat. Consequently, the logistics unit also had its own shooting range. Upon reaching the range, the officer summoned 2 Type 56 rifles and 200 rounds of ammunition before departing. leaving only Shirley and the two brothers, Liu Genlai and another companion. Can you shoot? Shirley inquired, tossing one of the rifles to Liu Genlai while expertly loading bullets into her own magazine. This is my first time handling a gun, Liu Genlai fibbed, toying with the Type 56 rifle in his hands, reluctant to part with it. He mimicked Shirley's actions, attempting to load bullets into the magazine. Look at you. So clumsy, Shirley remarked disdainfully, having already filled her magazine, while Liu Genlai had managed to load only 3 rounds. You're not clumsy. Help me out. Liu Genlai chuckled. Dream on, Shirley retorted as she clicked the magazine into the rifle, ensuring all the bullets were properly seated. She raised her weapon, aiming at a distant target, repeatedly lifting and lowering it, displaying a semblance of proficiency. Once Liu Genlai finished loading his magazine and emulated Shirley's technique, she lowered her weapon. Do you recognize this gun? No, Liu Genlai shook his head. This is a Type 56 rifle, a replica of the SKS semi-automatic rifle, with an effective range of 400 meters and a maximum range of 1500. It can be fired in both semi-automatic and automatic modes. It is currently our finest firearm. Master this weapon, and if war arises again in the future, you could find yourself on the front lines. At the mention of the front lines, Shirley's eyes sparkled with longing. You practice shooting just to go to the front lines? Liu Genlai asked. Yes, she nodded, adding, unfortunately, my mother disapproves. Where do you see female soldiers on the front lines? In a real war, women will only serve in logistical support. Are you belittling women? Shirley glared at him. I am merely stating facts, Liu Genlai replied, unfazed by her glare. Only when the men have exhausted themselves will it be the women's turn to take the front. You really do look down on women, Shirley huffed. Let us have a contest. If your shooting skills surpass mine, I will concede that men are superior to women. Sister, can you be reasonable? This is my first time handling a gun, for goodness sake. Liu Genlai felt somewhat exasperated. Cowering is just cowering. What excuses are you making? I can let you practice first, and once you are proficient, we can compare skills. Shirley feigned generosity with a wave of her hand. Fine, but you'll have to wait 3 years, Liu Genlai retorted, disinterested in her banter. Shirley, now 18, would turn 19 after the new year. In 3 years, she would be 22. Given that women marry early nowadays, by then, she would likely be wed, perhaps even with children. Leaving no time to recall a shooting contest with him. Look at your cowardly demeanor. 3 years? Why not say 30? Shirley shot him a sidelong glance. If you believe your shooting skills are lacking, we can compete in something else. Choose any military skill. If you excel in just one, I'll concede defeat. Must we compare? Liu Genlai questioned, feeling bemused. What choice do you have? You're a man, she replied. Shirley let out a humph. Ever since she found him, her parents had been incessantly praising her, even stating that men are inherently different from women, no matter how a woman tries to disguise herself. She remains a woman at heart, almost as if they were inscribing disdain upon their faces. It all made sense now to Liu General. This girl was truly fierce. She couldn't even discern kind words from harsh ones. Her parents were not disdainful of her. Rather, they believed that as their daughter matured, she ought to adopt a more feminine demeanor, rather than perpetually behaving like a tomboy. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Jin resolved to impart a lesson to this spirited girl. I'll compete with you in marksmanship, he declared. I recently recovered from a serious illness, so I may not perform as well as you. Really? Shirley's eyes sparkled with excitement. What if you lose? You'll have to tell me, he replied. If you say it, it counts? As long as you can do it? Yes. All right, if you lose, I want to borrow that sidecar motorcycle for a month. She had her eyes set on that motorcycle. What a clever girl she was. And if I win? Liu Jin inquired. How could you possibly win against me? Shirley responded confidently. What if I do? Since we're competing, we cannot only discuss what happens if I lose. That would be terribly unfair. Liu Jin subtly dug a pit for her. Shirley pondered for a moment. If you win, I'll give you my gun, the one you often use for hunting in the mountains. It would be perfect for you. Deal. Liu Jin readily agreed. He indeed desired a Type 56 rifle, yet he found it difficult to broach the subject with Minister Wu. Even if he did, there was no guarantee that Minister Wu would acquiesce. It wasn't that Minister Wu was stingy, after all. Tongji had searched for over a decade to find him and surely cherished the firearm. Giving Liu Jin a gun would be tantamount to encouraging him to take risks, which Tongji would undoubtedly disapprove of. I want to take advantage of you. I'll first teach you how to shoot, and you can practice a bit. Once you're proficient enough, we can compete. Shirley beamed with joy, feeling as though the motorcycle was already hers. She had longed to ride a motorcycle to school, but her mother had always denied her, insisting that girls must maintain a certain appearance and that it was inappropriate to ride a motorcycle to school. Now, she was finally on the verge of fulfilling her wish. How could she not be elated? Chapter 140. Adjusting the map laugh? Soon, you won't be laughing anymore. Liu Jin had never practiced shooting, let alone possessed marksmanship skills, but he had a little secret. Just moments ago, he conceived a method that he believed would work. To his surprise, Shirley was quite the competent instructor, teaching with both detail and patience. Liu Jin quickly grasped the fundamentals. And even the observing Liu Genlai and Liu Genwang learned quite a bit, appearing eager to try their hands at shooting. You two little rascals, stay back. You're too young to be thinking about shooting. What if you hurt yourselves? Shirley was not lenient with them. If she was blunt with Liu Jin, she certainly wouldn't coddle these two youngsters. Move back. The gunfire can be quite loud. Don't damage your eardrums. Liu Jin patted the boys on their heads. Before he could retract his hand, he suddenly felt a gentle touch on his head, followed by Shirley's melodious laughter. Ha ha ha. You still won't let me touch it. Now I've finally gotten my hands on it. This mischievous girl holds a grudge, recalling the morning's events even now. Liu Genlai secretly curled his lip. I haven't washed my hair in days, and you don't mind the dirt. He had removed his police uniform last night, and Li Lanxiang, fearing it would get soiled, neatly folded it away, saying he should wear it when he goes to work. He was clad in his previous military attire, hatless, otherwise. Shirley would not merely be touching his hair. What sister complains about her brother's uncleanliness? Shirley was entirely unconcerned. There's no sister who schemes against her brother. Liu Genlai muttered to himself as he quietly opened the navigation map in his space, maximizing the target and raising his gun. This was the method he had just devised. Standing approximately 100 meters away from the target, no matter how gifted he was, it was impossible to achieve a commendable score simply by picking up the gun. However, with the navigation map, he could draw the target closer, even aligning it with the muzzle of the gun. The only challenge lay in ensuring that the target, the map, and the muzzle formed a straight line. Thus, regardless of how he zoomed in or out on the navigation map, he could guarantee that the point he aimed at on the map corresponded accurately to the position on the target. This required careful adjustment. Liu Genlai first aligned the target on the navigation map with the actual target, then gradually zoomed in, adjusting as he went. The adjustment of the map's scale relied on his thoughts, eliminating any possibility of shaking hands. As long as he perfected this adjustment once and saved the memory, he could easily retrieve it later. Whether for target practice or hunting, he would have the freedom to alter the map size at will. Come on, shoot already. You're taking forever, Shirley remarked, growing impatient as Liu Genlai held the gun motionless. What's the rush? I'm just getting my aim right, Liu Genlai retorted, focusing intently. After a while, feeling ready, he moved the navigation map to approximately 3 meters away. At this distance, he could hit the bullseye without needing a second to spare. Of course, the hit would only register on the navigation map. The actual target would require further fine-tuning. Bang! Liu Genlai squeezed the trigger, and a bullet swiftly shot forth, striking the bullseye on the navigation map. 100 meters away, the bullet landed in the 7-ring area of the actual target. A slight adjustment was necessary. As Liu Genlai meticulously adjusted the navigation map, Shirley spoke up. Not bad. Hitting the target with your first shot. You have quite the talent. As she spoke, her small hand brushed against Liu Genlai's head, a smile of satisfaction gracing her lips. You little rascal, still not letting me touch it? Let's see about that. It was essential to educate her brother early on, establishing dominance right from the start. Otherwise, instilling discipline later would prove challenging. Liu Genlai, oblivious to Shirley's intentions, remained focused on adjusting the navigation map. Bang! Soon after, Liu Genlai fired a second shot. This time, he aimed at the hole left by the first shot. The bullet veered off by 5 or 6 centimeters, landing in the 8-ring area. Very well, you have made progress. Keep it up, and perhaps you will soon catch up to me, Shirley encouraged Liu Genlai, adopting a sisterly demeanor. At this moment, she exhibited no signs of anxiety. Firing 1 or 2 shots was trivial. The essence of marksmanship lies not in sheer skill, but in consistency, which is cultivated through practice. Liu Genlai, being new to handling firearms, could not possibly match her steadiness, especially as she consistently hit the 7 or 8-ring mark. Indeed, quite commendable. Just a slight adjustment is needed. Liu Genlai thought to himself, satisfied not by hitting the 8-ring, but by the speed at which he was able to calibrate the navigation map. He had anticipated needing to fire at least a dozen rounds to make any meaningful adjustments, yet he had nearly achieved his goal with just 2 shots. After a brief period of fine-tuning, he felt ready to pull the trigger once more. Bang! His shot landed precisely between the first and second, aligning all 3 bullet holes in a perfect line. Success! However, it was only a 7-ring hit. Why had he regressed? Focus better, Shirley chided playfully, yet inwardly. She beamed with delight. It seemed Liu Genlai's talent was not as formidable as she had presumed. When she first began practicing, her accuracy improved with each shot, reaching the 10-ring mark by her 3rd attempt. She was confident of her victory in this contest. In her excitement, she overlooked the fact that Liu Genlai had not mentioned recoil. Typically, a novice shooter would experience the jolt of the firearm against their shoulder, even with a reminder. Only through personal experience can one learn to manage recoil. Liu Genlai's silence hinted that this was not his first encounter with a gun. Even a soldier plucked from the ranks, like Shirtang or Captain Ma, would have recognized this subtlety, yet it escaped Shirley's notice. Why rush? This is merely the 3rd shot. Take your time, she thought. With the navigation map properly adjusted, Liu Genlai's previously taut nerves relaxed, allowing him to fire with greater ease. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, he had emptied an entire magazine. To Shirley's eyes, Liu Genlai's shooting was abysmal. Though every shot found the target, only 1 struck the bullseye, while the remaining 6 landed either in the 1 or 2-ring areas, skirting the edges, with 2 shots nearly missing the target altogether. If Liu Genlai maintained such a lackluster performance, she was certain of her victory even with her eyes closed. Little did she know, he was deliberately underperforming. With the navigation map finely tuned, he could hit precisely where he aimed, potentially landing all bullets in a single hole. That should suffice. Shall we commence the contest? Liu Genlai declared, eager to conclude the practice session. He had yet to master the art of managing recoil, and the impact was beginning to ache his shoulder. Had he not been prepared, he surely would have voiced his discomfort by now. Are you certain? Shirley asked, eyes wide. Perhaps you should practice a bit more. Your shooting skills are lacking, and you are bound to lose. I won't practice anymore. My shoulder hurts, Liu Genlai replied, rubbing his shoulder. Such a lack of ambition, Shirley retorted with a sidelong glance. This is your choice not to practice. Do not accuse me of unfair play. Losing means you cannot shift the blame. The outcome remains uncertain. Liu Genlai countered as he loaded the bullets. Then let us begin. I shall go first, Shirley announced, raising her firearm. Do you not wish to practice? No need, she replied. Bang. As soon as Shirley's voice fell, the first bullet was fired. Chapter 141, Firearm Certification. Do I need to practice shooting just to compete with a novice like you? Isn't that embarrassing? Shirley hardly regarded Liu Genlai as a threat. Within less than a minute, she had emptied a magazine. All 10 rounds not only hit the target, but the lowest score was a 6, totaling 85 rings, a performance that ranked above average even within her unit. Some might say that 85 rings is a low score, but that would be in a later era with scopes and superior firearms. In this age, aiming was done with the naked eye, and the accuracy of firearms was far inferior to that of the future. Achieving 85 rings with 10 shots was quite commendable, while anyone who could score 90 rings was undoubtedly a sharpshooter. Shirley's marksmanship was commendable, yet she found herself up against Liu Genlai, a mere novice. Liu Genlai impressively scored 86 rings, one more than Shirley. When she received the target paper, Shirley could scarcely believe her eyes. She compared it several times before finally accepting that Liu Genlai had outperformed her. How could this be? Shirley stomped her foot in frustration, her small face long with indignation. Stop pretending. I know you let me win. Liu Genlai, however, did not gloat. If he truly provoked Shirley, it would be he who faced the consequences. Let you win? If I had, you should be secretly pleased. Shirley's ire was palpable. This little rascal not only took advantage but also feigned innocence, and despite her anger, she felt helplessly led by him. To deny that she had let him win would only be further humiliating. If word got out that she lost to a rookie who had only just picked up a gun, she would have nowhere to hide her face. Sighing, she lamented that had she practiced beforehand, her skills would surely have improved, and she would not have scored so poorly. The regret weighed heavily on her. But it was too late. Seeing Liu Genlai's smug expression only fueled her irritation, and without a second thought, she lunged at him, ruffling his hair until it resembled a bird's nest. Only when she was satisfied with his disheveled appearance did she relent. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Liu Genlai grumbled, attempting to smooth his hair, looking quite disgruntled. In truth, he reveled in the playful torment, having tricked her once. It was only fair to let her vent her frustrations. What's wrong? Not satisfied? If you're not, practice more. You can choose any military event. Even hand-to-hand combat is fine, Shirley said, rolling up her sleeves. Practice? You think you can take me on? Liu Genlai scoffed inwardly. Though he dared not truly engage Shirley, it wasn't that he feared her strength. Rather, he was wary of his own unscrupulous tactics, which would be ill-advised against her. Admit it. You know you're no match for me, Liu Genlai teased. What did you say? Shirley asked, puzzled. I said I concede to you, he replied. The pinyin alphabet was only introduced in 1958, and by that time, Shirley was nearly in college, likely having never learned it. So it was no surprise she didn't comprehend. Just talking big, huh? Shirley rolled her sleeves up again, still thinking of that sidecar motorcycle. Liu Jin immediately discerned her thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, once I start working, you may ride it for leisure. But let us establish one thing. You must not impede my usage, as I will need it to return home. How stingy of you. I shall only play with it for a week at most. Surely, that is acceptable. All right. After all, you are the elder sister. You little rascal. I suppose you do have a conscience. Elated, Shirley reached out to tousle Liu Jin's hair, prompting him to hastily retreat to a distance. Brother, you are truly remarkable. Genshi and Jinwang approached. When the gun was fired, they had initially kept their distance, their curiosity overshadowed by the innate fear children harbor towards firearms. With each shot, they would cover their ears and shudder, almost on the verge of crying out. Nevertheless, the experience was sufficient for them to boast to their classmates for quite some time. Following their defeat in marksmanship to Liu Jin, Shirley lost interest in further practice, swiftly leading the three brothers away from the shooting range to find Minister Wu. Upon seeing Shirley and Liu Jin enter, Minister Wu, just having seen off a group of guests and tidying up the tea set, greeted them with a smile. Did you finish off 200 rounds of ammunition so quickly? What is the point of shooting? It's rather dull. Shirley, with a downcast expression, picked up a cloth and assisted Minister Wu in wiping the table. Although she treated the military environment as her own backyard, acting as she pleased. She was not a pampered young lady. She possessed a keen sense of responsibility and respect, which was one of the reasons Minister Wu held her in high regard. What's wrong? Has someone been bullying you? Minister Wu inquired, glancing at Shirley and then at Liu. General Liu Jin shrugged innocently. I lost to a little brat in marksmanship. How infuriating. Shirley pouted, and this was his first time handling a firearm. Can you blame me for being upset? Ha! Minister Wu erupted into laughter. Uncle Wu, why are you laughing? Have you no sympathy? Shirley glared at him, exasperated. I won't laugh anymore, I promise, he said, though the smile never left his face. By the way, Uncle Wu, I need to discuss something with you. Shirley tugged on Minister Wu's sleeve, leading him aside to whisper something. Initially, he shook his head repeatedly, but ultimately succumbed to her persistent persuasion. Let us make it clear, just this once. It shall not become a precedent. You are the best, Uncle Wu. Shirley beamed with joy. You know, you're being taken advantage of while helping others count their gains, Minister Wu remarked, shaking his head as he turned to Liu Jin. You, my boy, have some talent for hunting and quite a clever mind. Minister Wu, what are you talking about? I don't understand, Liu Jin replied, his face a picture of innocence. Stop feigning ignorance. Minister Wu teased. I can grant you a firearm, but it is only permitted for self-defense. Should you misuse it, you need your godfather to intervene. I will handle you myself. But Minister Wu, I am still just a child. Please don't frighten me. Liu Jin recoiled slightly. Why do I find you so insufferable? Minister Wu laughed, pointing at Liu. General, by the way, you should really get a gun license to avoid complications. A gun license? I have one. Liu Jin produced his firearm license for the Type 38 rifle and handed it to Minister Wu. In fact, the police station at the station can issue gun permits. The reason he presented the gun permit he had obtained previously was merely to assure Minister Wu that he had possessed a firearm for quite some time. And if trouble were to arise, it had already done so. So you had a gun all along. Then why come to me for one? Minister Wu questioned Liu Genlai while examining the gun permit. How can a Type 38 compare to a Type 56? Liu Genlai replied candidly. Before Minister Wu could respond, Shirley suddenly erupted. You, Liu Genlai, are you playing me for a fool? You even possess a gun permit, and yet claim you've never handled a firearm. Come here. I must give you a good beating to vent my frustrations. As she berated him, Shirley rolled up her sleeves and lunged forward. Liu Genlai, while dodging around the stove, explained, I didn't say anything wrong. Compared to a Type 56, can a Type 38 even be called a gun? It's more akin to a fire stick. Spare me your excuses. If I don't beat you today, I won't be able to release this pent-up anger. Although her words were fierce, Shirley felt a considerable relief in her heart. Liu Genlai was an experienced hunter, not a novice. Losing to him in marksmanship was not something she couldn't accept.